I unexpectedly awakened the overpowering mind Sea Deduction ability. My brain is my super laboratory. The long-lost Mafei powder from 1,000 years ago? Perfect replication within 3 months. Directly applied in high-risk surgery for combat heroes. The entire internet ridicules TCM anesthesia as witchcraft. Waiting to see a joke? Sudden massive hemorrhage occurs on the operating table. All the surgical experts were powerless to help. I immediately took action, relying on the experience of thousands of mental simulations, and applied precise manual pressure to stop the bleeding, instantly reversing the critical situation. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my abilities wouldn't allow it. Just as I was about to be forcibly suspended by the united pressure from surgical authorities. But this was only the beginning of my legendary path in traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 1: Special Surgery. Traditional Chinese medicine is absolutely useless. No matter how many thousands of years it has been passed down, it's still of no use. In this scientific era, it should be eliminated. Most importantly, traditional Chinese medicine is practically non-existent when it comes to surgical procedures. Using some TCM prescription as a substitute for anesthesia is simply reckless. It completely defies science. In the country's largest live-streaming news commentary room, a bespectacled man in his 50s spoke eloquently. His name is Zhang Jiabing, one of the most outspoken figures among a large group of domestic public intellectuals. His core viewpoint has always been that foreign things are superior, while our own things fall far behind and can never catch up. Mr. Zhang, netizens have pointed out that traditional Chinese medicine once practiced surgical procedures, with the divine physician Hua Tuo being the originator of surgery. The female host beside him interjected, "That's just a legend. Even if it were true, so what? It's lost to history. And even if it weren't lost, modern surgical techniques would render it utterly obsolete." Zhang Jiabing interrupted bluntly. Some also claim that since Elder Wei is quite elderly, the choice of traditional Chinese anesthesia was made because he couldn't tolerate conventional anesthetics. Nonsense. Today's anesthetics are highly advanced, with side effects so minimal they're negligible. Elder Wei is a revolutionary veteran, a former war hero. We should use the most advanced anesthetics from abroad. Traditional Chinese anesthesia? Ha, what a joke. According to anonymous internal sources, they used a long-lost traditional Chinese anesthetic called Mafeisan, created by the legendary physician Hua Tuo. No kind of Mafeisan powder works. If traditional Chinese medicine truly had anesthetic effects, why hasn't it made any breakthroughs over all these years? What doesn't work just doesn't work. What if it yields unexpected results? Such assumptions are baseless. With my years of experience, I firmly believe that Elder Wei has little chance of surviving the operation. Those proposing the use of traditional Chinese medicine for anesthesia must bear the consequences. This is tantamount to playing with human lives. Some netizens have remarked that your stance is far too absolute. The surgical department of People's Hospital ranks among the top nationwide. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Anyone who can say such things is clearly an amateur. If traditional Chinese medicine were truly so powerful, it wouldn't have declined to its current state. If this so-called important anesthesia can extend Old Wei's life by even 1 hour, I'll eat a pound of shit. In the live stream with thousands of viewers, the comments completely flooded the screen. The vast majority of people couldn't stand Zhang Jiabing's attitude. Everyone knew exactly what kind of person he was. They merely shared roughly the same opinion that using Chinese herbal anesthesia lacks factual basis and has indeed been lost to history. Meanwhile, outside the largest operating room at the People's Hospital, nearly all the surgeons were prepared and ready. The lead surgeon was Wu Jijie, the director of the surgical department. Approaching 50, as the top surgeon in the province, it was only natural for him to take charge of Wei Jiangluo's surgery. Standing right next to him was his assistant, Su Juanxiang, around 30 years old, also one of the top talents in the surgical field and Wu Jijie's sole successor. The two had collaborated on countless surgeries together, not only performing operations at their own hospital but also frequently traveling to other cities as flying surgeons. "Who's he?" Wu Jijie pointed at a young man across from him and asked. He was certain this person wasn't from the surgery department. As the director, even with a mask on, he recognized everyone. "I'm here to assist with this surgery," Lin Feng said slowly. "From another hospital's surgery department? Not needed. We already have enough staff." Wu Jijie waved his hand dismissively. "Director Wu, he seems to be from the traditional Chinese medicine department." "Someone from traditional Chinese medicine, what's he doing here causing trouble?" A hint of displeasure flashed in Wu Jijie's eyes. Originally, the decision to abandon anesthesia and use herbal anesthesia for this surgery had already put him in a bad mood. And now, with someone from the traditional Chinese medicine department getting involved, he was surely even more annoyed. Assisting with the surgery? How exactly? If the herbal medicine fails, are you just going to grab a handful and shove it into the patient's mouth? Even if there's an unexpected situation during the surgery, at least send someone reliable. What's the use of someone who looks like an intern? At the critical moment, should one watch the show or scream in panic? "The director sent me," Lin Feng said unhurriedly. "Oh really? Then go. I'll inform the director. If any issues arise during the surgery, I can handle them. A hint of disdain flashed across Wu Jijia's face. No, Lin Feng shook his head. Do you need me to call the director right now? Wu Jijie frowned deeply. Alright, if the dean asks me to leave, I'll leave immediately, Lin Feng said. At that very moment, a doctor approached with a phone in hand. It was the dean calling. Wu Jijie stepped aside to answer the call. The message was straightforward. He was instructed to complete the surgery with the highest quality, ensuring absolutely no issues arise. Of course, he agreed readily. Ever since the news broke online that Wei Jiangwo's surgery would be performed in a hospital, it attracted enormous attention, followed by all kinds of skepticism. He understood better than anyone that this was an opportunity to prove both himself and the surgical techniques behind him. However, no one expected that the whole traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia affair would emerge in the end. As a professional surgeon, he naturally disagreed, but unfortunately, the old man's body truly couldn't bear the side effects of anesthetic drugs. At the end, the dean specifically emphasized that Lin Feng from the Chinese medicine department should participate in the entire surgery, making him swallow the words he was about to say. Seeing Wu Jijie walk back, Su Juanshan pointed at Lin Feng and said, "You can leave now." His reasoning was simple. As the lead surgeon for this operation, if Wu Jijie didn't want Lin Feng in the operating room, it was just a matter of saying so. Lin Feng didn't move a muscle, his face beneath the mask as calm as still water. It's no exaggeration to say that this surgery could manage without Su Juanshan, but it absolutely couldn't proceed without him. An assistant like Su Juanshan could easily be replaced, but as the provider of the anesthetic formula, he was utterly irreplaceable. For anyone with even passing knowledge of surgical procedures, that seemingly idle anesthetist sitting in the corner of the operating room is actually critically important. If he's fine, then everything's fine, but if he gets busy, it means there's a problem. And for this operation, I'm taking on exactly that role. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with the dean. In my operating room, you follow my rules. Keep your eyes open but your mouth shut. Don't make any noise that could disrupt the surgery. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out. Wu Jijie pointed at Lin Feng and issued the warning. He couldn't possibly believe that Lin Feng could be of any use. The reason the director insisted Lin Feng must participate was simply to prepare him for entering the surgical department. As we all know, the surgical department has always been highly sought after, and this surgery in particular has garnered so much attention. However, the surgical department isn't like other departments, just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can't waltz in, not even with the director's endorsement. I know, Lin Feng said calmly. Wu Jijie frowned. He hadn't expected the other party to show no intention of getting friendly at all. Director Wu, we're ready to begin the surgery. Chapter 2, Manual Hemostasis. Lin Feng followed the surgical team into the operating room and checked on Wei Jiangwo's condition. The anesthetic had indeed taken effect. This is an absolutely unique case in surgical history. It was truly a last resort. For surgeons, if anesthesia were available, they would never resort to herbal anesthesia, as there's virtually no clinical precedent for this. Anyone familiar with traditional Chinese medicine knows that the prescription for Mafeisan, ancient herbal anesthetic, has been lost. Despite continuous attempts by later physicians to decode it, no breakthrough has been achieved. Currently, it is only known that Mafeisan might involve several dozen medicinal ingredients. Yet he has already mastered the complete formula for Mafeisan. Wei Jiangwo was not attempting it for the first time. Without considerable confidence, no one would dare to experiment on this revered old hero. Many details have not yet been disclosed to the public. Certainly, the level of attention this time presents a genuine opportunity for traditional Chinese medicine. If everything goes smoothly, it might fill the complete gap TCM has in surgical procedures, potentially giving rise to an entirely new industry of herbal anesthesia in the future. For this very reason, not only is public opinion focused on it, but practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine at all levels are also paying significant attention. His appearance was arranged by higher-ups. Mafeisan not only has minimal side effects but can also control anesthesia time at the minute level. As long as the surgery proceeds smoothly, everything will be fine. Under the surgical lights, the operation led by Chief Surgeon Wu Jijie had already begun. The surgical experience is exceptionally rich, with every step executed with textbook precision. Meanwhile, Assistant Su Juanshan beside him wasn't entirely focused, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Lin Feng leaning against the wall in the corner. He genuinely didn't understand what the point was of bringing this guy in here. If he really wanted to use this opportunity to break into the surgical field, he should at least come closer to observe the entire procedure. Such a brilliant surgery isn't something you get to see every day. The other party seemed completely uninterested. Stay focused. Wu Jijie noticed Su Juanshan's distraction and softly reminded him. After just over an hour, the surgery was successfully completed. Only then did Wu Jijie let out a long sigh of relief. It had gone much more smoothly than anticipated. Proceed with the sutures. Wu Jijie handed the final task of the procedure to Su Juanshan. Su Juanshan raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask curling up so high they almost reached his ears. Suturing was already the last stage of the surgery. but entrusting such an important patient to him signified trust. This is the beginning of becoming a true lead surgeon. At this thought, an uncontrollable joy surged within, and his eyes instinctively darted towards Lin Feng. His hands faltered slightly with the deviation in movement. In surgery, the slightest deviation could lead to unimaginable consequences. The patient is hemorrhaging severely. The piercing alarm of medical equipment rang in his ears. Clamps, blood transfusion. Wu Jijie glared fiercely at Su Juanxiang, whose eyes were full of panic, and quickly formulated a response plan. He knew better than anyone that complaints were meaningless now. The most crucial thing was to solve the problem. His guts were churning with regret. Of all the wrong moves, none was worse than entrusting Su Juanxiang with such a heavy responsibility at the final stage. He had thought the seasoned veteran would never make such a rookie mistake. Unlike other surgeries, this one had drawn way too much attention. A success would have made him famous far and wide, while the slightest mishap could leave him nailed to the pillar of shame. Lin Feng straightened his body and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness entered a space outlined by countless beams of light. Countless humanoid robots materialized out of thin air. Each robot lay on a bed, undergoing the same experience as Wei Jiangwo, including the mistakes made by Su Juanxiang. Quickly stepping forward, using manual compression techniques with bare hands to staunch the bleeding. The first, failure. The second, failure. After dozens of failed attempts, success was finally achieved in locating the hemorrhage site. This is the sea of consciousness in Lin Feng's mind. Simulating the patient's condition, eliminating incorrect approaches one by one to discover the correct and efficient method. The prescription for Mafeisan was also derived through such experimentation. Since dozens of medicinal herbs were involved, their combinations presented countless possibilities. For each formulated prescription, attempts are made, and the humanoid robot demonstrates the effects. Whether anesthesia is achieved becomes immediately apparent. The entire process lasted for over a month. After eliminating all herbs unrelated to anesthesia, the remaining 12 herbs formed the components of Mafeisan. After another month of experimentation, it was discovered that the true formula of Mafeisan was not a fixed prescription, but a completely personalized prescription tailored to factors such as the patient's age, constitution, and physical condition. Even if the prescription is the same, the dosage may vary. This is precisely why he had absolute confidence in using it on Wei Jiangwo. The bleeding won't stop. Despite desperate attempts at remedy, there seemed to be little effect. And right at this moment, a hand plunged directly into the open wound. Wu Jijie froze. Everyone present was stunned. What the hell is happening? You're just going to do it right away? What are you doing? Wu Jijie scolded. He truly couldn't understand why Lin Feng suddenly pulled such a move. Such behavior in the middle of surgery was tantamount to murder. The situation was already quite bad, and this just adds fuel to the fire. This guy's crazy, asking for trouble. Has the bleeding stopped? Lin Feng asked. You mean you're stopping the bleeding? How is that possible? Su Juanxiang rolled his eyes. I've witnessed hundreds of surgeries, yet no one has ever stopped bleeding directly with their hands. The bleeding seems to have actually stopped. What? Wu Jijie widened his eyes in disbelief. The blood loss is so severe that if we don't suture it immediately, the person probably won't survive, said Lin Feng. Suture, immediately. Wu Jijie snapped back to reality and said urgently. His mind was blown. He never imagined using such a method to stop the bleeding. He was well aware of the barehanded hemostasis technique known as compression, but it was only applicable when bleeding points were exposed and easily located. And now, they still haven't found the source of the bleeding. How did this guy manage to locate it? Despite the chaotic thoughts in his mind, his hands continued their near-mechanical movements, now almost instinctive. Blood pressure stabilizing, heart rate normal. Lin Feng didn't say anything more and strode out of the operating room. Director Wu, how did he manage that? How should I know? Wu Jijie rolled his eyes. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It's impossible to stop massive bleeding. How could it suddenly stop? If it's not a coincidence, then what else? Su Juanxiang quickly spoke up. Chapter 3, completely wrong. Mid-sentence, Su Juanxiang saw Wu Jijie's glare and forced himself to swallow the rest of his words. Try explaining that to me as coincidence? A major bleeding point won't stop on its own without human intervention. That's basic common sense. Wu Jijie said coldly. Despite his words, he still refused to believe Lin Feng could pinpoint the bleeding site in one go. Because that would mean Lin Feng was more skilled than all of them combined. How could that be possible? A clueless outsider from traditional Chinese medicine outclassing all the surgical elites? You all have eyes in the back of your heads, yet they're useless when it matters most. Learn from this lesson. Everyone write a self-criticism. Wu Jijie left after speaking, leaving the surgical team staring at each other in silence. No one spoke, but they all agreed with Su Juanxiang this was nothing but a coincidence. It could only be a coincidence. Wu Jijie strode out of the operating room and quickly intercepted Lin Feng as he was leaving. How did you locate the bleeding site? Wu Jijie asked directly. Experience, Lin Feng replied with just 2 words. In the consciousness space, dozens of failures had naturally become experience, though he couldn't explain it directly. Experience? You have surgical experience? But you're from traditional Chinese medicine. TCM has nothing to do with surgery, Wu Jijie retorted. Is it so strange for traditional Chinese medicine to have surgical experience? Wasn't the anesthesia used this time also herbal medicine? Lin Feng countered. That was a last resort. I still prefer surgical anesthetics, Wu Jijie shook his head. The facts prove that Chinese medicine works just as well as any anesthetic, Lin Feng stated. As a TCM practitioner, you'll naturally defend your field. But whether you accept it or not, traditional Chinese medicine can't keep pace with the times. It's only a matter of time before it becomes obsolete, Wu Jijie stated. Lin Feng smiled without responding. This argument was utterly pointless. I must admit you showed courage, acting decisively in a critical moment. And you were incredibly fortunate. But your actions were utterly wrong, Wu Jijie said coldly. So I should have done nothing and watched the patient die? Lin Feng shrugged slightly. Medicine doesn't believe in luck. Your sudden intervention could have ruined the entire operation. Could you bear the consequences? This patient's identity isn't so simple, Wu Jijie glared at Lin Feng. I fixed your mistake. If you won't thank me, that's one thing, but now you're criticizing me? Lin Feng found it amusing. Regardless, you violated protocol. That's a fact, Wu Jijie stated. If you have something to say, just say it, Lin Feng replied. I will report your actions truthfully to higher-ups. However, since the outcome was favorable, I will also intercede on your behalf. Ultimately, you will most likely face no punishment. Wu Jijie paused briefly before continuing. What do you want in exchange? To pass off this incident as an accident? Lin Feng instantly saw through his opponent's motive. It was nothing more than an attempt to cover up Su Juinxiang's mistake. Strictly speaking, Wu Jijie bore significant responsibility for Su Juinxiang's error, as he had authorized it. It was an accident, Wu Jijie insisted. Accidents can't be avoided, but was what just happened truly unavoidable? Lin Feng countered. You have no say in this. Don't forget, you're just an outsider who barged in. Everyone else here is my man. When it comes to credibility, no one trusts you, Wu Jijie sneered coldly. Not necessarily, Lin Feng shook his head. Don't forget, just for your actions during the surgery alone, I can have the hospital administration deal with you. One word from me, and you could lose your hard-earned job. Wu Jijie shot Lin Feng a cold glance. Is that so? How terrifying. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, showing no trace of fear. So I still advise you to do as I say. Wu Jijie dismissed him with a wave. He'd seen this before, people who appeared calm on the surface while panicking inside. Unfortunately, I'm not good at lying. Things are what they are. I only tell the truth. Lin Feng interrupted. Mistakes during surgery weren't unheard of, but attempting to cover them up or worse, pin the blame on someone else was morally reprehensible. Even if Wu Jijie possessed exceptional surgical skills and high standing, Lin Feng would never cooperate. Are you sure? What if I offer you a condition you can't refuse? Wu Jijie paused briefly before replying slowly. At the appropriate time, I will agree to let you join the surgical department and provide you with certain resources. As for how far you can go, that depends entirely on your own abilities. I think you misunderstand. I have no interest in joining surgery. I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I will remain one for life, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Poof. Wu Jijie let out a cold laugh, clearly unconvinced. He now believed Lin Feng was just putting up a front. After all, why would someone who had no interest in surgery suddenly interfere? Just then, a middle-aged man in a white coat hurried over from a short distance away. Director Wu, how did the surgery go? Was it smooth? The man stopped and asked. Presently, it went relatively smoothly. But there's something I must report. Wu Jijie pointed at Lin Feng and began his complaint. I don't know who arranged for him to be here, but he rashly interfered and disrupted the surgery. Lin Feng didn't bother to defend himself. He recognized the man before him, Vice President Li Fuguwei. You, not being part of the surgical team, what business do you have meddling? Li Fuguwei demanded. There was a surgical error. Major bleeding occurred. Lin Feng briefly outlined the situation. Nonsense. He's just spouting nonsense. There was only a minor complication and it was fully under control. Wu Jijie flatly denied it. I have complete faith in Director Wu. His surgical skills are among the best in the country. Everything about the operation was undoubtedly under his control. I don't care who assigned you to be here, you must not interfere with the surgery. For your actions, you will receive a hospital-wide reprimand. This serves as a warning to others. Li Fuguwei naturally sided with Wu Jijie. I'm dissatisfied with this punishment. If this is how it goes, anyone could walk into my operating room. How am I supposed to perform surgeries? Most importantly, he hasn't even acknowledged his mistake. Wu Jijie protested urgently. Then you're suspended for now. After the hospital administration reviews this, we'll determine the specific consequences. Li Fugui paused here, glancing at Lin Feng and adding, "You still need to admit your mistake to Director Wu." The implication was clear, avoiding punishment was simple, just beg Wu Jijie. Whatever Wu Jijie says goes. The actual truth seemed utterly irrelevant. Chapter 4, You're fired. Li Fugui's words filled Wu Jijie with smug satisfaction. This Lin Feng probably thought he was just bluffing. But at his level, a single word could crush an opponent. An exit had been offered. What he'd said earlier could be disregarded, but Lin Feng had to bow his head and admit his mistake before him. "I did nothing wrong. I have nothing to apologize for," Lin Feng declared with unwavering certainty, not a hint of hesitation in his voice. He knew he shouldn't interfere with the surgery, but Wu Jijie's team clearly had no viable solution. If he didn't step in, the patient might not survive. Watch the patient die because of someone else's mistake? He couldn't do that. He acted, and the outcome was favorable. Not only did he receive no gratitude, but now he was being blamed. As the primary responsible party for this incident, Wu Jijie actually expected him to apologize? Oh? So you think it was right to abruptly intervene in the surgery? Wu Jijie paused in surprise before speaking with indignation. He'd assumed Lin Feng wouldn't confront him directly. After all, a suspension for reflection had already been imposed. Lin Feng couldn't risk losing his job at the hospital over such a minor incident. After all, getting into a hospital was incredibly difficult. Getting fired would make it incredibly difficult to survive in the field, unless one was a skilled core doctor like him. All I know is that my actions saved a life. I corrected your mistake and prevented. Lin Feng said calmly. Who do you think you are? My surgeries aren't up for your criticism. Wu Jijie snapped, turning to Li Fugui with a cold glare. Look at this attitude. I'm putting it out there, if he doesn't leave, I'm the one walking out. Pack your things and leave this hospital immediately. Await your dismissal notice. This is utter nonsense. Li Fugui's expression darkened, his voice rising sharply. Wu Jijie was the hospital's golden. What was Lin Feng? He had already given him a way out, but this young man showed no respect whatsoever. Fine, then he would face the consequences. He might lack other skills, but firing a young doctor who didn't follow the rules wouldn't be too difficult. After Li Fugui left, Wu Jijie's lips curled into a smug smile. He looked down on Lin Feng and said, "Young man, what do you have to fight me with? Are you kicking yourself now? I will never bow down to those who twist truth and justice. Such behavior is an insult to the very title of physician," Lin Feng replied calmly. With that, he said no more, turning and striding away. Don't you dare think the person backing you can save you now. Let me tell you, not even the heavens themselves could help you. You're finished. Wu Jijie shouted after Lin Feng's retreating figure. But Lin Feng didn't turn back, nor did he even slow his pace. Being completely ignored enraged him to the point of trembling. Never before had a young doctor dared to address him with such insolence. Sure, he was relying on the hospital director, but this time, even the director couldn't save him. At worst, he could threaten to make his position conditional. An experienced chief surgeon versus a young doctor from traditional Chinese medicine, anyone could easily make the call. Lin Feng strolled back to the TCM department at a leisurely pace. While dismissal might terrify others, it meant little to him, certainly no major threat. Wu Jijie thought he only had the director backing him, but he wanted to say, if you really went after the person behind the scenes, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Still, he didn't want to trouble that person over such a trivial matter. This favor requires absolutely no skill whatsoever. If leaving is truly unavoidable, there's nothing left to linger over. With my current skills, I'm not short of job offers. If this place won't keep me, plenty of others will. As long as I can still work on the front lines with patients. Back in the TCM department office, Lin Feng's but hadn't even settled into the chair before a round head popped over from across the room. Dr. Lin, how did it go? The surgery went smoothly, I hope? The speaker was Chao Jinoa, tall and lanky with a round head perched atop his frame, creating an oddly mismatched appearance. He had joined the department 2 or 3 years before Lin Feng and was still doing odd jobs wherever the department needed him. Within the entire TCM department, he was arguably the only one who was relatively close to Lin Feng. He had learned a great deal from Lin Feng. A bit unexpected, but the outcome is good, Lin Feng replied. I don't quite understand, Chao Jinoa couldn't help asking. Why did they have you assist with a surgical procedure? Was it just because the anesthesia used traditional Chinese medicine? But shouldn't the person who administered the medication have been the one to go? Before Lin Feng could answer, Chao Jinoa continued, since the surgery was such a success, they'll inevitably give you some credit. Fame, rewards, those are bound to come. Who knows, it might even be a good thing for the TCM department. Getting kicked out, does that count as a reward? Lin Feng chuckled. How could that be? Don't joke like that. Xiao Jinhua naturally didn't believe it. After a slight pause, she said, I always thought Director Meng disliked you, but I never expected that at a critical moment, he could set aside his prejudice and recommend you. What makes you think Director Meng recommended me? Lin Feng asked. If not him, then who else? In our TCM department, when it comes to skill, only Director Meng might be slightly better than you. It wouldn't be appropriate for a director to go himself. Plus, this time, it's very important. Xiao Jinhua explained. You're really reading too much into this. Lin Feng shook his head. Dr. Lin, I know you're highly capable, but sometimes you could be a bit more gentle. Perhaps. Xiao Jinhua paused thoughtfully before speaking cautiously. Being gentle won't help. Just then, 3 people entered the office. Leading the way was Meng Xianghui, the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department. In his 50s, he had jet black hair, though his receding hairline revealed a noticeably sparse crown. Rumor had it he possessed a special hair preservation formula, but even a brief encounter revealed it was merely dye job. Following closely behind Meng Xianghui on his left was Huang Ziyang, the sole remaining attending physician in the traditional Chinese medicine department. Previously, there had been 2 attending physicians, but the other had been forcibly pushed out. Naturally, he was groomed to become Meng Xianghui's successor. He displayed considerable hostility toward Lin Feng's arrival, as if fearing his position might be threatened. In reality, however, Lin Feng had zero interest in becoming the director of any department. The last remaining person was Zheng Tongyu, who had arrived around the same time as Xiao Jinhua. This fellow prided himself on sucking up, naturally targeting Huang Ziyang and Meng Xianghui. And Lin Feng, naturally, was the opposing side. We've just received notice from above. In light of Lin Feng's conduct, it has been decided to place him on administrative leave for reflection. Chapter 5, Absolutely Impossible. Meng Xianghui stared at Lin Feng as he announced the suspension decision in an icy tone. Director Meng, surely there's been a mistake? Lin Feng was just helping. Xiao Jinhua froze, then began to defend him. This is the hospital's official notice. How could it be a mistake? Huang Ziyang cut her off, shooting her a sharp glance. Lin Feng, do you have any objections? Meng Xianghui asked. Does it matter whether I have objections? Lin Feng countered. Meng Xianghui offered no reply, his voice remaining icy as he stated, then you may gather your belongings and leave. Further arrangements will be communicated to you later. Director Meng, there must be some misunderstanding here. You should know better than anyone what kind of person Lin Feng is. Xiao Jinhua hurriedly interjected. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I don't know. I'm merely carrying out the directives issued from above, Meng Xianghui stated. But you should at least clarify the facts. To dismiss him so abruptly, it's utterly devoid of humanity. Even when a court sentences a criminal, they're given a chance to defend themselves. Xiao Jinhua frowned slightly. Losing such an outstanding talent as Lin Feng would be a tremendous loss for the traditional Chinese medicine department. As the department head, he ought to protect him at all costs. How could he just let this happen? Perhaps Director Meng has no interest in the truth, right? Lin Feng said slowly. Lin Feng, don't forget who you are. You're merely a resident physician who just transitioned from an intern. Before, we tolerated your reckless behavior in the traditional Chinese medicine department. But now, you dare provoke the director of another department? Do you think everyone will indulge you? Let me make this clear, suspension is just the beginning. Do you know what comes next? Dismissal. No one in this hospital has ever returned to their original position after being suspended. If you were an attending physician, there might be room for demotion. But you? Demotion? Faced with Lin Feng's attitude, Meng Xianghui unleashed his fury in one explosive outburst. Even now, he still didn't realize his mistake. Even if I did nothing wrong, even if the outcome was positive, even if this is someone else's slander, does it matter? Lin Feng retorted. Whether it's wrong or not isn't for you to decide. As for slandering you, that's laughable. Why would a department head slander you? Why not slander someone else? Meng Xianghui demanded. Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. It was the most disgusting and outrageous thing he'd ever heard. It was like when a child gets bullied at school and an adult asks, why did they pick on you and not someone else? Is the victim somehow to blame? Not every villain has a reason for their actions, some just lack logic. I admit you possess exceptional abilities in certain areas, Meng Xianghui continued. But that doesn't mean you can ignore the rules. No matter who you are in this world, you cannot disregard the rules. Rules? What rules? Knowing full well the diagnosis and treatment are wrong, yet pretending ignorance? Knowing the medicine is utterly ineffective, yet concealing it? Knowing dietary therapy could resolve this, yet insisting on using drugs? Sorry, but I truly don't understand these rules. I probably never will. Ever since Lin Feng joined the traditional Chinese medicine department, he had known he wouldn't last long here. After learning about this director's character, that certainty only deepened. The man clearly disliked him, as their approaches clashed sharply. Young man, do you truly believe that having ability grants you license to act as you please? It's not that simple. Especially in the medical profession, it's all about credentials and seniority. If you don't grasp this, you won't succeed anywhere. Consider this my advice to you. Meng Xianghui declared. This is probably one of the main reasons traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head. Damn it! Director Meng is teaching you the ropes of professional conduct. Your previous actions would have gotten you fired 800 times over anywhere else. Huang Ziyang couldn't help but interject. Is that so? Then why haven't I been fired? What are you waiting for? Lin Feng asked bluntly. Of course, Director Meng values your talent and doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Plus, there are many things I haven't mentioned. I thought, since we're colleagues, it's best not to make things too ugly. But don't push your luck. Huang Ziyang said. Oof. What haven't you said? You've used recordings and videos, everything possible. If there was anything that could get me fired, do you think you'd miss it? Do you think I'm trying to take your position? Sorry, I couldn't care less. Lin Feng retorted. Lin Feng. I will report every single one of your actions to higher-ups. I don't think you have the qualifications to be a doctor, especially not in traditional Chinese medicine. Meng Shanghui said angrily. You were planning to do this anyway. This is a golden opportunity. Miss it, and you won't find another. Right? You've really gone out of your way. Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Any other department head, even without knowing the details, would first fight for their own doctors. But this one, upon receiving the notice, came running over eagerly, as if not getting rid of Lin Feng would be a sin. In truth, thanks to some of his treatments, the traditional Chinese medicine department had seen slight improvement. Unfortunately, this hadn't earned him recognition, only jealousy. Before this, the traditional Chinese medicine department had 10 doctors. One by one, they left. To say it had nothing to do with Meng Shanghui would be a lie. Yet this man remained utterly blind to his own faults. You. Get out. Get out of here right now. My TCM department doesn't need someone like you. Meng Shanghui was furious, trembling uncontrollably. The traditional Chinese medicine department isn't your personal fiefdom. You can't just do as you please. You should understand that. Lin Feng retorted. With no room left for compromise, there was no need for politeness. Lin Feng, if you don't leave now, I'll call security. Huang Ziyang said coldly. Why not just call the police? Tell them someone went berserk over a few words. Lin Feng retorted sarcastically. Lin Feng, let me tell you this, don't think losing just a job is all it is. Getting fired from this hospital means you'll never find a foothold in this industry again. Meng Shanghui glared at Lin Feng, his tone laced with venom. Don't worry. I won't starve. Lin Feng chuckled. But have you ever considered that one day, you might be begging me to come back? What kind of pipe dream are you dreaming? Who do you think you are? Beg you? You think the world would stop turning without you, huh? Huang Ziyang retorted. Who can predict the future? Right? Lin Feng stood up, shrugging his shoulders. Absolutely impossible. I'll never beg you in this lifetime, let alone beg you to come back. Chapter 6, Benevolent Heart Clinic. Meng Shanghui couldn't fathom where Lin Feng drew the confidence to utter such words. Undeniably, Lin Feng's medical skills were on par with the attending physician. Not just in traditional Chinese medicine, but in any department, someone of his age was extraordinary. But for him, this sort of person was simply too difficult to control. Consequently, he had not allocated significant resources to him, hoping the young doctor would eventually burn out and leave. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Feng had persisted all this time. Having someone like this in the department challenged his authority and made management difficult. Therefore, he wanted Lin Feng to leave. How could he possibly beg the other to return? Besides, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Wouldn't that be throwing away his own dignity? Fine, I hope so, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. After packing his things, he turned and walked out. Director Meng, are we just letting Dr. Lin go like this? Xiao Jinhua couldn't help but ask. He felt Director Meng should have tried harder to keep him. The problem definitely wasn't with Lin Feng. What else? Should we throw him a farewell party? Huang Ziyang retorted. He'd long been fed up with Xiao Jinua's obsequious attitude toward Lin Feng. Even if a newcomer was exceptionally capable, how could he possibly be compared to him, the attending physician? He couldn't even tell the difference between the big and small kings. Regardless, he's still part of our traditional Chinese medicine department. Xiao Jinhua ignored Huang Ziyang. Not anymore, Meng Shanghui said coldly. Deep down, he felt a twinge of unease. Recalling Lin Feng's earlier attitude and words, if he didn't have something to back him up, how could he have dared to act that way? Could it be that this guy had powerful connections backing him? If that were the case, wouldn't the incident in the traditional Chinese medicine department have caused an uproar long ago? But Lin Feng's involvement in Wei Jiangwo's surgery was something he hadn't anticipated. He'd been at the hospital for years and had never heard of other departments, especially traditional Chinese medicine, being allowed to participate in surgical procedures. With that thought, he turned and walked away, determined to get to the bottom of it. Xiao Jinhua, I really don't get it. What's so great about that Lin Feng? Why are you defending him so fiercely? Zheng Tongyu, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. It's my choice. What business is it of yours? Xiao Jinhua rolled her eyes. You still expect him to turn things around? Sorry, but that's impossible. With his attitude, there's absolutely no chance he'll be coming back, Wang Ziyang stated. Not coming back might not be such a bad thing. But have you considered the price of picking the wrong side? Think about yourself for once. Zhang Tongyu sneered coldly. Oof. Lin Feng returned the items to his rental apartment and, without lingering, took a bus to a clinic in the western part of the city. He had worked part-time at that clinic while attending medical school. The owner, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner nearing 50, had taken him under his wing. After starting internships at other hospitals, he never returned until joining the People's Hospital months ago. He'd hoped to make his mark there, but the TCM department turned out vastly different from what he'd imagined. Now this had happened. To say I was utterly disillusioned might be an exaggeration, but I was certainly feeling rather disheartened. Since I can't return to the hospital for now, I might as well look for an alternative. If I could gain some patient exposure, that wouldn't be so bad. A physician's duty is to save lives and treat the injured. In doing so, one refines medical skills to tackle increasingly complex and intractable ailments. Even with the ability of the Sea of Consciousness, without a solid foundation in medical skills, he likely couldn't fully utilize it. He got off the bus before reaching the intersection, observing the changing shops around him as he walked. Back then, he had walked this road several times a day. The clinic was nestled behind a residential area, flanked by streets on both sides. Set back about 10 meters from the road's bend, it offered a quiet haven amidst the bustle. Reaching the clinic entrance, he read the 4 characters on the sign, Benevolent Heart Clinic. This was a family business passed down through generations, and the signboard was no exception. Standing before the glass door, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It seemed like only yesterday that he was a medical student, knowing nothing. Pushing open the door, he stepped into a space of 20 or 30 square meters. If you excluded the medicine cabinets lining the walls, it was about the same size as an ordinary clinic. The air carried the scent of herbs, a stark contrast to the heavy disinfectant smell of hospitals. Seated at the doctor's desk was not the clinic's owner, but a young woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. Her white coat hung loosely, slightly too large for her frame. Her large eyes, high nose bridge, and cherry red lips formed an exquisitely delicate face. Without a trace of makeup, she was as beautiful as a fairy descended to earth. Her beauty seemed almost unreal. Lin Feng recognized her. She was the clinic owner's daughter, Zhuang Yanxin. She was also a medical student who only occasionally appeared at the clinic. Though they exchanged greetings when they met, they weren't particularly close. He always thought it was a waste that this young lady didn't rely on her looks for a living. Not that being beautiful precluded doing real work, nor was it any kind of discrimination. It was simply that with a face like hers, she was a striking sight wherever she went. If we're talking about being a pretty face, hers was the most exquisite kind. Wasn't that a million times better than those movie stars who only looked good with makeup? But hey, to each their own. His thoughts remained just that unspoken, since they weren't exactly close. At that moment, Zhuang Yanxin was taking a pulse, her brows slightly furrowed. Even that slight frown did nothing to diminish her peerless beauty. The patients were a mother and daughter. The mother, around 60, sat in a chair, while her daughter, in her 30s, stood beside her. The daughter wore meticulous makeup and exuded a strong perfume scent. The woman's eyes never left Zhuang Yanxin, her gaze carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Tell me, where does it hurt? Zhuang Yanxin inquired. Aren't you the doctor? Why are you asking me? The woman began with a sarcastic tone. A TCM practitioner should know everything just by taking the pulse. Since you've come to see a doctor, you need to cooperate. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, all complementary aspects. Zhuang Yanxin explained. She couldn't quite grasp why the woman before her harbored such hostility. She hadn't said anything wrong so far. She could detect some issues through pulse diagnosis, but she still needed the patient's account to make a proper judgment. What could she do? Her skills just weren't up to par yet. I heard that when Dr. Zhuang sees patients, she asks about symptoms first, then lets them elaborate. If you can't handle it, please call Dr. Zhuang. We don't trust you anyway, the woman sneered. Then perhaps you should find another practitioner? Zhuang Yanxin suggested. What do you mean by that? Refusing to treat me? You think I won't post this online right now and ruin your clinic? The woman's tone grew angrier. What exactly do you want? Zhuang Yanxin's expression hardened slightly. I want to see Dr. Zhuang. Chapter 7, No Need to See You Off. Zhuang Yanxin's face flushed crimson with anger. I told you on the phone earlier that my father couldn't come. You said it was fine. If Dr. Zhuang isn't here, this clinic shouldn't be open. And it certainly shouldn't have someone who knows nothing pretending to be competent. This is healing the sick and saving lives, it's not child's play. The woman argued unreasonably, yet insisted on making her case. I'm not as skilled as my father, but I'm not faking it either. If you won't cooperate, there's nothing I can do. Zhuang Yanxin retorted. Then explain what's wrong with my mother. After taking her pulse, you couldn't tell me a single thing. And you claim you're not faking it? The woman raised her voice. She's blind due to internal heat rising to her eyes. Zhuang Yanqing paused briefly before speaking. So basically, she's got a fever. First time I've heard a fever could make someone go blind. If you're not a quack, what are you? The woman sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhuang Yanqing was momentarily at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. By your logic, anything you don't know about doesn't exist, right? Lin Feng couldn't stand by any longer and interjected. He could tell the patient's daughter was jealous of Zhuang Yanqing, deliberately using words to belittle and humiliate her. Human jealousy was terrifying, especially when it came from women. Unable to surpass others in looks, they seek validation elsewhere. The woman shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. What business is it of yours? Trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror and see what you really are. Seeing someone defend Zhuang Yanqing only fueled her anger further, making her words even more reckless. You know she's prettier than you? Truth is, looks are one thing, inner ugliness is the real disgrace. Lin Feng shot back. Since you're being so rude, don't expect me to be polite either. What did you say? Say it again. The woman's voice sharpened, her eyes widening with fury as she clenched her fists, ready to pounce at any moment. Thinking of fighting? I guarantee you'll be the one who loses if you dare. Lin Feng said calmly. Jiani. The female patient hurriedly tried to stop her. We're here for treatment, not to cause trouble. Oof. Ding Jiani let out a cold snort through her nose, finding a way to save face. After all, she couldn't actually resort to violence. You still remember you're here for medical treatment? If you don't understand what that means, go home and look it up in the dictionary. As Lin Feng spoke, he moved to stand beside Zhuang Yanqing. Who the hell do you think you are? Ding Jiani demanded. I work at this clinic too. I just don't like your attitude, okay? With an attitude like yours, you can just get lost. Lin Feng retorted. I'm so sorry. I apologize on behalf of my daughter. She's been in a bad mood lately, the mother hastily explained. It's not that she's bad, she just saw something better and feels resentful. Lin Feng cut straight to the point. What nonsense are you spouting? Ding Jiani naturally refused to admit it aloud, reaching out to help her mother up. Let's go. We'll find treatment elsewhere. One quack doctor plus another quack doctor. The patient herself seemed reluctant, yet she didn't want to defy her daughter. If it were that simple, you wouldn't be running around seeing so many doctors. Lin Feng shrugged slightly. What do you mean? Ding Jiani glared at Lin Feng. Goodbye, no need to see us out. Lin Feng gestured politely. Doctor, can you cure my illness? We've seen so many doctors, but none of them helped at all, the woman pleaded urgently. Mom! Why are you telling him this? How could he possibly have a solution? At their age, they're probably just apprentices. We absolutely need to find an old TCM doctor. The older they are, the more experience they have. Ding Jiani retorted. Following that logic, you should seek out the oldest practitioner. He must be the most skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Feng retorted sarcastically. Hearing this, Zhuang Yanqing's lips curved into a smile. That was a perfect retort. If you can do it, then go ahead. What if you can't cure her? Ding Jiani challenged. Go find a doctor you think can cure it. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. You? Ding Jiani's face turned green with anger. Thud. The female patient suddenly collapsed to her knees. Doctor, please, save me. I'm in such agony. Mom, what are you doing? You don't need to beg them. Taken completely by surprise, Ding Jiani rushed to help her mother up with both hands. Do you want your mother dead? Others might not understand, but you should know better. For me, blindness is worse than death. If you're still my daughter, shut your mouth and say no more. Hearing her mother speak like this, Ding Jiani felt utterly embarrassed. Yet she couldn't defy her mother, so she endured the humiliation. Please sit down. Seeing the situation, Lin Feng couldn't refuse any longer. Zhuang Yanqing had wanted to ask Lin Feng if he was confident, but felt it inappropriate to bring it up now. She stood up and offered him her seat. Lin Feng sat down, placed his fingers on her pulse, and quickly reached a conclusion. Simultaneously, countless robots materialized within his consciousness sea. With a single thought, a prescription would appear above a robot's head. Several herbs materialized, swiftly transforming into a medicinal liquid that fused together and was absorbed by the robot. Within an instant, the robot's bodies underwent transformations, simulating the patient's physiological changes over 3 to 5 days and generating the resulting data. Compared to the previous manual hemostasis, this data was naturally more complex. Yet it clearly reflected the effects produced by the prescription. Each robot simulation was generated based on its own diagnosis of the patient's condition through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Through this process, the most effective prescription emerges. The Mafeisan formula was also simulated in this manner, though the process was far more intricate, as the robot had to model countless symptoms and physical conditions. Time within the consciousness sea operates entirely out of sync with real-world time, often exhibiting significant discrepancies. For instance, simulating the effects of a dozen prescriptions might take less than a second in reality. Simulating the Mafeisan formula, however, requires 3 months. He still has no idea what the exact ratio is. In short, even the most advanced supercomputers today cannot match the processing power of simulations within the sea of consciousness. Internal heat rising to cause blindness. The diagnosis is correct, Lin Feng stated slowly. Ridiculous. If it were that simple, what about the Chinese medicine prescriptions and heat-clearing, fire-reducing herbs he took before? Is this a joke? I thought you had some skill, but now it seems you're nothing special. I should have known better. This is exactly the kind of nonsense you'd spout. Chapter 8. What kind of medicine is this? Ding Jianni's face was etched with utter contempt. She shouldn't have harbored any expectations for this guy. The diagnosis hadn't changed at all. What progress could the treatment possibly make? What a waste of emotion. What a waste of time. And an even greater waste of her mother's kneeling. Truthfully, whether this illness is diagnosed or not makes no difference, Lin Feng said, shaking his head gently. Doctor, what do you mean by that? Could it be that my illness is incurable? The female patient asked urgently. Yes. What? How could that be? Zhuang Yinxin exclaimed in disbelief. This wasn't ordinary heatiness, but to say it was incurable seemed exaggerated. Was he just trying to absolve himself of responsibility? It wasn't unheard of for doctors to declare a case incurable when they lack the ability to treat it. Most practitioners, even when faced with terminal illnesses, would admit their own limitations and suggest seeking another specialist. They couldn't just let the patient lose all hope. If a patient refuses to follow medical advice or cooperate with treatment, could you cure even a minor illness? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Zhuang Yanqing paused, then retorted, Of course not. Do you even know what you're saying? You haven't treated us at all. How dare you accuse us of not cooperating? Ding Jianni rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with irritation. Doesn't what just happened prove it? Lin Feng countered. Because I don't trust the doctor. If I did, I'd make sure she cooperated even if she refused, Ding Jianni retorted. All right. When you saw the traditional Chinese doctor before, did you take the heat-clearing and fire-reducing medicine on time? Lin Feng asked. Of course we did. But it didn't work at all. That proves you traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are useless. Ding Jianni said coldly. If TCM is useless, then why bother seeing a TCM doctor? Lin Feng retorted. Ding Jianni was momentarily speechless before quickly adding, My mom made me come. I didn't want to. I'm planning to go to a big hospital in Beijing. Going to any hospital won't help. Lin Feng declared. You're talking nonsense. Ding Jianni stomped her foot in anger. Doctor, I really did take the herbs the previous practitioner prescribed. They didn't work. The female patient waved dismissively toward Ding Jianni before adding earnestly, Are you sure you'll take the herbs for as long as the doctor tells you to? Lin Feng pressed further. Are you sure you took it for the entire duration the doctor prescribed? Lin Feng pressed. The female patient fell silent immediately, but Ding Jianni spoke up directly. If it hasn't worked at all, why would you need to take it for so long? Even if Chinese medicine takes longer to take effect, it shouldn't be that long without showing any results whatsoever. How do you know it had no effect at all? Did you see a doctor? Lin Feng countered. There's no need. My mother's eyes still show no sign of light perception whatsoever. That proves the prescription is flawed. Ding Jianni declared. Perhaps there are some issues with the prescription, Lin Feng said slowly, but if taken long enough, it will definitely have an effect. If the doctor had indeed prescribed a heat-clearing formula earlier, the results might vary, and achieving any effect would take time. But giving up midway was naturally futile. Doctor, could you prescribe something that actually works? The female patient perked up, as if suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope. I can, but as I said before, it won't work for you. Lin Feng sighed softly. Mom, let's go. I think he's doing this on purpose. Ding Jianni said impatiently. Doctor, I'm begging you. I'll pay whatever consultation fee you ask. Just cure my illness, the woman pleaded urgently. Even if it improves, it will eventually relapse. Unless you stop taking those tonics. Lin Feng stated. Tonic herbs? What tonic herbs? Ding Jianni froze in surprise. I've been taking normal tonics. They shouldn't cause much harm to the body, the female patient replied, her voice noticeably lacking confidence. You bought those random health supplements again? Ding Jianni's expression darkened as she confronted her mother. No, absolutely not. Since I was discharged that time, I haven't taken any supplements. I swear, the patient hurriedly declared. Ding Jianni frowned. Judging by her mother's demeanor, she found it hard to tell. I can't say for certain, but you must have taken ginseng for at least 5 consecutive days before this. Your vision started blurring after that, and then you lost sight completely, right? Lin Feng said slowly. Ginseng? Ding Jianni strained to recall, then shook her head. No, I don't think so. I only remember eating duck soup every day before that. Could it be that the duck soup contained? Ginseng is a Chinese herb. It's a powerful tonic and harmless to the body, the female patient protested. Ginseng enters the Tien lung meridian, nourishing fire energy. Those with lung fire pathogens must avoid it. Misusing ginseng or sweet warm herbs like astragalus worsens the condition. Excessive intake proves fatal and untreatable. Those without deficiency must not indiscriminately take ginseng. Lin Feng explained calmly. What? No way. The female patient gaped in disbelief. She had only heard that ginseng was highly nourishing. Her previous hospitalization from health supplements was due to unknown ingredients. Ginseng surely wouldn't pose such risks. Little did she know it could be so harmful. And you've been taking it recently. What kind of formula could possibly suppress this kind of fire? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. If she kept taking it like this, it wouldn't just be blindness, she could lose her life. Doctor, I was wrong. I truly didn't know. Previous doctors never mentioned it, so I thought it was beneficial for my condition. Please save me, the female patient pleaded. Ding Jiani remained silent. Even she, as the daughter, hadn't known about the ginseng intake, yet Lin Feng had uncovered it, proof of his expertise. She was relieved she hadn't taken her mother away. Otherwise, she might never have known how her mother had contracted this illness. Zhuang Yanqin was utterly astonished. She'd assumed the ginseng remark was merely offhand, yet it had proven spot on. From the pulse alone, I can tell the patient has taken ginseng? Even though we both took the pulse, I couldn't detect it at all. Had she not been certain that Lin Feng and the patient were strangers, she would have thought they knew each other quite well. She was eager to see the prescription Lin Feng would propose next. Since he claimed others' formulas for clearing heat and reducing fire were flawed, he must possess a proven, effective remedy. Drink 1 bowl of fresh pear juice daily, about 200 to 300 milliliters, Lin Feng instructed. Ha? Raw pear juice? What kind of medicine is that? The female patient looked utterly bewildered. Buy fresh pears from the fruit shop, juice them, and drink it, Lin Feng explained. That's it? Nothing else? Ding Jiani blurted out. It wasn't that she objected to pear juice, she knew pears could reduce internal heat, but she was seeking a medicinal formula, not buying a beverage. Could this stuff actually cure her illness? Chapter 9, Not as good as here. Facing Ding Jiani's skepticism, Lin Feng replied indifferently, What else do you want? Is this even a proper Chinese medicine prescription? I'm skeptical, Ding Jiani pouted, feeling like she was being brushed off. If this could truly cure her mother, what was the point of all those other medicines she'd taken before? As long as it works, nothing else matters. Lin Feng said slowly. He had no desire to argue, as it seemed pointless. He did his duty as a physician. How patients chose to believe or doubt was beyond his control. Pears are sweet, slightly sour, and cooling in nature. They clear heat, generate fluids, and moisten dryness. Using pear juice now will reduce fire, clear heat, eliminate phlegm, and detoxify it will dispel the heat and calm the fire. Zhuang Yanqin added. Doctor, I trust you. Of all the people I've seen, you're the first to know I ate ginseng. No matter what, I'll try your method, the female patient said. Compared to those bitter-tasting Chinese herbs, fresh pear juice tasted infinitely better. Even if it proved ineffective, she could simply consider it fruit consumption. It wouldn't do any harm. Take it for 5 consecutive days, and the fog before your eyes will partially lift, allowing you to see things with some effort. Within 10 days to a fortnight, your vision should return to normal, Lin Feng explained. The patient's willingness to cooperate was more important than anything else. The subsequent developments should largely align with the simulations in my consciousness. See. As long as this lady didn't start causing trouble again. Really? That's wonderful. A hint of excitement flashed across the patient's face. But, what if it doesn't work? Ding Jiani asked. Simple, Lin Feng replied calmly. Then you can check if your mother has hidden any ginseng in secret. She hasn't. Absolutely not. Hearing you say that, I'd never dare eat it again. Even if someone gave it to me for free, I wouldn't want it. The female patient shook her head vigorously like a rattle. If my mother really did what you say, I'll pay your consultation fee and even give you a commemorative banner to promote your clinic. But if it's not true, then I'm sorry, I'll make sure no one dares come to this clinic again. I mean every word. My word is my bond. Ding Jiani declared with unwavering seriousness. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin exchanged a glance, neither saying a word. Ding Jiani helped her mother out the door, already issuing instructions. Starting today, for the next 5 days, I'll be in charge of everything you eat and drink. Even if you take a single sip of water, I need to know about it. Don't worry. I won't eat those things anymore. Also, throw away every single one of your health supplements and ginseng-like herbs when we get home. Not a single one is to be kept. Oh no, they cost money. It's such a waste to throw them away. Not a bit. After the mother and daughter left, only Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin remained in the clinic. Zhuang Yanqin's large eyes scanned Lin Feng up and down, her gaze brimming with curiosity. Is there something on my face? Lin Feng stood up and asked with a smile. I don't understand why you insist on using raw pear juice. Wouldn't a regular prescription be fine? Zhuang Yanqin's tone carried a hint of doubt. Then could you explain why fresh pear juice isn't a normal prescription?
Lin Feng remained smiling.
Well, I've never seen anyone prescribe it that way before. Zhuang Yanxin looked slightly taken aback, then shook her head gently. If this clinic followed your method of prescribing medicine, it'd probably go bankrupt.
If only the world were free of illness, then let the herbs gather dust on the shelves, Lin Feng said slowly.
Such noble ideals? Aren't you afraid of starving to death?
A hint of surprise flickered in Zhuang Yanxin's eyes. They had crossed paths several times before, but had never spent much time together, so they didn't know each other well. Her father, however, held Lin Feng in high regard. Never before had she seen him praise a young man so effusively.
It's merely a beautiful wish. How could that be?
Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of things.
Since they exist, there must be a reason for it. Truthfully, not every patient can be treated this way. Suitability is paramount.
As a physician, one must naturally choose the most effective method.
Lin Feng explained. How do you know this pear juice is the most effective?
Zhuang Yanxin asked, puzzled.
There were undoubtedly multiple treatment formulas. Each physician might prescribe different remedies for the same ailment. But to claim this formula was the most effective? She couldn't agree.
Not only was the prescription overly simplistic, but the quality of the pears themselves was uncertain.
How could its efficacy possibly surpass that of a formula combining multiple herbs? Well, it's probably just experience.
Lin Feng could only respond thus.
He couldn't very well say, this is the result of my mental simulations in the sea of consciousness, could he?
Not only were they not close enough for him to casually reveal personal secrets, but even if he were willing to share, she might not believe him.
Experience?
Zhuang Yanxin furrowed her brow slightly. She considered every possible answer from Lin Feng, but never these two words. Judging by his age, Lin Feng didn't seem like a seasoned veteran of traditional Chinese medicine.
Besides, just over a year ago, he was still an apprentice at the clinic. How much experience could one possibly accumulate in just over a year? Doesn't seem like it? No problem. We'll see the results when the time comes. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. You're not from around here. What if, where would I find you then?
Zhuang Yanxin teased half-jokingly.
Even if she couldn't fully trust Lin Feng, he had indeed pinpointed the patient's critical issue.
Without the ginseng factor, the prescription would surely work. It was just a matter of time.
Then would you mind if I came back to work here? Lin Feng asked.
I wouldn't dare hire you if you dared come back. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head hastily.
My dad said you've already joined the traditional Chinese medicine department at the People's Hospital. That's a rock-solid job. How could you give that up?
That place might not be as good as here, Lin Feng said with a helpless, bitter smile.
How could that be? Zhuang Yanxin exclaimed. We'll talk about that later. What about your dad? Did he really hand the clinic over to you? Lin Feng asked. What? Am I not capable?
Zhuang Yanxin's voice trailed off, her confidence clearly waning. If Lin Feng hadn't saved her earlier, she had no idea how she would have handled the situation.
I don't know the details, so I won't comment.
But knowing your dad, he probably can't stand being idle, Lin Feng said.
Did you need to see my dad? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Nothing important. Just haven't seen the old man in ages. Is he doing okay?
At Lin Feng's question, Zhuang Yanxin's eyes instantly dimmed, and she couldn't help but sigh heavily. Before he could say more, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Sorry, I need to take this call, Lin Feng said to Zhuang Yanxin after glancing at the caller ID.
Go ahead. Chapter 10, Who Dares to Put on Airs?
Lin Feng turned and took a few steps before answering the call. A deep, elderly male voice came through the receiver.
Old Wei's surgery is done. Why didn't you tell me, you kid? Now I have to hear it from someone else. There was no accusation in his tone.
Though tinged with mild reproach, it wasn't the kind born of anger.
I wouldn't dare disturb you casually.
I figured you'd have your sources, Lin Feng quickly replied. You youngster are being so formal with me.
Insisting this old man reach out to you first? Never seen anyone so full of themselves. You flatter me. I'd never dare act so presumptuous in your presence.
Lin Feng hastily explained.
Who was this man? Feng Tianrui, one of the few remaining masters of traditional Chinese medicine. Who dares to put on airs in front of him?
If anyone had the right to act superior, it would be him. Most people assumed the decision to use traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia for Wei Jiangwo's surgery came from the People's Hospital director, but in reality, it was this master of traditional Chinese medicine who made the call. The director is merely a scapegoat. Even so, the president was quite content to take the fall. After all, it was for a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Others would kill for such an opportunity. As for him, it appeared publicly that the director had made the arrangement, but in reality, it was orchestrated by this master. The director had no idea that the anesthetic formula, Mafeisan, was actually his creation. He probably wouldn't even dare to imagine it, let alone ask about it, and certainly didn't know the ins and outs of the situation. Of course, someone who'd risen to the position of dean certainly knew how to control his curiosity.
Ha!
Others might hesitate, but you, young man, are another story, Feng Tianrui teased.
I'm bold, but I'm not stupid. Why would I do something foolish? Lin Feng replied with a cheeky grin.
Hearing such words would probably scare the living daylights out of anyone else, but he didn't mind. That was just how he and Feng Tianrui interacted. Even if they didn't speak their minds freely, they maintained a level of equality between them.
When it came to status, even the dean wouldn't dare joke around with this master of traditional Chinese medicine, let alone an ordinary resident physician in the same department.
Yet because of the Mafeisan incident, the two truly felt more like friends. Even so, he tried to disturb Feng Tianrui as little as possible, knowing he hadn't yet grown to be his equal. He believed that with the power of his consciousness he would one day achieve considerable mastery in traditional Chinese medicine. Only then would he be truly worthy of an equal dialogue.
Feng Tianrui paused briefly before asking, did anything unexpected happen with the Mafeisan during the surgery?
None, Lin Feng replied. If there were any complications, they would have been caused by human error.
As an anesthetic, the Mafeisan performed perfectly normally.
He saw no need to mention the human-made mishap, not because of anyone else, but simply because it felt unnecessary.
If this man's involvement was the only way he could return to the hospital, then perhaps it was better not to go back at all.
While it can't be called a complete success, it's at least a significant step forward. I hope this will play an important role in expanding the application of Mafeisan for you, Feng Tianrui said.
I'll do my best. Lin Feng replied.
He had now mastered the Mafeisan formula to a great extent. When treating different patients, he needed to use his consciousness to deduce the precise prescription, allowing him to control the duration of anesthesia down to the minute. But this knowledge couldn't remain solely his. Feng Tianrui meant for him to systematize it into a theory for posterity.
Otherwise, if he were no longer around, the Mafeisan would still be lost to history. Most crucially, his energy alone was finite. If Mafeisan truly became a widely used anesthetic, relying solely on him would be impossible. There's no rush. Take your time. As long as you're willing to do it, it's only a matter of time. Feng Tianrui's tone was filled with relief. Is there anything else, sir? Lin Feng asked. What's the matter? Am I wasting your time? Getting impatient with a few more words? Feng Tianrui retorted irritably. Of course not. But talking on the phone is tiring, isn't it? Maybe we could meet in person sometime?
Lin Feng suggested.
You've got some nerve saying that. I asked you to come see me, and you never once showed up. Feng Tianrui snorted coldly. I've been busy, you know? You live so far away. Lin Feng offered an excuse. I happen to have something tomorrow that might need your help. Make time for it.
If the hospital is an issue, I'll have someone handle it, Feng Tianrui said.
No need for that. I can handle it myself.
Lin Feng immediately replied.
He was already suspended. What was there to discuss with the hospital?
Even if he were still employed, there was no room for hesitation in such matters.
Though Feng Tianrui had said it was just in case, the fact he mentioned it meant Lin Feng was irreplaceable in some crucial aspect. At present, nothing else could achieve the desired effect besides the anesthetic. I'll send a car to pick you up. I'll explain the details in person. Feng Tianrui continued. No need for a ride.
Just send me the location, and I'll go directly. Lin Feng genuinely disliked all that pointless formality.
You won't be able to get in even with the location. Follow instructions, understand?
Feng Tianrui's tone carried a hint of sternness. Got it, Lin Feng agreed immediately.
This meant the patient's status was exceptionally sensitive.
Wei Jiangwo was a combat hero, sparking massive public attention, and the hospital had assigned exceptionally high-level protocols. This time, however, everything seemed shrouded in secrecy.
The hospital might not even have a chance to participate. Consider this, Feng Tianrui hadn't even shown up during Wei Jiangwo's surgery. Could someone possibly be even more important than Wei Jiangwo?
Curiosity was inevitable, but it couldn't be voiced casually, especially before the appropriate moment.
We haven't confirmed you for the role yet. Just keep it in mind.
Either way, let's grab a meal afterward and catch up properly, Feng Tianrui said.
Alright, that's definitely fine,
Lin Feng replied. Actually, if he counted the days, it had only been a week since his last meeting with Feng Tianrui, not a long time at all. He always felt he shouldn't waste others' time.
But Feng Tianrui clearly didn't see it that way. That's settled then. See you tomorrow.
Take care of yourself.
Get some rest and don't overwork yourself, Lin Feng quickly added.
This old body of mine can't compare to you young folks, but it's still holding up.
No need to worry. After hanging up, Lin Feng exhaled a long breath. To say he felt no pressure facing a master of traditional Chinese medicine would be an outright lie. Even setting aside his status as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he was still someone of his grandfather's generation. The necessary respect couldn't be overlooked.
While his words could be slightly casual, his overall demeanor couldn't be careless. Sorry about that, Lin Feng turned to Zhuang Yanqin.
The person you were talking to, was it some big shot in medicine? Zhuang Yanqin asked casually.
Judging by his tone, he seemed to hold the other party in high regard.
If I told you he's a national master of traditional Chinese medicine, would you believe me? Lin Feng chuckled. If you are, that'd be great. Could you examine my father first? Zhuang Yanqin gave a helpless, wry smile. What's wrong with him? Chapter 11, Stroke.
Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his eyes instantly flashing with concern. He hadn't seen Zhuang Ziyuan in a long time, but they'd spoken on the phone just half a month ago. Though their conversation was brief, the man seemed perfectly healthy then. If it were just a minor issue, he probably wouldn't have handed the clinic over to his daughter, Zhuang Yanqin. It wasn't that he doubted the young woman's abilities, but she simply couldn't handle everything on her own yet. It felt a bit like forcing a duck to fly. Stroke, Zhuang Yanqin sighed as she replied. Is it serious? Lin Feng asked. It's not life-threatening, but his mobility is severely impaired. He can't walk independently and basically needs assistance at all times. Zhuang Yanqin replied. Is he still at his original residence? Lin Feng pressed. We found a ground-floor apartment to avoid the hassle of stairs, Zhuang Yanqin explained. Take me there. Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Can you treat it? Zhuang Yanqin asked. Yes. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. When dealing with other patients, even if he was 100% certain, he would never say that outright. He always kept a backup plan. But when it came to Zhuang Ziyuan, he would spare no effort to save him. Zhuang Yanqin didn't ask any further questions. She simply closed the clinic door and led Lin Feng toward her parents' residence. Neither spoke along the way. From Zhuang Yanqin's perspective, she naturally hoped Lin Feng had a solution, yet she also knew she couldn't harbor excessive expectations. With a condition like stroke, the physical symptoms it often caused were irreversible. For those over 50 who suffered a stroke, conditions like facial paralysis or hemiplegia were not uncommon. Some were even confined to bed, struggling to even turn over. Even the best hospitals often lack effective treatments. Some cases might see slight improvement with traditional Chinese medicine, but finding a truly skilled TCM practitioner was exceedingly difficult. Although my father himself practiced traditional Chinese medicine, he harbored an inner resistance to seeking treatment from other practitioners unless they were significantly more skilled than he was. Perhaps the only hope was that seeing Lin Feng might lift his father's spirits a little. Lin Feng's pace was lightning fast, leaving Zhuang Yanqin trailing far behind despite jogging. She could only offer verbal directions from behind. The southern part of the residential complex featured a 9-story mid-rise building, with a garden extending behind the first floor. Beyond cultivating land for flowers, grass, and vegetables, the garden also featured a pavilion. Zhuang Ziyuan sat in his wheelchair, his eyes vacant as they stared into the distance. He looked like a walking corpse. Behind him, his wife sighed helplessly and quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Master! The shout snapped Zhuang Ziyuan out of his reverie, a flicker of life returning to his eyes. Lin Feng bypassed the front entrance, pushing open the garden's wooden gate and striding purposefully inside. He knelt down beside Zhuang Ziyuan's wheelchair. You, what are you doing? Zhuang Ziyuan's speech was already slurred. He tried to reach out to pull Lin Feng up, but his hands were utterly powerless. I'm so late. I had no idea you'd. Lin Feng's voice caught in his throat. He had witnessed countless separations and deaths in the hospital, yet when it happened to someone close, the pain was still overwhelming. Zhuang Ziyuan was still alive. If he had suffered a fatal stroke, Lin Feng might never have had the chance to see him again. He really should have come to see his master sooner. Xiao Feng, don't be like this. Your master looks distressed, the woman beside him said. Master's wife, you should have told me, Lin Feng replied, not immediately rising. After all, the last time we met, Zhuang Ziyuan was like a young man, moving freely, seemingly never knowing fatigue. How could a person change so drastically in such a short time? I was going to tell you, but your master wouldn't let me, Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. What's there to say? I'm not dead. Zhuang Ziyuan forced his words to come out clearly. Zhuang Yanqin stood nearby, unaware that Lin Feng had such a close relationship with her parents. In her mind, Lin Feng was merely someone who had once worked at the clinic. Although her father held him in high regard, there wasn't a particularly deep bond between them. Sigh. Why say this in front of the child? If you don't tell him, he'll find out sooner or later. Xiao Yun disliked her husband speaking this way. At this age, the last thing anyone wanted to hear was talk of death. If I'd known sooner, maybe I could have suffered less, Lin Feng said slowly. You have a way to cure it? Xiao Yun's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly asked. Zhuang Ziyuan shot his wife a glare. Though he said nothing, his meaning was clear. Was she deliberately making things difficult for Lin Feng? Let me take your pulse first, Lin Feng said without elaborating. No amount of talk could be more reliable than presenting a treatment plan. No need. Zhuang Ziyuan seemed quite resistant to the idea. He knew his own condition well enough. Even if Lin Feng learned the details, it wouldn't help. There was no cure, and it would only add unnecessary pressure. For a healer, the most unbearable thing was being powerless to help. When that person was someone familiar, it truly bred a profound sense of helplessness. To outsiders, they were employer and employee, but they both knew they were master and apprentice, family. The boy has asked. How can you refuse? Whether it works or not, we have to try, Shi Qiaoyun urged. She knew Lin Feng was a good kid, one who understood gratitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat him like his own son. She didn't expect Lin Feng to have a miracle cure, but hiding it any longer was impossible. Dad, it seems he's not at his former level.
Even if he can't treat you, he might know someone who can. Zhuang Yanxin chimed in. No more treatment. Zhuang Ziyuan declared. Master, as the patient, how can you refuse treatment? It's not time to give up completely yet. Besides, this is your chance to see how much I've improved over the past year. Lin Feng said with a smile. He understood Zhuang Ziyuan's temperament. While flattering him might work, but forcing the issue was out of the question. After some deliberation, Zhuang Ziyuan finally nodded slightly. Since he was addressed as master, he ought to act like one. He should do what a master ought to do. Such opportunities might not come again. Lin Feng took a deep breath to steady his nerves before placing his fingers on the pulse. Emotional instability could cloud judgment, especially when pulse patterns presented a myriad of possibilities, making misinterpretation all too easy. The closer the person, the more one must rein in emotions and maintain objectivity to ensure accuracy. The pulse is taut and slippery. The tongue is red with a thick, greasy yellow coating. In recent days, you've experienced restlessness, a bitter taste in the mouth, abdominal distension, poor appetite, loose stools, frequent urination, and dark yellow urine. Chapter 12, Phlegm Fire Transforming into Wind. When Lin Feng described the pulse and tongue coating, Zhuang Ziyuan nodded frequently, his face radiating admiration. Though not all these skills were taught by him, he felt immense pride that his disciple had attained such proficiency. Given time, his future prospects were boundless. However, when Lin Feng described the subsequent symptoms, Zhuang Ziyuan's expression shifted, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Everything you've said is correct. Shi Qiaoyun nodded. Having cared for her husband around the clock recently, she was intimately familiar with his symptoms. Lin Feng had described them word for word. Left side motor impairment, inability to grip with the hand, difficulty walking, limb weakness, and sudden episodes of intense pain. Lin Feng continued. Zhuang Ziyuan and Shi Qiaoyun both turned to look at their daughter, Zhuang Yanxin, almost simultaneously. Don't look at me. I only said you had a stroke and your mobility was impaired. I didn't say anything else, Zhuang Yanxin shrugged. She was equally shocked inside, but having seen the clinic records beforehand, she appeared relatively composed on the surface. You knew all this just from taking his pulse? Shi Qiaoyun blurted out. She believed this was also what her husband wanted to say. Everything I just mentioned, you already know. But I also know things you don't, Lin Feng said with a smile. Things I don't know? Shi Qiaoyun froze slightly. That's impossible. My mother has always taken care of my father. She knows everything about his lifestyle and habits inside out. Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but interject. Lin Feng's claim seemed a bit exaggerated. Master, you said you'd quit drinking, but you haven't stopped at all, have you? Lin Feng turned to look at Zhuang Ziyuan, his expression turning serious. Zhuang Ziyuan's eyes flashed with panic as he shook his head vigorously. How could that be? Over the past year, you haven't cut back on drinking. Alcohol is inherently damp. Damp heat accumulates, and prolonged consumption turns into phlegm, generating fire and wind, obstructing the meridians. When disaster strikes, it leads to paralysis. Lin Feng stated calmly. Under normal circumstances, even knowing Zhuang Ziyuan hadn't quit drinking, he wouldn't have pointed it out directly. But now that things had come to this, there was no way around exposing the truth. So that's it. I knew it. Why would he suddenly have a stroke and collapse for no reason? The root cause was right here all along. Shi Qiaoyun exclaimed, her expression one of sudden realization. Before this, she'd been baffled how could someone seemingly healthy suffer a stroke out of nowhere. Her husband had always been in good health. Though his blood pressure was slightly elevated, he had no harmful habits, and the clinic hadn't overworked him. Only now did she realize she'd been kept in the dark all along. There's no such thing as out of the blue, it was all because of drinking. No. Zhuang Ziyuan shook his head repeatedly, refusing to admit it. Master, signaling me now won't help. When I was here, I could keep an eye on you. But after I left, you became reckless, didn't you? Phlegm fire transforming into wind, causing stroke. You should know this better than I. Shu Danqi said, in the southeast, the climate is warm and the land damp. Those afflicted with wind-related ailments suffer not from wind itself, but from dampness in the earth generating phlegm, phlegm generating fire, and fire generating wind. This perfectly matches your condition. If you went to the hospital for tests, the diagnosis would be cerebral thrombosis. Am I right? Hearing Lin Feng's detailed and precise explanation, Zhuang Ziyuan could only close his eyes in resignation, abandoning all resistance. At this point, any verbal defense felt futile. Especially since he hadn't even explained himself clearly. This was his own disciple, trying to drive him to his grave. What else is there to say? I never imagined you'd deceive me. That rotten liquor you've been drinking it your whole life, what good has it done you? You're determined to gamble away your life before you're satisfied, aren't you? Shi Qiaoyun began to berate Zhuang Ziyuan.
Had someone else said it, she might have doubted it. But coming from Lin Feng, she had no reason to question it. Even if she didn't know how Lin Feng had figured it out.
Mom, shouldn't we hear the treatment plan first? Zhuang Yanxin quickly interjected.
No matter how much she blamed her father now, it was useless. The incident had already happened.
The most important thing was finding a solution.
Hearing Lin Feng speak like this, he must have a solution. Otherwise, all this talk would be pointless.
Right. Shi Qiaoyun nodded immediately, turning to Lin Feng. How should this be treated? We've tried both Chinese and Western medicine, but it's had almost no effect. Actually, my master's condition isn't so bad. He can't move, and he shouldn't even think about drinking. How about we just slightly improve his situation?
Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Zhuang Ziyuan. Zhuang Ziyuan's eyes snapped open, his gaze filled with fury. If he could speak normally, he'd be cursing like mad. Are you even human? Why don't you first consider quitting alcohol completely? Then we can discuss treatment options. Lin Feng ignored Zhuang Ziyuan's potential tirade and laid out his demand.
The boy's right. If you don't quit drinking, treatment will be pointless. You need to think this through yourself. Shi Qiaoyun nodded in agreement. Master's wife, has my master been taking his medicine these past few days? Bring it here for me to examine. It'll give him time to think it over.
Lin Feng said. Within his consciousness, calculations had already begun. It was no exaggeration to say this might not be the most severe case he'd encountered, but it was undoubtedly the most complex. To achieve a complete cure and restore his body to near its former state would be an extraordinarily difficult task.
Got it. I'll fetch them now. Shi Qiaoyun hurried into the house. After Shi Qiaoyun left, Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but speak up. What are you still pondering? Drinking has such dire consequences, and you still haven't learned your lesson? Besides, it's no longer about what you want. My mother absolutely forbids you from touching alcohol. You know exactly what my mom's like. There's no negotiating on this. If you're to blame, it's for letting your brilliant apprentice spill everything. Zhuang Ziyuan shot Lin Feng a look that seemed to say he'd rather die than back down. Please don't be angry. Drinking isn't completely out of the question.
I promise you, at least once a month, I'll let you have a drink. I'll make sure my master's wife never finds out.
I'm not saying this because I want to.
It's just that this kind of thing can't be hidden. If she finds out some other way, the conflict will be even worse. Lin Feng explained with a smile.
You mean it? Zhuang Ziyuan demanded. Of course I am. Why else would I send my master's wife away? Lin Feng retorted. Shi Qiaoyun returned shortly, carrying the residue left from boiling the herbs.
Lin Feng took it, quickly identified the herbs, and sighed deeply.
What kind of quack doctor prescribed this? This medicine is definitely useless.
The previous medicine had merely served as an excuse, though he hadn't anticipated the prescription being so utterly subpar. But he didn't notice that Zhuang Ziyuan in the wheelchair had turned green, a terrifying shade of green.
Chapter 13, The Complete Prescription.
Shi Qiaoyun and Zhuang Yanxin both wore slightly awkward expressions.
What? Did I say something wrong?
Lin Feng sensed the awkward atmosphere and asked.
This prescription was written by your master, Shi Qiaoyun replied.
Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words.
Once a teacher, always a father.
He had dismissed his master's medicine as worthless though unintentional. It was an insult to a teacher. Especially the words quack doctor. They could drag a physician down into the dust.
Zhuang Ziyuan hated those two words the most.
They say practitioners can't heal themselves. From the very start of pulse diagnosis, there could be significant issues.
A misjudgment is understandable.
Lin Feng's mind raced, quickly finding excuses to justify himself.
You better actually have a way to cure this, or else you're finished. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head gently. The treatment cycle might be lengthy.
Each cycle lasts about 5 days and will need 5 or 6 cycles, Lin Feng explained slowly.
What kind of recovery can we expect in the end? Shi Qiaoyun asked urgently. At the very least, you'll regain full mobility.
The specifics depend on the situation, Lin Feng replied.
Are you sure? Zhuang Yanxin sounded doubtful.
She believed that significantly alleviating her father's symptoms was already difficult enough. Restoring his mobility seemed nearly impossible. Certain brain damages were irreversible.
Absolutely certain.
As I said before, talking about it won't help. We'll see the results when the time comes.
Lin Feng didn't elaborate further. Prescribe the medicine. Zhuang Ziyuan spoke up.
Shi Qiaoyun immediately handed him paper and pen. Lin Feng sat down on the stone stool beside her and wrote out the complete prescription in one breath. 5 grams of coptis, 10 grams of scutularia, 10 grams of bamboo shavings, 12 grams of poria.
Knowing Zhuang Ziyuan was deeply interested in the prescription, Shi Qiaoyun read it aloud. Qin. Lian Wen Dan decoction. Zhuang Ziyuan declared immediately after hearing it. Correct. The therapeutic principle is to clear heat, dry dampness, eliminate phlegm, and unblock collaterals. Hence, we modify the Scutellaria coptis warm gallbladder decoction. The original decoction descends counterflow and transforms phlegm, while Scutellaria and coptis, with their bitter cold nature, clear heat and dry dampness. Agastache, eupatorium, magnolia bark, and acarus transform turbidity and open orifices. Salvia and earthworm invigorate blood and unblock collaterals, while quackseed strengthens the spleen and drains dampness. Combining these herbs clears damp heat, eliminates phlegm turbidity, and extinguishes fire in wind. For any other patient, Lin Feng would never have provided such a detailed analysis of the prescription. The reason is simple, it serves no purpose. Most patients don't need detailed knowledge of their medications. Rather than knowing these specifics, it's better for them to remember the contraindications between doses. It's not that he underestimates patients, but rather that different fields are worlds apart. Patients remain laypeople, and even some practitioners who've spent years in traditional Chinese medicine may not fully grasp pharmacology. What patients need to do is trust their doctor and take their medicine as prescribed. There is no need to delve too deeply into the causes of illness or the properties of medicines. First, even if you could grasp it to some extent, it wouldn't help much. Second, knowing too much might only burden you, affect your mood, and ultimately hinder your recovery. The current situation was different. Zhuang Ziyuan was a professional practitioner. When he spoke, the other party understood, and he took this opportunity to showcase the results of his recent efforts. No. Zhuang Ziyuan seemed visibly agitated. No? Shi Chaoyun frowned slightly. No, wrong. The second word finally popped out after a long pause. Next time, just nod, okay? Your mouth's in such a state, and you still have to be so subtle about it. Shi Chaoyun looked utterly exasperated. Scolded like this, Zhuang Ziyuan could only roll his eyes. Forgive my bluntness, but just this one formula alone, expecting it to fully restore my father seems rather unrealistic, doesn't it? Zhuang Yanqin couldn't help but question. I already explained. At least 5 cycles are needed. For each cycle, I'll adjust the formula based on my master's condition. But this formula will still have some effect, Lin Feng replied. In truth, within his consciousness he had already simulated the 5 optimal formulas for each cycle. However, the formulas for the later cycles weren't needed just yet. For the next cycle, he would still simulate the subsequent cycles to ensure the prescribed formula was always the optimal solution. It seems simple enough, but in reality, no other practitioner could possibly achieve this. Unless they possessed experience comparable to Feng Tianrui's level. I trust Xiao Feng. There's no other option anyway, let's proceed with his treatment plan. Shi Chaoyun made the decision decisively. To outsiders, it appeared Zhuang Ziyuan held the reins at the Zhuang household. But Lin Feng knew full well that Shi Chaoyun was the true decision-maker. In public, Shi Chaoyun preserved Zhuang Ziyuan's dignity, making him appear authoritative. Yet in reality, once Shi Chaoyun made a decision, it was virtually set in stone. Lin Feng knew this, and how could Zhuang Yanqin not? As his daughter, she could still muster some resistance against her father, Zhuang Ziyuan. But when it came to Shi Chaoyun, she was truly powerless. Soft approaches or hard tactics were all futile. Opposing it now would be nothing but a waste of time and energy. Then I'll have to trouble you to come here every 5 days, Zhuang Yanqin said. It's the least I can do. For master's illness, I'd come every day if I had to. But what about what I mentioned before coming back to work here? Won't you consider it? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Are you serious? I thought you were joking, Zhuang Yanqin stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Of course not. You can't handle it alone, can you? Lin Feng replied. Xiao Feng, you're coming back to the clinic? Didn't you already go to a big hospital? What's wrong? Not happy with the job? Shi Chaoyun asked urgently. You could say that, Lin Feng nodded slightly. He didn't want to go into specifics just yet, to spare the elderly couple any unnecessary worry. Then come back. While we can't match the big hospitals, our benefits and treatment are pretty good. Stay as long as you need. With your master like this, it'll probably be hard for him to return. Xinyan alone. Shi Chaoyun said. She didn't press him about his troubles. If he wanted to talk, he would. What I miss most is your cooking. Stack all the hospital chefs together, and they wouldn't amount to 1/10 of what you make. Lin Feng said with a smile. You're exaggerating, child. If you miss it, just come back to eat. I won't promise anything else, but food? We'll have plenty. Shi Chaoyun waved her hand dismissively, then suddenly remembered something. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm definitely getting hungry. Just thinking about Shi Chaoyun's home cooking made Lin Feng's mouth water. Then I'll start cooking right now. Shi Chaoyun hurriedly stood up and walked briskly toward the kitchen. Zhuang Yanqin narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Lin Feng. I'm the clinic's owner now. Whether you stay or not is entirely up to me. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. It's fine. If it's too much trouble, forget it. It's not impossible. But first, there's a 1-month probation period with no salary.
You'll get a 30% commission on the income from patients who come for consultations.
If you pass probation, we can discuss a base salary then. Also, you can't expect me, the owner, to clean up the mess inside and outside the clinic, can you?
Zhuang Yanxin rattled off a string of demands.
Boss, have you heard of labor laws? Chapter 14, Different Strokes for Different Folks.
After finishing the feast prepared by his master's wife, Lin Feng stayed by Zhuang Ziyuan's side. Though his speech was somewhat slurred, Lin Feng could still make out his words by listening carefully. The conversation was a bit taxing, but he showed no sign of impatience. Sure, Qiao Yun and her daughter hadn't seen Zhuang Ziyuan speak so much in days. Already not very talkative by nature, his speech impediment made him even more reluctant to speak. Yet with Lin Feng present, he seemed like a completely different person. That night, Lin Feng didn't go home. He stayed on the living room sofa. This was nothing unusual for him back when he worked at the clinic. He often slept in the living room.
The house had 2 bedrooms, one occupied by the elderly couple, the other by Zhuang Yanxin.
Though it sat mostly empty, the girl's room had a style he found unbearable. Besides, he couldn't just sleep in someone else's bed. The elderly couple treated him like their own son, but he couldn't completely disregard boundaries. Besides, he didn't want to make Zhuang Yanxin uncomfortable, putting the elderly couple in an awkward position.
Early the next morning, the aroma of cooking woke him.
He hurriedly got ready and sat down to savor the bowl of vegetable congee he'd been craving for so long.
You really don't hold back, do you?
Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes, her tone sharp. Having a man suddenly appear in the house made her extremely uncomfortable, but since her mother insisted on keeping him, she dared not say much despite her reluctance.
Why are you so talkative?
Sure, Qiao Yun glared at Zhuang Yanxin.
Am I the real daughter here, or is he? Zhuang Yanxin retorted, clearly annoyed.
Ever since Lin Feng showed up, her standing in the family had plummeted.
Was this guy her apprentice or her son? Both are my own, Shi Qiaoyun replied. Oof.
Zhuang Yanxin pursed her lips, then turned to Lin Feng.
So, can you accept the terms I laid out yesterday? Sure thing.
Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Zhuang Yanxin froze for a moment, her eyes widening.
She'd expected the other party to haggle, never imagining they'd actually agree. The conditions she'd laid out were undeniably harsh, nothing more than a desperate attempt to keep him from returning, yet he'd actually endured it? Then you can start work today. Not today. I have something else to do. Lin Feng was mid-sentence when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he shoveled the remaining porridge into his mouth before rising to place the bowl in the kitchen sink. Master, mistress, I'm heading out. Remember to give Master his medicine. What's the rush with this kid? Shi Qiaoyun hadn't even finished speaking when she saw Lin Feng already pulling open the door and walking out. Who knows if he's off to do something worthwhile? Zhuang Yanxin muttered under her breath. What are you talking about? I can't vouch for everything, but this kid's character is absolutely beyond reproach, Shi Qiaoyun said. He sure has a big mouth. You know what he said yesterday? That the national medicine guy called him. I say, the only reason he couldn't cut it at the big hospital is because of that big mouth of his. Zhuang Yanxin sneered. I know him. He's not the type to go around making things up. Shi Qiaoyun shook her head. A national-level doctor? Like they grow on trees. If he could actually know one, why would he come to our little clinic? There are plenty of national medical institutions. Zhuang Yanxin said, sounding somewhat exasperated. Her mother had no idea how valuable a connection with a traditional Chinese medicine master truly was. To each their own. I'm not even going to argue. I'm off to the clinic. Zhuang Yanxin felt like her mother had been brainwashed. Anything she said would be a waste of time. Watching her daughter walk away, Shi Qiaoyun sighed heavily. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as if she'd just thought of something. Old man, do you think our daughter and Lin Feng have a chance? Zhuang Ziyuan shook his head so vigorously it seemed like it might fly off. Little Feng is such a good kid. I think he and our daughter would make a great match. She's getting older, and her standards are too high. In a few years, she'll really become an old maid, unable to find a husband. Now that the two kids have a chance to spend time together, who knows? Maybe they'll spark something special. Shi Qiaoyun paid no heed to Zhuang Ziyuan's reaction, continuing to speak to herself with a smile spreading across her face, as if she could already envision the two tying the knot. Lin Feng exited the residential compound before redialing the number. He roughly described the address and sent the location. Only then did he stroll leisurely back toward the community gate. After waiting by the roadside for about 10 minutes, a black Audi pulled up beside him. After a quick identity check, the driver opened the door and invited him inside. Just by looking at the license plate and number repeated several times, one could tell the owner of the car was no ordinary person. The car glided smoothly along the road, no sudden bursts of speed, no abrupt stops. It seemed as if every move was anticipated, yet the pace remained steady, a testament to the driver's exceptional skill. The driver appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, his full attention fixed on the road. He remained silent the entire journey. The final destination differed from typical residential complexes, resembling more of a villa district, though not extravagantly so. No high rises here, just 4 or 5-story buildings that, from the outside, look no different from those in any ordinary residential complex. Guards stood at the entrance, requiring verification before entry. Perhaps because the vehicle was unusual, they only glanced at the occupants inside and did not check any credentials before allowing us to pass. Throughout the entire process, the driver remained silent. Inside the compound, the car slowed considerably, maintaining a speed below 40 kilometers per hour. It finally came to a stop at a parking space in front of a 5-story building. Just as Lin Feng was about to open the door, it swung open on its own. A middle-aged man led him into the reception hall. The reception room was spacious, decorated in a minimalist style rather than opulence. The carpet was soft and thick, spotless and dust-free. Please take a seat here. The man gestured toward the nearby sofa, his tone polite. Lin Feng nodded, noticing what appeared to be another person seated on a nearby sofa. With their back turned to him, he could only make out that it was a middle-aged man. That area was relatively separate from this one. Perhaps it was to prevent awkwardness between strangers. This arrangement seemed hardly surprising. If they could even invite Feng Tianrui, inviting a few more people was perfectly normal. He didn't know what he was waiting for, nor how long he'd have to wait, but wait he would. So we could only sit down. Once Feng Tianrui arrived, the boredom would likely fade. Might as well just close my eyes and rest. What are you doing here? How did you get in? A slightly grating male voice rang out beside him, tinged with sharpness. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and realized the middle-aged man sitting on the nearby sofa had somehow appeared right in front of him. And this man was no stranger. Chapter 15, Too Stubborn. The middle-aged man's face was grim, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng with such ferocity it seemed he wanted to devour him alive. Seeing no response, the man continued his interrogation. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? Why are you here? What's it to you? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Lin Feng retorted irritably. This place isn't somewhere you should be. I don't know how you snuck in, but I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The speaker was none other than Wu Jijie, the head of surgery who had previously clashed with Lin Feng. It was because of this man that Lin Feng had been suspended. Yet no one seemed concerned about what had actually transpired in the operating room. Use your not-so-reliable brain for a second. Do you really think anyone could just waltz in here? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and retorted. No sane person would utter such a ridiculous statement. There were guards at the entrance, and everyone had to be checked. Who could possibly sneak in? So you're saying you were invited here too? Wu Jijie's brow immediately furrowed. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence, but he simply couldn't fathom what purpose someone like Lin Feng served here. Same question, what's it got to do with you? Lin Feng had no intention of answering Wu Jijie's query. Besides pulling strings, I can't think of any other way you could have gotten in. Even if you did, what good would it do? Expecting someone to overturn the hospital's disciplinary action against you? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I, Wu, still hold some sway in this hospital. Those who cross me don't end well. Besides, look at yourself. What are you, anyway? You haven't even grown your wings yet, and you dare challenge me? Where did you get the nerve? Wu Jijie sneered contemptuously. He naturally assumed that Lin Feng was now desperately trying every means to return to the hospital. The hospital administration wouldn't budge easily, so he must be seeking someone who could pressure them. Unfortunately, this notion was utterly ridiculous and utterly impossible. Heh. You're so impressive, should we give you an award? Lin Feng retorted sarcastically. Stop pretending. This was simple from the start. Just bow your head to me. Things are already this way, I won't make you take the fall. We can both walk away clean. Why make things hard for yourself? Wu Jijie declared. He didn't know whether Lin Feng was genuinely foolish or feigning it. If such a simple solution existed, why wouldn't he take it? Was bowing to him really that humiliating? Why should I bow to you? I haven't done anything wrong, Lin Feng retorted. At your age, you're still this naive? You think you don't need to bow down? Besides, there's no such thing as right or wrong. Whoever holds the higher social status holds the power. If you can't grasp even this basic truth, you won't survive anywhere. Wu Jijie shook his head, a mocking smile curling his lips. Young people today think so simplistically. Couldn't they see that the power of life and death was firmly in someone else's hands? That tough exterior is just a temporary facade. In the end, it'll only lead to a hero's short-lived glory. Put simply, whoever can find stronger allies is the one who rules, right? Lin Feng asked with a smile. You can interpret it that way. But the dean won't side with you, give up that notion. Wu Jijie's words carried a hint of contempt. If Lin Feng truly knew the dean, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. There must be some intermediary involved, but even that likely wouldn't make a difference now. On one side stands the head of surgery, a formidable figure in his field. On the other, a young, ordinary doctor from traditional Chinese medicine. If forced to choose sides, it's clearly a case of choosing the lesser of two evils. Lin Feng stated.
That's the logic. To be honest, comparing the two of us is simply inappropriate. The gap is too vast. You have two paths before you. One is to bow your head and regain your position. The other is to lose not only this job but potentially your entire career in this field. That doesn't seem like a difficult choice, does it? Wu Zhijie retorted. The reason for all this talk wasn't about anything else, it was purely about saving face. Outsiders might not know, but everyone who participated in yesterday's surgery was aware of what happened. They just dared not discuss it in front of him. If Lin Feng bowed his head now, he would save face in front of the entire department. He had the authority to have Lin Feng punished by higher-ups, and he could just as easily have the punishment revoked. What a huge face-saving move! But if Lin Feng refused to back down and dug in his heels, even if he managed to get the man removed, it would still feel unsatisfying. After all, this young man clearly didn't hold him in any regard. I feel like people are laughing at me behind my back. Sorry, I'm too stubborn to bend, Lin Feng shrugged. If you keep digging in your heels like this, it won't affect me, but you'll pay a heavy price. Wu Zhijie frowned slightly. Not necessarily. You might not end up with a happy ending either. Things in this world aren't as simple as you think, Lin Feng replied calmly. Poof. Your threats are utterly feeble. Do you believe that with a single word from me, you could be made to leave this place? Wu Zhijie sneered coldly. Don't get ahead of yourself. This place isn't under your control. Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Then just wait and see. Wu Zhijie was thoroughly annoyed. He scanned the area, searching for the person who had greeted him earlier, only to find no trace of them. Lin Feng merely smiled, saying nothing. Just then, a figure entered through the doorway. Dressed in a red and black tangsuit, closer inspection revealed intricate embroidered patterns. His hair was graying, though not sparse. His face betrayed an age of at least 70, yet his stride was remarkably steady. From several meters away, the man pointed his finger toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't stay seated any longer. He stood up, his face beaming with a smile as he hurried forward to greet him. You've put on some weight, haven't you, kid? Feng Tianrui teased. Not too bad. But Mr. Feng, you look much better than before, Lin Feng replied. He knew the teasing was playful. His physique hadn't changed much. If anything, yesterday's satisfying feast had made a slight difference, but it wasn't noticeable. Indeed. I've started exercising again. Not quite what I used to be, but the foundation is still there. Feng Tianrui chatted with Lin Feng, leaving Wu Zhijie standing awkwardly to the side. Wu Zhijie didn't dare interrupt rashly. More importantly, he was still trying to figure out who this old man really was. He had been brought here by someone else, yet the other man moved freely in and out of this place. Could it be the owner of this place? He felt a sense of familiarity about this man, but for the life of him, he couldn't place where he'd seen him before. Chapter 16, Strangers Don't Chat. Wu Zhijie thought to himself, someone so familiar with Lin Feng couldn't be just anyone. Yet the man before him seemed extraordinary, and most importantly, familiar. He couldn't just blurt out, "Who are you?" Regardless of whether he'd answer, such a move would be downright rude. Lin Feng addressed him as Old Feng, so Wu Zhijie began racking his brain for anyone he knew with that surname. After racking his brain for a while, he still couldn't come up with an answer. He discreetly pulled out his phone and searched online for prominent figures in the medical field surnamed Feng. If that didn't work, he'd have to take a discrete photo and run it through online recognition. Finally, his phone screen settled on the name Feng Tianrui. Clicking on it revealed a photo slightly blurry, but unmistakably the man before him. After briefly scanning the personal details, he was utterly shocked. This man was none other than a nationally renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. In today's China, those truly deserving the title of national physician could be counted on one hand. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that he had met him in person. He had seen the man's photo in certain news reports or publications. But none of that was the point. The real surprise was that Feng Tianrui actually knew Lin Feng. The way they chatted casually was exactly like old friends catching up. Lin Feng knew Feng Tianrui, which wasn't surprising after all. Countless people knew this renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. But why would a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner know an obscure young doctor? Merely knowing each other would be one thing, but their relationship seemed quite close. At that moment, Feng Tianrui's mind was filled with astonishment and confusion. This was the most unreasonable thing he had ever encountered. He couldn't help but want to ask, what gives him the right? You are Master Feng, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Wu Zhijie finally managed to control his emotions and cautiously asked. Putting aside his confusion for the moment, he proactively greeted the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. After all, opportunities like this didn't come along every day. Though he practiced Western medicine, aligning himself with a master of traditional Chinese medicine could unlock unimaginable resources. Everyone knew that purely Western-trained doctors in China could never become traditional Chinese medicine masters. And you are. Feng Tianrui looked at Wu Zhijie, clearly having no recollection of him. It really is you. I never imagined meeting you here. My name is Wu Zhijie, Chief of Surgery at the Municipal People's Hospital. Wu Jijie hurriedly introduced himself at top speed. Leaving a favorable impression on a master of traditional Chinese medicine would be an absolute advantage. Feng Tianrui turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Do you know him?" "Not really," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head lightly. "Oh, since you're not acquainted, there's no need to chat. I'll take you upstairs first." Feng Tianrui didn't spare Wu Jijie another glance. Unfamiliar didn't mean they didn't know each other. From what he knew of Lin Feng, the kid was polite. If they truly hadn't met, he would likely have said they'd crossed paths at the hospital. His response now suggested more than just unfamiliarity, there was tension between them. Setting courtesy aside, as a young doctor, Lin Feng wouldn't rashly provoke a chief of surgery. The situation was simple, the other party was bullying him. Since the fault lay with the other party, what else was there to discuss? Perhaps to everyone else in the hospital, Lin Feng was just an ordinary doctor, nothing special. But in his eyes, Lin Feng was a rare genius. If traditional Chinese medicine must find someone to carry on its legacy, he would choose Lin Feng without hesitation. Only this man could truly resolve the predicament facing traditional Chinese medicine. It's no exaggeration to say someone like Lin Feng comes along only once every few centuries. He himself was famously generous in recognizing talent, let alone such an extraordinary one. Had Lin Feng not wished to hone his skills at the grassroots level, he would have secured him a far more prestigious position long ago. Therefore, not disciplining Wu Jijie at this moment was already considered quite gracious. Wu Jijie froze, his expression shifting abruptly. He hadn't anticipated Feng Tianrui would ask Lin Feng, much less that Feng would instantly shift his stance based on Lin Feng's words. As a national physician, even if inwardly displeased, one must maintain appearances outwardly, otherwise, it would damage one's personal image. This action could only mean one thing: Feng Tianrui valued Lin Feng more than his own reputation. He wanted to say something, but momentarily at a loss for words, he could only watch as Lin Feng and Feng Tianrui headed toward the staircase. "What? Got a grudge against him? Want me to have him fired? Out of sight, out of mind," Feng Tianrui remarked as they walked. His voice carried clearly, almost as if he intended Wu Jijie to overhear. "Well, that might not be appropriate. He seems to have been invited," Lin Feng replied with a helpless smile. To others, perhaps they assumed that since he was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he must be refined and gentle. Besides, at his age, he should certainly pay attention to his own image. But in reality, that wasn't the case at all. If he had any grievances, he'd voice them immediately, no holding back, even if it meant cursing. If his health permitted, he'd have taken someone on in a fight. The fact that he hadn't cursed Wu Jijie out loud was purely out of respect for the host. Having him hear it and being asked to leave was already quite a dignified way to handle it. What's inappropriate about that? Who could possibly object to me kicking someone out? Feng Tianrui said casually. Wu Jijie wasn't deaf. Hearing their exchange, he couldn't help but tremble. It felt like a slap across his own face. He had just boasted that he could make Lin Feng leave with a single word, yet now it was he who was being shown the door. And they were discussing it openly, without even bothering to hide it from him. He was nothing but fish on a cutting board, at their mercy. No need, Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Wu Jijie's purpose for coming here was still unclear, he couldn't just dismiss him so rashly. Feng Tianrui could act without restraint, but he still didn't want someone like this to tarnish the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Wu Jijie should now realize how ridiculous his earlier words and those spoken yesterday truly were. Wu Jijie breathed a silent sigh of relief. At least for now, he wouldn't have to leave. A flood of incomprehensible thoughts surged through his mind. Why hadn't Lin Feng sought Feng Tianrui's help after being suspended by the hospital? A single word from Feng Tianrui would have been enough to have the punishment revoked without him needing to intervene personally. Forget Li Fugue, even the hospital director was nothing. Now, Lin Feng clearly had the chance to drive him away as revenge, yet he didn't. Why? Was he genuinely unwilling, or was he brewing an even greater scheme? And most importantly, what exactly is the relationship between Lin Feng and Feng Tianrui? What possible role could Lin Feng play at an event like this today? He's just an ordinary doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department. This is an incredibly important surgical procedure taking place here today. A young doctor doesn't even have the qualifications to observe. Chapter 17, Never Heard of Him. Feng Tianrui led Lin Feng to a room on the second floor. This was a relatively private reception room. 3 people were already seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Feng Tianrui enter, they immediately rose to greet him. Senior Feng. MHM. Please, everyone, take a seat. Feng Tianrui waved his hand and said with a smile. None of the 3 dared to sit first. Only after Feng Tianrui took his seat did they return to their original places. Lin Feng was seated directly next to Feng Tianrui. The middle-aged man on his right, around 50, was dressed in a suit and tie. His short hair was streaked with gray, and he had a stern, square face. Judging by his position, this man was likely the host. This is Dr. Lin Feng, Feng Tianrui introduced. Dr. Lin, hello. I'm Yao Yuwei. The square-jawed man introduced himself proactively. Hearing the name, Lin Feng immediately recognized him as the government official frequently featured on local news broadcasts, the deputy mayor. Known for his tough-handed approach and genuine concern for the people, he had earned the nickname Iron Mayor. Iron Mayor didn't actually have the surname Iron, nor did his name contain the character for iron. However, anyone familiar with the story knew this nickname originated from a previous mayor whose name included the character for iron, and it had stuck ever since. Any official who truly served the people with impartiality and dedication would be affectionately called by this nickname. It transcends official rank, even non-mayors have earned this title. The current mayor certainly lives up to the name. Online clips still circulate showing him berating a contractor responsible for shoddy construction work. Rumor has it that the contractor tried to pull some underhanded tricks afterward, but there was simply nothing he could do. Yao Yuwei's father is none other than General Yao Qihua. He is also one of the patients we treated this time. Feng Tianruwei stated. I see, Lin Feng finally understood. Even if it were the father of a deputy mayor, things wouldn't have escalated this far. At the very least, Feng Tianruwei couldn't have summoned him at will. But if it was General Yao Qihua, then nothing would be considered excessive. This general was a senior military commander who had fought through the war years and was one of the few remaining veterans. Without their bloody battles, where would today's peaceful life come from? During the war, Yao Qihua had multiple shrapnel fragments lodged in his body, enduring years of agonizing pain. Coupled with his declining health in recent years, he sought to have them surgically removed. Feng Tianruwei continued explaining the details. In truth, this surgery wasn't a recent proposal. Plans had been in the works for years, but due to the significant risks involved in Yao Qihua's own reluctance, it had been shelved. It wasn't until the advent of Mafeisan that he brought it up again. He dared not make any bold claims, but he was confident that the side effects caused by anesthesia could be kept to a minimum. He also told Yao Qihua that this presented an excellent opportunity for traditional Chinese surgical practice, and the old man readily agreed. If it were for himself, he might have hesitated, but the chance to advance traditional Chinese medicine required no second thoughts. If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word. It would be my honor to participate in the surgery treating General Yao, Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Whether it was Wei Jiangwo or Yao Qihua, for these former combat heroes, he would spare no effort in whatever he could do. Excellent, Feng Tianruwei nodded with deep satisfaction. As a seasoned veteran who had lived through decades, Feng Tianruwei could discern whether Lin Feng's words were merely polite or genuinely heartfelt. Thus far, he found no fault in Lin Feng, neither in his medical skill nor his character. If he had to point out an area of dissatisfaction, it was Lin Feng's excessive emphasis on honing his skills at the grassroots level. Despite being clearly ready to advance, he stubbornly insisted on staying on the front lines. In a way, this was a waste of talent. Hello, I'm Deng Hanyang. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'll be the lead surgeon for this operation, said the older man seated on the left sofa. He appeared to be in his 40s, dressed more casually than Yao Yuwei but still formally enough. Even seated, he towered a head above the person beside him. Hello, Lin Feng nodded. Though they were strangers, Lin Feng understood that anyone entrusted to operate on Yao Qihua was no ordinary surgeon. Dr. Deng is considered the foremost surgeon in China. His reputation extends far beyond our borders, commanding great respect internationally. Feng Tianruwei praised. Please don't flatter me so much. Discussing fame in front of you would only make me look foolish. Deng Hanyang waved his hand dismissively. Domestically, we're evenly matched. But internationally? I can't hold a candle to you. They recognize the Deng Hanyang name. Wait, foreigners put the surname first, don't they? Hanyang. Deng, right? Feng Tianruwei smiled. Deng Hanyang's expression turned awkward. To laugh seemed inappropriate, not to laugh felt even more so. Why are you both looking so serious? Can't you relax a bit? If you have something to say, just get straight to the point, Feng Tianruwei urged. We really need to hurry, Deng Hanyang nodded firmly, turning to Lin Feng with a serious look. I need to know if this anesthetic can last for such a long surgery. This operation might take 4 or 5 hours. Maybe even longer. Absolutely. The duration can be freely adjusted, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. I heard the anesthesia duration can be controlled down to the minute. Is that true? Deng Hanyang asked. Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded. Impossible. No anesthetic in the world can be controlled down to the minute. That's unscientific. The bespectacled man beside Deng Hanyang spoke up in doubt. Deng Hanyang quickly explained, this is Dr. Kevin Wu, the anesthesiologist I frequently collaborate with. Please don't misunderstand, it's not that I doubt you, but having another option is always beneficial. No problem, it's perfectly normal. Dr. Feng also mentioned it might not necessarily be me. But I just want to say, that would be a loss for this surgery. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. In truth, as a surgeon, Deng Hanyang's attitude was already superior to over 90% of his peers. Take the one downstairs, for instance. He was so opposed to the traditional Chinese anesthetic Mafeisan that if he hadn't been forced to comply, he definitely wouldn't have participated in that previous surgery. Deng Hanyang might be giving face to Feng Tianrui now, but his tone and expression clearly showed he was genuinely choosing.
If one had to point out a preference, it leaned more toward traditional Chinese anesthesia.
The reason is simple: after years of collaboration with the same anesthesiologist and using the same anesthetic agents, any normal person would naturally hesitate to switch to something entirely unfamiliar.
Yet Deng Hanyang insisted on giving traditional Chinese anesthesia a chance. Chinese herbal anesthesia? I've never even heard of such a thing. Wu Kaiwan retorted coldly. Chapter 18, Human Experiment.
The moment those words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. Wu Kaiwan likely realized he'd spoken out of turn and tried to say something, but no words came.
Aren't you going to refute that? Feng Tianrui looked at Lin Feng. No need. Just because he hasn't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe he's just uninformed. No big deal.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Where in international medicine is there such a concept as Chinese herbal anesthesia? Wu Kaiwan demanded.
The phrase limited knowledge completely enraged him.
International medicine doesn't recognize many TCM diagnostic methods either. Does that mean they're all invalid then? Lin Feng shot back. Don't go off on tangents. We're discussing Chinese herbal anesthesia, not anything else.
Wu Kaiwan rolled his eyes, his voice rising involuntarily. The history of Chinese herbal anesthesia spans at least 1,000 years.
Even the founding father of surgery was our ancestor.
Recognition from others is welcome, but we don't need it. Lin Feng stated calmly. Wu Kaiwan tried to argue further, but Deng Hanyang waved him off.
The Mafeisan formula has been lost for ages. Why would it suddenly resurface now? Deng Hanyang asked. You mean it shouldn't have been found? Left lost like that?
Lin Feng countered. No, that's not what I meant. Deng Hanyang hastily waved his hands.
I know what you mean. You want to know if the Mafeisan I possess now is the same formula created by the founding father of surgery, right?
Lin Feng stated.
Yes, Deng Hanyang nodded. Truthfully, I don't know either. I can't go back 1,000 years. How could I know what it was like then?
Written records only offer a rough outline. If they were detailed, they wouldn't have been lost to history. Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Then you. Deng Hanyang trailed off mid-sentence. Doesn't it just need to work? What's the point of Mafeisan? If it achieves the desired effect, what else is there to prove? Lin Feng retorted. It's not as simple as you make it sound.
The clinical use of an anesthetic involves numerous stages.
Just because someone claims it works doesn't mean it actually does. Wu Kaiwan interjected. Because those anesthetics are chemically synthesized.
No one knows the full extent of their side effects on the human body, which is why there's so much testing.
But traditional Chinese anesthetics use herbs sourced from nature.
Practitioners understand their efficacy and potential harm to the body perfectly well.
Our ancestors have already tested them. If even this requires validation, then wouldn't every single prescription we write need to be validated? Lin Feng retorted. Applying it clinically without proper testing? That's asking for trouble. Wu Kaiwan countered. Yesterday at the People's Hospital, a surgery was successfully completed using Mafeisan as the anesthetic. The patient is now in good condition, Deng Hanyang immediately interjected. I don't understand why not use regular anesthetics.
Wu Kaiwan frowned, looking somewhat skeptical.
Because the patient's condition cannot tolerate the side effects of anesthetics. Deng Hanyang replied. The risks involved are simply too great. Wu Kaiwan shook his head repeatedly. What surgery is risk-free? I invited you here for your professional opinion, not to hear this nonsense. Deng Hanyang's expression darkened. He had assumed that Wu Kaiwan, his longtime collaborator, would be relatively level-headed. Even if he rejected Chinese herbal anesthesia, he would at least research it and raise professional questions. But what was he saying now? Pure contempt from the bottom of his heart. No matter how good your stuff is, I don't want to know. It's not going to happen anyway.
He had already discussed this with Feng Tianrui beforehand.
Feng Tianrui was undoubtedly supportive of Chinese herbal anesthesia, but Deng hadn't made a decision yet. He wanted to wait until he met Lin Feng before deciding. Now, in comparison, he found himself leaning more toward trusting Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was younger, he seemed more composed and hadn't outright rejected chemical anesthetics. My professional opinion is to use conventional anesthetics. Even if there are successful cases with traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia, this surgery isn't as straightforward as a routine procedure. Wu Kaiwan paused for a few seconds before speaking. Old Yao's body might not withstand the side effects, Feng Tianrui sighed helplessly. As the surgeon, he didn't want to influence Deng Hanyang's judgment, nor could he make the final call. He could only voice his thoughts. Mr. Yao, what are your thoughts? Deng Hanyang turned to look at Yao Yuwei. Yao Yuwei hesitated, torn between his options. Saying he'd defer to the doctors felt dismissive, yet remaining silent meant forfeiting his voice. As a family member, he naturally wanted to find an anesthetic with fewer side effects. As if suddenly resolved, Yao Yuwei looked at Lin Feng and said, Dr. Lin, I have an idea. I wonder if it's feasible. Go ahead.
Lin Feng had a hunch what Yao was about to propose. I want to use myself as a test subject. Since Mafeisan has no known side effects, using it on a healthy person like me should be safe. No matter how many successful cases there have been before, nothing is more convincing than testing it directly on me. Wouldn't you agree? Yao Yuwei said earnestly. This was truly an impulse, he hadn't considered it before. He certainly wouldn't accept chemical anesthesia, but why hesitate to try herbal medicine and anesthetic with virtually no side effects? If Lin Feng refused, it would prove he had no confidence in the Mafeisan. Conversely, if he agreed and succeeded, there would be nothing more to say. As a son, this was the only thing he could do for his father. That's unnecessary. If you truly don't trust yesterday's hospital case, I'm a living example. Surely that's convincing enough? Feng Tianrui shook his head, disagreeing with this approach. Even if the side effects were negligible, Yao Yuwei was still a normal person. While filial devotion was understandable, wasn't this just courting trouble? Mr. Feng, it's not that I don't trust you. I just want to experience it myself. If it contributes to traditional Chinese medicine, it won't be in vain, Yao Yuwei said. All right. You may try it, Lin Feng interjected. With things having gone this far, refusing now would only make it seem like the Mafeisan was fake. In the sea of consciousness, countless experimental simulations had proven its reliability under any scrutiny. Besides, finding a normal person willing to undergo the Mafeisan experiment would likely be impossible. Are you certain? Feng Tianrui turned to ask Lin Feng. Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded firmly. Alright, thank you so much. Yao Yuwei's face lit up with a smile. First time I've seen someone so happy about getting anesthetized, Feng Tianrui shook his head helplessly. Chapter 19, Such Precision. Taking the pulse and prescribing medicine took almost no time at all, though gathering the herbs and decocting them did take a bit longer. Yao Yuwei wasn't opposed to traditional Chinese medicine, but he had rarely sought it out. It wasn't until Lin Feng diagnosed several issues through pulse diagnosis that Yao Yuwei felt a deep sense of respect for TCM. Seeing a Western doctor meant a series of tests, while traditional Chinese medicine required only a simple pulse diagnosis to uncover so much. If traditional Chinese medicine truly offered surgical procedures, he would choose it for his father without hesitation. Just as he prepared to down the steaming bowl of medicine, Wu Kaiwan blurted out, I still advise you to think carefully about this stuff. Before he could finish, Yao Yuwei tipped the entire bowl of medicine into his mouth in one gulp. At this point, what was there left to hesitate about? How do you feel? Deng Hanyang asked. He'd encountered surgical anesthesia countless times, but had never witnessed traditional Chinese herbal anesthesia firsthand, let alone the legendary Jiao Fei-san. He too was curious to witness the effects of this legendary Chinese anesthetic. Nothing yet, Yao Yuwei shook his head. It might take 5 to 10 minutes to take effect, Lin Feng said slowly. That long? Wu Kaiwan frowned deeply. Typically, during general anesthesia, patients lose consciousness almost instantly after the injection before they could even count to 10. Are you in such a hurry? Lin Feng shot him a look. Not exactly impatient, but I'm seriously doubting whether it'll even work after this long, Wu Kaiwan snorted coldly. Watch with your eyes, not your mouth. Deng Hanyang snapped coldly. It's perfectly normal for it to take longer. This is something swallowed, whereas chemical anesthetics are injected into the body naturally, they take effect much faster. This isn't an issue at all. If it takes longer to kick in, just wait a bit longer. There's no need to rush. As the seconds ticked by, Yao Yuwei began to slump on the sofa until his eyes finally closed completely. Deng Hanyang hurried forward to check on him. As a top-tier surgeon, these procedures were second nature to him. Fully meets surgical criteria, Deng Hanyang delivered his final verdict. Wu Kaiwan naturally didn't believe it, but after a thorough examination, he had to admit it was true. You said he'd wake up in about half an hour? Wu Kaiwan demanded, pointing at Lin Feng. The margin of error is no more than 5 minutes, Lin Feng nodded. I stand by my point, no anesthetic can achieve minute-level precision. Besides, what's the point? What if the surgery takes longer? The patient wakes up before it's finished. Have you considered the consequences? Wu Kaiwan pressed. How do you know there's no contingency plan? Lin Feng countered. What countermeasures? You haven't even considered them. Don't tell me you plan to force-feed the patient medication. Wu Kaiwan sneered. If the surgery ran long, they could simply administer another dose of anesthetic. But how could they force traditional Chinese medicine into the patient's mouth while they were unconscious? That was a massive problem. You don't understand traditional Chinese medicine at all. Talking to you is like playing music to a deaf ear, Lin Feng shook his head. Wu Kaiwan trembled with rage, but when he caught Deng Hanyang's glare, he held his tongue. Half an hour, neither short nor long. Throughout the entire process, Deng Hanyang kept a close eye on Yao Yuwei's condition and detected no abnormalities. Half an hour's passed. He still hasn't woken up. I say, maybe we should just take him to the hospital. Wu Kaiwan's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, his expression dripping with schadenfreude. Lin Feng's failure was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for him, meaning he would be the one to step in. Setting aside the patient's distinguished status, merely regaining Deng Hanyang's trust was enough to make him overjoyed.
As for what Yao Yue would endure, that was none of his concern.
Deng Hanyang, the person you brought along talks way too much, Feng Tianrui voiced his displeasure. He naturally trusted Lin Feng unconditionally.
Neither on himself nor on Wei Jiangwo yesterday had any issues arisen.
Still, he harbored lingering doubts about the consequences of administering anesthetics to a normal person. No major issues would arise, but the predicted timing was highly likely to be off.
Even a half-hour discrepancy would be understandable.
But Wu Kaiwan's words had left him feeling uneasy, compelling him to speak up.
Sorry, Deng Hanyang said, suppressing his anger.
Before coming here, he had warned Wu Kaiwan repeatedly to think before speaking or acting, yet the man had completely ignored his advice.
2 minutes later, Yao Yue, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes.
His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out.
No rush.
The anesthesia needs time to wear off, Deng Hanyang said.
I feel pretty good, Yao Yue managed to say, though his speech was slurred. How many? Deng Hanyang held up 5 fingers. 5, Yao Yue replied. His consciousness is fully restored. Deng Hanyang's expression betrayed utter disbelief.
Under normal general anesthesia, it takes a considerable amount of time for the drugs to wear off after surgery.
Waking up can take 1 or 2 hours. Waking up doesn't mean being fully conscious. Being conscious doesn't mean you can speak.
The duration varies depending on an individual's physical condition. Some individuals may even experience memory lapses or fail to recognize loved ones.
These are all side effects of the anesthesia.
Soon, Yao Yue pushed himself up to sit again. Though his body swayed slightly, he managed it in the end. It was almost exactly 5 minutes, Lin Feng said slowly, glancing at his phone.
Deng Hanyang swallowed hard. So this margin of error includes the time it takes for the patient to sit up? Did it really need to be that precise?
And this Mafeisan's near absence of side effects was also evident.
How could those chemical anesthetics even compare? This, impossible. Coincidence, absolutely coincidence. How could the timing be so? Wu Kaiwan shook his head like a rattle. It was beyond his comprehension.
In all his years working with anesthetics, he'd never encountered one with such precision. Most crucially, the patient's recovery was astonishingly swift.
From waking up to sitting up, it took only a few minutes.
If he and Deng Hanyang hadn't taken turns monitoring Yao Yue's condition, he would have sworn it was a hoax that the man hadn't been anesthetized at all.
But now, beyond his comprehension, he could think of no other possibility besides coincidence. Coincidence? In traditional Chinese medicine, there is no such thing as coincidence. Do you think that legendary surgeon, hailed as a divine healer, earned his reputation through empty fame? Chapter 20, Soaring to New Heights.
Deng Hanyang glared fiercely at Wu Kaiwan, utterly baffled at how this guy could spout such nonsense, and immediately snapped back in anger.
What coincidence in medicine? Who would ever link a patient's life to mere coincidence?
Perhaps a touch of luck played a minor role in certain aspects, but without solid skill as the foundation, it simply wouldn't work. Though controlling the anesthetics timing down to the minute was astonishing, it precisely proved that the drug Lin Feng used was none other than the long-lost Mafeisan. Achieving such precision with Mafeisan wasn't surprising.
I don't believe it. There must be another reason behind this. Wu Kaiwan shook his head repeatedly. He could barely contain his emotions now. If traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia could achieve such results, he couldn't help but worry about the anesthetics he used.
The two were simply not on the same level. Calling it a dimensional strike was no exaggeration. In terms of the two most critical factors, control over the duration of anesthesia and the side effects of the anesthetic, traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia was overwhelmingly superior.
This was unacceptable to him. Because it meant everything he had done before suddenly seemed utterly insignificant. Believe it or not, you're not the one calling the shots in this surgery, Feng Tianrui declared.
He silently breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression remained unchanged. Only now did he realize that the side effects of Mafeisan could truly be this minimal. I now feel you cannot provide me with professional advice. Deng Hanyang shook his head helplessly, deeply disappointed. In terms of professional competence, Wu Kaiwan had always performed exceptionally well, otherwise, they wouldn't have collaborated for so long.
Yet his current behavior lacked professionalism.
Something that had actually happened, something that had been under control the entire time, and yet he could still doubt its authenticity. It wasn't so much stubbornness as deep-seated prejudice against traditional Chinese medicine. Trust me, this kind of anesthesia simply won't work, Wu Kaiwan hurriedly insisted.
Reason. Just give me one. Deng Hanyang demanded. We've worked together for so long, and there's never been a single issue with the anesthesia. This surgery should still be assisted by me. Switching to someone else is too risky,
Wu Kaiwan said at breakneck speed.
The facts show that Chinese herbal anesthesia isn't that risky, at least no riskier than the anesthetics you use.
I trust facts, not people, Deng Hanyang declared with unwavering certainty.
But Wu Kaiwan tried to protest. Enough. I'll have someone escort you out. Deng Hanyang cut him off abruptly.
Discussions not grounded in facts but only in prejudice were a complete waste of time.
I think you need to consider this carefully.
If you abandon our collaboration for this surgery, it will be difficult to rebuild a stable partnership afterward.
What do you say?
Wu Kaiwan's words carried a hint of threat.
Deng Hanyang didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "It's fine. I know more than one anesthesiologist. Besides, going forward, I'll try to use traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia as much as possible."
At these words, Wu Kaiwan's expression darkened and he stormed out.
With things having come to this, what face did he have to stay any longer?
Deng Hanyang paid him no mind, extending his hand to Lin Feng instead.
"Let's enjoy a fruitful collaboration." "Thank you for your trust," Lin Feng replied, shaking hands and nodding. Gaining the endorsement of a surgical heavyweight like Deng Hanyang would be immensely valuable for gradually promoting traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia. Moreover, this wasn't merely out of respect for Feng Tianrui, it was genuine recognition of the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia. That was an entirely different concept.
The former was only used when absolutely necessary, while the latter would be employed whenever possible. The journey from the reintroduction of Mafeisan to its widespread adoption would be a long one, but this was a promising start.
Yao Yuwei could now manage to stand, though his mobility remained slightly restricted.
Still, it appeared the issue was largely resolved. He immediately pulled out his phone and arranged for someone to escort Wu Kaiwan out. Though Wu could have walked out on his own, as a guest, basic courtesy demanded they see him off, even if he hadn't accomplished much. Later, witnessing Yao Yuwei slowly regaining the ability to walk, Deng Hanyang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but marvel. Had he not witnessed it himself, he'd never have believed it was real. The four left the conference room, heading toward Yao Qihua's quarters, when they encountered Wu Jijie at the stairwell entrance. His face was plastered with a fawning smile. Among the four people before him, perhaps only Lin Feng was beneath his contempt. Yao Yuwei was a political heavyweight, Feng Tianrui a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and most importantly, Deng Hanyang a god-tier figure in surgical procedures. Seeing these three alongside Lin Feng made him feel like a fish out of water.
"Did you call him?" Feng Tianrui glanced at Wu Jijie before turning to ask Deng Hanyang. "I happen to need an assistant for my surgery. He should be quite suitable." Deng Hanyang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Wu Jijie's face flushed with excitement.
He knew he might be useful here, but he never imagined he'd be assisting Deng Hanyang. After all, serving as an assistant to this renowned surgeon was the dream of any surgeon. If he seized this opportunity, his career would skyrocket. At this stage of his career, he had indeed hit a bottleneck. His skills were sufficient, and he possessed the ability to perform complex procedures, yet he remained excluded from certain advanced surgeries. But if he could assist Deng Hanyang, he'd gain access to countless resources in the future. If he could get his hands on certain procedures, he'd soon become a big shot in the surgical world himself.
"Is it appropriate?" Feng Tianrui shook his head slightly. Deng Hanyang froze. Logically, Feng Tianrui shouldn't know Wu Jijie at all, so why did Feng harbor such strong displeasure toward him? "Dr. Lin, you know him, right?" Deng Hanyang turned to Lin Feng. He didn't know Feng Tianrui's displeasure stemmed from Lin Feng. By asking this, he hoped Feng would accept Wu Jijie for Lin Feng's sake. After all, if this man remained dissatisfied, things would indeed become difficult. "He said they weren't very familiar," Feng Tianrui replied. "That doesn't make sense. He was the lead surgeon in yesterday's operation at the People's Hospital. The lead surgeon and the anesthesiologist aren't familiar with each other?" Deng Hanyang was puzzled. "He was the lead surgeon?" Feng Tianrui was taken aback. "He's the head of surgery, after all. If he's not the primary surgeon, who else could be?" Deng Hanyang shrugged helplessly. Feng Tianrui looked at Lin Feng, seeking confirmation. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. He should have realized it earlier. Wu Jijie's presence was to assist with this surgery. Serving as the primary surgeon's assistant made perfect sense. He didn't want to bring up past issues. "Is there some conflict between you two?" Chapter 21, Mutual Benefit. Facing Deng Hanyang's question, Lin Feng merely smiled without answering. "Dr. Wu, you and Dr. Lin." Deng Hanyang could only turn to ask Wu Jijie. At that moment, Wu Jijie was still completely lost in thought. Deng Hanyang's remark about the surgeon and anesthesiologist not being familiar with each other had momentarily thrown him off balance. He was the primary surgeon, no issue there. Who is the anesthesiologist? Lin Feng is the anesthesiologist? What kind of joke is this? Lin Feng is just a young doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department. How could they possibly let him handle herbal anesthesia? Does he even have the qualifications? But since Deng Hanyang said it, it couldn't be false. If that's the case, it makes sense that Lin Feng must be present in the operating room, monitoring the entire procedure. That's what an anesthesiologist does. "Dr. Wu! Dr. Wu!" Deng Hanyang called out repeatedly. Wu Jijie finally snapped back to attention, though he hadn't heard a word of Deng Hanyang's question, his expression blank. "Dr. Deng, what did you say?" Deng Hanyang couldn't be bothered to repeat himself. He turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Do you think he can serve as my assistant?" Upon hearing this question, Wu Jijia's legs nearly buckled. Wasn't this effectively handing over the decision of his own life or death to Lin Feng? Given their past conflicts, how could Lin Feng possibly say anything favorable about him? How could he have imagined that in such a short time, the tables would turn so completely, leaving him at the mercy of others' judgment? Resentment surely boiled within him. Lin Feng was just a young doctor. What gave him the right to understand traditional Chinese medicine and earn such high praise from a surgical heavyweight? Forget everything else, this guy was a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department. Having connections with traditional Chinese medicine practitioners might be somewhat plausible, but what possible connection could he have with Deng Hanyang? "I'm not very familiar with the details and can't comment," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head lightly. Wu Jijie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng hadn't reported him, which perhaps meant their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. The same applied to Lin Feng and Feng Tianrui. Dredging up certain private matters might not be entirely beneficial for Lin Feng himself. After all, in this world, personal favors are the hardest debts to repay. Dr. Lin and I have had some misunderstandings, but they're purely professional. We work in different departments and don't really have much opportunity to interact outside of that, Wu Jijie quickly added. Though he guessed the reason, he felt compelled to say something. Silence would be inappropriate. He definitely needed to clarify his relationship with Lin Feng. It was also a gesture of goodwill toward Lin Feng. "As long as you, Lin Feng, don't speak ill of me, getting the higher-ups to lift the punishment afterward isn't impossible. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement." "I had no idea your connections were so extensive, Lin Feng. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared act that way. It would have been courting trouble." "Is that so? Somehow, I feel this matter isn't that simple." Feng Tianrui grew increasingly annoyed with this Wu Jijie. Lin Feng wasn't the type to stir trouble. Even though he hadn't said anything, he must have been bullied by the other party. Even though he hadn't been at the grassroots level for many years, it wasn't uncommon for certain department heads to bully young doctors by leveraging their status. Some did it openly, others behind the scenes. Especially talented doctors were often the targets of envy. Not everyone tolerated having juniors climb over their shoulders. Sometimes, they even sabotaged them. "You choose your own assistant. You can disregard what others say," Lin Feng stated slowly. "That may be so, but I still wish to hear others' suggestions. Regardless of whether you know him personally or understand his capabilities, from your current position, I'd appreciate a relatively objective assessment of him," Deng Hanyang replied earnestly. Truth be told, he didn't know much about Wu Jijie either. Bringing Wu Jijie on board was purely because of yesterday's surgery and the fact that he worked at the same hospital as Lin Feng, making collaboration easier. But now it seemed things weren't quite as simple as that. If Lin Feng truly didn't know him well, he'd probably offer a few words of praise anyway. After all, working in the same hospital meant they'd inevitably cross paths. Superficial praise was useless, but it at least signaled some attitude, pure courtesy, impossible to miss. But now, he wasn't even willing to offer perfunctory praise. That meant something was definitely up. Since it was their first meeting, it was understandable that Lin Feng didn't want to leverage his connections. But he wasn't willing to let it go like this. He still wanted to do something. Director Wu was quite formidable in his field. He must be fairly well known both within the hospital and nationally. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had him lead yesterday's surgery on Old Wei, Lin Feng remarked. "You flatter me. Compared to Dr. Deng, my skills are nothing to boast about. I still have a lot of room for improvement," Wu Jijie naturally offered a modest response. He truly hadn't expected Lin Feng to offer such positive feedback. It seemed his worries had been unnecessary. Although Lin Feng had been firm earlier, he still held the belief that it was better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. In a way, this was also a form of compromise. After all, there was nothing unforgivable about him. Of course, it was also because the current Lin Feng was someone he simply couldn't afford to provoke. But, when it comes to character, I can't say the same. Lin Feng paused briefly before stating bluntly. "Oh? How so?" Deng Hanyang's eyes lit up as he asked. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, he actually felt a bit disappointed. Because not daring to confront conflict head-on meant this young man lacked drive and was prone to retreating at critical moments. While it was commendable for a middle-aged man to know when to advance and when to retreat, after all, one must consider the bigger picture and weigh the pros and cons. Young people needed that spirit of taking life and death lightly and fighting back when challenged. Especially when there's an opportunity to fight back, there should be no hesitation whatsoever. Constantly compromising and bending to others will make one unfit for important tasks. Fortunately, Lin Feng's words took a turn. "Well, this is just my personal opinion. After all, there's been persistent talk about Director Wu's exceptional skills and reputation. Perhaps I'm biased," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You were present throughout yesterday's surgery. So you also think his abilities are just rumors?" Deng Hanyang immediately seized the crux of the matter. Only then did they realize that all the strengths Lin Feng had just mentioned were based on hearsay. He hadn't fully endorsed them himself. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Wu Jijie's face had long since turned grim. He couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, "You're talking nonsense. This is completely baseless slander. It's not the truth at all."
"I've already stated this is my personal assessment," Lin Feng replied.
"But you can't just make things up. Without any evidence. How dare you say this isn't retaliation?" Wu Jijia retorted urgently.
"That surgery itself was flawless.
Yet due to your personal reasons, complications arose? Chapter 22, Let Me Go.
Feng Tianrui and Deng Hanyang both paled simultaneously.
Complications? What complications? Feng Tianrui demanded. What accident? Mr. Feng, you can't trust him. Wu Jijia hurriedly interjected. If I don't trust him, am I supposed to trust you?
Feng Tianrui rolled his eyes, his tone sharp.
He believed Lin Feng wouldn't make baseless accusations. If he dared to say it, there must be something to it. I'll have someone look into it. But I wonder if you can withstand scrutiny?
Deng Hanyang asked, his cold gaze fixed on Wu Jijia.
Wu Jijia hesitated. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be afraid. But with Deng Hanyang? He couldn't guarantee he'd come out unscathed. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me yesterday?
Feng Tianrui turned to Lin Feng. Human error caused massive bleeding, but it was stopped in time.
I didn't mention it. But if someone covered up something like this, that's a problem.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
Truthfully, it wasn't a major incident, especially during surgery. As long as the outcome was favorable, the details were inconsequential. But the fact that neither Feng Tianrui nor Deng Hanyang knew about it meant Wu Jijia had indeed concealed the incident.
Had he not spoken up, the incident might have been completely overlooked.
What?
Feng Tianrui glared at Wu Jijia, his face darkening to the extreme. His voice was cold as ice.
You, how dare you? Wu Jijia dared not argue back at that moment.
He had to admit, this matter could be either trivial or significant. After all, the surgery had been successful.
Who would pursue it? The real fear was someone exposing it.
He had thought he could suppress Lin Feng, bringing the young doctor into his camp.
Even if that failed, how much influence could a junior physician really wield? But he never dreamed Lin Feng would blurt it out in front of Feng Tianrui and Deng Hanyang. These two aren't the type to tolerate such nonsense. They'll definitely pursue this. Moreover, from now on, he would be directly blacklisted by Deng Hanyang, with no chance of future collaboration.
Worse still, he might be forced out of the profession altogether.
He couldn't possibly retaliate by exposing Lin Feng's reckless interference in the surgery now, because the person involved wasn't just anyone, he was the anesthesiologist.
Moreover, once this matter came to light, whoever resolved the trouble would naturally become the hero.
Was it really an accident caused by human error? Deng Hanyang demanded. No. Absolutely not. It was an accident that was nearly impossible to prevent. You must believe me. Wu Jijia hurriedly replied. Trust you? What basis do I have to trust you? How dare you conceal something like this? You've let me down so badly. Deng Hanyang shook his head helplessly. Complications during surgery are common. Whether human error or not, lessons must be learned to ensure we can handle similar situations in the future. Hiding it outright? That almost certainly means you have something to hide. Otherwise, why hide it? With such a surgeon in charge, no matter how skilled he might be, he wouldn't cooperate. His character was fundamentally flawed. The problem wasn't mine, it was my assistant. Wu Jijia continued defending himself. When an assistant makes a mistake during surgery, it reflects on you. You're the lead surgeon, you know that, right? Trying to shift blame now is a bit late, don't you think? Deng Hanyang retorted directly. But I performed flawlessly throughout the entire procedure. You can't dismiss me over such a minor issue, Wu Jijia countered. I'll investigate this thoroughly. As for you, there's absolutely no way you could have been today's assistant. You may leave. Deng Hanyang waved him off, unwilling to say more.
Lin Feng had said Wu Jijia had character issues, but in Deng Hanyang's view, that was putting it mildly. He wouldn't dare to employ someone like this, nor would he ever consider it. Lin Feng, why are you trying to ruin me? Wu Jijia seethed, directing all his fury at Lin Feng. Hurt you? How did I hurt you? You didn't do it yourself, so how could anyone else hurt you? Let me tell you, this matter won't end so easily. You'd better watch your back. Feng Tianrui said coldly. He hadn't personally participated in Wei Jiangwo's surgery, but the anesthetic had only been administered under his guarantee. Problems during the surgery would not be swept under the rug. Wu Jijia's actions must be dealt with. I didn't mean it that way. Only then did Wu Jijia realize he'd misspoke. He'd overlooked that Feng Tianrui would side with Lin Feng. His explanation would only make Feng Tianrui more annoyed, and the subsequent punishment would likely be influenced by emotion. But he had no idea what to do now. Lin Feng's few words had sent him tumbling from heaven straight into hell. He probably never dreamed he'd be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by this guy. His previous actions now seemed like a joke. All Feng Tianrui had to do was speak up, and he could easily return to the hospital.
Naturally, he felt no fear and certainly wouldn't bow his head.
What you mean doesn't matter anymore, Deng Hanyang declared, pointing toward the stairs.
Let's go.
Wu Jijie turned away helplessly, his face clouded with frustration as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he whipped his head back.
Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Whatever conflicts we've had, I admit I was wrong. Can you let me off?
As he spoke, he felt an intense reluctance deep within. He truly didn't want to bow his head and admit fault. He had always believed he was in control of the situation, yet now he realized that control meant nothing when his very life was held in someone else's hands.
Lin Feng's seemingly casual narration had effectively left him with no chance of recovery.
Seeking help from Feng Tianrui or Deng Hanyang was futile, they wouldn't grant him any favor.
It seemed his only option was to beg Lin Feng.
If Lin Feng could just step in and smooth things over, there might still be a way out. Though he still couldn't fathom why Feng Tianrui and Deng Hanyang both favored Lin Feng so much, there was no time to dwell on it. What mattered now was resolving the situation.
Director Wu, what are you talking about? My social standing is nowhere near yours, how could I possibly threaten you?
Besides, things don't just happen because I want them to, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Seeing Wu Jijie back down, he felt no ripple of emotion. This outcome had been entirely expected. The only surprise was that Deng Hanyang adopted the same stance. Not only was he powerless to alter the course of events, but even if he could, he wouldn't lift a finger. Whoever sowed the seeds must reap the consequences. Not kicking someone when they're down was already quite generous.
Don't forget. If this escalates, it won't benefit you either. Even as an anesthesiologist, interfering with surgery was a grave mistake. Wu Jijie glared fiercely at Lin Feng. If they ultimately say I'm at fault, I'll accept it.
It doesn't matter either way, Lin Feng said indifferently.
You interfered with the surgery? Chapter 23, Nothing to see here. Deng Hanyang couldn't help but blurt out the question.
He couldn't fathom how Lin Feng, as an anesthesiologist, could possibly have intervened in the surgery.
That was against the rules.
But for now, no one knew exactly what Lin Feng had done.
Yes.
Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, offering no explanation.
You're in charge of anesthesia. Mind your own business. Why meddle in matters outside your purview?
Feng Tianrui asked, his brow slightly furrowed.
I couldn't bear to watch the patient die like that. The surgery was clearly successful. Lin Feng replied. So you're saying you handled the unexpected hemorrhage? Feng Tianrui suddenly understood. This wasn't intervention, it was outright error correction. And now Wu Jijie was suing him back? If word gets out, who would dare hire an anesthesiologist like this? Wu Jijie declared. He was now completely throwing caution to the wind. If he couldn't have it easy, neither would Lin Feng. Are you even human? Feng Tianrui demanded. Wu Jijie froze, involuntarily taking half a step back. He hadn't expected the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to utter such vulgar words. If it weren't for the impossibility of forgery, he'd seriously doubt this man's credentials. You made the mistake, others helped fix it, and now you turn around and call them meddling? If you're so capable, handle it yourself. Do you have any idea how many people would be implicated if this surgery failed? How dare you speak like this? You made a mistake, and instead of fixing it, you try to cover it up. You don't thank those who help you, you bite the hand that feeds you. Even a dog wouldn't act like this. Feng Tianrui grew angrier by the second, his fists clenched as if ready to swing. Deng Hanyang grabbed Feng Tianrui by the shoulders and spun him around, barking, "Get out of here." Waiting to get punched? Ah. Oh. Wu Jijie snapped back to his senses and hurried down the stairs. Even though he doubted Feng Tianrui would actually hit him if it came to physical violence, even if Feng fell down, he'd be finished. His medical career would be over for sure. The guy could easily blacklist him for life. Not to mention the inevitable underhanded retaliation that would follow. What the hell? Utterly shameless. Why did you stop me? I should have kicked him to death. Feng Tianrui declared indignantly. How old are you? Is it worth getting angry over someone like this? Deng Hanyang tried to reason with him. I can tolerate stupidity, but wickedness, especially the kind that's truly heartless, I simply cannot stomach, Feng Tianrui declared. Lin Feng, won't you try to calm old Master Feng? Deng Hanyang urged. No, Mr. Feng, you're seriously going to attack him? I thought you were just bluffing. Lin Feng was also startled. He knew the old man had a fiery temper, but he hadn't expected it to reach this point. If I don't stop him, he'll actually do it. For others, it's unlikely, but for you, it's very possible. Deng Hanyang said. Enough. The man's gone. What's the point of stopping him now? Feng Tianrui snapped irritably. Don't get so worked up, sir. Even though this mess is my fault, I'm not nearly as angry as you are, Lin Feng said with a smile. You're remarkably calm. What's the deal? Already used to it? Feng Tianrui asked. People like that are all too common. I've long since stopped being surprised, Lin Feng replied. Feng Tianrui sighed softly, then turned to Deng Hanyang. What about the assistant? Can we find a replacement in time? We usually have backup plans. I'll make some calls.
You take him to meet the patient first, Deng Hanyang said, pulling out his phone as he slowly descended the stairs. Yao Yuwei led Lin Feng and Feng Tianrui to Yao Qihua's room on the third floor. The room was about 1/3 the size of the reception hall. Besides a bed, it held a rather old wooden table whose red lacquer had worn away. It wasn't a valuable piece of furniture, just an ordinary table that had seen too many years of use. The moment the three entered the room, Yao Qihua opened his eyes on the bed, despite their quiet movements.
Apologies, old Yao.
We disturbed your rest, Feng Tianrui said with an apologetic smile.
Cut the nonsense.
Before the surgery, I was bound to be disturbed by you lot anyway.
I just want to ask one thing, can it be done today? If not, I'll ask again tomorrow.
Yao Qihua's tone carried a hint of teasing. His expression was kindly, his weathered face etched with countless wrinkles. Most striking were his piercing eyes, like sharp blades ready to cut through anyone's heart at any moment. This was entirely at odds with people's perception of a battle-hardened general.
In people's minds, those who'd seen battle were stern and unsmiling, their eyes always gleaming with a murderous intent.
Lin Feng, however, felt this was the true essence of a general. His eyes held a steely edge, yet his demeanor and words remained remarkably gentle. But when he truly unleashed his killing intent, it would strike fear into anyone.
Today should be about right. All preparations are complete.
Everything is ready, we just need the east wind, Feng Tianrui said.
What is the east wind? Are you referring to that traditional Chinese medicine anesthetist? Yao Qihua inquired. Dad. Anesthesiologist, not master. Yao Yuwei corrected him.
Right, the anesthesiologist.
They're doctors too, after all. Why not just call them anesthesiologists? Yao Qihua said. Maybe that's how it's called, sounds more professional, Yao Yuwei said. What's wrong with your leg?
You're walking funny, Yao Qihua suddenly asked.
Nothing's wrong. Probably just from sitting too long. Yao Yuwei hadn't expected his father to notice, so he quickly made up an excuse. It doesn't seem like that. More like your legs are still adjusting, not moving smoothly. Am I imagining things? Yao Qihua frowned slightly. Yao Yuwei immediately shot Feng Tianrui a pleading look. He didn't want his father to know about the Mafeisan. Old Yao, the person I mentioned earlier, is here today. We've confirmed he'll be administering the anesthesia. Feng Tianrui could only change the subject.
The more he explained, the more questions might arise.
When it came to shrewdness, neither he nor Yao Yuwei could outmaneuver Yao Qihua.
Oh?
Where is he? I want to meet him.
Yao Qihua raised his eyebrows slightly.
Right here.
Feng Tianrui patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Yao Qihua propped himself up with both arms, slowly sitting upright.
His sharp gaze scanned Lin Feng from head to toe. Compared to before, his gaze now seemed far more aggressive. You are the genius old Feng spoke of? Yao Qihua demanded. I wouldn't call myself a genius.
I just happen to have a deep interest in traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Feng replied.
Interest alone is useless. Talent is what matters.
It often makes your efforts twice as effective with half the effort. I've always trusted old Master Feng's judgment, but this time, I honestly can't see anything special about you.
Yao Qihua shook his head.
As he spoke, an intense sense of pressure emanated from him.
Chapter 24, No Need for Delay.
This intense pressure carried a clear hostility. Meeting Yao Qihua for the first time, Lin Feng couldn't fathom why the man harbored such intense animosity.
How could someone shift from being so amiable one moment to this the next? Was it simply because he was young? It's perfectly normal not to see it. You haven't looked closely enough.
Judging solely by appearances won't do, Lin Feng said slowly. Unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, his tone remained as casual as ever.
So you're implying my eyesight is failing?
Yao Qihua retorted, his tone decidedly unfriendly.
That's not quite right.
After all, you're not in our line of work. Even those within the industry can misjudge someone, let alone an outsider.
Lin Feng replied.
I may not see the skill, but I can still see the character, Yao Qihua said coldly, narrowing his eyes.
Even those skilled in physiognomy may not see through human nature. You don't practice physiognomy, do you?
Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. At your age, to have earned the favor of the National Medicine Association, I have reason to suspect it's all an act.
Yao Qihua declared.
That's a question you'll have to discuss with old Feng, Lin Feng replied, still unhurried.
Old Yao, that's enough. Don't scare the young man.
Feng Tianrui sighed helplessly, stepping in to smooth things over. He hadn't intervened earlier because he recognized Yao Qihua was deliberately testing Lin Feng. Based on his understanding, Lin Feng should handle it with ease. As it turned out, he handled it exceptionally well. 4 words summed it up, neither humble nor arrogant. It sounded simple enough, but it was incredibly difficult to pull off.
Scared? Look at him, does he seem frightened? I think even if this went on, he'd still be handling it with ease.
Yao Qihua's face broke into a smile again.
Ha ha. What do you think? Not bad, right? Feng Tianrui's face was brimming with pride. Indeed impressive.
He maintained perfect composure. If I were still in the military, I'd recruit such talent immediately for intensive training. Given time, he'd surely become a formidable force, Yao Qihua praised. Having fought countless battles in his lifetime, he understood better than anyone that courage could be trained, but true grit was innate. Trying to create something from nothing that wasn't there from the start was harder than climbing to the heavens. Even if Lin Feng felt a hint of panic inside, maintaining composure on the surface was no small feat. Among the younger generation, no one else came close to matching this level of composure, at least, none that he had encountered so far.
So you're trying to poach my man? That won't fly. If that's the case, I'll just take him with me, Feng Tianrui declared. No chance. Besides, the power over life and death still rests in your hands. How could I dare? Yao Qihua sighed softly, his face etched with resignation. Don't be so pessimistic. This time, we've prepared flawlessly. The strongest surgical expert paired with the most potent traditional Chinese anesthetic. While I can't guarantee 100% success, it should be at least 90%. Feng Tianrui hurriedly countered. Yes, Dad, you must have faith in old Master Feng, Yao Yue interjected. But you've always opposed traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia. How did he convince you? Yao Qihua demanded. I tried it myself. Yao Yue paused, then decided to be honest. If it could give his father more confidence, it wouldn't hurt to let him know. After all, it couldn't be hidden forever. Yao Qihua froze, then turned to look at Feng Tianrui. Feng Tianrui nodded, offering his tacit approval. This is sheer nonsense. Why would a perfectly healthy person need anesthesia? Old Feng, couldn't you have stopped him? Yao Qihua frowned slightly. I wanted to stop him, but you two share the same stubborn streak. I couldn't hold him back. Still, he did prove that the side effects of Mafeisan are practically non-existent. Feng Tianrui shrugged helplessly. Sigh. Yao Qihua sighed, unsure what to say. After a pause, he asked, can we begin now? Let's begin. Feng Tianrui turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and stepped forward to take Yao Qihua's pulse. Still need to take my pulse? Yao Qihua asked. This anesthetic formula is tailored to the patient's physical condition and the duration of the surgery. Think of it as a bespoke prescription. This ensures maximum precision, Feng Tianrui explained. So only he can prescribe this formula now? Yao Qihua pressed. Yes. Later, we'll work on developing a more balanced formula suitable for surgeries with varying symptoms, Feng Tianrui nodded. Such invaluable knowledge from our ancestors truly shouldn't be lost to history. Recovering it is a tremendous contribution. Yao Qihua remarked. We should stop talking now, Feng Tianrui said. Right. Let's not disturb the doctor while he's taking pulses, Yao Qihua agreed. Even if he didn't fully trust Lin Feng, he had to trust Feng Tianrui. Without considerable certainty, Feng would never casually apply it to him. Mr. Yao, did you undergo a cardiac stent procedure 6 months ago? Lin Feng inquired. How come I don't know about this? Feng Tianrui immediately frowned. It hasn't been half a year, at least 7 months. You can tell that just by taking my pulse? Truly, there are no secrets from a TCM practitioner, Yao Qihua remarked, his tone still tinged with teasing. Feng Tianrui's face remained utterly expressionless as he fixed his gaze on Yao Yue. Why didn't you tell me? This isn't a minor matter. I was told not to mention it. It's been so long now, it shouldn't have any impact, Yao Qihua replied. It's not something that has no impact just because you say so. Even if it happened a year ago, you should have told me earlier. Feng Tianrui said sternly. Then, should we postpone it? Yao Yue asked cautiously. It wasn't that he'd deliberately kept it hidden, he'd simply forgotten about it entirely. Don't delay it. What's meant to happen has already happened. If we put it off any longer, who knows when it will be. If I really can't make it, then that's just my fate. I won't blame anyone, Yao Qihua hurriedly said. Since Feng Tianrui held most of the decision-making power regarding the surgery, Yao Yue tried his best to use a consultative tone. You can say that, but I can't act that way. Every additional risk must be considered. Feng Tianrui shook his head. Oh, stop dithering. My health isn't that bad. If you don't believe me, ask this guy. Since he knows about the bypass, he must understand my condition pretty well. Yao Qihua gestured toward Lin Feng. To be honest, your physical condition isn't looking good, Lin Feng stated bluntly. How can you say that? How many people my age have a body like mine? You can't ignore my age. It's right here. Yao Qihua felt a bit embarrassed and quickly defended himself. It's bad because it's bad. Age is a factor, but not the main one, Lin Feng shook his head. You're deliberately undermining me, aren't you? Chapter 25, The Surgery Begins. Yao Qihua had every reason to suspect Lin Feng was doing this on purpose. This guy was retaliating for his earlier probe. But it was hard to say outright. What? Can't even speak the truth anymore? Feng Tianrui couldn't help but ask. No. How could I not understand my own physical condition? What he said was a bit exaggerated, Yao Qihua quickly replied. If everyone knew their own bodies perfectly, what would doctors be for?
You think you know, but in reality, it's just your perception, Feng Tianrui countered.
Cut the nonsense. I'm telling you, I can't wait. Either we do it today, or forget it altogether. Yao Qihua frowned. This isn't up to you.
Feng Tianrui said, then turned to Lin Feng.
What's your opinion? As soon as possible.
Delaying it won't do any good, Lin Feng said slowly.
Exactly. That's the right call.
Strictly speaking, he's the one performing the surgery, while you're merely the organizer.
We should listen to him. Yao Qihua breathed a silent sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Feng would postpone the surgery. Even if he protested, it probably wouldn't make much difference. Is it risky?
Feng Tianrui rolled his eyes and pressed Lin Feng further. All I can say is, the longer we delay, the greater the risk, Lin Feng replied earnestly. In his view, Yao Qihua's surgery should have been performed much earlier.
Doing it now was genuinely a bit late. All right. Arrange the anesthesia then.
Feng Tianrui pondered briefly before making the decision.
Lin Feng quickly wrote out the appropriate Mafeisan formula for Yao Qihua. Yao Yue immediately arranged for someone to procure the herbs and prepare the decoction. Lin Feng, right? Thank you, Yao Qihua said. You're too kind. I'm just doing my duty. If anything, I should be thanking you. Without your generation fighting on the battlefield, where would our peaceful lives today come from?
Lin Feng said, bowing solemnly. What he had done was but a drop in the bucket compared to the sacrifices made by those battle heroes of the past. These heroes, who had fought so hard to survive, deserved to enjoy their twilight years in peace. Yet their bodies were now ravaged by excruciating pain.
Like Yao Qihua now, enduring excruciating pain every single day, a torment not everyone could bear. Most people would likely break down within minutes. Yet he has endured it for decades.
Compared to those comrades who gave their lives, at least I'm still here, still able to enjoy the life I have now.
Go ahead with this surgery without hesitation.
Whether it succeeds or fails, I have nothing to lose.
After all, I'm at this stage of life now. If it fails, don't blame anyone. This is my fate.
I also look forward to meeting those comrades underground and telling them about the happy life we have now.
They'll surely be delighted.
Even for a tough guy like Yao Qihua, tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke these words.
Old Yao, I'll definitely save you. You're not that old yet.
Feng Tianrui said earnestly.
Half my body's already in the ground, how could I not be old? I've lived long enough.
Heaven's been kind enough to let me see this day, Yao Qihua said with a faint smile. The operating room was on the third floor, fully equipped with surgical instruments and monitoring devices. Even after being administered the anesthetic, Yao Qihua continued to chatter incessantly, as if bidding farewell to the world one last time. Until his eyes slowly closed. Deng Hanyang had brought in a new assistant, and the other doctors assisting with the surgery were all highly professional.
As the anesthesiologist, Lin Feng stood against the wall.
He had discussed the estimated duration of the surgery with Deng Hanyang and understood it would be an extremely difficult procedure, likely taking a long time. It was no exaggeration to say that, aside from Deng Hanyang, few people in China or even globally would dare take it on. Facing a procedure with such a high failure rate and extreme difficulty, any surgeon with a shred of reputation would hesitate to take such a risk.
Moreover, the patient's status was no ordinary matter. Unless they had no choice.
Deng Hanyang, in fact, had some element of having no choice either, since the request came from Feng Tianrui. Even with ample time allocated, if the final surgery still exceeded expectations, he would need contingency plans. When the anesthetic Mafeisan was first invented, the surgeries performed by that legendary physician were certainly not as complex as those of today. Therefore, excessive duration was simply not a consideration back then.
In other words, Mafeisan was only suitable for relatively short procedures.
However, thanks to the simulations within his consciousness Sea, the version of Mafeisan he mastered was essentially an upgraded form.
It was no exaggeration to say it could be extended indefinitely. Of course, the duration of the surgery itself remains limited.
The surgeon is human, not a machine, and cannot operate continuously without fatigue. Every moment of surgery demands intense concentration. Sustaining this for 7 or 8 hours already pushes the limits of human endurance. Therefore, he wasn't overly concerned that the time provided by the anesthetic might be insufficient for the surgeon. That day would come when machines could truly replace human surgeons. Though maintaining a slight distance, Lin Feng could clearly observe the entire process of Deng Hanyang's incisions. He noticed with some surprise that Deng Hanyang's technique with the scalpel seemed somewhat different from that of most surgeons. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, after all, he wasn't a professional surgeon himself. It felt as though his blade work contained subtle, martial art-like precision, as if he were wielding a weapon with hidden strength. This approach not only conserved his energy but also enhanced the precision of his movements. From an observer's perspective, it even looked somewhat like a show of skill. But Lin Feng was certain this was absolutely not a display of skill. Because the surgical process would take a long time, and showing off now would turn into a disaster by the end.
Sure enough, after 3 or 4 hours of surgery, Deng Hanyang's hand movements showed no sign of fatigue. They remained as precise as when he began. For an ordinary person, this level of endurance was nearly impossible to achieve. The reason was simple: humans tire. Fatigue inevitably leads to tremors in the hands, and even forced control struggles to correct it. This is likely the distinction between a surgical master and an ordinary surgeon. Both were performing surgery. Yesterday, he had observed Wu Jijia's work and thought it was quite good. But now, compared to Deng Hanyang, it was truly like heaven and earth. If Wu Jijia were to take the lead on this surgery, it would undoubtedly be a complete disaster. No wonder Wu Jijia insisted on being the assistant, even if it meant bowing to him. Setting aside the resources at his disposal, just the technical skills alone would be enough to study for a lifetime. Missing this opportunity would undoubtedly leave Wu Jijia with lifelong regret. There will never be another chance for such a significant leap forward. He couldn't blame anyone else, only himself, for being so reckless. Chapter 26, Utter Exhaustion. The surgery took about as long as expected, maybe even a bit less. Though exhausted, Deng Hanyang insisted on completing the final procedures himself, refusing to delegate. Only after everything was finished did he exhale a long sigh of relief. He exchanged a glance with Lin Feng, forcing a faint smile despite his utterly exhausted expression. The moment the door opened, Yao Yuwei and Feng Tianrui rushed over. Upon receiving confirmation, the stern expressions on their faces finally broke into smiles. "Dr. Deng, your surgical technique." Lin Feng began. "Actually, I incorporated some ancient Chinese surgical techniques. But I've only scratched the surface," Deng Hanyang explained. "I see." Lin Feng finally understood why Deng Hanyang favored herbal anesthesia. If even his surgical techniques drew from ancient Chinese medicine, how could he not trust Mafeisan? With no preconceived biases against traditional Chinese medicine, acceptance came naturally. The loss of traditional Chinese surgical techniques is a tremendous setback for the entire medical community. Deng Hanyang shook his head. "That's precisely why we need you to revive traditional Chinese surgical techniques," Feng Tianrui interjected. "Before, I truly lacked confidence. But after witnessing the effects of the Mafeisan, I feel we can genuinely give it a try." Deng Hanyang nodded emphatically. "Still, this path won't be easy," Feng Tianrui sighed softly. "The path of traditional Chinese medicine has never been easy," Lin Feng shrugged slightly. "True enough," Feng Tianrui conceded with a wry smile. It was indeed frustrating their own medical traditions faced such arduous progress within their own culture. No matter how difficult it is, someone has to walk it. When more people walk it, the path naturally becomes easier. Lin Feng smiled. "I'm getting old. It's up to you young people now," Feng Tianrui said, his face filled with satisfaction. "I'm not young anymore." Deng Hanyang shook his head helplessly. "How are you not young? At your age, you're in your prime. Don't talk yourself out of it." Feng Tianrui shot Deng Hanyang a look. At that moment, Yao Yuwei couldn't help but ask, "When will my father wake up?" "It will likely take some time." "The surgery was a complete success. Waking up is just a matter of time," Deng Hanyang replied. "Then why did I wake up so quickly before? Shouldn't my dad be the same?" Yao Yuwei pressed further. "You?" Deng Hanyang sighed deeply. "I'm exhausted. I'll rest outside for a bit." "Lin Feng, you explain it to him." He felt weak all over, his legs already trembling slightly. Standing for 5 or 6 hours was unbearable, let alone performing high-intensity surgeries. In his 30s, he'd never known fatigue, but now he was truly reaching his limit. Moreover, hearing Yao Yuwei ask such a question made him feel as if darkness was closing in before his eyes. Did I say something wrong? Yao Yuwei, consumed by concern for his father, hadn't had time to think it through. If you got slashed a few times, you wouldn't wake up so quickly either. What's anesthesia for? To make you less pained. Got it? Feng Tianrui was speechless. This guy was usually sharp as a tack. How could he suddenly seem like he'd lost his mind? But the surgery's already over. Yao Yuwei protested. The sensation of pain remains. The anesthesia needs to linger a bit longer to allow your body a gradual recovery process. That's perfectly normal. Waking up immediately would likely send you into a pain-induced faint, Lin Feng explained. To Feng Tianrui and Deng Hanyang, this question might seem a bit dumb, but in reality, hospitals deal with far more ridiculous questions than this. At times like this, one could only try to explain as best as possible. But everyone's comprehension level really varies. No matter how plainly you explain it, some people just won't get it. There's simply nothing to be done about it. As for Yao Yuwei right now, it probably has nothing to do with comprehension. He's just panicking because he cares too much. Oh, I see. Yao Yuwei finally realized his question had been a bit silly. He stayed behind to accompany his father, while Feng Tianrui led Lin Feng away. Feng Tianrui suggested that traditional Chinese medicine be used for the post-operative recovery as much as possible. Lin Feng, of course, had no objection and immediately provided a prescription. You don't need to think at all when prescribing? Feng Tianrui nodded repeatedly after hearing the formula, yet a hint of curiosity lingered in his eyes.
For him, the most headache-inducing task had always been refining prescriptions. A single unsuitable herb could compromise the entire formula's efficacy. But when Lin Feng prescribed, it was as if he faced no bottlenecks whatsoever. Most importantly, the prescriptions he produced showed no trace of carelessness whatsoever, fitting the patient's condition perfectly. He desperately wanted to know how Lin Feng's brain worked. It's still necessary. I started thinking about it during the pulse diagnosis. Whether it'll be useful or not, that's not something to consider just yet, Lin Feng replied. He couldn't possibly reveal the truth about his consciousness. See, even though this old gentleman had seen the world, the concept would likely be beyond comprehension. If he dragged him off for research, that would be the end of him. If he were Feng Tianrui, encountering someone claiming to derive prescriptions from a consciousness, he'd undoubtedly want to study them. You actually used. Deng Hanyang suddenly lunged forward, his eyes locked on Lin Feng. Why are you so worked up? Weren't you complaining about being tired just now? Feng Tianrui retorted irritably. Deng Hanyang quickly summarized how Lin Feng had stopped massive bleeding during surgery using his bare hands. Why didn't you mention something this crucial earlier? Feng Tianrui glared at Lin Feng. Had he known, Lin Feng would have played a crucial role in Wei Jiangluo's surgery. Without him, the entire procedure could have ended in complete failure. I don't think it's a big deal. The patient is safe, that's what matters most, Lin Feng said, shaking his head lightly. And getting suspended doesn't matter at all? Deng Hanyang pressed. Suspended? Why? Just because he covered up some idiot's mistake? What kind of logic is that? Feng Tianrui was furious. You don't know until you look into it, but once you do, it's shocking. This Wu Jijie has truly become lawless. Not only did he conceal the details of the surgery, but he actually pulled off something like this. Deng Hanyang frowned deeply. What kind of idiots run the people's hospital? Is this how they handle things? Feng Tianrui reached for his phone. I'm calling those fools right now to see what kind of explanation they can give me. Mr. Feng, it's unnecessary. Truly unnecessary. Lin Feng waved his hand. You've been treated like this, and you say it's unnecessary? Your temper is far too good, Deng Hanyang couldn't help but remark. Honestly, I didn't lose anything. I said everything I needed to say. As for suspension or whatever, I don't really care. If I can't do it, I can't do it. No big deal. Lin Feng shrugged slightly. The problem is you did nothing wrong, why should you be punished? Chapter 27, Can't Just Let It Go. Feng Tianrui couldn't fathom why Lin Feng was being treated this way. Despite his immense contributions, he was still being punished. This wasn't just unreasonable, it was downright idiotic. Right or wrong, sometimes it doesn't really matter, Lin Feng said with a resigned smile. Seeing Wu Jijie's shameless face earlier, he understood the man was bullying others by exploiting his position. He could have retaliated against Feng Tianrui by exploiting his own power, but that would have made him no better than that scoundrel. Besides, becoming stronger was the only true path forward. Relying on others would never be sustainable. Most importantly, he didn't want to trouble Feng Tianrui over such a minor matter. This is my fault. I should have clarified your identity beforehand. If I had made it clear, perhaps. Feng Tianrui said. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, Lin Feng replied with a slight shake of his head. Most people harbor prejudices against traditional Chinese medicine, let alone a young practitioner like me. Such unfair treatment wasn't new to him. It happened frequently in the TCM department, and he had no choice but to accept it. Before truly becoming strong, one must endure countless trials. It was unavoidable. Hardships alone don't make one grow, only one's own resolve can. This incident finally made him truly understand that bending to others' wills was futile. Rather than endure that, it was better to break free from that circle. Therefore, for him, suspension was not a punishment but a liberation. How could he possibly be angry? Would past transgressions be forgiven? Of course not. Whenever he had a chance to strike back, like his earlier assessment of Wu Jijie, he wouldn't hold back, provided he stuck to the facts. If not exacting revenge for every slight, he would at least repay grievances with straightforwardness. Repaying evil with kindness? Absolutely impossible. From the sound of it, he seems to have suffered a tremendous injustice, Deng Hanyang remarked with a slight frown. He couldn't fathom what kind of idiots this hospital was harboring. With a talent as exceptional as Lin Feng, what possible reason could there be not to cultivate him as a priority? How could they possibly cause such a mess? He should be the future pillar of traditional Chinese medicine. No grievances. I chose this path myself. But now I'm starting to think leaving that place might not be such a bad thing, Lin Feng said with a smile. That's not how it is. You leaving is fine. But I won't stand for them rejecting you. What kind of people are they? How dare they? Feng Tianrui was still furious. He was the quintessential protective father figure, and coupled with his deep affection for Lin Feng, he was understandably furious. Up until now, he'd always believed that someone like Lin Feng was nothing short of a waste of talent in a hospital setting. But who knew these fools wouldn't appreciate him at all, letting Lin Feng suffer so much injustice? He shouldn't have listened to Lin Feng. He should have informed the hospital leadership long ago about what kind of person this was. It's not that important, at least in my view, Lin Feng shrugged slightly. Whether he left voluntarily or was forced out, the outcome was the same. To him, the difference wasn't significant. The most important thing was that he'd taken that step. Perhaps everything that followed would change. Do you have somewhere to go afterward? Feng Tianrui asked. Yes. I've already found one. You needn't worry about me. My current abilities still fall short of your expectations. When I truly measure up, I'll definitely come find you. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. I'm glad you have your own thoughts. If you just did everything I said, that would be no fun. But are you sure you don't want to vent? I can summon everyone involved in this matter. They can apologize in person and beg you to return. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you. What do you say? Even within the day, it's no problem at all. Feng Tianrui declared. He devised a way for Lin Feng to vent his anger, one he was certain could be executed, and it would also give those fools a fresh perspective on Lin Feng. Thinking about it, that would be pretty satisfying. But no. Dealing with those guys for my sake? I feel it would be beneath your stature. Lin Feng shook his head. Getting you revenge? Status doesn't mean much to me. Besides, at my age, what have I got to lose? Feng Tianrui retorted. Rest assured. I'm not someone to be pushed around. I believe I'll have my chance to respond later. I want to humiliate them with my own abilities. That would be even more satisfying, Lin Feng declared. Connections are a form of ability too, Deng Hanyang interjected. Too easy would be boring. Mr. Feng can't shield me forever. You agree, right? Lin Feng smiled. All right. Deng Hanyang momentarily found himself at a loss for words. I won't interfere with past matters, but if anything similar happens in the future, you must tell me. I can't always protect you, but until you become a big tree yourself, I can still help. Feng Tianrui said earnestly. Got it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. What do you say? I'll arrange a meal for us. Feng Tianrui suggested. You and Dr. Deng must be exhausted. Let's reschedule. I'll arrange the venue. Lin Feng didn't want to burden them with dinner while they were tired. There'd be plenty of chances later. I'll be waiting then, Deng Hanyang said with a smile. Feng Tianrui had someone escort Lin Feng back. Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, he seemed lost in thought. Master, aren't you going to let this slide? Deng Hanyang asked. Of course not. Those who do the work shouldn't be wronged, especially someone I've taken a liking to. Making those bastards suffer is non-negotiable. Feng Tianrui nodded firmly. Lin Feng didn't want to trouble him, worried his involvement might tarnish his reputation. But Feng Tianrui saw it differently. If you're upright and honorable, what's there to fear? Where action was needed, action would be taken. Taking abuse was absolutely out of the question. That's just like you. Let me handle it. I can take care of this too. Deng Hanyang's face broke into a smile. No need. And don't go shouting about it. I never said I'd take you on. This little matter, I can handle myself. Feng Tianrui waved his hand dismissively. Didn't you agree to consider it? I've gone this far, doesn't that mean you don't need to consider it anymore? Deng Hanyang sounded somewhat resigned, having assumed it was a done deal. You don't need me as your master. You've got the fame, the skills, what's the point? Feng Tianrui shook his head. So if Lin Feng were to seek your tutelage, would you consider it? Deng Hanyang asked. Feng Tianrui's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. He said nothing, yet it seemed to say everything. He felt a bit awkward bringing it up, but if Lin Feng dared to ask, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Ah. After all this effort, it still pales in comparison to someone who does nothing at all. Deng Hanyang sighed heavily. You're nowhere near his level. Chapter 28, Trending. Lin Feng grabbed a quick bite by the roadside before heading back to his place. His rented studio was only about 10 square meters, but he kept it exceptionally tidy. He wasn't a neat freak, but he couldn't stand things being too messy. He'd chosen this place primarily for its proximity to the hospital. The hospital did have employee dormitories, but they required an application, and he hadn't been assigned one yet. The real reason was that his department hadn't pushed hard enough. If the director had been serious about applying, it wouldn't have taken nearly this long. Ultimately, it all came down to Meng Shanghui, the department head, not having taken a liking to him. If he could truly settle into his master's clinic later, he'd definitely have to give up this place. After all, the distance was too far, and the daily commute alone was a real pain. He had already decided never to return to that hospital. Sitting at his desk piled high with books, he opened the laptop resting atop a stack of textbooks. His leisure time was relatively dull, either reading books or browsing medical papers online. His only real entertainment was catching up on current events. Occasionally, he would enter a live news chat room. It was the largest online livestream for current affairs, drawing a huge crowd. But today, the discussion wasn't about current events. Instead, the comment stream was flooded with one name.
That name was Zhang Jiabing. Where's that old-timer Zhang Jiabing? Don't look down on traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia. The surgery was successful. Didn't he say he'd eat a pound of for every extra hour old Wei lived? Hurry up and come out to eat it, I'm waiting to see. Do the math, it's been over 24 hours post-op. That's 24 pounds. One person can't handle it alone. Any fellow practitioners up for it? Let's brew a hot batch. This old fool discredited traditional Chinese medicine to the ground, yet now he can't even fart in protest. The host couldn't even comment on current events because the live chat was flooded with posts about Zhang Jiabing. The comment volume was off the charts compared to usual, but none of it related to the topic at hand. The host tried to ignore it, but the comments only grew more intense. We sincerely apologize, but we're currently unable to reach Teacher Zhang. His personal remarks absolutely do not represent this live stream stance. We hope everyone can remain rational. The host said with a forced smile. You're responsible for what's said on your channel. What else are you here for? This guy knows he has to keep his promise, so he's naturally hiding. His analysis was spot on, but it's completely useless. If this guy lived in wartime, he'd be a traitor through and through. We don't fear enemies, it's two-faced old traitors like him we dread. The host tried several times to steer the conversation back on track, but failed each time. Zhang Jiabing's earlier remarks had enraged many, yet his words seemed impossible to refute. With ironclad facts laid bare, the crowd's fury was palpable. In the end, with no other option, the host apologized and ended the broadcast. Continuing would likely have achieved nothing. Many viewers remained in the live stream. Someone suggested flooding Zhang Jiabing's personal Weibo with comments, and others immediately agreed. What kind of person is Zhang Jiabing? Anyone with even a passing familiarity knows he thrives on controversy. He uses outrageous statements to generate buzz, and once he discovered that disparaging China while glorifying foreign countries brought massive traffic, how could he pass up the opportunity? This wasn't the first time he'd made shocking remarks on a livestream. The Current Affairs livestream invited Zhang Jiabing precisely because they recognized his ability to generate massive traffic with such content. They probably never imagined it would escalate like this. Compared to the traffic he generated in the livestream, his personal social media platforms lagged far behind, with only tens of thousands of followers. After the Current Affairs livestream ended, his Weibo account was flooded with comments. Thousands of comments flooded in overnight. Setting aside the outright insults, the more subtle criticisms, and the demands for him to fulfill his promise to eat, the rest were just opportunists jumping on the bandwagon to advertise. After an hour or two, Zhang Jiabing reluctantly shut down the comment section. Think that was the end of it? Of course not. Users spontaneously organized a trending topic to keep the momentum going. The next day, a new trending topic appeared: Zhang Jiabing, please fulfill your promise. Even so, Zhang Jiabing still didn't come forward to respond. But someone exposed his Weibo login records, proving he'd been closely monitoring the online developments. Lin Feng roughly understood the backstory. Though he deeply despised people like Zhang Jiabing, he merely watched the spectacle unfold without joining the online commentary like other netizens. Thankfully, they had rescued Wei Jiangwo in time. Otherwise, he couldn't even begin to imagine how smug Zhang Jiabing would be. Most crucially, the blow to traditional Chinese medicine would have been immense. Even if the truth was that the practitioner had made a mistake, no one would care. Ultimately, it would only reinforce the notion that traditional Chinese medicine and herbs are inadequate. Truthfully, most people today genuinely believe TCM falls short of Western medicine. While they might not openly disparage it, when illness strikes, TCM is never their first choice. The reason is simply that TCM is our own heritage. To disparage it would feel like insulting our ancestors. From this perspective, TCM has a long road ahead if it hopes to reclaim its former prominence. Of course, the immense online reaction to this surgery was unexpected. Its success has become an unintended form of publicity for traditional Chinese medicine. Not everyone knows the details, but at least they now recognize that Chinese herbs can play a role in anesthesia. As for that husband's claim, just laugh it off. Just as he was about to shut down his computer and rest, he received a text message from Zhuang Yanxin. Are you coming to work at the clinic tomorrow? Yes. Lin Feng replied with just one word. Open promptly at 8:30. No tardiness. Do we really need to open that early? The hospital doesn't start outpatient services until 9. I'm the boss now, and I make the rules. Besides, the early bird catches the worm. I'll try. Not try your best, it's mandatory. Latecomers get docked pay. No exceptions. Oomph. It's a bit far from where I am, so I might be a little late. That's not the boss's concern. Fine. Lin Feng couldn't argue any further. At least working at the clinic had one perk: he got to eat Shi Chaoyan's cooking. With meals taken care of, he didn't need much money for anything else just yet. Perhaps exhausted, Lin Feng drifted into sleep quickly once he lay down on the bed. Within his consciousness, a shadowy version of himself appeared, as if he had entered another world. He instinctively sat in a chair that seemed as ethereal as his own form. Across from him stood a long line of phantom robots, queuing up for pulse diagnosis.
The pulse patterns were bizarre and varied, and naturally, the ailments were equally strange and diverse. But he knew these pulses and ailments were all evolved from those he had encountered before. In other words, his consciousness could not conjure cases he had never encountered before. This was precisely why he insisted on gaining extensive experience treating patients at the grassroots level.
Chapter 29, The True Capitalist.
Lin Feng rose early, waking up a full half-hour earlier than his usual hospital shift. Yet when he arrived at the clinic, he was still late. Still, he was only a minute or two later than the time Zhuang Yanqin had mentioned. He felt it shouldn't be a big deal. Upon entering the clinic, he found Zhuang Yanqin standing by the desk with a cold expression. She wore a white shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Her jet-black hair was neatly pulled back into a high ponytail. With no makeup on her face, she looked incredibly pure and innocent, like the girl next door. He had to admit, she was quite a sight to behold. Before meeting her, one might have thought a feast for the eyes was an exaggeration, but after seeing her in person, it made perfect sense. However, what she was about to do had nothing to do with her beauty. "You're late," Zhuang Yanqin said in a slightly cold tone.
Isn't this perfect timing?"
Lin Feng gestured toward the clock hanging on the wall.
"That clock is slow. My phone's time is the standard."
1 minute late, 100 yuan fine, Zhuang Yanqin said sternly.
"You capitalist, aren't you being a bit too greedy?"
Lin Feng was speechless.
"Everyone says I'm a capitalist now. Why would I be polite to you?"
Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes and let out a cold snort. "Deducted from my pay," Lin Feng shrugged indifferently.
"What salary? Don't forget, you don't even have a base salary. That only kicks in after you're officially hired," Zhuang Yanqin retorted.
"Then we'll talk when I actually get paid," Lin Feng replied.
"What if you don't even get a single medical commission? Then I'd be the one losing out." Zhuang Yanqin frowned slightly. "Miss, are you saying I'm working for you yet I should pay you? If that's the case, then I'm the boss,"
Lin Feng said helplessly.
"Forget it."
"I'll just put it on your tab for now," Zhuang Yanqin said, pursing her lips. She was just trying to scare Lin Feng. She couldn't possibly take money from him.
That would be outrageous.
Regardless of anything else, just for saving her father, regardless of the outcome, she owed him gratitude. Her harsh demands weren't about setting rules, they were meant to drive him away. He was a perfectly good hospital doctor, yet he chose to work at this small clinic.
Was this job really that easy to come by?
Her reasoning was simple: if he had the ability to save lives at a major hospital, he shouldn't quit over minor setbacks, especially not by lowering himself to work at a small clinic.
This wasn't about looking down on clinics. Both clinics and hospitals treat illnesses, just with different focuses. Minor ailments naturally belong in clinics. If everyone flooded large hospitals, it would waste medical resources. If it were a serious illness, no one would choose a clinic. In his view, Lin Feng's presence here felt like a case of overkill. But some things couldn't be stated outright, so it was only natural for Lin Feng to experience firsthand that small clinics also had their own rules. The entire morning passed with Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin staring at each other, not a single patient coming through the door. Is it always like this, or just today?
Lin Feng couldn't help asking.
It's just a coincidence.
When my dad was here, we'd see dozens of patients on busy days, Zhuang Yanqin replied.
And since you took over? Lin Feng pressed. Didn't we have a patient yesterday?
You saw it yourself, Zhuang Yanqin replied, her tone noticeably lacking confidence. Since taking over these past few days, yesterday's patient had been one of the few who actually came seeking treatment. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, she probably would have botched it. Sigh. I'm starting to wonder if sitting here for a month will even cover this morning's fine, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. If you can't cover it, you'll have to pay out of your own pocket. Anyway, you're not leaving without paying,
Zhuang Yanqin declared. Seriously, a capitalist? I might not be able to do anything to others. But my parents know you.
If you dare sneak out, I'll make sure you never set foot in my house again.
I'll also report you and ruin your reputation.
Zhuang Yanqin narrowed her eyes.
You're so focused on me. Why don't you consider improving the clinic's situation instead?
Lin Feng said, somewhat helplessly.
I can't help it. Without patients, I'm stuck waiting. A clinic can't just hand out flyers on the street. I'd get beaten to death. Zhuang Yanqin retorted irritably. Deep down, she knew most patients came solely because of her father. At a clinic like this, it's the doctor they seek.
And compared to her father, her medical skills were seriously lacking.
No one was normal. And the problem was, this situation couldn't be improved. Even if you did advertise, people wouldn't believe you. No matter how many ads you put out, it would just be a waste of time. True enough.
Lin Feng could only lean back in his chair and close his eyes to rest. Sure, Xiao Yun prepared lunch and brought it over directly. Feeling awkward about having her bring food after a morning of leisure, Lin Feng told his master's wife not to bring it anymore, he'd go get it himself. Besides, his master needed someone there too. After seeing Shi Xiaoyun off, he sat across from Zhuang Yanqin and began eating. Girls tended to eat more slowly, so Lin Feng had to pace himself. He couldn't wolf down his food like usual, or else he'd soon be left with nothing but leftovers.
It wasn't until Zhuang Yanxin announced she was full.
Lin Feng then swept the remaining battlefield clean in a whirlwind. After finishing, he didn't forget to wash the lunchbox clean. It had become second nature to him.
Are you still hungry?
If so, I can ask my mom to make more tomorrow, Zhuang Yanxin said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she watched him wash the container.
I'm full enough.
But maybe we should get another lunchbox to separate our meals. That way, we won't disturb each other, Lin Feng suggested.
What? Are you rejecting me? Zhuang Yanxin immediately frowned. Of course not.
It's just that I eat pretty fast, Lin Feng explained.
So you mean I'm slowing down your eating speed? As a TCM practitioner, you must know the benefits of chewing slowly. Is that really okay for you?
Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes, speaking with irritation.
I'm used to it.
Probably hard to break now, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Slowing down wasn't impossible, but it felt incredibly uncomfortable, especially when eating something delicious. It was nearly impossible to stop. As for the harm to his health, he could only choose to ignore it. Then use this as your chance to change,
Zhuang Yanxin declared.
Splitting the food wasn't a big deal, but if her parents found out, they'd surely think she was being difficult. After all, between her and Lin Feng, they'd naturally suspect her first. Besides, she didn't have a big appetite. If they split the food, there would be plenty left over, and it wouldn't be right to offer it to him.
She didn't dislike Lin Feng. Eating together was the only way to truly avoid any waste.
Lin Feng was about to say something else when a sound came from the doorway.
Finally, a patient seeking treatment. Chapter 30, absolutely amazing.
The patient was a woman named Lu Qiuxia, around 60 years old, with a slightly pale complexion.
Ma'am, what seems to be the problem? Zhuang Yanxin inquired. I have a headache and high blood pressure.
Lu Qiuxia replied. Just as Zhuang Yanxin was about to ask more questions, Lin Feng stood up and gestured for her to sit down to take her pulse.
Is Dr. Zhuang not here?
I heard he's quite skilled, so I came seeking his expertise, Lu Qiuxia said.
My father is ill. I'll take your pulse first, Zhuang Yanxin explained.
She didn't quite understand why Lin Feng had asked her to take the pulse first, but she didn't want to argue in front of the patient.
You have kidney deficiency. I'll prescribe some medicine for you.
Try taking it and see how it works, Zhuang Yanxin concluded.
When will Dr. Zhuang return?
I still want to see him.
Lu Qiuxia clearly didn't trust Zhuang Yanxin. I can't say for certain. Your condition isn't serious.
You don't need my father, I can handle this myself, Zhuang Yanxin replied earnestly.
I've taken countless Chinese and Western medicines, none of which helped at all. My blood pressure remains stubbornly high.
I'll seek treatment elsewhere, Lu Qiuxia shook her head. Zhuang Yanxin frowned, realizing she couldn't persuade her.
May I take your pulse? Lin Feng asked. Your main issue seems to be dizziness, which has persisted for several years, correct?
Yes.
Lu Qiuxia's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly.
She naturally extended her arm, and Lin Feng promptly took her pulse. Headaches like being wrapped in cloth, insomnia with palpitations, cold limbs, aversion to cold, frequent nighttime urination, occasional numbness in both hands. Lin Feng listed the patient's symptoms one by one.
Doctor, you're amazing. You've described every single symptom perfectly.
Lu Qiuxia's eyes widened with disbelief, her voice filled with astonishment. Zhuang Yanxin, while astonished, felt a twinge of irritation.
Clearly, Lin Feng's direct pulse diagnosis yielded superior results. Why had she been made to perform this redundant procedure?
Admittedly, her own skills were still lacking. She couldn't possibly have examined the patient's symptoms to this level of detail. To be perfectly honest, even if her father were here, he might not have done any better than Lin Feng.
You tend to prefer meat in your diet, right? Lin Feng inquired.
Yes.
Lu Qiuxia nodded repeatedly. After a brief pause, she hurriedly added, Doctor, what medicine should I take? I've tried both Chinese and Western medicine.
I've been on Western medicine for 2 years now, and it hasn't helped at all.
He even knew her eating habits. What else could she doubt? Have you been taking blood pressure medication?
Lin Feng didn't answer her question but continued his inquiry.
Yes.
Since neither Western nor Chinese medicine worked, I started taking Chinese patent medicines.
Lu Qiuxia replied. Do you have any medication with you?
Though puzzled, Lu Qiuxia retrieved a medicine box from her bag. It contained a proprietary Chinese medicine for lowering blood pressure. Lin Feng merely glanced at the box before stating, Stop taking this medication.
It's not doing you any good. What? No way. This is a brand new drug.
My son pulled some strings to get it.
They say it's made overseas. Lu Qiuxia protested. Medications shouldn't be taken indiscriminately.
Especially blood pressure medication. If it wasn't prescribed by a professional doctor, you shouldn't take it casually.
Otherwise, it could very likely worsen your condition. Think back, have you noticed your headaches getting worse since taking this?
Lin Feng asked slowly.
Now that you mention it, it does seem that way.
Lu Qiuxia tilted her head, pondering for a moment.
Though still hesitant, she nodded slightly. Then she immediately asked, Doctor, what's going on here? How could this happen? Aren't medicines supposed to cure illnesses? Only by identifying the symptoms can we treat the illness. It's like how only the right key can open a lock. If the key doesn't fit, it might damage the lock. Lin Feng said. Then what should I do? Lu Xiaoxia's eyes seemed to hold a hint more panic. Just stop taking it from now on, Lin Feng replied with a smile. But doctor, could you prescribe something for my headaches and high blood pressure? Lu Xiaoxia asked urgently. Certainly. Lin Feng nodded. He picked up a pen from the side and swiftly wrote out a prescription on paper. Tortoiseshell 30 grams, Morinda root 20 grams, cinnamon bark 10 grams, white 15 grams. Doctor, is this prescription all I need to take? Lu Xiaoxia asked. Take it once daily. After 3 days, your symptoms should improve to varying degrees. Return for a follow-up in 5 days, Lin Feng said earnestly. Really? That's wonderful. After seeing so many doctors, I've finally found a miracle healer. A faint smile appeared on Lu Xiaoxia's face, though she wasn't entirely convinced. If it could cure her in just 3 to 5 days, what would all her previous suffering have been for? Still, she was willing to try. Auntie, shall I take you to get the medicine? Zhuang Yanxin offered at the right moment. Sure thing. You don't charge consultation fees here for dispensing medicine, right? Lu Xiaoxia nodded as she asked. Yes. Zhuang Yanxin quickly prepared the patient's 5 doses of medicine, totaling just over 100 yuan. She casually reminded her of the precautions for decoction and consumption. The woman seemed unfamiliar with using her phone, so she pulled out cash directly from her pocket. After fumbling around for a while, she finally gathered enough change to give back. A few years ago, the clinic had only accepted cash. Later, when it became too inconvenient, they added a QR code, and most patients now paid directly by scanning it. For someone of her father's generation, cash was still the preferred method. But scanning the code eliminated the need to handle money directly, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. When I was young, my father would often charge less for treating patients, and sometimes even waive fees for those in hardship. Perhaps in his heart, saving lives was a physician's sacred duty. Money was irrelevant. Is this Dr. Zhuang's apprentice? Lu Xiaoxia asked casually as she was about to leave. You could say that, Zhuang Yanxin replied, unable to deny it. Lin Feng and her father were acknowledged master and apprentice, though she suspected her father hadn't taught him much. Still, that was the nature of their relationship. I've heard Dr. Zhuang's medical skills are exceptional, and now he's trained such a talented disciple. It's truly remarkable that someone so young would choose to stay at a small clinic. Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but praise. Zhuang Yanxin could only offer a forced smile. Once the patient left, she immediately stiffened her expression, walked up to Lin Feng, and glared at him. Why glare at me? I'm prescribing medicine and earning income. What's wrong with that? Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. You treat your patients, but why must you humiliate me? Zhuang Yanxin demanded. What are you talking about? Lin Feng spread his hands in confusion. You had me take the pulse first because you knew I couldn't handle it, just to watch me fail, right? What's the point of that? Zhuang Yanxin said. Oh, so that's how you see it. Well, sorry about that. I won't do it again. Lin Feng sighed. Chapter 31, The Method of Diagnosis. Lin Feng's sudden apology left Zhuang Yanxin momentarily flustered. She expected him to at least explain why, or maybe even mock her a little. This couldn't possibly be his goal. To act this way just to apologize, that simply didn't make sense. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhuang Yanxin asked. If you think I was mocking you back then believe that. Do I need to bow to apologize to you? Lin Feng said. So you're trying to. Zhuang Yanxin saw the seriousness in Lin Feng's expression and gradually calmed down. Some things are better understood by you than explained by me, Lin Feng said slowly. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Yanxin tentatively asked, You want to teach me? Or do you want to remain stagnant forever? Lin Feng countered. But I don't think you'll be able to stay in this place for too long. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head lightly. That's irrelevant. What matters is, do you want to become a true practitioner of Chinese medicine? Lin Feng asked. Of course I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to take over this clinic. It's just that with my current abilities, I can't quite manage it yet, Zhuang Yanxin replied without hesitation. Having that desire is enough. Though my abilities are limited, I'll do everything I can to help you. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. That sounds like an insult. If your abilities are limited, then doesn't that make me useless? Zhuang Yanxin pouted. No, I was just being modest, Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. Excessive modesty is just another form of arrogance. Haven't you heard that? Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes. Regardless, Lin Feng had secured a position in the traditional Chinese medicine department at the People's Hospital. That alone proved he possessed certain skills. Even if tangible results weren't yet visible, at least his theoretical foundation seemed sound. Besides, her father's judgment had always been pretty spot on. Tell me your thoughts first, Lin Feng said, adopting a serious expression. She trusts you over me because I can't diagnose pulses as well as you. You can discern specific symptoms from the pulse pattern.
I can't do that yet. Zhuang Yanqin began her self-analysis. It's not just the pulse, there's also the tongue coding.
Observation, questioning, auscultation, and palpation must all be integrated. Lin Feng explained.
Clearly, I'm not there yet. At least compared to you, I still have a long way to go, Zhuang Yanqin sighed softly. For her personally, what she lacked most was practice. There was a huge gap between theory and practice. Moreover, not all practice is created equal. The cases encountered during internships differ fundamentally from real-world scenarios.
Let's set aside the issue of skill for now.
You started with a problem right from the beginning of your questioning.
Remember what your very first question was?
Lin Feng asked. Zhuang Yanqin scratched her head with her left hand, recalling, I asked her, where does it hurt?
What's wrong with that?
In a normal hospital with a normal doctor, of course there wouldn't be a problem.
If you came to see me for medical treatment, asking about your physical condition would be perfectly fine. But this isn't a hospital, and you're not a normal doctor, that's where the problem lies.
Lin Feng explained slowly.
Ha? I'm not normal? Zhuang Yanqin's eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. She couldn't comprehend it at all.
The only thing she could be certain of was that Lin Feng wasn't humiliating her, he was talking about something very serious. Not only are you abnormal, but so am I, Lin Feng stated. Seeing the question marks plastered all over Zhuang Yanqin's face, Lin Feng smiled faintly.
If you were sick and wanted to see a doctor, and you had a choice, what kind would you pick?
Of course, one with extensive experience, Zhuang Yanqin replied, then immediately realized something and hurriedly added, are you saying we don't look like experienced doctors?
Exactly. If you were an outsider with no prior knowledge, would you think people like us look experienced?
Lin Feng pressed directly. I suppose not, Zhuang Yanqin nodded slightly. While experience doesn't necessarily equate to age, youth definitely equates to inexperience.
Whether you accept it or not, that's the reality. And there's absolutely no changing it.
That's just subjective perception. She already doubted your competence. Asking that question only deepened her skepticism. Therefore, she'll most likely reject the treatment plan you propose. Plus, traditional Chinese medicine places greater emphasis on experience.
Everyone prefers to seek out veteran practitioners, right? Lin Feng explained. So to gain trust, I have to mimic you and list the patient's symptoms first?
Zhuang Yanqin shook her head helplessly.
Think about how your father treats patients. Does he start by asking questions right away? If even he doesn't, how much more so for us? Lin Feng said. So you're saying my dad is praised for his medical skills because of his approach to diagnosis? Zhuang Yanqin couldn't refute it, but doubts lingered. Not just that. Medical skill is always the foundation.
Without that as the base, no amount of flashy external tactics will matter, Lin Feng replied with a serious expression.
You have a point.
But I still hope to let my abilities speak for themselves, Zhuang Yanqin said.
Letting your skills speak for themselves is always valid.
But if you don't get certain things right, you won't even get the chance to show them off, Lin Feng said with a resigned smile.
Surely not everyone is like that? Zhuang Yanqin frowned slightly.
Lin Feng paused, choosing not to argue immediately. Instead, he shifted the question, who do you think seeks out traditional Chinese medicine these days?
Naturally, those who believe in it.
Maybe not completely, but certainly a portion of them do, Zhuang Yanqin answered.
Few people truly believe in traditional Chinese medicine nowadays. Most are from the generation before last, who experienced a time when it was somewhat effective. But even they've been heavily influenced by Western medicine.
Beyond that, most who seek out traditional Chinese medicine aren't believers, they have no other choice.
When Western medicine fails them, they turn to traditional Chinese medicine.
These people already have a bias against traditional Chinese medicine. They don't even consider ordinary practitioners worthy of their attention, they only seek out those who look impressive or have a reputation for being amazing. Lin Feng said calmly. Such observations felt somewhat tragic, yet one couldn't deny that this was precisely the predicament facing traditional Chinese medicine today.
Zhuang Yanqin gave a wry smile.
Lin Feng had articulated it perfectly, this was the reality of TCM today.
You absolutely must demonstrate something right off the bat.
That's how you build their trust in you.
Honestly, if you've got the real skills, why not show them?
Lin Feng suggested. I suppose, you're right, Zhuang Yanqin could only agree.
Your father honed those skills back in the countryside. In that place, back in those days, practicing medicine probably wasn't too difficult, right? Chapter 32, Analyzing the Prescription. Wrong. It was exceptionally difficult.
Lin Feng shook his head.
How could that be?
Zhuang Yanqin was puzzled.
Don't underestimate these patients just because they're uneducated.
If you dare ask them where it hurts, they'll just get up and walk out without another word, Lin Feng said.
Ha? Why's that?
Zhuang Yanqin was even more puzzled. Back in the day, they called doctors sir.
Their reasoning is simple, I'm here to see the doctor. If I already know everything, why bother seeing the doctor?
Lin Feng explained slowly. Zhuang Yanqin fell silent, unable to refute his words. Truth be told, the standard of practice in traditional Chinese medicine has declined. With all the machines and tests available now, the traditional 4 examinations have been cast aside. Lin Feng sighed softly.
Is that why you left the hospital? Zhuang Yanqin asked. Partly, Lin Feng shook his head, not entirely denying it. Times have changed. Technology advances. Accurate tests and sophisticated instruments, isn't that a good thing? Zhuang Yanqin had never been a traditionalist.
Her belief was that if traditional Chinese medicine wanted to thrive, it had to keep pace with the times. If it stubbornly rejected modern technological advances, it would inevitably be left far behind. Because technology never stops advancing.
It's not that we can't use it.
But that stuff should only serve as a reference.
Humans are inherently complex beings.
Traditional Chinese medicine has studied them for thousands of years and still can't claim to fully understand them.
Do you think a little technology will suddenly make everything clear?
Lin Feng said.
Although he rarely used such technological tools himself, he didn't reject others who did.
As the saying goes, whether it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. What he opposed was excessive reliance. No matter how advanced the examination or how sophisticated the equipment, the final judgment still rests with humans. But detailed data provides a more intuitive picture, Zhuang Yanqin countered.
A single data point's value doesn't tell the whole story, it still requires comprehensive judgment. Ultimately, experience is what matters. That's an inescapable reality. Never mind, let's not dwell on this. Let's discuss that case from earlier in detail, Lin Feng said. Zhuang Yanqin nodded slightly.
A taut and slippery pulse at the wrist, weak at the foot, liver and kidney yin deficiency.
Prolonged yin deficiency damages yang, resulting in dual yin-yang deficiency.
Hence the insomnia, palpitations, hot flashes, cold limbs, aversion to cold, and frequent nocturnal urination, Lin Feng added. The headache stems from wine phlegm dampness obstructing the meridians and accumulating in the brain, causing dizziness and a sensation of the head being wrapped in cloth, Zhuang Yanqin explained.
Yin deficiency transforms liver yang into wind, while yang deficiency fails to vaporize fluids, leading to phlegm accumulation. Lin Feng nodded, pausing briefly before asking, do you recall what dietary habits I mentioned she has? She enjoys meat?
Zhuang Yanqin pondered before speaking. Rich, greasy foods promote internal dampness and phlegm, Lin Feng stated calmly.
So her high blood pressure stems from this too? Zhuang Yanqin inquired. High blood pressure is merely a symptom.
When illness lingers and invades the collaterals, blood stasis inevitably forms, causing occasional stabbing pains.
With all these turbidine substances disturbing the upper body, how could blood pressure not rise? Lin Feng explained.
I see, Zhuang Yanqin said, her expression one of sudden understanding. Explaining the disease mechanism in such a clear and accessible way, he must genuinely want to help her. Besides her father, no one else would go to such lengths.
The reason was simple, others helping you would surely see corresponding value in return. Why else would they go to such trouble? Do you remember that prescription from earlier? Lin Feng asked.
Yes. 30 grams of turtle shell, 20 grams of morinda root.
Zhuang Yanqin recited the entire formula effortlessly. Impressive memory. Care to analyze it?
Lin Feng smiled faintly. He had to admit, Zhuang Yanqin was quite intelligent.
Even if she didn't fully grasp the pathology, she understood the gist instantly.
Whether someone truly understood or was merely pretending was actually quite easy to discern. Of course, if she genuinely didn't understand, he could explain it in more detail. After all, he'd already offered to help. But now, she'd merely gathered the herbs and could recall the entire prescription flawlessly, no mistakes.
That was no small feat.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Zhuang Yanqin shook her head involuntarily. Tortoise shell nourishes yin, subdues yang, and calms wind.
It excels at descending and anchoring.
Its nature is clear, not turbid, posing no risk of harming the stomach or promoting dampness.
Moreover, its efficacy is exceptional, a single ingredient sufficient to shoulder this crucial role. Morinda root and cinnamon bark nourish yang.
These two herbs are warming without being drying, anchoring without dispersing. Paired with turtle shell, they avoid stirring up liver wind.
This achieves dual nourishment of both yin and yang.
Stiff silkworm, Pinellia, Poria, and Acris rhizome transform phlegm and dispel damp pathogenic factors.
With Magician's warming action, yin pathogens dissipate more readily. Earthworm, hawthorn, ligusticum.
Zhuang Yanqin interjected to remove blood stasis and unblock meridians.
Astragalus tonifies qi, and with its potent blood-moving action, blood stasis is readily eliminated. Correct. Continue. Lin Feng nodded. The brain thrives on purity. When pathogenic yin disturbs the brain orifices, Acris tatarinoe clears turbidity and opens the orifices.
Combined with astragalus and puraria root to ascend clear energy and descend turbidine, phlegm, blood stasis, and dampness are systematically expelled. When clear yang energy nourishes the brain, the marrow becomes pure, naturally lowering blood pressure. Zhuang Yanqin paused before speaking.
Seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it?
Lin Feng smiled. Well, with a ready-made formula and following your analytical approach, it's not particularly difficult. The real challenge lies in how to prescribe such a formula. Zhuang Yanxin sighed helplessly. If one couldn't even analyze a prescription, then all those years of study would have been wasted.
Besides, this formula wasn't overly complex.
Lin Feng had already analyzed half of it, pinpointing the most crucial elements, leaving only minor details.
Take it step by step. No one can eat an elephant in one bite.
Still, your skill level exceeds my expectations, Lin Feng remarked.
Do you really think I'm that bad? My dad is a TCM doctor, after all. I've been exposed to it since childhood.
Even without formal training, I know the basics, Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes. I don't know you, so I naturally plan for the worst. But now it seems I needn't worry so much, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Thank you for your concern, sir, Zhuang Yanxin said, sounding annoyed. Did you see the Chinese patent medicine the patient was taking? Lin Feng asked.
Liver calming and downward regulating, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis.
If this was really prescribed by some doctor, they're definitely a quack. Liver calming and downward regulating, how could a young deficient constitution tolerate such suppression? The turbidine pathogens would surely run rampant. The patient's condition would only worsen. Fortunately, he hadn't taken it for long. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Zhuang Yanxin said. Do you think ordinary people would dare use such Chinese patent medicines without a doctor's prescription?
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
No way?
That's completely disregarding the patient's condition.
Zhuang Yanxin's expression darkened slightly. It's not that they don't consider it, it's that they completely skip diagnosis.
Whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, prescribing drugs without proper diagnosis isn't saving lives at all.
But there's nothing we can do about it, Lin Feng said. Then why don't you explain it clearly to the patients? Can you even explain it clearly? Chapter 33, Let's Talk Outside. Zhuang Yanxin fell silent once more.
Explaining pathology to ordinary people is already complicated, and adding that the elderly man claimed his son gave him the medicine made it even harder.
But what puzzled her most was how Lin Feng even knew what medications the patient had been taking recently. Was it some kind of advanced mind-reading technique? Could he tell from the pulse? She certainly didn't believe it. She didn't ask, knowing any response would be nonsensical.
She and Lin Feng weren't close. If he was willing to teach her, it was likely only out of respect for her father or perhaps because he was genuinely bored. If the clinic were truly packed with patients, he probably wouldn't have time to teach even if he wanted to.
Can you treat children's illnesses? Zhuang Yanxin suddenly asked. That depends on the illness.
Strictly speaking, illness is illness, it doesn't distinguish between adults and children, Lin Feng replied. After closing later, come with me, Zhuang Yanxin said.
No. After work is my personal time. No overtime.
Lin Feng shook his head.
Alright, come with me, and I won't dock your pay for being late this morning. How about it? Zhuang Yanxin offered. I can pay the fine, but I absolutely won't work overtime.
Lin Feng continued to refuse.
Then what exactly do you want? I can pay you extra, can't I? Zhuang Yanxin asked.
Lin Feng held up 2 fingers.
200? Fine, no problem. Zhuang Yanxin agreed immediately.
Lin Feng shook his head and waved the 2 fingers again.
2,000? Are you crazy? How heartless can you be? Zhuang Yanxin's expression darkened slightly. Some capitalists can be greedy, so why can't I?
Besides, I'm just stating my price openly, no tricks.
If you don't want it, no big deal.
Lin Feng smiled.
I'll give you 500. That's my absolute limit, Zhuang Yanxin stated. No haggling. Not a single cent less.
Lin Feng shook his head firmly.
The fact that Zhuang Yanxin was willing to haggle meant the patient wasn't in critical condition. Her offer of 500 also suggested she had a pretty good relationship with the patient.
2,000 wasn't non-negotiable, but it was a chance to take a little dig at a certain capitalist.
100 yuan penalty for every minute late? 2,000 yuan wasn't excessive at all.
Don't forget, if I bring someone else, it won't cost you a penny more, Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. Then go ahead and call someone, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently.
Zhuang Yanxin shot Lin Feng several dagger-like glances.
If looks could kill, he'd be riddled with holes by now.
I'm your boss now. Zhuang Yanxin finally spoke, attempting to negotiate.
She realized that no matter how fiercely she glared at Lin Feng, it was useless.
Even if you are the boss, I won't obey everything you say, Lin Feng replied.
Just as Zhuang Yanxin was about to say more, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance. The man was in his 50s, his jet black hair thinning noticeably, his receding hairline a stark feature.
Here for a consultation? Zhuang Yanxin asked.
I'm here to see someone, the visitor replied, gesturing toward Lin Feng. This person was none other than Meng Shanghui, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Lin Feng glanced at Meng Shanghui and shook his head.
We don't really have anything to talk about.
If you don't mind, let's step outside to talk. Meng Shanghui forced a few smiles onto his face.
Sorry, I'm on duty and can't just leave my post, Lin Feng replied. May I ask who you are? Zhuang Yanxin asked casually.
Judging by Lin Feng's attitude, she couldn't fathom the identity of the man before her.
I'm Lin Feng's supervisor. I'd like to speak with him. Is that okay?
Meng Shanghui, judging by Zhuang Yanqin's demeanor, guessed she was probably the boss or something similar. He didn't want to reveal his true identity, it wasn't exactly something to be proud of.
Certainly.
As long as he agrees, I have no objection, Zhuang Yanqin nodded. Though he hadn't explicitly stated it, since he referred to himself as a supervisor, she assumed he was likely someone like a department head at the hospital.
I'm no longer with the traditional Chinese medicine department.
So you're not my supervisor. And there's nothing to discuss, Lin Feng stated flatly. Even if I was your former superior, I've come all this way at my age just for a casual chat.
Surely that's not too much to ask?
Meng Shanghui could only resort to moral coercion with such a conciliatory tone. He was confident he could change the other person's mind if they met face to face.
But if they refused to even talk, then no amount of persuasion would work. Then you needn't bother.
I never insisted you come, Lin Feng shrugged slightly. He could probably guess what Meng Shanghui wanted to discuss, and even anticipate the logic behind his arguments. Since he already knew the outcome, the conversation held little meaning, it would be a complete waste of time.
Meng Shanghui frowned. He hadn't expected such a response, far colder than anticipated. Yet turning back now felt awkward. Perhaps I should step out so you two can talk privately?
Zhuang Yanqin suggested softly. From both the clinic's and her personal perspective, keeping Lin Feng was undoubtedly the better choice. She wasn't yet capable of taking over, and her father's recovery would take time. Lin Feng was at least more qualified than she was to stabilize the clinic's situation.
Yet she knew she couldn't be so selfish.
Keeping Lin Feng here felt like a waste of his talents, he belonged somewhere more suited to his abilities. Furthermore, setting aside the question of whether he should stay or go, since he had come to her doorstep, she ought to give him the chance to speak. Lin Feng's attitude suggested he'd been wronged before, but as a superior, the other party had already shown considerable courtesy. She couldn't very well leave him with no face. She didn't want to make choices for Lin Feng.
Thank you so much.
Meng Shanghui breathed a silent sigh of relief.
This offered him a way out. No need. Let's discuss this outside.
Lin Feng stood up and strode toward the door. In his view, letting Zhuang Yanqin leave was absolutely out of the question.
Wouldn't that be like a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest?
Zhuang Yanqin meant no harm, she only hoped to give both sides a chance to reconcile. But he knew deep down that any possibility of reconciliation had vanished. From the moment he left the traditional Chinese medicine department, he had never considered returning.
Meng Shanghui thanked him again and followed closely behind Lin Feng.
Zhuang Yanqin sighed helplessly. It was rare to find someone like Lin Feng willing and capable of teaching, yet with only a single day, there was no way to make significant progress.
Traditional Chinese medicine required long-term accumulation, it absolutely could not be mastered overnight.
Her feelings were complicated. Part of her hoped Lin Feng would return to his original position, yet another part wished he would stay. If he stayed, the clinic would improve, and so would she. Just then, the ringing of a phone interrupted her thoughts.
Long Mei. How's Xiao Xiao doing? Still not improving? Going abroad won't work either. Alright, I'll bring a doctor over today. If even he can't help, then we'll talk about it later. Chapter 34, Laying out the conditions.
Lin Feng stepped outside to a small open area and waited quietly. Behind him, Meng Shanghui remained silent for a long while.
Director Meng, my time is limited. If you have nothing to say, I'll be leaving. You may go ahead.
Lin Feng stated.
Well, I have some good news to share. The hospital has rescinded your suspension. Meng Shanghui hurriedly interjected.
Oh, I see, Lin Feng replied casually.
It was all a misunderstanding. If you have any requests, as long as they're reasonable, feel free to make them. Meng Shanghui forced a broad smile.
Despite his attempts to appear normal, his inner turmoil remained unresolved. Just 2 days ago, in the traditional Chinese medicine department, he had personally dismissed Lin Feng. At that moment, he hadn't believed Lin Feng's words that he would come back to ask him to return. He assumed that even if Lin Feng's punishment was revoked, it would be communicated via a phone call from above, no need for him to deliver the news in person. But in reality, he had to do it in person. And the way Lin Feng had acted inside earlier had shown him no respect whatsoever. He couldn't fathom what the higher-ups were thinking.
Lin Feng was just an ordinary young man.
If anything made him special, it was a hint of brilliance in his medical skills, but that was hardly worth the hospital humiliating itself to keep him. But his thoughts were useless.
Headquarters had issued a strict order: Lin Feng must return.
He had no grounds to refuse. Even with his current standing, the hospital wouldn't dare take action against him if he dug in his heels. But he knew they'd have plenty of room to maneuver behind the scenes, especially with the traditional Chinese medicine department struggling. His position wasn't as solid as it seemed.
Finished? Lin Feng asked.
That's essentially why I came today, Meng Shanghui replied with a slight nod.
Then that's settled. When do you plan to return? Meng Shanghui pressed urgently.
No, I don't plan to return. I'll send my resignation letter to your email within the next couple of days, Lin Feng replied.
Meng Shanghui froze, then asked in confusion, why? No particular reason.
I couldn't submit it earlier because of the disciplinary action, but that should be resolved now, Lin Feng replied casually.
Resigning isn't a trivial matter. You need to provide a reasonable explanation. Meng Shanghui asked, knowing full well the answer. Must I give a reason? I'm unhappy with the work and can't stand the department head. Is that sufficient?
Lin Feng didn't mince words.
We have our differences, but that's nothing. We can find a time to talk it out.
Even tongues and teeth clash sometimes. There's no need to be so extreme, Meng Shanghui said, feigning concern as he tried to persuade him. Deep down, he naturally didn't want Lin Feng to return, but he dared not defy orders from above. Regardless, he had to try his best to persuade him.
Success would undoubtedly bring him immense benefits. Failure, well, it would simply mean he hadn't offered enough.
Without offering sufficient terms, it was only natural the other party wouldn't agree. Of course, he wouldn't lay all his cards on the table right away, just like you wouldn't throw your trump card first in a card game.
Director Meng, you should understand that our conflict is irreconcilable. There's no point in continuing this empty talk, it's a waste of everyone's time.
If you're not busy, I actually am, Lin Feng stated.
Since we've come this far, just say it plainly. What exactly do you want to return?
Meng Shanghui paused briefly before asking directly.
He didn't believe Lin Feng was genuinely planning to leave.
Even if traditional Chinese medicine couldn't compete with other departments, it was still a remarkably stable job. Calling it an iron rice bowl wasn't an exaggeration. Lin Feng looked at Meng Shanghui, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
No matter what, I'm not going back. Besides, does your traditional Chinese medicine department even have room for me? Since I personally came to ask you, arrangements have been made. You'll receive the same treatment as Huang Ziyang. No more discrimination.
As for how far you can go, that depends entirely on your own abilities. Meng Shanghui said earnestly. This was the greatest compromise he could make, the maximum assurance he could offer within his authority. It might be unfair to Huang Ziyang, but that was no longer a concern. All he needed now was Lin Feng's nod of agreement.
Everything else could wait.
Seems you're truly prepared to pay a hefty price. I must admit, this does hold some significance for my past. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated such a substantial offer. Had Meng Shanghui been even slightly fairer earlier, Lin Feng wouldn't have been left with no chance at all. Huang Ziyang possessed a certain level of skill, but compared to him, the gap was not just a little bit. Even without the calculations from his consciousness, he was absolutely confident he could outdo Huang Ziyang in treating any patient. He possessed that level of confidence. Xiao Jinoa's private assessment of Lin Feng was that he could easily outclass Huang Ziyang and was on par with director Meng Shanghui. He simply refused to admit it, but there was essentially no exaggeration in that assessment.
You agreed?
Meng Shanghui flashed a smug look. Lin Feng was still young, and Meng Xiaohui understood what young people desired.
I was referring to the past.
Now, it holds no value whatsoever, Lin Feng shook his head.
Then how do you plan to prove your worth now? Here?
Meng Shanghui pointed toward the clinic, his tone dripping with contempt. A clinic was, after all, just a clinic. It couldn't hold a candle to a large hospital, especially a public one. In every aspect, it was utterly crushed. Unless he opened his own practice, working for someone else held no future. I think this place is pretty good, Lin Feng said with a slight shrug. You say that, but I doubt you believe it yourself. Setting aside salary and benefits, just in terms of career advancement, how does this compare to our hospital? Meng Shanghui shook his head helplessly. I don't care about those things. As a doctor, I need to interact with patients to treat illnesses and save lives. That's how I find meaning in my work.
Here, I can do that. Can you offer that at your place?
Lin Feng countered. You're not even an attending physician yet.
Your access is limited. This isn't unique to our department, it's the same everywhere.
I assure you, I'm not singling you out on this point, Meng Shanghui explained.
Is that so?
Lin Feng asked with a smile.
Absolutely not. Everything follows protocol.
Meng Shanghui's tone lacked conviction, prompting him to add quickly, after this rotation, I'll give you more opportunities, consider it special treatment.
I have the ability to treat patients, yet I must wait until I've served enough years? And do you really have that many opportunities? Lin Feng retorted. It's the same for everyone. You know the situation in traditional Chinese medicine now. I can't just give you all the opportunities and ignore the survival of the attending physicians, can I?
Meng Shanghui spread his hands helplessly.
So this is a deadlock. An unsolvable one. Chapter 35, A Pipe Dream. Meng Shanghui's expression darkened.
He believed he'd already offered Lin Feng ample concessions, yet the latter seemed intent on using this as leverage to demand exorbitant terms. Frankly, given the limited resources, allocating half to Lin Feng was already extremely difficult. To demand more even if he could promise it would ultimately be impossible to deliver. Still, it seemed he had little choice at this moment. Actually, Meng Shanghui deliberated, deciding to agree for now and deal with it later once he'd lured the man back. After all, who could predict what would happen later? No matter what you say, my answer won't change. Know why? Because you're untrustworthy. I'm not Huang Ziyang, I can't stomach the pie in the sky you're painting. Lin Feng cut him off. You're dead set on not going back? Meng Shanghui frowned. The thought of working with you again is headache-inducing enough. I'll pass. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Are you absolutely sure you've thought this through? Let me tell you, leaving the hospital is easy, but getting back in is harder than climbing to the moon. I've seen it happen right before my eyes. People who walked out on impulse ended up ruining their lives. You're still young. Don't follow in their footsteps. You'll regret it bitterly later, but there'll be nothing you can do about it. Meng Shanghui's words seemed like advice, but they carried a hint of threat. I'll decide my own life. No need for others to meddle. If you have nothing new to say, then please leave. Lin Feng gestured with his hand, signaling him to go. Lin Feng. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You think my traditional Chinese medicine department can't function without you, huh? Let me tell you, I could easily replace you with any relatively competent intern. What makes you think you're so special? Meng Shanghui snapped. If that's the case, why bother coming here in person? You must feel humiliated by me, right? But honestly, I never wanted to deal with you in the first place. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. To Meng Shanghui, this statement meant Lin Feng didn't even bother to humiliate him. This wasn't just slapping his face, it was stomping on it, then grinding it into the dirt. Do you think I want this? I don't either. If it weren't for the higher-ups insisting I call you back, someone like you should just stay as far away as possible. Meng Shanghui roared, furious beyond control. Well then, Director Meng, perhaps you should ponder why the higher-ups would do this? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Could it be they're not quite right in the head? In truth, he already suspected Feng Tianrui had pressured the hospital administration. Meng Shanghui was at the top of the traditional Chinese medicine department, but within the hospital's leadership hierarchy, he was naturally at the bottom. The vice president, unwilling to handle it personally, had undoubtedly sent Meng Shanghui to resolve the matter. Meng Shanghui must have been utterly baffled by this, but under such pressure, he had no choice but to bow his head. He assumed that with a little verbal appeasement and empty promises, Meng would happily agree to return. But Meng's attitude was completely unexpected. How could he not be furious? Truth be told, Meng Shanghui considered this job crucial to his career and had no intention of giving it up lightly. His initial refusal was merely bargaining. He'd agree as soon as he got favorable terms. Only now did he realize that this time, he truly didn't want to go back. A falling out was inevitable. Since it had already failed, there was no point in saying anything more. Why bother with pleasantries? Besides, from his perspective, he was enduring immense humiliation. Whether it's normal or not is none of my concern. I did what I had to do and gave you a chance. But you insisted on staying in this godforsaken place. What can anyone do about that? I always thought you were a smart man. I never imagined you could be so foolish. Failing to persuade you is no big deal. They can't fire me, just a director. But you've staked your entire life here. Who stands to lose more? Meng Shanghui's face flashed a smug smile, looking at Lin Feng as if he were staring at a pile of mud. Don't be so sure of yourself. What if they actually dare? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Ha! Do you know how many years it takes to train a chief physician? Do you know the cost of poaching one? As long as I don't leave, no one can touch me. At most, they'll sabotage me behind the scenes. Even if I wanted to leave, there are plenty of places I could go, but it definitely wouldn't be a clinic like this. Meng Shanghui sneered coldly. Right now, it's just an ordinary clinic. But within a year, it won't be inferior to any medical institution. Especially not your traditional Chinese medicine department. Lin Feng said calmly. On what grounds? Just because of you? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you're a genius, what difference does it make? It's a clinic, nothing more than a clinic. I won't compare it to other places, but how can it possibly match the traditional Chinese medicine department at the People's Hospital? Are you out of your mind? That's not even on the same level. Even if everything I offer is crap, its standing and caliber are still undeniable. Surpass? What kind of pipe dream are you dreaming? Meng Shanghui sneered with genuine contempt. It had been ages since he'd heard such a laughable joke. Young people are so amusing, spouting such nonsense. He clearly didn't understand the value of a public hospital. Even if its TCM department was subpar, it was still leagues above other medical institutions. And this was coming from a rundown little clinic, no less. Director Meng, your understanding of departments is truly peculiar. But no matter how high level or prestigious the dog is, it's still dog. What's there to be proud of? Lin Feng retorted directly. What did you say? Meng Shanghui glared at Lin Feng, his fists clenching tightly. He had merely used dog as a metaphor, but Lin Feng's retort felt like a direct insult. Can't you hear me clearly even this close? If you want to start something here, you'll be the one getting hurt, Lin Feng said calmly.
Ridiculous. I wouldn't stoop to hitting you. Why would I get angry at a fool with zero perspective and no future? Meng Shenghui sneered coldly. Open your eyes and see this world. The one with zero perspective is you, not me. Lin Feng shook his head. Ha! In a fool's world, everyone looks like a fool. Meng Shenghui spat out the insult. That line fits you perfectly, Lin Feng remarked. Poof. Should have known better than to waste my time. It's like talking to a wall. Meng Shenghui declared, turning on his heel and striding away. Staying to bicker with Lin Feng was utterly pointless. Same goes for you. Don't speak too soon, Lin Feng said slowly. Meng Shenghui halted, sneering coldly. What? Think I'll come begging you again? You will come back. Barring any surprises, you'll be much more restrained next time. I'm in no hurry. Idiot. Chapter 36, Higher Value. Meng Shenghui shouted angrily before striding off in a huff. This Lin Feng was nothing but a delusional dreamer. His visit had been ordered from above, but more importantly, he believed he could persuade Lin Feng. Now that he knew it was futile, what was the point of coming at all? Being humiliated wasn't enough. Did he have to let the other guy slap him in the face too? Unless he'd lost his mind. As for how high-ups insisted on bringing Lin Feng back, that was their business. He absolutely refused to get involved. He refused to believe that over one Lin Feng, he'd face such intense pressure that he'd be forced to leave. Lin Feng merely smiled and said nothing more. Some matters, once they reach a certain point, are beyond one's control. He didn't know what kind of conflict would arise between Meng Shenghui and the higher-ups, but he knew this: no one could stop that traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from doing what he intended. Not even him. Setting aside the earlier tangled reasons, this was also a crucial factor. Once things got started, if they didn't achieve the desired outcome, there was no stopping them. When he left yesterday, he already knew Feng Tianrui would take action. He hadn't tried to dissuade him because persuasion was futile. Meng Shenghui had moved faster than anticipated. So just call it quits? Of course not. Even if that vice dean were to throw down the gauntlet and quit outright, the matter would still land squarely on the dean's shoulders. This time he was negotiating terms for his return. Next time, he might be begging. Unfortunately, it was unlikely he would change his mind. A person's heart doesn't turn cold in an instant. Once it's grown cold, it can never be warmed again. Besides, what I just said about making the clinic better than the traditional Chinese medicine department, that's no empty promise. Until that goal is achieved, he won't pursue higher positions. If he can't even accomplish this, then any notion of doing something for traditional Chinese medicine is nothing short of a pipe dream. Meng Shenghui always considered the whole notion of ranks and such to be utter nonsense. In the medical profession, it's all about genuine skill. While the type of medical institution one works in matters somewhat, it's not the decisive factor. A masterful traditional Chinese physician, even if hidden away in the deepest mountains, would still draw a constant stream of patients. There's no other reason for it. It's simply that I can treat many ailments you absolutely cannot. But how many patients actually seek treatment at traditional Chinese medicine departments nowadays? If you can't cure them, why would I bother going to you? In the end, it's just an empty shell, barely hanging on. He sighed deeply. From the very first day he joined the TCM department, he had hoped it would thrive. But now he realized it had been nothing but wishful thinking. Given this reality, what reason was there to return? It was truly regrettable. There had been a time when the traditional Chinese medicine department at the People's Hospital was quite formidable. Lin Feng turned and headed back to the clinic. Finished talking? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. When do you plan to go back? Zhuang Yanxin paused before asking. She didn't think there could be any surprises left in this matter. On one side was a large hospital, on the other a small clinic. What choice was there? They weren't even in the same league. You're that eager for me to go back? Lin Feng countered. Not really. I'd love for you to stay. But I know you're just acting on momentary anger. Now that the boss has personally intervened and given you a way out, why be so stubborn? Zhuang Yanxin smiled helplessly. What if I wasn't just acting on impulse? Lin Feng pressed. Zhuang Yanxin paused, her gaze meeting Lin Feng's. The sparkle in her eyes quickly dimmed as she shook her head. Then you should still go back. For your future development. Why do you assume a big hospital guarantees better prospects? Lin Feng asked with a smile. It's not just me, most people would agree. Staying at a small clinic means you'll always be just a clinic doctor, Zhuang Yanxin said resignedly. Then why did you come back? Lin Feng pressed. My abilities aren't as strong as yours. I couldn't make it out there. Does that satisfy you? Zhuang Yanxin turned her face away. For your father. I didn't want this clinic, his hard-earned creation, to close down. Lin Feng replied calmly. Zhuang Yanxin turned to look at Lin Feng, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Finally, someone understood her. Truthfully, whether you're a clinic doctor or a hospital doctor, you're doing the same work. Neither is more noble than the other. Many clinic doctors are far more skilled than their hospital counterparts, Lin Feng said. Thank you. Thank you.
Even knowing these were words of comfort, Zhuang Yanqing felt deeply warmed. I plan to make this place more renowned than the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department within 6 months.
Do you believe me?
Lin Feng suddenly asked. Zhuang Yanqing froze, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief.
After a long moment, she asked, so, you're not planning to leave? When did I say I was leaving? This isn't some whim.
I genuinely want to come back and make a real difference, Lin Feng replied earnestly.
Why? Most people would choose to go back to the hospital. Zhuang Yanqing couldn't understand.
Maybe because I'm not like most people, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Are you absolutely sure?
Working as a clinic doctor might mean you're stuck here for life, Zhuang Yanqing cautioned.
Not at all. Once you're capable enough to handle things on your own, I'll leave.
Lin Feng smiled faintly.
Where to? Zhuang Yanqing asked.
To pursue greater value, Lin Feng replied. Zhuang Yanqing was baffled.
If Lin Feng wasn't even willing to return to the hospital, how could he possibly achieve greater value? Wasn't that just an empty promise?
But she couldn't find the words to argue with him now. Lin Feng's decision to stay, whether short-term or long-term, was a positive development.
Fine. But aren't you afraid that by refusing like this, that leader might just blacklist you from the entire industry?
Zhuang Yanqing paused before asking.
Blacklist me?
He doesn't have that kind of power, Lin Feng shook his head.
Why can't you be a little more humble at a time like this?
Zhuang Yanqing was at a loss for words.
That's clearly looking down on him. Seems a bit too cocky. Excessive humility is just another form of arrogance, didn't you say that?
Lin Feng replied casually.
If it ever comes to that, don't drag the clinic down with you. We're just scraping by here.
When the gods fight, we can't afford to get caught in the crossfire, Zhuang Yanqing cautioned.
It won't be that dramatic. Oh, right.
Since it's quiet now, come with me for a moment, Zhuang Yanqing said, as if remembering something. Boss, it's almost quitting time, Lin Feng pointed out. I'll pay you overtime.
Is that okay?
Zhuang Yanqing sounded somewhat resigned.
No. I refuse overtime. Starting with me.
Lin Feng shook his head firmly.
I'll give you 1,000. Zhuang Yanqing could only raise the offer.
Suddenly at a loss for words, she thought back to how genuinely moved she'd been by Lin Feng's earlier words, only to see him turn so cold now.
We agreed on a price, not a penny less. Chapter 37, The Solution. Zhuang Yanqing and Lin Feng closed the clinic door and hailed a taxi to a high-end residential complex downtown. Before leaving, she didn't forget to inform Shi Qiaoyun. All the way to the entrance, Zhuang Yanqing's expression remained icy cold. She had agreed to the 2,000 yuan, but deep down, she was clearly displeased, feeling taken advantage of. Lin Feng knew she had no choice but to hire him, which is why he dared to quote such an exorbitant price. He had revealed his relationship with the patient too soon. After several rings of the doorbell, the door finally opened. The one who answered was the woman who had just video chatted with Zhuang Yanqing. Age-wise, they should have been close, maybe a year or two apart, but visually, there was a noticeable age gap. If Zhuang Yanqing was the girl next door type, the woman before them was a sophisticated urban beauty. Physically, this woman was also more curvaceous. However, this was only relative to Zhuang Yanqing compared to the average woman. She was still relatively slender. Of course, slim didn't mean skinny as a stick. She was slender where she should be and curvaceous where she should be. She wore ordinary loungewear, her long hair pulled up in a slightly messy bun. Her face bore traces of weariness, dark circles clearly visible beneath her eyes, and her thin lips showed signs of dryness. Upon seeing Zhuang Yanqing, a smile instantly lit up her face. She opened her arms wide and embraced her. You finally made it. All right. Zhuang Yanqing gently patted the woman's back. I'm about to lose it. The woman clung to Zhuang Yanqing, reluctant to let go, as if she'd found a lifeline. Things will work out. Don't worry so much. Zhuang Yanqing offered comfortingly. Only when they finally parted did the woman across from them notice the man standing behind Zhuang Yanqing. And this is? Didn't I say I'd bring a doctor? This is him, Zhuang Yanqing replied. He? The woman scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, her eyes filled with obvious skepticism. Don't let his youth fool you, he's quite capable. Even my father holds him in high regard, Zhuang Yanqing quickly added. Is that so? Come in first. Though still skeptical, the woman stepped aside and invited them in. The living room was strewn with scattered toys, even covering the sofa. The floor, however, was spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Evidence that these toys had only recently been tossed there. Would you like something to drink? The woman asked. No, thank you. Let's get Xiao out first and have him examined. Zhuang Yanqing replied. Well, I don't mean to doubt you, but can he really treat him? The woman still seemed skeptical. Lengmei, you don't need to trust him. Just trust me, Zhuang Yanqing said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Lengmei nodded firmly and said no more. She walked to the bedroom door and called out, Aunt Lu, bring Xiao out. Soon, the 40-something nanny emerged carrying a 3 or 4-year-old girl. The little girl clutched a cell phone, her eyes glued to the screen. Perhaps unwilling, her body struggled intermittently.
The nanny, likely afraid of dropping the child, held her even tighter. Under these circumstances, the child naturally struggled even more fiercely. Put her down, Lu Lingmei instructed. After being set down, the little girl sat directly on the floor, her eyes still glued to her phone.
Sweetie, you've been staring at your phone for ages.
It's time to give your eyes a break, Lu Lingmei said softly. Her words, however, had little effect. The girl didn't even lift her head, leaving it unclear whether she had heard her at all. If you keep this up, I'll take your phone away, Lu Lingmei continued. Silence was her only response.
Ignoring her.
Growing impatient, Lu Lingmei stepped forward, snatched the phone from her grasp and tossed it onto the nearby sofa.
Wah! The little girl glanced up at Lu Lingmei and burst into loud sobs. All right. You can have it back in a minute.
Lu Lingmei frowned slightly as she spoke. But the little girl began throwing a tantrum, rolling on the floor and even jumping up and down while crying, her entire state bordering on inexplicable frenzy.
I'm counting, 1, 2.
Lu Lingmei began counting to calm her down. But it had no effect whatsoever. As she neared counting to 3, the crying seemed to grow louder.
It even felt like she was gasping for breath. A hint of panic flashed across Lu Lingmei's face.
She quickly softened her tone and coaxed, "Stop crying first.
Listen to mommy, okay? I shouldn't have taken your phone, but why don't we give it back to her first?" Zhuang Yanxin suggested. She'd seen Xiao Xiao many times before. The little one was indeed prone to tears, but she'd never cried like this before. What if crying damaged her health? But she couldn't just hand the phone back directly. After all, Lu Lingmei was the legal guardian, and such decisions had to be made by her. I suppose that's the only option.
Lu Lingmei shook her head helplessly, picking up the phone from the sofa.
Absolutely not now.
If you give it back, she'll have you completely in her grasp. From then on, she'll never listen to anything you say that doesn't benefit her, Lin Feng said slowly. Lu Lingmei, already holding the phone, frowned at Lin Feng's words.
Then what should we do?
We can't just let her cry forever. Crying too much is bad for her health.
She's still so young, what if something happens to her?
Zhuang Yanxin disagreed with Lin Feng's stance. Even if we need to reason with her, we should at least wait until she calms down. In her current state, the priority is to stabilize her emotions.
Returning the phone was the quickest solution. Crying won't hurt her. Do you really think children are that foolish? The more anxious you get, the louder she'll cry.
Lin Feng shook his head gently.
Lu Lingmei and Zhuang Yanxin exchanged glances. Neither spoke, but both girls disagreed with Lin Feng's approach. See? The crying's not as loud now. Let her cry.
This is the bargaining phase, it's all about who wins and who loses, Lin Feng stated.
Does winning or losing really matter? Isn't the child's physical and mental well-being the most important thing? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but retort.
If you grant her every demand she makes later on, then yes, winning or losing won't matter.
Crying becomes a weapon, a tool to defeat her opponents.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Lu Lingmei sighed helplessly. I understand the logic. But she's stubborn and won't admit defeat.
I've tried ignoring her before, she'll cry for a whole day and night.
No one can cry for a day and night. Even adults would be utterly exhausted. Crying is incredibly draining.
Lin Feng stated.
You really plan to just leave her be? Zhuang Yanxin frowned.
I'll talk to her.
You two chat, no interruptions.
I'll get her back to normal, Lin Feng declared confidently.
You're overestimating yourself. You can't do it. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head in disbelief. Just give me a few minutes. Chapter 38, feels good. Zhuang Yanxin glanced at Lu Lingmei.
The decision ultimately rested with the guardian.
She believed Lin Feng was oversimplifying the issue. Did he really think an equal conversation could calm the child's emotions? It wasn't that easy.
She knew this little girl well enough, a genuine stubborn little thing. Right now, returning the phone and making peace was the only option left.
Every possible method Lu Lingmei had tried. Unfortunately, none of them worked. To discipline this little brat, Lu Lingmei had devoured stacks of parenting books only to discover none of those methods worked on a stubborn streak. That's why they're called stubborn little devils, they'll stubbornly resist you to the bitter end. As Lu Lingmei put it, you could only stroke this little brat's for the right way, any other approach was doomed to failure. Fine. But if I deem it ineffective, I'll intervene at any moment. Lu Lingmei nodded.
Lin Feng made it sound effortless, and she was curious to see what this guy was really capable of.
Perhaps some things required someone else to be the one to crack down.
It certainly hurt her heart, but for the sake of better education, sometimes one had to be ruthless. Even if it failed, it was still worth trying.
All right.
Lin Feng walked over to Xiao Xiao, crouching down to sit on the floor beside her. Xiao Xiao glanced at him, still wiping away tears as she cried. If I were you, I wouldn't cry.
Crying won't do any good.
No matter how much you cry, the phone won't fly back.
Besides, you're under my care now. Do you know what I do? I'm a doctor.
I'm not worried you'll cry yourself sick because I can fix it. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, barely audible over her sobs, but he didn't seem to mind.
You're a bad person.
Xiao Xiao pointed at Lin Feng and shouted.
You're absolutely right. I am a bad guy. So no matter how loud you cry, I won't feel sorry for you. Cry all you want, as loud as you please.
Not only will I not stop you, I won't let anyone else stop you either.
Lin Feng nodded.
Xiao Xiao turned her gaze toward Lu Lingmei. Lu Lingmei averted her gaze, refusing to meet Xiao Xiao's eyes. Instead, she whispered something to Zhuang Yanxin. Even when Xiao Xiao suddenly raised her voice, she paid no attention.
See? Crying louder won't help. I forbid your mom from helping you, so she can't. What else can you do? Try rolling on the floor. Lin Feng said.
Xiao Xiao, who had already assumed the position ready to throw a tantrum, abruptly stopped upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Her cries gradually subsided.
Seems you've run out of tricks.
Get up now, Lin Feng said indifferently. Xiao Xiao scrambled to her feet and dashed over to Lu Lingmei's side. Clinging to her thighs, she began crying again.
If you keep crying, I'll have everyone here leave. Then it'll just be me and you. You know what I love most? Watching little kids cry. The harder they cry, the happier I get.
Lin Feng's face lit up with an excited grin. The crying stopped abruptly. A hint of fear flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes as she clung tighter to Lu Lingmei's legs.
Is this how you scare children?
Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes in exasperation.
It works. Isn't that better than your lame ideas? Lin Feng shrugged. Making kids afraid of you isn't a bad idea? Zhuang Yanxin didn't agree with Lin Feng's approach. Not everyone can be the good guy. Someone's gotta play the villain.
It's good for people to be a little scared sometimes, Lin Feng countered.
What kind of twisted logic is that? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't think of a rebuttal but still felt it was unnecessary. It's just like the big bad wolf in childhood stories. Often, it works better than endless lectures.
Kids this age don't always listen to reason, Lin Feng explained.
So you use this method to deal with unreasonable behavior?
Zhuang Yanxin pursed her lips.
Exactly. Reason has its place, but when reason fails, you use force. Lin Feng nodded. I think it's not bad. Lu Lingmei chimed in.
Strictly speaking, it wasn't a flawed logic, but a decent approach. At the very least, it's far superior to lashing out at the child or making unreasonable concessions. Anyone who's raised kids knows that sometimes, a little trick can work wonders. If not for Lin Feng's words, even after returning the phone, the tantrum would have likely dragged on for at least another half hour. It was only because guests were present that she hadn't completely lost it and yelled. It's frustrating, but humans aren't machines. We can't control our emotions every single moment. What if it leaves a psychological scar? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Kids aren't that fragile. Besides, chances are this bad guy won't show up again. At most, it'll just be a fleeting memory. As long as we don't keep bringing it up to scare her, it'll be fine, Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhuang Yanxin said nothing more. She clapped her hands toward Xiao Xiao. Come here, let Auntie give you a hug. Auntie, you're with the bad guy. Xiao Xiao shook her head like a rattle. Auntie isn't a bad guy, right? Zhuang Yanxin said. This uncle isn't a bad guy either, he's a doctor, Lu Lingmei interjected. Even though Lin Feng had painted himself as the villain, she didn't want Xiao Xiao to have a bad impression of him. Doctors are bad guys. They make you get shots and take medicine. Medicine is so bitter. Ugh, it tastes awful. Xiao Xiao declared. How can you get better without medicine or shots? Doctors help us, how could they be bad people? Lu Lingmei frowned slightly. But even after taking medicine and getting shots, I still wasn't better. Xiao Xiao mimicked an adult's gesture, spreading her hands helplessly. Lu Lingmei gave an awkward smile. It was undeniably true, she couldn't argue with that. Let me take a look, Zhuang Yanxin said. Stick out your tongue so I can examine it, Lin Feng said slowly. No way, Xiao Xiao refused, clamping her mouth shut and even covering it with her hand. Let the doctor uncle take a look, Lu Lingmei gently patted Xiao Xiao's hand. I see. This child doesn't have a tongue at all. Only those with tongues can stick them out. How could someone without a tongue do that? Lin Feng shook his head. Nonsense. I have a tongue. Without a tongue, I couldn't speak. The little one stuck out her tongue almost entirely to prove her point. Lin Feng glanced at it and noticed a red tongue with a white coating. Poor appetite, dry stools, restlessness. Abdominal distension, anorexia. Lin Feng quickly reached his conclusion. The child's complexion was sallow, his frame gaunt, and his hair stood on end and was sparse, all classic symptoms of anorexia. No pulse diagnosis? Zhuang Yanxin hadn't expected Lin Feng to make a judgment so quickly. She hadn't revealed anything about the child's condition, he'd deduced it entirely on his own. If prescribing medicine, it's definitely needed. But for treating childhood anorexia, you should know the best approach. Lin Feng nodded. Of course I do. Chapter 39, Pediatric Massage. Zhuang Yanxin sighed, her voice filled with resignation. The problem is she won't cooperate. We've tried the best pediatric massage techniques available, but they haven't worked at all. Even with her limited skills, she understood that pediatric massage was the optimal treatment for childhood anorexia, especially for a child as young as Xiao Xiao. There was simply no alternative. Traditional Chinese medicine relies heavily on herbal remedies, but since these herbs come from nature, their taste is definitely something else.
Even adults might struggle to tolerate them.
It wasn't purely the bitterness, but rather that complex flavor profile. Even if you could get a child to swallow it, they'd likely spit most of it back up. If the dosage isn't sufficient, the desired therapeutic effect simply won't be achieved.
Many modern children's medicines now include sweeteners or fruit flavors, but this approach simply doesn't work with traditional Chinese medicine. Even a little extra sugar could potentially ruin the formula's efficacy.
That really is a bit troublesome, Lin Feng sighed softly.
For adults, there are countless methods to strengthen the spleen, aid digestion, harmonize the stomach, and promote appetite.
But for children, massage therapy is truly the best option.
Other methods are far less effective. Would it be possible to consider some herbal medicines that aren't quite so unpleasant tasting?
She might be more receptive to those than massage, Lu Lingmei ventured tentatively. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lin Feng entirely, but since Zhuang Yanqin had brought her here, she wanted to give it a try. She could only see if the herbs might offer some improvement.
I don't want to take medicine.
It's just too bitter. Xiao Xiao began to sob as she spoke. Actually, I also suggest avoiding Chinese herbs, Lin Feng said. Massage really doesn't work. I've tried every massage therapist in this city, including the better ones in the provincial capital. I even learned a little myself, but she still resists it, Lu Lingmei said helplessly.
If anything else worked, why would we refuse?
Let's explore other options, Zhuang Yanqin shook her head.
Don't push her too hard.
If nothing else works, I'll have to go abroad to see if there are any more advanced treatment options, Lu Lingmei said. The doctor had warned her that if Xiao Xiao's condition was neglected for too long, it would inevitably lead to malnutrition, developmental delays, and could even become life-threatening. No matter what it took, no matter the cost, she was determined to cure Xiao Xiao.
There's no guarantee better options exist abroad. We've tried Western medicine before it didn't work at all. Zhuang Yanqin didn't believe going overseas would solve the problem.
It wasn't that she looked down on foreign medicine, but rather that what was available abroad today was largely accessible domestically.
If domestic options couldn't help, going abroad would be pointless.
Taking a child abroad with Lu Lingmei offered no guarantees of safety either.
How about I give it a try?
Lin Feng said slowly.
What do you mean try? Zhuang Yanqin demanded.
Pediatric massage, Lin Feng replied.
You know pediatric massage? Zhuang Yanqin couldn't believe Lin Feng did. Massage and pediatric massage are fundamentally different.
Basic techniques might be learned in a month or two, but professional pediatric massage requires at least several years of training. Who would trust you with such a young child unless you were truly proficient?
Major hospitals nationwide desperately lack such specialists.
Doctors rarely pursue this field because it's so time-consuming. Those who truly excel have dedicated their careers to it. Most skilled practitioners are employed by private hospitals or specialized medical institutions, where fees are typically exorbitant. At his age, Lin Feng could have spent at most a few years in a hospital. Even if he devoted all his time to pediatric massage, he wouldn't have completed his apprenticeship yet. Moreover, his primary focus is clearly diagnosis and treatment. His diagnostic skills and prescription abilities are already quite formidable, proving he's invested considerable time in those areas.
How could he possibly master pediatric massage as well?
If Lin Feng were in his 40s or 50s, such a claim might carry a shred of credibility. I know a little, Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, Lin Feng began mentally simulating the skill of pediatric massage. Technical skill was certainly involved, but the most crucial factor was proficiency.
There were no shortcuts to mastery, only relentless practice. Practice makes perfect. Just a little bit won't cut it. We've been seeking out the absolute top experts in pediatric massage.
Your level of skill is nothing compared to theirs, Zhuang Yanqin immediately shook her head in disagreement.
This wasn't for adults, it was for 3-year-old children. If it were merely ineffective, that would be one thing. But if something went wrong during the process, the consequences would far outweigh any benefits. Leave professional matters to the professionals.
Someone like Lin Feng, who's only half-baked at best, is out of the question. It might be better to consider some traditional formulas instead. I possess a trait they lack, Lin Feng said with a smile.
What is it? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
As long as you're not around, she'll cooperate with me more readily. With her cooperation, we'll achieve twice the result with half the effort, Lin Feng explained.
What makes you think she'll cooperate? Just because she was scared of you earlier? Zhuang Yanqin shook her head, unconvinced. Exactly. Because she's afraid, she won't dare to act recklessly, Lin Feng nodded.
You're overestimating yourself, Zhuang Yanqin shook her head. Lin Feng shrugged slightly, speaking calmly, I've presented the treatment plan.
Whether to agree or not is up to you.
Trying other approaches would be far less effective, and she might suffer greatly.
Zhuang Yanqin and Lu Lingmei exchanged glances, then leaned in to confer.
Lin Feng reached out and pulled Xiao Xiao closer, whispering, let me take her pulse. No matter how we treat her, I need to know her pulse pattern. Xiao Xiao reached out to grab Lu Lingmei, but there was always a gap between them.
Besides, Lu Lengmei was talking to Zhuang Yanxin and hadn't noticed her at all. She froze completely, not daring to move a muscle. After all, the person before her was a villain. Just as she twisted her mouth, ready to burst into tears, she accidentally met Lin Feng's gaze and immediately held them back. After all, crying wouldn't change a thing. This villain wouldn't feel a shred of pity, and neither Zhuang Yanxin nor Lu Lengmei would intervene. Now she could only stand there like a wooden statue. After taking her pulse, Lin Feng casually examined the acupoints that might be needed on the little girl. The key to pediatric massage lies in the acupoints. Acupoint locations shift throughout different stages of life, and even among peers of the same age, variations exist. Understanding this, the robot in his consciousness C immediately simulated the acupoints corresponding to Xiao Xiao's body. Having already attained considerable proficiency in pediatric massage, further practice would lay the groundwork for future practical application. Even if Lu Lengmei ultimately refused, the skill would undoubtedly be a major plus for him. No. I just can't figure out why Xiao Xiao is so cooperative with him. Zhuang Yanxin watched Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao interact, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was utterly baffling. Chapter 40, I can cast spells. Lu Lengmei gave a wry smile and shook her head. Don't say you don't understand. I don't understand either. Maybe it's just a case of one thing countering another. She couldn't explain it either. How could Lin Feng, playing the villain, possibly control the fearless Xiao Xiao? The previous pediatric massage had failed precisely because Xiao Xiao was extremely wary of strangers. Even professionals feared accidentally pressing the wrong spot. Then what? Should we just let him try? Zhuang Yanxin blurted out. Seems like we have no other choice, Lu Lengmei sighed helplessly. Truthfully, neither she nor Zhuang Yanxin was keen on letting Lin Feng perform the massage. After all, if professionals couldn't manage it, what could he possibly achieve? Zhuang Yanxin mentioned Lin Feng's expertise in herbal medicine, so she still believed it best to approach him from his area of strength. Seeing how Xiao Xiao treated Lin Feng, she still wanted to give it a shot. After all, the little girl had endured so much suffering lately. If she could suffer a little less, that would be best. Spotting Lu Lengmei approaching, Xiao Xiao seemed to suddenly find strength. She threw herself forward, clinging to her legs and refusing to let go. We've decided to let you try, Lu Lengmei stated. All right. Let's not waste time then. Begin immediately. Lin Feng nodded, unsurprised by this decision. To put it simply, the key to whether the pediatric massage could be performed properly was whether they could keep this little girl still. No matter the method, keeping her still would be considered a success. The approach he was using now was somewhat unconventional. Where? On the sofa? Lu Lengmei asked. The bedroom would be best. No one else to disturb us, Lin Feng replied slowly. She's been quite restless in bed, so it might be hard to calm her down. This environment is one she's already accustomed to. Should we just do it here? Lu Lengmei suggested. At home, what's there to get used to? As for fussing, it depends on who it's with, Lin Feng replied. I'll leave it to you. We'll cooperate, Lu Lengmei nodded. She didn't want to argue with Lin Feng, but she still didn't believe he could control Xiao Xiao's bedtime antics. In this situation, Xiao Xiao felt cornered, but the bed was her world. She could act however she pleased, completely disregarding others. At that moment, any words would fall on deaf ears. She understood Lin Feng wanted a relatively private, quiet space. The living room was too open. But things weren't that simple. It was time for Lin Feng to learn the full extent of this little demon's power. Barring any surprises, they would inevitably return here again. Zhuang Yanxin remained silent but shook her head. She believed Lu Lengmei had good reason for suggesting the living room Xiao Xiao would undoubtedly be harder to control in bed. But Lin Feng was charging headlong into trouble. Getting his nose bloodied was only natural. This was actually for the best. It would knock some sense into that cocky brat. Lin Feng patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder and said in a tone reserved for adults, "Come on, let's go to the bedroom. I'll treat you." "No. I won't go." Xiao Xiao shook her head like a rattledrum, her body practically fused to Lu Lengmei's leg. "Be good, let the doctor give you a massage. Once you're better, you won't feel so uncomfortable." Lu Lengmei crouched down, coaxing her gently. Though the little girl was stubborn most of the time, she occasionally listened to reason. Lu Lengmei still preferred to communicate with her. "No, I won't." The little one began throwing a tantrum. "Little girl, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving you an order. If you refuse to listen, I'll have to use my own methods to make you let go," Lin Feng declared. "I won't let go. I won't let go. What are you going to do about it?" Xiao Xiao's voice carried a hint of sharpness. Having let go of Lu Lengmei earlier and been completely at his mercy, she now had only one thought: hold on tight and see what he could do about it. "Xiao Xiao, listen to your mother." Lu Lengmei tried to persuade her. Forcibly prying the little girl's hands apart wasn't impossible, but he feared hurting her. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling Lu Lengmei to stop talking. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, "I forgot to tell you I actually know magic." "You're lying. Doctors only know medicine, not magic. Magic is for gods and immortals. You're not a god."
There's no way a god could be as bad as you. Xiao Xiao immediately retorted. I know both medicine and magic. All I need to do is tap your hand and you'll let go on your own.
Believe it or not? Lin Feng continued smiling. I don't believe you. I absolutely won't let go.
Xiao Xiao shook her head firmly once more.
Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully.
Lin Feng extended 2 fingers, pressed them together, and gently tapped an acupoint on the little girl's arm. To the little one's astonished gaze, the arms wrapped around Lu Lingmei inexplicably loosened. Before she could reach out again, Lu Lingmei had already taken a step back, creating distance and leaving her grasp empty. Lin Feng gently grasped the little girl's arm with 2 fingers.
See? I wasn't bragging. Holding on didn't help. I just tapped you, and you let go.
Xiao Zhao's eyes filled with fear as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had indeed done it. She had repeatedly told herself not to let go, but she simply couldn't control it.
Are you going to walk in yourself, or should I carry you?
Lin Feng asked calmly. Xiao Xiao glanced at Lu Lingmei, her eyes brimming with hurt.
Yet she seemed to understand that Lu Lingmei wouldn't take her side today.
With no other choice, she reluctantly turned toward the bedroom. Her hand, gripped between Lin Feng's 2 fingers, dared not even twitch, let alone struggle free. Watching Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao enter the bedroom together, Zhuang Yanqin looked utterly bewildered.
What the hell?
I don't know either, Lu Lingmei shook her head helplessly. She could confirm that Lin Feng hadn't forced Xiao Xiao to let go. He had merely tapped her arm, and she had released it of her own accord. It definitely wasn't magic, but this thing was just as miraculous as magic. It had stunned even her, let alone a child of just a few years old. The two followed closely behind, arriving at the bedroom door to see what happened next. Lin Feng simply told the little girl to get into bed and lie down, not uttering a single extra word.
Like a robot executing a command, she climbed up and lay flat on her back.
Her movements were swift and precise, without the slightest hesitation or unnecessary gesture.
Is this really your fearless little devil? Zhuang Yanqin couldn't help but gasp.
This isn't a little devil at all, he's practically a model child. I have to admit, he really understands kids.
Every move he makes is pure experience. Lu Lingmei remarked. I think you're mistaken. He couldn't possibly have experience. He doesn't even have children, he's never even been married. Chapter 41, Professional Level. Lu Lingmei shook her head in disbelief. No way. How could that be? It's true.
I guarantee it, Zhuang Yanqin insisted.
You and him, you're not.
Lu Lingmei narrowed her eyes slightly.
You're overthinking it.
He's my dad's apprentice, Zhuang Yanqin denied immediately.
Oh, I see. Lu Lingmei finally understood their relationship. Actually, have you ever considered that if we had a professional pediatric massage therapist now, Xiao Xiao's problem would be solved? Zhuang Yanqin suddenly spoke up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? As long as he can keep Xiao Xiao under control, a professional can handle it. But let him finish first. Stopping him now wouldn't be appropriate. Lu Lingmei's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Keeping the little girl under control was a real headache, yet Lin Feng managed it effortlessly. Truth be told, even she felt a twinge of envy. She cared for the little girl day in and day out, yet she couldn't manage it as well as a stranger who'd only met her once. Where could she even complain about that? I may not be deeply versed in pediatric massage, but I can tell how skilled someone is. If he's truly incompetent, I'll stop him immediately. Zhuang Yanqin declared. Won't that strain our relationship? Lu Lingmei worried. Regardless, I'm his boss. Besides, I also. Never mind. Anyway, if I stop him, he definitely won't dare say much. Zhuang Yanqin declared confidently. She considered mentioning the 2,000 yuan she paid, but decided against it. This was between her and Lin Feng, no need for Lu Lingmei to know. If Lu Lingmei had known, she certainly wouldn't have been the one footing the bill. All right. I'm counting on you then. Lu Lingmei breathed a silent sigh of relief. She was a complete amateur, utterly clueless about the other person's massage skills. After all, she couldn't judge based on the little girl's feelings alone. Given how terrified the girl was, even if Lin Feng was unprofessional, she probably wouldn't dare say anything. And if that were the standard, then all those massage experts before would have been unqualified. After the girl lay down, Lin Feng gently took her right hand, steadied her palm, and lightly pressed the Banmen acupoint with his thumb. His movements were incredibly gentle, yet the pressure was just right, never too light, staying perfectly within the little girl's tolerance. Even before today, he had no prior knowledge of pediatric massage. Yet within his consciousness he had practiced these techniques hundreds of times. Every movement now flowed instinctively, requiring no conscious thought. Following the Banmen point was the Zhongwan point. Zhongwan is located on the upper abdomen, on the anterior midline, for cun above the center of the navel. This point is the mu point of the stomach. Massaging it mobilizes the original qi of the tail meridian and promotes gastrointestinal peristalsis. Next came Zusanli. Though his movements were gentle, the young girl lying on the bed resisted fiercely, every cell in her body rebelling. Yet she dared not move, not even daring to shift her head slightly. After all, this villain before her possessed magical abilities.
If she angered him, he could cast a spell to immobilize her, making things even worse. She couldn't understand why Lu Lingmei trusted such a villain, even though she knew Lu Lingmei was the only one in this world who treated her well. How is it?
Lu Lingmei asked softly.
Gentle movements, skilled technique. It takes at least 3 to 5 years to reach this level.
It's just as good as the professionals before. Zhuang Yanxin had been mesmerized by the sight.
Truthfully, whether someone was skilled in massage was obvious to the discerning eye.
The technique itself couldn't be faked. The reason is simple, it comes only from repeated practice. There's absolutely no shortcut. You might be able to fake it elsewhere, but pretending to be an expert with your technique? That's harder than climbing to the moon.
The result would likely be flustered and disorganized, failing to perform even at a normal level.
Really? That's wonderful. Lu Lingmei's tense expression instantly relaxed.
She might doubt others, but she placed complete trust in Zhuang Yanxin. I'm starting to wonder if this guy is actually a professional masseuse at the hospital, not even part of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Zhuang Yanxin muttered to herself. She knew that in some hospitals, pediatric massage was part of the traditional Chinese medicine department, but it was absolutely separate from TCM diagnosis. The practitioners for each were never interchangeable. To put it simply, pediatric massage is a therapeutic method, similar to dispensing herbal medicine at a pharmacy, only with greater specialization. Of course, it can't compare to the expertise of a consulting physician. To use a simple analogy, a consulting physician is like a whole cake, offering comprehensive care, while pediatric massage is just a small slice of that cake, but for certain conditions, that slice is all that's needed.
He's a hospital doctor going to your clinic? Lu Lingmei asked.
Yes. Who knows what happened to him at the hospital?
It definitely wasn't anything good, Zhuang Yanxin replied.
She was now even more certain that Lin Feng had suffered a tremendous injustice. Otherwise, with his skills in diagnosis and prescribing medicine plus pediatric massage, he'd be in high demand anywhere.
No wonder the hospital leadership came crawling back, groveling for him to return. But once you've crossed someone, how could the resentment just vanish?
If you want to know, I can have someone look into it, Lu Lingmei said in a hushed tone.
No need. What does it matter? If he wants to stay, let him stay.
It's not like it's a bad thing, Zhuang Yanxin replied.
The entire pediatric massage session lasted about half an hour.
The little girl, who had been tense and alert, closed her eyes and fell asleep after about 10 minutes and didn't wake up until it was over. Lin Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief, quite satisfied with the outcome of this pediatric massage session. Thanks to countless practice sessions in his consciousness sea, everything flowed effortlessly.
She's asleep?
Lu Lingmei, who had been waiting outside the door, stepped inside and discovered the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed.
Let her sleep.
Lin Feng walked slowly toward the door. Lu Lingmei pulled the quilt over the little girl, gently tucking her in. Watching her peaceful slumber, her heart ached. It had been ages since she'd slept so peacefully, especially during the daytime. Even sleeping at night had been an incredibly difficult task before.
Tossing and turning for 2 or 3 hours was perfectly normal.
She often felt utterly defeated, but she knew there was nothing to be done. This was simply the nature of illness. Leaning down, she pressed a soft kiss to the little girl's forehead, a relieved smile finally spreading across her face. It seemed, this time, she had finally found the right treatment.
Damn anorexia, it could finally be cured.
Nothing could make her happier than this. Because nothing mattered more to her than this little girl.
Chapter 42, Asking for the Moon.
Lu Lingmei stepped out of the bedroom and instructed the nanny to watch over Xiao Xiao. Though the little girl seemed to be doing well, someone still needed to stay by her side.
Thank you so much, Lu Lingmei said gratefully.
Only just now had her suspicions about Lin Feng been completely dispelled.
No need to thank me. I'm just here because someone paid me to be. Lin Feng waved it off.
I can cover whatever consultation fee is required, Lu Lingmei offered promptly.
Not a single penny is needed. I've already taken care of it, Zhuang Yanxin declared.
Though she didn't want to speak up, she also didn't want Lin Feng to charge double.
Whose money isn't money? Just one pediatric massage session won't suffice.
At minimum, it requires a full course of treatment twice a week for 7 to 10 days, Lin Feng stated.
Of course I know that. What? You expect to charge for each session?
Zhuang Yanxin glared at Lin Feng.
What else could I do?
Lin Feng shrugged slightly. Even if it takes 5 sessions, I have enough money to cover it, Zhuang Yanxin insisted.
But you're offering the price for just one session.
Lin Feng replied slowly.
2,000 per session? Are you robbing me?
The professional I hired before only charged 1,000 per session.
Zhuang Yanxin's expression darkened slightly. Then go find those professionals,
Lin Feng said with a smile. You? Zhuang Yanxin hadn't expected this guy to be so brazen.
It's fine. As long as it cures Xiao Xiao's illness, I wouldn't mind paying 2,000 or even 20,000 per session. Lu Lingmei agreed immediately. For her, money truly wasn't an issue. After all, going abroad for treatment could cost a fortune, and there was no guarantee it would work.
If it meant a guaranteed cure and less suffering for Xiao Xiao, she felt it was worth every penny.
Money is certainly no problem.
But I won't let you charge exorbitant fees at will.
I can only pay the highest professional rate, 1,000 per massage session.
Zhuang Yanqin shook her head in objection. 1,000 for professional skill and another 1,000 for delivering that skill.
That price shouldn't be unreasonable, right?
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Not unreasonable. Absolutely not unreasonable.
Now, would you prefer to pay per session or settle it all at once?
Lu Lengmei nodded repeatedly.
Truth be told, it was true. Having professional skills but being unable to demonstrate them was useless. Remember, even when previous sessions failed, the money was still paid. Now that the massage was fully completed, 2,000 was truly not expensive.
Did I undercharge?
Lin Feng teased with a smile.
Then how much do you want? Name your price within my means, I'll agree to it.
Lu Lingmei frowned slightly. There was simply no other way.
Who could blame her? Her little girl only recognized this one.
If there's such demand, that's the value he holds.
Forget it. Let's just leave it at that.
If I dare raise the price, certain people would definitely eat me alive. Lin Feng shook his head. Zhuang Yanqin said nothing, but her gaze seemed capable of killing Lin Feng. She was furious with herself for not setting the price up front. If she had, this guy wouldn't be able to just make up any price he wanted.
From Lu Lengmei's perspective, treating the illness was still the priority.
With several more massage sessions to come, she certainly didn't want to offend Lin Feng.
Since you're Sunny's friend, I'll pay you for all the sessions at once. Lu Lengmei offered. Don't even suggest it. She's my boss, not some friend. If she were a friend, it'd be free, not a penny. Helping each other out is just the right thing to do. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively.
Zhuang Yanqin, of course, detected the underlying meaning in Lin Feng's words. Ultimately, he was mocking her for being too capitalistic earlier, perhaps even still holding a grudge over this morning's fine. She felt a bit weak to argue back now.
Whatever. I'll pay for 5 sessions up front. Lu Lengmei understood this was deliberately meant to annoy Zhuang Yanqin, and she didn't want to get involved.
10,000 yuan could cure a minor ailment. There was no reason for her to hesitate.
We'll see how it goes. Pay only for the sessions you actually complete.
I'm the only one who can do this, so I'm not worried about any disputes, Lin Feng stated. He wasn't exactly rolling in cash, but he wasn't strapped for money either. Prepayment was unnecessary. It made him seem like he was only in it for the money.
Fine then.
Lu Lengmei had originally intended to settle on a pay-as-you-go basis, but since Lin Feng put it that way, she couldn't insist further. As Lin Feng said, this was something only he could handle. No matter how skilled others might be, they simply couldn't replicate his approach. Can I have your contact information? Lu Lengmei asked. If you need anything, contact my boss, Lin Feng said, gesturing toward Zhuang Yanqin beside him.
Lu Lengmei gave an awkward smile.
She rarely initiated exchanging contact details herself, and hadn't expected to be refused even if the refusal was relatively tactful. Still, it stung a little.
Don't mind him.
I'll send you his number later, Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes. Also, make sure to remind them, no cold or raw foods, no sweets, no snacks.
Best to avoid fruit altogether. Try not to eat anything before meals, Lin Feng instructed. No fruit either?
Lu Lingmei frowned slightly. Lately, Xiao Xiao had barely any appetite and mostly relied on fruit to get by. She worried that abruptly cutting out fruit might be too much of a change.
A little bit should be fine.
Most fruits are healthy, after all, Zhuang Yanqin countered. Almost all fruits are extremely cold in nature. People with weak spleen and stomach will feel very uncomfortable after eating them. Of course, if you insist on eating them, I can't stop you, but it will just slow down the recovery process.
It's only a few thousand more anyway. Lin Feng retorted. Can you please speak properly?
Zhuang Yanqin was at a loss for words.
Then how do you want me to say it?
Lin Feng shrugged slightly. Just then, the doorbell rang urgently, one ring after another without pause. The nanny hurried out of the bedroom and rushed ahead of Zhuang Yanqin to answer the door.
Nothing else to discuss, so we'll be heading out now.
Zhuang Yanqin spoke up to take their leave.
All right. I'll see you out. Lu Lengmei nodded.
Before the three could move, a young man in a suit burst through the door. He was in his 30s, tall, and quite handsome.
Huang Yaoyang, what are you doing here?
Lu Lengmei frowned slightly upon seeing him.
Never mind that for now. Didn't I tell you I'd find you a doctor? Why did you bring someone like this to treat Xiao Xiao? This is definitely not reliable. Huang Yaoyang's tone carried reproach as he shot a cold glance at Lin Feng. I have my own judgment. You're being a bit too nosy. Lu Lingmei's voice turned icy. Do you even know who he is? He's a suspended doctor from the traditional Chinese medicine department at the People's Hospital. Huang Yaoyang couldn't help raising his voice. Chapter 43, Please leave. Huang Yaoyang's tone still carried anger, as if he'd uncovered some heinous crime. Impossible. Lu Lingmei refused to believe it. Between Huang Yaoyang and Zhuang Yanqin, she would choose to believe Zhuang Yanqin without a moment's hesitation.
Zhuang Yanqin had consulted more than 1 or 2 doctors to treat Xiao Xiao.
Although none had yielded results so far, their medical skills were undoubtedly competent.
A doctor suspended from duty must have committed a serious offense.
For minor infractions, a written reprimand would suffice.
In today's hospitals, every position was critical.
Losing one person meant others had to shoulder the extra workload.
Most crucially, if it were merely a suspension, Lin Feng would never have joined Zhuang Yanqin's family clinic.
Ask him yourself if you don't believe me. Does he dare claim he wasn't suspended from the People's Hospital?
Huang Yaoyang pointed his finger at Lin Feng, his gaze murderous. He's telling the truth, Lin Feng nodded.
Did you hear that?
He admitted it himself.
Huang Yaoyang had expected denial but was taken aback by such a straightforward confession. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this guy playing some clever trick? I'm just curious, we've never met before. How could you know so much about me? Lin Feng asked. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. You should be well aware of your own situation. And you still have the nerve to treat patients?
Where did you get the courage?
Huang Yaoyang demanded loudly. It's just a suspension.
They didn't restrict me from treating patients, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Does that even make sense? Why were you suspended? Didn't you make some mistake? As far as I know, unless there's a major medical incident, they wouldn't just suspend someone like that. Huang Yaoyang retorted. What does that prove? Lu Lengmei countered.
Had she heard this before Lin Feng's treatment, it might have swayed her judgment. But now that the treatment was complete, though its effects remained unseen, the fact that Xiao Xiao hadn't regained consciousness yet suggested it was probably effective.
Moreover, Lin Feng hadn't dodged the criticism, he'd openly admitted it. That showed he had nothing to hide. Even if he was suspended, it didn't necessarily mean he bore full responsibility for the incident. It means he's unreliable. How can someone like that treat children? Huang Yaoyang blurted out. He couldn't grasp why Lu Lengmei seemed utterly unconcerned about such matters. That's none of your concern. I have my own judgment. Still, thank you, Lu Lengmei replied, unwilling to elaborate.
I don't need your empty words. I must warn you, even in desperate need, don't seek treatment recklessly.
Not only will it fail to cure the illness, it could worsen the condition. I'm not trying to scare you, but... Huang Yaoyang insisted. You're such an interesting person. You don't know anything, yet you spout nonsense. Zhuang Yanqin couldn't help but interject.
This wasn't her first encounter with Huang Yaoyang, but from their very first meeting, she'd found this guy thoroughly irritating.
Cootie.
It was obvious he was pursuing Lu Lengmei, otherwise, he wouldn't be so invested in her affairs. But equally obvious was that Lu Lengmei had zero interest in him.
Sometimes accepting his help was simply unavoidable. You brought this person, right? After all, you're supposed to be Lingmei's best friend. You should know how important Xiao Xiao is to her. Bringing such an unreliable person here, what exactly are your intentions? Huang Yaoyang cut straight to the chase. What intentions? None of your business. Mind your own affairs, Zhuang Yanqin retorted irritably.
When it comes to Lingmei, I will meddle.
Now take your people and get the hell out of here. Huang Yaoyang pointed toward the door, acting like the master of the house. I refuse to leave. Zhuang Yanqin had been ready to go, but now she was determined to defy Huang Yaoyang. Then don't blame me for being rude. Huang Yaoyang shot her a cold glance and said icily. Try laying a finger on her. Don't forget, this is my house, not yours. If you want to play tough, go back to your own place. You're not welcome here. Lu Lengmei spoke up. Lengmei, I'm only doing this to help you. Even if she doesn't know about it, but... Huang Yaoyang still tried to justify himself. I said I don't need it. If I did, I'd ask for it. Lu Lengmei cut him off bluntly. Huang Yaoyang's expression visibly shifted to awkwardness.
In front of an outsider, Lu Lengmei hadn't given him the slightest bit of face, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place.
Sorry, I got a little impatient. I didn't mean to single out your friend. After a moment of silence, Huang Yaoyang's tone softened noticeably.
In his pursuit of Lu Lengmei, he could only repeatedly soften his stance, hoping this might win her over. You should go back first, Lu Lengmei stated. Truthfully, she had already made it crystal clear to Huang Yaoyang, no matter what he did, there was absolutely no possibility between them. Perhaps she didn't know what kind of person she liked, but she knew exactly what kind she didn't. Huang Yaoyang happened to fall into that category. He insisted on being friends, so she minimized their interactions as much as possible. Unfortunately, he remained as enthusiastic as ever. And this enthusiasm often led him to overstep boundaries, interfering in her affairs, which caused her considerable distress. Lately, she'd been consumed with treating Xiao Xiao's illness, leaving her no energy to deal with these emotional entanglements. I can leave, but he must go too. Under no circumstances can he treat Xiao Xiao. Even if it annoys you, I have to say this. Huang Yaoyang pointed at Lin Feng. He is my guest. Now, I ask you to leave, Lu Lengmei said, her expression turning slightly cold. Regardless, Lin Feng had just completed a successful pediatric massage session. She still needed him for follow-up care. How could she tolerate Huang Yaoyang's behavior? You, leave on your own, or do I have to drag you out? Huang Yaoyang glared at Lin Feng, his tone dripping with menace. I can leave, but I won't go just because you want me to, Lin Feng replied slowly. That's not up to you. Huang Yaoyang said, stepping forward to grab Lin Feng. Suddenly, a foot shot out, blocking Huang Yaoyang's path. It belonged to Lu Langmei. Though clad in casual attire, her movement was a textbook sidekick. The force was considerable. Had it been aimed at Huang Yaoyang, that kick would have been enough to send him sprawling. I don't want to fight you, but don't push me, Lu Langmei said coldly. Fine. Whether you go to the capital or abroad, I've already made arrangements. Call me anytime. I'll find the absolute best doctors. Huang Yaoyang finally conceded, stepping back with a resigned expression. Let's go. Chapter 44, Merely Speculation. With no other choice, Huang Yaoyang shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before leaving. He knew Lu Lingmei well enough. While others might threaten violence just to intimidate, she was the type who would actually follow through. He was already humiliated enough. If he ended up knocked flat on the ground, that would be utterly embarrassing. He wouldn't have the face to show himself in public. After pursuing Lu Langmei for so long, he could accept losing to Zhuang Yanqin. But now, to be outdone by a complete stranger? That was unbearably frustrating. Still, his determination to win Lu Langmei over hadn't wavered one bit. Any suffering endured now would be worth it when he finally got his revenge. Lu Lingmei was destined to be his, and no one could change that. I'm sorry. I didn't know he was coming. He's just like that, don't take what he says to heart, Lu Lingmei said apologetically. Lucky he arrived late. If he'd come earlier, things might not have gone so smoothly, Lin Feng replied with a smile. How could that be? You were brought by Cinny. I trust you far more than him, Lu Lingmei hurriedly replied. Whether it was true or not, this was what had to be said now. Actually, his information is outdated. My suspension has already been revoked. Investigating that shouldn't be difficult, Lin Feng said calmly. Even if it wasn't revoked, it must have been a misunderstanding. Lu Lingmei insisted. Lu Lingmei kept Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin for a while longer, changed her clothes, and personally escorted them out of the residential compound, all to prevent Huang Yaoyang from intercepting them. A guy like that was capable of anything. On the ride back, both remained silent, neither uttering a word. Only after they got out of the car did Zhuang Yanqin finally speak up. You need to be careful. That man is mentally unstable. He's capable of anything. I don't think he has much reason to target me. He's more likely to go after you than me, Lin Feng replied slowly. He dares? If he actually dares, Lang Mei won't let him off the hook. Zhuang Yanqin curled her lips, looking completely unconcerned. You think he's afraid of your friend? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Then what? Didn't you see how he acted just now? That kick could have easily landed right on his face. Zhuang Yanqin declared with dead seriousness. He compromised because he wants something, not because he's afraid, Lin Feng sighed. Talking like that, you look down on women. Let me tell you, my friend is an all-show, she's trained for years. Zhuang Yanqin declared. So she's a professional taekwondo fighter? Lin Feng asked. Of course not. But she's definitely no amateur. The average guy wouldn't stand a chance against her. Zhuang Yanqin shook her head slightly. You know what really matters when two people fight privately? Lin Feng pressed on. Technique. Trained versus untrained, it's not even the same league, Zhuang Yanqin pondered before answering. Ever heard the saying, brute force trumps skill? Ordinary people fight with sheer strength. If I can knock you over, I win. In that regard, women and men aren't even on the same level, Lin Feng stated. So you're saying women always lose when fighting men? Zhuang Yanqin frowned slightly. Not exactly. 99.99%, maybe. Lin Feng replied. Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes, exasperated. What's the difference between that and 100%? The difference lies in excluding women who've undergone specialized training. Those professional female fighters avoid confrontations with men. If it came down to an actual fight, their odds wouldn't be great, Lin Feng explained slowly. It's not like they have zero chance. Besides, there's no need for a fight. That guy wouldn't dare. He's already completely under control. You saw it yourself earlier, he does whatever he's told. A smug smile touched Zhuang Yanqin's lips. That's precisely the most dangerous part. You think you have him completely under your control, but you might already be caught in his trap. Lin Feng sighed deeply. What exactly are you trying to say? Why does it feel like you're speaking in riddles? Zhuang Yanqin narrowed her eyes slightly, somewhat baffled. Some things are better left unsaid, Lin Feng replied. What kind of words? Everything can be spoken plainly. Why can't you be straightforward? Zhuang Yanqin pressed. Because it's only conjecture, without evidence, Lin Feng replied. Zhuang Yanqin looked even more confused. Instead of understanding, she was growing more bewildered by the moment. What does this friend of yours do? Lin Feng inquired. He's in business. Why? Zhuang Yanqin countered.
Not very vigilant, is he? Business must be struggling, huh? Lin Feng remarked. He's the CEO of a conglomerate. It's publicly traded, with a market value of over $1 billion. Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes. Oh? Really? Lin Feng frowned slightly. What are you thinking? I advise you to drop it. For the sake of the child, he definitely wouldn't want someone like you. Zhuang Yanxin declared. But the child isn't even hers. Lin Feng retorted. You? How do you know? Zhuang Yanxin was taken aback. Is it that hard to tell? Whether someone has given birth or not is obvious at a glance. Besides, Lin Feng stopped abruptly, leaving the sentence hanging. Although Lu Lengmei treated Xiao Xiao exceptionally well, and Xiao Xiao called her mom, it was clear they weren't a biological mother and child. He suspected Zhuang Yanxin knew the truth but simply refused to speak it. Of course, whether they were biologically related had nothing to do with him. What? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Take that guy earlier. If she'd ever given birth, he wouldn't have considered her at all. Who knows? He might have considered you, Lin Feng said. He'd only met Huang Yaoyan once, but it was obvious the man was a womanizer who'd slept with countless women. His approach and pursuit were purely because of Lu Lengmei's looks. If Lu Lengmei were a mother, Huang Yaoyan wouldn't have gone to such lengths to pursue her. Besides, in terms of looks, Zhuang Yanxin was on par with Lu Lengmei. Comparatively speaking, Zhuang Yanxin was naturally the better value for money. Oof. I wouldn't give a second glance to such trash. But then, only men truly understand men. Zhuang Yanxin snorted coldly. Just a guess, Lin Feng could only explain. What exactly were you trying to say earlier? Zhuang Yanxin pressed. You're pretty sharp, figure it out, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. At least give me a direction. This is just blind guessing without any clue. Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes. Do you think his appearance makes sense? Lin Feng said slowly. Isn't it just a coincidence? Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. There aren't that many coincidences. Many things seem like chance, but they're actually orchestrated by human hands. Chapter 45 sounds familiar. Lin Feng could only go so far. It was best not to say too much. In truth, during his conversation with Lu Lengmei, he had already hinted at the truth. He just didn't know if she could grasp it. If Lu Lengmei were someone he knew well, or even if they weren't close but had some connection, he might have been more explicit. But to put it bluntly, this was someone else's karma. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to get involved. He was a physician, treating patients was his duty. Everything else fell outside his purview. As for whether Zhuang Yanxin could grasp the deeper implications of what he'd said, that was all he could do. Of course, the crux of the matter was that many of his thoughts were mere conjecture, lacking evidence to substantiate them. Expecting others to believe them was difficult. If he had concrete evidence, he would present it. Whether they chose to believe it was another matter entirely. After returning home for dinner, he checked on Zhuang Ziyuan's condition. There were slight signs of recovery, but since it hadn't been 5 days yet, there was no need to change the prescription for now. That night, he didn't return to the rental apartment but stayed on the living room sofa again. He had considered staying at the clinic to avoid the daily commute, but Shi Chaoyun insisted he sleep at home. He had no plans to renew the lease once it expired and would discuss the matter with Zhuang Yanxin later. It wasn't wise to bring it up anytime soon. After all, Lu Lengmei had accepted the payment, though it hadn't been delivered yet, and that alone was sure to have upset the young lady. If he dared to bring it up, she'd demand an exorbitant price. Things needed to be handled step by step. He arrived at the clinic with Zhuang Yanxin and wasn't late, but not a single patient came in all day. For other businesses, advertising might be an option to attract customers, but how could one advertise for a medical clinic? All they could do was wait. Bored out of her mind, Zhuang Yanxin went online to engage in debates, naturally targeting those TCM haters. These days, the internet was never short of TCM haters. Some started by just bashing certain aspects of traditional medicine, then moved on to denigrating the entire field. Many even went so far as to completely discredit renowned physicians throughout the history of Chinese medicine. Armed with solid theoretical knowledge, she rarely lost an argument. Whether one-on-one or against multiple opponents, she stood completely unbeatable. Of course, victory often didn't stem from professional knowledge. It was precisely her lack of expertise that left opponents speechless. The answer is simple: these critics often don't truly understand traditional Chinese medicine. In reality, most critics of TCM are simply uninformed. Those with even a basic understanding would never dismiss it as worthless. By afternoon, Zhuang Yanxin had logged back into the live news broadcast, her computer volume cranked up high. Miss Xuan, could you please turn down the volume? Lin Feng asked, somewhat exasperated. He had anticipated this. The clinic wasn't busy every day, especially with his master ill. Back when he was in the TCM department, it had been the same situation, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Since he couldn't see patients, he might as well read more books. Although the consciousness see brought him immense benefits, he couldn't rely on it too much. Improving his medical skills was the fundamental solution. Want to come see? I just saw online they've hired Zhang Jiabing again. There's bound to be some hilarious drama today. Zhuang Yinxin's face held a hint of amusement. That name sounds familiar. Lin Feng remarked. Honey, you don't know? A few days ago, there was that surgery at your place using traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia. He tore it apart, saying it was worthless. He even bragged that if that patient lived an extra hour, he'd eat a pound of. Zhuang Yinxin began recounting. Oh, him. Didn't he disappear from the scene? Lin Feng finally recalled who this was. He rarely paid attention to such matters, but since it involved Wei Jiangwo's surgery, he had looked it up online. The whole thing seemed more like a joke, so he hadn't followed up. China's public intellectuals were too numerous to count. Some chose to appear in the spotlight, others preferred to stay hidden. The articles in the two once most popular publications, while not entirely, certainly at least 70 to 80%, were penned by public intellectuals. They exploited our lack of understanding about the outside world, blowing minor positive developments abroad out of proportion to instill in us the idea that our civilization was inferior. But people aren't so easily fooled anymore. More and more are traveling abroad, cultural exchanges have increased, and information about the outside world is more accessible, allowing us to see the real picture. He's just lying low for now. Eventually, he'll have to resurface to remind everyone he exists. With such massive traffic, how could he pass up the opportunity? Zhuang Yinxin remarked. She had been following the situation closely and was among the many critics of her husband. She had long anticipated that this guy wouldn't be able to resist jumping back into the spotlight. Even if he didn't want to appear, the live news broadcast would drag him out, otherwise, normal programming couldn't proceed. Of course, the most important thing was that everyone wanted a piece of this traffic. For many online, seeing traffic they can't exploit is like flies encountering that certain something they just can't resist swarming over. What? He'd actually eat? Lin Feng retorted. Don't underestimate these people. They have absolutely no limits. They'll swallow anything they say. Zhuang Yinxin shook her head. The live stream commenced amidst a deluge of comments flooding the screen. It was the same female host again, with her husband sitting beside her. Compared to before, aside from changing his outfit, even his slightly sleazy expression remained exactly the same. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their character. This guy truly gave off a cheap, sleazy vibe that was utterly repulsive. Today we've once again invited teacher Zhang to our live stream. After a few introductory remarks, the female host abruptly shifted the topic to Zhang Jiabing. Professor Wei's surgery was a complete success. Not only has he fully regained consciousness, but his recovery has been remarkably swift. Teacher Zhang, what are your thoughts on this? I think it's excellent. Our hero survived. Zhang Jiabing began, but his words were bland and completely irrelevant to the main topic. How dare you say such things? Didn't you claim it was impossible? How could it work? If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut. What good does all this nonsense do? Do your words even hold weight, or are they just hot air? Hurry up and make good on your promise. Eat. It's been over 70 hours now. 70 pounds of is no easy find. How about we round up a few friends and make some fresh for him? Guaranteed piping hot. Then the screen was flooded with eat, obscuring all other text. Mr. Zhang, regarding what you mentioned earlier, the thing you'd do after the surgery was successful. The female host had no choice but to speak up. I may not have many virtues, but when it comes to keeping my word, I absolutely deliver. Zhang Jiabing declared. Chapter 46, Bring It On. The female host seemed taken aback by Zhang Jiabing's response, momentarily at a loss for words. The problem was, even if he dared to eat it, she wouldn't dare watch. The smell alone was overwhelming. Moreover, such content couldn't be broadcast live. It was utterly unbelievable that someone would actually dare do something like this in public. Just imagining it was enough to make one cringe. He's actually eating it. Holy crap. Don't try to fake it with chocolate or something. If you're going to do this, go all out. If you fake it, we'll look down on you. Eat mine. Not only is it huge, but it tastes great too. Tastes good? How'd you even know? Creepy when you think about it. I just ate 3 pounds of durian. My breath is bound to be unique. Where's Zhang Jiabing's address? I'll deliver it right to her door. I definitely won't eat it here. I'll go home and hide to eat it. I won't eat too much at once, just a little each day until it's all gone. No need for anyone to doubt me. Trust my character. Zhang Jiabing added. The female host let out a sigh of relief, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Your integrity? You have integrity? How dare you have the nerve to say such things with a straight face? Shameful. Absolutely shameless. I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. You secretly eat at home? Who knows if you even ate it? And a little bit every day? At this rate, with time just ticking away, even if your whole family ate together, you'd never finish it. The comments section erupted with profanity, only a handful remaining relatively civil. Most were cursing Zhang Jiabing's ancestors to the nth degree. If certain words weren't censored, the comments would likely be even filthier. Zhang Jiabing, however, maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to the comments on the screen.
Now that the surgery was successful, has your perception of traditional Chinese medicine changed? The host steered the conversation to a new topic.
Such a response was bound to enrage netizens. It was tantamount to outright denial.
But it seemed there was no other way. As the saying goes, when you have no shame, you're invincible.
Anyway, Zhang Jiabing didn't care about anyone. What good would cursing him do?
Still, the conversation had to return to normal ground. They couldn't keep harping on promises they knew were impossible to fulfill. That would just be a waste of time.
Not really. In this surgery, traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia was merely supplementary.
The real work was done by the surgical procedure. It only proves that the surgeon is highly skilled. Zhang Jiabing shook his head.
Anesthesia remains crucial in surgery. Since it's now being applied in actual procedures, does this mean traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia will gradually rise?
Could it even carve out a place for itself in the future? The female host pressed on.
That's far too optimistic. I believe conventional anesthetics would have yielded the same results. The use of traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia was purely driven by certain individuals' personal agendas. Zhang Jiabing declared emphatically. What do they want? I can't discuss that.
If I did, I might find myself arrested tomorrow, Zhang Jiabing said with a helpless expression. It was as if he carried a great secret, unable to utter a word, forced to keep it bottled up inside.
Some netizens claim that Dr. Wei resorted to Chinese herbal anesthesia because he couldn't tolerate the side effects of conventional anesthetics.
They say the surgery would have been impossible otherwise.
What's your take on this? The female host asked. I stand by my point. If Chinese herbal anesthesia is so remarkable, why has it remained completely unknown all these years?
As the old saying goes, let the horse prove itself on the track.
If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Zhang Jiabing shook his head. Netizen Jiabing is a traitor says, isn't this surgery embarrassing enough? If there's a first time, there will be a second, and countless more. Traditional Chinese medicine and even Chinese medicine as a whole will surely have a bright future. The female host couldn't help but laugh halfway through reading the comment. She must have had professional training. No matter how funny it was, she couldn't laugh.
But that name was just too much to resist.
On the surface, it seemed unrelated to Zhang Jiabing, but anyone with eyes could see the implication. TCM has no future. Its future lies only in museums. Or at best, as a form of wellness practice. Only Western medicine can cure diseases. As technology advances, so does Western medicine. Whether you admit it or not, that's the reality.
Zhang Jiabing retorted immediately.
Isn't your viewpoint a bit extreme? Modern medicine isn't just Western medicine, it also includes traditional Chinese medicine. TCM has made indelible contributions. Many diseases can only be treated through traditional Chinese medicine, the female host said. If TCM wants to progress, there's only one path: integration with Western medicine. Those who first proposed combining Chinese and Western medicine were truly visionary, Zhang Jiabing declared solemnly. The live chat was flooded once more, this time with the word traitor. Although many people today don't believe in TCM and rush to Western doctors when they get sick, claiming TCM is completely useless would certainly provoke dissatisfaction among many. After all, it's a legacy passed down by our ancestors. TCM may be declining, but it hasn't completely fallen into disuse, nor is it ready for the museum yet. For many complex and intractable illnesses, TCM remains the only viable option. The truth is often hard to swallow. Take this surgery, for instance. Everyone probably thought I'd been avoiding you these past few days, but the reality is I received some shocking news. I've been wrestling with whether to share it publicly. If I speak up, it will undoubtedly stir up a storm. Yet if I remain silent, I would betray my conscience. After much deliberation, I have decided to speak out. This surgery concealed certain issues. An unexpected complication arose during the procedure, but the surgeon acted professionally and resolved it promptly, ensuring the operation's success. Personally, I suspect it was an issue with the anesthesia. But someone higher up blocked me from speaking out. Often, traditional Chinese medicine still needs to be protected. After all, it involves matters of reputation. Zhang Jiabing sighed heavily at this point. His expression seemed tinged with disappointment. Professor Zhang, is this information reliable? The female host was taken aback, not expecting another bombshell to drop so suddenly. 100% reliable. The information comes directly from insiders. I'm willing to take legal responsibility for this. Let the authorities try to prove me wrong with facts. Zhang Jiabing's voice rose involuntarily, his expression resolute and righteous. We reiterate our call for the authorities to conduct a prompt investigation and issue an official statement as soon as possible. We need the truth. Bring it on. Zhang Jiabing declared. Chapter 47, Half-Truth, Half-Lie. No one could have anticipated Zhang Jiabing would drop such a bombshell. The spotlight shifted instantly. Netizens' criticism shifted from targeting him to targeting the People's Hospital. Zhuang Yinxin shook her head helplessly. Who would have thought this could take another twist? Looks like quite a few people are involved. If this counts as a twist, then his face is going to get swollen later, Lin Feng remarked.
He wouldn't dare say that in public without solid proof.
Or do you know some inside scoop? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
She held Zhang Jiabing in utter contempt. At best, he was a public intellectual, at worst, an old scoundrel. But on certain matters, he still dared not speak recklessly, because if rumors spread widely, he would face real legal consequences. If he got thrown in jail for a few days, his reputation would be utterly ruined, and no livestreamer would dare invite someone like him.
The surgical complication had nothing to do with the anesthesia.
He might know some things, but most of it is just speculation, Lin Feng said slowly. Zhang Jiabing might have his own sources, but they clearly weren't reliable, likely just rumors. If she truly understood what happened during the surgery, she wouldn't dare speak up. Given this, the hospital administration couldn't cover it up even if they wanted to. They had to make it public.
The biggest victim would be Chief Surgeon Wu Jijie. What could have been handled internally, kept small or blown out of proportion, would now require severe punishment to appease public opinion while revealing the truth. Half-truths? How do you know that? Zhuang Yanqin couldn't help but ask again.
Lin Feng merely smiled and said nothing more. Zhuang Yanqin fell deep in thought. Lin Feng knew the details so precisely, speaking with such certainty as if he'd been there himself.
But this was clearly a surgical procedure. How could someone from traditional Chinese medicine possibly be involved? Could it be related to herbal anesthesia? That seemed unlikely too. For a patient like Wei Jiangwo, ordinary TCM practitioners would never be permitted to administer herbal anesthesia. Moreover, while the concept of herbal anesthesia exists, only this single case had ever been publicly documented. Barring surprises, only top-tier TCM practitioners or those with years of specialized research in herbal anesthesia would be involved. Lin Feng clearly didn't fall into either category. Do you know what complications arose during the surgery? Zhuang Yanqin inquired.
There will be an official report later. Everything will be clear then, Lin Feng replied slowly. If it turns out to be an issue with Chinese herbal anesthesia, it won't just be a blow to herbal medicine, it'll be a significant setback for traditional Chinese medicine as a whole, Zhuang Yanqin sighed helplessly.
Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. What seems like a disaster might actually be a blessing in disguise, Lin Feng said with a smile. You act like you know everything. If you really do, then just say it. What's the point of all this vague talk?
Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes, speaking with irritation.
Haste makes waste. Knowing everything in advance would be no fun at all.
Watching things unfold step by step, that's where the real enjoyment lies, Lin Feng replied.
Poof.
Zhuang Yanqin snorted dismissively, expressing her displeasure.
Less than an hour after the incident, the People's Hospital and its supervising authorities issued a public statement. It essentially stated that the matter was under investigation and details would be released once clarified.
I never expected such efficiency this time.
I thought an announcement by tomorrow morning would already be considered fairly quick. Zhuang Yanqin couldn't help but feel a bit surprised after reading the notice.
With no patients at the clinic, she kept scrolling through the internet.
That Zhang Jiabing is actually going head-to-head on Weibo. He's even speculating about what the follow-up investigation announcement will say.
This guy is seriously courting disaster, Zhuang Yanqin remarked.
Heaven makes you arrogant before it makes you fall.
The height of his arrogance now will be matched by the depth of his humiliation later, Lin Feng remarked without lifting his eyes from the book in his hands, shaking his head slightly.
His certainty stemmed not solely from witnessing the surgery and knowing the truth.
Because the truth might be buried. After all, the truth of this matter would deal a devastating blow to that chief surgeon.
As Wu Jijie had said, when faced with a choice between a chief and an ordinary doctor, a hospital administration would likely make a decision.
But unfortunately, Feng Tianrui and Deng Hanyang knew about this incident. Deng Hanyang had already pieced together the sequence of events, while Feng Tianrui had never wanted to be involved. Having suffered unjust punishment, he might have been looking for an opportunity to make it public. Zhang Jiabing had just given him that chance. How could the hospital dare to bury the truth now? If they dared, what would stop Feng Tianrui from confronting them head-on? The consequences would be devastating, damaging the hospital's reputation and even undermining the credibility of its higher-level regulatory authorities. Who could possibly shoulder that responsibility? Therefore, there is now only one path forward for this matter, to present the truth before everyone. From now on, every word and action from Zhang Jiabing will look like a clownish farce.
Looks like we're in for a real show. If this husband were to disappear completely, that would truly purify the internet, Zhuang Yanqin remarked.
For some reason, seeing Lin Feng's demeanor filled her with confidence that the outcome would unfold as she hoped.
Unfortunately, most online discourse still blamed the hospital, and voices defending traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were gradually being drowned out by anti-TCM critics. Many more joined Zhang Jiabing's cause, demanding official accountability. In an instant, Zhang Jiabing raised her arm in a rallying gesture, seemingly drawing countless responses. She posted over a dozen Weibo updates, each receiving numerous replies. Unlike usual, they were all positive. Sigh. Online discourse is being completely skewed by this husband's influence, Zhuang Yanqin sighed helplessly, though she could do nothing about it.
Even if she wanted to counter, one person's strength was ultimately limited, and she would quickly be drowned out by the overwhelming tide of negative comments.
Don't worry about it.
Most people online these days have no opinions of their own.
Typical fence sitters.
Once the truth comes out, they'll switch sides faster than anyone. Lin Feng shook his head. Online, free from the constraints of identity or name, people naturally spoke without restraint. They could change their tune mid-sentence without a second thought, knowing no one would hold them accountable. Those with genuine fame and a dedicated fanbase dare not act recklessly. The few exceptions are simply courting disaster. The logic is simple. While it's difficult for those in power to crack down on countless anonymous netizens, dealing with a single troublemaker poses no challenge at all.
The internet never lacks for internet celebrities, and one is quickly replaced by another. Do you never go online? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Not exactly. I just don't pay much attention to it. Chapter 48, Wasting Time.
After some small talk, Zhuang Yanxin casually mentioned Xiao Xiao's condition.
My friend said Xiao Xiao had a good appetite today.
Usually she only eats a few bites before losing interest, but today she ate almost half a bowl.
Even the way she eats looks more satisfying. Isn't that normal? It's not that difficult.
It just takes time, Lin Feng replied.
You have no idea how many doctors we've seen. We tried every method under the sun. Nothing worked. We were even considering going abroad for treatment.
Zhuang Yanxin sighed helplessly.
It would be a waste of money. Besides,
Lin Feng trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Don't you also think this whole thing is just some trick by that Huang Yaoyang?
If we actually went, who knows what would happen, Zhuang Yanxin said. She felt letting Huang Yaoyang handle the arrangements was problematic in itself, but Lu Lingmei clearly had no connections abroad and had no choice but to rely on him. If this turned out to be a conspiracy, they'd be in big trouble.
Lin Feng's appearance shattered Huang Yaoyang's dreams completely.
He had single-handedly rescued Lu Lingmei from the jaws of disaster.
I've already relayed what you said yesterday to my friend. She believes Huang Yaoyang's appearance was just a coincidence.
Perhaps he only noticed us going to her place because he knows the property management or security staff, Zhuang Yanxin continued. Better safe than sorry, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. But I can't shake the feeling that's not what you really meant, Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly.
Even if you really knew the property management or security, would they go out of their way to keep such detailed watch? Besides, you're not exactly an unfamiliar face either, Lin Feng said slowly.
True.
If anything, it would be someone completely unfamiliar who might attract attention. So who exactly tipped him off?
Zhuang Yanxin propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Lin Feng didn't answer directly. Just as Zhuang Yanxin was about to ask more, Lin Feng's phone rang. He placed the book on the table, stood up, and walked toward the door while answering the call.
What the hell is wrong with you? Feng Tianrui's voice blared from the receiver. What's wrong with me? Lin Feng asked. I thought you had something better to do. You leave the hospital and end up hanging around some small clinic?
Feng Tianrui demanded directly.
It's fine here. More freedom than the hospital, and it's pleasant. Lin Feng replied. Bull. How many patients do you get in 2 or 3 days? You might as well just go home and rest. Feng Tianrui managed to hold back the expletive. To be honest, the traditional Chinese medicine department was pretty much the same before. This isn't exactly a rare situation. Lin Feng said with a hint of resignation. Sigh. That's the reality now. If it really doesn't work out, forget about the grassroots level. I'll find you a place to do medical research. That's the real focus. Feng Tianrui sighed. I'm not quite at that point yet. Besides, I've made up my mind I'm going to build this clinic up. At the very least, I wanted to gain some recognition in this city, Lin Feng replied. Let's set aside whether you can achieve that. Even if you could, what real significance would it hold? Feng Tianrui pressed. The significance lies in this: if I can't even handle something this small, how can I ever hope to accomplish anything significant?
Lin Feng replied earnestly. If you genuinely want to work at the grassroots level and gain more clinical experience, I can arrange a suitable placement for you. But staying there is a complete waste of your time. Feng Tianrui paused before continuing. To some extent, he agreed that Lin Feng needed more exposure to actual cases.
While the benefits might not be immediately apparent, they would undoubtedly be significant in the long run. Medical research detached from real-world cases was likely building castles in the air. However, he was deeply dissatisfied with the location Lin Feng had chosen. Beyond offering more downtime, he couldn't fathom any real advantages. Not for now. I haven't missed out on anything you mentioned. Looking at it another way, I seem to have more time for research. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Feng declined. That's just you twisting the facts. This absolutely won't do. Feng Tianrui's tone hardened noticeably. Then, give me half a year, and I guarantee I'll get this place up and running. If I fail, I'll accept your arrangements. Lin Feng could only offer a compromise. No. 6 months is too long. I'll give you 3 months at most. If I don't see a qualitative leap, I'll personally bring people to carry you out. Feng Tianrui declared. Fine. 3 months it is.
Lin Feng agreed without hesitation.
So whose clinic is this anyway? What makes you willing to invest your time here? Feng Tianrui inquired. My master's. To be precise, I worked here before graduating. It's where my career in traditional Chinese medicine began. Lin Feng replied. Oh, I see. Feng Tianrui's tone carried a hint of disappointment.
Hearing that Lin Feng already had a master shattered Feng Tianrui's desire to take him on as a disciple. If Lin Feng was committed to this master, then Feng Tianrui had no chance whatsoever.
You didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? Lin Feng asked. This is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. From now on, I won't tolerate your recklessness anymore, Feng Tianrui declared.
I'll try, Lin Feng replied, careful not to make any promises.
Feng Tianrui sighed, saying nothing more. He knew someone as strong-willed as Lin Feng would never fully submit to his authority.
Of course, he also understood that progress, whether in industry or society, always stemmed from the next generation defying the old. If one strictly followed the previous generation's thinking and demands, monumental leaps forward would never be achieved. The controversy surrounding old ways surgery has resurfaced. Are you aware of this? Feng Tianrui inquired. Isn't this the perfect chance to reveal the truth? Lin Feng replied with a smile.
It certainly is an opportunity.
I was genuinely at a loss before about how to handle it, Feng Tianrui admitted.
With your standing, can't you do as you please? Worried about leaving yourself open to criticism? Lin Feng teased. I'm getting on in years. I don't want to clash with those lunatics online. But regardless, I will see justice done for you. Otherwise, the promises I made to you would be worthless. Feng Tianrui declared. Mr. Feng, if I may ask, is that husband guy in for a rough time? Lin Feng inquired. That guy never learns.
I heard he'd already been warned by higher-ups before, but he kept stirring the pot for views. This time, it probably won't end with just a ban.
He might pay a painful price. Ask for a hammer and you get one. Chapter 49, Fortune and Misfortune. The next morning. A joint statement from the People's Hospital and its supervising authority appeared online. The statement detailed that the surgical complication during Wei Jiangwo's operation occurred because lead surgeon Wu Jijie delegated surgical authority to his assistant.
Repeated attempts to rectify the situation failed, and it was only through the intervention of a junior doctor to control bleeding that surgical failure was averted. Afterward, Wu Jijie failed to report the incident and concealed the matter. Only after the incident was exposed was he forced to admit it. The final section of the notice outlined disciplinary actions. Dr. Wu Jijie received a suspension from duty and a 1-year ban on performing any surgeries, while all individuals involved in covering up the incident received written warnings. Zhuang Yanxin opened her computer and immediately began reading the report aloud, a smile spreading across her face. This was the truth. The problem had never been the herbal anesthesia, but rather human error.
Just as you said.
What Zhang Jiabing knew was only part of the truth, the rest was mere conjecture, Zhuang Yanxin remarked. Before seeing the report, she had been quite nervous.
She believed every TCM practitioner would feel the same tension, for the impact on traditional Chinese medicine was immense.
The report mentioned a young doctor who managed to stop the bleeding.
With so many surgeons present, what kind of person is this? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they have been specifically commended? Why was it only mentioned in passing? Zhuang Yanxin expressed her confusion.
Logically speaking, this young doctor wasn't just instrumental in the surgery, he was also instrumental in traditional Chinese medicine. Had he not intervened, the surgery would likely have failed. Even if the cause of failure had been identified, herbal anesthesia would have faced severe criticism. After all, many had been skeptical of Chinese herbal anesthesia from the start. If things had gone as they hoped, how could they have resisted stirring up trouble? At that point, the truth wouldn't matter much, at least not to them.
Maybe he just doesn't want the fame, Lin Feng said with a smile. How could that be?
As a young doctor, nothing is more valuable than fame.
If he were to be named, the recognition he'd receive would be absolutely. Zhuang Yanxin countered. If an elderly person or a middle-aged individual were indifferent to fame and fortune, it might be plausible. But for a young person in the midst of their career, refusing fame is utterly baffling. These days, countless young people do bizarre or sensational things online just to grab attention and boost their visibility. As a doctor, sometimes you need to focus on improving your skills. If your fame doesn't match your abilities, it's easy to get into trouble. But in this case, the fame clearly stems from genuine ability, and it wasn't self-promoted. Accepting such recognition isn't unreasonable. It's no exaggeration to say that if noticed by a big shot, it could save years of hard work. To each their own, Lin Feng remarked. If it weren't for the reinvestigation, his work would have been buried. Now he doesn't even deserve a name. It's truly frustrating. Do you think the hospital might be deliberately suppressing him?
Zhuang Yanxin's face showed a hint of concern. That's unlikely, Lin Feng shook his head.
How can you be sure? Do you know him? Zhuang Yinxin blurted out. Think about it. With the scandal already so widespread, the higher-ups wouldn't dare cover anything up. There's only one possibility: he himself doesn't want it. Lin Feng explained. That makes sense. But it's such a shame. He should have gotten what he deserved, but he didn't. Zhuang Yinxin shook her head helplessly. Misfortune may be the foundation of fortune, fortune may be the seed of misfortune, Lin Feng said slowly. Talking so profoundly just to show off how cultured you are? Zhuang Yinxin rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's from the Tao Te Ching, Lin Feng replied. Instead of spouting all that, why don't we figure out a way to get some business for the clinic? We can't just sit around like this forever. Zhuang Yinxin sighed deeply. Honestly, I'm stumped. But today shouldn't be like yesterday, Lin Feng shrugged slightly. What? Are you some kind of fortune teller now? Zhuang Yinxin retorted. Lin Feng didn't respond. Calculating the time, the patient who had gone blind from the ginseng should be coming in for a follow-up. Zhuang Yinxin opened Zhang Jiabing's Weibo again and saw that after the announcement, public opinion had indeed shifted. What had been unanimous support had turned into questioning, even abuse. Despite Zhang Jiabing posting several follow-ups expressing disagreement with the official statement and pointing out its flaws, she received no support. His final post demanded a face-to-face confrontation with the surgeon who performed the operation. He even suspected the patient had been coerced. His reasoning was straightforward: if none of the people present could prevent the accident, how could a young man alone have managed it? How could this young man possibly be more skilled than the chief surgeon of the People's Hospital? This defies all logic. This guy is seriously delusional. He claims to be the one waiting for the official announcement, yet he doesn't believe it's him. He's just making a fuss now. What's wrong with being young? Can't a young person be better than the chief surgeon? Zhuang Yinxin said indignantly. Although the authorities hadn't disclosed the young man's name, if they mentioned his existence, he must be real. They wouldn't fabricate someone out of thin air. Even if the person involved agreed, the hospital would never consent. Because this person's existence is a slap in the face to the entire surgical department. This surgery undoubtedly involved only the department's elite surgeons. To suggest these established experts were inadequate while some unknown youngster succeeded, isn't that a direct slap in the face? That chief of surgery, no matter how much pressure he faces, would never compromise. The only possibility is that the allegations are actually true. Moreover, this notification wasn't just from the hospital, it involved higher authorities. Unless it's a done deal, who would dare issue it casually? Zhang Jiabing's doubts seemed plausible at first glance, but they simply didn't hold up to scrutiny. If it contradicts what they've said, they'll fight it. Even with the truth staring them in the face, they'll refuse to believe it, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. No one's holding him accountable? Yesterday he claimed he'd take legal responsibility. Isn't this spreading rumors? Not even a suspension of his license? Zhuang Yinxin exclaimed. Calm down. Things take time. Shortly after Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhuang Yinxin was stunned to discover Zhang Jiabing's Weibo account had been suspended. Soon after, all his social media accounts followed suit, banned indefinitely. All his accounts are gone, not a single one left. If you weren't standing right here beside me, I'd swear you did this, Zhuang Yinxin said to Lin Feng. I don't have that kind of power, Lin Feng shook his head. Oof. People like him should have been banned ages ago. Just then, a sound came from the direction of the door. Chapter 50, Medical Skills Beyond Compare. The ones entering were a mother and daughter. None other than Ding Jiani, accompanied by her mother. Ding Jiani had changed her clothes, but her makeup remained thick and heavy. Moreover, the scent of perfume still lingered heavily around her. Anyone with a functioning sense of smell could detect it the moment they entered. Seeing Ding Jiani's cold expression, Zhuang Yinxin inwardly groaned. This clearly wasn't the effect she'd hoped for. It looked more like they'd come to cause trouble. The thought of having to deal with this woman gave her an instant headache. If not for Lin Feng's help earlier, she wouldn't have been able to handle this situation at all, and who knew how it would have ended. She glanced over at Lin Feng and discovered he was still leisurely reading a book, completely unaware that danger was approaching. She quickly tapped him lightly on the shoulder to alert him. But to her surprise, he looked at her with utter bewilderment, completely baffled by her warning. But if the other side gained the upper hand first, she would likely lose all leverage. Doctor, my eyes really can see things now. I walked here all by myself today. Ding Jiani's mother beamed with gratitude as she expressed her thanks. Zhuang Yinxin finally breathed a silent sigh of relief. She had been so focused on Ding Jiani that she hadn't noticed the patient's own expression at all. Ding Jiani's sour expression was likely due to feeling a bit embarrassed. Sit down so I can take your pulse again, Lin Feng nodded. The pulse diagnosis was brief, but Ding Jiani remained silent. Instead, her mother inquired about her condition. She's recovering well. Continue giving her the pear juice. Within half a month at most, her vision should return to normal, Lin Feng said. Doctor, you're truly amazing. I never thought pear juice could actually cure anything. Even if I don't take ginseng, this stuff is just a snack at best. I never imagined it would actually work. Ding Jiani's mother exclaimed. Don't casually consume potent tonics.
Your body is fundamentally sound, Lin Feng advised.
I won't take it anymore, absolutely not. Even if someone gave it to me for free now, I wouldn't touch it. That stuff nearly ruined me.
Alright, if you're feeling better, you can go now, Lin Feng said with a smile.
You're not charging for the consultation? Ding Jiani, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back.
Lin Feng glanced at Zhuang Yanqin.
Zhuang Yanqin forced a smile. We usually only charge for the medicine. This one's on the house.
Mainly, she didn't want to argue with someone like Ding Jiani anymore. Besides, even if she charged a consultation fee, it would only be a few dozen yuan. It simply wasn't worth it.
Forget it, that won't do.
I told you before, if you can cure my mom, I'll pay the consultation fee.
100 yuan, is that enough? Ding Jiani's tone was completely different from last time.
The standard consultation fee without medication is usually 50 yuan, Zhuang Yanqin replied.
She desperately wanted to retort, last time you promised not just the consultation fee, but also a commendation banner and publicity.
She'd already made all those promises, and now she was backtracking. She really says whatever comes to mind.
Of course, the commendation banner and publicity would only happen if she genuinely offered them. Asking outright would feel a bit pushy.
I heard Dr. Zhuang has always charged this much. Ding Jiani's mother nodded in agreement.
I'll pay 100.
I don't think your diagnosis is worth just 50.
Even 500 wouldn't feel like a ripoff.
As Ding Jiani spoke, she had already scanned the QR code on her phone.
Thank you. Zhuang Yanqin naturally didn't object. Some people are deep-pocketed and willing to pay double. She had nothing to lose. Ladies, I stand here solemnly to apologize for my earlier attitude. I'm truly sorry.
Ding Jiani straightened her back and bowed deeply. In this line of work, we encounter all kinds of people. Someone like you is nothing unusual, Lin Feng said slowly.
Apologies were entirely unnecessary.
If she insisted on apologizing, he couldn't stop her.
But he certainly wouldn't say it was fine.
The past was the past. He was merely stating a fact calmly.
Ding Jiani was a difficult case, but not exceptionally so.
This had nothing to do with anything else. It was purely a matter of human nature. Some people, when faced with something they don't believe in, can not only look down on you completely but also tear you down to nothing.
Of course, others might be polite on the surface while harboring contempt behind your back.
If forced to compare, the former might be slightly preferable. If it weren't for the patient herself, Ding Jiani would never have tried it, even if it came at no cost.
At his words, Ding Jiani's expression turned awkward, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. It's really nothing.
You're just doing this for your mother. It's only natural, Zhuang Yanqin interjected to smooth things over.
Even if she disliked Ding Jiani, it was best for everyone to save face. Thank you. I'll definitely keep my word on what I said earlier. I won't go back on my promise, Ding Jiani hurriedly added.
Earlier, she had deliberately made things difficult for Zhuang Yanqin simply because she was prettier. But now it seemed that not only was she beautiful, but she also had a kind heart, something Ding Jiani truly couldn't compare to. Adding to that, Lin Feng's seemingly non-medicinal remedy had cured her mother, leaving her feeling utterly inadequate.
Voices echoed from the doorway once more.
Two young people entered, a man and a woman in their 20s or 30s. The man carried a camera, while the woman held a rolled-up silk banner.
Ding Jiani took the banner from the woman and casually unrolled it.
The smile froze on her face the moment she saw the words written on it.
5 golden characters shone brightly, medical skills extraordinary.
Noticing Ding Jiani's sour expression, the pair immediately realized they'd messed up. They avoided eye contact entirely, one staring at the floor, the other darting glances around the room.
I asked you to make a banner for me to give to the doctor, and this is what you come up with? Ding Jiani was genuinely speechless.
She had expected something like compassionate physician or miraculous healing hands, or at the very least, something like top-notch medical skills. Though the word impressive carried no particular weight, it still felt utterly inadequate.
This is actually the most normal one.
We grabbed it last minute, and this is all we had, the guy holding the camera explained.
Then what would be normal?
Ding Jiani frowned, her tone sharp.
Something that would make you explode if you heard it, chimed in the girl beside her. How am I supposed to present this? Ding Jiani felt utterly humiliated. I actually think it's great. All the commendation banners my dad got before were too formal. Hanging this one up will definitely catch people's attention. Zhuang Yanqin said, turning to ask Lin Feng, what do you think? I don't care either way. Lin Feng replied. Hanging this thing up is gonna be a total hit, the guy chimed in again. I'm giving you guys a way out, can't you tell? Ding Jiani rolled her eyes. Chapter 51, The Interview. Ding Jiani genuinely didn't know what to say.
Zhuang Yanqin could say whatever she wanted. After all, she was kind-hearted.
But the person she sent to deliver the banner actually dared to speak like this?
If it had been a young person presenting such a banner, it might have been forgivable. But she was no longer young. Besides, for curing her mother's illness, she should at least have gotten something a bit more formal. This one before her was simply too unreliable. I'm sorry, I'll send another one over another day, Ding Jiani could only say. It seemed this kind of thing still required her to handle it personally.
Young people these days just weren't on the same wavelength. It's fine, it's fine. This one's good too. Zhuang Yanxin didn't seem to mind.
She'd expected him to just cover the consultation fee, but he actually brought a commendation banner. After all, her father had run his clinic for so many years and only received about 10 such banners. Presenting a banner signified immense patient recognition. Ordinary people wouldn't bother. It involved considerable expense, not just the cost of making the banner but also the time investment. Ding Jiani finally handed the banner to Zhuang Yanxin. Those two young people, I called them over to promote your practice. Ding Jiani quickly changed the subject. The longer she dwelled on the commendation banners, the more awkward and embarrassed she felt.
They're media? Zhuang Yanxin asked, slightly surprised.
Judging by Ding Jiani's earlier tone, this man and woman were clearly under her command.
If they were media personnel, then Ding Jiani must be too. And a superior at that. We're independent media creators. We run a local public account with at least 200,000 or 300,000 followers, the man holding the camera explained. I plan to publish articles on several public accounts initially. Later, I'll reach out to friends in traditional media to see if they can repost them. In any case, my word is my bond, Ding Jiani added. She had previously been indifferent to traditional Chinese medicine, but this incident made her truly appreciate how astonishing it could be. It resolved significant issues at a low cost. This was something Western medicine was unlikely to achieve. Actually, there's no need for this, Zhuang Yanxin waved her hand. Good things should be shared. We need to give new hope to those who can't find medical help. The wisdom our ancestors left us shouldn't be buried. Ding Jiani declared passionately. Well, thank you then, Zhuang Yanxin replied, finding it hard to say more. It's my duty as a media professional. Besides, there's been a lot of buzz online about traditional Chinese medicine lately. This might just make me a hot topic, Ding Jiani added. Ding Jiani then directed her team, a man and a woman, to begin the interview. The woman handled the questions while the man took photos. Dr. Lin, how did you come up with the idea of using raw pear juice for treatment? Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't think of using fruit for treatment, right? So does that mean many illnesses can be treated by eating fruit? The woman held a voice recorder and fired off a series of questions. Unfortunately, these questions were rather silly, and Lin Feng really didn't feel like answering them. Still, he knew this was a promotional opportunity for the clinic. Even though it was just a local public account, it had a solid follower base, so the reach should be decent. For now, he could only expect local residents to seek treatment. His master had a solid reputation, but it was still limited to a certain area. Places a bit farther away definitely hadn't heard of him. First, spread locally. Once there were enough successful cases and word of mouth built up, then there wouldn't be any worries about attracting patients. As always, things must be done step by step. If we went straight for major media exposure, the results might not be as effective. Raw pear juice can be used medicinally. It's not a fruit in the traditional sense. Depending on the ailment, appropriate Chinese herbs are combined with it. Lin Feng could only give a very official answer. Could you elaborate a bit more? The woman asked. It really depends on the condition. Many everyday foods can be medicinal. Take common fruits like hawthorn berries or orange peel. Zhuang Yanxin chimed in. The girl nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied with Zhuang Yanxin's explanation. There are rumors online that nothing is hidden from a TCM practitioner. They can supposedly tell what you ate yesterday or what time you went to bed just by taking your pulse. Is that true? The girl pressed. That's highly unlikely. TCM practitioners are healers, not gods. Lin Feng shook his head. He wanted to retort, Miss, can't you tell the difference between what's real and what's just a meme? Use your toes to think about it. Knowing what someone ate yesterday or what time they went to bed couldn't possibly show up in their pulse pattern. Unless someone consistently eats the same thing or stays up late for extended periods, it might show. But even then, it wouldn't be precise. The pulse reflects physical condition, mostly long-term accumulation. If someone consistently sleeps at 3 or 4 in the morning, it damages the liver and kidneys. It's mostly inference. Like your Bosting's mother, she took ginseng for a long time. Zhuang Yanxin explained. In comparison, the girls naturally preferred Zhuang Yanxin's response, while Lin Feng's answer seemed rather perfunctory and dull. So for the next question, Lam Feng simply had Zhuang Yanxin answer for him, happily taking it easy. He felt completely out of touch with the younger generation, utterly baffled by their way of thinking. The interview lasted about an hour, with increasingly chaotic questions piling up. By the time he heard the later ones, Lin Feng realized just how elementary the earlier questions had been. He was relieved to have handed over the answering duties to Zhuang Yanxin, sparing his own brain from the strain. You're truly amazing. Sister, you're the most incredible TCM practitioner I've ever met. How can you explain TCM concepts so clearly and simply? The girl couldn't contain her admiration for Zhuang Yanxin, her eyes practically sparkling. Please don't say that. The truly remarkable one here is Dr. Lin. Zhuang Yanxin naturally turned her praise toward Lin Feng.
While she might have a slight edge over Lin Feng in verbal dexterity, it wasn't that he couldn't articulate answers, he simply didn't grasp the logic behind responding to questions. To put it bluntly, Lin Feng simply didn't want to waste his breath on trivial questions. However, when it came to professional competence, without her father present, the clinic truly relied on Lin Feng.
Oh. Dr. Lin's answers were quite good too.
He must be a responsible and excellent doctor, the girl nodded. Though she didn't entirely agree inwardly, she still said it aloud. After all, it was indeed Dr. Lin Feng who had cured Ding Jiani's mother's illness. Still, in her view, luck played a significant role in that outcome. Before finally leaving, she had Lin Feng strike a few poses for photos before wrapping things up.
Chapter 52, The Fight Begins.
Lin Feng was utterly speechless. To be honest, he had no desire to cooperate at all. Those poses were simply beyond what a normal person could manage.
4 words summed it up: affected and artificial.
Besides, whether or not they photographed the doctor himself, it wouldn't really make a difference for publicity.
He wasn't some celebrity who could generate buzz. Zhuang Yanxin's photos, however, might hold more appeal for a certain demographic.
The only concern was whether these people were actually coming for medical treatment.
It's like Shisher tofu selling like hotcakes. Is it really because the tofu tastes good? Perhaps Zhuang Yanxin understood this perfectly well, refusing to cooperate with any photos.
Even when she accidentally appeared in one, she insisted it be deleted. Her reasoning was straightforward: this is a clinic, and she wants visitors to come for medical treatment, not for other purposes. Only after Ding Jiani and her group departed did Zhuang Yanxin exhale a long sigh of relief.
Finally over. You didn't enjoy it either? I thought you seemed to be having a good time earlier. Lin Feng teased. What a bunch of nonsense questions.
It started off somewhat normal, but then completely derailed.
Is this what their WeChat followers actually enjoy reading?
Zhuang Yanxin shook her head helplessly. No idea, Lin Feng shrugged.
I thought it might at least be some publicity for our clinic.
Riding this online trend, who knows, maybe we could gain some influence. But now it seems, well, pretty amateurish. They probably haven't dealt with this kind of thing before, Zhuang Yanxin said.
At the end of the day, a clinic's success depends on its reputation.
Everything else is just icing on the cake, Lin Feng remarked. True, but you need patience to build that reputation in the first place. Zhuang Yanxin paused briefly before continuing. What the heck?
We did what we could. If it works, that's beyond our control.
She delivered on the consultation fees, the commendation banner, and the publicity.
As for the actual results?
Even she probably can't guarantee those, Lin Feng said slowly.
True.
She's a tough customer, but her character seems decent enough.
Zhuang Yanxin's opinion of Ding Jiani had shifted slightly.
Before they knew it, it was almost lunchtime. To prevent Shi Qiaoyun from bringing lunch again, Lin Feng walked back early and carried the meal over. The moment he stepped through the clinic door, he heard Zhuang Yanxin exclaim excitedly, "Come here fast.
I have great news." What good news? It can't be more important than eating.
Lin Feng shook his head. Online rumors say Zhang Jiabing was taken away by the police, Zhuang Yanxin hurriedly explained.
Oh? That fast? Is there an official announcement?
Lin Feng was somewhat surprised.
Logically speaking, it shouldn't happen that quickly. Not yet, Zhuang Yanxin replied. Then it might not be true.
Online rumors are just rumors, take them with a grain of salt. Lin Feng said as he placed his lunchbox on the table and began opening the layers.
Since Feng Tianrui had made that statement, Zhang Jiabing definitely wouldn't get away with it. At most, it would be an administrative penalty.
Unless it had caused truly severe consequences, it wouldn't likely involve criminal charges. Given the current situation, that was clearly impossible.
Still, spending a few days in detention wouldn't be pleasant. Consider it a serious lesson.
As for whether certain individuals can truly change or will persist down a dark path, that likely depends entirely on themselves. External factors rarely change a person, only their own desire for change can do that.
We've got video evidence.
Pictures don't lie, Zhuang Yanxin stated.
Well, congratulations to him.
He got what he wanted to take responsibility, Lin Feng said with a smile.
To be honest, he didn't want to dwell on this matter.
Having known the outcome beforehand, the subsequent developments held little significance. Besides, people like Zhang Jiabing who look down on traditional Chinese medicine aren't exactly rare. This one just happened to be a bit more famous. Whether this was a warning to others or something else, it truly didn't matter.
What mattered was that traditional Chinese medicine was in decline.
To change that, it had to become truly powerful. When you're strong enough, malicious words will feel like nothing more than a tickle, utterly powerless.
Guess why the police took him away?
Zhuang Yanxin flashed a mischievous smile.
Spreading rumors? Lin Feng asked. Nope. Fighting. Can you believe it? Zhuang Yanxin said. Fighting? With who?
Lin Feng was utterly stunned, thinking he must have misheard.
Zhang Jiabing wasn't exactly old, but who could he possibly beat up? Besides, a guy who's all talk but no action, going out of his way to pick a fight? That's practically suicide. A middle-aged man. His exact background isn't clear yet. But there are plenty of people online who can't stand him now. Zhuang Yinxin shook her head. Hating him is one thing, but actually seeking him out for a fight is another. The biggest problem is even finding the guy in the first place, Lin Feng said. No clue. Whatever. Serves him right for bringing it on himself, Zhuang Yinxin said. Let me see the video. Zhuang Yinxin opened the webpage from her history and the video began playing. It was slightly blurry, but the people were still recognizable. Judging by the angle, it must have been recorded from above. The footage remained steady, occasionally panning to capture both faces clearly. Zhang Jiabing's face held no surprises, but the other person, Lin Feng, recognized him. It's him? Lin Feng never expected it to be this person. You know him? Zhuang Yinxin asked urgently. The head of surgery, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Ha? Zhuang Yinxin didn't grasp it immediately. The one who performed the surgery, Lin Feng clarified. The one who got suspended? No wonder he came looking for us. If it weren't for him, this whole thing would never have come to light. Only then did Zhuang Yinxin realize who Lin Feng was referring to. Come to think of it, this is a case of deep-seated grudges. Lin Feng remarked. The video footage showed that initially, both sides had a heated argument, but within moments, they had escalated to physical violence. Zhang Jiabing was knocked flat to the ground, pinned down, and pounded with countless punches. Suddenly, a burst of strength pushed the attacker off, and the two began wrestling violently. Deep-seated grudge? That seems excessive. It's just a suspension, not a firing, Zhuang Yinxin frowned slightly. Suspension is nothing. But being barred from performing surgeries for a year, that's the ultimate punishment. The entire industry will know exactly who you are. Even if you're reinstated later, who would trust you to be the lead surgeon? Barring a miracle, your career is over. If that's the case, then yes, he definitely wanted to kill the other guy. The problem is, that husband probably doesn't even know him. Chapter 53, Dogs Fighting Among Themselves. Wu Zhijie never imagined he'd face such severe punishment. Suspension was expected, but a year-long ban on surgery was absolutely devastating. He was no longer at his peak, saying he was on the decline was no exaggeration. This punishment was like being kicked straight to the bottom. No chance of recovery. Worse still, the people he had trained were likely to suffer as well. His reputation was ruined. Anyone professionally connected to him will want to distance themselves. This is a stark reality. To put it bluntly, no one wants to be associated with a disgrace. Though he had conflicts with Lin Feng, the latter had already left the hospital. Even with Deng Hanyang and Feng Tianrui backing him, they couldn't inflict any real harm. Moreover, the decision to suspend Lin Feng was not his own, and it has since been revoked. The conflict between the two parties wasn't actually that deep. The instigator of all this was none other than Zhang Jiabing. His remarks prompted higher-ups to reopen the investigation, and as expected, the evidence likely came from either Deng Hanyang or Feng Tianrui's side. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. In other words, if it weren't for that fool Zhang Jiabing, even if someone wanted to take revenge for Lin Feng, the outcome wouldn't have been this severe. Even before the official notice was issued, he knew it was hopeless. He'd pulled every string he could think of, but couldn't even get the punishment reduced, let alone overturned. So he began contacting Zhang Jiabing, hoping the guy would shut up and stop making any further statements. Unfortunately, the guy completely ignored him. After barely exchanging a few words, Zhang hung up the phone. Left with no choice, he went to confront Zhang in person. Before they could exchange many words, he lost control of his emotions, lunging forward and pinning Zhang to the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhang Jiabing looked utterly bewildered. He didn't even know Wu Zhijie, couldn't make sense of the barrage of accusations, and was utterly bewildered as he lay pinned to the ground, taking blows. After countless punches landed, he finally snapped out of it and began fighting back. Though they were similar in age, Wu Zhijie held the upper hand in strength. However, he had little experience in fighting, and with his mind clouded by rage, his punches were wildly disorganized. He was shoved to the ground in one swift motion. As he rolled over, trying to get up, he was met with a barrage of kicks. Cursing obscenely and cursing Zhang Jiabing's ancestors, he swung wildly with chaotic, aimless punches. What followed was a war of attrition, neither gaining any real advantage. As their stamina waned, it resembled less a fight between two men and more a brawl between two shrieking women. Twisting, pinching, clawing, scratching, everything went flying at each other. Neither knew if they could finish the other off, but neither was backing down. Most crucially, both men were beyond reason. Wu Zhijie was furious that Zhang Jiabing had ruined his career, yet the bastard acted like it was no big deal. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he crippled him. Zhang Jiabing, on the other hand, was completely baffled. Being attacked by a total stranger who was spewing vile insults only fueled his rage. He genuinely wanted to kill the guy. The fight raged on for about half an hour before police arrived and finally separated them. By then, separating them was a simple task. Both men were utterly exhausted. Judging by their pitiful state, both had bloodied faces covered in countless cuts. The police intended to mediate, but both parties remained stubbornly defiant, refusing to back down. With no other option, they were both taken back to the station. Little did they know, footage of their fight had already been recorded and uploaded online. It wasn't exactly a hidden recording, it was done openly, which explained the video's high clarity. Isn't this exactly what people call dogs fighting among themselves? Zhuang Yanqing found it fascinating even after watching it a second time. And the schadenfreude was even stronger this time. Spot on, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Two men who are 100 years old combined, ending up at the police station because they beat each other up. They've really embarrassed themselves. This should be classified as mutual assault, right? Zhuang Yanqing said. That depends on how the police classify it, Lin Feng replied. Although Wu Jie initiated the attack, Zhang Jiabing fought back. They wrestled for half an hour. Insisting Zhang Jiabing acted in self-defense seems unreasonable. It was more likely to be ruled a mutual fight. Typically, cases like this get settled privately between the parties. If they insisted on pursuing it, it would be a 50-50 split. The only difference would be the length of detention. One party might serve more time than the other. Zhuang Yanqing kept an eye on online updates while eating. The internet attracts all kinds of people. Once something becomes a hot topic, someone will inevitably leak follow-up details, or even deliberately lie in wait. The latest online scoop says that after both parties entered the police station, Zhang Jiabing proposed a settlement. As long as the other side apologized, the matter would be dropped. But the other party, that so-called director, flatly refused to apologize and insisted on fighting it out to the bitter end. If this continues, both of them will definitely end up in detention, Zhuang Yanqing said. Lin Feng merely smiled. Zhang Jiabing had been holding his breath, but once brought into the station, he was bound to calm down. Husband knows best, husband knows best. Still, he's seen the world and understands that staying put won't do him any favors. So she was thinking about settling things. But this guy had no idea how severe the consequences of his actions were for Wu Jie. Who knows? Perhaps Wu Jie now wanted to drag Zhang Jiabing down with him. For a surgeon, having his career destroyed like this, erasing everything he once had, was utterly devastating. Strictly speaking, it was self-destruction, not the fault of others. But someone like Wu Jie wouldn't even consider self-reflection. It wouldn't do him any good anyway. He needed an outlet for his rage. Even if he were to strike Zhang Jiabing down outright, it wouldn't be surprising. Because Zhang Jiabing was the person Wu Jie hated most in the world right now. The afternoon remained free. Zhuang Yanqing reminded Lin Feng to take Xiao Xiao for pediatric massage. Just as the two were preparing to pack up and leave, two people arrived seeking medical help. From their appearance, they seemed to be mother and son. The son, around 37 or 38, wore black-rimmed glasses and a black suit. Beside him stood the mother, in her 50s, looking somewhat haggard with half her hair streaked white. Most notably, the mother's belly was prominently swollen, as if she were full-term pregnant. Chapter 54, Not Pregnant. Zhuang Yanqing casually looked up, her gaze immediately fixating on the woman's belly. There was a difference between someone in their 40s and someone in their 50s. While some well-preserved individuals in their 50s might appear to be in their 40s, most could still be easily distinguished. The woman before her clearly appeared unhealthy. At the very least, she didn't look like a pregnant woman. The oldest known birth abroad was at 74, through IVF twins. There were cases in China of women giving birth in their 60s, but these were exceptional. Generally speaking, women over 35 are considered advanced maternal age, and those over 40 face significant risks. The most likely outcome is that she won't be able to carry the pregnancy to term. I recall that just over a decade ago, 30 was considered advanced maternal age, but now it's 5 years older. However, this threshold can only gradually increase. Perhaps as human lifespan extends, childbearing age will shift later, but for now, this remains the reality. Most importantly, if you do become pregnant, you shouldn't come to a clinic. Whether you choose to keep the pregnancy or not, you should go to a hospital to address the issue. Let me help you. Zhuang Yanqing hurried forward. Regardless, the patient was already here. Even if they couldn't resolve the issue, they certainly couldn't turn her away. That would be utterly inappropriate. See? I'm not the only one who thinks so. Look at your belly. Who would believe you're not pregnant? The man beside her said helplessly, his voice tinged with sharpness. I truly am not. The old woman's eyes brimmed with hurt as she protested. I have eyes. I'm not blind. The man shook his head sarcastically. Who is she to you? Zhuang Yanqing asked the man. She's my mother, the man replied. You still recognize her as your mother? Who talks to their mother like that? Zhuang Yanqing demanded. The man looked slightly embarrassed but quickly retorted, I didn't mean to. If your mom were her age and still had a belly like that, you'd probably be even more annoyed than I am. What's there to be annoyed about? Zhuang Yanqing rolled her eyes. The thing is, my dad died years ago, the man blurted out. So what? She can't meet someone new? What era are we living in, still holding on to that kind of thinking? Zhuang Yanqing retorted. My views aren't that old-fashioned. If my mom wanted to find a companion, I'd totally support her. But she's in this situation, won't tell me who it is, and insists nothing's going on. Does that make any sense? Hearing this, Zhuang Yanqing found herself at a loss for words.
She assumed he was the type with futile ideas, but he turned out to be quite open-minded. Now it seemed like his mother was the one hiding something. Whoever did it should take responsibility. That's only fair, right? I'm not unreasonable. I'll accept whoever it is. But hiding it from me? That's unacceptable, the man continued. It's cervical cancer, the mother countered. Doctor, listen to her, she insists it's cervical cancer. Earlier she claimed it was an ovarian cyst. But this clearly doesn't add up. Sure, Junyan sighed helplessly. Is there something troubling you, ma'am? Zhuang Yanxin asked cautiously. Fine, if it's cervical cancer, then let's go to a big hospital. With modern medicine so advanced, cancer isn't the end of the world. But she insists on Chinese herbs, claiming they'll save her life. They haven't done a thing. Sure, Junyan said. I came here alone originally. I didn't ask you to come with me. You insisted on coming, the elderly woman said, her eyes brimming with tears. Mom, you're my own mother. If you weren't, I wouldn't bother. I said we should go to a big hospital for a full checkup to figure out what's really going on. But you insisted on coming to this clinic. At this point, Sure Junyan plastered a smile on his face and hurriedly explained, sorry, I don't mean to look down on clinics. But for a serious illness like this, shouldn't we go to a big hospital? At the very least, their equipment and facilities are more advanced, right? If you don't want to accompany me, then leave. The old woman glared at Sure Junyan. I deliberately pushed aside a ton of work just to come today. Why would I leave? Sure Junyan said helplessly. He believed his words were beyond reproach, no matter who was present. As a son, he wouldn't claim to be exceptionally filial, but the label of unfilial certainly didn't fit him. If anything, it was his mother who seemed to be making unreasonable demands. If you won't go, then I will. I never asked you to accompany me. I'm not so old I can't move. I can handle my own affairs. I don't need your interference. The old woman wiped away tears and turned to leave. Sure Junyan grabbed his mother and hurriedly pleaded, Mom, dearest mother. Please don't be angry. You said the doctors at this clinic are highly skilled. Since we're already here, why not get checked before leaving? He knew full well that if they left without seeing the doctor, she'd nag about it for days once they got home. In the end, they'd probably have to come back anyway. Then can you just shut up, the old woman snapped. Fine, I'll shut up. I'll tape my mouth shut right now and not say another word. Sure Junyan had no choice but to concede. Arguments aside, no matter what, this was his own mother. What else could he do but endure? Is Dr. Zhuang not here? I'd like him to examine me, the old man asked. I'm sorry. My father is ill. But this Dr. Lin is also very skilled. He can examine you. Zhuang Yanxin replied. The old man scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, then shook his head gently. An old friend referred me here. My name is Lu Fengqin. Tell your father about me. He should be willing to treat me. It's not that we won't treat you, but it's truly impossible, Zhuang Yanxin said helplessly. Then I'll call Dr. Zhuang. Lu Fengqin declared, pulling an elderly friendly phone from his pocket. Mom, why don't we just let this Dr. Lin examine you? Sure Junyan whispered. In his view, neither Dr. Zhuang nor Dr. Lin could cure his mother's illness, so it made no difference who examined her. His only thought now was to get this over with quickly and see if they could make it to the big hospital for tests in time. If that didn't work, he'd have to wait until tomorrow. Lu Fengqin shot her son a disapproving look but persisted in dialing the number. Auntie, calling my master won't help. He probably can't communicate with you right now. You're just wasting your time. Actually, you don't need to bother my master for this illness. I can treat it myself. Lin Feng interjected. Your master Zhuang's disciple? Lu Fengqin hung up the call and asked. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. But you're far too young. At your age, you're likely still just an apprentice. Are you truly certain you can treat my condition? Lu Fengqin ultimately dismissed Lin Feng due to his youth. She had previously sought out a seasoned TCM practitioner in his 50s or 60s, yet he still couldn't resolve her condition. First, I can confirm one thing, your condition has absolutely nothing to do with pregnancy. Chapter 55, Aftereffects. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Fengqin quickly nodded. Of course it couldn't be pregnancy. Only that little cutie would think that. Sure Junyan rolled his eyes helplessly, unable to say much. Being scolded by his own mother was one thing, but these veiled insults were even more unbearable. I won't ask about your symptoms right away. Let me take your pulse first and see if I'm correct, Lin Feng said slowly. Lu Fengqin pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Lin Feng placed his fingers on her wrist. After a moment, he nodded to Zhuang Yanxin. Zhuang Yanxin immediately understood and stepped forward to take the pulse. Since Lin Feng had already ruled out pregnancy, it was practically a certainty. For a TCM practitioner, pregnancy wasn't difficult to discern, especially after taking the pulse. Her initial suspicion had stemmed purely from Lu Fengqin's unusually large belly, but upon closer observation, she found significant inconsistencies. thirst and shortness of breath, worsening abdominal distension, vomiting clear fluid, constipation and urinary retention. Lin Feng began listing her symptoms one by one.
Lu Fangqin's expression shifted from surprise to shock.
Her eyes widened, her face frozen in disbelief.
Mom, is that right? Shi Junyan asked. Yes, absolutely right. You're amazing. No wonder you're Master Zhuang's disciple. Lu Fangqin exclaimed hastily. Doctor, what exactly is wrong with my mother? Shi Junyan pressed, sensing an opening.
Though he hadn't held much hope initially, someone who could describe the symptoms in such detail must possess some skill. Whether it could be cured or not was another matter, but at least he now had a rough idea of the problem. Even if he sought other doctors later, he'd have a clearer idea of what to expect. What do you see? Lin Feng turned to ask Shuang Yanxin.
The pulse is deep, strong, and rapid. The tongue coating is white and greasy, with a slightly purplish tip. Zhuang Yanxin began. Anything else? Lin Feng pressed.
Zhuang Yanxin shook her head, indicating she could only observe these basic signs. She knew Lin Feng was asking for her diagnosis, but honestly, this condition was difficult to differentiate.
Of course, after taking the pulse, she was 100% certain that Lu Fangqin's condition was abdominal distension, not pregnancy.
Feel her abdomen, Lin Feng instructed. After placing her hands on the patient's abdomen, Zhuang Yanxin found it rock hard. Even the slightest pressure elicited a remarkably intense pain response. Yet she still had no clue. If she encountered such a case alone, she'd be at a complete loss.
Doctor, could this be cervical cancer? Lu Fangqin couldn't help but ask.
It resembles it, but it isn't. It's likely a misdiagnosis, Lin Feng replied.
No way. I went to the People's Hospital. How could they possibly misdiagnose me? Lu Fangqin frowned slightly, clearly skeptical. She desperately hoped it was a misdiagnosis, but logically speaking, how could such a large hospital possibly get it wrong? Do you know the misdiagnosis rate for cancer? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but interject. I don't know. With such advanced medical equipment and so many tests, the probability of misdiagnosis must be very low. Lu Fangqin said. It's over 50%. That's the data for the entire Western medical system. Zhuang Yanxin stated. What? That high? Doesn't that mean 1 in 2 people get misdiagnosed? Lu Fangqin was taken aback. Yes.
That's precisely why constant follow-ups are necessary, Zhuang Yanxin nodded.
Both humans and machines make mistakes. Misdiagnosis is inevitable.
Your condition is somewhat complex, but fundamentally, it should be considered a complication, Lin Feng explained slowly.
After effects? What kind of after effects? My mother never had any serious illnesses before, Shi Junyan asked urgently. Although he hadn't spent much time with his mother, he was quite familiar with her health status. Apart from this current illness, her health had always been good, no major illnesses. What sequelae were they talking about?
Though he didn't say it outright, he felt Lin Feng was talking nonsense. After effects of poisoning, Lin Feng stated.
Poisoning? Are you kidding me? If my mom was poisoned, how come I don't know about it? If you know what you're talking about, say it. If you don't, shut up.
Shi Junyan frowned, immediately expressing his displeasure.
This was nothing short of an international joke. Setting aside whether such aftereffects even existed, how could his mother possibly have been poisoned? This was essentially implying he hadn't taken proper care of his mother. How could he not argue back? As for the timing, it was roughly a month ago. If I'm wrong, you can leave right now.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Put. A month ago? That makes it even less likely. It's completely baseless nonsense.
I thought you might have something substantial, but now it seems you're just as useless as the rest. Shi Junyan's eyes flashed with contempt. If something had happened in the past few days and he didn't know, that might be somewhat excusable.
But to claim his mother was poisoned a month ago and he still knew nothing? What kind of son was he? This was utter nonsense.
The other guy couldn't treat illnesses at all, so he was just making up stories on the spot. Even if it failed, it would only mean he couldn't diagnose the illness, no serious harm done. Since the words were spoken, they certainly weren't spoken lightly, Zhuang Yanxin countered. She didn't believe Lin Feng was making things up out of thin air. Though they hadn't known each other long, the diagnoses he'd made before her eyes were all accurate.
She'd witnessed the results for Ding Jiani's mother. There was no way he could be wrong.
He wouldn't make such a claim without substantial confidence. Then tell us exactly what kind of poisoning it is.
What substance could cause such terrifying aftereffects? Shi Junyan demanded.
Lin Feng didn't answer directly but turned to look at Lu Fangqin. Even though Shi Junyan was Lu Fangqin's son, certain private matters weren't suitable for direct discussion. If Lu Fangqin chose not to speak, he would respect her decision. Whether she chose not to pursue treatment or came back later for a private consultation, he would respect her decision.
What? Stumped now? You were so sure before. But when I ask specific questions, suddenly you know nothing? Shi Junyan sneered coldly. Even if the matter were true, he didn't believe Lin Feng could have discerned it merely by taking a pulse, let alone know such detailed specifics. Lin Feng.
Zhuang Yanxin spoke up to remind him. She couldn't understand why Lin Feng had suddenly fallen silent at this critical moment. Was openly admitting it the best way to prove his medical skills? Mom, let's go. I have no idea what kind of clinic this place is. If they can even mention something as bizarre as poisoning, their treatment might involve shamanistic rituals. I'm not buying it, Shi Junyan declared. As he spoke, he reached out to take his mother's arm, but Lu Fangqin did not move. Chapter 56, Acute Poisoning. When Shi Junyan reached out to support his mother again, Lu Fangqin brushed his hand away. Mom, what's wrong with you? Shi Junyan was genuinely puzzled. The doctor was right. A month ago, I was indeed poisoned. Lu Fangqin sighed softly. How could that be? Why didn't I know about this? Shi Junyan's expression darkened, his disbelief palpable. Isn't it normal you didn't know? Do I have to tell you everything? Lu Fangqin rolled her eyes, her tone sharp. What exactly happened? Shi Junyan pressed urgently. Lu Fangqin remained silent, unwilling to answer. Doctor, what exactly poisoned my mother? Seeing her silence, Shi Junyan turned to ask Lin Feng. That's patient confidentiality. I can't disclose it without permission, Lin Feng shook his head. But I'm her biological son. I have the right to know, Shi Junyan insisted. Dr. Lin, if you can tell me exactly what poisoned me, I'll definitely continue my treatment with you, Lu Fangqin said. At this point, concealment was futile. Even if she managed to hide it temporarily, her son would inevitably find a way to uncover the truth. Although Lin Feng's description of the symptoms was remarkably accurate, she still wanted to use this as a final test. If he could pinpoint the poison, she would have no further doubts. If he couldn't pinpoint it, it didn't mean he couldn't treat it, but she might not trust him as much. Why would she commit to treatment based solely on identifying the poison? Her reasoning was straightforward. If even such a physician couldn't cure it, she saw no point wasting time seeking other doctors. Organophosphate pesticide poisoning, acute. Lin Feng stated calmly. Mom, you drank pesticide? Shi Junyan exclaimed in disbelief. A month ago, his mother had still been in the countryside. It was because of this illness that they'd brought her to the city for treatment. He had always assumed she'd fallen ill suddenly, with no warning signs beforehand. Lu Fangqin was at a loss for words. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Shi Junyan knew from her expression that this was no lie, but he couldn't understand why she kept it from him. Why should I tell you? Besides, you were so busy back then. Even if I wanted to, when would you have had time to listen? Lu Fangqin said helplessly. Why did you keep this from me? What happened? Shi Junyan pressed. Only now did he recall that over a month ago, his mother had called him. She'd been hesitant and evasive, but with so much on his plate, he hung up after just a few words. He had no idea such a thing had happened. Sigh. She had a few arguments with someone, couldn't find anyone to vent to, and just felt life wasn't worth living anymore. Lu Fangqin shook her head and sighed heavily. Don't you think about me at all? What if something really happened? What would I do then? Is it worth it over such trivial matters? Shi Junyan retorted. I've dragged you into this mess. If it weren't for me, you and your wife wouldn't have. Lu Fangqin's voice was filled with resignation. Even with the fiercest temper, one wouldn't resort to drinking pesticide to end it all after a mere argument. This was merely the trigger that unleashed all her pent-up negativity. Growing old meant not only failing to help her son, but actually causing him trouble. If this is how it is when she's healthy, what about when her health fails? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? That's how people are always beating themselves up. Once someone gets stuck in a rut, it's incredibly hard to pull themselves back out. Of course, if there were someone nearby to ease the tension, even just a casual chat to vent things might be different. But there was no one like that around her. The more she thought about it, the more miserable she felt, and the more miserable she felt, the more extreme her thoughts became. Her final thought crystallized: if I were gone, my son would be completely free. Mom, what happened between me and her is our business, it has nothing to do with you. You're the only family I have left. If you were to leave, I'd completely fall apart. Shi Junyan said. He couldn't bear to imagine the devastating blow her sudden passing would deal him. To be honest, I regretted it after drinking. Thankfully, someone came to our house and got me to the hospital, so I'm okay now. But then I ended up with this illness. Lu Fangqin was deeply distressed. She had intended to lighten her son's burden, but the reality was that she had only made it heavier. No wonder you wouldn't let me stay when I came back that time. You just insisted on bringing me to the city. You were afraid I'd find out. Shi Junyan finally understood. He had always wanted his mother to leave the countryside and move to the city. Before his divorce, she would occasionally stay for a few days, but later she refused outright. But that time, when he asked, she agreed without hesitation. He thought she'd finally come to terms with things, but now it seemed she'd been trying to hide the truth from him and also genuinely needed treatment. It's all in the past. Let's not speak of it anymore. I'll never do anything like that again. Lu Fangqin said. Hearing you say that means more to me than anything else, Shi Junyan replied, a faint smile touching his lips. Pursuing the matter now had lost its meaning. If blame must be assigned, he himself bore some responsibility. He had paid far too little attention to his mother. He had even mistaken her condition for pregnancy, completely ignoring her explanations.
Dr. Lin, how should we treat this condition? Lu Fengqin turned to ask Lin Feng. She now trusted Lin Feng completely, 100%. He had explained the cause of her illness so clearly it would be hard to find anyone else. The treatment is somewhat complicated.
Lin Feng replied slowly.
Thud. Shi Junyan dropped to his knees on the floor.
Dr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect.
You possess genuine skill. No matter what, you must find a way to cure my mother. I absolutely cannot lose her. Shi Junyan pleaded. Rise. It's not quite that dramatic. When I say troublesome, I mean it's troublesome for you. Lin Feng waved his hand, gesturing for Shi Junyan to stand. At least this man had filial devotion. He believed Shi Junyan would handle the tasks he was about to assign well. It's no trouble.
As long as it saves my mother, no task is too difficult for me, Shi Junyan declared as he rose.
Compared to seeking medical help everywhere to no avail, what troubles couldn't be endured? After all, he had nearly lost his mother. Even if it meant giving up everything, he would cure his mother's illness. The treatment focuses on soothing the liver, regulating qi, reducing swelling, and stopping fluid retention. Lin Feng addressed these details to Zhuang Yanqin, knowing laypeople wouldn't understand. After a brief pause, he added, for the next 8 hours, you must not do anything else, you must stay by your mother's side. Chapter 57, Additional Prescriptions. Shi Junyan froze momentarily before urgently asking, Doctor, is my mother in mortal danger? Not exactly. However, during these 8 hours, you must administer 1 dose of medicine to your mother every single hour.
Lin Feng explained slowly.
Understood. Absolutely no problem. Shi Junyan nodded firmly.
Lin Feng swiftly wrote 4 prescriptions on paper in one fluid motion. Zhuang Yanqin frowned slightly, puzzled as to why so many prescriptions were needed at once. A treatment regimen requiring 1 prescription per hour was also extremely rare. Of course, the illness itself was rare. She had never encountered it before, either in real life or in books.
Doctor, how should we take all these prescriptions? Shi Junyan, completely baffled, couldn't help but ask.
The first prescription, Lin Feng began, should be decocted in water after you return. Let it cool slightly before taking 3 spoonfuls every hour using a standard-sized porcelain spoon. The first formula comprised 10 herbs, 9 grams of golden bellfruit, 9 grams of bitter orange peel, 9 grams of large-fruited areca peel, 6 grams of green tangerine peel.
After 3 doses, the abdominal distension, pain, and nausea should subside.
Then proceed to the second formula. The second formula is actually a variation of the first. It removes the large-fruited areca peel and adds 3 herbs. The method and dosage are identical to the first formula.
Lin Feng explained.
The 3 added herbs in the second formula are 10 grams of areca nut, 10 grams of poria, and 10 grams of hyssop seed. Take the second formula for 5 consecutive doses.
By then, 8 hours will have passed.
If constipation and urinary retention persist, proceed to the third formula.
Dosage and administration remain identical.
The third formula again differed from the first by 1 ingredient, removing golden bell fruit and replacing it with 10 jujubes. The fourth formula is taken once daily, approximately 2 grams per dose, for 3 consecutive days. A follow-up examination is required after 3 days, Lin Feng continued. The fourth formula consisted solely of equal parts gong sui, de ji, and yuanhua, ground together. This was not information for the patient but rather for the pharmacist to prepare.
Will my mother be cured after 3 days? Shi Junyan asked.
He listened, but the instructions were complex and he wasn't sure he could remember them all. His primary concern, however, was the outcome.
You'll see the results for yourself then. The dosage and administration instructions will be clearly marked. Just remember not to mix them up. If you forget, you can always call to ask.
Lin Feng didn't give a direct answer. Shi Junyan was about to ask more when Lu Fengqin waved him off.
Why ask so many questions? Go get the medicine. All right. Shi Junyan said, saying no more.
Though Zhuang Yanqin harbored doubts, Lin Feng's comprehensive treatment plan left her with no grounds for argument. She could only follow the prescription to procure the herbs.
The first 3 prescriptions were straightforward, just mix the herbs, most of which overlapped.
Only the fourth one required grinding, which was slightly troublesome. But judging by Lin Feng's demeanor, he had no intention of helping her. Shi Junyan offered to help, but she flatly refused.
Feeling annoyed, he took out his frustration on the grinding. Didn't this guy realize he was the boss? Helping with dispensing herbs was one thing, but handing over even the manual labor to me? It was as if he was treating her like some lowly employee. Oomph. He really has no manners whatsoever. A complete and utter steel-plated straight man.
Lin Feng hadn't thought that deeply into it, completely oblivious to Zhuang Yanqin's slight irritation. She was currently instructing Lu Fengqin on some precautions and dietary restrictions during the medication period. What needed to be said had to be said clearly. Whether the patient could hear it or how much they could take in well, that was truly beyond the doctor's control.
We're all adults here, each person should take responsibility for their own health.
Doctors aren't gods, and they certainly can't watch over you 24/7.
In a hospital setting, Lu Fengqin's case would ideally warrant admission for better medication management.
But given the current circumstances, it all depended on what her son could manage.
It's a bit challenging, but it's not an insurmountable task.
After receiving her medication and paying, only to learn that even the consultation fee was waived, Lu Fengqin couldn't stop praising the doctor's noble character. Only then did mother and son step outside and leave the clinic.
Mom, do you think this is reliable? They usually just prescribe one medicine at a time. Why would they give so many at once? Shi Junyan whispered as they walked. His meaning was simple, he wanted to get checked at a major hospital to confirm. Lu Fengqin stopped in her tracks and looked directly at Shi Junyan. Are you afraid of the hassle, or afraid of the cost? Neither. It's just that I've never even heard of this kind of treatment before, Shi Junyan replied awkwardly, hastening to explain. Then have you heard of my illness? Lu Fengqin countered.
No, Shi Junyan shook his head.
What's so strange about that? Let me tell you, this doctor is amazing. Just like the traditional Chinese medicine doctor I saw when I was a kid.
He only needs to take your pulse once to know exactly what's wrong with you, Lu Fengqin said.
But that doesn't seem quite right, Shi Junyan remarked. What's unreasonable? If you want to get better, just listen to the doctor. If you have any objections, I can find someone else, Lu Fengqin retorted irritably. Don't be like that. I'll do it. I wouldn't trust anyone else.
Shi Junyan knew arguing further would only lead to a fight, so he conceded.
The money was spent, the medicine was bought. Now they could only hope it worked. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing.
Inside the clinic, only Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin remained.
Ask whatever you want to ask, Lin Feng said slowly. Could you handle the physical work of grinding the herbs? I am the boss, after all. Isn't it a bit awkward for you to just sit there watching me do it? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Oh, sorry. I treated you like an apprentice. My mistake, my mistake.
Lin Feng finally realized what was off, wondering why Zhuang Yanxin seemed a bit unhappy.
He'd thought she was struggling with the diagnosis and prescription for this illness, but apparently, she just didn't want to do the physical labor? I gave you so many looks, and you didn't notice a single one? Was that on purpose? Was it on purpose? Zhuang Yanxin shot Lin Feng a glare. I really wasn't doing it on purpose. Next time, just tell me directly. Is there something you're embarrassed about? Lin Feng said. I was saving you face. I wanted to portray you as the most professional practitioner in our clinic. If I had just ordered you around, it would have instantly lowered your standing. But you should have picked up on the hints. Zhuang Yanxin retorted. Actually, this is good exercise for you. Keeps you from getting lazy, Lin Feng teased. What do you mean by that? How am I lazy? Zhuang Yanxin demanded. Just a casual remark.
Don't take it to heart, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, smiling.
That won't do. If you have any opinions, speak up directly. I'm not running a one-man show here. Anyway, if I'm unhappy, I'll just dock your pay.
Lost in their banter, neither noticed someone had been standing at the doorway the entire time.
Chapter 58, What kind of attitude?
Lin Feng was a bit speechless.
He shook his head gently and said, Miss, don't go around docking pay for every little thing. That takes all the fun out of it. I think it's quite fun. If you don't like it, tough luck.
Zhuang Yanxin's face held a hint of smugness as she slowly added, You took so much from my friends, I'm definitely going to claw some of it back bit by bit.
She still harbored resentment over Lin Feng's earlier exorbitant demands.
She had to find some small way to make things difficult for him. Even though the clinic now relied almost entirely on Lin Feng, and he was teaching her medicine, that was one thing, this was another.
Ahem.
The person standing at the door, ignored for quite some time, couldn't help but clear their throat a few times as a gentle reminder. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin both turned their gaze toward the doorway.
Here again? Looks like they won't let it go until you return, Zhuang Yanxin remarked in a hushed tone upon recognizing the visitor. The visitor was none other than Meng Xianghui, who had already come once before. Director Meng, I was right, wasn't I? Barely a day has passed, and here we meet again, Lin Feng said with a smile. Meng Xianghui's facial muscles twitched slightly, his expression tinged with awkwardness. His words from the day before yesterday still rang in his ears, yet here he was, going back on his own promise and knocking on Lin Feng's door once more. Wasn't this just slapping himself in the face? But what could he do? Whether he came or not was never really up to him. Fortunately, no one else had overheard his conversation with Lin Feng back then. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been truly unbearable. If you don't mind, let's talk, Meng Xianghui said. I don't think there's anything left to discuss. Everything that needed to be said has already been said. There's nothing new to add. So let's not waste any more time, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. This time, it's not just me. There are higher-ups present, Meng Xianghui retorted, his anger simmering at Lin Feng's attitude, though he dared not vent it freely.
Getting angry was useless, and saying harsh words was useless too. If their relationship soured too badly, progress would become impossible, perhaps even the space for dialogue would vanish. To put it bluntly, he was the one who needed something from the other party right now, so he had to lower his stance a bit. Oh, really? Still won't make a difference, Lin Feng shook his head. We'll see after the meeting, Meng Shanghui replied, turning to Zhuang Yanxin. Could we discuss something here? With the leadership present, it's not appropriate outside. Just half an hour at most. Thanks in advance. Since Zhuang Yanxin had willingly made room last time, he figured she wouldn't refuse if he asked this time. Still, the customary pleasantries had to be exchanged. No need to thank me, Zhuang Yanxin paused briefly before speaking. Because I can't agree. If you want to discuss it, do it outside. Don't discuss it here. Meng Shanghui froze, utterly taken aback by the refusal. He could only continue his apologetic smile. Could you make an exception? No. Zhuang Yanxin refused without hesitation. Though only a day had passed since their last encounter, the situation now was entirely different. The day before yesterday, she had hoped Lin Feng would return to where he belonged, and making some concessions was acceptable. But now, she wanted to keep Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng had made it clear he wouldn't leave and would teach her medical skills. So what was this person doing coming here to talk to Lin Feng? It was unmistakably an attempt to snatch him away. You come to snatch my man, yet expect me to step aside and make room for your discussion? What kind of nonsense is that? Forget being polite. Even if you begged on your knees, I wouldn't agree. You? Meng Shanghui nearly choked on his words, utterly baffled by this drastic shift in attitude. Lin Feng raised his right hand and gave Zhuang Yanxin a thumbs up. He wasn't entirely sure what Zhuang Yanxin was thinking. He assumed she simply disliked authority figures like leaders. Even if you speak politely, this space is mine. I might let you have it, but don't expect me to clear out just because you have some leader with you. Who cares what kind of leader you are? In front of this lady, you're nothing. That is precisely why Zhuang Yanxin's refusal was so swift, as if she hadn't given it a second thought. Lin Feng, handle your business. Don't take too long, we have other matters to attend to shortly. Zhuang Yanxin ignored the man and turned to address Lin Feng. She certainly wouldn't stop Lin Feng from stepping in. Since Lin Feng had made up his mind, he must have a way to handle it. Even if he ended up being persuaded to leave, it would be his choice, she couldn't interfere. To keep someone, if you don't give them enough freedom, there's only one outcome, they'll leave even faster. Even now, she still couldn't fully grasp why, between the hospital and the clinic, Lin Feng had chosen to give up his hospital job. All right. Lin Feng nodded and rose, heading toward the door. He knew Meng Shanghui must be under immense pressure to come this far. No matter who this leader was, he'd have to meet and talk with him, otherwise, Meng wouldn't let it rest. Better to resolve this sooner than be hounded endlessly. He just needed to make his stance clear to the other party. Zhuang Yanxin watched their figures disappear. Truthfully, she was curious who exactly was this superior mentioned by Lin Feng, the department head? Could it be the dean? If the president personally invited Lin Feng back and offered substantial conditions as bait, perhaps it truly was impossible to refuse. Oh no, the publicity campaign for Ding Jiani has just been launched. If a wave of patients seeking help actually came in, I'd be completely overwhelmed. This situation wouldn't just fail to benefit the clinic's reputation, it could actually cause significant damage. After all, if patients come and you can't cure them, who can you blame? Suddenly, I'm regretting that promotion, maybe we shouldn't have done it. Everything would have to wait until Lin Feng was truly stable. Of course, at its root, it was his own lack of skill that made him unfit for such responsibility. Lin Feng stepped out of the clinic but saw no sign of the so-called leadership. Where around here would be suitable for a discussion? Meng Shanghui asked. I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't go. My time is limited, I won't waste it on this, Lin Feng replied with a shake of his head. Then let's talk in the car? We can't stay here, Meng Shanghui frowned, gesturing toward a black vehicle parked by the roadside nearby. What's with all the fuss, big shot? If you want to talk, get it over with. If not, forget it. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of anything, he simply refused to indulge certain people's bad habits. What kind of attitude is that? Meng Shanghui glared fiercely at Lin Feng. He'd never seen Lin Feng act so brazenly before. Had leaving the hospital made him this reckless? I'm willing to waste my breath on you, that's already a pretty decent attitude. What more do you want? Lin Feng retorted. At that moment, a car door opened nearby and a pair of polished leather shoes touched the ground. Chapter 59, Pushing Their Luck. The shoes struck the pavement with a crisp, sharp sound. The man who had worn a white coat in the hospital now sported a well-tailored suit, his face still adorned with a somewhat insincere smile. This was the leader Meng Shanghui had mentioned, Vice President Li Fugui, who had sided with Wu Jijie without inquiring about the details when Lin Feng and Wu Jijie had clashed. Vice President Li. Meng Shanghui's expression was one of helpless resignation. The ideal location for their discussion was the clinic itself, followed by a nearby spot, and as a last resort, the cramped space of a car. Yet all three options had been rejected. It made him feel somewhat incompetent. Li Fugue waved his hand at Meng Shanghui, signaling him to remain silent.
He turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Have you seen the hospital notice?"
Yes, Lin Feng nodded. That's the hospital's stance. Whoever commits an offense must be severely punished, Li Fugue stated. Lin Feng merely smiled without responding.
Would the hospital have disciplined Wu Jijia if not for the pressure? More like protect him. The pressure from online public opinion, coupled with Feng Tianrui's influence, left the hospital's higher-ups with no other choice.
Calling it sacrificing the pawn to save the king was no exaggeration.
Director Meng told you, right? Your disciplinary action has been revoked.
You can return to work at the hospital as usual, Li Fugue said.
I've already told Director Meng I'm resigning. My resignation letter has been sent to the email address, Lin Feng replied slowly.
Young man, don't act impulsively. I admit we were a bit hasty with your disciplinary action earlier, but you must understand, Li Fugue said.
I can't understand it.
You imposed disciplinary action on me without distinguishing right from wrong, relying solely on Director Wu's one-sided account.
Even if you're taking sides, this is going too far. Lin Feng retorted.
He saw no need to hold back, he'd say whatever was on his mind. He had no intention of returning to the hospital, and Li Fugue couldn't force him to, so he wasn't afraid of angering the other man. Even if he had to go back, he wouldn't be afraid. For him, staying at the hospital long-term was impossible. He'd leave in a few years, unlike some people who'd work themselves to death in a single department.
That's not right. This disciplinary decision wasn't mine, it came from the hospital administration.
At the time, we had no idea Wu Jijia had concealed the truth. Once we found out, we corrected the mistake immediately, Li Fugue hastily explained. He absolutely refused to admit that it was an individual decision, because if responsibility had to be taken, it would be personal responsibility. Given how things were unfolding, even with the title of vice president, he couldn't bear the burden. After all, he'd spent his entire career climbing to this position. If he were to be knocked down now, he'd regret it bitterly. No matter what, he had to insist this was the hospital's decision. Mistakes had been made, but correcting them promptly was better late than never.
Even if punishment is warranted, the blame shouldn't fall solely on his shoulders.
So I should be grateful to tears?
Lin Feng retorted. What kind of talk is that? No one is perfect who hasn't made mistakes. The hospital was deceived by Wu Jijie.
It wasn't intentional targeting of you. Why hold such a grudge?
Meng Shanghui couldn't help but retort.
The knife didn't cut you, so of course you don't care, Lin Feng retorted without hesitation. Recalling Meng Shanghui's expression when he'd been dismissed, not a shred of willingness to hear his explanation, as if banishing not a colleague but an enemy. Now he speaks so sweetly, saying he made a mistake but has corrected it, so you shouldn't hold a grudge.
As if it were that simple? I know you're upset. On behalf of the hospital, I apologize. We made the mistake, and we own up to it. Is that acceptable?
Li Fugue's face wore a smile, yet it held not a trace of remorse.
Truthfully, even now he didn't see anything wrong with his actions back then. What difference would it have made to listen to Lin Feng back then? Could he really trust Lin Feng and reprimand Wu Jijie? Absolutely not.
Lin Feng and Wu Jijie were simply incomparable. Anyone in his position would have made the same decision. Of course, the situation was different now. Wu Jijie's misconduct had been uncovered, resulting in suspension from duty and surgical duties, effectively ending his career. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was the primary architect of the successful surgery. Though not publicly acknowledged, bringing him back was essential. Most crucially, this wasn't just his personal opinion, several senior hospital administrators shared this view. By taking charge of this matter himself, he refused to let it fall into others' hands. It was also a way to make amends for past mistakes. In his view, even if it now appeared to be a mistake, he felt no need for remorse. The reason is simple: this is merely how events unfolded, and he owes Lin Feng no apology whatsoever. The apology at this moment was more of a tactic. Even in a position of power, sometimes a slight bow of the head could yield unexpected results. The facts are what they are. No need to apologize, it wouldn't change anything. Lin Feng shook his head. Truthfully, had it not been for that final question, even an insincere apology would have been acceptable to him. Not returning was one thing, an apology was another. The two were not the same matter. Accepting an apology doesn't mean I'll necessarily return. But that final question made the entire apology feel not only perfunctory but also condescending. You're still angry, right? Well, at least I'm apologizing to you now. What else do you want? Rather than an apology, it felt like a verdict, a declaration to completely shut down your emotions. Lin Feng, this is going too far. Dean Li has already apologized on behalf of the hospital. What more do you want? Meng Shanghui couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. In truth, with Li Fugue present, he was already being remarkably tactful. In his view, Lin Feng's current behavior was pure stubbornness, refusing the offered olive branch only to demand harsher punishment. If I stabbed you and then sincerely apologized afterward, would you just pretend nothing happened? Lin Feng retorted without any politeness. You? Meng Shanghui was so enraged he couldn't speak. State your demands plainly, Li Fugue said, his brow slightly furrowed. It was clear this matter wouldn't be resolved easily.
This young man was proving far more troublesome than anticipated.
He must have his own conditions. Forcing him to speak might not work.
A public apology. The disciplinary action was issued publicly, so the apology should be too. A private apology alone shows no sincerity.
Lin Feng paused before speaking.
So you want the hospital to issue a public apology statement? Li Fugue's expression turned completely cold. Whoever made the mistake should apologize. The disciplinary decision was made by whom? It should be issued in that person's name.
Lin Feng replied calmly.
Isn't this a bit too much? Chapter 60, Maximizing Interests.
Lin Feng's words pushed Li Fugue to the brink of anger. The disciplinary decision had been his personal call, but it had been issued in the hospital's name. Few knew beforehand, but after the incident, nearly all the hospital's higher-ups were aware, though they all kept it to themselves. Even if they sacrificed him, they couldn't weather such a massive storm. But if they actually followed Lin Feng's suggestion now, that would spell trouble. If he apologized to Lin Feng in his personal capacity, it would imply the disciplinary action was a solo act. Given how big the incident had become, he would certainly face consequences. At worst, they might even lose their positions. If the hospital were to issue a public apology in its official capacity, it would amount to admitting fault specifically for an error not attributable to the hospital itself, which would inevitably provoke discontent among certain parties. Mistakes can be admitted, but why should the hospital take the fall for Li Fugue's mistake? To put it bluntly, you can embarrass yourself all you want, but the hospital can't afford that kind of embarrassment. If things really escalate, we might have to lay out the truth and it'll still come down to disciplining an individual.
Both paths lead to certain death. How could he possibly agree?
The whole reason I volunteered to find Lin Feng was to prevent certain people from exploiting the situation.
I never expected him to react like this.
To say he was pushing his luck would be putting it mildly.
Oh, so a public apology is that difficult?
Lin Feng shrugged indifferently.
Forget it then. A public apology involves far too many parties. With the overwhelming online backlash right now, the hospital is under immense pressure. If something like this happens again, it might. You can choose something else.
Li Fugue breathed a silent sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Feng wasn't insisting.
There's no other way.
Lin Feng shook his head.
So you're saying the hospital won't get you back unless they apologize publicly?
Li Fugue's brows, which had finally relaxed, knitted tightly together again. He'd thought the guy had given up, but it turned out he wasn't willing to negotiate at all?
That's not what I meant.
Even if they apologize, I won't return, Lin Feng said slowly.
Are you taking yourself too seriously? Li Fugue's tone had lost its friendliness. Am I?
Actually, I think I made myself perfectly clear to Director Meng last time.
Did he not convey it, or did you simply choose to ignore it?
Lin Feng smiled faintly.
You really don't know when to stop. Last time I tried every polite approach. This time Director Li personally apologized to you. Haven't we given you enough face? Aren't you being a bit too high and mighty? Do you really think we absolutely must have you back? Meng Shenghue retorted. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng would refuse to give face even to Vice President Li Fugue. He'd assumed it was just directed at him, but now it seemed Lin Feng wouldn't give face to anyone. If he ended up back at the hospital, wouldn't they make his life miserable until he couldn't take it anymore? The more arrogant he was now, the worse it would be later. This showed a complete lack of emotional intelligence, with no consideration for the future. Maximizing immediate gains might not be wrong, but trading future benefits for it was simply not worth the cost. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Meng Shenghue froze for a moment, rolled his eyes, and retorted, Who do you think you are? If I'm not indispensable, then why keep showing up? Do you think coming here boosts your prestige? Lin Feng retorted sarcastically. You're truly beyond reason. Meng Shenghue nearly choked on his words. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was dragging his dignity through the mud, and he couldn't do a thing about it. If I'm truly dispensable, then why did this Vice Dean deign to come here personally to persuade me? Could it be you're just killing time with idle chatter? Lin Feng pressed on. You. Meng Shenghue was rendered speechless. Li Fugue, however, showed no outward anger, though inwardly, he was seething, itching to punch Lin Feng senseless. But reason told him it would be futile. Mastering emotional control, at least outwardly, is the cornerstone of success for most people. How could someone incapable of managing their emotions ever accomplish anything significant? For a young man to be provoked into anger with just a few words? If word got out, it would be utterly embarrassing. You're a smart man who knows how to read the situation. Now that all the cards are in your hand, you could demand any terms you wish in exchange. But what you just proposed? No. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't benefit you in the slightest, right? Li Fugue said. He kept his tone as level as possible. If we're talking about benefits, does feeling satisfied count? Lin Feng asked. That's merely a fleeting pleasure. It won't significantly impact your career or even your life. Why not consider some concrete terms instead? Li Fuguwei suggested. No need. Our perspectives aren't on the same level.
What you're suggesting isn't something I require. Lin Feng shook his head. Whether it was his career or his life, Lin Feng had long since set goals that were beyond the reach of ordinary people. He understood deeply that with great power came great responsibility. Whether it was Li Fuguwei's offer or Meng Shanghui's earlier proposal, they were both tailored for ordinary young doctors. To him, they held no appeal whatsoever. The reason, perhaps, was that he had already ascended to a lofty vantage point from which he surveyed the world below.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is to stay at a top-tier hospital these days?
Li Fugui's face twisted into a mocking smile. What level of skill do you think it takes to establish yourself in a department at a top-tier hospital and become a pillar of the field?
Do you really believe that by leaving and casually joining some clinic, you'll become a renowned doctor? Let me tell you, it's not that simple.
Today, over 90% of practitioners who've reached a truly high level are in top-tier hospitals.
Even if our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department isn't the best, it's still far superior to 99.9% of clinics nationwide. That's an indisputable fact. And let me tell you, the truly outstanding practitioners will concentrate even more.
Whether it's talent resources or medical resources, they'll all be concentrated in top-tier hospitals.
He simply couldn't understand why a young person would hesitate to stay at a place like the People's Hospital.
This was a no-brainer he should have accepted immediately.
Who can predict the future? Lin Feng replied.
If you return, we'll definitely cultivate you as our most promising young doctor. If you don't want to stay in traditional Chinese medicine, you can choose any department in the entire hospital. As long as you can adapt in the end. If you don't achieve great medical accomplishments, you can still take another path and steadily climb the ranks. I can't promise everything, but after a certain number of years, you could sit in my position.
Li Fuguwei threw out a huge carrot. He couldn't believe anyone would refuse. Chapter 61, Chilling Upon Reflection.
Meng Shanghui listened in horror, utterly stunned that Li Fuguwei dared make such a promise.
He was truly going all in.
Even if it was partly pie in the sky, having someone pull your strings in politics made a world of difference. If Li Fuguwei could shed the deputy prefix in the coming years, the credibility of his words would soar. At the very least, the chance to work in any department was an opportunity beyond compare for a young doctor. Compared to the promises he had made to Lin Feng before, this was on an entirely different level. The greater the benefits offered, the more Lin Feng was valued in his eyes.
No one wastes time on people or matters that offer no benefit whatsoever.
Deputy Director Li, your skill at painting pie in the sky pictures far surpasses Director Meng's. It's hard not to be tempted, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Setting aside his complete disinterest in titles like vice president, even being offered the presidency wouldn't be much of a temptation. Yet here he was, nearly a vice dean himself, boldly promising someone else the same position after a set period. That was a pie drawn so big it had no edges.
I absolutely mean what I say. You're the only one with the right stuff. Li Fuguwei declared. Enough. This pie is too big for me to digest. Though I haven't been in the workplace long, I know that once you resign, you shouldn't look back. A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed on. No need to go to such trouble.
Lin Feng shook his head. The rule of workplace survival, never resign lightly.
Once you've made up your mind, never look back no matter how tempting the offer. The benefits you receive now are only because you have value. Once you lose that value, they'll kick you as far away as possible. Even as an ordinary person, you absolutely mustn't compromise when faced with tempting offers like those from Meng Shanghui and Li Fuguwei. Because once you go back, countless little shoes will be waiting for you to wear. Their overtures aren't recognition of your abilities, they're merely a desperate move. Of course, for Lin Feng, he had already made his choice. Not even Feng Tianrui could sway him, let alone these two. Are you sure? Opportunities like this don't come around often. Meng Shanghui couldn't fathom why Lin Feng could refuse so decisively. Even if he'd considered it before refusing, Meng could have understood. But Lin Feng hadn't even given it a second thought. Seems this guy is dead set on not going back. If you think it's good, then it's yours.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly, his tone tinged with teasing. Lin Feng, I hope you understand this. I can give you many choices, or I can take away every single one.
My courtesy now doesn't mean it will last forever.
Li Fuguwei's expression turned completely cold, his tone laced with threat.
Oh, really?
Then I'd like to see just how far your reach extends. Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed. When the other party was soft, he sometimes felt awkward refusing.
But if they played hardball? He couldn't care less. Worst case scenario? Fight it out. Seems you've never experienced being blacklisted by the entire industry?
I can make sure no hospital dares to hire you.
Li Fuguwei said coldly.
Then I'll wait and see, Lin Feng replied bluntly before turning and walking back to his clinic. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped without turning around. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, you don't hold as much sway as you think.
Go tell the others, especially the director, to never come looking for me again. I have absolutely no interest in returning. Don't waste each other's time.
Even after Lin Feng's figure vanished, Li Fugui trembled with rage, unable to calm down for a long time. Not only had his words failed to intimidate the other man, but he had been warned instead. He'd never felt so humiliated in his entire life. And this guy actually thought the dean would personally come looking for him? Who did he think he was? Deanly, this Lin Feng is too arrogant. He doesn't give us any face at all. If we don't do something about this humiliation. Meng Shanghui couldn't help but speak up. He was certainly Fugui had his ways. If he couldn't handle someone like this, then all these years would have been wasted. Lin Feng provoking him was one thing, he genuinely had no recourse, but provoking Li Fugui was another matter entirely.
What? What do you want to do? What could you possibly do?
Li Fugui shot Meng Shanghui a fierce glare, his pent-up rage finding no outlet.
How could this fool say something so stupid? Don't say you wouldn't do anything right now. Even if you were to do something, it would be done in private. How could you possibly bring it up in public?
What I said earlier was just to scare you. Lin Feng's words sounded harsh, but they were undeniably true. In the world of traditional Chinese medicine, he was nothing.
If he could really blacklist a practitioner, that would prove he was truly formidable.
I know some people who could make his life miserable in the TCM world, Meng Shanghui countered.
Do you think anyone would care? Li Fugui retorted coldly. Do you realize it was Wei Lao's surgery that he handled to resolve the crisis? And do you think it's reasonable for someone from the traditional Chinese medicine department to participate in a surgical procedure?
So, what does that prove?
Meng Shanghui pressed.
Li Fugui shot Meng Shanghui a cold glance and snapped, it proves he has powerful connections.
Without backing, where would he get such audacity?
Only now did he truly understand, Lin Feng wasn't incapable of fighting back against the pressure, he simply had no intention of doing so. Just look at how the entire situation unfolded. Despite starting from a disadvantageous position, things shifted dramatically in a short time. Wu Jijie, once hailed as the hero who saved Wei Jiangwo, had plummeted to rock bottom, losing his job and career, now even detained at the police station. Meanwhile, despite not returning, Lin Feng faced no punishment whatsoever.
Was Wu Jijie's fate the inevitable consequence of crossing Lin Feng? The thought sends a chill down one's spine. Does he have powerful connections? No way.
If he truly did, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dire state in our department. Meng Shanghui expressed his disbelief. Even though he hadn't gone all out to suppress Lin Feng's time in the traditional Chinese medicine department was clearly rough. If he really had connections, he would have used them long ago.
Why wait until now? Did you hear what he said at the end? Next time, the president will come looking for him. Do you think someone without backing would dare say that? And you kept him in your TCM department without knowing anything about him? How stupid.
Li Fugui's eyes were filled with contempt. For a leader to sink to Meng Shanghui's level, calling him foolish was putting it mildly. A young man with powerful connections and strong personal abilities, and yet he hadn't been discovered at all. Even now, he was still clinging to false hope.
Any further discussion would be a waste of time.
Meng Shanghui opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, no words came out. Lin Feng returned to the clinic, made no stop, and together with Zhuang Yanqin, packed up and closed the door before heading to Lu Lingmei's home. Before he could ring the doorbell, sobs echoed from inside.
Chapter 62, Wealth and Power. The crying was clearly that of a child.
Besides Xiao Xiao, there was no one else in Lu Lingmei's home.
Zhuang Yanqin pressed the doorbell. Lu Lingmei opened the door, her face still carrying traces of anger as she forced a faint smile. What's wrong? Another argument over dinner? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
Lu Lingmei gave a bitter smile and shook her head helplessly.
Yesterday's meal was fine, but today it's not working again. I'm truly at a loss. That's easy to fix. The doctor's here now. After taking all that money, he can't just do nothing, right?
Zhuang Yanqin said, glancing at Lin Feng.
Let's go in and see.
Lin Feng knew Zhuang Yanqin was saying this deliberately and shrugged slightly.
In the living room,
a reclining baby high chair sat beside the coffee table. The floor was a mess, with the nanny cleaning up spilled food. Xiao Xiao sat slumped in the high chair, her face streaked with tears and eyes still brimming.
Aunt Lu, please serve another bowl. Lu Lingmei spoke up.
The nanny nodded, picked up a small bowl nearby, and hurried into the kitchen.
Lin Feng immediately spotted the snacks on the coffee table and asked, did she eat snacks before dinner? She had one small cookie.
The tiniest one, Lu Lingmei nodded.
Snacks before dinner? She shouldn't eat anything before dinner.
Lin Feng said sternly.
She kept saying she was hungry.
Since dinner was still a little while away, I gave her one, Lu Lingmei said helplessly.
Did she keep fussing if she didn't get it? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Actually, she eats something before every meal. Yesterday was the same, but she ate well then. It probably isn't related to this, Lu Lingmei explained. Think about what you just said. Does it make sense?
Lin Feng countered. Lu Lingmei frowned slightly but didn't respond.
Her stomach is only so big.
If snacks take up space, there's no room left for her meal. You think one little cookie is harmless, but have you considered that for a child, this is high-calorie food? Why does she throw tantrums? Because she's gotten used to it. It's not that she won't eat unless she gets it, it's that she knows throwing a fit will get her what she wants. Since she always wins in the end, she's bound to throw tantrums. Forgive my bluntness, but with this feeding approach, even if she doesn't develop anorexia, her appetite won't be great, Lin Feng said slowly. Then what do you suggest? Lu Lengmei couldn't refute him and asked. Take away all the snacks and candy. Lin Feng stated bluntly. The moment she heard Lin Feng say this, the little girl burst into tears with a loud wail. You can't take my things. My cookies, my candy. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he coldly replied, the cookies aren't yours. The candy isn't yours either. Only your meals belong to you. Perhaps a little afraid of Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao turned her face away and cried loudly. I remember telling you, no raw or cold foods, no sweets, no snacks, no fruit. Did you not hear me, or did you hear but refuse to obey? Lin Feng confronted Lu Lengmei directly. It's not that I didn't listen. She's just so stubborn. I really had no choice, Lu Lengmei said helplessly. She just cares about the child. Can't you understand that? Zhuang Yinxin spoke up in defense of Lu Lengmei. Sorry, I can't. I can't cure this anorexia. Consider that previous massage session my gift. Please find someone else. Lin Feng said earnestly. No. Don't abandon us halfway through. Zhuang Yinxin hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's path. I really can't do anything about it, Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Lu Lengmei felt awkward but quickly regained her composure. I can pay double for each massage session. She just likes to snack, I'll control the portions. If necessary, I'll pay for extra sessions. The implication was clear, I'll pay more. Wow, you really aren't short on cash. Being loaded makes all the difference. Looks like 2,000 per session is still too low. Lin Feng teased with a laugh. Zhuang Yinxin frowned slightly. Though she saw the smile on Lin Feng's face, she sensed he was actually furious. Money might sway others, but it certainly wouldn't sway him. If Lin Feng truly cared about money, he wouldn't be stuck in their little clinic. Even though she teased him about money, she knew deep down that Lin Feng didn't care about it at all. With his medical skills, if he wanted to make money, there were countless ways to do it. Or, Lu Lengmei suggested, you could renegotiate your fee. Provided you complete the entire treatment course. She was already seething inside, already fuming over trivial matters, and now this doctor was lecturing her too. What had she done to deserve this? Why should she endure this double cross? Didn't he just want money? If money solves the problem, then it's no big deal. She'd show him, give her some snacks, and she'd recover completely. It's just a little extra money, no big deal. So I can just name my price? Fine, how about this amount? Lin Feng said, holding up one finger. 10,000? Lu Lengmei frowned slightly. With such deep pockets, why stick to 10,000 units? We need a much larger denomination, Lin Feng replied. 100 million? Lu Lengmei asked tentatively. About 5 times. Not much, just 500 million. Please process the payment. Lin Feng said slowly. Are you serious? Do you even know what 500 million means? Lu Lengmei shot him a cold stare. This wasn't just asking for the moon, it was demanding the stars. All I know is that 500 million for a few extra months of life is absolutely worth it. Don't you agree? Lin Feng replied calmly. 500 million, and it still won't cure him completely? Lu Lengmei couldn't believe it. Then try it yourself. Can 500 million buy you a god? If it's divine magic, maybe. But with your approach, no one can fix this. Lin Feng retorted. You? Lu Lengmei's brows knitted tightly, her expression darkening. Lin Feng, don't be like this. Saying such harsh words serves no purpose. Zhuang Yinxin interjected, trying to smooth things over. Just as she sensed, Lin Feng was genuinely upset. You studied traditional Chinese medicine too. You should know how much patient cooperation affects outcomes. If money can buy everything, then I truly don't care. I can make no demands whatsoever. After one treatment cycle, I'll leave. It goes against my principles, but for 500 million, I'll make an exception. I promise not to utter another word afterward. Lin Feng declared. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold. The housekeeper returned with the meal, standing awkwardly to the side, unsure how to proceed and too hesitant to speak up. Mr. So-and-so, you're not short on cash, right? Honestly, I don't want to waste words either. It's tiring and pointless. Lin Feng continued. Sorry. Chapter 63, I'll follow your lead. Can Lin Feng understand Lu Lengmei? Of course he can. Already irritated by the child's antics, coupled with his dietary restrictions on the boy, his tone carried a hint of reproach. Naturally, it sounded unpleasant. So she came up with this whole extra payment scheme. She assumed Lin Feng cared about money, especially since he'd previously quoted 2,000 per session. If someone cares about money, you hit them where it hurts. Stop all this nonsense.
I'm giving you enough money. So shut your mouth.
How I raise the kid afterward is my business. But she misjudged Lin Fang's temperament.
She never imagined he wouldn't back down at all. Even 100 million she could care less about that. But if it couldn't cure the little one's illness, she couldn't afford to care less.
No matter how resentful she felt inside, yielding was the only option and it had to be done. The reason was simple: after just one session of pediatric massage, Xiao Zhao's condition had improved significantly.
Which other practitioner would dare promise such results?
As for the idea of seeking treatment abroad, it seemed rather unrealistic now. Not only would the journey be grueling, but there was no guarantee of finding a better treatment. It would be nothing short of torture.
I'm sorry.
I lost my temper in the heat of the moment, Lu Lengmei apologized, her head bowed, her earlier confidence completely gone. For her now, everything revolved around Xiao Xiao. She could swallow broken teeth whole for her child. How could such a minor issue matter?
Lin Feng, why don't we just drop it? It was just words in the heat of the moment, no offense intended. Zhuang Yanxi naturally stepped in to smooth things over.
Having known Lu Lengmei for years, she rarely saw her bow her head in apology, especially to a man.
But what choice did she have?
This man held her lifeline in his hands.
No need for apologies. They wouldn't matter anyway.
Even if you had those hundreds of millions, I wouldn't dare accept them. I'll complete the course of pediatric massage therapy, but I can't guarantee the results, Lin Feng said slowly. I'll comply with every single one of your conditions. Lu Lengmei hurriedly assured him.
Are you certain? Lin Feng asked.
As long as it's for her benefit, whatever you say, I'll do, Lu Lengmei nodded firmly. Things in this world are always easier said than done, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
Starting today, there will be no sweets, snacks, or fruit in this house. I promise. My word is my bond, Lu Lengmei declared. She hoped this approach would encourage Lin Feng to take her subsequent treatment seriously, rather than half-heartedly. If certain restrictions truly benefited the little one's recovery, what was there to hesitate about? It pained her to see him suffer, but temporary relief could never compare to a complete recovery. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing more. Agreeing verbally was one thing, putting it into practice was quite another. Just like how Lu Lengmei had promised to follow her instructions, yet here they were. If this conversation made Lu Lengmei realize the gravity of the situation, then it had served its purpose. As for the ultimate outcome, it still came down to that old saying, doctors aren't gods, they can't completely control their patients. When children lack self-control, the fault naturally lies with the adults. Whether adults choose to change and how they do so wasn't for others to interfere with. After all, everyone had their own convictions. As long as they can bear the consequences. Dietary habits still require attention. Snacks and such can indeed affect appetite. Let's eat first, Zhuang Yanxin said. Lu Lengmei nodded and gestured to the nanny standing nearby. Xiao Xiao, it's time to eat, the nanny said softly with a smile as she approached carrying bowls. Xiao Zhao's face was streaked with tears. She glanced at Lu Lengmei, perhaps sensing her displeasure, and obediently opened her mouth. Actually, at this age, she could start feeding herself, Lin Feng remarked. She can feed herself. But every time she eats, she makes a huge mess everywhere. Plus, she often plays while eating, so I end up feeding her, Lu Lengmei explained. Just avoiding the hassle, huh? How old do you plan to keep feeding her? Lin Feng asked. Lu Lengmei thought for a moment before replying. Aunt Lu let her feed herself. Before Xiao Xiao got sick, she'd mostly fed herself except under special circumstances. Even if she left a mess afterward, it didn't matter, it was just a cleanup job, and she rarely had to do it herself. After she got sick, she was already eating very little, and if she ate by herself, it would only get messy. The nanny didn't say much, simply placing the bowl and spoon on the tray of the high chair. Xiao Xiao picked up the spoon, poked around in the bowl a few times, but didn't bring it to her mouth for ages. She didn't seem to want to eat at all. Eat properly. Lu Lengmei couldn't bear it any longer and snapped coldly. The little girl flinched at the icy tone, flustered. She hurriedly shoved the spoon into her mouth, but in her haste, food spilled all over her clothes. What on earth are you doing? Lu Lengmei couldn't suppress her anger. This wasn't eating at all. Feeding her had been frustrating enough, but now she was eating like this on her own. It was driving her half mad. Don't say anything to her, and definitely don't scold her. Don't yell at her to hurry either. Let her eat on her own. Whatever mess she makes, that's just how it is, Lin Feng interjected. But she won't be able to eat much that way, Lu Lengmei said helplessly. How long does it usually take you to eat a meal? Lin Feng asked. Lu Lengmei paused slightly before replying, about 20 minutes, I suppose. Then give her exactly 20 minutes. When time's up, take her plate away. She can't eat anything else until the next meal. 3 meals a day, at fixed times and fixed portions. Lin Feng declared. That probably won't work. If she skips this meal, she won't eat again until tomorrow. She might be too hungry to sleep tonight, Lu Lengmei frowned. It's good she knows hunger. Skipping 1 or 2 meals won't cause any problems, Lin Feng said slowly. Are you certain this won't affect her growth and development? Lu Lengmei asked cautiously. Anorexia largely stems from poor eating habits. Curing it isn't difficult, the real challenge is preventing relapse. The simplest way to prevent relapse is to cultivate healthy eating habits. If you insist on asking whether it affects growth and development, of course there's some impact. But compared to anorexia itself, that impact is negligible. It depends on whether you're looking at the short term or the long term. Lin Feng replied. Of course I want her to stay healthy forever, Lu Lingmei replied immediately. Then you should know what to do. Building a habit isn't easy. It might be painful at first, but these are necessary steps. Once you get through them, the benefits will last a lifetime. Of course, this is just my personal advice. Whether you act on it is entirely up to you. As a doctor, my focus is solely on the treatment period, Lin Feng said. I'll take your advice. Chapter 64, Not That Simple. Lu Lingmei had to admit Lin Feng made sense. Though she harbored some resentment toward his attitude, she couldn't refute his words. Xiao Xiao truly hadn't developed good eating habits. And the reason was mostly because she was too busy with work and had been far too indulgent toward many of her behaviors. If this was merely a temporary recovery, only to erupt into bigger problems later, that was something she didn't want to see. Therefore, as Lin Feng had said, cultivating healthy eating habits was essential for true wellness. You've already eaten for over 10 minutes. I'll count that as 10 minutes. You have only 10 more minutes left to finish a bowl of rice. Eat as much as you can. If you can't finish it, you'll go hungry. Lu Lingmei looked at Xiao Xiao, her expression stirring yet calm. Xiao Xiao mechanically shoveled a couple of bites before resuming her mischief. Lu Lingmei said nothing. When the time was up, she simply had the nanny take the bowl away. Watching her meal disappear, Xiao Xiao threw a tantrum, rolling on the floor. But this clearly had no effect whatsoever on Lu Lingmei. Sometimes her crying is fake, sometimes it's real. Lin Feng nodded approvingly at Lu Lingmei's approach. Affection is one thing, but indulgence is another. Some habits simply must be corrected through firm discipline. How am I supposed to tell the difference? Lu Lingmei asked. You don't need to tell, Lin Feng replied. Huh? What do you mean? Lu Lingmei looked confused. It's a matter of principle. Whether it's fake or real, you can't compromise. Once she realizes throwing tantrums is useless, she'll stop doing it, Lin Feng explained. Xiner said you're not married, but I can't help feeling like you've raised several children. Lu Lingmei blurted out. In the role of mother, she had been somewhat unsuccessful, but it couldn't be helped. After all, she wasn't Cindy's biological mother, and not knowing how to act was understandable. Yet Lin Feng's steady stream of theories sounded anything but amateurish. Actually, it's the same for adults and children alike. It boils down to 3 words: reason with them. Always reason with them. You can't let affection cloud your principles. Lin Feng didn't elaborate further. After crying for a while, the little voice gradually grew quieter, though tears still swirled in her eyes. I want to eat, the child said, her voice still trembling with tears. There's no more food left. If you want to eat, you'll have to wait until the next meal, Lu Lingmei shook her head. If this had been before, when Xiao Xiao finally took the initiative to ask for food, she would have brought it over without hesitation. After all, eating more was naturally a good thing. But now, she needed to follow Lin Feng's instructions. Let's take you for a massage. Lin Feng stepped forward and picked Xiao Xiao up in his arms. If it were anyone else, Xiao Xiao would have struggled fiercely. But facing Lin Feng, she didn't even dare to move, let alone resist. Her gaze toward Lu Lingmei was pure desperation, a plea for help. This massage went even more smoothly than before, thanks to his growing familiarity with the technique. Lu Lingmei and Zhuang Yanxin remained standing at the doorway. Are you really going to do what he says? Zhuang Yanxin asked in a hushed voice. Is there a problem? Lu Lingmei countered. It'll be difficult. Perhaps we should consider taking it step by step, Zhuang Yanxin suggested. For her sake, no matter how difficult it is, I will see it through, Lu Lingmei declared firmly. This is the first time I've seen you bow to a man. Zhuang Yanxin remarked with a smile. He's a doctor, and he makes sense, Lu Lingmei replied. After the massage, Xiao Xiao remained asleep. Though she'd fallen asleep later than last time, she still didn't wake up immediately. Thank you. Lu Lingmei said to Lin Feng. No need. Treating illness for payment requires no thanks, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. But you haven't received payment yet, Lu Lingmei pointed out. No rush. I'll get it eventually, Lin Feng replied with a smile. You should rest. We'll be leaving now. Zhuang Yanxin announced their departure. She knew that Lu Lingmei hadn't rested well lately due to minor matters. Now that there were positive signs, she could finally relax. Lu Lingmei walked them all the way to the elevator entrance, waiting until the doors closed completely before turning back home. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin walked together toward the community gate. You think that 500 million you mentioned today scared my sister? Zhuang Yanxin opened up. So you're implying she could actually come up with 500 million? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Of course. Not just 500 million, even 10 billion isn't out of the question. Her group is valued at billions. Zhuang Yanxin declared triumphantly.
Miss, I may not understand business, but valuation and actual liquidity are two different things. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
Anyway, I want you to know she's doing this for the child.
Not for anything else, Zhuang Yanqing emphasized. Honestly, if you'd told me earlier she had that much money, our initial offer wouldn't have been so low. We should have started at least 100,000.
Lin Feng remarked. Hey, what are you implying? You actually want to extort her? Zhuang Yanqing's expression darkened slightly. What are you thinking?
Setting a high price was to make her take it seriously, Lin Feng explained.
So you're not after the money?
Zhuang Yanqing remained skeptical. That depends on how you look at it, Lin Feng shrugged. I get the feeling you don't place much value on money. Otherwise, you wouldn't have left the big hospital to come to this clinic. But if you're doing this for traditional Chinese medicine, it doesn't seem like you'll achieve much in a place as small as ours.
Zhuang Yanqing frowned slightly. Not valuing money is different from not wanting money.
Don't think you can get away with not paying me just because you say that, Lin Feng teased.
Like I need your measly paycheck?
Zhuang Yanqing retorted, rolling her eyes. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Yanqing suddenly spoke up. We didn't see that guy this time.
Does that mean your earlier guess was wrong?
That his appearance was just a coincidence. The person she referred to was, of course, Wang Yaoyang.
Don't speak too soon.
I don't think that guy is as simple as he seems, Lin Feng replied.
Let me tell you, I can't stand that guy. He's so full of himself.
No matter what, Long Mei would never be with someone like him, Zhuang Yanqing declared. The reason he hasn't given up yet is because he still sees hope. Once that hope is gone, he might resort to other means. A person like that is capable of anything, Lin Feng said, shaking his head slightly. He won't make much of a splash. I've seen too many like him, especially when it comes to Long Mei. She's a businesswoman, Zhuang Yanqing dismissed. No sooner had the two stepped out of the residential compound than several figures suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking their path.
Chapter 65, It Doesn't Really Matter.
The men blocking their path were all built like oxen, burly and imposing. Their objective was simple, to force Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqing toward a less crowded area. Zhuang Yanqing felt a surge of fear, clutching Lin Feng's arm. She truly didn't want to get into a confrontation with such men.
What do they want? Zhuang Yanqing whispered. I don't know. Wait a moment. If you get the chance, run first. I'll try to hold them off. Lin Feng replied. But what about you? Zhuang Yanqing couldn't help asking. Only if you get away will you have a chance to save me. Otherwise, neither of us will make it out alive.
Lin Feng said slowly. They hadn't gone far when several more people approached from the side.
The leader among them was none other than Huang Yaoyang. Seeing Huang Yaoyang, Zhuang Yanqing's expression darkened instantly. She confronted him directly. Huang Yaoyang, what do you think you're doing? Don't you fear I'll tell Long Mei?
If I were afraid, I wouldn't have done this in the first place.
Go ahead and tell her if you want, provided she believes you. Huang Yaoyang shrugged indifferently. She might not believe others, but she trusts me completely. Do you believe me? I can call her right now.
Zhuang Yanqing said coldly. She would doubt anything else, but never their relationship.
Calling it life or death wasn't an exaggeration. Fine, go ahead. I'll watch you do it. Huang Yaoyang said with a smile. What do you mean?
Zhuang Yanqing frowned, clearly confused. Logically, Huang Yaoyang should be terrified of Lu Lingmei finding out about his current actions. He'd surely do everything in his power to stop her from calling.
So why this attitude now? While stopping you would be incredibly easy, I can assure you no one will interfere.
If anyone tries, I'll rip my own head off and give it to you as a ball to kick around, Wang Yaoyang declared.
You? Zhuang Yanqing was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to hit him or not.
If I'm not mistaken, he and your sister have completely fallen out. Lin Feng said slowly.
Completely broken up? Not exactly. I just refuse to compromise anymore.
That woman, no matter how good I am to her, it's useless. If you can get her here, I'll tie her up and take her away myself.
A lecherous grin spread across Huang Yaoyang's lips. You dare? Zhuang Yanqing retorted immediately. You have no regard for the law. What's there to be afraid of? Don't believe me? Try me. Huang Yaoyang wore a completely unconcerned expression.
Zhuang Yanqing fell deep in thought. While Lu Lingmei possessed some fighting prowess, facing 7 or 8 burly men like these would surely overwhelm her.
In the end, she might very well be captured. A man like Huang Yaoyang truly had no limits. Once he went mad, he was capable of anything. She couldn't let Lu Lingmei come to harm. Scared? Good. I'm not afraid of Lu Lingmei. I just don't want to make things awkward for either of us. If you think she can threaten me, well, you couldn't be more wrong.
Huang Yaoyang shot Zhuang Yanqing a look of contempt.
What exactly do you want? Zhuang Yanqing couldn't help but ask. You came looking for me, didn't you?
Lin Feng said calmly.
Panic was useless.
Whether facing a few people earlier or several more now, it made no difference. None of them posed a threat worth fighting. He was merely a healer, not some divine warrior healer who could effortlessly crush dozens with just a silver needle in hand. To put it bluntly, even a single opponent from the other side would be enough to handle him. That said, he wasn't completely incapable of fighting. One-on-one against Huang Yaoyang, his odds of winning were still quite high. Quite right. Seems you're not entirely stupid after all. But I warned you clearly before, why wouldn't you listen? Tired of living too long? Huang Yaoyang watched Lin Feng with keen interest, as if sizing up prey. Did he offend you? Zhuang Yanqin asked, puzzled. Lin Feng had only been invited to treat Xiao Zhao's illness, and Huang Yaoyang had also arranged numerous doctors for Lu Lengmei all for Xiao Zhao's treatment. Logically, there should be no conflict of interest between them. Even if Huang Yaoyang discovered Lin Feng had been expelled from the People's Hospital, it shouldn't warrant such intense targeting. My appearance ruined someone's plans to go abroad. Right? Lin Feng stated. Beyond that, he couldn't fathom why Huang Yaoyang would single him out. Sometimes, being too clever isn't necessarily a good thing, Huang Yaoyang said, his facial muscles twitching slightly, a hint of anger in his eyes. If Long Mei had gone abroad with you, who knows what she would have endured. You're truly heartless and ruthless. Zhuang Yanqin clenched her fists, her voice cold. If she could have beaten him, she would have struck him down already. This kind of scum deserved a thorough beating. Lu Lengmei had accepted the offer to go abroad only because her minor illness left her with no other options. She never imagined she'd fall into this monster's trap. You talk too much. What happens between her and me is none of your damn business. You think I won't smash your mouth shut? Huang Yaoyang shot her a cold glance, his tone dripping with menace. You're after me, not her. I'll stay if you let her go. Deal? Lin Feng said slowly. Absolutely not. Who do you think you are? Trying to boss me around? Huang Yaoyang sneered coldly. Or else what? You still plan to lay a finger on her? Forget that she's a woman who can't take a beating. If you actually kill her, you know exactly what'll happen to you. Besides, you know full well what her relationship with Lu Lengmei is. If she suffers even the slightest harm, Lu Lengmei won't let you off. You might not fear her, but you'll be in deep trouble, won't you? And I'm not exactly close with Lu Lengmei. Even if you keep targeting me, she won't lift a finger to help me, Lin Feng analyzed calmly. Sounds somewhat reasonable. But you're still worrying about yourself and you have time to worry about others? How ridiculous. Huang Yaoyang shot Lin Feng a contemptuous look. Honestly, I couldn't care less, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Hope you can still talk like that when your head hits the floor. Crossing me never ends well. A smug grin spread across Huang Yaoyang's lips. He then pointed toward the wall beside them and ordered Zhuang Yanqin, stand over there. No. Zhuang Yanqin refused outright. You go over there yourself, or do I have someone carry you? Or should I do it myself? Don't blame me if you get taken advantage of later. Huang Yaoyang spoke, making grabbing motions in the air with his hands, a lecherous grin on his face. Zhuang Yanqin frowned, glancing at Lin Feng. After receiving his nod of approval, she slowly walked over. I might not lay a finger on you. But letting you go to get help? That's impossible. Think I'm stupid? Chapter 66, almost there. Huang Yaoyang genuinely had no intention of harming Zhuang Yanqin, and Lin Feng's reasoning was entirely accurate. First and foremost, his relationship with Lu Lengmei was already strained enough. He didn't want Zhuang Yanqin to become the catalyst for them severing all ties forever. Even if they did turn against each other, Lu Lengmei was his future woman. He absolutely refused to be hated by the woman he intended to marry. It would be like keeping a ticking time bomb by his side. Of course, another reason was that women were simply too fragile, especially beautiful women like Zhuang Yanqin. Even the slightest injury was impossible to conceal. Just let Zhuang Yanqin go? That risked her calling the police or seeking Lu Lengmei's help. Even if it took time, it would ruin his fun. Since he decided to play this game, he intended to toy with this self-important doctor until she was half dead. Otherwise, bringing all these people along would be a complete waste. If you dare lay a finger on him, you won't escape either, Zhuang Yanqin warned. It was clear this wasn't the first time he'd pulled this stunt. He had experience. If she couldn't leave, she couldn't save Lin Feng. Facing so many alone, Lin Feng would likely be beaten to a pulp. Ha! If I dare do it, it proves I've considered every consequence. But it's you. If not for you, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Huang Yaoyang let out a mocking laugh. Let him go, and I'll agree to anything you ask, Zhuang Yanqin offered. Is that so? Does that include spending the night with me? Huang Yaoyang licked his lips, his smile turning utterly lecherous. Compared to Lu Lengmei, Zhuang Yanqin was no less stunning in both looks and figure, though she lacked a certain mature allure. If forced to choose, he would still pick Lu Lengmei. Of course, if he could have Zhuang Yanqin, he wouldn't refuse. Seriously, who could resist? Disgusting. How could you even think such vile thoughts? Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Before, she merely disliked this man, but now she felt nothing but utter disgust. This sort of person was utterly revolting. If Lu Lengmei ended up with someone like him, that would be the greatest tragedy of her life.
Ask any man here who doesn't think that way. If they don't, they're abnormal. Fine, you clearly don't want to contribute either, so stop whining. This is utterly pointless. Huang Yaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Can we begin now?
Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up.
Oh?
You don't seem the least bit afraid, Huang Yaoyang remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Most people would have their legs go weak seeing this lineup, yet this fellow was actually urging them on. Urging others on was understandable, but urging someone to beat him up? That was a first. Was he genuinely fearless, or just putting on a show? What good would fear do? It's bound to happen sooner or later. Let's not waste time. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently.
What's that supposed to mean? Have you trained? Huang Yaoyang asked.
To remain this composed now, he must have some real backing.
He checked Lin Feng's background, just an ordinary healer with near zero combat ability.
Any one of the burly men he'd hired could easily knock him down, leaving him no chance to fight back. But the other guy's fearlessness was starting to get under his skin.
No training, Lin Feng shook his head. Then where the hell does your confidence come from? Why don't you get down on your knees and beg me? Maybe I'll tell them to go easy on you. Huang Yaoyang sneered. Would you? Lin Feng asked. Hard to say. If you bow low enough and sweet talk me right, maybe I'll take pleasure in it. Instead of crippling both your legs, I might just cripple one. Wouldn't that be a win for you? Huang Yaoyang's face wore a contemptuous grin. This wasn't his first time beating someone up.
In the past, he'd always seen fear in their eyes, heard their pleas, witnessed their head-butting. Nothing was too much.
His sense of satisfaction would skyrocket. But now, this guy wasn't afraid.
Naturally, he had to apply some pressure. Stomping on the man's face, lashing his body mercilessly, that was how you truly taught someone a lesson.
Otherwise, it just wouldn't feel satisfying enough. Forget it.
I'm a stiff-necked sort, not easily bent, Lin Feng shrugged.
I've seen plenty of stubborn types before. Truth is, it's not about stubbornness at all. It's just that they haven't truly felt pain yet. Once they experience real pain, their resolve will crumble. Are you sure you've thought this through? The harder your resolve, the harder the beating. Huang Yaoyang sneered. Could it be that you're the one who hasn't seen the world?
Lin Feng countered.
Ha? Still mocking me at a time like this? Do you really think my guys are just sitting around doing nothing? Huang Yaoyang sneered coldly, fire already blazing in his eyes. Why bother with others? How about one-on-one? You got the guts?
Lin Feng pressed his advantage.
Huang Yaoyang burst out laughing, shaking his head. Me fight you? Why would I? Am I crazy? Any random guy could take you down, why would I need to do it myself? This whole provocation just for this? He seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intent in an instant. But he absolutely wouldn't fall for it.
Even if he believed he wouldn't lose to Lin Feng, he wouldn't risk it.
It simply wasn't worth it.
Maybe in the end, it'll prove you really are crazy, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Huang Yaoyang gave a cold, sinister laugh, pointing at Lin Feng as he addressed several burly men. Who among you wants to step up and tear this bastard's mouth to shreds? I want him lying on the ground, unable to get up, within 5 seconds. Since the other side had provoked him so blatantly, he would certainly retaliate. But only after the man was beaten to the ground and utterly incapacitated would he feel free to trample him without restraint. The burly men exchanged glances, seemingly unwilling to step forward. It wasn't that they were afraid, but rather that they found it pointless. Judging by his physique, Lin Feng was less than half their size. They weren't even in the same league. Even if they succeeded, it wouldn't be something to brag about. Huang Yaoyang might have no scruples, but they certainly did. Seeing this, Huang Yaoyang raised his right hand and held up one finger, a clear signal to pay up.
When money was involved, principles became utterly irrelevant. Instantly, someone else stepped forward. Huang Yaoyang rolled his eyes and waved his hand, signaling for them to get moving. The man flexed his hands, let out a low growl, and charged at Lin Feng. Without warning, he swung a punch. A fist as big as a sandbag, carrying terrifying force, slammed toward Lin Feng. Without exaggeration, that punch landing on Lin Feng would send him flying several meters away in an instant.
Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Everything before his eyes gradually blurred.
Chapter 67, One-Hit Kill.
Lin Feng appeared within his consciousness. A robot materialized before his eyes, identical in height and build to the burly man who had attacked him.
In the next instant, the robot swung a punch.
The fist, as large as a clay pot, carried terrifying force, identical to the real-world punch, slamming viciously into his body. His entire body was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. He slid several meters before finally coming to a halt. He let out a helpless, bitter laugh. This was the scene that would unfold when he was caught off guard. Within the sea of consciousness, he was merely a phantom, so he felt no physical pain. Yet the sheer impact allowed him to roughly gauge the extent of the damage. He had to admit they were simply not on the same level of power. But he couldn't concede defeat just yet. He had previously known that the Sea of Consciousness could simulate traditional Chinese medicine, but now it could even simulate combat. That meant he had countless opportunities to learn from mistakes.
until he could block this punch.
Without hesitation, he plunged into the attempt.
Once, failed. Second attempt, failure. 50 times, failed.
After so many attempts, he felt a bit discouraged. With his current physical condition and reaction speed, he simply couldn't block this punch head-on. And during the process of trying, his strength and speed wouldn't improve much.
It was all just mindless repetition.
The robot across from him would mechanically swing a punch whenever he approached, showing no variation whatsoever, nor any emotion.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since continuing this way was practically impossible, could he abandon the idea of blocking it head-on? And instead, launch a counterattack? Even if he could block it, the result would only be that the opponent's attack was ineffective, and there would be another attack next time. He'd have to simulate it all over again. He had no idea how long it would take to end this. Though the time in his consciousness might be extremely brief in reality, he had experienced all of it. Facing an opponent stronger than himself, any counterattack must be a one-hit kill. Because the opponent wouldn't grant a second chance. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. At first, the opponent would surely be dismissive, but if the first strike failed to finish him, they would inevitably take him seriously. Achieving an instant kill while the opponent is fully alert would be harder than climbing to the heavens. The real challenge lies in how to deliver a fatal blow with your own strength. The answer is simple: strike at their weak points.
Even those who have mastered martial arts to the utmost have vulnerable spots on their bodies. As a healer, he understood the body's fatal points all too well.
The challenge lay in how to strike them simply and effectively.
With a clear direction now established, he began his attempts anew. Failure still came hundreds of times over, yet he felt no discouragement, for he seemed to glimpse hope. This was undoubtedly the right path. After enduring hundreds of failures, he finally achieved one success.
But a single success was far from enough. He had to become proficient enough. Only then could accidents be avoided.
Remember, in reality, there's no chance to try again after failing. Once his fist connects, you're essentially out of the fight.
Given Huang Yaoyan's ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly trample him without mercy.
After countless attempts, he only stopped when his success rate reached over 90%.
Achieving a 100% success rate was unlikely, at least not with his current physical condition.
It seemed that after this incident, he really needed to start training his body properly. Otherwise, when it mattered most, he wouldn't be able to deliver. With a flick of his thoughts, the phantom vanished into the sea of consciousness. The real scene appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Fists rapidly closed in, and he could almost feel the wind slashing through the air as they approached.
Without a moment's hesitation, his body dropped swiftly. Even the slightest delay would have left him caught in the punch's wake.
The fist whizzed past, grazing his hair. Simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a vicious kick straight at the opponent's vital point between the legs. This was his only chance.
It was the culmination of countless attempts. The strike that could inflict maximum damage.
If it connected, the opponent would never rise again, let alone retain any fighting ability. The burly man swung his fist into thin air. Before he could process what was happening, a terrifying chill swept through his lower body.
A piercing scream erupted.
The burly man toppled like a statue, losing its pedestal, crashing straight to the ground. His hands clutched his vital area as his body convulsed uncontrollably, resembling someone suffering from epilepsy.
Dead silence fell around them.
It felt as though time itself had frozen in that moment. Everyone across from him stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world.
Huang Yaoyan was utterly frozen in shock. He had sent a burly man to deal with Lin Feng, expecting it to be like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. He never imagined Lin Feng could pull off a counter-kill. And he'd done it with just one move.
Watching the burly man writhing on the ground, he had reason to suspect the other was faking it.
But he also understood who would willingly make such a fool of themselves. So that was why the guy had been so cocky?
Thankfully, he'd been smart enough not to go one-on-one with this guy.
Otherwise, he'd probably be the one lying on the ground now.
Zhuang Yanqing watched that fist hurtle toward Lin Feng, her heart pounding in her throat. She wanted to shout for him to stop or rush to help, but she couldn't do either. She even closed her eyes, unable to bear watching. It was indeed because of her that Lin Feng had been dragged into this mess, yet she was powerless to protect him. Hearing the agonized scream which didn't sound like Lin Feng, she finally dared to open her eyes. She saw Lin Feng standing tall while the burly man lay on the ground wailing in pain. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Was he really that formidable? How on earth had he taken down a burly man twice his size? She desperately wanted to know what had just happened. Didn't you say you'd never trained before? Huang Yaoyang demanded. If I really had trained, it wouldn't have taken this much effort, Lin Feng shrugged slightly. What he meant was that with even a little more strength and speed as a foundation, he wouldn't have had to make so many attempts in his consciousness sea.
But to Huang Yaoyang, those words sounded like pure humiliation. Knocking down a burly man with a single swing was considered difficult? What would it look like if it weren't difficult? A casual flick of the wrist and several people end up on the ground? Was this some kind of movie scene? Aren't you being a bit too cocky?
Huang Yaoyang gritted his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered.
This ends here. Take your men and leave.
I'll pretend nothing happened, Lin Feng said slowly.
Chapter 68, Agony Beyond Endurance.
Lin Feng now radiated confidence, a stark contrast to his previous surface calm. He now understood that during combat, he could enter his consciousness sea to simulate scenarios and find a one-hit kill method.
Of course, if his opponents attacked en masse, that would indeed be troublesome. But it wasn't entirely impossible to escape unscathed. It might just be a bit messy. He didn't want to get himself into such a messy situation, so making his opponents back down was the best outcome. Do you think that's possible? I'm telling you, if I say I'm crippling you today, you won't be standing by the end of it. Huang Yaoyang refused without hesitation. Retreating now would be admitting defeat. How could he ever hold his head high again in front of Lu Lingmei and Zhuang Yanqin? Forget looking down on himself, even the muscleheads he brought along would despise him. Besides, Lin Feng was only marginally skilled. With this many men on his side, what was there to fear? Even if they wore him down one by one, they'd grind him to dust. Losing to some random guy who popped out of nowhere? Absolutely impossible. Why bother? Leave now and you can save face. Wait any longer and you'll have nothing left.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
Enough with the nonsense. Huang Yaoyang rolled his eyes, then turned to the burly men.
I don't care how many of you go up against him or how you fight. I only care about the result. Without a word, the burly men swarmed forward, sealing off every escape route around Lin Feng. Two of them stepped forward to launch probing attacks. Although Lin Feng knocked one of them down, deep down, he didn't think he was particularly formidable. The first guy had probably been too cocky facing Lin Feng, which is why he got caught off guard. Their strategy in the ensuing fight was to prevent any further sneak attacks from Lin Feng. Attacking all at once was out of the question. Not only would it create chaos, but it was also unnecessary. During combat, they will strike without hesitation when the right opportunity arises. Their objective was simple, to incapacitate their opponent. Facing their combined assault, Lin Feng naturally felt the pressure. He shifted his stance slightly, creating a small gap between himself and the two attackers. One of them initiated the attack first. Lin Feng's strategy remained unchanged: evade the attacks, then deliver a fatal strike. Of course, he had rehearsed this countless times in his mind's eye. It was more difficult than when facing one opponent at a time, because after dealing with one, he would immediately have to confront the second. One strike, one hit. Facing his comrade crashing to the ground, the attacker froze for an instant, a mere fraction of a second that left him no chance to counter. Hit. A piercing scream. Like the first man, these two had been struck in their most vulnerable spots. In 4 words, agony beyond endurance. The others, who had been surrounding them without attacking, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Seeing it from a slight distance earlier was nothing like witnessing it up close. As a normal man, one might not fully empathize with others' injuries. But when it came to this particular area, it truly made one gasp in horror. After all, at best it could affect fertility, at worst, it could lead to paralysis and confinement to bed. No one would ever wish such a calamity upon themselves. Truthfully, the look in their eyes toward Lin Feng had shifted completely from utter contempt to something akin to seeing a demon. They were scared. Yes, they were terrified. Even if they swarmed him now, they could likely knock Lin Feng to the ground. But the price they'd have to pay? They dared not pay it. Who could guarantee that kick wouldn't land squarely on their own vulnerable spot? For a mere sum of money, it simply wasn't worth it. Most things in this world boil down to whether it's worth it or not. Once they decide it's not worth it, no amount of persuasion will change their minds. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you all attacking together? Do you want to get taken down one by one? Huang Yaoyang desperately wanted to curse at them, but the words died on his lips. Instead, he let out a furious roar. They could have attacked together, yet insisted on sending 2 men forward, effectively handing the enemy an opportunity to pick them off one by one. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Their sheer numbers alone were enough to overwhelm the enemy. This time, Zhuang Yanqin didn't close her eyes. She stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. She had to admit, Lin Feng's fighting style was indeed underhanded, but it was incredibly effective. A single strike was all it took to render the opponent incapable of further combat. Even if the enemy still held the numerical advantage, one less opponent meant one less problem. Their odds of victory naturally increased. Hearing Huang Yaoyang's shouts, she wanted to rush over and kick the guy a few times. Lin Feng's face showed no trace of smugness. Even though he'd already taken out 3 opponents, a bigger challenge lay ahead. His opponents showed no sign of contempt. Taking down any one of them would likely come at a significant cost. The men surrounding him remained motionless, and he naturally didn't initiate an attack either. The odds were too low. What the hell am I doing with you useless pieces of trash? Seeing the burly men hold back, Huang Yaoyang's frustration boiled over. He couldn't hold back the curse words anymore and let them fly. If you're so tough, come at us yourself, one of the burly men retorted before turning on his heel and striding away. As he departed, the others followed suit one by one. No matter how Huang Yaoyang cursed or yelled, not a single one paused.
Some even broke into a jog.
The scene was left with only 3 burly men lying on the ground and a furious Huang Yaoyang. Lin Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief. He didn't quite understand why the group of burly men had suddenly retreated, but it was definitely a good thing. It meant the trouble was over. It had been a close call, but he'd managed to turn danger into safety.
You, what are you doing? Huang Yaoyang panicked slightly as Lin Feng approached.
He had underestimated Lin Feng earlier, but the facts proved that even when facing 2 opponents, Lin Feng hadn't suffered any disadvantage.
Now, facing him alone, he likely wouldn't even have a chance to fight back.
What terrified him most was that all 3 men who had been knocked down had been struck in the exact same spot. In that instant, he suddenly understood why the remaining burly man, who clearly had a chance to win, had chosen to flee instead. The reason was simple: they refused to risk their own vulnerable spots.
If that thing got ruined, their whole life would be ruined. What use were money or status if you couldn't even be a man? Now, isn't it time you admitted you're truly insane?
Lin Feng said with a smile.
If you dare touch me, you won't be able to handle the consequences.
Huang Yaoyang involuntarily took a few steps back, trying to put distance between himself and Lin Feng, a chill creeping up his lower body.
Is that so? Do you think I care?
Lin Feng replied indifferently.
Let me go.
From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way.
Huang Yaoyang finally backed down. Threats, it seemed, were truly useless. Chapter 69, No Choice. No conflict? Easy for you to say. If you weren't in such a predicament, would you be willing to say that? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but sneer. Huang Yaoyang's face darkened.
The feeling of being at someone else's mercy was truly unbearable, yet even the courage to fight back had deserted him. Before him stood the god of death who had struck precisely at his most vulnerable spot.
He certainly didn't want to end up like the guy lying on the ground. Tell me, Huang Yaoyang asked, what would it take for you to let me go? What did he say earlier? Good headbutting, sweet talk. If it sounds good enough, maybe I'll let you off.
Lin Feng replied slowly.
With someone like Huang Yaoyang, you had to fight fire with fire. You, don't push it too far. Huang Yaoyang gritted his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust.
He never dreamed his own words to Lin Feng would now come back to haunt him. Others had always been the ones begging for mercy at his feet. He had never done such a thing.
Didn't you say it yourself? Is it too much when it's directed at you? Actually, refusing is fine too.
Lin Feng glanced toward the burly man lying on the ground as he spoke. If I do this, you have to promise not to touch me.
Huang Yaoyang blurted out.
He had originally planned to break both legs, but now it was reduced to one. When it came to himself, that was clearly unacceptable. Bowing his head in apology or even kowtowing, he could consider it all, as long as the other party promised not to touch him. Can't guarantee that, Lin Feng replied without hesitation.
Then why should I do as you say? Huang Yaoyang retorted.
Because, you have no other choice, Lin Feng stated, enunciating each word deliberately.
Huang Yaoyang's expression darkened.
For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After all, when he had made that demand, he had counted on Lin Feng having no other choice. My patience is limited, Lin Feng said, flexing his right foot as he spoke.
Huang Yaoyang swallowed hard, his legs trembling involuntarily. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. The speed of that kick had overwhelmed even those 3 men. How could he possibly withstand it?
If he suffered a severe injury, even the most relentless revenge afterward would be futile. The damage to that thing was irreversible.
Thud. Ultimately, he couldn't withstand the immense pressure and dropped to his knees on the ground. I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have crossed you.
I promise, I'll never oppose you again.
Huang Yaoyang naturally had to speak softly, regardless of whether he truly meant those words or not.
But he had no choice. Once you're on your knees, what else is there to care about? Lin Feng's foot appeared before Huang Yaoyang's legs. Don't hit me. Please, spare me. Huang Yaoyang began banging his head on the ground.
His head struck the ground with a thudding sound. It hurt, of course it hurt, but compared to the pain of something else shattering inside him, it was nothing.
After countless bumps, his forehead went numb.
Only then did he snap back to reality, realizing Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin had already left. He wiped his forehead, staining his hand crimson. He slumped down onto the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. But soon, his teeth clenched again in fury. He was certain Lin Feng had deliberately placed his foot there just to scare him. This humiliation was impossible to swallow. He would get revenge. 10-fold, 100-fold. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin sat side by side on the way back. I never imagined you were so skilled, Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but say. No wonder you weren't afraid at all. Truthfully, I didn't expect it either, Lin Feng replied with a helpless smile. Had he not experienced it firsthand, how could he have known that the Sea of Consciousness could perform such calculations? Perhaps medical simulations were only the beginning. The future might hold even more surprises. Huh? Zhuang Yanxin looked slightly surprised. What I mean is, I never expected they'd all end up running away, Lin Feng explained casually. The concept of the sea of consciousness was difficult to explain, and he had no intention of sharing it with others just yet, not even those he knew well. Besides, he and Zhuang Yanxin weren't particularly close. They got scared. Fighting for that kind of guy just wasn't worth it, Zhuang Yanxin said with a laugh. Maybe, Lin Feng replied without elaborating. Looks like I misjudged him earlier. His appearance definitely wasn't a coincidence. We absolutely must tell Long Mei about this. Zhuang Yanxin's expression turned serious. Huan Yaoyang had dared to attack Lin Feng in front of her. That meant this man no longer cared much about Lu Lingmei. Most crucially, Lu Lingmei needed to understand that this man was truly capable of anything. This time, it's probably more than just a coincidence. Lin Feng said slowly. What do you mean? Have you already drawn some conclusion? Zhuang Yanxin asked urgently. Remember how we entered the residential complex earlier? Lin Feng didn't answer her question directly. I went in first and waited for you downstairs. What's wrong? Zhuang Yanxin asked. I originally planned to sneak in another way, but a large group happened to be entering, so I followed them in, Lin Feng explained. So you deliberately entered the compound before and after me? Zhuang Yanxin instantly grasped the crucial point. Yes. I wanted to confirm whether your friend's visitor was someone the security guard had informed him about, Lin Feng nodded. Huan Yaoyang had people stationed at several gates, specifically targeting you. That means he knew you were coming. How did he find out? Could he have installed surveillance at home? Zhuang Yanxin frowned, deep in thought. It's not impossible, but the risk is too high. It'd be easy to get caught, Lin Feng replied. Lang Mei would definitely be cautious about that. What other possibilities are there? Zhuang Yanxin asked, her chin resting in her hand. The simplest solution is to hand over the surveillance matter to someone else, Lin Feng stated calmly. Someone? You mean he's hiding someone in Lang Mei's house? How is that possible? That's even riskier than installing cameras. Besides, we're not blind. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head immediately. Why hide them? The most ingenious method is not to hide them at all. But you won't be able to find them, Lin Feng said, narrowing his eyes slightly. What on earth are you talking about? Zhuang Yanxin felt completely lost, unable to grasp what Lin Feng was trying to convey. Hiding makes it easy to discover, so you don't hide. But you'd never even think to look in that direction. Lin Feng explained. Who exactly are you talking about? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Count again the people who were present both times. It's just you, me, Long Mei, and Xiao Xiao. The three of us are absolutely impossible. Then there's... Zhuang Yanxin stopped abruptly, staring at Lin Feng with astonishment. You mean Aunt Lu, the housekeeper? Chapter 70, Second Consultation. After reaching her conclusion, Zhuang Yanxin immediately shook her head in denial. She's unlikely. She's got nothing to do with that guy. Why would she work for him? For the money, of course. Doesn't that make sense? Lin Feng countered. I still don't buy it. Aunt Lu has been with us for a year or two. If she were really an undercover agent, it would be. Zhuang Yanxin began. She might not be an undercover agent. Perhaps she's just a messenger, Lin Feng suggested. Do you have any other evidence? Zhuang Yanxin asked. No. Lin Feng shook his head slowly. That's all I can say. Whether you believe it or whether your friend believes it, that's beyond my control. Fine. I'll warn her. I'll also tell her about today's events. People like Huang Yaoyang? The farther away, the better. Zhuang Yanxin nodded. This was a conclusion Lin Feng had reached earlier, and now it had gained further corroboration. Whether true or not, it couldn't hurt to warn Lu Lingmei to be cautious. If you don't mind, you could stay at the clinic tonight. Living in the living room all the time isn't really a long-term solution, Zhuang Yanxin suggested. You're trying to use me as security, aren't you? Lin Feng instantly saw through Zhuang Yanxin's intention. After seeing him take down that burly man, she immediately suggested this, clearly wanting him to handle the clinic's security at night. It's just a suggestion. If you don't want to, forget it. But you absolutely cannot keep sleeping in the living room. Got it? Zhuang Yanxin said sternly. Every time he got up to use the bathroom at night, he'd get startled by Lin Feng lying in the living room. It jolted her awake, making it hard to fall back asleep. Therefore, for her, Lin Feng sleeping in the living room was practically synonymous with her poor sleep. Security it is then. Saves me the back and forth. Lin Feng nodded in acceptance. The clinic had a bed. Though the mattress was hard, it was far better than sleeping on the sofa. Most importantly, it was convenient. Back when he worked at the hospital, he'd often wished he could live there, but he wasn't exactly popular and couldn't get approved for hospital housing. Now, being able to live where he worked was actually pretty great. He'd never been overly concerned about living conditions anyway. After this, I'll lay down 3 ground rules. You must follow them. Zhuang Yanxin added. After returning home and having dinner, he didn't stay in the living room that night but went back to his rented apartment. Now that he had a place to stay, he needed to pack up his things. Anything he could easily move would be brought over the next day. He didn't have much to begin with, just books, basic daily necessities, and bedding. He deepened back several times so he could move everything out completely. After roughly sorting his belongings, he sat on the bed, surveying the entire space, feeling a bit sentimental. After discovering the Sea of Consciousness and meeting Feng Tianrui, he had believed his career at the hospital would flourish. Little did he expect that the time would come when he would have to leave.
Life's circumstances are truly unpredictable.
Truthfully, if I could return to the traditional Chinese medicine department, the compensation would undoubtedly be vastly different from before. At the very least, I could secure many benefits.
But ultimately, I still don't want to. Rather than engage in political maneuvering with others, I'd much prefer a place dedicated purely to healing patients. Without avenues for advancement, there's nothing to compete over. And no other people either.
The next day, I moved some daily necessities to the clinic and placed them in an inconspicuous corner. Zhuang Yanxin hadn't laid down any strict rules yet, but I was absolutely certain she'd insist on things being neatly arranged. Judging by how tidy the clinic looked now, it was clear this young lady had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. If there was one area where the clinic improved under her compared to when Zhuang Ziyuan ran it, it was undoubtedly hygiene. It wasn't that Zhuang Ziyuan was untidy, it was just that, being a man, he wasn't as meticulous.
Most of the time, Shi Qiaoyun handled cleaning the corners.
After tidying up, Lin Feng headed straight to his master's house both to scrounge a breakfast and because today was the second follow-up consultation. In truth, over the past few days, it was clear his master's recovery was progressing well. His left limbs were gradually regaining strength and his speech was becoming slightly clearer. Lin Feng still had Zhuang Yanxin take the pulse first.
The pulse is suspended and slippery. The tongue coating is thick and yellow, with a grayish-black center. Dampness and turbidity are significant. Zhuang Yanxin reported. Correct. Zhuang Ziyuan nodded in approval. How should we adjust the formula? Lin Feng inquired.
I wouldn't dare say, Zhuang Yanxin shook her head.
What's there to be afraid of? We're family. Even if you're wrong, it won't matter. Lin Feng said. Oh, just say it yourself. Why make me do it? Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. How can you talk like that? Isn't this exactly teaching you? Shi Qiaoyun shot Zhuang Yanxin a look. Who needs him to teach me?
Zhuang Yanxin muttered under her breath. Perhaps realizing she had indeed learned from Lin Feng, she added, besides, this isn't how you teach. And his prescription might not even work. Although he had seen some improvement in his father, to be honest, he didn't hold much hope for the final outcome. After a stroke, cases where someone fully recovered to their previous state were as rare as hen's teeth.
Your dad seems to be doing well after taking the medicine, right? It must be working.
I believe he'll definitely be able to walk again eventually, Shi Qiaoyun said. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Zhuang Yanxin felt compelled to pour cold water on the optimism.
Oof. Shi Qiaoyun frowned. Fine, I won't say more.
But stop beating around the bush. If you're changing the prescription, just do it.
Once it's adjusted, I'll rush over to prepare the medicine.
Zhuang Yanxin didn't want to argue and urged her.
Remove earthworm and magnolia bark from the original formula.
Add 10 grams of patchouli and 10 grams of peplana, Lin Feng instructed.
Then I'll head to the clinic now. Zhuang Yanxin stood up and walked straight out the door. This kid, really? I'll go after her and get the medicine back. You stay and chat with your master for a bit. Shi Qiaoyun shook her head helplessly. Got it.
Lin Feng nodded promptly. After Shi Qiaoyun left, only Lin Feng and Zhuang Ziyuan remained.
How's the clinic? You really don't plan on going back? Zhuang Ziyuan asked.
Though speaking was difficult, he still made an effort every day, determined not to let his mouth go rusty. I've decided to stay, Lin Feng replied earnestly. But you're only suspended from the hospital, not fired.
Isn't it a shame to give up something you worked so hard to get? Zhuang Ziyuan tried one last time to persuade him.
The suspension has been lifted. And they even came to my door to invite me back, Lin Feng said.
Then what are you hesitating about? Zhuang Ziyuan asked, clearly puzzled. Though he didn't want to admit it, staying at the clinic offered little promise for advancement, at least not for someone like Lin Feng. No hesitation.
I turned them down flat. I'm focused on getting the clinic up and running first, Lin Feng replied.
Be honest, do you have designs on my daughter? Zhuang Ziyuan asked, his expression turning stern. Chapter 71, Alone is fine. Zhuang Ziyuan's sudden accusation caught Lin Feng off guard. He gave a wry smile. Master, you're overthinking this.
I truly have no such intentions.
Don't lie to me.
We can discuss other matters, but this one is off limits.
Zhuang Ziyuan said sternly. I'm not considering that sort of thing right now.
Besides, your daughter probably wouldn't be interested in me anyway, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Don't put yourself down. Among the younger generation, you're quite outstanding.
It's just that you're still quite a distance from my daughter's ideal type, Zhuang Ziyuan replied. On one hand, he didn't want Lin Feng to belittle himself too much. On the other, he had to make it clear that Lin Feng shouldn't entertain unrealistic expectations. Alright, I understand, Lin Feng nodded.
Don't you want to know what her ideal type is like? Zhuang Ziyuan couldn't help asking.
No, I have zero interest, Lin Feng replied. And just like that, the conversation died. Zhuang Ziyuan's face twitched slightly as he sighed helplessly. You kid, you're not exactly young anymore. If you're not considering marriage, you should at least think about dating. Aren't you afraid of ending up alone? What's meant to happen will happen. What's not meant to be can't be forced. If I really do end up alone, that's just fate, Lin Feng said slowly. I often feel like there's an old man living inside you. You completely lack the temperament of a young person. I don't know if you're putting on an act or if this is just who you are. Zhuang Ziyuan remarked. Lin Feng merely smiled, offering no reply. I'm leaving the clinic matters to you. If you can teach her more about the business, do so. It's good for her to become independent sooner rather than later, Zhuang Ziyuan said. I will, Lin Feng nodded. Let me reiterate, keep things professional. No romantic entanglements. Zhuang Ziyuan emphasized once more. Master, have you never heard of love blossoming over time? Some things might be beyond one's control. What if? Lin Feng ventured. You dare? She's my only precious daughter. She's absolutely not going to end up with you. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, don't call me master anymore. Zhuang Ziyuan rolled his eyes. Well, if it really happened, then I definitely couldn't call you master, Lin Feng teased. Fire seemed to flare in Zhuang Ziyuan's eyes. If his body allowed it, he would have leaped up to punch Lin Feng. Just kidding. I won't be staying here too long, maybe a year or so. Or, once she can stand on her own 2 feet, I'll be on my way. Lin Feng hastily explained. Where are you going? Zhuang Ziyuan asked. Wherever I need to go. It's too early to talk about that now. We'll see later, Lin Feng said with a smile. A year or two, neither long nor short. For now, he preferred not to dwell on distant plans. The two chatted for a while longer. When Shi Qiaoyun returned with the medicine, Lin Feng got up and headed to the clinic. What did Lin Feng mean by that? Shi Qiaoyun asked Zhuang Ziyuan. He doesn't mean it that way, Zhuang Ziyuan shook his head, feeling a bit uneasy inside. He and his wife had discussed it, agreeing to separately ask their daughter and Lin Feng about their intentions. But what he'd actually done was tell Lin Feng not to entertain such thoughts. If his wife found out about this, wouldn't she be furious? Our daughter doesn't seem to either. Lin Feng is such a wonderful young man, 1,000 times better than her previous boyfriend. I just don't understand what she's thinking. Shi Qiaoyun sighed helplessly. Her initial enthusiasm had been dashed, as if she'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. It turned out neither party had any romantic interest, she'd simply been projecting her own hopes onto them. Everyone has their own thoughts. Our daughter is grown now, she should make her own decisions about many things, Zhuang Ziyuan quickly interjected. Well then, he should have brought me a good one. If she had that kind of capability, I wouldn't say another word. Shi Qiaoyun began to nag. Zhuang Ziyuan had long grown accustomed to such nagging. He didn't bother responding, listening was enough. In the past, he could have avoided it, but now there was no escaping it. After arriving at the clinic, Lin Feng sat down in a chair and began reading. Suddenly, he noticed Zhuang Yanxin seemed to be watching him, her gaze distinctly furtive. If you have something to say, just say it, Lin Feng remarked. Did you say something to my mom? Zhuang Yanxin asked. What exactly do you mean? Lin Feng countered, confused. It's just, never mind. It probably doesn't concern you anyway, Zhuang Yanxin said. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Feng was completely confused. For now, I'm taking a wait-and-see approach to romantic matters. And honestly, I think being single is pretty great. Zhuang Yanxin paused before speaking. Oh. Lin Feng finally grasped the meaning. So the old couple had separately questioned him and Zhuang Yanxin to gauge their feelings toward each other. From Zhuang Yanxin's perspective, she'd probably thought she'd hinted something to his master's wife, which was why she'd asked those questions. But even if something were to happen, it couldn't happen so quickly. Of course, a heads up wouldn't hurt. I need to set some ground rules with you now. Zhuang Yanxin didn't want to continue this topic. But before she could speak, patients began arriving at the door 3 or 4 in quick succession, even forming a line. But they were all minor ailments, so Lin Feng naturally handed the opportunity over to Zhuang Yanxin. The more practice she got, the more experience she'd accumulate, bringing her closer to being fully independent. There were still minor issues with the prescriptions, though. Truthfully, without the simulations from her consciousness C, it was difficult to determine the most suitable formula. The prescriptions Zhuang Yanxin wrote weren't optimal, but they were still quite effective, though the treatment duration would need to be slightly extended. Of course, with a superior formula available, and out of responsibility to the patient, he felt compelled to speak up. What surprised him was that Zhuang Yanxin showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she listened attentively to his analysis. That was truly remarkable. He recalled a time at the hospital when he pointed out issues with someone else's prescription. Though he phrased it delicately, he was met with a cold stare and cut off before he could finish. Such incidents had even earned him resentment. Compared to Zhuang Yanxin, it was like heaven and earth. When one teaches sincerely and the other learns earnestly, progress comes naturally. But when one party wants to teach, and the other feels you're just nitpicking. Or if the learner thinks, who do you think you are to teach me, how could there be any progress? After finishing with the patients in line, Zhuang Yanxin pulled out her notebook and began taking notes with great concentration. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. This was precisely the level of dedication required for professional matters. Before she could rest long, a series of coughs echoed from the doorway. Minutes later, a young couple entered. Chapter 72, Concealing Medical History. The woman appeared to be around 24 or 25, her complexion pale and somewhat frail. She wore a white coat, blue pants, and a hat, as if trying to wrap herself entirely in layers. The man beside her wore black-rimmed glasses, a blue shirt, and black pants, giving him a refined appearance. He took her hand and guided her over, helping her settle into a chair. She glanced at him, her brow furrowing slightly, but she said nothing. "Doctor, could you take a look at my girlfriend? She keeps having trouble breathing," the man said. "Please extend your wrist." "Let me take your pulse first," Zhuang Yanxin replied. While taking the pulse, her eyes were already assessing the patient's condition. She had already seen 4 patients today, more than the total from the previous few days combined. With Lin Feng present, she no longer felt as uncertain as before. Even if she made a mistake, Lin Feng would correct her. She wouldn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Making a misdiagnosis or prescribing the wrong medicine, that would be the real embarrassment. In medicine, competence is everything more so than in any other profession. Other professions can afford mistakes, but doctors have very little margin for error. Problems must be promptly identified and corrected, otherwise, it's irresponsible toward patients. This is a principle I've understood since childhood through constant exposure. Besides, progress only comes when mistakes are uncovered. Naturally, she too yearned for the day when she could confidently see patients even without Lin Feng present. "This is chronic asthma." Zhuang Yanxin made her diagnosis. "Nonsense," the girl snorted coldly. "Doctor, my girlfriend has only been experiencing severe shortness of breath in recent months. She has no history of asthma," the young man hurriedly explained. "That's highly unlikely." Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. "Why not? Don't you think I know my own body better than anyone?" The woman rolled her eyes. "You know your own body, but he might not," Lin Feng said slowly. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm deliberately deceiving him?" The woman glared at Lin Feng. "Whether you're deceiving him or not, you know the truth in your heart. But one thing you must understand, if you want to treat this illness, you can't avoid seeking medical help," Lin Feng stated. He hadn't taken her pulse yet, but based on his initial visual assessment in Zhuang Yanxin's account, he was fairly certain she was a patient with a history of asthma. The boy didn't know it was the girl who was hiding something. Even now, she showed no intention of coming clean. "I told you before, clinics like this can't handle anything more than minor illnesses. They only treat colds and fevers at best. Just some antibiotics, no real skill involved," the girl snapped at the boy. "Don't talk like that. Some clinic doctors are actually quite skilled," the man quickly interjected. "How can they be skilled when they can't even diagnose the illness correctly?" "I don't see anything impressive about them," the woman retorted, rolling her eyes. "Calm down. The doctor hasn't even finished yet," the guy said. "Wang Xiaohu, are you just being cheap? What's the point of coming here instead of going to a big hospital?" The girl's expression hardened as she demanded coldly. "The medicine they prescribed over there didn't work. What's wrong with trying a few more options?" Wang Xiaohu explained helplessly. "Even if you're desperate, you shouldn't just try any old doctor. I don't trust them. What should traditional Chinese medicine practitioners look like? They should be old and experienced. Look at them, they're all so young, they must be newbies," the girl said as she stood up to leave. "Perhaps my skills aren't refined enough. Why don't you let him take your pulse?" Zhuang Yanxin interjected. Seeing the girl's attitude, she couldn't help but doubt herself. After all, she had come for treatment. It was unlikely anyone would conceal their medical history, as that would benefit no one. What difference would his pulse diagnosis make? "I don't believe you're real traditional Chinese medicine practitioners," the girl retorted coldly, her tone tinged with irritation. Don't speak like that," Wang Xiaohu shook his head, trying to stop her. "Think I'm being harsh? But isn't what I'm saying true? If they were real TCM practitioners, they'd know everything just by taking a pulse. Doesn't everyone say online that nothing stays hidden from a TCM doctor?" Yet she clearly lacks confidence in her own diagnosis, Xiao Yuer declared loudly. "I'm sorry, I'm still in the learning phase," Zhuang Yanxin apologized, trying to ease the tension. "Oof. Exposed, aren't you? How dare you take pulses and diagnose others while still learning? Where did you get the nerve?" Xiao Yuer demanded. "So, were you born knowing everything?" Lin Feng countered. "I might not know everything, but I won't embarrass myself in public," Xiao Yuer countered. "How is this embarrassing? What she said is correct. If you trust her, stay and get treated. If not, the door is over there. No need for those nasty remarks," Lin Feng declared. "Oof." Xiao Yuer stood up and strode toward the exit. "I'm truly sorry. She's been in a terrible mood because of her illness. I hope you won't hold it against her." I'll go try to talk some sense into her again.
Wang Xiaohu plastered on a smile, apologizing profusely.
Her condition is dangerous if it progresses further. That's all I have to say, Lin Feng stated slowly.
Wang Xiaohu's expression shifted slightly.
He nodded hurriedly and quickened his pace toward the door to catch up. After he left, the room fell into an eerie silence so thick you could hear every breath.
Am I just useless? Zhuang Yanqing couldn't help but ask.
She was utterly dejected now, a stark contrast to her earlier spirited self.
Don't dwell too much on what others say.
I told you, your diagnosis is correct, Lin Feng replied.
But Zhuang Yanqing couldn't understand why Lin Feng was so certain. When faced with insults, you shouldn't apologize, you should fight back. Showing weakness only emboldens them.
You're a doctor, he came seeking treatment. You may not be superior, but you certainly shouldn't be inferior, Lin Feng said slowly.
What if I was wrong? Zhuang Yanqing frowned slightly. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Who can claim they never make mistakes in life?
The other person can choose not to believe you or offer a fair assessment, but they have no right to insult you.
That's your backbone.
When faced with this kind of situation, if you can't be bothered to fight back, just tell them to get lost.
Lin Feng said.
Actually, his words weren't exactly insulting.
Zhuang Yanqing countered.
If someone says your medical skills are inadequate and you can't cure my illness, regardless of their tone, you can consider that an assessment.
But if they add, your medical skills are inadequate and you're making a fool of yourself, that's insulting. Why even bother explaining yourself to someone who insults you? Why apologize? Always remember this, we don't beg to treat patients. If we did, the relationship would be unequal. Chapter 73, Seasonal Episodes. Zhuang Yanqing understood what Lin Feng meant.
She nodded firmly, her eyes filled with gratitude.
Even fair criticism isn't always objective. Most of it, you can ignore. When faced with insults, after you've fought back, let it go.
It's like a shouting match, those words are just emotional venting.
They hold no value.
Lin Feng continued.
Then what about her? Zhuang Yanqing hesitated, unsure how to proceed.
If she comes, we treat her.
If not, it's fine.
Doctors aren't saviors, not everyone can be saved, Lin Feng stated bluntly. Honestly, if you'd been here, things might have turned out better, Zhuang Yanqing sighed helplessly.
It's not like that. She doesn't even trust the clinic. You and I are essentially the same.
Without establishing some level of trust, anything is futile, Lin Feng said.
At the end of the day, this is still prejudice.
If my dad were here, things might be different.
Zhuang Yanqing said.
You can't change how others see you. The only thing you can change is yourself, Lin Feng said slowly.
Yeah, improving my own skills is the way to go, Zhuang Yanqing nodded.
Lin Feng said nothing more. Guiding Zhuang Yanqing to understand was far better than telling her directly. In handling certain matters, Zhuang Yanqing was still too soft-spoken. This might stem from her own lack of capability, but ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of confidence. This quality could be built gradually. Having a big heart is the foundation for standing on one's own 2 feet.
Otherwise, it's easy to collapse like just now. Doctor, help! Within just 3 or 5 minutes, Wang Xiaohu rushed in, clutching Xiao Yuer in his arms.
Xiao Yuer in his arms was breathing heavily, emitting wheezing sounds. Lay her on that bed over there, Lin Feng instructed.
Wang Xiaohu didn't dare hesitate, moving swiftly. Doctor, you must save her.
She just has a bit of a temper, but she's actually a good person, Wang Xiaohu pleaded, tears welling in his eyes.
Massage the acupoint. Dingchuan point half an inch lateral to the spinous process of the 7th cervical vertebra. Lin Feng instructed.
Zhuang Yanqing hesitated not a moment, locating the point precisely and massaging it to alleviate the symptoms.
Shanzhong. Fei Shu. After pressing several acupoints in succession, Xiao Yuer's condition improved dramatically. She seemed to come back to life.
That's enough, you can stop now, Lin Feng said slowly.
Thank you. Xiao Yuer felt awkward. She had just insulted someone, only to be saved by them in return.
Her words of gratitude were barely audible.
Thank you so much, Wang Xiaohu said, clasping his hands together repeatedly as he watched Xiao Yuer recover. The moment Xiao Yuer collapsed, his mind had gone blank, he hadn't a clue what to do. The first thought that flashed through his mind was to carry her into the clinic, though he had no idea if Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqing could actually save Xiao Yuer. No need. Rest a little longer before leaving. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. When faced with a life-threatening situation, he would never stand idly by if he could help unless the person refused assistance. At the moment of life or death crisis, any past grievances between them seemed trivial, not that there had ever been any deep-seated hatred to begin with. Yuer, let the doctor examine you. Your illness can't be put off any longer.
Wang Xiaohu looked at Xiao Yuer with a serious expression.
Xiao Yuer hesitated to refuse, but finally nodded in agreement.
Xiao Yuer sat down, resting her wrist on the pulse pillow as Lin Feng placed his fingers to take her pulse.
You've been using aminophylline to manage your symptoms before. Why didn't you take it today? Lin Feng inquired.
I forgot to bring it, Xiao Yuer replied.
Have you noticed the effects of that medication weakening?
Lin Feng pressed further.
It seems a bit. Xiao Yuera pondered for a moment before nodding.
Lin Feng slowly released his grip on her wrist and spoke calmly. 10 years of asthma, with frequent attacks over the past 3 months. The frequency is higher than in previous years, and the duration has also increased.
Am I correct? Xiao Yuera lowered her head, silent. Doctor, I've been with her for nearly a year now.
I never noticed any such symptoms before, but what you said about the increased frequency over these past 3 months is indeed true, Wang Xiaohu quickly interjected. Because her asthma typically flares up in the spring, Lin Feng explained.
Is that possible? Wang Xiaohu asked incredulously.
He'd never heard of a disease with seasonal flare-ups before. Seeing Xiao Yuer like that earlier had filled him with worry. She'd had episodes before, but never in such a dire state.
It genuinely seemed like if she didn't get treatment, she might not survive.
Before an attack, there are warning signs like an itchy nose and runny nose. Then the chest tightens, breathing becomes difficult. She often feels fatigued, sweats easily, and catches colds very easily.
Lin Feng said. Yuer, is the doctor right? Wang Xiaohu asked. Silence answered him once more. This approach won't work at all.
You have to speak up about your issues for us to find a way to treat them, Wang Xiaohu said, his brow slightly furrowed.
Xiao Yuer lifted her head, sighed heavily, and forced a faint smile. Doctor, you're amazing. Traditional Chinese medicine truly sees through everything. The symptoms you described sound like you've experienced them yourself. Some I couldn't even articulate clearly myself.
You really didn't need to hide anything, Zhuang Yanqin said.
I'm sorry for speaking to you like that earlier. You're amazing too. I was just scared, afraid others would reveal my medical history. Even more afraid.
Xiao Yuer stood up, bowing deeply to Zhuang Yanqin as she spoke, offering her apology. But doctors need to know your medical history to prescribe the right treatment.
Zhuang Yanqin still didn't understand.
This illness has plagued me for over a decade, since I was very young.
I've been treated all along, but it can never be cured. Gradually, I've accepted it, it's part of who I am. Unfortunately, not everyone can accept that. My boyfriend of 3 years left me without hesitation after learning about my condition. I didn't know what I'd done wrong. So I learned to hide my medical history.
I discovered nothing changed, what couldn't be cured remained incurable. Xiao Yuer paused, glancing at Wang Xiaohu with a bitter smile. Truthfully, I wanted to tell you from the start. But I was afraid you'd disappear like my ex. I don't know how much longer I can keep this hidden.
Maybe this was a mistake all along. I was so selfish. There's no justification for it. If you want to break up, I understand.
But please tell me, don't just vanish suddenly. Her voice was low, filled with utter despair.
The most agonizing despair is when change feels impossible yet within reach. Chapter 74, A Mouthful of Dog Food.
As Xiao Yuer slowly revealed her story, the atmosphere in the room grew oppressively heavy. Only then did Zhuang Yanqin grasp why Xiao Yuer had concealed the truth, what she truly feared. She was simply someone terrified of loss, clutching tightly to what she didn't want to lose.
I'm sorry. Zhuang Yanqin didn't know what to say now. You didn't know, so why apologize?
Besides, you two are the best doctors I've encountered in years.
You might just be able to manage my symptoms. As for the rest, it's not something I can control.
Xiao Yuer waved her hand dismissively. After a brief pause, she fixed her gaze on Zhuang Yanqin, her eyes brimming with unhidden envy.
If only I could be as beautiful as you. She knew herself well.
Whether it was her figure, looks, or aura, she could only be considered average at best. The men who pursued her were few to begin with, and those who actually got together with her were even fewer.
After learning about her illness, that number dwindled to 0.
Xiao Yuer, what do you mean by that? Wang Xiaohu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuer glanced at Wang Xiaohu and pointed at Zhuang Yanqin.
If I looked as beautiful as her, would you have stayed? Even if it was just a fleeting thought? What kind of crazy talk is this? Wang Xiaohu frowned slightly.
Of course it's crazy talk.
It's fine. I can accept any outcome. I'm giving you the chance to break up with me. Once you say it, you can leave. The rest is none of your concern.
Xiao Yuer closed her eyes, fighting back tears with all her strength.
Who said I wanted to break up? You met one jerk, why assume all men are jerks? Wang Xiaohu retorted.
Xiao Yuer's eyes snapped open, her gaze filled with utter disbelief, as if she couldn't fathom what she'd just heard.
I didn't get together with you because of your looks. I'm a practical person, whether someone's face is pretty or not doesn't matter to me. What's most important is feeling comfortable together. And what I said earlier. I don't just talk, I mean to follow through. If I abandon you now just because you're sick, what kind of person would that make me? Wang Xiaohu continued. Are you absolutely sure about this? This illness has been with me for 10 years, and it might stay with me for decades to come. Not only will it cost money to treat, but more importantly, I can't live like a normal person. Can you accept that? Xiao Yuer asked. It's just asthma. How does that make me not normal?
You're just a bit weaker.
What's there to not accept? Wang Xiaohu replied without a moment's hesitation.
You have no idea what sacrifices you'll make to pity me. Your life could be ruined because of this, Xiao Yuer said, her brows slightly furrowed. His unexpected answer threw her into disarray. She wanted to confirm it over and over, forcing him to reconsider. I'm not pitying you. This is what I should do. I don't understand what price you're talking about. All I know is that if I'm separated from you, my life is over right now, Wang Xiaohu said earnestly. But, why? I'm not worth this from you. Tears welled up in Xiao Yuer's eyes. Every word Wang Xiaohu spoke now felt like a blow to her heart. This man, who normally couldn't utter a single romantic word, was now speaking the most heartfelt, moving words of love in the world. Worth it? Of course it's worth it. Anything I do for you is worth it. Wang Xiaohu smiled. Xiao Yuer could hold back no longer. She threw herself into Wang Xiaohu's arms and burst into tears. I was scared, I was so scared. I've never been this scared before. Her emotions erupted wildly. Facing the possibility of being abandoned once more, all her composure had been a facade. It wasn't that she couldn't beg. But she feared that even if she did, the answer would still be cold and unyielding. What was the point? There are other people here, Wang Xiaohu interjected. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin were indeed feeling awkward. Was this some kind of live-action idol drama? First the breakup, then the reconciliation, and finally an embrace. Completely disregarding that this was a clinic. A place for treating illnesses. Deep down, Zhuang Yanxin was genuinely happy for Xiao Yuer. Her earlier words had truly tugged at Zhuang Yanxin's heartstrings. Fortunately, the ending was happy. True love prevailed, not defeated by temporary hardships. Oh my gosh, sorry. Xiao Yuer suddenly realized her behavior was inappropriate, looking flustered. It's fine. It's best you didn't break up. Otherwise, we'd have a lot to answer for. Zhuang Yanxin teased. It's not your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me. Thankfully, he didn't leave me or hold it against me, Xiao Yuer quickly replied. It is your fault. Not telling me sooner was a huge problem, Wang Xiaohu said sternly. Oh, come on. Don't bring that up. Xiao Yuer playfully swatted at Wang Xiaohu, though she actually hit thin air. Lin Feng was once again bombarded with a mouthful of dog food, making him want to roll his eyes. This wasn't about treating an illness at all. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to shower everyone with romantic moments. I don't mean to interrupt, but you two should consider others' survival too. Honestly, this illness isn't that difficult to treat, Lin Feng interjected. In a clinic, someone had to bring up some serious business. Doctor, can you cure my girlfriend's illness? Wang Xiaohu asked urgently. That depends on how you define cure, Lin Feng replied slowly. As long as it reduces the frequency of attacks. Over the past 2 years, I've tried countless Chinese and Western medicines, but none have worked at all. There are even signs of worsening. Xiao Yuer said. After a decade of trials and tribulations, her expectations had long since dwindled. A significant reduction would already be a remarkably good outcome. I still hope for a complete cure. No matter the cost, Wang Xiaohu insisted. A complete cure? I can't deliver that, Lin Feng shook his head. Disappointment flashed uncontrollably across Wang Xiaohu's face. He desperately wanted to tell Xiao Yuer that no matter the cost, no matter how many doctors they consulted or hospitals they visited, they must eradicate this disease. But we can control it to prevent recurrence, Lin Feng added immediately. Really? Xiao Yuer couldn't believe it. No doctor had ever dared make such a claim before, only promising to minimize recurrence. No recurrence was practically the same as a cure. Of course, but whether it can be completely cured later depends on how well you rest and recover, Lin Feng nodded. That's wonderful. Doctor, please prescribe the medication right away. Wang Xiaohu urged impatiently. From the sound of it, he wouldn't need to seek out other doctors. Oh, come on, don't rush me. How fast can a doctor write a prescription? Xiao Yuer rolled her eyes. Chapter 75, Ordinary and Unremarkable. Wang Xiaohu froze, puzzled. But doctor, you're so skilled, surely you already have the prescription figured out? Every single herb in a traditional Chinese medicine formula requires careful consideration. Especially for complicated conditions like mine. Xiao Yuer explained. Seems you know quite a bit about traditional Chinese medicine, Zhuang Yanxin remarked with a smile. Long illness makes a good doctor. I know a little bit, Xiao Yuer said with a wry smile. By then, Lin Feng had finished the prescription and casually handed the list to Xiao Yuer. The prescription read, Astragalus root 80g, Atractylodes root 20g, Sapochnicobia root 20g, dried silkworm pupae 15g, Cicada slew 15g, earthworm 20g, scorpion powder 6g. Xiao Yuer was a bit surprised and couldn't help asking, that fast? I knew it. This doctor is different from the ones you saw before. Those guys? Probably all quacks. Wang Xiaohu flashed a smug grin, his eyes darting toward the prescription. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yuer frowned. What are these white stiff silkworms, earthworms, and whole scorpion powder? Wang Xiaohu inquired. Chinese herbs. Stop asking random questions, Xiao Yuer waved her hand dismissively. Can't I even ask?
I don't know the effects, but I should at least know what they are, right? Wang Xiaohu insisted. It's probably better not to know, Lin Feng said slowly. Fine then. I won't ask. Wang Xiaohu didn't press the issue. That obedience is actually a pretty good quality. Zhuang Yanqing quickly prepared the medication and explained some precautions. Xiao Yuer, who clearly took medicine regularly, asked about dietary restrictions. Wang Xiaohu paid the bill and left with Xiao Yuer. What exactly is this earthworm? Wang Xiaohu asked again after stepping outside. If you really want to know, just look it up on your phone, Xiao Yuer replied with a hint of exasperation. She had long since lost interest in the nature of traditional Chinese herbs. The less she knew, the easier it was to swallow the medicine. Otherwise, it felt like torture. Holy crap! Earthworms are actually earthworms? Wang Xiaohu turned pale upon learning the truth. Xiao Yuer just grinned at Wang Xiaohu without saying a word. To her, even if this medicine couldn't solve the problem, she had already gained happiness. Wang Xiaohu's exclamation was clearly heard by Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqing in the clinic. They exchanged a knowing smile. Those unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine might assume most ingredients come from herbs, but in reality, the sources are incredibly diverse. From creatures that fly in the sky, run on land, or swim in water, it encompasses everything. This includes not only various body parts but even excretions. All can be used medicinally. Ordinary people needn't know the true nature of these ingredients. Doing so would likely cause psychological distress. The ancients were quite clever. To spare users from psychological distress, they gave these substances beautiful names that bore no resemblance whatsoever to their original forms. Take Earth Dragon De Long as an example. Who could possibly guess it's actually sun-dried earthworms? Now even boiling the medicine might cause psychological distress, Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head. Truthfully, this whole thing is rather peculiar. Earthworms aren't inherently terrifying creatures, are they? The problem is, they're just unsettling. Especially when you think about having to eat it, it's impossible not to feel queasy. But if you didn't know, it wouldn't matter. So sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a bad thing. This formula, can it truly control her illness completely? Zhuang Yanqing couldn't help but ask. What? Already questioning it? Lin Feng asked with a smile. No. I just feel like this formula is a bit. Zhuang Yanqing trailed off, unable to continue. Ordinary and unremarkable? Lin Feng added the 4 words. Well, you said it, not me, Zhuang Yanqing laughed, spreading her hands. It's fine. Share your thoughts, Lin Feng encouraged. This formula uses a significant amount of tonic herbs, with most of the ingredients being insect-repelling and pathogen-expelling agents. Zhuang Yanqing paused before sharing her perspective. The formula contains 8 herbs in total, but 4 of them are insect-based expelling agents. White, cicada slough, earthworm, and whole scorpion, all insect-derived herbs. Quite right. Now tell me, to significantly alleviate symptoms, or even cure the disease, what's the key focus? Lin Feng inquired. Pathology? Differentiation of syndromes? Zhuang Yanqing pondered for a moment. Correct, but not entirely. To treat illness, first you must identify the correct syndrome, and second, select the appropriate herbs. Lin Feng said earnestly. Treating the root, cause it sounds so simple. Zhuang Yanqing sighed helplessly. Truthfully, many understood the principle, but putting it into practice was far from the effortless act of mere words. When a patient has suffered for a long time, phlegm and stasis inevitably accumulate in the lung meridians. Simultaneously, the lung's defensive energy becomes severely depleted, weakening its protective barrier. This allows pathogenic wind to easily penetrate inward, agitating the phlegm and stasis, triggering asthma. The tendency to sweat easily and catch colds frequently also stems from this. Thus, dispelling wind and resolving phlegm stasis is crucial, but fortifying the body's defenses is equally vital. The formula includes astragalus and atractylodes, which form the yupingfang powder. This strengthens the defensive layer and fortifies the exterior, enhancing protective capabilities. One effective means to reduce attack frequency. While white stiff silkworm, cicada slough, earthworm, and whole scorpion are all insect-derived herbs, they offer a particularly swift path to dispel wind, resolve phlegm, invigorate blood, and unblock meridians. They excel at eliminating latent pathogens. Since latent pathogens are an internal factor in recurrent asthma attacks, this method is also highly effective in reducing attack frequency. This formula may appear ordinary, but its efficacy is extraordinary. Lin Feng analyzed calmly. For Xiao Yuer's condition, this formula was undoubtedly the optimal cure, a conclusion reached after testing several other prescriptions. I see, Zhuang Yanqing nodded repeatedly. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, she looked at the prescription again and felt a sudden clarity, as if no other formula could compare to it. This illness isn't inherently difficult to treat, Lin Feng sighed softly, his voice tinged with resignation. It's just been neglected for far too long. Truthfully, it wasn't entirely the patient's fault for distrusting traditional Chinese medicine. The field was simply overrun with incompetent practitioners, those who knew only a smattering of medical knowledge yet dared to pass themselves off as experts. Treating the disease in its early stages is quite straightforward.
Yet without identifying the root cause or prescribing the right treatment, the illness had tormented the patient for over a decade.
If a condition truly cannot be cured, one should not prescribe medication lightly.
Instead, the patient should be directed to seek out practitioners who are genuinely capable of providing effective treatment. Remember, prescribing medicine implies a viable treatment plan, at the very least, a high degree of confidence in the approach.
But in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. It's just the way things are. Traditional Chinese medicine is so difficult.
Too many people try to pass themselves off as experts in this field, Zhuang Yanqin remarked. She had always believed the entire medical field should implement a system of elimination.
Those lacking genuine skill and unwilling to pursue research must be purged from the profession. Who's pretending to be something they're not? A voice called out from the doorway. Chapter 76, Better None Than Inferior.
The speaker was none other than Shi Xiaoyun, a lunchbox still in her hand.
Teacher's wife, why did you come over to bring lunch again?
I can just go back and get it myself. Lin Feng hurriedly stood up.
Look at the time. Shi Xiaoyun snapped irritably. Oh my, it's this late already?
Zhuang Yanqin glanced at her watch and realized it was already half an hour past lunchtime.
No wonder her mother had come to bring lunch.
She probably thought they'd forgotten because they were so busy.
Were there that many patients this morning? You didn't even notice it was lunchtime?
Shi Xiaoyun placed the lunchbox on the table. To be honest, this has been the busiest morning since I took over the clinic, Zhuang Yanqin said as she helped open the lunchbox and arrange the dishes.
That's all thanks to Lin Feng's skill. Not yours, Shi Xiaoyun remarked. Yeah. He's the most talented.
His medical skills are the best in the whole world.
Even Hua Tuo and Bian Ke from ancient times couldn't compare to him. Zhuang Yanqin chimed in with a sarcastic tone.
Shi Xiaoyun playfully smacked Zhuang Yanqin on the arm.
Is that how you compliment someone? How isn't it? He's better than divine doctors. What more do you want? That's the absolute limit.
Zhuang Yanqin shrugged slightly, picking up her chopsticks to eat as she spoke.
Oh, you.
A young lady like you should focus on proper things. Shi Xiaoyun rolled her eyes.
Mom, what are you talking about? How am I not doing anything worthwhile?
My medical skills might not be as good as his, but that doesn't mean I haven't been working.
That's a bit insulting. Zhuang Yanqin retorted. That's not what I'm talking about. Remember that girl from the Wei family who went to elementary school with you? Her child is already walking. But you haven't even found a boyfriend yet. Shi Xiaoyun began her nagging.
Zhuang Yanqin fell silent, only speeding up her pace of picking food, stuffing her mouth full. There was no point in arguing.
Even if she won in the end, it wouldn't matter.
When her mother couldn't win an argument, she resorted to physical force. Since she dared not fight back, the best response was to let it go in one ear and out the other. You can nag all you want, I'll pretend I didn't hear a word. You just hole up here every day. Never go out to eat with people or go shopping or anything.
How many lifetimes will it take you to meet a man like this? Shi Xiaoyun continued her scolding.
Lin Feng ate at a normal pace, watching Zhuang Yanqin get scolded by her mother with interest. It was like watching a play. He felt no schadenfreude, but rather a certain warmth. He hadn't expected someone as beautiful as Zhuang Yanqin to be pressured by her parents to find a partner either. The elderly couple seemed rather anxious, perhaps fearing Zhuang Yanqin might end up with him, hence their deliberate tactics.
Honestly, it was unnecessary. Hey, all you do is eat. Did you even hear what I said? Can't you take your own affairs seriously?
Shi Xiaoyun pointed her finger at Zhuang Yanqin. Given her current state, if Zhuang Yanqin dared to ignore her, she'd definitely lash out in the next second.
Mom, can we not talk about this during dinner? I just finished watching a melodramatic romance show and finally got my appetite back. Could you please not ruin my meal?
Zhuang Yanqin said helplessly.
You have time to watch dramas? So you've handed the clinic over to Lin Feng and become a hands-off manager? Shi Xiaoyun's expression darkened slightly and she made a move as if to strike.
Seeing this, Zhuang Yanqin quickly stood up, not bothering to put down her chopsticks.
She dodged to the side and hurriedly explained, Mom, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Shi Xiaoyun pressed. Hey! Can you at least defend me? Zhuang Yanqin shot Lin Feng a glare.
She'd already been hit, yet this guy was calmly eating as if nothing had happened. Master's wife, she's seen several patients this morning.
When would she have time to watch dramas?
She said it was probably a conflict between patients, kind of like something out of a TV show, Lin Feng explained slowly.
Oh, I see. Then I misunderstood. You can't do everything yourself, let her do some work too. Shi Xiaoyun finally understood, not forgetting to remind Lin Feng. My ears aren't deaf, I heard that loud and clear. He's your biological son, and I'm the one you picked up off the street, right?
Zhuang Yanqin pouted, her face clearly displeased.
To be honest, when I was pregnant with you, I wanted a son. But in the end. Shi Xiaoyun sighed deeply. But how could I let you get your wish? Actually, at your age now, having a son isn't impossible. Zhuang Yanqin teased.
Her mother's words didn't bother her in the slightest. Truthfully, she'd heard the desire for a son so many times over the years, her ears had grown callous to it. Despite this, her mother never treated her unfairly. She might nag and occasionally give her a light slap, but when it came to real matters, she never showed any favoritism. The simplest example, most people assume parents prepare a home for their son's marriage, but not for their daughter, since she'll eventually marry out. Yet in reality, her mother had prepared one for her too. She learned from her father that if she ever wanted to buy a home, her mother would unhesitatingly give her the savings set aside for that purpose. Now she was constantly urging her to find a partner, but come the time, perhaps the one who would be most reluctant to part with it would be this very mother.
Say that again? At my age, I'm supposed to raise grandchildren, not my own son? Sure, Xiao Yun retorted coldly. What's the difference? Zhuang Yanxin picked up a piece of food and quickly moved away to avoid being hurt. I should find some tape and shut your mouth. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Sure, Xiao Yun snapped irritably. Fine, I'm sorry. Just kidding. Zhuang Yanxin dared not press further. If things really turned sour, that would be troublesome. Get your own life in order. Stop making people chase after you. And lower your standards a bit. Sure, Xiao Yun said. No way. My philosophy is better to be alone than settle for less. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head. You just don't know what's good for you. I'm not wasting my breath on you. You guys eat. I'm outta here. Sure, Xiao Yun didn't want to linger and turned to leave.
Zhuang Yanxin finally sat back down, letting out a long sigh of relief.
How nice.
Lin Feng murmured softly.
Stop gloating.
Of course you don't care, no one's pressuring you to marry. Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes. Everything about his mother was perfect, except for this marriage pressure, which made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Having parents who nag you is a kind of blessed trouble, Lin Feng said with a smile.
What? Your mom doesn't pressure you? Zhuang Yanxin asked casually.
I never had that chance, Lin Feng shook his head. Realizing she might have asked something she shouldn't have, Zhuang Yanxin quickly apologized, sorry. A long silence followed until a man and woman appeared at the doorway.
Chapter 77, Similar Types.
The pair appeared to be father and daughter. The girl was about 18, with short hair cut to her ears. Her black clothes hung loosely on her thin frame, looking slightly ill-fitting. She sat in a wheelchair, her complexion sallow and listless. The man pushing her was in his 40s or 50s, tall and broad-shouldered. He wore a blue shirt and black pants, his face covered in stubble. His handsome features bore a resemblance to the internet sensation known as Sharp Brother. Sorry to bother you, the man said with an apologetic smile as he greeted them. We'll be done soon, just give us a moment, Lin Feng replied.
No problem, take your time. We're not in a rush, the man waves dismissively before crouching down to ask the girl in the wheelchair, sure, would you like something to eat? I don't want to eat. You should eat first if you're hungry. I'm fine here, the girl shook her head, her voice so soft it was barely audible. I'm not hungry at all. I'm worried you might be. How about we get this checkup over with first, then grab something to eat? The man smiled gently, his voice soft. Okay. A hint of a smile touched the girl's face. It was a smile from the heart, like a ray of sunshine piercing through a thick fog of gloom. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin had nearly finished their meal. They sped up, packed away their lunchboxes, and wasted only a few minutes before gesturing for the father and daughter to step forward. Doctor, please examine my daughter. I don't know why, but she suddenly couldn't stand up. The man pushed the wheelchair over and hurriedly explained. Come, young lady. Extend your hand so I may take your pulse first. I'll make an initial assessment, then have Dr. Lin continue the diagnosis. It might take a bit longer, Zhuang Yanxin said. It's fine. I have all the time in the world. As long as I can be with my dad, Zhong Shishir's voice remained soft. After taking her pulse, Zhuang Yanxin noted the girl's limbs were cold and numb. Her tongue was pale red with a thin yellow coating, and her pulse was fine and rapid. Her expression, pulse, and breathing were all normal. Her heart and lungs showed no abnormalities, and her liver and spleen were unaffected. She could only look at Lin Feng with a pleading gaze, for she truly couldn't make a definitive diagnosis. Lin Feng could tell this patient was unusual, but he still needed Zhuang Yanxin to gain some experience. She couldn't be afraid to even touch a patient whenever she encountered a difficult case. Of course, Zhuang Yanxin was also extremely cautious, refusing to speculate without a confirmed diagnosis. She had tests done at the hospital before. Her temperature, blood pressure, and everything else were normal. There were no issues with her limbs either. They diagnosed her with polyneuropathy. She's been on medication, but it hasn't helped at all. I happened to see on a local public account that your place seems to treat difficult and complicated illnesses, so I brought her here. You absolutely must save her. She's only 18, she can't spend her whole life in a wheelchair. Tears welled up in the man's eyes as he spoke. Please try to compose yourself. We will certainly do our utmost, Zhuang Yanxin reassured him. I'm sorry, she's my only daughter. The man wiped his tears, struggling to contain his emotions, his voice filled with helplessness.
Lin Feng examined the girl's limbs again, noting stiffness in her fingertips with limited mobility, weakness in her lower body, and diminished pain sensation in her extremities.
Are you her father? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Yes. Is my daughter's condition very serious? The man nodded and asked urgently. Since this happened, have you been accompanying her for treatment the whole time? What about before that?
Lin Feng inquired further. The man seemed hesitant, but Zhong Shishir immediately nodded. Yes, my dad has been with me the whole time since the beginning.
Have you taken her to see a psychologist? Lin Feng inquired.
Are you implying my daughter has psychological issues? The man seemed taken aback.
Answer yes or no.
Lin Feng didn't directly address the man's question. No, the man shook his head.
Earlier you mentioned your daughter suddenly couldn't stand up. When this happened, were you not present, or did you simply have no idea what occurred? Lin Feng pressed. Doctor, what exactly are you trying to ask?
The man frowned slightly, looking displeased, completely baffled. People don't just suddenly lose the ability to stand for no reason.
Something must have happened. You just don't know what it was.
That's why your statements are contradictory. To be precise, your statements contradict your daughter's. Lin Feng explained slowly.
Does whether my father was with me have anything to do with my illness? Zhong Shishir couldn't help but interject.
It does matter. It relates to the cause of your illness, Lin Feng replied.
Doctor, do you know how my daughter ended up like this? The man suddenly understood.
He still couldn't comprehend how, in just 1 month, his once lively daughter had become a disabled person confined to a wheelchair. To him, it felt like a living nightmare. It seems your daughter didn't tell you, and she doesn't want you to know, Lin Feng said.
Sure, tell me what happened to you. You can't keep lying to me.
The man looked at his daughter, his expression stern.
Dad, who do you believe, him or me?
I said it didn't happen, so it didn't.
Ask him to explain it then, see what he has to say. Let's go.
The doctors here aren't as good as you think they are, Zhong Shishir shook her head. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet her father's gaze.
The man instantly knew his daughter was lying. She was definitely hiding something. Thud. The man dropped to his knees, pleading, Doctor, please tell me why my daughter has become like this?
As her father, I need to know what happened. Before I speak, Lin Feng replied, you must first tell me the truth.
Yes, you're right.
I wasn't there for her, neither before nor after she fell ill.
I saw her just 1 month before she got sick. The next time I saw her, she was like this. The child lives with her mother, my wife and I are separated.
The man sighed as he explained. Get up first, Lin Feng gestured for the man to rise, shaking his head gently. This was originally your private matter, and I don't need to know.
But your daughter's situation is indeed quite unusual.
I must confirm certain things.
It's no secret. If it weren't necessary, I doubt I'd want to tell you anyway, the man said.
Her condition is actually the aftereffects of poisoning, Lin Feng stated slowly.
What? Poisoning? How could that be possible?
The man gaped in disbelief, shaking his head like a rattle.
Could it be related to that earlier? Zhuang Yanxin seemed to grasp something. The poison type is similar, but the specifics remain unclear, Lin Feng explained. What do you mean?
The man was completely lost.
We had another case of poisoning with lasting effects, though that patient was much older. Both involved organophosphate-type toxins, Zhuang Yanxin explained. Chapter 78, The Truth. Organophosphate?
What kind of poison is that? The man demanded urgently. Generally, it's quite common in pesticides, Zhuang Yanxin replied.
Pesticides?
The man gasped again, his eyes darting toward Zhong Shishir. Zhong Shishir, who had been looking down, lowered her head even further, like a child who had done something wrong.
Shishir, I'm so sorry. Something this big happened to you, and I didn't even know.
The man bent down, his face filled with regret. Zhong Shishir slowly raised her head to look at her father. There wasn't a trace of blame in his eyes, only heartache. She couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, Dad, this has nothing to do with you. I just lost my mind for a moment. I never thought it would turn out like this. Did your mother mistreat you? Or was it someone else? Tell me, and I won't let them off the hook. What's the point of me, Zhang Yongliang, living if I can't even protect my own daughter? The man demanded.
Dad, can I come live with you?
Zhong Shishir asked cautiously. The moment the question left her lips, Zhang Yongliang understood, his daughter was unhappy living with her mother. She had hinted at it before, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, he had to take it seriously. If she'd reached the point of contemplating suicide, it must be extremely serious. Of course. But Dad won't have much time to spend with you. Zhang Yongliang agreed without hesitation at that moment. Even if it meant giving up some work, for his daughter, such a sacrifice was nothing at all.
I can take care of myself, Zhong Shishir declared with absolute certainty. All right. Then you'll go with Dad. Zhang Yongliang nodded. But will Mom agree?
Zhong Shishir began to worry again.
That's an adult matter, not something you should be worrying about.
Whether she agrees or not won't change the final decision, Zhong Yongliang said earnestly. He had always believed his daughter would be better off with her mother than with him. His job required frequent business trips, leaving him unable to properly care for her. But now it seemed his ex-wife, her biological mother, wasn't all that great after all. Even if they were apart most of the time, at least he could ensure his daughter wouldn't go to extremes. Of course, he would get to the bottom of this matter. He couldn't let it slide so easily. "Thank you," Zhong Shishir said, her face brightening with a smile once more.
"Still talking about this with your dad?" Zhong Yongliang turned to ask Lin Feng, "Doctor, is there any way to treat my daughter's condition?" "Yes. The treatment period might."
Before Lin Feng could finish, the clinic door was violently pushed open.
A middle-aged couple strode in.
The woman bore a slight resemblance to Zhong Shishir in appearance, though her figure was somewhat plump beneath her purple gown and long, wavy hair. Unsurprisingly, this was Zhong Shishir's mother. Behind her stood a man of similar age, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tailored suit, his figure so plump it had formed a double chin.
"Zhong Yongliang, what do you think you're doing? Taking Shishir away secretly? What's your game?"
The woman charged in, her voice brimming with fury.
"My daughter? Taking her away, what's the problem?"
Zhong Yongliang retorted directly. In the past, facing his ex-wife's accusations, he wouldn't have been so confident. Apologizing with a forced smile would have been unavoidable, even though he had already notified her via text. His reasoning was simple: even after divorce, their daughter lived with her mother. He respected her wishes, especially not wanting to cause any friction between mother and daughter because of him. Thus, even after the divorce, he provided ample monthly support while remaining courteous toward his ex-wife.
And his ex-wife remained as domineering as ever, never changing.
But now, he absolutely refused to indulge her anymore. That incident involving their daughter, even if she wasn't the direct cause, she was undoubtedly an indirect one.
And to keep it completely hidden from him. If Lin Feng hadn't spoken up, he might never have known.
The thought alone made his temper flare up. The fact that he hadn't pointed his finger at her and yelled was already a testament to his considerable self-control. The woman froze, clearly taken aback by Zhong Yunliang's sudden shift in attitude. But she quickly regained her composure and shouted back, "What attitude is that? Who do you think you are, telling me off? Yan Huifang, what gives you the right to lecture me? What business is it of yours to interrogate me like this? She's an adult now. I'm her father. I notified you. I'm taking her away. What's wrong with that?" Zhong Yongliang countered. If it were before, taking her away wouldn't matter. But given her current state, Yan Huifang's voice noticeably softened. What's wrong with her condition? Besides, how did she end up like this? Zhong Yongliang retorted. What do you mean? Blaming it all on me? As her father, have you ever fulfilled any of your responsibilities? Yan Huifang pressed again. I've been sending her monthly allowance, haven't I? Zhong Yongliang retorted. Is money all it takes? Have you ever cared for her? Have you ever shown concern for her life? Yan Huifang fired off a barrage of questions. Then let her live with me. You provide the living expenses. Is that acceptable? Zhong Yongliang asked directly. Yan Huifang was clearly stumped. All these years, she'd relied almost entirely on Zhong Yongliang's generous allowance to get by. She hadn't worked since the divorce. If the tables were turned now, it simply wouldn't work. Everyone's worked up right now. It's easy to get heated. Let's talk this out calmly, the man beside Yan Huifang interjected, his voice gentle and not at all harsh. His words seemed to smooth things over, yet also offered Yan Huifang a way out. After a brief pause, the confrontation resumed. I don't understand why you brought our daughter to this shabby clinic. If even the big hospitals couldn't cure her illness, what could this little clinic possibly do? I really don't know what you were thinking. Do you realize that using the wrong medicine could have even more serious consequences? She looked down on clinics. Even for a common cold, she would go to a big hospital, spending hundreds of yuan without a second thought. After all, the money wasn't hard-earned by her. Clinics might handle minor ailments, but Shishir's condition is serious. This place is hopeless. It'll only make things worse. The man beside Yan Huifang chimed in. Shut the hell up. Zhong Yongliang snapped. Why are you cursing? Isn't what he said true? If you're really so capable, take your daughter to Beijing or abroad for treatment. They have the most advanced medical technology. Coming to this little clinic, how could you even think of that? Yan Huifang raised her voice again. Poof. At least this clinic showed me the truth. Zhong Yongliang sneered coldly. What truth? What are you talking about? Yan Huifang rolled her eyes. The truth about why Shishir suddenly couldn't stand up anymore. Chapter 79, Evidence. The moment Zhong Yongliang spoke, the atmosphere grew tense. Everything seemed to freeze in an instant. Yan Huifang's eyes clearly held a hint of astonishment, as if she had never imagined Zhong Yongliang would say such a thing. Why aren't you speaking? Do you feel you're in the wrong? Zhong Yongliang asked coldly. I truly don't know what you're trying to imply. I've already explained Shishir's condition to you. It was a sudden onset beyond human control. Yan Huifang retorted. Even now, you're still hiding things. Zhong Yongliang shook his head helplessly.
What am I hiding? Go ahead and tell me.
Yan Huifang shouted back. You never mentioned Shir drinking pesticide, Zhong Yongliang said, staring at Yan Huifang, enunciating each word clearly. Since things had come to this, he no longer needed to consider others.
Everything could be laid out in the open. He wanted to see what explanation Yan Huifang could possibly offer. Who told you?
Yan Huifang froze for a moment before demanding.
Never mind who. Did it happen or not? Zhong Yongliang pressed.
Yan Huifang shot a glance at Zhong Shir in her wheelchair and snorted coldly.
You tell your father everything. I must be abusing you. You bought the pesticide yourself and drank it yourself. Now you want the whole world to know, right? Aren't you ashamed at all? I didn't.
Zhong Shir mumbled, her voice barely audible as she kept her head down.
If you didn't tell him, how else would he know? Did he just guess?
Now you're lying so easily, it just rolls off your tongue.
Yan Huifang scolded. Don't blame her. It wasn't her who said it. If the doctor hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have pressed her.
She kept hiding it all along, Zhong Yongliang hurriedly interjected.
The doctor reminded you? So you're saying this small clinic doctor could tell she'd drunk pesticide before? Do you even believe that yourself?
Yan Huifang sneered coldly, clearly unconvinced.
Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. Zhong Yongliang insisted. Fine, even if it is true. What does that have to do with Shir not being able to stand? Does drinking pesticide mean you can never stand again? What causal link is there? Even if I did conceal it, so what? Yan Huifang challenged. This is a sequelae caused by organophosphate poisoning, Zhuang Yanxin interjected. Yan Huifang glared fiercely at Zhuang Yanxin. There's such a condition? I've never heard of it. You didn't just make that up, did you? Besides, that was over a month ago. Her stomach was pumped clean. How could there be such severe aftereffects? After she was stabilized, symptoms like pain in both calves, limb weakness, and inability to walk started appearing around 10 days later, correct? Lin Feng stated slowly. Did you witness this yourself? Yan Huifang rolled her eyes. I didn't witness it personally, but based on her physical condition, it's entirely plausible, Lin Feng replied. Don't spout nonsense. You're just a doctor from some small clinic. Do you really think you're some kind of miracle healer? I trust nothing more than you traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Yan Huifang snorted coldly, her eyes brimming with contempt. Traditional Chinese medicine doesn't need your belief. The facts prove he was right, Zhong Yongliang countered. Proof? Ha! Where's the proof? You're getting on in years, yet you believe whatever anyone tells you. You're still as useless as ever, incapable of making your own basic judgments, Yan Huifang said with utter disdain. I have my own judgment. But you deliberately withheld information. You must be hiding something, Zhong Yongliang declared loudly. I just don't want to tell you. So what? I raised the child. What business is it of yours? Now you believe every single one of those baseless lies? Ridiculous. Yan Huifang retorted, showing no sign of weakness. You want proof, right? Lin Feng said slowly. Right. You can't just close your lips and say whatever you want. Do you have medical test reports? If not, you're just talking nonsense. Yan Huifang cut straight to the point. Then bring out the diagnosis from your daughter's hospital checkup. Let's see what it says. If it's a legitimate hospital and the tests were done correctly, it should show organophosphate poisoning followed by polyneuropathy. Lin Feng replied calmly. Yan Huifang froze, her expression turning grim. She wasn't sure if Lin Feng was right, but she recalled the final diagnosis seemed to be some kind of neuritis. How did this guy even know what the hospital diagnosed? After all, her ex-husband had only brought their daughter here a short while ago. You said you went to the People's Hospital earlier. Then bring out that hospital's diagnosis. Who's right and who's wrong will be crystal clear. Zhong Yongliang declared. Yan Huifang remained silent. Though uncertain if the diagnosis matched Lin Feng's claim, things would get complicated. It wouldn't just be a matter of embarrassment. Zhong Yongliang wouldn't let it go. But most crucially, she might lose her alimony payments. That diagnosis seems to be lost, the man beside Yan Huifang interjected. Right. It's gone. Probably accidentally thrown away with the trash. Yan Huifang immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. Then go back to the hospital for another examination. Do you dare? Zhong Yongliang asked. What's there to be afraid of? The most important thing now is treatment. Does the cause really matter that much? Yan Huifang's confidence faltered slightly, but she quickly came up with a flawless excuse. Don't worry about the medical treatment. From now on, I'll take full responsibility for everything concerning Shir. Zhong Yongliang said coldly. Faced with Yan Huifang's attitude, he would never entrust his daughter to her care again. How do you plan to treat her? At this little clinic? Yan Huifang frowned, her voice suddenly rising as if she'd regained her confidence. As long as she gets better, I don't care whether it's a big hospital or a small clinic, Zhong Yongliang replied. Bull. This is just delaying our daughter's treatment. She must get care at a major hospital.
I've already contacted specialists at the provincial capital's top hospital, but you're paying for it.
That's the only thing you can do for her.
Yan Huifang rolled her eyes.
No way. I won't give you another penny. Zhong Yongliang refused without hesitation.
It wasn't that he didn't trust the provincial experts, it was that he didn't trust Yan Huifang. Besides, Lin Feng had clearly diagnosed the illness.
No matter what, treatment had to be done here. Unless it proved ineffective, switching locations was absolutely out of the question. You claim to love your daughter, yet you won't even pay for her treatment. Where do you get the nerve to say that?
Yan Huifang sneered contemptuously.
Actually, we can cover the costs.
Though Shishir isn't my biological daughter, I treat her as my own, the man beside Yan Huifang interjected.
But uttering such words now felt like deliberate mockery. See? Now that's a real man. Chapter 80, None of Your Business.
Yan Huifang, basking in her triumph, couldn't resist taking a verbal jab at Zhong Yongliang. Men like you talk a good game, but in reality, you're nothing. Let me tell you this, if you refuse to contribute, don't expect to see your daughter again. A father like you is no better than not having one at all. If it's truly for Shishir, I wouldn't hesitate to give even my entire fortune, let alone a small amount.
But my money will never pass through your hands again. Zhong Yongliang declared. Oh, really? As if that living allowance you gave me was actually spent on her? Yan Huifang sneered. Isn't that what it was? Have you ever worked all these years? Zhong Yongliang retorted. How ridiculous. The man I chose can earn money, why would I need to work? You admit you're incapable, yet you have the nerve to say such things?
Yan Huifang sneered contemptuously.
You know exactly what kind of man you're with. I don't want to air this out. After all, it's your family's dirty laundry and I have no interest in it. But I think you misunderstood what I just said. What I mean is, from now on, Shishir will be staying with me.
Zhong Yongliang said, enunciating each word clearly.
Yan Huifang immediately shook her head. Impossible. Don't even think about it. This is absolutely out of the question. To her, Zhong Shishir was a cash cow. No matter how tough Zhong Yongliang talked, as long as Shishir stayed by his side, her monthly allowance wouldn't be cut. Moreover, Zhong Shishir's current situation demanded even greater expenses. While she couldn't afford it, Zhong Yongliang could not only cover the costs but also provide additional funds. Put simply, as long as she was around, the money would keep flowing in. Who would give up such a windfall? This isn't a discussion, Zhong Yongliang declared. It's a notification. Inform? What gives you the right to inform me?
When we divorced, Shishir stayed with me.
Now she's grown up and you want her to follow you? What kind of pipe dream is that? Yan Huifang snapped. Shishir is an adult now.
She has the right to make her own decisions.
Of course, if you insist on taking this to court, I'll see it through to the end. Zhong Yongliang met Yan Huifang's gaze without a hint of weakness.
This isn't something you can decide however you please, the man beside Yan Huifang interjected.
Kong Yutao, this is our family business. It's none of your concern. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never speak again.
Zhong Yongliang shot him a cold glance and said in a chilling tone.
My man isn't someone you get to lecture. Yan Huifang retorted immediately. Then keep your man's mouth shut.
He shouldn't be sticking his nose into everything, Zhong Yongliang retorted.
Are you really trying to fight me for my daughter? Yan Huifang asked.
If you can take care of her properly and she chooses to go with you, I have no objection.
But now she's even resorted to drinking pesticide.
If I don't rescue her from this misery, I don't deserve to be called a father.
Zhong Yongliang declared.
Yan Huifang turned to Zhong Shishir and demanded, so you don't want to go with me, but you'd rather go with this man who's never lifted a finger?
I want to go with my dad.
Zhong Shishir's voice was soft, but her tone was unwavering.
You ungrateful child. I've never seen such ingratitude. I raised you from infancy, and this is how you repay me? If he truly loved you, why didn't he fight for custody back then?
Yan Huifang was beside herself with rage, her voice bordering on hysteria. She admitted treating her daughter like a cash cow, but she'd never neglected her. After all, this was her own flesh and blood. She was just a bit stricter with money matters, but she never let her go without food or clothing. No tutoring classes, but she never missed out on high school extracurriculars. Otherwise, how else could Zhong Shishir have gotten into a prestigious local university with such outstanding grades? Yet her daughter's current choice had left her heartbroken, as if rejecting everything she'd done before. Don't try to sway me with that. I may not have spent as much time with her as you did, but I've been involved in her upbringing too. When have you ever paid attention to her emotional well-being? If you don't want another incident like her attempting suicide, let her stay with me, Zhong Yongliang insisted. Don't even think about it. I absolutely refuse to agree, Yan Huifang declared firmly. Then there's nothing more to discuss. And I will find out why she took those pills. Zhong Yongliang said coldly. Poof. Suit yourself. At least she's my daughter now, and I'm still her legal guardian. She must come with me. If she wants to go with you, let her wait until you've secured custody. Yan Huifeng sneered coldly.
Let me enlighten you.
In her current state, she can't decide who her guardian should be.
It's not settled just because you agree and she agrees. Things aren't as simple as you think. Actually, if you talk it out properly, maybe. Con Yutao couldn't help but interject. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What is there to discuss?
Get her out of here. And make sure he never comes near her again.
Yan Huifeng yelled. Con Yutao nodded and strode toward the wheelchair. You dare touch my daughter? Zhong Yongliang pointed an accusing finger at Con Yutao, seething with rage.
Con Yutao remained unperturbed, even wearing a smile as he replied, whether you acknowledge it or not, until the guardianship is changed, her mother and I are the legal guardians. I'm taking her now, and no one can stop me.
Not you, and certainly not the police.
If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and try, Zhong Yongliang threatened. You're old enough to know the consequences of violence. At best, you'll end up in a detention center, at worst, a detention house.
Plus, you'll have to pay me compensation. Why bother? Con Yutao said, gripping the wheelchair. He paused briefly before adding, have you considered what would happen to her if you really went to jail?
If you want custody back, do it through legal channels.
Don't resort to this. Zhong Yongliang clenched his fists, fire seemingly blazing in his eyes, but he held back. He had to admit the other man was right.
Con Yutao pushed the wheelchair, turning it slowly. He gently patted Zhong Shishir's shoulder and said softly, Shishir, let's go home. Before he could finish, Zhong Shishir suddenly found strength from somewhere, straining forward with all her might. But her body was too weak to sustain the effort, and she slammed hard onto the ground. Thud! Her body hit the ground with a loud thud. It all happened too fast. Con Yutao, pushing the wheelchair, hadn't even had time to react. Seeing this, Zhong Yongliang cursed angrily and shoved Con Yutao aside.
Chapter 81, The Reason for Fear.
Zhuan Yanxin, being closest, immediately bent down to help Zhong Shishir up. She noticed the girl's entire body was trembling uncontrollably, as if terrified of something.
Con Yutao nearly toppled over from Zhong Yongliang's shove.
He shrugged helplessly.
I didn't even touch her. Shishir, what's wrong? Zhong Yongliang rushed over and asked urgently. Zhong Shishir kept her head down, shaking it vigorously while murmuring softly, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Fine. We won't go back.
Zhong Yongliang murmured reassuringly before raising his voice, anyone who dares make you go back today, I'll kill them myself.
She fell on her own. It has nothing to do with anyone else. It's just her body acting on its own. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Similar things have happened before. Yan Huifeng spoke up. Yan Huifeng, if you still consider her your daughter, let her come with me. I'll pay whatever you want. Zhong Yongliang looked at Yan Huifeng. We don't want money. Our daughter is Huifeng's life. We absolutely cannot give her to anyone else. As we said before, you can take us to court. Just see if you can win. Con Yutao's face held a faint smile. His expression seemed to show utter contempt for Zhong Yongliang.
I made myself perfectly clear earlier. This is between us and has nothing to do with you. Zhong Yongliang glared at Con Yutao, his expression darkening.
Yan Huifeng is now my wife.
I have both the responsibility and the obligation to protect her.
In a fight, I might not be able to beat you, but I still won't give in. Con Yutao said sternly. Enough.
I know my daughter's situation better than any of you.
I'm taking her with me.
Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll call the police. This is a society governed by law. Thuggery won't work.
Lu Huifeng declared. Do you really know her? Zhuang Yanxin asked.
What else could it be?
Yan Huifeng rolled her eyes. Then do you know she's scared right now? Zhuang Yanxin pressed. Scared? Scared of what? Scared to go home?
That's just your imagination, Yan Huifeng dismissed dismissively.
She's afraid of him. Zhuang Yanxin pointed at Con Yutao.
Con Yutao froze for a moment, then shook his head helplessly.
Why would she be afraid of me? Do I look scary? Even though I'm not her biological father, I haven't treated her badly.
But every time you speak, her body trembles.
What else could that be but fear?
And just now, it was your hand touching her shoulder that made her collapse.
It proves she wants to stay away from you. Zhuang Yanxin snapped sharply.
As she spoke, Zhong Shishir visibly moved closer to her, clearly finding greater comfort in her presence.
That's just your speculation.
It could be something else entirely, or perhaps it's all in your head.
Con Yutao countered. Shishir, tell me, are you afraid of him? Zhuang Yanxin asked, lowering her gaze toward Zhong Shishir. Con Yutao's eyes instantly turned icy as he glared at Zhong Shishir.
But his warning was blocked by someone none other than Lin Feng. That look in your eyes seems a bit sinister, Lin Feng remarked, narrowing his own eyes slightly. From the start, this man had given off the impression of a gentle, refined gentleman. Yet when faced with Zhong Yongliang's threats, he showed not the slightest weakness. Of course, there's nothing wrong with it, but it still feels unsettling. If what Zhuang Yanxin said was true, then this guy was a hypocrite with a sanctimonious facade. Zhong Shishir's desire to leave her mother and follow her father was undoubtedly connected to Kong Yutao. Worse still, Zhong Shishir's pesticide incident was also connected to this guy. Really? My eyes are a bit astigmatic, that's how I focus, Kong Yutao retorted with a sullen snort. Zhong Shishir nodded vigorously, answering Zhuang Yanxin's question. Zhong Yongliang could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, pinning Kong Yutao to the floor. His face contorted as he gripped the man's throat and demanded, "What did you do to my daughter?" "I didn't do anything." Kong Yutao shook his head. "Zhong Yongliang, let go of him. Do you believe everything people say? Are you stupid?" Lu Huifeng frowned slightly and hurriedly interjected. If she hadn't done anything, why would Shishir insist on leaving? I suspect now that her despair is connected to this guy. Zhong Yongliang roared. So what if he did? Kids this age tend to overthink things. Maybe it's just a romantic issue. Lu Huifeng countered. Bull. If my daughter had a boyfriend, she'd tell me first. It absolutely couldn't be that kind of problem. Zhong Yongliang immediately denied. If you keep this up, I'm calling the police. Yan Huifeng said helplessly. Watching Zhong Yongliang choke Kong Yutao, who seemed to be struggling to breathe, she dared not step in directly, afraid of getting beaten up too. If he doesn't talk, he'll be dead by the time the cops arrive. Zhong Yongliang shouted. You. Why not get the facts straight first? Even if you choke him to death, he'll never admit it, Lin Feng interjected calmly. Zhong Yongliang paused, slowly released his grip, and stood up. Sure, tell Dad what exactly he did to you. Zhong Yongliang asked, his eyes filled with urgency. He was torn inside. On one hand, he desperately wanted to uncover the truth. On the other, he feared the outcome might be something he couldn't bear. Zhong Shishir couldn't speak. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Those disgusting memories are better left forgotten, Zhuang Yanxin murmured softly. She knew pressuring Zhong Shishir would be futile, likely backfiring instead. Driving someone to the point of drinking pesticide was an absolutely terrifying thing. Dad will take you abroad, far away from all this. No one can stop us. Zhong Yongliang looked at his daughter's state and felt deeply pained. But why hide when you've done nothing wrong? It only lets the bad guys walk free. That doesn't seem right, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Zhong Shishir's body trembled slightly. She slowly lifted her head to look at Lin Feng. Her expression suddenly resolute. He bullied me back in high school but never succeeded. Over the past 2 years, his attacks grew more frequent, especially when Mom wasn't home. Several times, he nearly succeeded. Zhong Shishir began. Don't talk nonsense. I never did that. Kong Yutao, who had just stood up, immediately denied it, pointing his finger at Zhong Shishir. Zhong Yongliang didn't hesitate. He delivered a kick straight to Kong Yutao's chest. Kong Yutao was sent flying backward, sliding across the floor before coming to a halt. Is what she said true? Lu Huifeng asked. Remember that time I ran into you downstairs crying? He tore my clothes to shreds. I told you he was bullying me. Do you remember what you said? Zhong Shishir said. Chapter 82, Nonsense. Yan Huifeng clearly couldn't recall. She shook her head. I don't really remember. You said he was just playing with me. You know, I almost got. Zhong Shishir's eyes flashed with anger, her body trembling slightly. Maybe he was just drunk. He's not usually like that. Once he gets drunk, he has no idea what he's doing. Yan Huifeng continued to defend him. He only acts respectable in front of you. In reality, he's no good at all. I saw it with my own eyes. He went into hotels with more than one heavily made-up woman. He's nothing but a scoundrel in a suit. Zhong Shishir nearly shouted. Impossible. Yan Huifeng shook her head, unable to accept it for a moment. Shishir is your daughter. Would she make up lies like this to deceive you? Zhong Yongliang couldn't help but interject. Why wouldn't she? How many lies has she told? She's deceived us more than once. She'd say she was going to a classmate's house but ended up staying at a hotel. Isn't that the truth? Kong Yutao quickly defended himself. That's because I didn't want to see you. I couldn't stand being around you. My mom was always out at night. Zhong Shishir declared. You can say whatever you want about me. But you can't smear me like this. At my age, what could I possibly want from you? Kong Yutao looked at Yan Huifeng as he spoke. You have to believe me. She's definitely framing me. She wants to find her biological father, but she can't say that about me. I didn't. Zhong Shishir's voice carried a hint of sharpness. Then prove it. If I bullied you so many times, why didn't you tell your parents? Why bring it up now? Does that make any sense? Kong Yutao demanded. Zhong Yongliang swung a punch at Kong Yutao, landing squarely on his face. Blood trickled from the corner of Kong Yutao's mouth. He sneered coldly, no proof? Trying to beat a confession out of me? Too bad. I'll never admit to it. I'm reporting you for assault. My daughter's word is proof enough. Even if he's framing you, you deserve it. Consider yourself lucky he said you didn't get away with it, otherwise, you'd be dead by now, Zhong Yongliang retorted.
You know what I hate most about you? Your self-righteousness. Making judgments before anything is certain.
Yan Huifang rolled her eyes at Zhong Yongliang. Kong Yutao sensed Yan Huifang still believed him, his expression brightening. He hurriedly declared, everything requires evidence. I swear to heaven, I've never done anything to betray you. May lightning strike me dead if I'm lying. You dare make such a vicious oath? Aren't you afraid you'll actually get struck dead? Lin Feng shook his head slightly.
What's it to you? I now have reason to suspect you two were hired actors to frame me. Otherwise, how could a doctor possibly know a patient drank pesticide a month ago without knowing their condition? That's completely unscientific. Kong Yutao immediately turned the tables.
That only proves your limited understanding, Lin Feng replied.
Fine. Then tell me what I ate or drank 10 days ago.
If you can say it, then you're telling the truth, Kong Yutao challenged.
I don't know. And I have no interest in knowing. Lin Feng retorted. Poof. And you claim she didn't tell you? I think you two are in cahoots. Kong Yutao sneered coldly. Nonsense. This clinic has been around for years. Zhang Yongliang denied. The clinic exists, but the people might not. That man and woman, they don't look like traditional Chinese medicine practitioners at all. So young, what illnesses could they possibly treat? Ridiculous. Kong Yutao immediately countered, as if he'd suddenly found a weak spot. Zhuang Yanqin opened her mouth to argue, but Lin Feng waved her off, and she fell silent. Instead of worrying about what illnesses they can treat, you should be more concerned about the illness within yourself, Lin Feng said slowly. I have an illness? Ha! Do you really think I'd believe that? Kong Yutao found it laughable. Believe it or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. You won't live much longer anyway. Hurry back and eat whatever you want. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. You think that scares me? If I actually believed that, then I'd be the one with the real illness. Kong Yutao sneered coldly. Recently, haven't you noticed painless ulcers in your mouth and elsewhere? And large patches of red rash on your skin?
Lin Feng described the symptoms with a smile. Kong Yutao's expression shifted from disdain to shock, ending in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as if he'd seen a ghost.
Did you arrange all this with him beforehand? Lin Feng asked. So what do you say? What's wrong with me? Kong Yutao demanded. Ask me? Go to the hospital, get a consultation, and get checked out, then you'll know what it is. Lin Feng retorted. Are you trying to scare us, or are you serious?
Yan Huifang asked, her brows furrowed.
Do you have any sexually transmitted diseases?
Lin Feng countered. Yan Huifang was momentarily stunned by the question, but quickly caught on. She glared angrily at Lin Feng and shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have that kind of disease? Not necessarily. Because he does. Lin Feng pointed at Kong Yutao.
I don't have anything. I'm a decent person, how could I possibly catch those kinds of diseases? Kong Yutao immediately denied it. Whether you're respectable or not isn't up to you to decide. Just go get checked at the dermatology and venereal disease clinic and you'll find out. Lin Feng shrugged, pausing briefly before adding, One thing you did get right earlier, you're constantly fooling around with women. Men rarely catch this disease unless they're like you. You've been cheating on me. Yan Huifang glared at Kong Yutao furiously. If what Lin Feng said was true, then her daughter's claims held no doubt. This scumbag could go out and sleep around, and he'd even prey on his own daughter, it was only natural. How could she have failed to see through what kind of person he really was? I didn't. I absolutely couldn't do something like that. Besides, even if I had such thoughts, I don't have the energy for it. Kong Yutao continued to defend himself. You know what describes you best? A teddy bear. Lin Feng added. What teddy bear? I don't know what you're talking about. Kong Yutao understood the implication inwardly but refused to admit it verbally. Honestly, if you just admit it, there might be a way to fix this. But if you keep denying it, then there's really nothing we can do. Lin Feng said. Are you serious? Kong Yutao realized his mistake the moment he asked. It was essentially an admission. But truthfully, he hadn't confirmed anything. Yan Huifang pointed at Kong Yutao coldly. Come with me to the hospital for a checkup right now. I want to see what the hell you are. Chapter 83, Certain Death. Hearing Yan Huifang's demand, Kong Yutao immediately grew flustered. He couldn't be certain if he was actually sick, but everything he'd done and the symptoms he was experiencing Lin Feng had been spot on. Once he went to the hospital, everything would be out of his control. So he tried to stall. Could this be part of his scheme? Could he be saying this on purpose? Kong Yutao asked. Damn your ancestors. Cut the crap. Get moving with me now. Or don't push me to lose my temper. You know what happens when I lose my temper. Yan Huifang grabbed Kong Yutao's clothes and shouted. You think you get to control your daughter? Kong Yutao retorted. What difference does it make if she's with her real father? Worry about yourself. If you're really that kind of scum, I'll make sure you pay.
Living off my money and food, and still daring to do such disgusting things.
Yan Huifang declared. Zhong Shishir felt relatively secure following Zhong Yongliang. Before, she'd only worried about not getting her living expenses, but now that she was even catching illnesses, what did that matter anymore? Hey, let go of me. I can walk myself. Kong Yutao struggled as Yan Huifang dragged him toward the door, trying desperately to break free. If you dare hit me, I'll slap you right back, you believe me? Yan Huifang threatened. How could you not believe me? We're on the same side. They're slandering us. Kong Yutao immediately stopped resisting. Though he could easily overpower Yan Huifang physically, this woman didn't hold back. When she struck, she hit hard. Now wasn't the time to completely turn against each other. What matters isn't what they say, nor what you say. The hospital test results are what count. Yan Huifang grabbed Kong Yutao's ear and yanked him along as she stormed out of the clinic. The entire space fell silent. Doctor, what you just said, is it true? Zhang Yongliang asked. Pretty much, Lin Feng replied slowly. What? I thought you were just trying to scare them? Zhang Yongliang was taken aback. As a doctor, how could I use illness to scare people? I'm just describing what I see. The specifics aren't my concern, Lin Feng replied. Then sure. Zhang Yongliang frowned deeply. If no physical relationship occurred, there's no need for concern. This disease is highly unlikely to spread through other means. Lin Feng explained. He couldn't say for certain there weren't any, as only those involved truly knew the details. It was hard to say whether Zhong Shishir had withheld anything in her earlier words, but the crucial point had been made. Then I should be fine. Zhong Shishir declared with absolute certainty. That's good. Zhong Yongliang exhaled a long sigh of relief. Inwardly, he resolved to take his daughter for a thorough checkup at the hospital later, just to be safe. But what about my mom? Zhong Shishir sounded worried. That's not your concern. She brought this upon herself, let her face the consequences. Thank goodness you're okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't let them off the hook. Zhang Yongliang declared. Zhong Shishir sighed, wanting to say something but ultimately holding her tongue. Doctor, you must have a way to cure my daughter's illness. No matter the cost, you must save her. Zhong Yongliang now pinned all his hopes on Lin Feng. Young as he was, it didn't mean he lacked genuine skill. It's not that dramatic. It won't cost an arm and a leg. As long as you cooperate with the treatment, she can recover, Lin Feng said with a smile. Really? Will I be able to walk again? Zhong Shishir asked urgently. Suicide had been an act of desperation. When she drank the pesticide, she felt no attachment to this world. But now, with the chance to live again alongside her father, she naturally wished to be healthy and not burden him further. Absolutely. Typically, after taking the first batch of medicine for 5 days, you should be able to stand again, Lin Feng nodded. What? That fast? I've taken so many medicines before, but none of them worked at all. Zhong Shishir found it hard to believe. After all, her treatment plans had all come from major hospitals. No one had ever been as confident as Lin Feng about the results, let alone within a matter of days. Now Lin Feng could even specify the exact number of days? How could she not be astonished? Could the skill level of doctors at major hospitals really be so much lower than that of clinic doctors? No amount of flowery promises will help. Take it and see the results for yourself. Lin Feng sat back down and began writing the prescription. The prescription was completed swiftly. 20 grams of red peony root, 15 grams of angelica root, 15 grams of earthworm, 30 grams of astragalus root. 25 grams of honeysuckle flower, 15 grams of licorice root, 25 grams of chicken blood vine. Chinese medicine is so bitter. Can I add some sugar to make it easier to drink? Zhong Shishir asked cautiously. No. Bitter medicine is good for the illness, Lin Feng shook his head. All right. Zhong Shishir could only pout, dissatisfied but not daring to say more. After Zhuang Yanqing collected the herbs and Zhong Yongliang paid, he kept thanking them profusely. Thank me after you're cured, Lin Feng waved him off. Zhong Yongliang and Zhong Shishir bid farewell and left. As they reached the doorway, she glanced back and heard Lin Feng seemingly explaining something to Zhuang Yanqing about promoting blood circulation, unblocking meridians, strengthening the foundation, and detoxifying. The patient exhibits limb weakness and numbness in hands and feet. The primary pathogenesis involves qi and blood stagnation obstructing the meridians. The Buyang Huan Wu decoction is prescribed to tonify qi, invigorate blood, and unblock channels. Honeysuckle, angelica, astragalus, and licorice root work to tonify qi, nourish blood, consolidate the foundation, and detoxify. Lin Feng explained. Zhuang Yanqing nodded repeatedly. Every time she heard Lin Feng analyze the pharmacology like this, she felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. She found it hard to believe that someone of Lin Feng's age could wield each herb with such effortless mastery. Even her own father might not necessarily achieve this level of mastery. Was this what they called genius? Truthfully, as one matures, one comes to understand the importance of innate talent, something effort alone simply cannot achieve. It seemed like placing him here was truly a waste of his talent. Let me ask you something. Can you really diagnose the illness just by looking at his face? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but inquire. Well, I can't be 100% certain, but it should be pretty accurate. His symptoms were actually quite obvious.
Lin Feng replied slowly.
Then he's doomed, isn't he? Zhuang Yanxin said.
Even without this illness, he'd still be doomed.
Who among us isn't an old demon? How could we escape death?
Lin Feng replied with a smile.
There are many kinds of death. With an illness like that, he'd surely suffer terribly, right? Zhuang Yanxin pressed.
Yes. In a way, death might even be a form of liberation, Lin Feng nodded.
Serves him right. People like that deserve this fate. Everyone who doesn't keep themselves pure should meet the same end. Zhuang Yanxin snorted coldly. Why are you reacting so strongly? Outraged? Is that not allowed? Chapter 84, The Unusual Woman.
Though she didn't say it outright, Lin Feng sensed that something within Zhuang Yanxin had been stirred.
Someone like Kong Yutao might inspire contempt, even disgust, but to show such outrage? That seemed excessive. Because it was pure waste of energy. Unless one had experienced something similar. The click-clack of high heels shattered the clinic's tranquility.
A heavily made-up woman pushed open the door, instantly filling the air with an overpowering perfume so strong it drowned out even the medicinal scent. Unless she'd poured an entire bottle of perfume over herself, it would be hard to achieve such an effect. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin both frowned almost simultaneously. For traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, patients like this were the most troublesome. Among the traditional 4 examinations, smell was a crucial component, playing a significant role in diagnosing certain conditions. But perfume completely overpowered all other scents. Even someone with the most sensitive sense of smell would struggle to detect anything else. Take Ding Jiani earlier, for instance. She accompanied someone to the clinic, and while her perfume was strong, she wasn't the patient herself, so it didn't matter much. But this woman had come alone, and her scent was far stronger than Ding Jiani's. After entering, the woman didn't head straight for the doctor. Instead, she walked around surveying the place, occasionally waving her hand in front of her nose as if repulsed by the herbal scent. Zhuang Yanxin was speechless. With her own perfume already so strong, she had the nerve to complain about the herbal scent? Oh my, this place is so small, the woman finally approached, her opening words already grating. Are you here for a consultation? Zhuang Yanxin inquired. You're Zhuang Yanxin, right? The woman scrutinized Zhuang Yanxin from head to toe, flicking her long hair with a dismissive flick. She wore a short purple floral dress, revealing a pair of pale thighs that weren't particularly attractive. Not only were they somewhat thick, but their shape was also a bit peculiar. Yet she had the nerve to show them off. Her eyebrows were drawn on exaggeratedly, and her false eyelashes were ridiculously thick. It felt like if she wore a hat and blinked, she could lift it right off. Her nose was unnervingly high, hardly something a normal person could possess. The lipstick color on her mouth was bizarre, reminiscent of something one might find on a dead rat. Her face was vaguely oval-shaped, but it resembled the unhealthy, snake-like thinness of a snake spirit. And it's plastered with a thick layer of powder, like wall putty. The only thing remotely presentable was her impressive cleavage, though it was downright excessive. Bigger isn't always better with this sort of thing. The key lies in 4 words, just right. Pursuing sheer size for the sake of it only makes you a laughingstock. You are. Zhuang Yanxin paused, momentarily taken aback. She had no recollection of this woman. With makeup this dramatic, she should have at least some memory of meeting her once. Of course you don't recognize me. This is our first meeting. A smile spread across the woman's face. Her slightly odd face, combined with the smile, became somewhat distorted. Even a single glance felt unsettling. If you're not here for a consultation, then please leave. Zhuang Yanxin said coldly. She felt no curiosity about the woman's contradictory statements and couldn't be bothered with small talk. Whatever her purpose, Zhuang Yanxin had no desire for idle chatter. Alright, I'll see you. Take my pulse, the woman said. Please sit down, Zhuang Yanxin gestured. The woman sat down on the stool, placed her wrist on the pulse pillow, and couldn't resist complaining, ouch. This chair is so hard. Why didn't you get a softer one? Sitting on this is really uncomfortable. Most patients aren't suited for soft chairs, Zhuang Yanxin replied casually as she placed her fingers on the pulse. I have to admit, you're quite pretty, but how can you go without any makeup? And your hair isn't even styled? The woman continued her relentless criticism. Even if you plastered an entire box of powder on your face, it still wouldn't compare to hers, Lin Feng couldn't help but retort. Though he didn't know the woman's relationship with Zhuang Yanxin, it was clear she was deliberately picking a fight. What kind of patient questions a doctor's credentials? Instead of discussing her illness, she was criticizing the doctor for not wearing makeup. This could only mean one thing: she wasn't here for treatment at all. Since she wasn't a patient, there was no need for politeness. Even if she were a patient, foul-mouthed individuals deserved no courtesy. Respect must be mutual. If you can't even muster basic courtesy, why expect others to show it? The woman shot Lin Feng a glance, thrust out her chest, and declared smugly, Are you sure I'm more attractive than her?
When I walk down the street, don't I get more attention than she does? What good is getting more attention? If someone streaked down the street, wouldn't they get the most attention? What does that prove?
Lin Feng retorted directly.
Poof. A woman must know how to dress. There are no ugly women in this world, only lazy ones.
Once a woman gets lazy, her looks fade, and her appeal naturally suffers.
The woman rolled her eyes. You've got it all wrong. Ugly women need to dress up.
A truly beautiful woman doesn't even need to wash her face, she'd still be 10,000 times prettier than you. Lin Feng shot back without hesitation. He wasn't against women dressing up, but she insisted on using appearance as an argument.
And dressing up like this monstrosity while claiming she was attractive? Where on earth did she get that confidence? The most shameless part?
She dared to compare herself to Zhuang Yanxin. Objectively speaking, even Zhuang Yanxin's heels are prettier than you.
You, how dare you speak to me like that? I'm a customer. How dare you talk to me this way? The woman's expression darkened as she demanded. Been to too many beauty salons? This is a medical clinic. There are no customers here, only patients. Lin Feng replied. Could you please stop arguing? Zhuang Yanxin frowned tightly. With these two bickering, she couldn't concentrate on taking the pulse. You need to learn to tune out your surroundings.
Not everyone will be quiet, Lin Feng said with a smile. While he genuinely disliked the woman before him, he was also intentionally testing her interference resistance. Training was essential. Taking a pulse required absolute silence. After all, she was still at a beginner's level. Zhuang Yanxin sighed helplessly, forcing herself to calm down. Deep down, she knew it wasn't just the surrounding noise, her own mind was unsettled. Though she didn't ask aloud, her mind kept speculating about the woman's true identity. Finally, she pushed those chaotic thoughts aside. You shouldn't have come here. In your current condition, you should go to a major hospital. Zhuang Yanxin stated. What? Admitting your place isn't up to par, the woman sneered. Whether you keep this thing inside you or not, it's beyond our capabilities to handle. As for any other motives you might have, I don't want to know. Chapter 85, He's my boyfriend. Hearing Zhuang Yanxin's words, Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. She nodded firmly. Checking the finger pulse wasn't complicated. The pulse flowed smoothly, like pressing a marble rolling beneath the skin. Any practitioner with a few years of experience could easily detect it. Zhuang Yanxin came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Having been immersed in it since childhood and having studied TCM for several years, she certainly wouldn't make a mistake. If the pregnant woman had any issues, seeking TCM treatment was possible, but judging by her tone, that wasn't the case. Then it was truly hard to fathom what the woman's purpose could be. Wow! I never imagined you were so skilled? The woman showed a hint of surprise. This is the most basic thing. Judging from your pulse, your body is perfectly normal. There's nothing we can do here, Zhuang Yanxin replied. Aren't you curious why I came to see you? The woman asked with a smile. Not at all. I don't know you, and I have zero interest in your personal affairs, Zhuang Yanxin shook her head. Ha! Don't forget, I'm a woman too. Women are all talk and no action. You clearly want to know, the woman insisted. Considering you're pregnant, I won't kick you out outright. Please show some self-awareness. And let me give you some advice, don't wear such heavy makeup while pregnant. It's bad for you and the baby inside. Zhuang Yanxin said. Actually, this child is Leng Juanji's, the woman paused briefly before saying. Hearing that name, Zhuang Yanxin's body jerked, her expression abruptly changing. Oh, is that so? He has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me. Zhuang Yanxin quickly regained her composure, her voice icy. Really? Not a single connection? Why do I feel like you two are still entangled? The woman fixed her eyes on Zhuang Yanxin. You're imagining things. We parted ways long ago. There's absolutely no connection between us now. Zhuang Yanxin declared. I don't believe you. I have to admit, when it comes to you and me in front of him, I can't guarantee he'd choose me. Because whenever you dress up even a little, you have this deadly attraction to men. The woman stood up abruptly and shouted. Sorry. I have no interest whatsoever in attracting anyone. Nor do I need to do that, Zhuang Yanxin replied bluntly. All she wanted was to study medicine diligently and become a true practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. She despised women who dressed up like peacocks to attract men. Of course, everyone had their own way of thinking, and she couldn't interfere. But she detested being compared to others. She wanted to rely on her own abilities to make a living, not constantly depend on men. Is that so? Then dare you let me check your phone to confirm there's no trace of his contact information left, the woman demanded. Is that your real motive? Zhuang Yanxin gave a helpless laugh. The very thought was laughable. A woman carrying another man's child seeking confirmation from yet another woman that her man had no contact with her? Setting aside how utterly meaningless that sense of security was, even if she could confirm it, what would that prove? No contact information meant absolutely no contact? If he wasn't in contact with this woman, did that mean he wasn't in contact with any other women?
Was she supposed to verify that every single woman he had contact with had absolutely no connection to him? What kind of complete farce is this? If you have nothing to hide, there's no reason to refuse, right? The woman couldn't grasp the meaning behind Zhuang Yanxin's smile and asked for clarification.
I definitely won't agree, Zhuang Yanxin replied without hesitation.
So, you do have something to hide?
The woman glared at Zhuang Yanxin.
I don't need to prove anything to you. I don't want to get involved in your business. There can be no connection between him and me, Zhuang Yanxin declared flatly. From the moment they parted, everything about that man had been completely erased. The only lingering impression in her mind was sheer disgust. She never imagined a man could be so utterly repulsive. That's just your word against mine, the woman retorted coldly. Instead of wasting your time with me, why not take another look around and see if there are other girls by his side? Do you truly understand what kind of person he is?
Zhuang Yanxin shook her head helplessly. Some things, if not stated plainly, certain naive little darlings who'd been deceived would never grasp. She felt her warnings had been clear enough. I know he has plenty of women around him. But those are just flings, he never invests real feelings. You're different. You're his white moonlight. He still can't stop thinking about you, even calling your name in his dreams, the woman declared. Don't insult the concept of a white moonlight. A man like him doesn't deserve it. Zhuang Yanxin snapped angrily. I just came to make sure you won't rekindle the doomed marriage with him. Do it for the sake of the child in my womb. Agree to my request. I promise I'll never bother you again. My word is my bond, the woman persisted. Using the child to morally blackmail me? How shameless can you be? When did the child become your tool? Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up. Though the details remained unclear, the gist of the situation was evident. It had to be said this woman wasn't just sick, she was seriously ill. Instead of focusing on her own man, she's demanding things from his ex-girlfriend, boldly using the child as an emotional weapon. That's your damn kid. What the hell does it have to do with anyone else? This has nothing to do with you. It's between me and her. Fang Huihui rolled her eyes, her tone sharp with irritation. This is between you and your man. What does it have to do with anyone else? You can't even control your own man, yet you have the nerve to make demands. Do you think this is your wishing well? Don't think being pregnant makes you special. Lin Feng continued to confront her. Or else, try touching me and see if I can sue you dry. Fang Huihui fully revealed her disgusting true colors, turning to Zhuang Yanxin and declaring, if you don't agree to my terms, I'm staying right here. In my current condition, if you so much as touch me, I'll collapse instantly. She was nothing short of a complete scoundrel. We won't touch you. Stay if you want. It's none of our business. All I can say is, I wouldn't touch that disgusting man with a 10-foot pole. I'd run away from him as fast as I could. There's absolutely no chance. Zhuang Yanxin replied. Give me one convincing reason. Fang Huihui hadn't expected such a response. She'd only been bluffing, and staying here indefinitely was pointless. I already have a boyfriend. He's 10,000 times better than that guy. Is that reason good enough? Zhuang Yanxin retorted. Where is he? Fang Huihui pressed, determined to get to the bottom of it. Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly, then suddenly pointed at Lin Feng. He is my boyfriend. Chapter 86, A Kiss. As soon as Zhuang Yanxin spoke, not only did Fang Huihui freeze in shock, but Lin Feng was stunned too. To cover up, she'd spun a lie that was completely out of line. He could be your boyfriend? Fang Huihui's eyes were filled with disbelief. As for Lin Feng harboring a one-sided crush on Zhuang Yanxin, she believed that. But to claim they were a couple? She absolutely refused to believe it. What's the problem? Zhuang Yanxin retorted. In every way, he's no match for Leng Juinjia. Yet you claim he's 10,000 times better? How am I supposed to believe that? Fang Huihui shook her head. Just because you're blind doesn't mean everyone else is, Zhuang Yanxin shot back. What do you mean by that? Fang Huihui frowned, demanding an explanation. Just because you like that type doesn't mean that type is good. Whether it's looks, personality, or even personal abilities, he's 10,000 times better. Of course, there are areas where he falls short too, like smooth talk. Zhuang Yanxin stated. In her mind, Leng Juinjia was already a scumbag. No matter how handsome he was or how sweet his words, it only made her feel disgusted. Besides, she was telling the truth. While Lin Feng wasn't exceptionally handsome, he was still quite easy on the eyes. As for Leng Juinjia, he might have a few extra inches in height, but that really didn't matter. Taller wasn't necessarily better. As for personality, Lin Feng was remarkably steady, while Leng Juinjia was always wearing a sour expression, constantly exploding in anger, and deluding himself that this made him cool. Even without what happened later, she'd always hated him. Finally, their personal abilities were worlds apart. Leng Juinjia was involved in shady deals, squandering money as soon as he got his hands on it. Compared to Lin Feng, who saved lives and treated illnesses, they weren't even in the same league. Even though she's currently using Lin Feng as a shield, truth be told, if she had to choose between the two, she'd pick Lin Feng without hesitation. Even if every man on Earth were wiped out, she'd never choose that scumbag again. Your judgment of character really is terrible.
Fong Huihui shot Lin Feng a look of utter contempt.
It used to be terrible, but it's improved a lot now, Zhuang Yanxin retorted sarcastically.
Oof. Men like that just put on a pious facade.
In reality, if they saw someone like me walking down the street, they probably couldn't take their eyes off me, Fong Huihui sneered coldly. That's entirely possible, Lin Feng nodded.
See? He doesn't even bother pretending anymore. Fong Huihui nearly jumped for joy.
I just wanted to see where such a bizarre woman came from. You think you're attractive, but others probably just see you as a joke, Lin Feng added. Fong Huihui's expression darkened, her eyes blazing with fury, completely provoked by Lin Feng's words.
You like scumbags. You can even tolerate him playing around with other women. But I can't. My man has to love only me.
We're just not the same kind of people, so you don't need to waste your time on me, Zhuang Yanxin said.
But you two don't look like a couple at all,
Fong Huihui remained skeptical.
Mind your own business.
Lin Feng grew impatient. Heaven knows, if this woman weren't pregnant, he'd have kicked her out in a heartbeat.
He never hit women, but this one wasn't even human. Let me be blunt, you're beneath her. You're worlds apart. Fong Huihui sneered, shaking her head. None of your.
Lin Feng managed only 2 words before feeling an arm wrap around his.
The next second, something warm and soft gently pecked his cheek.
Realizing what had happened, he could confirm it was a girl's lips. Which meant Zhuang Yanxin hadn't just grabbed his arm, she'd kissed him.
Was she really willing to go this far just to prove their relationship wasn't fake? Does this prove it?
Zhuang Yanxin asked Fong Huihui, her own face burning red. Even she didn't know why she'd been so bold in that moment. If it was just to prove their relationship, it really wasn't necessary to go that far.
But when Fong Huihui said Lin Feng wasn't good enough for her, an inexplicable wave of impatience surged within her.
Then, as if possessed, she leaned in and kissed him. Her mind had gone completely blank during the entire process. After that quick peck, regret washed over her, and she pulled back swiftly, though her hands remained locked around him.
I never imagined you two had gotten this far.
A friend told me that even after dating Leng Juanjia for so long, you two hadn't even hugged, let alone kissed. If you weren't a real couple, it wouldn't have happened like this, Fong Huihui remarked. Although Leng Juanjia hadn't confirmed this, the source was absolutely reliable. Perhaps that was precisely why Leng Juanjia broke up with Zhuang Yanxin. He'd never admit it, of course it was a bit embarrassing. Dating for 2 or 3 years and never even sharing a hug. I'm not like some people who throw themselves around, Zhuang Yanxin retorted sarcastically. You. Fong Huihui caught the implication in her words, her expression darkening. She felt deeply resentful inside. She had given everything, yet Leng Juanjia didn't cherish her. But with Zhuang Yanxin, he hadn't gotten anything, yet he still couldn't stop thinking about her. Indeed, what you can't have always stirs your heart.
I'm talking about you. But you chose this path yourself, now walk it. Please don't bother me anymore. Got it? Zhuang Yanxin said.
As long as there's no chance between you two, I won't bother you again, Fong Huihui replied.
Then please do, Zhuang Yanxin gestured toward the door. Fong Huihui smiled.
Before leaving, she looked at Lin Feng and said, having a woman like her is a blessing you've earned through lifetimes of good deeds. I hope you can hold on to her. I truly wish you both happiness.
Not necessary. Now get lost. Before you make me sick. Lin Feng retorted.
Poof. You ungrateful jerk. Fong Huihui snorted coldly, muttering as she left. She still believed Lin Feng was putting on an act, desperately trying to maintain his image in front of Zhuang Yanxin. Anywhere else, he'd be practically glaring. The sound of her high heels faded into the air, signaling she was long gone.
Zhuang Yanxin's entire demeanor shifted completely, her expression turning grim.
Lin Feng wanted to say something comforting, but feared saying the wrong thing and making matters worse, so he said nothing at all. It was perfectly normal for her mood to sour, even spiral out of control. When someone forcibly dredged up a memory she never wanted to revisit, anyone could break down. I'm fine, Zhuang Yanxin said suddenly after a long silence.
How about we step outside for some fresh air?
The scent in here might linger for quite a while, Lin Feng suggested slowly.
This perfume is disgusting. Spraying so much doesn't it mess with your sense of smell? Zhuang Yanxin remarked. Fun fact, do you know why perfume was originally invented? Lin Feng asked. Surely not to be pungent? Pretty much. It was to mask body odor. Chapter 87, Equal Measure.
Zhuang Yanxin shook her head, clearly skeptical.
That reason sounded like a joke.
Perfume originated among European nobility to mask the body odor from infrequent bathing. The stronger the perfume scent, the heavier the body odor, likely indicating even longer intervals between baths, Lin Feng explained earnestly.
Really? You're pulling my leg. Did you just make this up? Zhuang Yanxin asked. If you don't believe me, look it up. How could I possibly make something like this up?
Lin Feng shrugged slightly. Zhuang Yanxin pulled out her phone and searched. The results proved Lin Feng right, and a faint smile appeared on her face.
See? Smiling makes everything better. Let bygones be bygones.
No need to dwell on it. Lin Feng said. Is this how you comfort people with random trivia? Zhuang Yanqing pouted, glaring at Lin Feng. Distraction. Besides, as long as it works, who cares what method it is? Lin Feng replied slowly. Thanks. I feel much better now. Zhuang Yanqing nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. Though Lin Feng's approach was a bit clumsy, it did temporarily pull her out of her tangled thoughts. A brief moment of happiness was still happiness. If you need someone to listen, I think I can handle it. A lot of things feel better once you talk them out. Lin Feng said. He wasn't trying to pry into her private life, but he sensed she needed an outlet to vent her troubled emotions. I don't need it. I won't let those things affect me for too long. Zhuang Yanqing shook her head firmly. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. There was no forcing the issue. If she didn't want to talk, perhaps she didn't see him as a suitable confidant. Don't worry about what happened earlier. I only did that to get rid of his clinginess. Just pretend nothing happened. Zhuang Yanqing said. It's fine. Even if I took a little hit, it's no big deal. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. You suffered a loss? Zhuang Yanqing raised an eyebrow slightly. This sounded incredibly unpleasant to hear. He'd clearly gained an advantage, yet he called it a loss typical of someone who takes advantage and then acts innocent. I was forced into it with zero warning. Treated like a tool, how is that not a loss? Lin Feng declared with deadpan seriousness. Well then, I'm truly sorry to hear that. What exactly do you want me to do about it? Zhuang Yanqing's eyes locked onto Lin Feng. She wouldn't call herself a peerless beauty, but she was certainly a well-rounded young woman. Before this, she'd never had any intimate contact with a guy. Even after dating Lang Juanja for over 2 years, they'd only held hands a few times. And now she's even given her first kiss to Lin Feng, yet this guy still claims he's the one getting screwed? I really want to punch someone. Simple enough. Just return the favor, Lin Feng teased. Though Zhuang Yanqing's eyes seemed ready to shoot flames, he completely ignored it. She wouldn't actually hit him anyway. You want to kiss me back? Dream on. If you dare, I'll fight you to the death, Zhuang Yanqing declared. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Lin Feng quickly replied. Poof. Until the clinic closed, Zhuang Yanqing didn't utter another word. It wasn't because she was angry at Lin Feng, but because her mind was now filled with a jumble of chaotic thoughts. I don't want to go back, Zhuang Yanqing declared as they stood outside the clinic. Then where do you want to go? Lin Feng asked. I want to go drink. Are you coming? Zhuang Yanqing said. Your mother-in-law has already cooked dinner. If you don't plan to return, you should at least call ahead, Lin Feng replied. Stop fussing. Are you coming or not? Zhuang Yanqing asked, growing impatient. I don't want to. Lin Feng shook his head. Zhuang Yanqing was speechless. She rolled her eyes dramatically. So you're fine with me going drinking alone? What's there to worry about? You're an adult, not a child. Besides, you definitely don't want people telling you what to do, right? Lin Feng said. Hey, how are you ever going to find a girlfriend acting like this? Zhuang Yanqing sighed helplessly. What does that have to do with anything? Don't put me down. If you want to drink, go by yourself. I'm going home to eat. Lin Feng finished and turned to leave. Hey! I wanted you to come with me. Zhuang Yanqing hurriedly called after him. If she'd waited any longer, Lin Feng would have been long gone. Why didn't you say so earlier? Just say it plainly, okay? Lin Feng stopped and turned back. I'm a girl, you know. There are so many things I can't just say outright. I thought I made it pretty obvious. Are you really that dense, or are you just pretending? Zhuang Yanqing retorted. Why hint? What's wrong with being a girl? Can't you just say things normally? Be straightforward, why make things so complicated? Lin Feng retorted. You're such a clueless guy. Can't you think outside the box at all? Zhuang Yanqing shook her head helplessly. The two hailed a taxi by the roadside. Zhuang Yanqing got in first and gave the destination, followed closely by Lin Feng. On the way, Lin Feng insisted on calling Shi Chaoyun, casually making up an excuse that they wouldn't be coming back for dinner. He felt this was absolutely necessary. The person who cooked worked hard. After finally finishing, if you didn't come back to eat and didn't even say a word, it was really too much. Of course, the best approach would be to call before the meal was even prepared. But Zhuang Yanqing had decided on a whim it was impossible to plan ahead. Insisting he accompany her was nothing more than her wanting to get him drunk while also fearing she wouldn't be able to get home herself. He understood her reasoning, but honestly, if Zhuang Yanqing hadn't explicitly asked, he wouldn't have wanted to do this. He firmly believed that getting drunk wouldn't solve anything. The taxi pulled up near the riverbank. This river flowed through the entire city, revered as the Mother River. However, in earlier years, industrial pollution had rendered its waters more foul-smelling than a sewer. During certain seasons, it emitted a nauseating stench. Over the past decade, however, remediation efforts had been quite successful. Not only had the river water cleared up, but the foul odor had long since vanished.
It had even attracted numerous unidentified bird species.
Along the riverbank, numerous barbecue stalls bustled with business, forming a commercial street of considerable scale. It's still spring now, but come midsummer, these barbecue stalls stay open until 3 or 4 in the morning. While other areas might worry about disturbing residents, the riverbank has no residential zones nearby, so there's no need for such concerns. Zhuang Yanxin walked straight to a stall called Delicious Flavor Barbecue. Without even looking at the menu, she ordered over a dozen different grilled items and didn't forget to add beer.
Order whatever you want. I'm not in the mood to fuss over you today. Order as much as you like. Just make sure you get me home in the end. Zhuang Yanxin declared before plopping down at a table right by the riverbank. Chapter 88, Better Off Than Before. For Zhuang Yanxin, if she had to trust anyone at this stage, besides her parents, it would probably only be Lin Feng. Though they hadn't spent much time together, she had to admit the guy was surprisingly dependable. Even if she considered it a favor to her parents, Lin Feng wouldn't treat her badly at the very least, he wouldn't abandon her out here. Plus, he was skilled enough to handle himself. The barbecue stalls would be packed later, and without protection, trouble could easily arise. Lin Feng didn't order anything, he simply sat down across from Zhuang Yanxin. Cut the nonsense. I don't want to hear it. All I want right now is to numb my brain. Zhuang Yanxin snapped. She didn't want to hear any words of comfort right now. Because to her, it was utterly useless. She understood the logic, don't dwell on the past, overthinking only torments yourself, but sometimes, people couldn't fully control their own minds. What harm could it do to indulge occasionally, numbing herself with alcohol? I just want to ask, did you really order that much? Can you even finish it all? Lin Feng inquired. That's why you don't know me.
I'll probably need 2 or 3 hours to get properly drunk.
I'll definitely finish all this barbecue. Besides, it's all my favorite stuff, I don't want to have to choose. Zhuang Yanxin replied. Fine.
Lin Feng said nothing more.
Since it was still early and there weren't many customers, Zhuang Yanxin's orders started arriving one after another.
Among them was a keg of draft beer placed right in the center of the table, about 10 liters. Zhuang Yanxin filled a glass to the brim, then without pause, downed it in one gulp.
Can you handle alcohol?
Zhuang Yanxin asked as she refilled her glass.
No.
Drinking affects your judgment, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head gently.
You're such a bore.
I was hoping you'd join me for a few drinks, Zhuang Yanxin sighed, shaking her head helplessly.
You drink by yourself. I'll pass.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Then just eat by yourself. Zhuang Yanxin didn't press the issue.
Though she longed for company, drinking alone felt monotonous.
Yet she considered pressuring others to drink rather tacky.
Lin Feng watched as Zhuang Yanxin downed numerous glasses. Roughly estimating, at least half the keg was gone, yet she showed no signs of intoxication, not even a flush on her cheeks. No wonder she'd ordered such a large keg right off the bat, she really did have a massive tolerance.
You really don't crave it at all?
Of all the guys I've met,
almost none of them touch a drop. Zhuang Yanxin remarked. Could it be that you just haven't met many guys?
Lin Feng replied with a smile. Now I'm starting to think you might be a little unusual, Zhuang Yanxin said, her lips curling slightly.
And what about you? Do you consider yourself perfectly normal?
Lin Feng countered.
You're right. I'm not normal either. Zhuang Yanxin gave a wry smile and downed another large glass of wine.
Lin Feng considered trying to talk her out of it, but decided against it. He figured nothing he said would get through to her right now.
Zhuang Yanxin suddenly stood up and walked briskly in one direction.
Lin Feng followed closely behind. Even though he knew she was just going to the restroom and there was nothing wrong with her condition, he still wanted to be on the safe side. Besides, it was already getting dark and visibility wasn't great. While waiting, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. He turned to find a young man whose face seemed vaguely familiar. He was almost certain it was a college classmate, but the name eluded him for the moment.
Hey, it really is you?
I thought I was mistaken, the man said with a broad smile.
Hello, Lin Feng nodded, offering a greeting. Not knowing the other guy's name was a bit awkward. Hey, Lin Feng, you didn't forget me, did you? It's Yan Yunpeng. The guy from the dorm next door. The one running that small business. He prompted. Oh. Mr. Yan. Lin Feng instantly remembered. Though their relationship wasn't exactly close, Yan Yunpeng was a true social butterfly.
Not only did he maintain good ties with classmates, but he also had surprisingly solid connections with some teachers. Besides running a small physical goods business, he also peddled insider information sources unknown, but usually spot on. Back then, few might have known Yan Yunpeng, but mention Mr. Yan, and he was absolutely famous. During his internship, he actually lost touch with most of his classmates. He wasn't particularly skilled at socializing and preferred to avoid meaningless interactions. Thus, even when encountering former classmates face to face, he would usually pretend not to see them unless they initiated the greeting. Of course, if someone initiated a conversation, he wouldn't act aloof and would chat for a bit.
What, Mr. Yan? That's ancient history. Things aren't going as well as they used to. Yan Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively. No way. You look full of energy. Things can't be that bad, right?
Lin Feng smiled. Yan Yunping's appearance had indeed changed significantly since their school days. His greasy pompadour had been replaced by a sharp, cropped haircut. Gone were the suits and ties, now he wore casual attire that gave him the air of a successful businessman.
Just running a small company. Make 100,000 or so a year. Barely enough to get by, Yan Yunpeng began, launching straight into a masterclass in understated bragging.
What you're saying leaves me speechless.
If you're barely scraping by, doesn't that mean the rest of us should just go ahead and kill ourselves? Lin Feng retorted. We're in different circles.
Those CEOs are worth tens of millions, even billions. My little savings are peanuts compared to theirs.
And most importantly, it's unstable. I heard you got a job at the People's Hospital? Yan Yunpeng asked.
Before Lin Feng could answer, Yan Yunpeng continued, you've achieved self-worth. This job might pay less, but it's incredibly stable.
Honestly, I'm pretty envious. You envy me? How about we swap places then?
Lin Feng retorted bluntly. His words clearly didn't match his thoughts. If it was just flattery for the sake of flattery, then it really meant nothing.
I wish I could.
But I don't have your skills.
How could someone like me become a doctor?
Yan Yunpeng shook his head helplessly.
So why are you here? Lin Feng asked.
Feeling the conversation was going nowhere, he shifted the topic to end the dull exchange.
What's the point of listening to someone brag? Just grabbing a bite.
After eating too many fancy dishes, I started craving these street stalls again.
This stuff just hits the spot. Yan Yunpeng replied. Just then, a girl called out Yan Yunpeng's name from nearby and hurried over.
She wore a white top and a black pencil skirt, but what drew the most attention were her perfectly straight legs, encased in black.
Chapter 89, Unaware of One's Own Ugliness.
Her jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her makeup natural, giving her an almost student-like appearance. Of course, she was actually older, giving off a hint of deliberately trying to look younger. As she drew closer, Lin Feng recognized her as a former classmate from the same major, Gao Huanyan. Purely in terms of looks, she ranked first not just in her major, but in the entire college. However, back then, her slightly conservative attire meant her figure didn't stand out as much as some of the other girls, leaving her at the bottom of the school beauty rankings. Even the bottom-ranked campus beauty was still a campus beauty. She had countless admirers back then, but none seemed to meet her standards.
Huanyan, remember him? Yan Yunpeng pointed at Lin Feng. Gao Huanyan's large eyes fixed on Lin Feng. After a moment's pause, she asked, Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Oh, you actually know him?
Yan Yunpeng looked surprised, then suddenly slapped his forehead.
I almost forgot. You were chasing Huanyan back then. Oh man, sorry about that, stealing your goddess.
His tone dripped with smug satisfaction, practically screaming, you failed to win over your goddess, but now she's mine.
That was a long time ago.
Back then I was young, my thoughts weren't quite mature yet, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile.
Had he ever pursued Gao Huanyan? The truth was, no. He'd never even entertained such thoughts.
It wasn't because he was solely focused on his studies and uninterested in romance. Rather, he simply didn't like her.
Gao Huanyan had a sweet appearance and was considered a goddess by many back then.
But he believed that a woman couldn't erase her other flaws simply because she was pretty.
In truth, he knew the real Gao Huanyan was a scheming.
One of his close friends had liked her and showered her with gifts. She'd accept them with a smile, only to sell the valuable ones later and toss the worthless ones aside. She treated all her admirers the same way. She neither rejected nor accepted them, just stringing them along. Her goal was most likely to collect gifts. All her suitors were just backups. To feed her own vanity. When he witnessed Gao Huanyan discarding a gift from a friend, he confronted her only to be met with contempt. She even spread rumors about him pursuing her first, claiming he was desperate and couldn't have her, thereby ruining her reputation. This ultimately drove a wedge between him and his friend. As for the rumors circulating outside, he never responded to them. Because the more he cared, the more she would exploit it to target him. Only by ignoring it would the matter gradually fade away. And now, faced with Yan Yunpeng's bragging, he still didn't explain the truth behind it all. Some truths simply weren't that important. At least for the vast majority of people.
You make it sound like I'm immature. Good thing we're classmates, otherwise, if you said stuff like that, I'd totally flip out. Yan Yunpeng chuckled. I'm talking about myself.
You and I are definitely different, Lin Feng replied slowly.
If you're alone, why don't we go together? Yan Yunpeng suggested. Forget it. I don't want to be the third wheel.
Lin Feng shook his head in refusal. Truthfully, if the conversation flowed well, joining their table wouldn't have been impossible.
But Yan Yunpeng wasn't just bragging, he was deliberately trying to show off.
That truly killed any interest he had.
Besides, he didn't want any further connection with Gao Huanyan. It's been ages since we last met, old classmate. Let's catch up. What's this about being a third wheel?
Yan Yunpeng persisted with his invitation. Even though Lin Feng's circumstances weren't as good as his own, having someone familiar at the hospital could come in handy later.
After all, who could guarantee they'd never get sick? This could be considered part of his network. Lin, you must feel awkward. The truth is, he never pursued me back then, it was all rumors.
I considered clearing things up, but it never worked out, Gao Huanyan spoke up.
So it was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea.
In that case, we absolutely have to talk to clear the air once and for all, Yin Yunping insisted. He hadn't known the full story back then, but so many people had pursued Gao Huanyan that Lin Feng, being relatively unknown, hadn't caused much of a stir.
Gao Huanyan's explanation now was likely to prevent him from misunderstanding.
He seized this opportunity to invite Lin Feng again.
What not? It was pure fiction, I never gave it a second thought. If I truly cared, wouldn't that mean falling for someone's tricks? Right, Gao?
Lin Feng said indifferently.
Gao Huanyan deliberately brought up the past incident, seeking nothing more than to assert her presence.
Unfortunately for her, he felt nothing for this woman even though her style had shifted considerably from her previous conservative ways.
It wasn't that he couldn't play mind games, he simply didn't want to.
Besides, he felt any interaction with this type of woman was a waste of time.
Does that sound like you're blaming me? I really had no choice back then.
But now, I could introduce you to a few girls.
If I'm guessing correctly, you're still single, right? Gao Huanyan said. Right. Huanyan has a few close girlfriends who are actually pretty great, Yin Yunping nodded.
Don't worry, they won't be the exceptionally beautiful type.
You know how it is, anyone with decent qualifications tends to be picky. But there are definitely people who'd be a good fit for you. You could try looking around. Gao Huanyan suggested. No need to trouble yourself. I'm perfectly content as I am.
Lin Feng replied slowly.
Was Gao Huanyan genuinely trying to set him up with someone? Of course not.
Ultimately, it was just her way of asserting her presence. Between the lines, the message was clear: the exceptionally beautiful ones wouldn't give you the time of day, and you weren't worthy of them anyway.
Don't set your standards too high. Since we're classmates, I'm only giving you this advice.
These days, good looks alone don't cut it for guys, you need to have real capability, Gao Huanyan lectured him from a position of superiority.
You mean earning potential, right? So as long as he can make money, it's okay if he's ugly? Lin Feng couldn't hold back and spoke up. I never said that. Gao Huanyan denied hastily, sighing. Your job looks decent, but it's lost its edge. Even average girls might look down on it. Plus, the hospital social circle is so small. You know me pretty well. You even know where I work. Got a thing for me or something? Lin Feng shot back. What nonsense are you spouting? Me, interested in you? Look at yourself in the mirror, what a sight you are. Gao Huanyan's expression darkened, and she snapped back angrily. I know exactly what I look like. But some people are blind to their own ugliness, Lin Feng retorted. Ha! You think you're too good for someone like me? Then go find someone impressive. What good does all this whining do? Gao Huanyan retorted.
Just then, Zhuang Yanqin walked over to Lin Feng and slipped her arm through his.
Chapter 90, Frenetic Output.
Zhuang Yanqin shot Lin Feng a playful glare before smiling sweetly.
I suppose I count as someone decent enough to show off, right? More than presentable? The moment Zhuang Yanqin appeared, Yin Yunpeng's eyes widened in astonishment, so much so that he forgot to smooth things over.
He was still wondering who could have brought such a stunning girl. He never dreamed Zhuang Yanqin would become so intimate with Lin Feng. Gao Huanyan had once been the campus beauty, so her looks were undeniably striking. After they got together, she changed her previously reserved style to please him, radiating energy both at home and out in public. Yet, he found himself feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Somehow, it just didn't seem to fit her face. But now that things had gone this far, it felt awkward to ask her to revert. This was just a minor issue. It didn't matter at all. Among all the girls he'd ever met, none could compare to Gao Huanyan. Yet standing before Zhuang Yanqin, Gao Huanyan's radiance faded completely. Zhuang Yanqin wore no makeup, not even light makeup, and no dress or stockings, yet she still completely overshadowed Gao Huanyan. If Gao Huanyan is a vibrant rose, then Zhuang Yanqin is a noble peony, radiating an aura of grace the moment she enters the room. Even without any adornment, she was this captivating. One couldn't help but wonder what heights this peony could reach with just a touch of embellishment. You are. Gao Huanyan's face flushed crimson as if slapped, yet she stubbornly persisted in probing the nature of Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin's relationship. In her eyes, someone like Lin Feng wasn't even in the same league as her. And to be paired with someone like Zhuang Yanqin? That gap felt like several worlds apart. Yet here she was, right before her eyes, casually draping her arm around Lin Feng's. It wasn't an overly intimate gesture, but under normal circumstances, such a display between two people of the opposite sex would likely only happen between lovers. Lin Feng's girlfriend. Why doesn't she look like one? Zhuang Yanqin said with a smile. Impossible. How could he possibly have a girlfriend like you? Gao Huanyan shook her head in denial. Why not? He's just afraid to say it out loud, lest it crush someone's fragile ego.
Zhuang Yanxin retorted sarcastically. Oof. What do you even like about him? Just his looks? Gao Huanyan sneered coldly. I advise you to think twice. Some people might be all show and no substance. Is being good looking a bad thing? That's just one of his many excellent qualities. You don't know anything about him, yet you're spouting off like this? Zhuang Yanxin looked at Lin Feng as she asked, why is she attacking you? Have you talked to her? No, I haven't.
Honestly, I don't know either. Lin Feng shook his head.
I knew it. You definitely don't like that kind of trashy type either.
Zhuang Yanxin spat out bluntly.
What did you say? Gao Huanyan's expression darkened, her voice tinged with anger. What's wrong with your ears? If you don't know what type you are, go look in the mirror. If you don't have a mirror, you must have urine, right?
Tell others to take a piss and see how pathetic they look, then take a look at yourself.
Zhuang Yanxin's scolding grew even harsher. Coming from a woman less attractive than Gao Huanyan, such words might have sounded like a joke.
But coming from her, it was pure insult.
How rude. Gao Huanyan sneered.
You pointed at my boyfriend like that, and this is me being polite.
I know his temperament, he wouldn't provoke anyone.
But some people just love to make fools of themselves.
What I'm saying is, it's spring now. If you're going to be in heat, go somewhere else. Don't go around spreading it everywhere.
If I weren't afraid of dirtying my hands, I'd tear your mouth apart.
Zhuang Yanxin continued her tirade.
Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Zhuang Yanxin's combat power was off the charts right now. She was probably just looking for an outlet for her frustration.
Someone like Gao Huanyan? No match at all. You. Gao Huanyan couldn't muster a response for a long moment.
Had she known Lin Feng had a girlfriend, one who was prettier than herself, she never would have spoken that way. Otherwise, she'd be courting humiliation.
What's with you? You've been stuttering for ages and still can't say anything.
A complete noob who loves to whine and complain.
You're seriously sick. Zhuang Yanxin declared. Gao Huanyan playfully slapped Yan Yunpeng. Yan Yunpeng snapped back to reality and tried to smooth things over. It's all just a misunderstanding. We're classmates with Lin Feng, nothing more. Don't take it to heart. How can your classmate be so ugly?
Ugly is one thing, but his taste is terrible too. How could he possibly like someone like that?
He must be blind.
Zhuang Yanxin showed no mercy, lashing out at both of them. Yan Yunpeng nearly choked on his words, his face turning grim.
This was downright disrespectful. Sorry. She's a bit tipsy. We'll be going now.
Lin Feng said, pulling Zhuang Yanxin away.
If Zhuang Yanxin kept going, Yan Yunpeng and Gao Huanyan would probably explode.
It might take more than words to resolve this.
Oof. She talks to me like that, and you won't even stand up for me? You just let her bully me? Gao Huanyan shot Yan Yunpeng a fierce glare, her heart brimming with resentment.
She'd intended to use this chance to put Lin Feng in his place and assert her presence, but instead ended up humiliated and subjected to a barrage of harsh words.
If she didn't vent, the resentment would eat away at her. Why did you have to talk about Lin Feng like that? If he didn't curse you, who else would he curse? What kind of grudge do you have against this Lin Feng? Yan Yunpeng couldn't help but ask. I just can't stand his attitude. He's got zero skills, yet he struts around like he's God's gift to women. It's infuriating. Gao Huanyan snapped. He just didn't chase after you, that's all. You think you're some goddess everyone should fall for? This guy's standards are way too high. Yan Yunpeng rolled his eyes, convinced Gao Huanyan was completely nuts. You're the one who's hooked on that woman, aren't you? You can't take your eyes off her. Just dump me already and go find her. See if she'll even give you the time of day. Gao Huanyan snorted coldly. What are you talking about? Am I that short-sighted? Yan Yunpeng retorted. Isn't it? Gao Huanyan sneered with contempt. You know nothing. Lin Feng's job is within the system, right? If he wants to climb the ladder, doesn't he need a way up? So finding a woman who can help him, isn't that reasonable? You think she only cares about looks? Look at yourself, why hasn't she fallen for you? Doesn't that prove the point? He doesn't care about looks, only about career advancement. Someone like that can achieve anything. He might even enter politics someday. Do you want an enemy like that? Yan Yunpeng pressed. What do you suggest we do? Gao Huanyan asked. From now on, you'll do as I say. Chapter 91, None of Your Damn Business. Back at their seats, Zhuang Yanxin asked the owner to reheat the leftover skewers. Before Lin Feng could speak, she took the initiative. We're even now. You helped me, and I just helped you. No one owes anyone anything. Weren't you just taking advantage of the situation to vent? Lin Feng asked. Fine.
I admit some of what I said was harsh, but... Zhuang Yanxin felt a bit embarrassed. She had indeed lost control toward the end. Well said, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Oh? I thought you'd be upset I was too harsh. Zhuang Yanxin was a bit surprised. We were classmates after all. Some things I said were definitely inappropriate, but coming from you, it's fine. Lin Feng replied. What's the big deal? That girl looks pretty and dresses sexy.
Most guys like that type, don't they? Zhuang Yanxin asked.
A corrupt heart makes beauty meaningless, Lin Feng shook his head gently.
Sounds like there's a story behind that.
Tell me about it, Zhuang Yanxin said, her curiosity piqued. I don't want to talk about it, Lin Feng refused.
You're being so stingy. Tell me, and then I'll find a reason to yell at her for you. That way you can get your revenge. How about it? Zhuang Yanxin suggested. No need.
It's best not to get involved with that woman at all, Lin Feng shook his head.
But, is she really that scary? Zhuang Yanxin scoffed.
Not scary, just not worth the effort to play mind games with her, Lin Feng explained.
So she's a scheming woman.
I hate that type too, Zhuang Yanxin said.
Just as the two were chatting idly, Yan Yunpeng and Gao Huanyan reappeared. Lin Feng, why were you running so fast? Meeting up like this is fate. Honestly, I rarely come to places like this. If you don't mind, wanna hang out together?
Yan Yunpeng asked with a smile, testing the waters.
I mind. I don't want to be with you guys. It'll ruin my appetite.
Zhuang Yanxin replied bluntly.
Why do you have to be so rude? Gao Huanyan frowned slightly, unable to hold back.
If you don't like it, don't come near me, Zhuang Yanxin shot back. She's not in the best mood today. It's not appropriate for us to sit together.
Let's try another time. Lin Feng interjected. Sorry about that.
She did speak harshly earlier, but it's just her blunt nature, she doesn't filter her words.
She didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it personally.
Yan Yunpeng continued to smile apologetically.
If I got upset over every little thing like that, I'd probably have died of frustration long ago. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. That's good.
Yan Yunpeng stepped aside, pointed to the adjacent table, and waved at the owner.
She clearly doesn't want anything to do with you, and you're still trying to force a connection? Gao Huanyan felt she couldn't stand it another second. She'd never been so humiliated. Why are you talking so much? If you really want to leave, then go now. I won't stop you. Yan Yunpeng's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. Gao Huanyan pursed her lips.
Leaving now would mean her relationship with Yan Yunpeng was completely over. Finding another wealthy suitor would take who knows how long.
You're like a ghost that won't go away.
Zhuang Yanxin shook her head helplessly. If you're almost done eating, let's head out, Lin Feng suggested.
No way am I leaving. Why should I be the one to go? I haven't done anything wrong, I've done everything by the book. Why should I be the one to hide?
Zhuang Yanxin refused without hesitation. Though she was getting annoyed, leaving was absolutely out of the question, she'd barely started drinking.
Fine, whatever, Lin Feng sighed. Do all guys like their girlfriends dress like this? What kind of mindset is that? Showing off? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but ask. I can't speak for others.
Personally, if I came to a place like this, I'd want her to dress more conservatively.
At home, she can wear whatever she wants. As for the psychology behind it, I suspect it probably means he doesn't want to get married. Lin Feng replied. What do you mean? Zhuang Yanxin pressed. It's just for fun. Naturally, she'll wear whatever looks good. Lin Feng explained.
He didn't know Yan Yunpeng well enough to say for sure if the guy was a womanizer, but if he allowed his girlfriend to dress like this, it meant he was only looking at the moment, not the future.
As a man, he knew exactly what another man would be thinking upon seeing Gao Huanyan dressed like that. It was definitely about showing off. But more than that, it was indifference. Over there, Yan Yunpeng began answering one call after another, speaking loudly as if deliberately letting everyone hear, especially Lin Feng. The calls were all about deals worth millions, even tens of millions. Blatant showing off. Are these really such big deals that they need to be discussed in a place like this? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but shake her head and mutter under her breath.
Maybe they genuinely have that kind of hobby, Lin Feng said. He didn't really believe it himself. It wasn't that discussing business at a barbecue stall was inherently wrong. The point was, if it were a major deal, there'd be no need to speak so loudly. Except for a few idiots, the bigger the business, the more low-key people tend to be. Even if they wanted to show off, it would be the silent kind, not this loud shouting that just made them look tacky. Besides, this place was a mixed bag of people. Talking like that was practically asking for trouble from the scum here. He's just setting the stage for what comes next. Why does he have to come over here? Zhuang Yanxin sighed helplessly. What else could it be? It's all because of you. Lin Feng chuckled. He doesn't hold back at all in front of his girlfriend? Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. She's not his wife. Why should he hold back? If you don't want the hassle, just find another spot or go home, Lin Feng advised. He knew exactly what kind of look Yan Yunpeng was giving Zhuang Yanxin. It wasn't just that he was an old classmate wanting to chat. He'd never seen a beauty of Zhuang Yanxin's caliber before, so of course he'd come over to flirt. If he really pisses me off, I'll smash his dog head. Zhuang Yanxin snorted coldly. Sure enough, not long after, Yan Yunpeng approached with a glass of wine. Lin Feng, to express my apology and celebrate our unexpected reunion here, I'll toast you. Yan Yunpeng declared. Sorry, I don't drink, Lin Feng shook his head.
A real man can't refuse a drink. We're old classmates, haven't seen each other in years. This is a bit rude. Just one glass, okay? Besides, it's beer, no different from water. Yan Yunpeng began persuading him. Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? Zhuang Yanxin's face showed annoyance. She disliked persuading others to drink just as much as she disliked being persuaded herself. Especially when refusing a drink was linked to saving face, it was utterly tacky. Lin Feng, this won't do. Not even married yet and already under your girlfriend's thumb? Yan Yunpeng remarked. None of your damn business. Chapter 92, I'll see it through to the end. Zhuang Yanxin's words nearly choked Yan Yunpeng, but he couldn't exactly blow up right then. I really won't drink. You enjoy your meal and drinks. Lin Feng said slowly. Guys like Yan Yunpeng just begged for a sharp retort like Zhuang Yanxin's. Hey, beautiful, you look like you can hold your liquor. How about we have a drink? Consider it drinking for Lin Feng. What do you say? Yan Yunpeng turned to Zhuang Yanxin. So fond of drinking, I wonder how much you can handle. Zhuang Yanxin inquired. I wouldn't dare say anything about baijiu, but beer? I can drink as much as I want, Yan Yunpeng declared confidently. If she agreed to drink, he'd certainly step up to the plate. Who knows, maybe he could even get a little something out of it when they clinked glasses. He'd never seen a beauty of Zhuang Yanxin's caliber before. I don't know how much you can drink, but your bragging skills are definitely world-class, Zhuang Yanxin remarked. Hey, you can't just brag at the table. If I can, I can. If I can't, I can't. If you don't believe me, let's just drink it out. Yan Yunpeng retorted immediately. I drink pretty fast. For every glass I finish, you have to finish one too. Deal? Zhuang Yanxin proposed. No, that'd be unfair to you. You're a woman, and you've already had quite a bit. How about this, you drink one glass, I'll drink two. That way, I won't fall behind at all. Yan Yunpeng countered. Who does he think he's looking down on? When it came to one-for-one drinking, he'd never met his match. And she was a girl, even just in terms of stomach capacity, they weren't even in the same league. So he deliberately let her win, showcasing his gentlemanly grace. Ha! Zhuang Yanxin said nothing more. She simply picked up her glass, downed it in one gulp, then flipped it upside down. Seeing this, Yan Yunpeng naturally refused to be outdone. He downed his glass in one gulp, then turned to hand the empty cup to Gao Huanyan. Taking the refilled beer, he chugged it in one go. Before he could even show off his empty glass, Zhuang Yanxin across from him downed another. He swiftly exchanged glasses again, urging Gao Huanyan to pour more. This went on and on, with Zhuang Yanxin downing 5 glasses. After downing 10 cups, Yan Yunpeng felt his head spinning. Of course, this wasn't due to a weak tolerance, but rather drinking far too fast. He'd never drunk like this before. But he certainly couldn't back down now. After all, she'd already made her boast. Next, Zhuang Yanxin went from downing 1 cup at a time to chugging 2 cups in a row. Holding a glass in each hand, she downed them in rapid succession. She flipped the glasses upside down in both hands and held them up for display. Hey, girl, you can't just chug like that. Yan Yunpeng couldn't help but say. This wolf-chasing style of drinking was simply unbearable. There was absolutely no pause in between. Even if we're not chatting, we should at least eat something. Was it really necessary to drink this fast? If you can't handle it, then get lost. Stop whining. Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes. This guy across from her not only shamelessly urged her to drink but also looked down on women. Didn't he know women were the ones who could hold their liquor best at the table? And demanding a round of 2-to-1 shots right off the bat? What kind of show-off is he? Fine. A man can't say he can't. I just don't want you to get drunk. Yan Yunpeng hurriedly defended himself. That's none of your business. Zhuang Yanxin retorted. This time, the quantity doubled. Zhuang Yanxin drank 10 cups. When the barrel ran dry, they brought out a fresh one. Yan Yunpeng forced himself to finish 19 cups. He managed half of the last one before he couldn't take another sip. His face buried in the floor beside him, he vomited immediately. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head in disgust. And you call this all-you-can-drink beer? If this is your level, don't ever sit at the table claiming you can hold your liquor next time. You haven't embarrassed yourself enough already. Don't blame me. I had a big drinking session at lunch, so I'm not performing well now. I'll go to the bathroom, and we'll continue when I get back. Yan Yunpeng looked embarrassed. Though he tried to justify himself, his legs already felt wobbly as he headed toward the restroom. He couldn't back down now. Absolutely no way he'd lose to a woman. Even if I have to induce vomiting, I'll keep going when I get back. Lin Feng watched Yan Yunpeng's retreating figure and shook his head. Turning to Zhuang Yanxin, he asked, Are you okay? What could possibly be wrong? Some people are just great at bragging, but in reality, they're as weak as chickens. This is nothing. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head. Gao Huanyan stood up and strode over, fixing Zhuang Yanxin with a stare. I'll drink with you. Planning a relay drinking contest? Zhuang Yanxin shot Gao Huanyan a contemptuous look. Gao Huanyan pointed at Lin Feng, raising her voice slightly. You can have him drink for you. Or, you two can take me on together. You're even more cocky than the last guy. Zhuang Yanqin couldn't help but chuckle. Talking big won't get you anywhere. Just say whether you dare or not, Gao Huanyan demanded. While she couldn't match Zhuang Yanqin in looks, losing to her in drinking would be utterly humiliating. Though she'd said Lin Feng could join, knowing Zhuang Yanqin's temperament, she doubted she'd let anyone substitute for her. Both were at peak condition. She couldn't guarantee victory, but with Zhuang Yanqin already heavily intoxicated, she was practically assured of winning. What's there to be afraid of? Whatever you want to do, I'll go along with it. Zhuang Yanqin agreed immediately. Drinking one glass at a time is boring. Let's go 10 glasses at once. Whoever drinks slower has to down an extra glass. You up for it? Gao Huanyan laid out the rules. One extra glass? That's pointless. Zhuang Yanqin shook her head, clearly unimpressed. Then you make the rules. Gao Huanyan sneered, appearing indifferent. 5 extra cups. Zhuang Yanqin declared. Fine. We'll do it your way. Since we've agreed, no backing out. Gao Huanyan accepted without hesitation. 2 rows of cups began appearing on the empty table beside them. Lin Feng carried the wine barrel over while Gao Huanyan had to serve herself. Both sides filled 10 cups to the brim. Zhuang Yanqin signaled Gao Huanyan to start, but Gao pointed at Lin Feng, indicating he should begin. Her hand was already on the first cup. After the signal, Gao Huanyan swiftly grabbed the first cup and downed it in one gulp. Zhuang Yanqin, however, remained unhurried, lifting her cup only then and drinking at the same steady pace as before. After the first 5 cups, Zhuang Yanqin was clearly 1 cup behind. Seeing this, Gao Huanyan's smile grew wider and she unconsciously picked up the pace. But the next second, a hiccup sent beer into her windpipe, triggering a violent coughing fit. She didn't want to waste time, but the persistent coughing made it impossible to get the beer down. Even when she forced it in, it came right back up. During this process, Zhuang Yanqin smoothly completed her comeback. With one final push, she downed the rest of her drink. Meanwhile, Gao Huanyan hadn't even finished the second to last cup in her hand. Chapter 93, Bringing Shame Upon Herself. Gao Huanyan's face twisted with frustration. She had been leading the entire time, yet one slip-up cost her the victory. Now she had no choice but to finish the rest and endure the 5 penalty cups. Actually, it should be 10 cups. 5 seems a bit light, don't you think? Zhuang Yanqin remarked with a smile. You won by pure luck. If I hadn't coughed, do you think you could have beaten me? Gao Huanyan rolled her eyes. So what? I still won. Are you mad? Zhuang Yanqin declared triumphantly. You dare to keep going? Gao Huanyan asked through gritted teeth. If you dare, I dare. Zhuang Yanqin declared. Both glasses were filled to the brim once more, and they turned their gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed softly and called out, begin. He'd seen drinking contests before, but this style was truly unconventional. He had to admit, Zhuang Yanqin was impressive. She still showed no signs of being affected, though her face was noticeably redder than before. If she truly couldn't hold on, he would definitely call a halt. As for what Gao Huanyan might say then, he genuinely didn't care. Just like before, Gao Huanyan maintained her lead without any hiccups, but after the 5th glass, her pace visibly slowed. She tried to gulp it down, but her body simply couldn't manage it. A powerful surge of gas seemed to push everything she drank back up. Her brows furrowed tightly as she watched Zhuang Yanqin overtake her, utterly helpless. She had always considered herself a decent drinker, capable of downing shots quickly. Even competing with Yin Yunpeng in a drinking contest, she wouldn't necessarily lose. But now, she felt utterly powerless. You think you lost just because of a mistake? That was only part of it. Zhuang Yanqin finished her drink, a smile playing on her lips. Gao Huanyan reluctantly downed her drink, knowing the punishment was still coming. She was already struggling to keep up. By her count, she'd already downed 30 shots. Another round might take down Zhuang Yanqin, but she'd be finished herself. Oh my, looks like you're done for. You girls really are something, not from the same family, yet you stick together. You talk tougher than anyone, but in reality, you're weaker than anyone, Zhuang Yanqin sneered. It's not over until the last one falls, Gao Huanyan retorted coldly. She absolutely refused to lose like this. Especially since she'd challenged them herself. Giving up now would be utterly humiliating. From now on, she'd be nothing but a complete joke in front of Lin Feng. What? You want to keep going? In your state, you'll barely make it through another round. Give up, or you'll embarrass yourself even more. Zhuang Yanqin declared. This was certainly more enjoyable than drinking alone in silence. It wasn't that she deliberately intended to humiliate him with such words, but rather that she could read his expression and roughly gauge his condition. Pushing through now would only invite further humiliation. Don't be so stubborn. I think you're nearing your limit too. Gao Huanyan stared straight at Zhuang Yanqin. She didn't believe the other's stomach was a bottomless pit capable of infinite drinking. After drinking so much and so quickly at that, no normal person could hold up. This deliberate pretense was nothing but stubborn resistance.
She was determined to expose the other's false facade.
No matter what, she had to hold out. Then you're underestimating me. Someone like you won't push me to my limit, Zhuang Yanxin declared. Is that so?
Then let's get straight to it, no more nonsense. The third round began. Zhuang Yanxin maintained her steady pace, while Gao Huanyan clearly struggled to swallow. Though she kept drinking, her eyes locked onto her opponent. The moment Zhuang Yanxin faltered, she would stop immediately. By the time she reached her third cup, Zhuang Yanxin had already picked up her fifth.
But Gao Huanyan couldn't hold it in any longer.
Not only did she spit out the alcohol in her mouth, but she also vomited a significant portion of her stomach contents. Her feet faltered, nearly sending her tumbling to the floor. She braced herself with her hands, yet the torrent continued to pour from her mouth. Zhuang Yanxin slowly finished her fifth cup, set it down, and sighed deeply.
Someone like you, trying to test others' limits. Where on earth did you get the nerve?
Yan Yunpeng hurried over and helped Gao Huanyan to her feet.
He had actually returned after the first round ended, spotting the two women locked in a drinking contest from afar and hesitating to approach.
After the vomiting subsided, he'd intended to confront Zhuang Yanxin head-on, but witnessing this scene completely extinguished that thought. This woman was either a goddess of wine or a bottomless pit. Neither of them stood a chance in a back-to-back drinking contest.
Shall we continue? Zhuang Yanxin asked Yan Yunpeng. Maybe we should call it a night. Everyone said quite a bit to drink today. Yan Yunpeng's voice lacked conviction.
You two are such a pair, Zhuang Yanxin sneered. So weak, yet so eager to play. Yan Yunpeng helped Gao Huanyan back to her seat, seething with pent-up frustration he couldn't vent after all, he'd back down.
Why aren't you drinking anymore?
She's had so much, she must be at her limit. Another round would be impossible, Gao Huanyan frowned, voicing her complaint. In this state, even if we win, it won't be worth the embarrassment.
Let's finish eating and get out of here. Yan Yunpeng declared. Useless.
I had no idea you were this useless.
Gao Huanyan snapped angrily. Think I'm giving you face? Try one more word. You wanna see if I'll slap you to death? Yan Yunpeng's expression turned icy.
Under normal circumstances, he would have merely glared at Gao Huanyan in displeasure at such words.
But now was different.
He was already in a foul mood, and this woman had the audacity to insult him.
Not lashing out immediately was already showing considerable restraint.
In his mind, women needed to be put in their place, otherwise they'd push their luck. Gao Huanyan immediately fell silent, realizing she'd spoken out of turn, though it had been a momentary lapse in anger. Yan Yunpeng certainly wasn't going to indulge her. She cursed him silently countless times in her mind. Once she found a new target, she kicked this piece of trash Yan Yunpeng to the curb without a second thought.
This whole mess is because of you.
You're the one who always has to stir up trouble, Yan Yunpeng snapped.
Gao Huanyan lowered her head, enduring the rebuke without daring to retort.
Oh, isn't this Boss Yan? A male voice called out from behind.
Yan Yunpeng frowned. The last thing he wanted to see right now was someone he knew.
Hearing the voice, he completely ignored it. If the other person had any sense, they wouldn't bother him. But the very next second, a heavy hand slammed onto his shoulder. He spun around, anger flashing across his face. But the moment he recognized the man, his expression shifted instantly, plastering on a fawning smile.
Mr. Yen, what's the deal? Didn't hear me, or pretending not to? That's not cool, man. I didn't expect anyone calling me. If I'd known it was you, Brother Jia, I wouldn't dare refuse. Is that so? Somehow I feel like you're pulling my leg. Chapter 94, broke as a joke.
The man addressed as Brother Jia by Yan Yunpeng was a burly guy in his 30s or 40s, dressed entirely in black. His bare arms were covered in large tattoos, and his hair was half yellow, half black. Two slacker-looking youths trailed behind him, their hair dyed in garish, mismatched colors. Evenings this time of year still carried a chill. Yet these two wore black tank tops, revealing half their chest tattoos.
How could that be? Even if I disowned everyone else, Brother Jia, how could I disown you?
Yan Yunpeng hurriedly replied.
I've been looking for you for days. You dare say you weren't avoiding me? Chang Mingjie slapped the back of Yan Yunpeng's neck. No. Absolutely not. I swear to God.
Yan Yunpeng raised his hands in a hasty oath.
Swear. Swear 5 times. Cut the crap. Isn't it time to pay back what you owe? Chang Mingjie demanded. I haven't received the payment yet. The funds should come in any day now. I'll pay you back as soon as I get it.
Yan Yunpeng hurriedly explained.
How long has this debt been outstanding? Think you can keep using the same excuse every time? Chang Mingjie gave Yan Yunpeng a sharp pat on the head, clearly annoyed. Do I look like a fool? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? I wouldn't dare deceive you.
It's just that I ran into some cash flow problems earlier. Pressuring me like this won't help.
Give me a little more time. Besides, aren't you still collecting interest? Yan Yunpeng countered. Playing the scoundrel, huh?
Let me tell you, I've got plenty of ways to deal with scoundrels.
Chang Mingjie glared coldly at Yan Yunpeng. I really don't have it right now.
Yen Yunpeng said helplessly.
Gao Huanyan's face was cold as she demanded, "Didn't you say you just made over 2 million recently? How could you still owe money to others?" "Shut up." Yen Yunpeng glared at Gao Huanyan fiercely. "Oh? Is this your new woman? She's quite the catch." Chang Mingjie eyed Gao Huanyan up and down, swallowing hard. "Don't take what she says seriously. Look, considering our long-standing partnership, give me some face. Just 3 more days. I'll definitely scrape the money together." Yen Yunpeng pleaded. "What kind of favor do you think you have?" Chang Mingjie slapped Yen Yunpeng across the face and coldly declared, "I've given you chances before. If you don't pay up today, you're not leaving. How much does he owe you exactly?" Gao Huanyan couldn't help but ask. "What's up, beauty? You want to cover it for him? Honestly, it's not much, just over 100 grand. Chang Mingjie grinned lewdly, his eyes darting all over Gao Huanyan's body, practically unable to tear them away. "You don't even have a million?" Gao Huanyan glared angrily at Yen Yunpeng, feeling utterly deceived. She'd been looking for a rich man, only to find a penniless bum. "You actually believe that? Selling him wouldn't even get that much. This debt's been overdue for over a month." Chang Mingjie cut straight to the point. "You've been lying to me this whole time?" Gao Huanyan trembled with rage.
So Yen Yunpeng had been pretending to be wealthy all along. If he hadn't come clean now, she'd still be kept in the dark. "Just transfer whatever you have to them first. I'll turn things around soon," Yen Yunpeng urged without further explanation. He could tell that if he didn't pay something back today, there was no way he'd get through this.
"Dream on. That's my money." Gao Huanyan refused without hesitation. "Hey, sweetheart, if you want to pay him back, it's actually pretty simple. I'll charge you 5,000 for one night. How about it?" Chang Mingjie suggested with a sly grin. "Brother Jia, are you serious?" Yen Yunpeng's eyes lit up. At that rate, it wouldn't even take a year to clear his entire debt.
"As real as pearls. But I don't like forcing people, it has to be her own choice," Chang Mingjie stated. Yen Yunpeng turned to Gao Huanyan, about to speak, only to be met with a torrent of profanity. "What the hell do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Damn good thing I didn't let you have your way. Otherwise, I'd never have known what a piece of trash you really are. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Pay off your own debts by selling your assets, none of my business."
Gao Huanyan shouted furiously.
She and Yen Yunpeng had reached the final step, yet she had held her ground, refusing to cross that line. What comes too easily is never cherished. Besides, she understood men's psychology all too well. She knew they'd demand something valuable in return, otherwise, she'd seem worthless. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to skin Yen Yunpeng alive. "You don't have to be so cold-hearted. I'll make a comeback. When that day comes, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't give you the time of day," Yen Yunpeng declared. "Go to hell. Keep dreaming." Gao Huanyan hurled a string of curses before storming off in fury. She couldn't possibly trust Yen Yunpeng again after being played like a fool without even realizing it. Even if he did make a comeback, she wouldn't know if it was real or fake. Spit. Damn it all. Bitches are heartless, actors are unprincipled. Yen Yunpeng spat at Gao Huanyan's retreating back. "Yen Yunpeng, someone like you expects others to show compassion? You've played a fine game getting something for nothing." Not slapping you in the face was already showing considerable restraint. Chang Mingjie shook his head helplessly. He'd seen shameless people before, but shamelessness of this caliber was truly rare. "Brother Jia, please, give me 3 more days. I'll pay you back, I swear." Yen Yunpeng pleaded. "If you can't produce the cash, I'll have no choice but to strip you naked and make you run out of here. Who knows, you might even make the headlines." Chang Mingjie chuckled. "Brother Jia, that's absolutely out of the question." Yen Yunpeng shook his head like a rattle. If anyone else had said that, it might have been an empty threat. But coming from Chang Mingjie, he was capable of doing exactly that. "Then go find someone to borrow money from. If I don't see the cash today, all this is for nothing," Chang Mingjie declared. Yen Yunpeng's gaze suddenly landed on Lin Feng beside him, and an idea seemed to strike him. "Brother Jia, this is my classmate. He's a doctor at the People's Hospital and can vouch for me," Yen Yunpeng said as he walked over to Lin Feng. "Sorry. I can't vouch for you." Lin Feng refused outright. "Lin Feng, how about lending me some money?" "I'll pay you back the moment I get it," Yen Yunpeng hurriedly suggested. "I don't have any." Lin Feng shook his head again in refusal. "You don't have any, but your girlfriend must have some." Yen Yunpeng insisted. "I do, but I won't lend it," Zhuang Yanqin said coldly. They'd thought this guy was just bragging, but it turned out he was a complete con artist. Chang Mingjie and the 2 young men behind him were instantly transfixed by Zhuang Yanqin, staring intently, frozen in place. Seeing this, Yen Yunpeng spun on his heel and bolted away, terrified that even a moment's delay would let them catch up. Chapter 95, Because You're Stupid. Yen Yunpeng hadn't really expected Lin Feng to vouch for him anyway. He'd just been hoping to slip away while they were arguing. But he never imagined Lin Feng would refuse so decisively, leaving him momentarily at a loss. In the end, he could only shift his focus to Zhuang Yanqin. He'd given up all hope, yet now a chance to escape presented itself. What Lin Feng did next was no longer his concern. For him, the priority was to escape if he could. He knew he couldn't scrape together the money anytime soon, so he'd hide for as long as he could.
He's already gone.
Lin Feng called out as a warning.
Chang Mingjie snapped back to reality, watching Yan Yunpeng sprint more than 10 meters away.
He waved his hand, signaling the young man behind him to give chase. The two young men seemed dazed, not moving an inch.
Only when Chang Mingjie kicked one of them did they snap out of their stupor.
By the time they heard the order and started chasing, Yan Yunpeng's figure was already fading from sight.
But they dared not slow down for a second. Are you a classmate of Yan Yunpeng? Chang Mingjie asked.
We weren't very close, Lin Feng shook his head.
Because of you, he got away. You owe me an explanation. Chang Mingjie demanded. What do I have to explain? You're the one who lost track of him. What does that have to do with me?
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Cut the bull. Do you know Yan Yunpeng? Chang Mingjie snapped, growing irritated. Lots of people know him. Does that mean everyone has to pay his debts? Lin Feng retorted.
I'm warning you, if you don't pay up, you're not leaving here. I've been hunting him down for days. Finally found him, and you let him slip away.
Who else should I come after if not you? Chang Mingjie's tone was thick with menace. Go after whoever you want.
It's none of my business, Lin Feng said indifferently.
Don't push your luck. I could beat you senseless today and get away with it, you believe me?
Chang Mingjie pointed at Lin Feng, his tone laced with menace.
If it comes to blows, you'll be the one getting beaten.
Even if those two guys were still here, it wouldn't change a thing, Zhuang Yanqin said calmly, sipping her drink. She had witnessed Lin Feng's skills firsthand.
Though the opponents had ultimately backed down out of fear, Lin Feng had still dominated them 1-on-2. They hadn't even managed to touch the hem of his clothes. This guy standing before them was nowhere near as physically imposing as the burly men they'd faced earlier. Such words held no threat for Lin Feng. And if it came to blows, the one talking big would be the one getting hurt. You're giving him way too much credit. Honestly, I don't think he's that formidable, Chang Mingjie said with a hint of contempt in his eyes. When it came to fighting, he considered himself quite formidable. Someone as skinny as Lin Feng wouldn't stand a chance against 3 or 4 of them teaming up. He just didn't want to start a fight here. You're underestimating him and overestimating yourself, Zhuang Yanqin shook her head gently. Why can't I believe it?
Chang Mingjie spread his hands.
The reason is simple, because you're stupid. Zhuang Yanqin retorted. Chang Mingjie's expression darkened as he glared at Zhuang Yanqin.
But quickly, a lecherous grin spread across his lips.
I won't make things difficult for you.
Beautiful lady, let's have a drink, exchange contact info, and I'll be on my way.
How about it? Sounds easy enough.
Zhuang Yanqin replied with a smile.
Of course it is. I'm always polite to beautiful women.
If it weren't for your sake, he'd be dead ugly today if he didn't cough up the cash. Beautiful lady, no offense, but you've got terrible taste in men. Guys like him are just trash. Chang Mingjie laughed, his words dripping with sarcasm.
He deliberately humiliated Lin Feng, hoping the other would rise to fight back, giving him the perfect excuse to strike. No matter what kind of woman, she'd surely be attracted to strength, especially a beauty like Zhuang Yanqin. If she found out her man was such a loser, why wouldn't she leave? Then he'd have his chance.
But to his disappointment, Lin Feng showed no anger at the deeply insulting words.
He didn't even flinch, as if it didn't concern him at all. How could someone be so utterly spineless?
She'd seen cowards before, but never one this pathetic.
I don't need your lecture.
I know exactly what he's like, Zhuang Yanqin retorted, clearly annoyed.
You can never truly know someone's heart. Look at him now, he can't even muster the courage to speak up. If you were ever in real danger, do you think he could protect you? Chang Mingjie retorted. Mind your own business.
Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes.
Fine, fine.
Chang Mingjie shrugged helplessly. He assumed Zhuang Yanqin simply didn't want to confront Lin Feng right now. After all, it would be a matter of saving face. But after this incident, the chances of them getting together were practically zero. His goal had been achieved.
Hey, beautiful, what'll it be? A drink first, or exchanging contact info? Chang Mingjie quickly asked. Both are easy enough, but I don't want to do either.
And I don't want any connection with someone like you, Zhuang Yanqin's tone turned icy.
Chang Mingjie's smile froze, his eyes instantly turning vicious as he threatened, hey, that's not very considerate. Do you know how serious the consequences could be? So you're lashing out in anger? Zhuang Yanqin retorted sarcastically. I never hit women, but don't push me. I'm capable of anything. Chang Mingjie's smile held a chilling edge. Then get lost.
Lin Feng said slowly.
Huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Chang Mingjie's icy gaze fixed on Lin Feng, convinced he must have misheard. Didn't you say you'd do anything? Getting lost should be pretty simple, right?
Lin Feng said calmly.
Kid, do you know what you're saying? If I had any qualms about hitting a woman, I have none about hitting you. Flames seemed to leap from Chang Mingjie's eyes as his hands itched to act.
She already said it, if we come to blows, you'll be the one taking the beating.
Better not court trouble. Lin Feng replied.
Oh, is that so? If you're this bold, then I truly underestimated you.
Looks like I need to teach you a lesson before you learn your place. You don't think I'm the only one who can handle you, do you? Chang Mingjie sneered coldly.
His hands interlaced, twisting back and forth as he prepared for the fight. You really suck. Lin Feng raised his right index finger and shook it lightly.
Fine. I'll show you, you good for nothing, how I'll make you beg for mercy on the ground. Chapter 96, precisely my intention.
Chang Mingjie finished his threat and lunged forward in a single stride, his right hand reaching out to grab Lin Feng. He figured grabbing him first would be better than just swinging a punch. Only after pounding him with multiple punches could he truly vent his rage. Especially in front of Zhuang Yanqin, he had to humiliate Lin Feng in the most brutal way possible. Otherwise, if he knocked him out with a single punch, it would be utterly pointless. This guy was all talk now, but once he was beaten to the ground, he'd surely beg for mercy on the spot. He'd seen too many like him. They had no clear understanding of their own strength, yet they wanted to show off in front of their women. But the next second, his hand grasped at thin air. In that split second of dazed confusion, a punch slammed into his gut. The punch packed a serious punch, forcing a bitter taste into his mouth. He reflexively doubled over, clutching his stomach with one hand. Then, an elbow slammed into his back. His body crashed to the ground with a thud, curling up like a shrimp. Lin Feng planted his foot squarely on Chang Mingjie's body, pinning him down to prevent him from getting back up. Unlike their previous fight, he didn't target vital areas, merely knocking him down was sufficient. Facing Chang Mingjie's attacks, he lowered his body, dodged, threw punches, and finally delivered the elbow strike. It appeared fluid and effortless, yet each move had been rehearsed hundreds of times in his mind. Each move was instinctive. Besides, Chang Mingjie hadn't taken him seriously at all. Even if any unexpected situation arose, he could instantly enter his consciousness sea to rehearse. Nothing that couldn't be solved by practicing hundreds of times. If there really was a problem, then he'd just practice a few hundred more times. A single sequence, practiced dozens of times, became second nature, let alone hundreds. Moreover, these were simple movements, yet once mastered, they became highly lethal. Of course, compared to the burly men he'd encountered before, Chang Mingjie still lagged significantly in physical prowess. If he unleashed this combo on those burly men, they'd likely withstand the force without falling. Likewise, if they tried to use their previous attack methods against Chang Mingjie would likely have lost his life on the spot.
Zhuang Yanqin's eyes lit up. Though she knew Lin Feng would defeat Chang Mingjie, such polished counterattacks still caught her off guard. This level of skill simply couldn't be achieved without years of training. For a moment, she found him rather impressive. Chang Mingjie came to his senses. Besides the pain in his stomach and back, someone was still pinning him down. He struggled fiercely to get up, but it seemed impossible. This guy is actually this formidable? What terrified him most was that he hadn't even seen how the other guy had struck. Bro! I'm sorry. Let me go. Chang Mingjie begged. He couldn't care less about losing face now. Being pinned down like this, if he got a few more kicks, it wouldn't just be humiliating, it would be utterly miserable. You just said to make some loser lie on the ground and beg for mercy, right? Lin Feng said. Me. I'm definitely the loser. Please don't hold it against me, Chang Mingjie hurriedly replied. His face twisted in agony. What else could he do? He was in agony. His back already ached, and being stomped on only made it worse. He was biting down so hard his teeth nearly cracked. He felt that if the other person applied just a little more force, his teeth would surely be knocked out. Lin Feng lifted his foot. Chang Mingjie sprang up from the ground, then stood up smoothly. He glared at Lin Feng with a vicious look, as if he wanted to skin him alive. What? Still not convinced? Lin Feng asked with a smirk. No. Chang Mingjie hastily waved his hands, shuffling his feet to create distance between them. Though seething inside, reason told him he stood no chance against Lin Feng in a one-on-one fight. If the other struck again, even with preparation, he might not be able to defend against it. Therefore, maintaining a safe distance was crucial. See? I told you so. You really are stupid, Zhuang Yanqin sneered. Chang Mingjie retreated to a safe distance, glaring fiercely at Zhuang Yanqin before pointing at Lin Feng. I can't take you down, but someone can. If you've got the guts, don't leave. Even if you do, I'll find you. Mess with me, and you're dead meat. I don't have all day to waste on you. If you're going to find someone, hurry up. Lin Feng said slowly. You wait, you little punk. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Chang Mingjie spat, turning and striding away. Sigh. Why is everyone like this nowadays? Can't beat someone, so they call for backup. If you've got the guts, come at me yourself. Zhuang Yanqin sighed, her tone dripping with contempt. Chang Mingjie and Huang Yaoyan were cut from the same cloth. If you're done drinking, let's go, Lin Feng said. Ha? Didn't you say we'd wait for him to bring reinforcements? Why are we leaving now? Zhuang Yinxin frowned slightly. When did I say that? I said we don't have time to waste, okay?
Lin Feng shrugged helplessly.
Aren't you afraid they'll find us after we leave? That would be even more trouble. Zhuang Yinxin protested. Missy, you actually believe his bluster?
He was just bragging about beating me until I begged for mercy on the ground.
And what happened? That kind of talk is just hot air who takes it seriously? Lin Feng retorted.
Rather than waste time arguing with these thugs, he'd rather go home and sleep.
But I don't want to leave so soon. I want to watch the show.
Zhuang Yinxin said with a smile.
You're not seriously hoping this will get us into the bar?
Lin Feng was speechless.
She clearly loved watching the drama unfold. Guess trouble hasn't found you yet, so you couldn't care less. Exactly. Zhuang Yinxin nodded. Then why not just go home, find an action movie, and watch it while you drink? Wouldn't that be just as good? Lin Feng asked. But it's not real. Of course, if you think you can't handle it, I could make an exception. But you're just going to back down like this?
Zhuang Yinxin seemed intent on pumping him up.
I'll take it.
Lin Feng wasn't buying it at all and agreed immediately. He was long past the age of reckless youth, and truthfully, he'd never really been that way. He wouldn't back down when trouble came, but he'd avoid it if possible.
Getting too caught up in all this nonsense was utterly pointless.
Just then, the barbecue shop owner approached to mediate, implying that Chang Mingjie was a tough nut to crack and conflict should be avoided. To show goodwill, he offered to cover the entire bill. The meal wasn't cheap, but avoiding greater losses made it insignificant.
Owner, please tally the bill.
I'll pay and leave. Zhuang Yinxin changed her mind.
She couldn't possibly eat for free.
More importantly, small businesses had it tough enough the money had to be paid.
Got it. The bill had just been settled when a dark mass of people appeared in the distance. Chapter 97, Unexpected. A dense crowd of at least 20 or 30 people. All dressed in black suits, they resembled security guards from a private firm. As they passed by, diners lowered their heads one after another.
Most hurriedly called for the bill and fled.
Could this be the people that guy called? Zhuang Yinxin frowned deeply. She had assumed that even if Chang Mingjie could gather people, they couldn't possibly outnumber those Huang Yaoyang had called. Lin Feng was unlikely to be in danger, and besides, she could call the police anytime. The police station wasn't far from here.
But the sheer scale of the situation far exceeded her expectations, and they'd arrived so quickly. Hard to say. Lin Feng shook his head lightly.
He was a bit overwhelmed too.
Even with his consciousness to strategize, once the enemy numbers reached a certain point, two fists truly couldn't fight four hands.
Most crucially, he couldn't protect Zhuang Yinxin. Boss.
Zhuang Yinxin turned to ask, only to find the man had vanished.
He hid a long time ago, Lin Feng said with a helpless smile.
I'm sorry, I seem to have gotten you into big trouble.
If I'd listened to you, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Zhuang Yinxin felt a pang of regret.
At their speed, even if we'd left immediately, we'd likely still be trapped inside.
It's not your fault.
Lin Feng shook his head.
Blaming Zhuang Yinxin now served no purpose. She probably hadn't expected the enemy to arrive so quickly. Delaying a bit wasn't the main reason they couldn't leave. What do we do now? Should we call the police? Zhuang Yinxin was starting to panic. We don't know their intentions yet. Here's the plan, if they're really after us, I'll draw their attention while you find a chance to slip away. Then find somewhere to call the police. Lin Feng said. With so many of them, can you handle it alone? Zhuang Yinxin asked.
It'll be tough, but there's no better option, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile.
This is all my fault.
Zhuang Yinxin sighed heavily, her expression suddenly shifting. Her legs began to buckle, and her body swayed.
What's wrong?
Lin Feng hurriedly supported Zhuang Yinxin.
The alcohol hit me all at once. I need time to recover. Why did it have to happen now?
Zhuang Yinxin said helplessly.
Although the amount she'd drunk today was far from her limit, she'd downed it too quickly while competing with Yan Yunpeng and Gao Huanyan.
She hadn't felt anything at the time, but now the effects seemed to be kicking in. It wasn't enough to make her pass out. Walking normally would be difficult in the short term, let alone running.
Text it. Add 12 before the emergency number. Just try not to get caught. If it's really impossible, then forget it.
Lin Feng said slowly. Ugh. Zhuang Yinxin sighed heavily. Her mind felt increasingly muddled, her entire body heavy as lead. She was gritting her teeth to hold on, but she didn't know how much longer she could last. This alcohol seemed to pack a much bigger punch than she'd anticipated. A group of people stopped nearby. The entire crowd at the barbecue stall scattered in an instant. No one wanted to get caught in the crossfire. A few curious onlookers lingered at a distance, but no one dared to get close and invite trouble.
Chang Mingjie quickly pushed his way out from the crowd, towering over Lin Feng with a cold sneer. Who'd have thought you'd actually be fearless enough to stick around? I figured you'd bolt for sure. You've got guts. You know the government is cracking down hard on criminal gangs now? Lin Feng asked. Organized crime? Don't talk nonsense. The people I brought all have legitimate jobs. We're just here to eat. Even if you call the police, it won't do you any good. Chang Mingjie shrugged. Didn't you bring them here to settle the score? Lin Feng pressed. We're here to take you down. Believe me, any one of them could make your death look ugly. Chang Mingjie snarled.
That line sounds familiar. Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Cut the nonsense. With them here, you still dare to fight me? Chang Mingjie demanded loudly. If you make the first move, what have I to fear? Lin Feng replied. You really are arrogant. Don't you fear being beaten to a pulp? Chang Mingjie roared. If so many of you attack me, that changes the nature of this. What happens to me is uncertain, but those who help you will face serious trouble. Lin Feng replied calmly. I'm giving you one chance. Kneel down, kowtow to me, apologize, and leave your woman behind to drink with me. I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Chang Mingjie suppressed his inner rage. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Lin Feng refused without hesitation. Are you certain you want to start a fight? Chang Mingjie clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. These men are here to bolster your presence. They won't fight. At least not on your command. So your threats hold no weight. Lin Feng stated flatly. Though it was all conjecture, he had to take the gamble. There was no other way. You. Chang Mingjie trembled with rage. He never dreamed that even with such a formidable lineup, he hadn't intimidated his opponent. Ahem. A cough echoed through the air. The crowd parted as a middle-aged man strode forward. He was solidly built, and even through his clothes, his thick muscles were clearly visible. Brother Haonan. Chang Mingjie quickly composed himself and greeted him. You really are hopeless. I gave you all these people, and you still can't use them. What else can you possibly accomplish? Zhang Haonan glared at Chang Mingjie, his eyes betraying undisguised disappointment. It's not my fault. That kid just needed a lesson. If you don't show him some color, he'll never know his place. Chang Mingjie defended himself. Useless is useless. What's with all the excuses? Zhang Haonan rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, you have to back me on this, Chang Mingjie pleaded. If I hadn't happened to be nearby, I wouldn't have bothered with your petty nonsense. Zhang Haonan snapped irritably. That guy's way too arrogant. He doesn't give a damn about anyone. You heard him yourself just now, Chang Mingjie hurriedly added. Zhang Haonan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I've yet to meet anyone who truly looks down on everyone else. Since I'm here, I'll handle this my way. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Chang Mingjie clasped his hands together in gratitude. Zhang Haonan's gaze swept over Lin Feng from head to toe. He took a few steps toward him, closing the distance to just 2 or 3 meters. His gaze finally settled on Lin Feng's face. Suddenly, the face seemed familiar as if he'd seen it somewhere before. You're the one pulling his strings, Lin Feng said slowly. What followed was an utterly unexpected turn of events. Zhang Haonan suddenly dropped to his knees. Chapter 98, Beyond Control. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. No one could fathom what Zhang Haonan was doing. Lin Feng was also momentarily stunned. He had only spoken a few words. Why would the other party suddenly perform such a grand gesture? What does this mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Brother Haonan, why are you kneeling to him? What does he think he is? Chang Mingjie snapped out of it and blurted out. He assumed Zhang Haonan, standing so close to Lin Feng, was about to throw a punch any second. He never dreamed Zhang Haonan would just drop to his knees like that. What the hell was going on? Shut up. If you say another word, I'll smash your mouth shut. Zhang Haonan snapped angrily. Chang Mingjie immediately clamped his mouth shut. He didn't think Zhang Haonan was joking. Zhang Haonan shuffled backward on his knees, alternating legs until he reached a safe distance. Only then did he dare stand up, but the defiant glint in his eyes had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Is this your idea of resolving the issue? Lin Feng asked. My apologies. I truly had no idea I'd run into you here. Zhang Haonan's face flushed with embarrassment, but he forced a smile as he apologized. Do we know each other? Lin Feng asked. No, never. I'll have them leave immediately. Zhang Haonan shook his head repeatedly. I genuinely don't recall, Lin Feng stated. We had a little altercation at the community gate that day. Zhang Haonan offered a vague explanation. He was actually one of the musclemen Huan Yaoyang had hired back then. Fortunately, he was one of the thugs who hadn't actually fought Lin Feng. But he was the first one to make a clean getaway. Seeing what happened to his 3 companions, he didn't want to meet the same fate, so he made his decision on the spot. When he first saw Lin Feng, he hadn't recognized him yet. But the moment the other spoke, the sight of his face combined with his voice sent a chill down his spine. At such close range, if the other man were to kick out, what good would 10,000 people standing behind him do? His only thought was to drop to his knees, shielding his vital areas as best he could. Before the other could react, he'd retreat to a safe distance. Oh, so you're one of them. It was too dark that day, and there were too many people. I didn't remember clearly, Lin Feng said with a smile.
It seemed that the move he'd practiced had left a terrifying psychological shadow on the other person. That was actually quite good, it saved him the trouble.
It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Haonan waved his hands hurriedly. He'd rather the other guy didn't know who he was. You're here to stand up for someone. Should we go through the motions?
Lin Feng asked with a smile.
No.
If I'd known this jerk had crossed you, I'd have killed him myself.
Zhang Haonan shook his head like a bobblehead.
Even with their numbers, Lin Feng's strength was too bizarre. Add in that lethal strike, and even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare make an enemy of him. Perhaps his group could barely take down Lin Feng together, but before that happened, Lin Feng might kick his ass.
He wasn't gambling on that. Remember, those three were still lying in the hospital?
The rest of their lives were ruined. They'd bid farewell to being normal men forever. Worst of all, the agony was unbearable. Each of them was once a steel-hard man, but now they wailed like little girls day after day. Therefore, anyone who dared to harbor thoughts against Lin Feng was simply asking for trouble.
Brother Haonan, why are you afraid of him? He's just one man. With all of us here, can't we handle him? Chang Mingjie couldn't hold back any longer.
He couldn't understand why their usually fearless leader was acting like a spineless coward in front of this young upstart. Since knowing Zhang Haonan, he'd never seen him act this way toward anyone.
As Zhang Haonan himself would say, you might beat me in a fight, but scaring me to death? Not a chance.
Lin Feng might have some skills, but even the toughest person fears overwhelming numbers.
Besides, Zhang Haonan's men were genuine bodyguards.
When it came to fighting, they were far superior to ordinary people. To subdue Lin Feng, they wouldn't even need to deploy a fifth of their men. But before Chang Mingjie could finish his sentence, Zhang Haonan delivered a flying kick that sent him crashing to the ground. He then charged forward, unleashing a barrage of kicks.
Who the hell do you think you're taking on? Look at yourself, what are you, some kind of... Zhang Haonan cursed between kicks. He was genuinely furious.
Chang Mingjie could have picked on anyone else, but he had to provoke this killing machine.
You think you've had your fill of being a man? I haven't. You're asking for a beating, don't drag me down with you.
Beyond venting, this was also to show his stance in front of Lin Feng.
Zhuang Yanxin secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Seeing Chang Mingjie get beaten up, she knew the matter was settled. There were more people than expected, but the leader dared not provoke Lin Feng, clearly scared off by the last encounter. She casually picked up the wine glass on the table and started drinking again.
This drama was perfect, with liquor far more thrilling than any TV show. That's enough.
Beating him more won't accomplish anything, Lin Feng interjected. Zhang Haonan finally stopped, panting heavily as he forced a smile.
This scum just begs to be beaten. Causing trouble everywhere, never tiring of it. Only someone like you wouldn't bother to retaliate. Are you sure you don't want revenge?
Lin Feng asked with a smile.
No way, no way.
Zhang Haonan waved his hands repeatedly, then turned to signal the people behind him to quickly withdraw. Though none of them understood his actions, they prioritized following orders, and no one was forcing Zhang Haonan to do this.
Seems you're quite afraid of me? Lin Feng remarked.
I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. We're just doing our job for money, Zhang Haonan hurriedly explained.
I know. Ignorance is no excuse, though.
As for matters between him and me, you'll have to ask him yourself.
Lin Feng nodded. It must be his fault.
You wouldn't waste your time on someone like that, Zhang Haonan quickly added. The troublemaker must be Chang Mingjie. If Lin Feng had truly wanted to act, Chang Mingjie wouldn't be standing now, let alone have a chance to confront him.
What a pipe dream.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going, Lin Feng said.
There's something I'm not sure if I should ask,
Zhang Haonan inquired cautiously.
Go ahead.
Lin Feng replied, glancing toward Zhuang Yanxin only to find the young lady had already ducked under the table.
Those three men are critically injured. The hospital says their condition is extremely difficult to treat. I was wondering if you might have any medical solutions? Zhang Haonan hesitated, then decided to ask anyway. He felt someone like Lin Feng couldn't be judged by ordinary standards.
It certainly wasn't the case that if someone could inflict such severe injuries, there must be a way to treat them. But at least having a direction to pursue was better than nothing.
Chapter 99, Can't Go Home.
Lin Feng walked over and lifted Zhuang Yanxin out from beneath the table. Take these three to Renxin Herbal Clinic, Lin Feng instructed Zhang Haonan.
Renxin Herbal Clinic? Zhang Haonan furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unfamiliar with the place.
A clinic on Neon Road, Lin Feng explained casually.
Who should I look for there? Zhang Haonan asked urgently.
You'll find out when you get there, Lin Feng replied.
Got it. Zhang Haonan dared not ask any further questions.
Settle the bill for this table for me. I'll pay you back later. Lin Feng walked a few steps before suddenly stopping.
Sure thing, no problem. It's the least I can do. Would you like me to call you a cab? Zhang Haonan readily agreed. No need.
Lin Feng shook his head.
Only after watching Lin Feng's figure disappear completely did Zhang Haonan exhale a long breath, his entire body finally relaxing. Brother Haonan, who exactly was that guy? Chang Mingjie climbed to his feet and asked cautiously.
He'd never seen Zhang Haonan so terrified before. Paralyzed with fear was no exaggeration.
But he still couldn't understand why one would fear such a person. They clearly had overwhelming numerical superiority. If they didn't like it, why not just fight back? You don't know. You heard about third brother and the others ending up in the hospital, right? Zhang Haonan rolled his eyes. I just found out too. Who the hell beat third brother like that? Could it be?
Chang Mingjie suddenly froze, his expression blank as if struck by a thought.
Exactly, it was him.
Over 10 of us surrounded him alone, and 3 ended up in the hospital while he walked away unscathed, Zhang Haonan stated. It was humiliating, but he had to make Chang Mingjie grasp the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, given this guy's brain-dead mentality, seeking revenge wasn't out of the question.
No way. He's that strong?
Chang Mingjie already suspected it, but hearing Zhang Haonan confirm it still left him utterly stunned.
Could the other guy's combat prowess really be that terrifying?
That meant even though they had outnumbered him today, if it came down to a fight, they might not stand a chance.
This was a genuine master. Otherwise, what do you think we're here for? You're just lucky to be standing, kid.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have a chance, Zhang Haonan said coldly.
He wouldn't reveal any specifics.
If word got out, those 3 lying in the hospital would be finished. This served its purpose of warning Chang Mingjie.
I didn't know. If I had known, how could I have dared?
By the time Chang Mingjie finished speaking, his legs were shaking uncontrollably. He'd thought the other guy was just a bit more skilled, never imagined he'd be this formidable.
He'd truly kicked a steel plate. So learn your lesson. He's not someone you can mess with. Take care of yourself. Zhang Haonan said. Got it, I got it. Honestly, today's mess is all that deadbeat's fault.
If it weren't for him, I never would have crossed paths with this guy.
Don't let me catch him, he's dead meat. Chang Mingjie nodded vigorously, shifting all blame onto Yen Yunpeng.
Now it wasn't just about the debt, he'd nearly gotten himself tangled up with a formidable big shot.
How could he feel satisfied without getting even? Zhang Haonan couldn't be bothered with Chang Mingjie's rambling and called the owner over to settle the bill. The barbecue shop owner dared not ask for payment.
He'd expected his stall to be wrecked today, yet nothing had happened.
The group had arrived in a rage, then left inexplicably. And now they were actually offering to pay.
Even if you gave him the courage, he wouldn't dare take it. Zhang Haonan, however, had no such patience. He slammed his hand on the table and demanded to know the price.
This money must be paid. Otherwise, if Lin Feng found out, wouldn't he be in a terrible predicament?
Besides, the treatment for his brothers later on might still depend on the clinic Lin Feng recommended.
Even when Chang Mingjie tried to cover the cost, he flatly refused. The boss finally relented and offered a steep discount.
The only real headache was that Yin Yunping's table had left without paying. That table had racked up a much higher bill than Lin Feng's group, though some items hadn't even been served yet, and it was still a hefty sum. He certainly didn't dare ask Zhang Haonan for it.
After Zhang Haonan left, Chang Mingjie pounded his chest and declared he would definitely get that table's bill paid. But who knew if that guy would actually follow through?
Lin Feng carried Zhuang Yanxin back to the entrance of their residential complex. No sooner had they stepped out of the car than Zhuang Yanxin opened her eyes, quickly got down, and vomited directly into the flower bed beside them. He stood nearby with his arms wrapped around her, not daring to stand too far away for fear she might lose her balance at any moment. He wasn't entirely sure what state Zhuang Yanxin was in right now. To say she had no consciousness at all seemed inaccurate. After all, she knew to vomit in the flower bed instead of directly on the road. After vomiting, Zhuang Yanxin sat on the ground and leaned back. But there was nothing behind her. Lin Feng immediately rushed over in one swift stride, supporting her back with both hands as he shook his head helplessly.
You really had to drink yourself into this state. If we go back now, Master's wife will scold you. She'll probably nag about it for days. You'll just have to deal with it yourself.
Whether she heard Lin Feng or not, Zhuang Yanxin suddenly opened her eyes and said, I can't go home.
I can't go home. If not home, then where will you go? Lin Feng asked.
Silence was his only reply as Zhuang Yanxin closed her eyes again. Left with no choice, Lin Feng hoisted Zhuang Yanxin onto his shoulders. He tried carrying her horizontally, but her body began struggling again. In the end, he had no option but to shoulder her directly. He thought this might make her uncomfortable, but surprisingly, she became much more docile. Zhuang Yanxin's body was light and delicate, as soft as feathers.
A faint fragrance wafted from her.
It wasn't perfume, but something emanating from her very being so subtle it even overpowered the heavy scent of alcohol. He had no other thoughts at that moment, for in his eyes, Zhuang Yanxin was nothing more than a drunken mess. The walk from the residential complex to the clinic wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either. Worried that Zhuang Yanxin might be uncomfortable from the jostling, he walked much slower than usual. Fortunately, he still had enough strength. After finally carrying Zhuang Yanxin to the clinic, it took him a while to open the door. By the time he laid her on the bed, Lin Feng's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he turned to wash his face, Zhuang Yanxin suddenly grabbed his hand. Very tightly.
Don't leave me.
Zhuang Yanqing murmured softly, her eyes slightly hazy.
Chapter 100, Split Personality.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. If he guessed correctly, Zhuang Yanqing mistook him for someone else. I really don't want to leave, Zhuang Yanqing murmured to herself.
As long as we don't part, I'll do anything. You don't think I'm repulsive, do you? I haven't been affectionate with you. I can hold you, I can kiss you, even. Sorry, I still want to hold on to my physical boundaries.
Her expression turned sorrowful as she spoke.
I've never been in a relationship before. I don't know how to interact with someone, and I certainly don't know how to maintain intimacy. I don't know anything. It's not that I haven't wavered about breaking my boundaries. But you've truly disappointed me. I thought those sweet words were only for me, but I never imagined you could say them so easily to other girls. Even when I said we should break up, you didn't try to stop me at all. You're so heartless. Tears streamed down Zhuang Yanqing's cheeks. It was unimaginable how helpless and tormented she must have felt back then. Lin Feng remained silent. As an outsider, he had no right to judge others' relationships. Whether that person was scum or whatever else, to Zhuang Yanqing, he was someone she had once loved. Even after all this time, the memory still stung. So she chose to drown herself in alcohol, numbing her pain with liquor. If I could do it all over again, I might give you another chance. All those messy things, I could overlook them. As long as we don't part ways. Nothing else matters. I'd agree to anything except crossing that final physical boundary. But, would you ever come back?
Zhuang Yanqing sat up, stretched out her arms, and wrapped them around Lin Feng, resting her head gently on his shoulder.
What you've begged for so humbly isn't love, it's pity. Even if he came back, he'd still leave. Because he was never your destination, and you were never his.
Lin Feng murmured softly.
Zhuang Yanqing suddenly released Lin Feng.
Her eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to gain a new clarity as she coldly retorted, "You're not him."
Of course not. How could you compare me to that scumbag?
Lin Feng replied with a smile.
He's not a scumbag.
I just misunderstood. Zhuang Yanqing shook her head forcefully.
Is that so? Is it fun to deceive yourself like this? You saw it with your own eyes, how could it be a misunderstanding? Then what is real? If it was a misunderstanding, why didn't he explain? When you said you wanted to break up, why didn't he try to stop you?
Lin Feng fired off a barrage of questions.
Stop it, stop it.
Zhuang Yanqing clutched her head and shook violently, her expression even more tormented than before.
Some things, whether you accept them or not, will eventually pass. You can't stay stuck in the mud of the past. You have to try to move forward. People need to look ahead.
That's where the good scenery is, Lin Feng urged gently.
Really? Zhuang Yanqing asked. Of course there will. Your life has only just begun. Never give up on the path ahead.
Lin Feng nodded firmly. You're right, Zhuang Yanqing agreed, nodding firmly. Suddenly, she asked, but who are you, really?
I feel like I can't quite grasp you.
Her hand grasped at the air, stopping inches away from Lin Feng's body.
Are you a god? Zhuang Yanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Consider me your guardian angel, Lin Feng replied with a smile.
I have a guardian spirit. I actually have a guardian spirit.
Zhuang Yanqing murmured, her eyes slowly glazing over. Her body seemed to lose all strength, collapsing directly onto the bed. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. If she'd been fully conscious, Zhuang Yanqing would never have revealed her secrets.
Perhaps not even her parents knew.
Only through intoxication, without clear consciousness, could she speak so candidly. He wondered if his words could truly serve as a remedy for Zhuang Yanqing. It was possible she would forget everything upon waking. After a quick wash, he hastily pushed several chairs together to make a makeshift cot. Though it would be hard on his back, it was far better than sleeping on the floor. But before he could lie down, Zhuang Yanqing, who was lying on the bed over there, started acting up again and sat up. He really wanted to say, "Miss, if you don't want to sleep, why not give me the bed? I'm genuinely exhausted." Where am I? Who are you? Zhuang Yanqing asked. Lin Feng didn't respond.
In her current state, Zhuang Yanqing was essentially sleepwalking, though not quite like ordinary sleepwalking. Am I dreaming? Hey! Why aren't you talking? Can't you speak? What a pity. So handsome, yet mute. Zhuang Yanqing's face was lit up with a smile.
Seeing her current demeanor contrasted with her earlier distress, Lin Feng began to seriously suspect this young lady might have a split personality. At this moment, she seemed to have shed all her burdens, completely transformed into a joyful child.
Oh my, the more I look at you, the more handsome you seem. Since you're in my dream, you should listen to me. Come here and kiss me. Zhuang Yanqing declared.
Lin Feng stared at Zhuang Yanqing in astonishment, utterly baffled that such words could come from this young lady's mouth.
Wasn't this just outright flirting? Just because you're handsome, you deserve a kiss? Who does she think she is? Hey, why won't you listen to me? If I kiss you, you won't dodge, right? You definitely won't.
Zhuang Yanqing puckered her lips as she waved her hands in the air.
But she couldn't reach Lin Feng.
Her lips and hands fluttered aimlessly through the air. Lin Feng could only watch from the sidelines, curious to see what else she might do.
He figured he wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight anyway. The next second, Zhuang Yanqin's actions sent a chill down his spine.
Zhuang Yanqin lunged forward with all her might, head first toward the ground, and plunged straight down. Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a second, swiftly catching Zhuang Yanqin. Had he been a moment later, she would have made intimate contact with the ground?
This woman was seriously tough.
Once caught, Zhuang Yanqin clung to Lin Feng like a koala, wrapping her arms around him and planting a kiss on his forehead. Not a warm kiss, but one that sounded like a suction cup being pulled off. Each kiss produced a loud pop.
She even savored the taste. She might as well have said, "Tastes good." Lin Feng was covered in saliva from the kisses.
Honestly, he was a bit disgusted, but he dared not let go of his hands, because if he did, Zhuang Yanqin would fall to the ground. Her entire weight rested on his arms.
Left with no choice, he pulled out his phone and opened the camera. Chapter 101, What did he kiss?
This scene lasted for several minutes. Finally, Zhuang Yanqin leaned directly against Lin Feng's shoulder and fell asleep.
You could even hear faint snoring.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief once more, gently laid Zhuang Yanqin back on the bed, and pulled the quilt over her. He bent down to pick up the phone that had fallen to the floor. Thankfully, it still worked, and the footage he'd just recorded was still there. This certainly wasn't some embarrassing moment for Zhuang Yanqin. It was evidence proving his innocence. Thinking about it now, it felt pretty humiliating. He'd been holding someone else, and she'd gone wild all over his face, who knew how many times. It was only because he was drunk that he did such a foolish thing he could let it slide.
Otherwise, even Zhuang Yanqin wouldn't have gotten away with it.
Lying back on his makeshift hard bed of chairs, Lin Feng's heart refused to settle. Though he was no longer a hot-blooded young man, being held and kissed like that by a woman was a first in his life.
How could he not feel anything? Especially when it was a beautiful woman. Even if he had no intentions, his body's reaction was unavoidable.
Of course, his formidable self-control prevented him from acting on it, but falling asleep quickly was impossible. This was the hardest sleep he'd ever struggled to achieve. Fortunately, Zhuang Yanqin didn't cause any more trouble afterward.
The next morning, Zhuang Yanqin jolted awake, sitting up abruptly in bed. Glancing around, she realized she was still in the clinic.
Her head felt like it was about to explode. On top of that, her mouth seemed to ache a little. She gently patted her head, trying to piece together what had happened.
She'd been drinking with Lin Feng when they ran into Yan Yunpeng and Gao Huanyan. Then Chang Mingjie showed up. After a large group appeared, Chang Mingjie got beaten up.
She'd instinctively picked up a glass of wine and downed it. After that, she couldn't remember a thing. No matter how hard she searched, her mind remained a blank.
She couldn't recall the last time she'd blacked out from drinking. Last night, she actually blacked out.
Lin Feng must have been the one who brought him home.
But why did he take me to the clinic instead of home? Was he planning to do something to me?
The thought made Zhuang Yanqin frown. She had trusted Lin Feng too much. Even though he was her father's apprentice, and even though his medical skills and physical prowess were formidable, that didn't mean he had no designs on her. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, her appearance held a deadly attraction for men. She glanced down to check her body, finding no changes and all her clothes still intact.
She silently breathed a sigh of relief. At least nothing inappropriate had happened. But as for minor acts of taking liberties? That was another matter. Even if they had occurred, she wouldn't have been the least bit aware. After all, blacking out was no different from passing out. Anxiety began to creep back in. She reasoned that when drunk to the point of being unable to walk but still conscious, even if Lin Feng carried her back, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. But last night, she hadn't been able to control herself at all. The sound of the door opening snapped Zhuang Yanqin out of her thoughts. She jolted upright, quickly getting out of bed to find Lin Feng entering. "How are you? Feeling okay?" Lin Feng asked, setting the disposable takeout box he was holding on the table.
"I'm fine," Zhuang Yanqin replied softly, shaking her head.
"I bought some congee. Have a bowl."
"Your stomach's empty now, so you must feel pretty awful," Lin Feng said.
"I threw up?" Zhuang Yanqin asked. "You don't remember?"
"It was by the flower bed at the south gate of the complex. You seemed pretty particular about things, so I figured you must have been somewhat conscious at the time." As he spoke, Lin Feng opened a bowl of porridge and gestured toward the spoon.
"Then why didn't you take me home?" Zhuang Yanqin didn't reach for the spoon but asked sternly instead.
She wanted to see what kind of explanation Lin Feng would give.
"Miss, you refused to go home, didn't you? I had no choice but to bring you here. I'm not sure how I'll explain this to master and mistress." Lin Feng replied. "Me?"
Zhuang Yanqin's eyebrows nearly knitted together. If she had to pinpoint why she didn't want to go back, it was likely fear of her mother's scolding, though she genuinely couldn't recall.
"You figure out your own excuse. Just don't slip up."
Lin Feng grabbed a spoon, picked up another bowl of porridge, sat down, and began eating.
Zhuang Yanqin's mind was in turmoil.
She sighed, sat down, and picked up her spoon to eat the porridge. The hot porridge warmed her body the moment it touched her tongue. By the way, Zhuang Yanqin suddenly asked, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng, did I say something I shouldn't have? She feared Lin Feng might lie. Even if she couldn't be certain, lying without blinking an eye wasn't something anyone could do easily.
How much do you remember from last night? Or do you remember nothing at all?
Lin Feng countered. Compared to saying something she shouldn't have, what she did seemed far more explosive. But Zhuang Yanqin herself certainly didn't believe she'd done such things.
Are you trying to hide something?
Zhuang Yanqin immediately sensed something was off and pressed him. Actually, it'd be fine if you really don't remember anything, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
What do you mean? Did you do something to me?
Zhuang Yanqin pointed her finger at Lin Feng.
I didn't do anything. It's you who's been acting up.
Lin Feng replied slowly.
Me, causing trouble? Impossible. I rarely get drunk, and even when I do, I'm not a bad drunk. No matter how intoxicated I get, I just pass out, Zhuang Yanqin insisted, unconvinced. Strictly speaking, she'd only blacked out once before in her life. This was the second time. Because she could hold her liquor well, she'd seen too many people with terrible drinking habits getting drunk and causing trouble, crying, or even resorting to violent destruction. But she had never done any of those things. Then just assume you were drunk and went straight to sleep?
Lin Feng suggested.
Spit it out already.
Zhuang Yanqin glared at Lin Feng coldly.
Are you sure you want to reveal that dark past?
You might not be able to handle it, Lin Feng said with a smile.
Tell me. Zhuang Yanqin gritted her teeth. She wanted to know what she'd done more than she wanted to keep it hidden. After you threw up, do you know how I carried you back?
During that whole process, you threw up a few more times almost right in my face. Then you sat up crying, struggled to lie back down only to jump up again, and practically threw yourself onto the floor. If I hadn't caught you, you'd have gotten a new scar on your head.
You claim you're a good drinker. If we don't count hitting people, then maybe you are.
Lin Feng naturally omitted some details as he spoke.
Some things were better left unsaid. Don't you dare tell anyone, or else I'll never let you off the hook.
Zhuang Yanqin was mortified.
Suddenly remembering something, she blurted out, why does my mouth hurt? Was it you? It was definitely from kissing something. But. Chapter 102, Taking Advantage.
Seeing Lin Feng only speak in half-truths, Zhuang Yanqin's brows furrowed again.
Why are you being so evasive? She demanded. Let me tell you, don't even think about hiding anything. There's a big difference between me finding out and you telling me. I'll give you one last warning, it's better if you don't know.
Just understand that no one took advantage of you, Lin Feng replied.
That sounds like I'm the one taking advantage of someone else. I need to know what happened. If you won't tell me, I'll have to get my parents to question you.
Zhuang Yanqin declared sternly. Her words lacked force, but bringing her parents into it still had some effect on Lin Feng.
Fine. You kissed, here.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, pointing to his own face.
Huh? What? Your face? You mean I kissed your face? Zhuang Yanqin looked utterly stunned. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Right my ass. I kissed your face?
I was drunk, not crazy.
How could I possibly do something like that?
Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes, snapping back irritably. That's precisely why I'm labeling all your behavior last night as acting out, Lin Feng stated.
Stop making up stories. That's absolutely impossible. Zhuang Yanqin declared firmly.
Even if she were completely out of her mind, she'd never kiss Lin Feng's face. Even if she had tried, she wouldn't have been able to reach it. Her own mouth hurt too much.
This must be something Lin Feng made up.
But even if he had to make something up, he could at least come up with something slightly more plausible. This was just too far-fetched. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it either.
But you did do it.
Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly.
Do you have proof? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
The moment she asked, she realized it was a pointless question.
How could there possibly be evidence? Who would record something like that?
Still, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she'd never have believed Lin Feng's story.
I happen to have some. To clear my name, I recorded a video. But are you sure you want to see it? Lin Feng said. Sure enough, having evidence in hand gave him confidence. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to explain himself. You, hand it over, Zhuang Yanqin demanded, reaching out her hand toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng unlocked his phone, but before he could open the gallery, Zhuang Yanqin snatched it from him. She swiftly opened the latest video in the gallery. The next second, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Though the footage was slightly shaky, the angle clearly showed Lin Feng holding his phone with one hand while she clung to his head, her lips relentlessly attacking his face. The intensity wasn't so much kissing as it was cupping therapy. Lin Feng tried desperately to dodge, but she always found a way to land the kiss, her hands constantly assisting her efforts. Click. She flung the phone onto the table, her skin crawling with goosebumps. This can't be me. This absolutely isn't me. Zhuang Yanqin's face twisted in disgust, her eyes filled with utter revulsion. She'd dated Leng Juanjia for over 2 years, and the most they'd done was hold hands. Never once had they kissed.
Yet here she was, passionately kissing a man she'd barely known. If Lang Juinja ever found out about this, he'd probably be furious enough to explode. And this man in front of her wasn't even her boyfriend. What the hell was she doing? Hey, my phone. Don't drop it. Lin Feng hurriedly picked up his phone to check it. It had fallen last night and now again today. Though the phone was getting old, she hadn't planned on replacing it yet. Did you drug me? Under normal circumstances, I would never do something like this. Zhuang Yanqing pointed at Lin Feng and shouted. After drinking that much, you call this normal? As for drugs, I can't be bothered to explain. If I really drugged you, would it be this subtle? Lin Feng retorted. Zhuang Yanqing wanted to retort, but deep down she had to admit Lin Feng was right. If Lin Feng truly had malicious intent, he wouldn't have stopped at this level, nor would he have shown her the video. The root of it all was her own utterly confused mind. But she simply couldn't understand why she had acted that way. No matter who she thought Lin Feng was, she couldn't possibly have done something like that. I told you before, ignorance is bliss. You had to pry into everything. Now you're even more embarrassed, aren't you? Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Poof. If you dare tell anyone, I'll kill you. Zhuang Yanqing's face turned cold as she issued her threat. If I were you, I wouldn't say something like that. Lin Feng waved the phone in his hand. Delete the video. Zhuang Yanqing pointed at Lin Feng. No way. This thing proves my innocence. How could I just delete it? Lin Feng replied. Fine, you're the noble one and I'm the villain. Got it? Zhuang Yanqing rolled her eyes. Just a villain? Don't forget, you're the one taking advantage of me. What do they call that, anyway? Lin Feng teased with a smirk. Lin Feng, I'm warning you. Delete it right now, or else. Zhuang Yanqing was in no mood for jokes now. Keeping this video would be like holding on to her own dark past. With such dirt held over her head, how could she ever relax? Fire me? Or what? I don't think you'd dare. I'm the type who responds to kindness, not force. If you want to push me to the limit, I won't back down. Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhuang Yanqing was so furious her teeth itched, but deep down she knew Lin Feng was telling the truth. Even when facing a dozen burly men, he hadn't backed down. How could a few words from her possibly intimidate him? As for firing him? That was even less likely. The reality was that the clinic needed him, not the other way around. She knew she couldn't run the clinic alone. Fine, I'm begging you. Just delete this thing. We can still be friends. Zhuang Yanqing finally relented. Is this how you treat a friend? Lin Feng retorted. Zhuang Yanqing's gaze turned murderous, utterly terrifying. Fine, I'll delete it. Watch. Lin Feng operated his phone right in front of her. If he kept teasing her, this young lady might truly lose her mind. He'd only intended to prove Zhuang Yanqing's drunken indiscretion. If she hadn't pressed him, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all and could have deleted it quickly. You'd better keep this buried deep inside you. Got it? Zhuang Yanqing glared at Lin Feng, her voice dripping with venom. Without the video, even if I said it, would you believe me? Lin Feng retorted. You're right, Zhuang Yanqing nodded. Since you have such terrible drinking manners, maybe you shouldn't drink like that anymore. Remember, not everyone is as kind as me, Lin Feng advised. None of your business. Zhuang Yanqing rolled her eyes, though inwardly she accepted the lesson. If you keep talking like that, I'll have to bring up compensation. What compensation? You took advantage of me and won't compensate? Get lost. Chapter 103, A Sudden Realization. Zhuang Yanqing had just finished her porridge when Shi Chaoyun called and berated her for a full half hour. Had she not used the excuse of the clinic opening, it likely wouldn't have ended so quickly. The clinic also welcomed its first patient of the day, Lu Fangqin. Her once protruding belly had visibly shrunk, now indistinguishable from a normal abdomen. Doctor, you're truly amazing. My mother is practically back to normal now. Shi Junyan gripped Lin Feng's hand tightly, his excitement palpable. He had braced himself for the worst, no improvement at all, and hoped for the best, some relief of symptoms. But he never imagined the outcome would be this remarkable. Even though he'd been exhausted these past few days, it was all worth it. Auntie, let me take your pulse, Zhuang Yanqing said. She too was somewhat surprised. Based on Lin Feng's analysis, the prescription was indeed targeted, but the severity of the symptoms suggested it would require at least one more course of treatment to fully resolve. Yet now, the difference from before was like night and day. Where once his abdomen had swollen to the size of a full-term pregnancy, the mass had now shrunk to just below his navel. All right, Lu Fangqin nodded. Despite this remarkable recovery, her face remained unsmiling, instead bearing a hint of worry. Doctor, does my mother need to continue taking the medicine now? I feel like she's been in a terrible mood these past few days because of it, Shi Junyan whispered. I'm afraid not. This is only the initial stage of recovery. Even with such remarkable progress, she will still require spleen tonifying and qi-nourishing herbs for a considerable period to regulate her constitution. Lin Feng finally managed to free himself from Shi Junyan's grasp. He could clearly see that when he left last time, Shi Junyan hadn't been entirely convinced by his treatment methods. That was perfectly understandable. Trusting the diagnosis was one thing, trusting it could cure her was another. He still harbored doubts about whether Shi Junyan would follow through with his prescribed approach. But this was something he couldn't interfere with. He had done everything within his power, the rest depended entirely on the patient's own resolve. This also highlighted how crucial trust is in the doctor-patient relationship, regardless of the practitioner's skill. Well, that's a bit of a problem, Shi Junyan sighed helplessly. A complete cure takes time. Recovery from any illness isn't something that can be achieved in a few days, Lin Feng replied. Right, I'll figure something out. Shi Junyan nodded. No matter how difficult it might be, for his mother's health, he would do his utmost to persuade her. If that failed, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and insist. He knew that his mother's generation tended to be thrifty. Seeing some improvement, they might feel reluctant to spend money and stop taking the medicine. But he thought differently. It was essential to ensure a complete recovery. Actually, your mother's low spirits might not be related to the medication at all, Lin Feng said slowly. Then. Shi Junyan furrowed his brow slightly, wanting to ask but ultimately holding back. He sensed Lin Feng was merely speculating. Though the doctor was a professional, Shi Junyan knew his mother far better. Auntie, are you still having trouble with bowel movements? Zhuang Yanqin asked. Yes. It's so uncomfortable I can barely stand it, Lu Fangqin nodded repeatedly. Mom, is that why you're feeling down? Shi Junyan quickly asked. Don't jump to conclusions. It's not because of the medicine. I'm not a child, I know what's good for me. Even if I don't like it, I'd still take it. Besides, if I don't keep taking it, how will I get better? Lu Fangqin retorted. Shi Junyan could only sigh helplessly, at a loss for words. At the same time, he marveled that Lin Feng had already figured this out beforehand. This was definitely no ordinary TCM practitioner. Lin Feng placed his fingers on her pulse to assess her precise physical condition, while the simulation in his consciousness had already begun. Once the prescription was finalized, Lin Feng picked up his brush and wrote it out in one fluid motion. 50 grams of black and white peony root, 12 grams of glycyrrhiza, 24 grams of rhubarb, 8 grams of guangmu xiang, 8 grams of betel nut. All these herbs were to be ground into a fine powder. A single dose of 7 grams was to be taken with a decoction made from 10 jujubes. The timing was also crucial, take it after waking in the morning. Since this differed from standard Chinese medicine administration, Lin Feng specifically instructed Shi Junyan and wrote it down on paper to prevent forgetting. Doctor, how long must I take this medicine? Shi Junyan asked as he carefully recorded the instructions. About 10 days. Avoid spicy foods during this period, Lin Feng replied. Rest assured, doctor. My mother has always maintained a light diet and rarely consumes chili peppers or similar items, Shi Junyan replied. Spicy doesn't just mean chili peppers. Onions, ginger, garlic, those are also off limits. Plus celery, leeks. Lin Feng explained slowly. What? The list of spicy foods is that extensive? Shi Junyan was taken aback. Information is readily available these days. You can look it up online yourself, Lin Feng said. Got it. I'll try to control it, Shi Junyan nodded. If you absolutely must eat it, then try to eat as little as possible. Your body's nutrition comes first. Lin Feng emphasized. Shi Junyan left with Lu Fangqin, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Aren't you going to analyze this prescription? Zhuang Yanqin asked. You know the patient's condition, don't you? Figure it out yourself. You can't expect others to spell everything out for you. Otherwise, you'll never develop independent thinking skills. Lin Feng replied. Zhuang Yanqin suspected Lin Feng was deliberately stalling her, but she couldn't quite voice her suspicion. Her eyes fixed on the prescription, she studied it over and over. Though it took some time, she eventually grasped the underlying pharmacology. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Figuring things out for yourself was entirely different from having them explained to you. At this moment, she had to admit Lin Feng was right. What puzzled her, however, was whether Lin Feng truly trusted her or simply refused to explain, using her as an excuse to avoid the effort. About half an hour later, another patient arrived. It was a mother bringing her son. Though accompanied wasn't quite accurate, since the son was quite grown, nearly 20 years old. His clothes were also quite unconventional, brightly colored and flashy, giving off an extremely immature vibe. His mother, dressed plainly, had to physically pull him by both arms to get him into the clinic. Doctor, please examine my son. The hospital diagnosed him with hyperthyroidism, the mother blurted out. I'm not sick. Hyperthyroidism isn't even a real disease, the son protested, struggling against his mother's grip. His face was flushed, his forehead covered in sweat, and his physique was noticeably thin. Dong Xiaoxing, shut your mouth. Whether it's an illness or not isn't for you to decide. Chapter 104, The Hyperthyroidism Patient. The mother looked furious, her anger seemingly beyond containment. If they weren't at home, she probably would have slapped him by now. It's my body, and I refuse to get treated. Got it? I'm 18 now, I'm legally competent.
Dong Xiaoxing shouted. Say another word and see if I slap you.
The woman pointed at Dong Xiaoxing, her voice filled with fury.
Go ahead and slap me. Liang Anha, if you don't, I'll look down on you. It's not like it's your first time slapping me. I'm not afraid at all.
Dong Xiaoxing called her mother by her first name.
Do you want to drive me to my grave? Liang Anha trembled with rage, her face twisted in fury. If you die from anger, then no one will have to control me. That's just fine. I couldn't care less. Dong Xiaoxing appeared utterly indifferent.
This wasn't a son, he was a complete and utter brat.
If it weren't for your illness, I wouldn't bother with you. Once you're cured, do whatever you want, I won't interfere anymore. Liang Anha declared. I've told you countless times. I don't have a disease.
Dong Xiaoxing practically screamed at the top of his lungs.
If you don't have a disease, then what's the hospital's diagnosis? Could the hospital possibly be wrong? Liang Anha retorted. Hospitals make mistakes all the time. What's so surprising about this one?
Besides, there's this super popular streamer overseas called Hyperthyroidism Guy. He's got tens of millions of fans.
I'm gonna be China's hyperthyroidism guy. Dong Xiaoxing declared. Then could you at least get treated first?
Please, I'm begging you as your mother.
Liang Anha, feeling helpless, tried a different approach.
I've told you before, don't interfere.
My life doesn't need others meddling in it, Dong Xiaoxing declared. That hyperthyroidism guy overseas is just a nickname, he doesn't actually have the condition. Hyperthyroidism is a real disease. Zhuang Yinxin couldn't help but interject.
She was genuinely speechless that someone could actually believe being called hyperthyroidism guy meant they had the disease.
There's just too much information online these days.
Without the ability to filter and discern, you're really at a disadvantage.
What the hell do you know? They wouldn't just randomly pick that name.
There's definitely a reason behind it, Dong Xiaoxing rolled her eyes.
She's talking about her live streaming style. Besides, that's not her real name, it's a nickname given by Chinese netizens.
If you don't understand, go look it up online, Zhuang Yinxin replied. She rarely watched foreign livestreams but followed domestic ones closely, so she knew a thing or two about this massive traffic magnet.
Hyperthyroidism described the streamer's expressive face and somewhat passionate demeanor, a playful tease, really.
That some people could twist this into hyperthyroidism isn't a disease, so no treatment needed, was beyond words.
How could I know less than you? I was one of the earliest domestic streamers. Who do you think you are? Stop spouting that nonsense.
Dong Xiaoxing snapped, her expression turning hysterical. Though he'd seemed off from the start, his current state was even more abnormal. His hands appeared to be shaking violently.
He was clearly quite ill. I'm telling the truth.
Zhuang Yinxin shrugged helplessly.
Ah.
Dong Xiaoxing began screaming, unable to form coherent words.
Smack! A sharp slap landed on Dong Xiaoxing's face.
After a brief pause, Dong Xiaoxing suddenly collapsed to the ground and began rolling around.
Get up this instant. Don't make me slap you again. Liang Anha shouted angrily.
But Dong Xiaoxing paid no heed, muttering incessantly, You hit me for someone else.
You hit me for someone else.
I'm truly sorry, Liang Anha sighed helplessly, turning to apologize to Zhuang Yinxin first. Regardless of whether Zhuang Yinxin's words were true or false, her son had no reason to react so hysterically.
And most likely, Zhuang Yinxin was right.
From any reasonable perspective, what her son had claimed was clearly problematic.
It's fine.
I won't hold it against a patient, Zhuang Yinxin shook her head. Though she'd seen many patients these days, someone like Dong Xiaoxing was truly hard to fathom. On one hand, it might genuinely be physical issues, but on the other, psychological factors could be at play. Hearing Zhuang Yinxin's words, Dong Xiaoxing leapt up from the floor and charged toward her, bellowing, Who the hell are you calling a patient? Zhuang Yinxin was so startled she momentarily forgot to dodge. As the other person bore down on her, she had no idea what was about to happen. At the critical moment, a hand pushed against Dong Xiaoxing. Despite her fierce momentum, the force was completely neutralized. Seeing it was Lin Feng, Zhuang Yinxin silently breathed a sigh of relief. She had to admit, his presence gave her a profound sense of security.
People come here either as patients or family members. If you're not sick, what are you doing here?
Lin Feng demanded coldly.
I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Dong Xiaoxing roared again.
Lin Feng gave her a light shove forward. Dong Xiaoxing stumbled back several steps, nearly losing her balance, and plopped down onto the floor.
How dare you push me?
Dong Xiaoxing pointed at Lin Feng furiously.
Liang Anha raised her hand and slapped Dong Xiaoxing across the face. Why are you hitting me? He pushed me, and now you hit me?
Dong Xiaoxing stomped her feet in fury.
Liang Anha paid no heed whatsoever, instead turning to apologize to Lin Feng. I'm truly sorry. My son really is a bit off his rocker. He wasn't like this before, he must have fallen ill. If you can't control him, then no one, not even me, can treat this illness, Lin Feng shook his head. Illnesses can affect emotions, especially hyperthyroidism, which can even alter one's personality. But that absolutely doesn't justify such reckless behavior. If Liang Anha couldn't calm Dong Xiaoxing down and he remained in this persistently hyperactive state, then even the most skilled physician would be powerless. For starters, taking his pulse would be impossible. How could one prescribe the right treatment without knowing the specific physical condition, even if the symptoms were clear? I'm truly at a loss. I have no idea why my son has become like this. Liang Anha's expression was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Dong Xiaoxing charged forward. Caught off guard, Liang Anha stumbled and fell to the ground. Dong Xiaoxing showed no remorse whatsoever, shouting loudly, "Stop talking about me. You even bumped into your own mother. You're not even human." Zhuang Yanxin scolded angrily as she stepped forward to help Liang Anha up. "None of your damn business. Nobody tells me what to do," Dong Xiaoxing retorted. "You just need a good lesson." "Honestly, your mom was way too lenient with you," Lin Feng remarked. Dong Xiaoxing stormed forward, slamming her hand hard on the table and bellowing, "If you're so tough, come deal with me. What good is all this nonsense? I'm not afraid of anyone, not even the King of Heaven himself." Just then, footsteps approached from the doorway. Chapter 105, Who Dares Touch Me? Before Dong Xiaoxing could shout another word, someone grabbed her from behind and yanked her up. Her feet left the ground as she struggled violently. But he couldn't break free. "Let me go!" Dong Xiaoxing yelled, his head jerking back as he tried to grab his captor. The moment he saw the man grabbing him was a burly brute, he fell silent. He forced himself to swallow the words he'd been about to say. He understood better than anyone that no matter how hard his mother hit him, she always held back. After all, this son wasn't the heir. But with someone else? That was another story. They might really try to kill him. What could he possibly do? "Who the hell did you just call a mother?" "Try repeating that," the burly man growled coldly. This burly man was none other than Zhang Haonan, who had brought his brothers here for treatment. Seeing Dong Xiaoxing acting up here, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Dong Xiaoxing now looked as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost, unable to lift his head, let alone utter a word. "I'm sorry. My son has severe hyperthyroidism. Don't take it personally," Liang Anha hurriedly apologized. Seeing Zhang Haonan's imposing stature, she feared real trouble if he actually laid hands on her son and injured him. Regardless of his condition, patients must follow the rules here. "If you, as his mother, can't make him behave, then I'll teach him manners," Zhang Haonan said coldly. Yes. I'll definitely discipline him," Liang Anha hastily agreed. "If it weren't for your mother's sake today, I'd have given you a proper beating. I'm no big shot, but I'm more than capable of handling you." Only after saying this did Zhang Haonan release his grip on Dong Xiaoxing's arm. Dong Xiaoxing, relieved as if granted a pardon, dashed behind Liang Anha. Claiming to fear nothing was pure bluster. He knew others wouldn't dare touch him, but if he ever met a real tough guy, how could he not be afraid? He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly who he could afford to offend and who posed a serious threat to him. Zhang Haonan nodded to Lin Feng. He hadn't expected the clinic Lin Feng recommended would actually be run by the doctor himself. But precisely because of that, it seemed to offer a glimmer of hope for treatment. If there were truly no treatment options, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have let him bring the patient here. "Bring the patient in first." "Wait a moment," Lin Feng instructed. Having Zhang Haonan handle it was far more reasonable and effective than doing it himself. Just look at Dong Xiaoxing's cowardly demeanor. This guy was a classic bully who picked on the weak and feared the strong. "Got it," Zhang Haonan replied before turning to leave. "Do you still want to see a doctor?" Lin Feng asked. Dong Xiaoxing watched Zhang Haonan's figure disappear out of the corner of his eye, then sneered, "What illness could you possibly treat? You don't know Jack, do you?" "Dong Xiaoxing, don't push it too far." Liang Anha snapped coldly, her patience wearing thin. "If you insist on seeing a doctor, let this beauty handle it." Dong Xiaoxing pointed at Zhuang Yanxin, his eyes gleaming with malice. Just as Zhuang Yanxin moved forward, Lin Feng reached out to stop her. Turning to Liang Anha, he said, "Take your son away. Doctor, I beg you. He's just like this. I truly have no idea what to do." Liang Anha was utterly helpless. "You spoil your son, but don't expect everyone else to indulge him," Lin Feng stated. Liang Anha couldn't refute him and lashed out at Dong Xiaoxing with several hard slaps. She had taken half a day off work to accompany him to the doctor, only to end up with this outcome. "Ouch. Why are you hitting me? I did agree to look at them. Since they're both young, of course I'd pick the girl. Did you want me to choose the boy?" Dong Xiaoxing dodged while speaking. "Did I tell you to pick someone while we're at the doctor's? What the hell are you?" Liang Anha snapped. "What you are, I am. After all, I'm your flesh and blood," Dong Xiaoxing retorted. "Just wait till we get home, I'll beat you to a pulp." Liang Anha pointed her finger at Dong Xiaoxing. "Then I won't go back. I'm staying right here," Dong Xiaoxing declared, immediately lying down on the ground. Liang Anha kicked him several times, but Dong Xiaoxing remained motionless, leaving her trembling with rage. Her face was utterly ruined. "If you don't mind being thrown out, just lie there," Lin Feng said. "Who dares throw me out? If anyone touches me, I'll call the police." Dong Xiaoxing shouted. Just then, Zhang Haonan walked in. Seeing Dong Xiaoxing lying on the floor, he cleared his throat softly. The moment Dong Xiaoxing saw Zhang Haonan, panic flashed visibly across her face. But she quickly relaxed the hands she'd been using to push herself up, letting out a cold snort. I'll stay right here lying down. I don't believe you'd dare touch me. Get up now. Stop making a scene, Liang Anha urged. She could tell Zhang Haonan wasn't just some ordinary person. Provoking him would definitely bring no benefits. Getting beaten up might be the least of her worries. 3 people were being carried in on stretchers from the doorway. The 6 stretcher bearers were all burly men, every bit as imposing as Zhang Haonan. The already cramped space felt even more crowded with the new arrivals and the stretchers. Seeing this, Dong Xiaoxing didn't hesitate for a second. She scrambled to her feet. Her heart raced as she looked at the 3 injured men on the stretchers. A vivid image flashed through her mind: 3 people being beaten by a mob. The fact that they couldn't even walk and had to be carried on stretchers showed just how severe their injuries were. You guys go out first. Zhang Haonan waved his hand. The 6 burly men turned and strode out. This only reinforced her suspicion: both those carrying the stretcher and the men upon it were undoubtedly connected to Zhang Haonan. They might even be the kind of people who mix in the underworld. Such people didn't bother with reasons; they'd beat you up on a whim, without a shred of guilt. Oh? Up already? Thought you wanted to lie down. Come on, lie back down. I'll just toss you out. Zhang Haonan glared at Dong Xiaoxing coldly. Dong Xiaoxing kept his head down, not daring to utter a word. If you want treatment, cooperate. If not, get lost. I won't coddle you. Zhang Haonan pressed on. We want treatment. We want treatment. Liang Anha nodded urgently. Keeping her son under control was no easy feat, and this was her chance. Get over there to that chair. Zhang Haonan pointed at Dong Xiaoxing. Without needing Liang Anha's help, Dong Xiaoxing dared not resist in the slightest. After sitting down, he obediently placed his hand on the pulse pillow. Lin Feng didn't let Zhuang Yanxin take the pulse first; he took it himself. Have you suffered from severe insomnia over the past 2 or 3 months? Lin Feng inquired. Seeing Dong Xiaoxing remain silent, Zhang Haonan coldly snapped, Answer what you're asked. If you don't speak, are you mute? Yes, Dong Xiaoxing replied hastily. Is it because of a broken heart? Chapter 106, Pinpoint Medication. At Lin Feng's words, Dong Xiaoxing abruptly lifted her head, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Heartbreak? I don't even have a girlfriend. Liang Anha shook her head. I do have one. But how did you know? Dong Xiaoxing blurted out. Simply by taking one's pulse, one can discern their emotional issues. When did pulse diagnosis become so mystical? Palpitations, profuse sweating, trembling hands. After insomnia, these symptoms become more pronounced. Lin Feng didn't answer the question. Yes, Dong Xiaoxing nodded. Symptoms have worsened significantly over the past week, accompanied by hot flashes and irritability. Despite increased appetite, weight loss persists, Lin Feng continued. That's right. She eats a lot, but it seems like it's not being absorbed. Liang Anha nodded in agreement. Swelling and lumps in the front of the neck, habitual irritability and anger, red tongue with dry yellow coating, taut and rapid pulse. Lin Feng stated. Zhuang Yanxin could tell this wasn't meant for the patient's ears, but for his. Doctor, is this actually hyperthyroidism? Liang Anha asked. Excessive liver fire damages yin, leading to yin deficiency and further fueling the fire, Lin Feng explained slowly. Is there any way to treat it? We've taken the hospital's medicine, but it hasn't made any difference at all, Liang Anha said. Try Chinese herbal medicine, Lin Feng advised. How long will we need to take it? Liang Anha asked urgently. Symptoms should ease within 3 days. Come back for a follow-up then, and we'll adjust the formula based on your condition, Lin Feng explained. Really? Then we'll take it. Liang Anha said, somewhat surprised. She had assumed that even if traditional Chinese medicine worked, it would take 10 days or half a month. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to say it would take only 3 days. Even if it didn't work, it would only cost them 3 days, not too much of a loss. Sigh. This medicine isn't for you, Lin Feng sighed helplessly, but still picked up his pen to write the prescription. Tortoiseshell 30 grams, softshell turtle shell 30 grams, white peony root 80 grams. Prunella root 20 grams, jujube seed 30 grams, Cassandra berry 20 grams. Liang Anha's quick agreement was useless. She held little sway over Dong Xiaoxing, at least that's how it appeared earlier. Right now, Dong Xiaoxing was only quiet because she was under Zhang Haonan's control. But once they left, there was no guarantee Dong Xiaoxing would actually take the medicine. Surely they couldn't expect Zhang Haonan to accompany Dong Xiaoxing and her son home to supervise? While it wouldn't be particularly difficult, there was no reason for him to do so. Zhuang Yanxin took the prescription, quickly dispensed a 3-day supply, handed it to Liang Anha, and briefly outlined some precautions. Liang Anha paid while listening attentively. Thank you so much, Liang Anha said, pressing her palms together in gratitude before leaving. We'll see if it works. If you don't take the medicine on time, there's no point in coming back for a follow-up. It won't help.
Lin Feng said. He had to make it clear that without cooperation, all efforts would be futile. Even the most miraculous elixir only works if you take it. Liang Anha said nothing more, pulling her son away quickly, her expression sour. The moment they stepped outside the clinic, Dong Xiaoxing's posture suddenly straightened. I won't take these pills, he declared. If you dare refuse, I'll beat you until you take them. I'll force feed them to you if I have to, Liang Anha said coldly. Medicine from big hospitals didn't work. What good can this tiny clinic possibly do? Don't even mention 3 days, even 30 days. Dong Xiaoxing stopped abruptly. Because he noticed the 6 burly men who had carried the stretcher were standing not far away. He dared say no more, lowering his head and slipping away quickly. The patient has a liver-dominant constitution. Due to emotional turmoil from a broken heart, liver fire has risen, causing irritability, anger, and flushed cheeks. Liver yang transforming into wind explains the hand tremors. Prolonged intense fire inevitably damages yin, resulting in palpitations, insomnia, and excessive sweating. Damaged stomach yin led to excessive stomach fire, causing voracious appetite and hunger. Fire scorching the body depleted vital fluids, resulting in paradoxical weight loss. The raging fire consumed fluids, transforming them into phlegm. This phlegm rose with liver fire to the front of the neck, forming a lump of goiter. Lin Feng analyzed slowly. Zhang Hanan listened in stunned silence. Though many of the technical terms were unfamiliar, every symptom of the patient could be logically explained. With such a clear understanding of the cause, how could the illness not be cured? If it couldn't be cured, that would be truly strange. Before this, he had assumed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were all elderly men who, through years of accumulated experience, could calmly analyze conditions and prescribe precise treatments. But now it seemed even a young man like Lin Feng could do it. Truthfully, his initial high regard for Lin Feng was entirely colored by his own biases. Lin Feng's approach was so forceful that he instinctively assumed such a person must be truly skilled, not someone who would be associated with the charlatans masquerading as TCM practitioners. Liver fire damages body fluids, yin deficiency fails to restrain yang, and yang becomes even more vigorous. To break this vicious cycle, the primary treatment must be nourishing yin. Zhuang Yanxin nodded in agreement. Right, what else? Lin Feng prompted Zhuang Yanxin to continue. To subdue yang and reduce fire, we use turtle shell. Turtle shell nourishes yin and subdues yang, restoring yin-yang balance. White peony root and uncarry root clear heat, calm the liver, extinguish wind, and stop tremors. Zhuang Yanxin paused here. The principles behind the primary and secondary herbs were clear enough, but beyond that, she hesitated. Oyster shell, sea sponge, and prunella soften hardness and disperse nodules, transform phlegm and eliminate goiters. Anna Marina clears stomach fire and treats excessive hunger. Golden thread directs liver qi downward, countering its upward rebellion. Shasandra and jujube seed calm the spirit and soothe palpitations, while also consolidating yin and stopping sweating. Lin Feng added. Though Zhuang Yanxin hadn't articulated it fully, she grasped the prescription's core principles. This was a significant step forward. The subsequent analysis of the herbs wasn't beyond her grasp, but she still felt uncertain. It still required a process forcing growth prematurely was counterproductive. I see, Zhuang Yanxin murmured. It was slightly different from what she had imagined, but it was close enough, proving she had indeed made progress. After all, Lin Feng had only been at the clinic for a few days. Given more time, she might not find it too difficult to handle cases independently. The thing is, this patient might not take the medicine on time, Zhuang Yanxin said with a hint of resignation. Identifying the root cause and treating it appropriately will definitely yield good results. But many things are truly beyond our control. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Shouldn't you step in with this group? Zhuang Yanxin gestured toward Zhang Hanan standing nearby. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Feng stood up and walked over. No worries, no worries. It can wait a moment, Zhang Hanan said with a forced smile. These 3, they're not the same guys you kicked the other day, are they? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Zhang Hanan gave a nervous chuckle. The 3 men lying on the stretcher felt even more awkward. They couldn't understand why they'd be seeking treatment from the very person who'd hurt them. Chapter 107, External Application and Internal Medicine. Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he asked, I need to examine them. Will you stay here to watch, or go wait outside for a bit? Of course I'll wait outside. Zhuang Yanxin replied without hesitation. Though medical students had seen every part of the human body, individual organs were different when they belonged to a living person. Especially sensitive areas. She wasn't in one of those hospital departments where exposure to such things was unavoidable. If she could avoid looking, she would. Typically, such issues wouldn't be addressed at a clinic. Clinics don't have the resources to handle them effectively. He couldn't fathom why Lin Feng had instructed Zhang Hanan to bring all 3 of them over. Only after Zhuang Yanxin stepped out and closed the door did Lin Feng begin examining them one by one. Though they were tough guys, they still let out some rather piercing screams during the process. What could they do? The pain was unbearable. Can you guys keep it down? You're deafening me, Zhang Haonan muttered, gently patting his slightly irritated ears. 3 glares shot his way, as if they wanted to devour him whole.
What? Am I wrong? Real men can't even handle this much pain? Zhang Haonan pressed on.
It's not really a matter of whether we can endure it or not.
I doubt anyone could.
Lin Feng said slowly.
Oh, really? I thought they were just being overly sensitive. Zhang Haonan shrugged indifferently.
If the 3 weren't lying down and unable to get up, they would have jumped up to punch him by now.
You're the one being overly sensitive.
Your whole family is being overly sensitive.
Go ahead, get kicked yourself and see if you can hold back. It was pretty bad. When I struck.
I mean, when I kicked, it definitely landed a bit too hard, Lin Feng admitted. His intention was to incapacitate the opponent, so he put every ounce of strength into that kick, afraid it might not be enough. The 3 fell silent, feeling this was a deliberate attempt to humiliate them. They'd been hit before, but this was the first time someone stood right in front of them after the blow and spoke like this. To put it bluntly, it felt like he'd stomped their faces into the ground and then ground them back and forth.
So, is there any way to treat it? Zhang Haonan asked cautiously. Not easily. The severity actually varies between them. The one in the middle is worse off.
Lin Feng stated. He brought it upon himself. Serves him right.
Zhang Haonan said coldly. Nan, you can't talk like that.
Hearing Zhang Haonan say this, the person involved naturally wasn't happy.
Third brother, Nan's right.
You got what you deserved.
You were the one who contacted that bastard, weren't you?
You said it was just a scare tactic, but look what happened, someone nearby couldn't help but interject.
How was I supposed to know? If I'd known, I'd have sent the guys below. I was just thinking we could split the money. Who could have guessed things would turn out like this?
Third brother said helplessly.
Third brother, whose real name was Miao Zile, had been contacted by Huang Miaoyang first.
That day, he was also the first to charge forward and take down Lin Feng. That bastard still hasn't been found.
Zhang Haonan declared. Once I'm better, I'll kill that bastard. How dare he trick me? Miao Zile fumed. Alright, enough about that. Zhang Haonan quickly interrupted, turning to Lin Feng. My apologies for what happened that day. I'm apologizing again on behalf of the brothers. No need to apologize.
I didn't suffer any losses, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Zhang Haonan gave an awkward chuckle, unsure how to respond.
He charged forward first, so he took the brunt of the force. The 2 behind him weren't hit as severely.
Those 2 will basically recover.
Reaching their original level completely is unlikely, but 80 to 90% is achievable, Lin Feng said slowly.
Really? That's wonderful. Whatever treatment you recommend, will fully cooperate. Zhang Haonan brightened.
This was far better than he'd imagined. After all, the hospital's prognosis had been near total disability. Male function was essentially lost, and with advancing age, recovery became increasingly unlikely.
Internal medication alone won't suffice.
Both topical and internal treatments are required, Lin Feng advised. He had little experience treating severe organ damage caused by external injuries, but simulations in his consciousness indicated that combined external and internal treatments yielded the best results.
Will it take a very long time? Zhang Haonan asked.
Full recovery might take half a year or more, Lin Feng replied.
But alleviating the pain should be effective within 10 days to a couple of weeks. That's remarkably fast, Zhang Haonan quickly responded.
After all, standard hospital treatment typically took a year or longer, with no guarantee of success. If Lin Feng's promised results were achievable, calling it a miracle cure wouldn't be an exaggeration.
Guys, please don't abandon me. At least look after me a little. I haven't even married or had children yet. To be crippled like this, isn't that too cruel? Miao Zile couldn't help but speak up. He couldn't accept being completely ignored.
They'd both been kicked in the same spot by the same person.
Why was his injury so severe that it couldn't even be treated? You still have the energy to think about that? Zhang Haonan rolled his eyes at Miao Zile. Why shouldn't I? I'm a man. I can't just become some kind of hermaphrodite, can I? Miao Zile said helplessly. Talking to me won't help. I'm not a doctor.
Zhang Haonan shrugged helplessly.
From his perspective, he naturally hoped all 3 men, including Miao Zile, could recover. But that wasn't up to him at all, depended on Lin Feng. Doctor, please save me. I can't live like this. If I can get better, I'll be your servant forever. Miao Zile pleaded. Well, your treatment will need to be doubled.
I can't guarantee how much you'll recover, Lin Feng replied.
Then I'm as good as dead? Miao Zile sighed helplessly. If it can be treated, count yourself lucky. At the very least, it will ease your suffering. Zhang Haonan could only offer this consolation. It's not a death sentence.
Worst case scenario, you're still a man.
It'll just affect your function somewhat.
Having children shouldn't be a problem, Lin Feng explained.
What? Really? I can't get up right now, or I'd be knocking my boots off for you. Miao Zile's gloom vanished, replaced by a broad smile.
Even the worst outcome was acceptable to him after all, he'd previously thought he was completely ruined. No need to rush. There's plenty of time. Lin Feng smiled. You're right. When the time comes, I'll make this guy kowtow a few more times.
Zhang Haonan nodded in satisfaction. Things were turning out much better than expected. It's not quite that simple, though. The formula contains several uncommon herbs, especially for the topical ointment. And that ointment can only be prepared by me. The application process won't be pleasant either, I'm warning you in advance. Chapter 108, I can't stand the sight of you.
Lin Feng had to make these points clear beforehand. This was vastly different from simply picking up a prescription to boil and drink. Just gathering all the ingredients for the formula might take some time. Whatever herbs are missing, I'll do my best to find them. As for whether it's pleasant or not, I think they can handle it. Nothing could be worse than their current suffering. The only thing I feel bad about is putting you through this trouble, Zhang Haonan said.
I'm a healer. Treating illness and saving lives is my duty.
As long as you cooperate, the results won't be too bad, Lin Feng replied slowly.
All right. We'll definitely cooperate. Lin Feng returned to his seat and began writing out prescriptions for both external application and internal use.
After finishing, he circled the uncommon herbs. These weren't available at the clinic and would have to be sourced from larger herbal suppliers. One ingredient in the internal formula required sourcing, while nearly half of the herbs in the external formula needed to be procured elsewhere. Seeing these herbs with strange names, Zhang Haonan fell deep in thought.
He knew nothing about them. You don't need to understand this stuff.
Just find a reputable, larger herbal medicine supplier. I'll also do my best to source them, Lin Feng said.
The main concern is that I might not be able to tell genuine from fake. Could I have your contact information? Zhang Haonan asked cautiously.
Sure. If you can't tell and suspect the herbs might be fake, feel free to call me anytime, Lin Feng nodded.
Zhang Haonan saved Lin Feng's phone number, feeling slightly more at ease.
After all, Lin Feng was an expert. With him around, he wouldn't get ripped off. Before that, I'll prepare a prescription for each of you to alleviate your pain, Lin Feng said as he walked over to the medicine cabinet and began dispensing herbs. No need to go to all that trouble.
One prescription for all three of them will do. Why be so fussy? Zhang Haonan interjected.
He was clearly an amateur, unaware of the need to tailor prescriptions to individual constitutions. He simply found the idea of one formula per person a bit troublesome for Lin Feng.
What's your relationship with them? Lin Feng inquired. To be honest, I'm like their older brother. Even though we're all around the same age, I'm 2 or 3 years older than them, Zhang Haonan replied. Is that so? Then why do I get the feeling you're at odds with them?
Lin Feng asked, his hands moving swiftly without pause.
Huh? Why would I? If I didn't treat them like my own brothers, I wouldn't bother with their nonsense. Zhang Haonan froze, then quickly added.
All three of them have the same pain points, but their constitutions differ and their individual conditions vary. Using the same prescription for all of them might not only fail to produce results but could even backfire, Lin Feng explained.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
Thank you for your help, Zhang Haonan said hurriedly. Although Zhuang Yanqin had been preparing the herbs these past few days, Lin Feng's speed was no slower than hers.
He quickly prepared the medicine for all three.
He didn't even need to write out separate prescriptions. In truth, ordinary formulas were useless for pain this severe. Thus, he adapted the Mafeisan formula to create customized prescriptions for each. To a certain extent, it numbed the body's sensations, thereby achieving a pain-relieving effect.
Intense pain only exacerbates physical deterioration.
Though this was not a long-term solution, it would at least allow the three to rest properly for a while. Lin Feng marked each of the 3 medicine packets and instructed Zhang Haonan to ensure he didn't mix them up. If he truly forgot, he could call to ask, but under no circumstances should he administer the medicine carelessly. True to his role as the leader, Zhang Haonan promptly placed each medicine directly into the arms of its intended recipient, ensuring they held it themselves. This way, there could be no mistake.
After all, one's own affairs are always taken most seriously.
After completing these tasks, he bowed to Lin Feng in gratitude before calling the burly man outside to carry the patients in. Zhuang Yanqin, being closest to the door, was naturally the first to enter. Seeing the 3 men on the stretcher, each clutching a plastic bag of medicine, her capitalist nature immediately surfaced.
You got the medicine, but did you pay for it? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
No, Zhang Haonan replied awkwardly.
That won't do. Medicine can't be taken for free.
You must pay, Zhuang Yanqin stated.
That's right.
Listen to the boss, Lin Feng nodded in agreement.
Of course, no problem. How much is it?
I'll pay now, Zhang Haonan said.
He hadn't brought much cash today, intending to settle everything later.
Only now did he realize that Lin Feng wasn't the boss at all.
Zhuang Yanqin was the boss. If he didn't have enough money, that would be a bit awkward.
Lin Feng dictated the prescription, and Zhuang Yanqin calculated the price in her head. He had to admit, in this regard, she was practically better than a calculator. There was barely a second's pause before the result was delivered.
The final total was around 500 yuan.
Plus a 100 yuan consultation fee per person, totaling 803 yuan.
Small operation, no rounding down, Zhuang Yanxin stated. I heard that when you prescribe medicine here, you don't charge a consultation fee? Zhang Haonan asked cautiously. Others don't charge it. But you guys have to pay. Because I don't like you, Zhuang Yanxin replied bluntly. Zhang Haonan nearly choked. What's the matter? You don't even have 800 yuan, do you? Zhuang Yanxin retorted. Even though they hadn't gotten much out of her the previous 2 times, this group had once been associated with Huang Yaoyang's crew. Charging them a bit extra was only fair. Not adding 1,000 yuan per person was already quite generous. I don't have enough cash on me right now. Can I go get it? My account has a limit, so I can't scan the QR code, Zhang Haonan said with a wry smile. So you really didn't have it? I thought you were so great. Go ask Huang Yaoyang for it. Zhuang Yanxin said sarcastically. That guy's vanished into thin air. We've been searching everywhere too. I'd never renege on a debt, Zhang Haonan replied. He was completely powerless now. Given how he'd treated the other person before, this response was already generous. The problem was, he dared not cross them now. Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin were clearly more than just boss and employee. Got 500? Give me 500 now, and the rest next time, Lin Feng said. 500. I have it, of course I do. Zhang Haonan nodded hastily, pulling out a stack of red bills from his pocket. Lin Feng had stepped in to save him, and he was certainly grateful. Let's go. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Got it, got it. Zhang Haonan turned, signaling his men to lift the stretcher. As he walked toward the door, waving goodbye to Lin Feng, he stumbled and nearly took a nosedive. Embarrassed, he hurried away. You're being generous. $300 you just say no and that's it? Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. You were the one who arbitrarily added the fee. How can you just keep charging more whenever you feel like it? If word gets out, will your clinic even stay open? Lin Feng retorted. What? Can't I vent my anger? Who told them to be so arrogant earlier? Chapter 109, Not Long to Live. Niao Zilei and the others were loaded into the vehicle. Brother Nan, is this guy really reliable? Niao Zilei couldn't help but ask. Zhang Haonan shot Miao Zilei a glare and retorted, got any other options? If you don't trust him, stick with the original treatment plan. I won't stop you. I'm just saying. It's just puzzling, haven't we always heard that traditional Chinese medicine takes time to work? How come this seems so fast? Niao Zilei hurriedly added. The traditional Chinese medicine we've heard about and this practitioner are entirely different concepts. Besides, whether it works or not once you take this pain-relieving formula, won't you know? 300 each. Remember to pay me. Zhang Haonan said. That's a bit shady. Didn't you just collect 500? Are you trying to make money off this? Niao Zilei frowned. It's over 800. You just paid 500 up front, got it? This money is coming out of your pockets either way. Consider yourselves lucky I'm not charging referral fees. Stop whining. The real expenses are yet to come. Zhang Haonan rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll cover my own medical expenses later. Nan, don't you dare pay for me, Niao Zilei said. Dream on. You cover your own expenses. Running errands for you is already me going above and beyond. Zhang Haonan declared. Niao Zilei said nothing more, but he knew deep down that this big brother was the classic type with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If the subsequent treatment costs fell short, he wouldn't hesitate to cover them. After all, hadn't he been running around like crazy to get them all treated after they got hurt like this? After driving for a few minutes, Zhang Haonan suddenly called for a stop. I'm going to the bank to withdraw cash and deliver it over. You guys head back first. Nan, are you hiding something from us? What's there to hide? Get lost. Inside the clinic. Zhuang Yanxin studied the painkiller prescription Lin Feng had just written. The 3 prescriptions were similar yet entirely different. Logically, since the 3 patients had similar injuries, sharing one formula or making minor adjustments should have sufficed. Yet Lin Feng had deliberately prescribed 3 separate formulas. Can their conditions still be treated? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Yes. But it's a bit challenging. It requires several uncommon medicinal herbs, Lin Feng replied. What herbs are needed? I can check with my suppliers, Zhuang Yanxin offered. Yes, I'll write them down, Lin Feng nodded. Zhuang Yanxin took the list of herbs Lin Feng had written down and couldn't help but frown slightly. They're not just uncommon. Many of these are extremely rare. Even if we find them, the price will likely be astronomical. Just because common Chinese herbs aren't expensive doesn't mean all Chinese herbs are affordable. Expensive herbs fall into 2 categories, those with extremely low yields and those that are difficult to source. Ultimately, it boils down to the principle that rarity determines value. Of course, common ailments don't require these rare herbs. Ordinary herbs can often be substituted, though the efficacy will naturally be somewhat diminished. But that's simply unavoidable. Truthfully, even among common herbs, quality varies significantly. Certain premium herbs simply deliver superior efficacy. One must strike a balance between cost and efficacy. You're so eager to help find them?
Lin Feng asked with a smile.
Making money isn't shameful.
Rest assured, I'll only mark up the original price by 10% at most. Zhuang Yanxin replied with a smile. If we can truly find it, money really isn't an issue, Lin Feng replied. Honestly, I never expected you'd treat them.
What's up? Feeling guilty? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Guilt implies wrongdoing. I did nothing wrong. Why should I feel guilty? Lin Feng shrugged. Then, you're not just doing this for the money, are you? Zhuang Yanxin pressed. Not really. I also want to see just how severe the injuries are. Since they're being cooperative, treating them is fine. Lin Feng replied. That's all? Zhuang Yanxin sounded skeptical. Why make it complicated? As a doctor, healing the sick is my duty.
Besides, it's also a chance to gain some experience. Lin Feng replied slowly. The clinic door was violently pushed open. A man in a suit strode in, his hair disheveled.
What are you doing here? You're not welcome.
Zhuang Yanxin frowned, her eyes filled with disgust. The man before her was none other than Kong Yutao, Zhong Shishir's stepfather. She'd seen disgusting before, but this level of repugnance was truly rare. The thought of Zhong Shishir nearly being abused by this bastard stepfather made her want to slap him across the face.
You must have a cure for my illness, right?
Kong Yutao ignored Zhuang Yanxin entirely, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng.
What illness do you have? Lin Feng asked. Let's cut to the chase. Talking about this now is pointless. How much will it cost to cure me?
Kong Yutao's brows knitted together as he asked bluntly. If what I said earlier was correct, then I'm afraid this illness is incurable. Lin Feng shook his head.
Impossible. How could you diagnose it if it's incurable? Just tell me how much you want. Kong Yutao refused to believe it. Where was your diagnosis made? Lin Feng inquired. Every public hospital, including the People's Hospital and the best private hospital in the city, I'd been to all of them. The results were the same. Kong Yutao said helplessly.
He hadn't believed it at first, but with every hospital giving the same verdict, he had no choice but to accept it. One hospital might have made a mistake, but surely not all of them could be wrong.
Then could they cure your illness?
Lin Feng countered calmly. Kong Yutao froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the hospitals had all provided treatment plans, without exception, they had informed him that this condition was, in principle, incurable.
The treatment process would be extremely lengthy, and even if he somehow recovered to a normal state, the likelihood of relapse was extremely high.
He understood the underlying message: this condition would likely be with him for life.
If left untreated, it could be life-threatening. Didn't you say you had a solution? Are you afraid I won't pay? I have plenty of money. Kong Yutao spoke up after a moment of silence.
The method I mentioned isn't about curing the disease, Lin Feng explained.
It's about extending your life. Prolong my life? I don't need you. Every hospital I visited before coming here is undoubtedly 10,000 times more professional than you. Kong Yutao couldn't help raising his voice. Then go ahead. Don't waste my time.
Lin Feng waved him off.
Oof. I thought you had some amazing skills. Looks like you're nothing special after all. Kong Yutao snorted coldly, turning to leave. So according to you, does that mean he doesn't have much time left? Zhuang Yanxin suddenly asked. At best, 7 days. At most, half a month. Chapter 110, Venting.
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kong Yutao halted mid-step and spun around, bellowing, "Bull!
You're the one who won't make it past half a month. Every doctor says at least 6 months to a year. And I'll be getting treatment. That only extends the timeline. Is that so?
Then congratulations to you," Lin Feng said with a smile.
Say that again? You think I won't beat you to death? Kong Yutao clenched his fists tightly. If he really follows the hospital's treatment plan, could he live longer? Zhuang Yanxin asked. Want the truth? Lin Feng asked. Of course, Zhuang Yanxin nodded. It wouldn't have made much difference. To put it conservatively, it wouldn't have helped much, Lin Feng replied.
Maybe we should save this conversation for after certain people are gone, Zhuang Yanxin suggested. The thought that Kong Yutao had at most half a month left to live brought her a certain sense of relief.
This scum deserves nothing less. Kong Yutao was furious beyond belief. These two were openly humiliating him. They showed absolutely no restraint whatsoever. It was no different than slapping him in the face. Oof. Do you really think I'd buy your bull? Does this look like I'm about to drop dead in 10 days or a month? If you're gonna spin a yarn, at least make it somewhat believable. Kong Yutao managed to suppress his rage. If he truly lost his temper, he'd be playing right into their hands. Not every dying person lies there gasping for breath. Of course, they will be like that a day or two before death. Don't worry, you can wait a little longer, Lin Feng said indifferently. So you're saying no hospital can match you? Kong Yutao sneered in response. Forget the rest. I'll just say this much. I can tell just by looking. Which one of them is any good?
Lin Feng stated.
Kong Yutao wanted to retort, but he couldn't deny that Lin Feng had a point.
He relied on his eyes, whereas every doctor in the hospital depended on test results. Even if it didn't prove Lin Feng was better than those doctors, it at least showed he wasn't worse. Given Lin Feng's bleaker prognosis, it seemed impossible to dismiss his assessment.
So if I follow your method, how much longer do I have to live? Kong Yutao asked.
That depends on how much money you have, Lin Feng replied.
What does money have to do with it? Kong Yutao didn't grasp the connection at first. You're buying your life with money. How could it not be related?
Lin Feng smiled faintly.
How much will it cost? Kong Yutao frowned. For each extra day you live, this much.
Lin Feng held up one finger.
10,000 a day? Kong Yutao thought for a moment and knew it couldn't possibly be less than 10,000.
This meant that to live one more year, he'd have to pay over 3 million.
This price wasn't just high, it was astronomical. Even receiving the best treatment at the finest hospital with the most expensive medications wouldn't cost that much in 10 days. This guy was ripping him off for the sheer joy of it. So your life is only worth 10,000 a day? That's pretty cheap, actually.
Lin Feng shook his head.
Then what do you say it's worth? Kong Yutao hadn't expected this price to be called cheap.
Multiply the unit price by 100, Lin Feng replied calmly.
1 million? 1 million a day. What kind of international joke is this? Why don't you just go rob someone? Kong Yutao's face darkened to the extreme. He was convinced Lin Feng was using this opportunity to humiliate him. When your life has only days left, every extra day becomes priceless. Money can't measure that.
At this price, you won't survive a week at most, Lin Feng stated.
Thud.
Kong Yutao slammed his fist on the table, his face twitching violently.
You think this will make me hand over all my money? Think again. I won't give you a single penny. Forget 2 weeks, I'll still be alive and well in a year or two. Kong Yutao shouted. The price is what it is. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But let me warn you, if you come back after 7 days, it won't be this price. And the absolute limit is 3 days.
Lin Feng stated.
I really want to punch you. Kong Yutao blared viciously at Lin Feng.
His face contorted, a stark contrast to his earlier polite facade. If you dare lay a finger on me, I won't be the one suffering, Lin Feng said slowly.
Is that so? A cold sneer appeared on Kong Yutao's face.
Suddenly, he kicked the table in front of him with all his strength. The table toppled over. Lin Feng had already acted first, pulling Zhuang Yanqin out of the way. Otherwise, they would have been crushed.
What the hell are you doing? Zhuang Yanqin snapped angrily. Just venting my frustration. If you don't like it, go ahead and call the cops. Kong Yutao adopted a completely shameless demeanor. Seeing Lin Feng approaching him, Kong Yutao immediately pulled out his phone and aimed the camera at Lin Feng. Come on, try to touch me. If you dare, I'll post this online. Let's see how you keep this clinic running, Kong Yutao taunted.
Zhuang Yanqin grabbed Lin Feng's arm and urged, forget it, it's not worth it.
He's clearly doing this on purpose.
If you actually hit him, you'd be the one falling into his trap. She had been furious at first, but upon hearing his words, she instantly calmed down.
Kicking over a table was no big deal, it hadn't even hit anyone.
If Lin Feng resorted to violence over this, it would change the nature of the incident. He could be blackmailed, and the fallout would be endless trouble. Besides, getting into a fight with a man on his last legs was utterly pointless.
Oh my. I thought you were some fiery young man. Turns out you're just a coward. Should I go ahead and wreck this whole place then? Kong Yutao continued his provocation.
Go ahead and try, Lin Feng said coldly, narrowing his eyes.
Trying to provoke me? Nothing gets me going like that. Let me think, where should I start smashing? Kong Yutao grinned smugly. Get out of here now.
Or I'll call the police for real.
Zhuang Yanqin shouted. Oh my, oh my, oh my, how terrifying. Let me tell you, I'm not easily intimidated. Today, right here, I'll do whatever I want. Who can stop me? Kong Yutao was now utterly arrogant. He was certain that neither Lin Feng nor Zhuang Yanqin could do anything to him. Are you sure you've thought this through?
You're walking out now, but if you try to leave later, you might be crawling. Lin Feng spoke slowly.
Ha ha. Come hit me. If you've got the guts, come on. Stop all this nonsense. I'm standing right here. Whoever leaves first is a coward. Kong Yutao shouted defiantly.
What puzzled him was the faint hint of amusement that seemed to flicker across Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin's faces. A force struck him from behind without warning. Caught completely off guard, he crashed face first into the ground like a dog eating. His face slammed into the pavement, skidding across the ground for a few feet. His front teeth nearly shattered. Chapter 111, Extortion. Kong Yutao couldn't recover for a long while. His face slammed into the pavement, leaving his mind blank. Damn it! Who the hell is that? Who dares hit me? Kong Yutao scrambled to his feet, cursing the moment he spoke. The one who had kicked him from behind was none other than Zhang Haonan, who had returned. Who the hell do you think you are? Zhang Haonan threatened. I can't stand some cowards acting all cocky.
If you keep spewing that crap, I'll rip your mouth off. Kong Yutao visibly lost his edge and retorted, "What business is this of yours? This is between me and them. I just don't like you, okay? This is a clinic, a place for healing and saving lives. Not for you to run wild." Zhang Haonan retorted. "You're in cahoots with them? Then hit me again if you've got the guts. I'll record it and post it online." Kong Yutao picked up his phone from the floor again and aimed it at Zhang Haonan. Without hesitation, Zhang Haonan strode forward, snatched the phone from his grasp, and flung it toward the door. The force was considerable. The phone smashed against the floor outside the door, scattering countless tiny shards. "Record my ass. What are you waving that piece of junk phone around for?" Zhang Haonan spun back, his voice cold. "You're paying for my phone. Otherwise, I'm calling the cops. Damaging someone else's property? You're definitely going to jail." Kong Yutao pointed his finger at Zhang Haonan. Zhang Haonan lunged forward, twisted his opponent's arm, then executed a shoulder throw, slamming Kong Yutao hard onto the floor. A loud thud echoed across the floor. Kong Yutao was knocked senseless, his mouth watering with nausea. "Nice move." Zhuang Yanqin immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised him. She'd been annoyed with Zhang Haonan earlier, but dealing with scum like Kong Yutao? That's exactly why someone like Zhang Haonan was needed. Don't ever indulge scum like that. "No big deal, no big deal." Zhang Haonan quickly smiled and said. He knew Zhuang Yanqin disliked their entire group. If taking down Kong Yutao could improve their relationship, that would be a definite plus. Regardless of the nature of Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin's relationship, they'd inevitably cross paths again. Easing the tension couldn't hurt. Tense relations would make every encounter awkward. "You hit me. I'll make sure you get arrested today, or I'll change my surname." Kong Yutao scrambled to his feet, barely managing to stand as his legs felt weak and wobbly. "No problem. You're going in either way. I'll just beat you up properly. As long as it doesn't meet the criteria for criminal charges, it's all the same." Zhang Haonan sneered coldly. Such threats might intimidate others, but they certainly didn't faze him. Besides, he knew exactly how to handle scum like Kong Yutao. "You, don't come any closer." Kong Yutao watched Zhang Haonan advance, panic seizing him completely. Zhang Haonan paid no heed to Kong Yutao's pleas, swiftly knocking him back to the ground with brutal force. He controlled his strength carefully. The injuries couldn't be too severe, and he couldn't damage anything in the clinic. Kong Yutao lay on the floor, struggling to push himself up, only to find it incredibly difficult. Of course, he feared that if he did get up, the other would knock him down again. Therefore, getting up meant getting beaten again. "I'm sorry. Let me go. I swear I won't call the police." Seeing his predicament, Kong Yutao could only beg for mercy. The phone was gone, so reporting it to the police right away wasn't an option. He'd have to escape first. Reporting a crime requires evidence. You say I hit you, you need proof. It's not just your word against mine. I'm definitely not admitting to anything. Zhang Haonan shook his head, crouched down, and slapped Kong Yutao's face. "Stop threatening to call the cops over everything. You're acting like a coward." I know you." Kong Yutao suddenly blurted out. "Huh? Did you get your brain knocked out?" Zhang Haonan was baffled. "To be precise, I know your boss, Mr. Wu. You're his bodyguard, right? I don't think I'm mistaken." Kong Yutao had sensed a familiar kindness in the man from the start, and only just now had it clicked who he was. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Zhang Haonan asked. "Mr. Wu and I have a bit of a connection. If I tell your boss what you're doing right now, then you..." Kong Yutao's tone carried a threat. "Should I be terrified then?" "Well, I'm not." Zhang Haonan laughed, his expression showing not a hint of tension. Clearly, he couldn't care less. "It doesn't matter. I'll find you eventually. You can beat me up all you want, but I'll get my revenge," Kong Yutao said coldly. Kong Yutao had expected mentioning Boss Wu would at least make the other party hesitate, but he hadn't anticipated the complete indifference. With things having gone this far, regardless of whether retaliation followed, the threat had to be made, otherwise, his pride wouldn't allow it. "Fine, I'll be waiting for you. I'm just afraid you won't show up. And let me tell you this, even if you have evidence to prove I assaulted someone and get me locked up, once I'm out, I'll definitely bring people to deal with you. As long as you're still in this city, I'll make your life miserable. And I'll tell you this too, no one can protect you," Zhang Haonan declared. Kong Yutao opened his mouth slightly, as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Anything he said now would be nothing but empty words, lacking the intimidating force of the other man's threats. Besides, he was still in the other man's hands and dared not act too recklessly. "Gentlemen, what shall we do with this fellow?" Zhang Haonan asked. "Tell him to get lost." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. How can he just leave like that? He kicked over the table, doesn't he have to pay for it?" Zhuang Yanqin immediately interjected. "Of course he has to pay. How could he not? It's already broken, how are we supposed to use it now?" Zhang Haonan chimed in. "I remember this table is quite old, over 10 or 20 years. I think we paid 3 or 500 back then. Zhuang Yinxin said. Well, we can't use the old price. 3 or 520 years ago? Now it's gotta be at least 1,000 or 2. Plus, it's an antique, you couldn't even buy one like this anymore. Make it 5,000. Zhang Haonan nodded. He had jumped in immediately because he feared Zhuang Yinxin might suggest an unreasonably low figure. Since it was compensation, it had to sting. A few hundred yuan would be like a drop in the bucket, lacking any deterrent effect. Next time, they'd dare to do it again. But if the price reached a certain level, the other party would definitely think twice before doing anything again. 5,000 any issues? Zhang Haonan turned to ask Kong Yutao. It seemed like a question, but it was really a notification. No problem. But I don't have my phone with me. I'll transfer it to you guys once I get back. Kong Yutao knew they were trying to squeeze him for money, but he had no choice but to agree. Think again. No payment, no leaving this door. As for how to get it, figure it out yourself. Chapter 112, Crawling Out. With no other choice, Kong Yutao borrowed a phone and called home to have his family transfer 5,000 yuan. He regretted it bitterly. If he'd known kicking a table would cost him so much, he never would have done it. The truth was, 5,000 yuan could buy him countless tables like this one. But what could he do now? When you're in someone else's house, you have to bow your head. I've paid the compensation. Can I leave now? Kong Yutao gritted his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. Leave? You certainly can't leave. Zhang Haonan shook his head. What else do you want? Kong Yutao's face turned ashen. He never imagined the other party still wouldn't let him off the hook. From the sound of it, you're still not convinced? Fine. If you're not convinced, we can keep practicing. Zhang Haonan sneered coldly. No, no. Kong Yutao hastily waved his hands. This wasn't training, it was a one-sided beating. You can crawl out. Walking is out of the question. If you walk out, that would be a grave disrespect to me, Zhang Haonan declared. Lin Feng's earlier words, whether a joke or a taunt, had to be taken seriously. The chance had been given, but Kong Yutao insisted on pretending. He would pay the price for that. Kong Yutao's face twisted in agony. Lin Feng's earlier words had seemed laughable, yet now they were becoming his own harsh reality. Ignoring the humiliation, he scrambled to his hands and knees and crawled rapidly toward the doorway. When he finally stood up, he realized that the entire scene had been recorded on Zhang Hanan's phone, who stood behind him. You? Kong Yutao was at a loss for words. Don't worry, I won't just go around posting it. As long as I never see you here again, we'll stay out of each other's business. Zhang Hanan's face wore a mocking smile. You'll regret this. Kong Yutao spat out a threat before limping away, his legs throbbing with pain. In his mind, he was already plotting his revenge against Zhang Haonan. Mr. Wu was definitely a weak spot. If he was willing to go to any lengths, Zhang Haonan would learn the consequences. As for Lin Feng, he wasn't worth mentioning. Seeing Zhang Haonan's fate, he'd probably chicken out immediately. He naturally assumed Lin Feng's confidence stemmed from Zhang Haonan. His mistake had been failing to anticipate that the clinic would bring in someone like this. I really want to beat him up again. Zhang Haonan frowned slightly. This guy still dares to say such things. He really hasn't learned his lesson. No need. He won't live much longer. Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Ha? What illness? Zhang Haonan asked, surprised. That kind of infectious disease, Lin Feng replied. Holy. He's that unclean? Oh man, I touched him earlier. Should I wash my hands thoroughly? Could I have caught something from him? Zhang Haonan frowned, his mind filling with disgust toward Kong Yutao. If something that simple could spread, humanity would have been wiped out by now, Lin Feng remarked. True. But it also proves how chaotic his personal life is. Wait, that doesn't make sense. He came here for treatment, yet he's acting so arrogant? Zhang Haonan remarked. He believes he still has a long time to live. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. His condition does seem surprisingly good. I thought you were exaggerating earlier. Is it really true? Zhuang Yinxin asked. When it comes to medical conditions, I never joke. What it is, it is. This disease has a relatively low transmission rate among men, but once infected, it can be fatal. Most critically, it has an indefinite incubation period, Lin Feng explained. So it's just like rabies? Zhang Haonan blurted out. In a way, it's quite similar. The fatality rate is 100% in both cases, Lin Feng nodded. So you're saying this thing has been around for a long time? Zhuang Yinxin pressed. Yes, at least several years. If it remained latent, it wouldn't cause any issues. But now that hospitals can detect it, it means this thing is about to fully manifest, Lin Feng explained. Is there truly no way to treat it? Zhang Haonan asked. Life extension is possible. But honestly, not extending life is better than extending it, Lin Feng sighed softly. Why? Zhuang Yinxin and Zhang Haonan asked almost simultaneously. For anyone, preserving life is undoubtedly preferable. Why would Lin Feng say it's better not to prolong it? Because prolonging life means enduring immense suffering. Such agony isn't something ordinary people can bear.
Every passing day might feel like a year, Lin Feng explained. So there's no such thing as a minimum of 7 days or a maximum of half a month. After 7 days, the pain sets in. Only those who can endure it make it to half a month. Zhuang Yanxin seemed to suddenly understand. It's not that absolutely no one can endure it. But it requires extraordinary resilience. Such individuals are 1 in 1,000, Lin Feng stated. Can't hospitals provide pain medication? Zhang Haonan asked cautiously. Compared to Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin, he was a complete layman and didn't dare speak lightly, but he still wanted to share his thoughts. You can't just use that stuff carelessly. Even if you do use it, there's no guarantee it'll keep working, Zhuang Yanxin explained. She hadn't worked in a hospital, but she knew the rules. The use of painkillers in hospitals was extremely strict. They absolutely couldn't be given out carelessly. Most importantly, their effectiveness is limited. To put it in perspective, imagine 20 needles piercing you simultaneously. Pain medication might only alleviate the discomfort from 2 or 3 of those needles, Lin Feng explained slowly. That's practically useless. Zhang Haonan retorted. The only method with significant effect is anesthesia. Local anesthesia won't work, it has to be general anesthesia, Lin Feng stated. General anesthesia is typically reserved for larger surgical procedures, right? Zhuang Yanxin said. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she added, that surgery at the People's Hospital used traditional Chinese herbal anesthesia. If it was Mafeisan, it might be feasible. He doesn't have much chance left, Lin Feng shook his head. True. Mafeisan can't be used on someone like him. He must bear the consequences of his own sins. Zhuang Yanxin nodded in agreement. He totally deserved it. He's done nothing but evil. This is karma. Zhang Haonan said bitterly. Why are you back? Is something wrong? Lin Feng asked. I withdrew the money and rushed it over. Zhang Haonan hurriedly explained. No need. Given what you just did, I'll waive the 300 yuan. Zhuang Yanxin waved him off decisively. With 5,000 coming in, who cares about a measly 300? All right then. Zhang Haonan showed no intention of leaving. Just say what's on your mind. Lin Feng noticed Zhang Haonan seemed hesitant to speak. Could you step aside for a moment? Zhang Haonan plastered on a smile and asked Zhuang Yanxin cautiously. Chapter 113, Lingering Discomfort. Step aside? Why would I need to step aside? Zhuang Yanxin demanded. It's a bit awkward. Not really appropriate, Zhang Haonan replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. What's inappropriate? What exactly do you want to say? Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. It's hard to explain, Zhang Haonan said. The overturned table was righted, and the scattered items were gradually picked up. Place your hand here, Lin Feng gestured toward the pulse pillow on the table. You don't need to speak. I'll ask the questions, you just nod or shake your head. All right. Zhang Haonan nodded. Lin Feng slowly reached out to take his pulse. Zhuang Yanxin understood that Zhang Haonan's condition likely involved a male-specific ailment, so she didn't need to take his pulse first. Still, she listened attentively, even if the chances of encountering such a case later were slim. This condition has persisted for quite some time, roughly 2 to 3 years. The most prominent symptoms are frequent urination, urgency, and occasional pain during urination, Lin Feng stated. Yes, Zhang Haonan nodded. You enjoy drinking alcohol. After each drinking session, you experience a burning sensation and pain when urinating. Do you feel discomfort in the perineum? Lin Feng continued. Perineum? Zhang Haonan asked. Lin Feng pointed to the approximate location on the acupoint chart on the wall, and Zhang Haonan nodded quickly. You feel lethargic, have a dry throat, experience soreness in your lower back and sacrum, suffer from insomnia with vivid dreams, and experience nocturnal emissions. Besides the burning sensation and dull pain in your perineum and lower abdomen, your scrotum feels damp and you have post-urination dribbling. You're unable to perform the rites of Zhougong. Lin Feng stated. The rites of Zhougong. Zhang Haonan couldn't grasp the meaning. The symptoms described matched his own condition perfectly, one by one. He found it hard to believe that merely by taking his pulse, the doctor could discern so much information without him saying a word. Indeed, before a true master of Chinese medicine, there were no secrets. It refers to sexual intercourse, Lin Feng clarified. Ah, right. I went to the hospital for tests, and they said it was chronic prostatitis. I've been taking medication, but it hasn't helped much. Zhang Haonan's face flushed slightly. Even though it was the truth, he still felt embarrassed saying it outright. Especially in front of a girl. If it had just been him and Lin Feng, it wouldn't have been so awkward. To ease the awkwardness, he rattled off a string of words. When people feel awkward, they tend to get busier, and that includes being verbally busy. You got married about 3 or 4 years ago? Lin Feng asked. I got married 4 years ago. How did you know? Zhang Haonan asked, somewhat surprised. He couldn't believe that the pulse could even reveal the approximate time of his marriage? Was this medical skill or some kind of mystical art? Because your illness most likely stemmed from your marriage, Lin Feng replied.
Ha? Does that mean I'm unsuitable for marriage? Zhang Haonan immediately plunged into deep self-doubt. Not exactly.
To be precise, it's due to excessive sexual activity, Lin Feng clarified. Zhang Haonan flushed bright red and coughed violently several times. He recalled their honeymoon days young and reckless, they'd indulged without restraint, often multiple times a day. Yet after just 2 years, his stamina had plummeted. Just as Lin Feng had described, there was a lingering ache and discomfort. The past year had been particularly dire, he couldn't even complete a single session. He'd tried hospital treatments and even some folk remedies, but nothing had made a noticeable difference. Today, upon seeing Miao Zile and the others where even hardware damage could be repaired, he thought to seek Lin Feng's treatment. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. The reason he had Zhuang Yanxin leave was precisely to avoid others finding out. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Yanxin hadn't left after all, overhearing all his private matters. It felt like she now held his weakness over him. Of course, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng could diagnose his condition so accurately just by taking his pulse. The patient, newly wed, succumbs to youthful passion. Excessive fire rages unchecked, depleting yin essence. This rising false heat manifests as flushed cheeks and dry throat. Heat disturbing the essence chamber causes nocturnal emissions. Kidney essence depletion leads to lethargy, lumbar weakness, and insomnia with vivid dreams. His fondness for alcohol inevitably fuels heat and generates dampness. This damp heat descending causes urinary urgency, frequency, and pain, accompanied by a burning sensation and scrotal dampness. Prolonged pathogenic heat inevitably transforms fluids into phlegm. Damp heat and phlegm stasis obstruct the essence orifices, contaminating fresh essence and corrupting it into defective essence, resulting in cloudy discharge after urination. The decayed essence, entangled with phlegm and stasis, makes the condition stubborn. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Zhang Haonan listened, his head bowed so low it nearly touched his feet. When he had heard Lin Feng analyze others' conditions before, he had merely marveled at his extraordinary medical skill, a level beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. But now that it was his turn, it felt like hearing his scalp tingled with dread. The only thing he wanted to say was for Lin Feng to stop explaining and just tell him how to treat it. He wasn't a doctor himself, he didn't need to know all those details. But he didn't dare interrupt. Only after Lin Feng finally finished speaking did he hastily open his mouth. You must have a way to treat this. Just prescribe the medicine. Lin Feng nodded and swiftly wrote out a prescription on paper. 20 grams of philodendron bark, 15 grams of animarina rhizome, 20 grams of mutan bark, 15 grams of gentiana root. 20 grams of dried silkworm pupae, 20 grams of earthworms, 2 grams of centipede. Zhang Haonan frowned upon seeing the white, earthworm, and centipede listed in the prescription. He might not recognize the other herbs, but these three were undoubtedly insects or similar creatures. Especially centipedes, how could he not have seen them before? Could these things really be used as medicinal ingredients? Moreover, centipedes were widely recognized as the second most venomous creature among the 5 poisons, second only to venomous snakes. Even though their quantities were minuscule compared to other ingredients, would ingesting them directly really be safe? Regardless of his inner thoughts, he dared not voice any doubts aloud. Besides being an outsider to this field, he was also somewhat intimidated by Lin Feng. Take 1 dose daily. After 5 doses, you should see results. We'll adjust the formula based on your progress. Roughly 10 more doses should eliminate the symptoms, Lin Feng said slowly. That's wonderful. Zhang Haonan's face lit up with relief. With the follow-up treatment clearly outlined and the entire process lasting only 15 days, what reason did he have not to try? After all, this affliction had tormented him for nearly 2 years. His wife didn't say it outright, but deep down, she had started to look down on him. To put it bluntly, if things continued like this, the very survival of their marriage was uncertain. Zhuang Yanxin took the prescription and began preparing the medicine. Should I be mindful of anything in my daily diet? Zhang Haonan asked. No need for special precautions. Just avoid overly spicy or irritating foods while taking the medicine. Most importantly, no alcohol. Lin Feng instructed. Does that mean no alcohol while taking the medicine, or no alcohol at all? Zhang Haonan quickly asked. Chapter 114, completely right. Zhang Haonan seemed visibly tense. For him, abstaining from alcohol was practically a death sentence. To say he was a heavy drinker was no exaggeration. If you can quit completely, that's ideal. If not, just avoid drinking while taking the medication. Lin Feng advised. Zhang Haonan exhaled a long breath. Well, that's a relief. It's only 15 days. I can endure that. To cure his chronic condition, going without alcohol for half a month was nothing. If he couldn't even muster that much willpower, it would truly be a waste of his life. It's not quite as simple as 15 days, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Ha? Didn't you just say the symptoms would completely disappear in 15 days? Zhang Haonan's expression shifted slightly. He couldn't fathom why Lin Feng had suddenly changed his tune. Could there be some unforeseen variable at play? That's correct under normal circumstances. But follow-up medication is needed for aftercare.
Haven't you heard the saying, illness comes like a mountain collapsing, but recovery is as slow as drawing silk from a cocoon? Lin Feng replied. How long will that take? Zhang Haonan's brows knitted together. By follow-up, he understood that even though the symptoms had vanished and he wouldn't need the treatment medication anymore, he'd still need to strengthen his body to prevent a relapse. But if it truly stretched beyond half a month, he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to endure it. The allure of alcohol was still quite strong for him. Hard to say. It depends on your body's condition at the time. It's too early to discuss now after all, you still don't trust me, Lin Feng replied calmly. Zhang Haonan froze, then waved his hands repeatedly. Absolutely not. I do trust you. Before seeing results, talk of trust is hollow. You must be approaching this with a trial mindset. Truthfully, it doesn't matter either way ultimately, the efficacy is what counts, Lin Feng replied calmly. You're the most skilled TCM practitioner I've ever met. If even you can't help, then I suppose I should give up, Zhang Haonan admitted. He didn't deny the doubt in his heart, but Lin Feng's words at that moment made him trust him a little more. Would anyone without genuine skill dare speak like this? Your medicine. Zhuang Yinxin handed over the herbs while stating the price. The previous 300 was overcharged and can be waived, but this is real money that needs to be paid, not a penny less. Zhang Haonan quickly took the money with both hands, pulled out red bills from his pocket, and didn't even bother to ask Zhuang Yinxin for change. He gave Lin Feng a nod and hurried away. Again because of drinking? Is this alcohol absolutely necessary? Zhuang Yinxin asked irritably. Coming from you, that doesn't exactly ring true. Lin Feng shrugged slightly and chuckled. Zhuang Yinxin gave an awkward laugh before defending herself. That was just a one-time thing for me. I don't drink every day like they do. My dad's like that, and he still wants to keep drinking? How can something be such a huge addiction? Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Maybe it numbs the pain? Lin Feng replied. There had been a time when he enjoyed a drink too, back when life felt utterly stifling and unfulfilling. But ever since gaining the sea of consciousness, he knew his life had changed fundamentally, and he'd stopped touching alcohol altogether. Throughout history, while not everyone, most people drink for one common reason, to escape their current reality. This also revealed that they were inevitably dissatisfied with their lives to some degree. This applies to 8 or 9 out of 10 people. Truthfully, it's rare for two friends to gather purely for conversation, using alcohol merely as a mood enhancer without any underlying dissatisfaction with reality. Of course, alcohol isn't the only method. Those who abstain naturally have their own ways of escaping reality. Numbness eventually wears off, doesn't it? Zhuang Yinxin gave a helpless, bitter smile. Tell me about this prescription. Lin Feng steered the conversation back. Huang Bai, Jimu, and Dan Pai clear excessive face fire while fortifying Yin. Long Dan, Tu Fu Ling, and Bai Jiang Chao clear damp heat from the liver meridian and detoxify. Bai Jiang Chon, Tu Bi Chon, and Wu Gong transform phlegm and unblock meridians. Among these, Centipede targets the liver meridian with the swiftest penetrating power. It can open any area where qi and blood stagnate, excelling at dispersing blood stasis, unblocking channels, and attacking toxins with remarkable efficacy. Smilax glabra, Petrinia scabiosifolia, Polygonum cuspidatum, and amber clear and drain damp heat and stagnant toxins from the lower jiao to purify the essence chamber. Zhuang Yinxin analyzed each herb in turn. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected Zhuang Yinxin to be able to analyze the entire prescription so thoroughly. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? Zhuang Yinxin asked. Correct, absolutely correct. It's just. Lin Feng replied. I'm just curious how you got everything right. You didn't even take his pulse? You've seen plenty of cases. Even if you were just copying others, you should have been able to explain it. Besides, this isn't actually that complicated, Zhuang Yinxin said. Her claim that it wasn't that complicated was based on the foundation that Lin Feng had already analyzed the condition and pathology. Without that foundation, starting from scratch would be no simple task, not just for her, but for most practitioners. Especially with a patient suffering from a chronic illness like this, they're the hardest to treat. Correct. You're a quick learner, Lin Feng nodded in approval. Another patient arrived shortly after, suffering from a common cold due to exposure to the cold. Zhuang Yinxin handled it with ease. However, when finalizing the prescription, he intervened to modify one of the herbs, tailoring the formula to better suit the patient's constitution. After the patient left, Lin Feng provided a detailed analysis. Zhuang Yinxin also understood exactly where her oversight had been. Lunchtime. Lin Feng was about to head out to get lunch when Shi Chaoyun unexpectedly returned with the lunchboxes first. The moment she walked in, her expression was decidedly unpleasant. Zhuang Yinxin, already feeling uneasy, instinctively moved aside to keep her distance when she saw her mother's expression. Explain yourself. Why didn't you come home last night? Shi Chaoyun demanded. I was drinking with friends, had too much to drink, so I just stayed at a friend's place. Zhuang Yinxin blurted out an excuse. Weren't you out with Feng? Shi Chaoyun clearly doubted her daughter's story. Yes, but he doesn't drink. Halfway through, I sent him home. My friends and I kept drinking. Zhuang Yinxin explained. What friend? Call her. Shi Chaoyun demanded.
My friend left for abroad today.
She's on the plane now. No one would answer if I called.
If it weren't for her leaving and us not seeing each other for a long time, I wouldn't have drunk so much.
Zhuang Yinxin continued her fabrication.
She had to make the whole story sound more convincing. Her mother never interfered much with her social circle, and she rarely brought friends home.
So fabricating this excuse wouldn't be easy to expose. Is that so? Then do you know that our clinic actually has a hidden camera installed? Shi Chaoyun said. Chapter 115, The Truth.
Hearing Shi Chaoyun say this, Zhuang Yinxin's expression suddenly changed. Being alone in a room with Lin Feng didn't bother her much after all, he hadn't done anything. But the real problem was that she had done something unspeakable. She couldn't fathom why she'd acted that way at all. Although Lin Feng had recorded it, he had already deleted the footage. But she never imagined the clinic had surveillance cameras. Didn't that mean her parents knew everything that happened last night? Because of a minor medical dispute that happened before, your father had hidden cameras installed, Shi Chaoyun explained, narrowing her eyes.
You don't look quite right. If you already knew, why ask? Zhuang Yinxin retorted. I wanted to see if you'd tell the truth.
I didn't expect you to lie so effortlessly, Shi Chaoyun said coldly.
I had a bit too much to drink last night. I don't remember exactly what happened. But nothing happened between us.
Zhuang Yinxin hurriedly explained.
So you stayed here last night too? Shi Chaoyun inquired. I don't know.
He carried me back, Zhuang Yinxin shrugged helplessly.
You, a girl, dared to drink yourself into that state? I think you're far too bold. Shi Chaoyun pointed her finger at Zhuang Yinxin, making a motion as if to strike. He was with me. It doesn't count as being alone.
Seeing her mother approach, Zhuang Yinxin scrambled to dodge.
Madam Shi, the clinic doesn't have any hidden cameras, does it?
Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up.
Shi Chaoyun nodded. Of course not.
The examination room protects patient privacy. We absolutely cannot install such things.
You're my own mother? You tricked me? Zhuang Yinxin finally realized she'd been deceived.
She had intended to deceive her mother, only to be thoroughly outmaneuvered and forced to spill the truth. And if Lin Feng hadn't spoken up, she'd never have known.
You have the nerve to make up lies like that. How shameless. Are you sure you're not losing your mind? Don't pull this stunt on me again. Shi Chaoyun rolled her eyes.
Master's wife, I swear nothing happened last night. She slept on the bed, and I slept on the stool, Lin Feng explained.
Truthfully, he'd suspected Shi Chaoyun was deliberately trying to trick Zhuang Yinxin. He'd even tried signaling her to draw out more information. But he never imagined this young lady would be completely oblivious to his signals. With just a couple of sentences, she'd completely lost her composure and blurted out the whole truth. Thinking about it another way, if Shi Chaoyun really had last night's footage, she wouldn't have been so calm when she came in. She would have stormed in demanding answers. With video evidence in hand, why bother with polite questioning? In fact, she wouldn't have waited until now. She could have stormed in that very night. A man and a woman alone in a room. Do you expect me to believe that? Are you trying to avoid responsibility? Shi Chaoyun asked, narrowing her eyes. If he dares touch me, he's dead. I'll cripple him. Zhuang Yinxin declared.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly, saying nothing. Zhuang Yinxin's words carried considerable weight.
Are you absolutely certain you haven't even considered it? Shi Chaoyun pressed Lin Feng. No. Mom, I was wrong. I promise I'll never drink again. No matter how late it is, I'll definitely come home. Zhuang Yinxin quickly pledged. If I ever catch you drinking again, I'll break your legs. Can't you see what your father looks like now?
Shi Chaoyun said coldly. I understand, Zhuang Yinxin replied.
Are you absolutely sure you didn't drink any alcohol?
Shi Chaoyun turned to Lin Feng.
Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. Shi Chaoyun sighed heavily, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Why do I feel like I haven't done anything, yet Master's wife seems a bit disappointed? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Logically speaking, the elderly couple should be united in their stance. Neither of them wanted him to be with Zhuang Yinxin. A man and a woman alone together in one room? Absolutely not.
But the implication in Shi Chaoyun's words felt like she was hinting he should do something.
Stop imagining things. Like that would happen? If my mom isn't blaming you, you should count yourself lucky. And you still have time for wild fantasies?
Zhuang Yinxin rolled her eyes. She knew full well that Lin Feng wasn't imagining things. Her mother had indeed hinted at such an implication. Judging by her mother's attitude that day, she fully supported them being together. If something actually happened, even if she disapproved, she'd probably force them together anyway. At the same time, she knew her father didn't approve of them. But ultimately, the final say in family matters rested with her mother. As her mother put it, her father handled minor household matters, while she made decisions on major ones, and she alone determined what qualified as major or minor. Therefore, Lin Feng absolutely must not discover mother's true intentions.
I thought she'd give me a harder time.
Seems my wife trusts my character after all, Lin Feng remarked.
Bro, could you please stop being so self-absorbed? Zhuang Yanxin snapped.
Her true feelings toward Lin Feng were that he was a decent guy, but to suggest anything could develop between them was a stretch. She had some fondness for him, but it hadn't reached the level of liking him. Besides, she hadn't fully recovered from her last relationship.
Starting something new with anyone would be incredibly irresponsible toward them.
She took matters of the heart very seriously. She'd rather stay single forever than settle.
And she meant every word of it.
Just telling it like it is, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Whatever.
After lunch, she saw a total of 2 patients in the afternoon, neither with complicated conditions.
Before long, it was 6 o'clock.
Zhuang Yanxin had already started packing her things, preparing to head to Lu Lengmei's house. Lin Feng, however, showed no sign of urgency.
After all, it was dinner time, and even if he went over now, he'd have to wait.
Honestly, they could have eaten dinner and still made it on time, but Zhuang Yanxin insisted on going first and eating later.
They left the clinic one after the other, locking the door behind them. Xi.
A man's voice called out from nearby. Zhuang Yanxin halted and glanced toward the sound, her brows involuntarily furrowing. The man approached at a leisurely pace, wearing a white shirt and beige trousers. His thick, jet-black hair was styled in a trendy cut that exposed half his forehead. His entire aura radiated cleanliness and sunshine. Combined with his handsome, dashing face, he had the air of a TV heartthrob. People often misunderstand when girls say they like clean-cut guys. The so-called clean doesn't refer to hygiene, but rather to being handsome like a good-looking male celebrity. Otherwise, no matter how often you change clothes, shower, or spray perfume, it's all for naught. Chapter 116, The Sunny Boy. Lin Feng actually harbored a slight bit of pride about his looks. Even when it came to those exceptionally handsome guys, he felt he could hold his own against anyone. But seeing the man before him, he realized he couldn't compete. Of course, the other man had clearly put considerable effort into his appearance. His hairstyle and attire radiated a powerful charm. Even if he pulled out all the stops, he'd probably still fall a bit short. He personally wasn't very keen on dressing up. Clothes and hairstyles didn't matter much to him, but being clean and tidy was essential. For a medical student, harboring grime and filth was nothing short of torture.
Xi.
The boy stopped a few meters away and called out again, his face lit up with a radiant smile.
You can't call me that.
We have nothing to do with each other anymore, Zhuang Yanxin said coldly. From Zhuang Yanxin's demeanor, Lin Feng could tell this cheerful boy was her ex-boyfriend, Leng Juanjia. Standing together, they looked like a golden couple, no exaggeration. But in reality, couples where the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful rarely have stable relationships. It's often the beauty paired with the beast that lasts longer. This couple before him seemed perfectly matched to anyone who saw them, yet they still couldn't make it work.
Even if we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, we're still friends, right? Leng Juanjia persisted with a smile.
Sorry, I don't have friends like you. I've said it before, there should be no connection between us, Zhuang Yanxin replied coldly.
Leng Juanjia sighed helplessly, his gaze settling on Lin Feng. This gentleman must be your current boyfriend, right? Is it any of your business?
Zhuang Yanxin shot back. There's no need to be so confrontational.
I truly mean no harm. Leng Juanjia gave a wry smile.
Your very presence in front of me is the greatest hostility. Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes, hooked her arm through Lin Feng's, and said softly, let's go.
Lin Feng could sense a terrifying flash of murderous intent shoot from Leng Juanjia's eyes before vanishing in an instant. I came to apologize. For Hui's irrational behavior, I apologize to both of you. I had no idea she would come, otherwise, I would have stopped her. Leng Juanjia's tone remained sincere. But to Zhuang Yanxin's ears, it sounded anything but sincere.
This woman appeared out of nowhere, spouting a bunch of nonsense. To force her to leave, Zhuang Yanxin had no choice but to kiss Lin Feng. And that wasn't all. She'd drunk so much that night and done such an utterly baffling thing. No matter how she thought about it, the root of all this was Feng Hui. What business is it of anyone else what happens between you and Leng Juanjia? To resort to such shameless tactics just because you're pregnant, it's utterly despicable.
You'd better keep your girlfriend in check. Next time, I won't be so polite, Zhuang Yanxin declared. I believe you're a kind person.
She's pregnant, her hormones are all over the place, she could do anything. Of course, I'll do my best to keep her in check, Leng Juanjia replied with a smile.
Don't act like you know me so well.
Zhuang Yanxin snorted coldly. I sincerely apologize to you and your boyfriend.
Please don't take her actions personally. Leng Juanjia stood straight and bowed. No apology needed. I don't want to see you, Zhuang Yanxin declared.
Leng Juanjia smiled helplessly and turned to Lin Feng.
Treat her well. She's a good girl.
She only appears strong on the surface, but deep down, she's extremely insecure.
Enough. What you said, I know. What you didn't say, I know too, Lin Feng cut him off. He couldn't be bothered listening to the other guy's sentimental nonsense, trying to make himself look like some kind of romantic hero. If he cared so much, why break up?
Especially after learning this man was a serial womanizer, he couldn't muster even a shred of sympathy.
Knowing someone like you is looking out for her puts my mind at ease. Don't worry, I won't bother you again. Lang Juinja's face softened into a relieved smile. Then I really have to thank you. Zhuang Yanxin said. Must you put it that way?
Even though we broke up impulsively back then, I believe I treated you fairly.
Why can't we just be ordinary friends? Lang Juinja frowned, his smile fading quickly. Of course not. Lin Feng interjected. Oh? And what's your brilliant insight? Lang Juinja asked. A decent ex should be like they're dead. Don't keep coming back to haunt us. Lin Feng declared. Men should be more magnanimous.
Spouting such petty, mean-spirited remarks isn't very manly at all, Lang Juinja said with a laugh. For someone like you, I think I've been polite enough, Lin Feng replied calmly.
Lang Juinja gave a wry smile and shook his head. You think this puts you on the same side as Cindy? Honestly, I think you should be more generous. My presence poses no threat to you. I genuinely wish you both happiness.
If you're done speaking, you may leave, Zhuang Yanxin stated.
I have one final request. I'd like to treat you to a meal of fitting conclusion to our past. After that, we'll go our separate ways without disturbing each other. Lang Juinja insisted.
That's unnecessary, Zhuang Yanxin refused without hesitation. She felt she'd never get another chance to sit down and chat with Lang Juinja, let alone share a meal.
Besides, Lin Feng was still her boyfriend in name. Any normal person would refuse such an invitation without hesitation. You misunderstand. It's not just the two of us. You can bring your boyfriend.
I'll bring my girlfriend too.
Lang Juinja insisted. Like I'm desperate for your dinner.
Go eat with whoever you want, but don't bother inviting me, Zhuang Yanxin rolled her eyes.
This is our chance to clear up the misunderstanding. If we can sit down and eat together, it'll prove to my girlfriend that there's nothing between us. She won't overthink things, and she definitely won't come here causing trouble. You agree, right? Lang Juinja hurriedly explained.
If she dares come back, I'll call the police, Zhuang Yanxin said coldly.
She's pregnant. What good would calling the police do? To put it bluntly, the law might not even hold her accountable.
I'm doing this for both our sakes. You must want to stay as far away from trouble as possible.
Lang Juinja said earnestly.
That sounds a bit threatening, Lin Feng remarked slowly.
Absolutely not. I fully respect your decision. If you refuse, it's perfectly understandable. Of course, you can discuss it together. I can wait nearby. Lang Juinja said.
After speaking, he stepped aside, giving the two space to discuss.
Is there even a need to discuss it? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 117, To Go or Not to Go.
Lin Feng felt there was no need to engage with Lang Juinja. On the surface, he presented himself as a gentleman, appearing harmless and acting as if everything he did was for the greater good, without any ulterior motives. But step back and observe, and you'd see it was merely a tactic.
Ultimately, it was all about achieving his objectives.
Take his dinner invitation to Zhuang Yanxin, for instance. He presented himself as humble and accommodating, yet simultaneously made it clear what the consequences would be if she declined.
Zhuang Yanxin hesitated noticeably. What? You want to go? Lin Feng asked.
He had assumed her stance would remain unchanged, requiring no deliberation, yet unexpectedly, she seemed swayed. It seemed this man could charm Zhuang Yanxin into a daze with just a few words. I don't want to go, but his girlfriend, she's a real pain.
Zhuang Yanxin explained.
Whether it's troublesome or not doesn't seem to concern you much, Lin Feng remarked.
I'm just afraid of the hassle. If she keeps showing up every other day, who could put up with that? Zhuang Yanxin replied.
Why did she leave yesterday? Lin Feng paused briefly before asking. But we're not really together, Zhuang Yanxin replied.
Honestly, if you really want to go, you don't need any excuses. You truly don't.
Lin Feng said with a helpless smile.
Clearly, Zhuang Yanxin's reasoning was completely untenable. Whether their relationship was real or not didn't matter at all. As long as each believed it was real, that was enough.
Ultimately, Zhuang Yanxin had already made up her mind to go. She was just searching for a suitable excuse.
Then,
I guess I won't go, Zhuang Yanxin sighed, changing her mind.
Whether you go or not is entirely your decision.
Don't let outside influences sway you, including me, Lin Feng said earnestly.
I don't know. My mind is a mess right now. I can't make sense of it.
If I don't go, it'll seem like I'm afraid of something, but I haven't done anything wrong, Zhuang Yanxin said. His tactics still work on you, Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head slightly.
No. If I still can't face him, it means I haven't let go of this relationship yet.
Maybe I can forget him temporarily, but if he suddenly shows up, I'll still want to drown myself in alcohol like last night.
Zhuang Yanxin explained. You think eating this meal will make you forget him? Lin Feng asked.
I don't know, but at least I'm brave enough to face it now.
There's absolutely no chance between us. I won't beg him pitifully, that's not love, just pity. I was never his final destination, and he was never mine. Zhuang Yanxin declared earnestly.
Where did you hear those words? Lin Feng's face broke into a smile.
Weren't these the very words he'd spoken to Zhuang Yanqin last night? He never imagined hearing them come out of her mouth now. I don't know either. It just seemed to be in my head.
Or like someone whispered it in my ear. Zhuang Yanqin shook her head.
None of that matters now.
Whatever choice you feel is best for yourself, that's the one you should make, Lin Feng advised.
Whether I accept it or not, many things will eventually pass.
I can't stay stuck in the mud of the past forever.
I have to try to move forward. People need to look ahead.
That's where the good scenery lies, Zhuang Yanqin said.
After a brief pause, she continued,
those words are profound.
Just like the ones before, they appeared in my mind for no apparent reason.
It feels like my guardian spirit spoke them to me. That seems unlikely, Lin Feng remarked, not expecting these words to genuinely affect Zhuang Yanqin. In truth, whether she went or not was ultimately unimportant. What truly mattered was that Zhuang Yanqin was willing to detach from the past and face the present and future with composure. If she could truly let go, seeing each other every day wouldn't matter. After all, you're just one of the many people I see every day, nothing special about you.
If there's no specialness, then it loses its meaning. I knew you wouldn't believe me.
I want to sever all ties with the past and bid it a final farewell. From now on, he'll only exist in my memories, holding no influence over me whatsoever, Zhuang Yanqin said with a slight curl of her lips. She had never believed in guardian spirits or such things before. After all, she was a staunch materialist. Yet now, she held unwavering faith. It had even become her pillar of strength. Then do as you wish, Lin Feng nodded. Though he still didn't think it was necessary to have dinner with Lang Juanjia, since Zhuang Yanqin had already spoken her mind, it seemed he had no choice but to go along with her plan. You're coming with me, Zhuang Yanqin declared. I'll meet you after I finish up here, Lin Feng replied without objection. Though they weren't in a romantic relationship, if he didn't go, she might question their connection. Most importantly, Zhuang Yanqin needed him. I can wait for you to come with me, Zhuang Yanqin offered. Once you've decided to go, there's no need to overthink it. Besides, there are many things between you two that aren't suitable to discuss with others present. Get it all out in one go. When I arrive, that'll be your cue to leave. Lin Feng said with a smile. Alright, Zhuang Yanqin nodded slightly. She could tell Lin Feng disliked Lang Juanjia and didn't want much interaction with him. His meaning was clear. Once she'd said everything she needed to say, he'd leave immediately upon arriving, not even granting her a single minute to sit down. Besides, Lang Juanjia had mentioned Feng Huihui would be present, so she didn't seem to have much to worry about. Once you arrive, send me your location immediately. Whatever the reason, don't go to the next venue. Lin Feng instructed. Of course. I don't have much to discuss with him anyway, Zhuang Yanqin replied. Hope that works out for you, Lin Feng said slowly. Zhuang Yanqin said nothing more. Turning to Lang Juanjia nearby, she declared, I agree. But after this meal, I hope you never show your face to me again. If we ever meet again, we'll be strangers. We won't know each other. Of course. This meal marks the end of our relationship, Lang Juanjia said with a smile. Also, please make sure your girlfriend never shows up at my clinic again. Zhuang Yanqin added. I can't guarantee that. But I'll do my utmost to persuade her. Or, I'll consider taking her away from this city, Lang Juanjia replied. Then let's go. Zhuang Yanqin was satisfied with his directness. If Lang Juanjia had agreed outright, she might have found it hard to believe. Feng Huihui remained an unpredictable factor one Lang Juanjia could never fully control. Chapter 118, Best Friend. Upon learning Lin Feng wouldn't be leaving immediately, Lang Juanjia could barely suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He even put on a show of urging Lin Feng to hurry over once he finished his business. Lin Feng stood by the roadside, watching until Lang Juanjia's car vanished completely. Though he ultimately didn't object, it was simply because he couldn't oppose it from his own standpoint. If his relationship with Zhuang Yanqin were merely that of good friends, he would have vehemently opposed it. But if they were actually dating? There was absolutely no room for discussion. What was there to gain from attending an ex-boyfriend's dinner party? Even if the other party was getting married, it wasn't worth attending because it was most likely just for show. All that talk about drawing a line under past relationships? To him, it's utter nonsense. Not every relationship needs a period. Forgetting each other in the world, that's the real answer. Of course, we must acknowledge that people are different. Zhuang Yanqin is free to make her own choices. Fortunately, it wasn't just Lang Juanjia and Zhuang Yanqin dining alone, so nothing unexpected should happen. Perhaps Zhuang Yanqin just needed to give herself some closure. Women, after all, tend to be more emotionally complex. Lin Feng hailed a cab and headed straight to Lu Lengmei's residential complex, ringing the doorbell. Is this ever going to end? Lu Lengmei opened the door, her face brimming with impatience. She was still in her loungewear, yet she remained a striking sight. Even when angry, she was undeniably beautiful. What? Not welcome? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you. Lu Lengmei quickly waved her hands, forcing a smile. I thought it was. Come in. It doesn't matter. I was coming regardless of whether you welcomed me or not, Lin Feng replied.
Didn't Xingyu come with you? Lu Lingmei asked casually.
She had something to do today, Lin Feng replied as he walked into the living room. Xiao Xiao, who had been playing with toys on the sofa, quickly turned her face away upon seeing Lin Feng. The dining chairs nearby were still a mess, clearly from a recent meal that hadn't been cleared away yet.
Do you know what she had to do?
She told me this morning she was coming, Lu Lingmei said.
She went out to eat with someone surnamed Lang.
Lin Feng still chose not to hide the truth. After all, Zhuan Yanxin and Lu Lingmei were so close that if he didn't mention it, Lu Lingmei could just call her to ask.
Cold Juinja? Is she out of her mind?
Why is she still associating with that man?
Lu Lingmei's expression darkened instantly. She probably isn't.
She only showed up today.
Lin Feng replied. And you just let them leave like that?
Lu Lingmei frowned slightly.
What else could I do? If she wanted to leave, I couldn't stop her.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
But he's her ex-boyfriend. Lu Lingmei emphasized. I know.
Lin Feng nodded.
Are you even a man? You can't even stand up for your own girlfriend? Lu Lingmei looked at him with disappointment. Ha! I think you've misunderstood. She and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. She's the clinic owner and I'm just an employee. Lin Feng explained. Ha! Sorry, I didn't know. I thought you two were a couple. Lu Lingmei looked surprised. She told you we were a couple? Lin Feng asked. No, I didn't. I just assumed. That's why I'm curious. You're a doctor at a public hospital, so why work at a clinic? Lu Lingmei couldn't help voicing her question. Didn't someone mention I got fired?
Lin Feng replied with a smile.
It wasn't revoked? And it seems you can go to any department you want. Staying at the clinic isn't that? Lu Lingmei said. So you're implying I'm pursuing Zhuan Yanxin? Lin Feng understood her implication. What other purpose could there be? Lu Lingmei countered. You can keep guessing.
Lin Feng avoided a direct answer.
Lu Lingmei paused, taken aback. Normally, after pushing the conversation this far, one would surely offer a clear explanation.
Yet Lin Feng stubbornly refused to elaborate.
What was he really up to?
Truthfully, Lin Feng had impressed her from their very first meeting. Despite his youth, his medical skills were undeniably formidable. Coupled with his direct confrontation during their second encounter, she found herself intensely curious about this man. She kept reminding herself that curiosity about a man was a dangerous game.
But some things simply weren't within her control. You wouldn't be after the clinic, would you? Lu Lingmei asked.
Not entirely impossible, Lin Feng replied with a smile.
Unlikely.
With your abilities, you wouldn't want to spend your whole life stuck in a clinic, Lu Lingmei shook her head.
Actually, a smaller place isn't necessarily bad.
Lin Feng countered.
It'll limit your potential.
You deserve a bigger stage, Lu Lingmei insisted. If your best friend heard you say that, she'd be furious.
Lin Feng remarked. Not really. Xingyu isn't petty. It's just that sometimes, she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. That guy hurt her so badly, and she still goes back to him? I have no idea what she's thinking. Lu Lingmei sighed helplessly.
That's some girlfriend-level diss right there.
Lin Feng chuckled. No way. I'm going to sabotage them no matter what. Lu Lingmei declared, reaching for her phone. Shouldn't be necessary. Once this is over, I'll go pick her up.
This should be their final meal together, Lin Feng explained.
What's with all the drama? Just break up already. Why all the unnecessary plot twists? They're both crazy. Lu Lingmei looked genuinely annoyed. I agree it's unnecessary.
But we have different perspectives, Lin Feng replied.
Different opinions? This is a sickness that needs curing.
If I could have gotten out today, I'd have made this dinner the disaster of their lives.
Lu Lingmei declared indignantly.
Lin Feng said nothing more.
In terms of personality, Lu Lingmei was quite different from Zhuan Yanxin.
Why send you to pick her up?
As a shield? Lu Lingmei instantly grasped Lin Feng's role. Yes.
Lin Feng nodded.
That woman is truly infuriating. She's forgotten the pain once the wound healed. That man is definitely scum, seducing women left and right.
I warned her after meeting him just once. But she completely ignored my words.
In the end, she's the one who got hurt. Lu Lingmei declared.
He is quite the master of seduction, Lin Feng remarked.
What womanizer?
He'll fall hard someday.
Even swimmers drown. Lu Lingmei scoffed. Just then, the doorbell rang urgently. One ring followed another. Lu Lingmei immediately frowned, but still walked over. What's going on? Lin Feng asked. I'll handle it.
Lu Lingmei forced a faint smile onto her face.
Chapter 119, Can't Take Action.
If her guess was correct, it must be something troublesome. Lin Feng had been mistaken for someone else earlier, which explained Lu Lingmei's attitude toward him.
But since Lu Lingmei had spoken, it wasn't his place to interfere. Oof.
Xiao Xiao noticed Lin Feng looking at her and let out a cold snort.
Little girl, how's your appetite been lately? Lin Feng asked. It's all your fault. Now I have to eat by myself.
Xiao Xiao muttered under her breath, still facing away from Lin Feng.
Isn't eating by yourself just fine? You're not a toddler anymore. Doing things for yourself is only right, isn't it? Lin Feng replied. Lu Lengmei opened the door and frowned upon seeing the person standing outside. I believe I've made myself perfectly clear. Please stop harassing me. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to call the police.
Lu Lengmei said coldly.
Ms. Lu, that's not fair. I'm just reclaiming what's rightfully mine. If you refuse to give it, I won't leave. Two people stood outside the door, a man and a woman. The woman speaking was none other than Aunt Lu Lengmei's former nanny. The man beside her was about the same age as Aunt Lu, standing nearly 6 feet tall with a lean build, yet his face was puffy like it had been inflated. His vicious, triangular eyes fixed intently on Lu Lengmei. I don't owe you anything. What I should have given, I've already given. You can't pin things unrelated to me on me. I won't admit to it. Lu Lengmei declared. What the hell are you talking about? Who's framing you? It's your house that's been wrecked like this. If you won't pay, who will? The man shouted angrily. Who are you? Lu Lengmei demanded. None of your business. We won't leave until we get every penny of compensation, the man declared. This is my husband. I tried to talk to you reasonably. But since you insist on this, I can only ask my husband to uphold justice for me, Aunt Lu said. It won't matter who you bring. What I owe you, I won't shortchange you a cent. But what I don't owe you, I won't pay a penny more. Lu Lengmei declared with unwavering resolve. You're playing the fool, aren't you? Then don't blame me for being rude. The man pointed his finger at Lu Lengmei, his voice laced with threat. You don't need to scare me. I'm not easily intimidated. This is my final warning. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police immediately. Lu Lengmei showed no fear. The man stepped forward abruptly and shoved her shoulder with his hand. Caught off guard, Lu Lengmei lost her balance and stumbled backward. Her head slammed toward the ground. The man across from her seemed startled too, likely not expecting that such a seemingly light push could have such a devastating effect. As for Aunt Lu, her mouth fell open and she nearly screamed. Just as Lu Lengmei thought she was about to crash heavily to the ground, her head touched something soft and yielding, completely absorbing the force of her fall. Looking up, she realized Lin Feng had caught her with his arm. Feeling the warmth of his body, her face instantly flushed. Lin Feng gently lifted Lu Lengmei up. Her hair brushed against his face, tickling him slightly. Are you okay? Lin Feng asked softly. I'm fine. Thank you. Lu Lengmei finally snapped back to her senses and offered her thanks. What are they here for? Lin Feng, oblivious to Lu Lengmei's blush, pointed toward Aunt Lu and her husband outside the door and asked. Before Lu Lengmei could answer, Aunt Lu blurted out, I'm here to demand my money. Even if you're here to collect, you can't resort to violence, Lin Feng said, his gaze shifting to the man beside her. I'll use force if I want to. What are you gonna do about it? She owes us money and refuses to pay. Does that mean we can't fight back? The man's words carried a hint of uncertainty. When Lu Lengmei was home alone, he could get away with violence without retaliation. But now, with a man present, he might not come out on top if things escalated. Using force changes the nature of the situation. It's no longer just your word against hers. Lin Feng said calmly. We didn't mean to hurt her. We just gave her a little push. She lost her balance. Whose fault is that? Aunt Lu argued. If she really had fallen to the ground, would you still want the money? Lin Feng countered. Aunt Lu visibly faltered before hastily adding, it was our fault. But she's fine now, isn't she? As long as she pays up, we'll leave immediately. Let me tell you, this woman's no saint. You better watch out or you won't get your money. You needn't worry about that. Just tell me what you want. Spying for others even without pay isn't a problem. Lin Feng stated. Who's a spy? Don't make things up. I'm not. I don't even know Huang Yaoyang. Aunt Lu denied immediately. Isn't that admitting it? Did I even mention Huang Yaoyang? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. This kind of thing requires evidence. It's not what you say that counts, Aunt Lu retorted. She was certain neither Lin Feng nor Lu Lengmei had concrete proof. As long as she denied it, even if she accidentally slipped up, she wouldn't face any consequences. Actually, investigating this isn't that difficult. Are you sure you can handle the consequences? Lin Feng asked. Trying to scare me? I'm not falling for that. If it's as simple as you say, then what are you waiting for? Aunt Lu sneered, appearing utterly unconcerned. All it takes is for her to speak to Huang Yaoyang, and everything will be clear. Do you believe that? Lin Feng said. Aunt Lu fell silent. She knew exactly how Huang Yaoyang felt about Lu Lengmei. If Lu Lengmei truly broke down, Huang Yaoyang would undoubtedly spill everything she'd done without hesitation. So don't be so certain. Can you guarantee Huang Yaoyang doesn't have any evidence? Lin Feng smiled faintly. I paid your wages on time and in full by month's end, completely in line with the contract. Plus, I gave you an extra month's salary. I owe you nothing, Lu Lengmei declared sternly. We've never been discussing wages, the man interjected again. We're talking about the compensation you must pay. What compensation do you want? Lin Feng asked. My woman lost 2 teeth while working at her place. That's the compensation I want. I even have reason to suspect she was the one who beat her up, the man said bitterly, his expression twisting slightly. I absolutely. Lu Lengmei tried to protest. Lin Feng waved his hand at Lu Lengmei, signaling her to stay silent. The other party clearly wasn't listening to explanations, they were just using this as an excuse to extort money. Wow, that sounds pretty serious. Then shouldn't you produce some evidence? Lin Feng said slowly. Evidence? Open your mouth and let him see, the man commanded. Chapter 120, which one? Aunt Lu opened her mouth, revealing 2 noticeably missing teeth, one of which was an incisor. Well, that hardly counts as evidence, Lin Feng shook his head. What did you say? The man seemed to flare up instantly, his eyes practically shooting fire as his voice shot up an octave. No need to raise your voice. Reason doesn't depend on volume. This simply can't be evidence. Just because teeth are missing doesn't prove when it happened. Lin Feng said calmly. Photos of my woman before prove her teeth were intact. Now 2 are missing, the man continued to shout. That only proves the teeth fell out during that period. It doesn't prove they fell out during work hours. Unless he never left this place during that time, Lin Feng countered. That's impossible. You're talking nonsense, the man frowned. You're the same everywhere, just a troublemaker. Actually, I can tell you a way to get a medical examination done, Lin Feng said slowly. You think I'd believe you, the man sneered. A medical examination can determine the approximate time the tooth fell out. If she was indeed working during that period, she might be eligible for compensation. Even if it goes to court, she'd likely win. Lin Feng explained. The man looked at Lin Feng with surprise, puzzled why he was offering advice. Shouldn't he be siding with Lu Lengmei? Why would you be so kind as to tell us all this? Aunt Lu cut in with a direct question. From my observations, your tooth was indeed knocked out by someone else, Lin Feng stated bluntly. Your observation? Who do you think you are? The man glared at Lin Feng, his tone sharp. He's a doctor. Aunt Lu quickly interjected. A doctor? So you mean if I get that medical examination, it'll prove someone assaulted my woman? Not only can I demand compensation, but they'll face legal consequences too? The man's expression brightened, and he asked eagerly. Yes. This is intentional assault. Even if it doesn't meet the criteria for minor injury, it still warrants administrative detention, Lin Feng nodded. A smug grin spread across the man's face as he turned to Lu Lengmei. Did you hear that? This is illegal. Once I get that medical examination, you won't escape either compensation or detention. I didn't hit her. Lu Lengmei showed no sign of panic. Instead, she remained calm and composed as she stated the facts. Though she couldn't quite grasp why Lin Feng had suddenly taken this stance, she was certain of one thing, he would never side with Aunt Lu. Their time together had been brief, yet certain core qualities were undeniable, like his sense of justice. Just because you say you didn't hit her doesn't mean you didn't. The man paused here and gave Aunt Lu a meaningful glance. Aunt Lu immediately understood and spoke up. It was because of that incident where she made me leave. We had a few words, and she just slapped me across the face. I didn't want to bring this up, but I can't stay silent anymore. Twisting the truth, Lu Lengmei shook her head. Want to see who'll be worse off if this blows up? We have the medical report and witnesses. What do you have? The man sneered. Forget it. Let's just settle this with compensation, Aunt Lu said. My wife is still too magnanimous. But the compensation we discussed earlier won't cut it. You owe us at least 50,000 yuan. The man demanded exorbitantly. Isn't that a bit much? Aunt Lu frowned slightly, speaking cautiously. After all, their earlier demand had been a mere 20,000 yuan, now they were asking for 20 times that amount. It truly smacked of extortion. Too much? Why? She owes us compensation. To avoid jail time, she'd pay not just 500,000, but even 1 million without hesitation. Right, Mr. Lu? The man grinned from ear to ear. Originally, they'd only hoped to squeeze out 2,000 or 3,000, but unexpectedly, someone had provided divine assistance, multiplying the compensation amount many times over. He didn't believe Lu Lengmei wasn't afraid of going to jail. What should I say? Just refuse outright? Are you still playing coy? Lu Lengmei ignored the man and turned to look at Lin Feng. Definitely refuse. There's no reason to accept such an unreasonable demand. Lin Feng replied with a smile. She'd expected Lu Lengmei to show some panic, but instead, she remained utterly composed. Clearly, she'd seen it all before. Which side are you on? Cut the crap. You'll get your cut later. The man glared viciously at Lin Feng, promising him a hefty reward. 50,000 won't buy my loyalty. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. You want another 500,000? The man exclaimed. You must be out of your mind. Am I the crazy one, or are you? You're the one who's gone mad for money. I said whoever knocked out her teeth should pay compensation and face detention. I never specified it was her. And you're even haggling over the price. Demanding $500,000? Do you know what that is? It's extortion. Lin Feng declared. I'm not blackmailing her. She clearly did it. Or do you think I did it? The man snorted coldly. It was you. You deliberately knocked out your own wife's teeth to frame her. Lin Feng nodded. What the hell are you talking about? Me hitting my wife? Am I crazy? Even if you're trying to cover for her, you don't need to make up such a ridiculous excuse. The man couldn't help but laugh. If you don't believe me, get a medical examination. It will prove you're the culprit, Lin Feng said. The man wanted to ask why, but he figured knowing wouldn't matter anyway. What medical examination? He certainly wouldn't go through with it, it was just scare tactics. Why are you so sure it wasn't me? Lu Lingmei couldn't help but ask. Because you don't possess that kind of strength, Lin Feng replied. Is my strength that weak? Lu Lingmei asked with a faint smile. She had already demonstrated her taekwondo skills in front of Lin Feng earlier. She couldn't understand why he would say her power was insufficient. Not weak. At the very least, in a direct confrontation, he's absolutely no match for you. Lin Feng pointed at the man beside them. Then aren't you contradicting yourself? Lu Lingmei countered. The strength I'm referring to is short burst explosive power, or perhaps force application is a more accurate term. To put it simply, even if your fist connects with her face, it's unlikely to knock out her teeth. At least not within 3 punches. Lin Feng explained. But couldn't she just throw more punches? The man couldn't help but retort. Of course she can. But people aren't statues. If you can't dodge after 3 punches, subsequent blows will inevitably cause other injuries. Her face shows none. Lin Feng stated. She pinned me down and beat me. Aunt Lu hurriedly interjected. Same point applies, you could still move. Besides, injuries sustained that way would be different from what she has now. Truth is, girls' explosive power just can't match boys. You rely more on technique than brute force. Chapter 121, Using the Terrain Against Qin. Regarding the strength difference between men and women, this isn't meant to belittle women. It's simply that men possess natural physical advantages. Without extensive strength training, women generally struggle to match men's physical capabilities. Of course, with skill, it's not entirely impossible for some women to take on 2 or 3 men alone. Lu Lingmei had trained in taekwondo, giving her a strength advantage over most women. But to say she possessed the explosive power of an average man? That was unlikely. Moreover, the most crucial point is that everyday explosive power differs entirely from that fueled by emotion. Therefore, when facing men, women should avoid provocation and never engage in direct confrontation. If a conflict truly arises, escape if possible. Unless you've undergone professional training and are confident you can take them down, or unless the opponent is a weakling lacking the strength of a typical man, perhaps then you might consider it. Ultimately, combat between men and women is inherently unequal. Even world champion female boxers admit they cannot guarantee victory against an adult male. You're right, Lu Lingmei nodded. She had undergone strength training and knew the vast gap in explosive power between men and women. Under normal circumstances, she preferred not to resolve issues with fists and feet, using them only for self-defense. Lin Feng was right, she relied more on technique to knock opponents down than to inflict serious injury. The root cause was explosive power. What a load of nonsense. My wife was the one getting beaten, how could she lie about it? This is utter bull, the man snorted coldly. Besides, she had no reason to do this. Even if a fight broke out, landing a punch or 2 isn't impossible. But pinning someone down and knocking out their teeth? That requires some serious grudge. Lin Feng countered. Who knows? She's always been moody, the man countered. If that were true, how could your wife have worked at her family's place for so long? Most importantly, she had absolutely no need to do it herself. Lin Feng countered. That's all speculation. There's no evidence. So it's not what you say that counts, the man stated. Looks like you don't understand the law at all. Legally speaking, the burden of proof lies with the accuser. You claim she hit someone, so you need to provide evidence, not me proving she didn't. Lin Feng retorted. She's already in this state, isn't that proof enough? The man demanded. That only proves she was beaten. Lin Feng said, sounding somewhat helpless. Earlier you said he was the one who struck her? So they conspired together? Aunt Lu colluded with him to have him knock out her own teeth? Lu Lingmei asked. Hard to say. They might have conspired after the fact. One thing's certain, he wouldn't dare let his wife undergo a medical examination. Lin Feng replied slowly. What's there to be afraid of? The man's voice faltered slightly as he spoke. Because she has other injuries. Despite trying to cover them up, they can't be hidden. Once she gets examined, your assault on your wife will be impossible to conceal, Lin Feng explained. You're lying. I never did. The man stammered, growing visibly flustered. Aunt Lu chimed in, my husband never hit me. I have no injuries on my body. Is that so? Then you're free to go. Lin Feng waved them off. Not all victims of abuse deserve sympathy. To some extent, they bring it upon themselves. Leave? Not until I get compensation.
I'm not going anywhere, the man yelled, his voice strained.
You're not getting any compensation.
The only way you could get evidence is through a medical examination, but you don't dare go.
Thinking you can get money just based on a few words? That's wishful thinking. Lin Feng said. I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead and touch me if you dare.
The man had completely resorted to brute tactics.
Then I'll have to call the police. But think carefully, once I do, you won't be able to leave.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
What I did isn't enough to land me in jail.
Even if I do get locked up, I'll be out in a few days.
I'll be back. You have a child at home, right? Can you guarantee you'll stay inside all the time? The man threatened. You dare? If you lay a finger on her, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Lingmei's voice turned icy.
Hearing him threaten her child, her expression changed, panic rising within her.
She never imagined he could be so shameless. My worthless life means nothing.
It certainly can't compare to the precious life of your child. We'll see who ends up worse off then, the man said, a smug grin spreading across his face as he finally hit Lu Lingmei's weak spot.
Ms. Lu, we don't want to make things difficult for you. We don't want the 500,000. We just want the amount we discussed earlier.
You're so wealthy, surely you wouldn't mind this small sum.
There's no need to drag this out. What do you say? Aunt Lu interjected, trying to smooth things over. You're all cut from the same cloth. After what you did, you think an extra month's salary isn't enough? Money doesn't grow on trees. Why should I give it to you? Just because you're shameless? Lin Feng retorted.
Though he didn't know Lu Lingmei particularly well, he felt she had shown remarkable kindness in handling this matter. If it had been someone else, forget about the wages, they probably wouldn't have even let you walk out the door.
You're one of the lower classes too.
You should know how crucial 10 or 20,000 yuan is to us.
But to those rich folks? It's practically nothing. They could blow it on a single meal. Aunt Lu continued, sounding utterly righteous. Why should they give you money they earned through their own skills? What's wrong with being working class? Does that make us scammers and con artists?
Lin Feng found her logic utterly laughable.
I'm poor, you're rich, giving me some money wouldn't hurt you. After all, what's the point of arguing with someone from the lower class? So being poor makes it right? I can give you money. But you must promise not to show up again after taking it. Lu Lingmei thought for a moment and decided to compromise.
It wasn't worth risking bigger trouble over this small sum.
Of course, I promise. I swear to heaven.
Aunt Lu nodded repeatedly, a smile spreading across her face.
Once Lu Lingmei agreed, it was a done deal. What anyone else said wouldn't matter. Having lived with her for so long, she understood Lu Lingmei's character well. Swear 4 times, swear 5 times. How can anyone trust someone like you?
Lin Feng sneered sarcastically.
Sorry. I get your point. But to avoid trouble, I'd rather not keep arguing.
Lu Lingmei felt bad toward Lin Feng, since she'd been speaking entirely from his perspective.
Ever heard the saying, to serve the qin with the land? Chapter 122, definitely nothing.
Lu Lingmei froze, her brows furrowing slightly. Using the land to serve qin is like trying to extinguish a fire with more fuel. The fire won't die until the fuel is gone. Lin Feng slowly recited the entire phrase.
Given Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu's educational background, they couldn't possibly grasp its meaning and looked utterly bewildered. But Lu Lingmei understood perfectly what Lin Feng was implying, yet she truly didn't want to drag this out any longer.
Of course, this is your decision to make, Lin Feng said.
Could he understand Lu Lingmei? Absolutely. He understood her completely. For the sake of some money, putting Xiao Xiao in danger, she certainly wouldn't want that. If it were just about her, she'd likely never compromise, otherwise, they wouldn't have reached this impasse. But would the other side really stop here? Absolutely not. Even if Aunt Lu agreed to comply, what about her husband? He's capable of beating his wife just to extort money. What wouldn't he do? Most importantly, this money comes too easily. You don't mind 2 or 3,000 this time, but next time they'll come for 4 or 5,000 and you won't mind that either. You refuse? Whatever threat they use this time, they'll use the same method next time. Can you keep giving in time and again? Besides, once someone like this knows your weak spot, why would they let it go? Ms. Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. Transfer the money now, and I'll leave immediately, Aunt Lu urged. She didn't understand, but she didn't think Lin Feng's words would accomplish anything. If you refuse, what do you plan to do? Lu Lingmei ignored Aunt Lu and turned to confront Lin Feng. Call the police. Disturbing the peace.
Lin Feng pointed at the man beside them.
And he assaulted someone, that's domestic violence.
Disturbing the peace might get him detained at most. Assault and domestic violence are harder to prove, Lu Lingmei replied honestly. She wasn't afraid of angering him, but these charges were simply too lenient for this man. Domestic violence? Ha! As long as my wife refuses to press charges, it's useless. That's the law, no complaint, no investigation. I'm no legal expert, but I know that much. The man smirked smugly. That's not how it works anymore. Once something like this gains traction online, the Women's Federation and relevant authorities will intervene, Lin Feng countered.
So what if they intervene? My wife won't press charges, the man scoffed dismissively. No one wants to be beaten forever.
She doesn't press charges because she's afraid, Lin Feng said slowly.
And I'm the one making her afraid?
What can you do about it? The man challenged.
We'll have you locked up, Lin Feng declared.
The man's expression suddenly changed, as if he just grasped the gravity of the situation.
You're in prison. With the Women's Federation and relevant authorities backing her, do you think she'd dare not sue you? Lin Feng asked.
Our company has professional legal counsel who can handle this lawsuit,
Lu Lingmei added. Guess how many years you'll get? Lin Feng said.
No matter how many years I get, I'll still get out, the man snarled. You're so confident now, Lin Feng said with a smile, but spend just a week inside, and I doubt you'll be talking like that. The man shot an angry glance at Aunt Lu beside him, clenching his fists tightly.
I didn't. I absolutely didn't. Aunt Lu blurted out.
She knew all too well that the man's current demeanor was the precursor to his rage.
He'll believe you?
Lin Feng asked flatly.
Don't try to scare me with that nonsense. Why would I report my own husband? What good would it do me if he went inside? Aunt Lu retorted. So you enjoy being beaten? Doesn't matter how hard? Even if he knocks out 2 teeth, you'd find it pleasurable?
Lin Feng countered.
Aunt Lu frowned slightly. Her brief hesitation didn't escape the man's notice. He was itching to slap her across the face.
He held sway over his wife but only as long as he could strike whenever he pleased. If his freedom were restricted, that would be another story. Call the police, Lin Feng instructed Lu Lingmei. Lu Lingmei nodded, pulling her phone from her pocket to dial the number. Seeing this, the man lunged forward. Lin Feng immediately stepped in front of Lu Lingmei, blocking his path. Without hesitation, the man swung a punch at him. Lin Feng sidestepped the blow, then drove his shoulder forward. The man instantly lost his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. He slid backward a short distance before finally coming to a halt against the wall.
Ouch! The man let out a cry of pain during the fall.
Aunt Lu rushed over to help him up, only to be shoved away by the man. The man pushed himself up with both hands, glaring at Lin Feng.
Listen to me. I have an old injury in this leg. What you just did has left me unable to stand. This isn't something compensation can fix anymore. I'm going to have you arrested.
You started it.
This was self-defense, Lin Feng retorted.
Who can prove I attacked first? The man sneered.
Then who can prove I attacked you?
Lin Feng countered.
They both saw it.
At the very least, my wife can testify for me, the man retorted immediately. Immediate family members can't testify, Lin Feng stated.
I'm severely injured anyway. I'll probably be bedridden for the rest of my life.
You're responsible for all this, the man roared.
Is that so?
Lin Feng smiled, then suddenly shouted at the man. Caught off guard, the man sprang upright from the ground, his mind completely blank.
Why do I get the feeling your legs are perfectly fine?
Lin Feng said slowly.
He knew full well the man would be fine.
After all, the way he had deflected the attack had been simulated hundreds of times in his consciousness. The purpose was to make the other man feel pain without causing any real injury. This guy wasn't like those young, vigorous men he'd dealt with before. A minor injury could easily be fatal. Most crucially, this scoundrel had come here to extort him.
If you gave him a reason, he absolutely wouldn't let it go. He was far more shameless than any scoundrel. The man finally realized he'd been tricked.
Sitting down now felt pointless.
You? What do you mean, you?
If you're not scared, just wait for the cops to show up. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you, Lin Feng said, shutting the door behind him.
What are we supposed to do now? What if they really call the police? Aunt Lu couldn't help but ask. You'd love for them to call the police, wouldn't you?
The man glared fiercely at Aunt Lu and said coldly.
I didn't. Then why did you hesitate just now? Let me tell you, you'll never escape me in this lifetime.
Poof. The man delivered his threat before hurrying toward the elevator entrance, his heart still pounding with fear.
He really didn't want to go in there. Chapter 123 vanished without a trace. After closing the door, Lu Lingmei exhaled a long breath. Her phone hadn't dialed any number.
Calling the police was merely a tactic to intimidate him. She didn't believe Lin Feng genuinely wanted her to report him.
It was simple logic. The police showing up wouldn't solve anything anyway.
What Lin Feng had described was merely the best-case scenario. But in reality, things were never that straightforward. First, it was difficult to prove the charge of provoking trouble. At the very least, the other party's actions couldn't be confirmed with absolute certainty unless they had already broken into the house, which was an entirely different matter.
Second, the online buzz about Aunt Lu's domestic violence case might eventually draw intervention from the authorities.
Even if that succeeded, no one would pressure Aunt Lu to press charges.
Most likely, it would end in a settlement. This has become the standard approach for resolving many disputes domestically. Unless the parties insist on pursuing it, settlement is the only option.
After all, the relevant authorities are staffed by people too.
For most, keeping things quiet is seen as the solution. If a matter can be resolved on moral grounds, there's no need to resort to legal action. This approach to handling matters won't change anytime soon.
Therefore, there's no need to worry that Aunt Lou will change her stance and sue her husband for domestic violence. Ultimately, it comes down to whether she could win. Even if the case went to trial and she prevailed, it's unlikely she'd secure a prison sentence. The injuries inflicted were not particularly severe, unless medical evidence confirms minor injuries or worse. So while Lin Feng's reasoning seemed plausible, it didn't hold up to scrutiny. So why did it intimidate the other party? The answer is simple: the other party felt guilty and, moreover, was ignorant about many things. Thank you for today. If not for you, I'd have had to settle this with money, Lu Lingmei said.
Don't mention it.
You cooperated well too, otherwise, the outcome could have been unpredictable, Lin Feng replied.
He understood that Lu Lingmei grasped his entire line of reasoning, including the pretense of calling the police.
Without that seamless coordination, this whole affair could have gotten much messier.
They probably won't come back, right? Lu Lingmei asked. Hard to say. If they come back, we'll have to take stronger measures. Lin Feng replied. He couldn't be certain there wouldn't be a next time, but if they did return, things couldn't remain this trivial. They had to show them some real consequences, or else it would truly be endless. Sigh. I truly never imagined she could. Lu Lingmei sighed helplessly. Truthfully, this is because you're too soft-hearted. Your kindness shouldn't be wasted on people like her. From the moment you knew she betrayed you, you should have shown no mercy, Lin Feng said slowly. He understood perfectly well that Lu Lingmei didn't want to burn bridges. Even knowing what the other had done, she still wanted to preserve a shred of dignity for both of them. But her so-called soft-heartedness had only been exploited. If she'd simply kicked her out without paying a single day's wages, he believed the other wouldn't dare come knocking. Even if she did come, a few threats would be enough to keep her in line. But now that she knew you couldn't bring yourself to be ruthless, she'd become completely unrestrained. He wouldn't voice these thoughts aloud, but he hoped Lu Lingmei would come to her own realization. Maybe sometimes I'm too sentimental. I always feel she's had it especially tough raising Xiao Xiao. Many things have been laid out on the table. Let's part ways amicably. Lu Lingmei nodded, agreeing with Lin Feng's assessment. To put it bluntly, her kindness made the other party think they could easily manipulate her. She valued appearances, but the other party cared not a whit. Some people just aren't worth it. No matter how good you are to them, the moment you make the slightest mistake, they'll turn on you like an enemy, Lin Feng said. He knew better than to say too much. Lu Lingmei wasn't the type to be easily fooled. I know what to do now. Lu Lingmei nodded firmly. If you find it difficult to handle, I can arrange for someone to assist you. Guaranteed to resolve it once and for all, with no lingering issues, Lin Feng said slowly. The best way to deal with scoundrels is to be a scoundrel yourself. No need for grand principles, just make it clear: if they don't listen, you take action. He himself couldn't bring himself to do it, but he could find someone who could. Not for now. We'll discuss it later. Lu Lingmei paused briefly before speaking. Actually, regarding Huang Yaoyang, I really should apologize to you. I had no idea he was capable of such things. No harm done. I didn't lose anything anyway, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Xinr told me you're quite formidable. That day, over 10 men couldn't touch you? Lu Lingmei inquired. That's an exaggeration. I took down 2 or 3, the rest just ran off, Lin Feng replied. I knew that woman's words weren't reliable. I just didn't expect them to be this unreliable. Lu Lingmei shook her head. She didn't just make up a story for you, did she? Lin Feng chuckled. Pretty much. Lu Lingmei replied with a wry smile. Her best friend really could spin a yarn. She'd almost believed Lin Feng was some peerless martial arts master. After all, taking on 10 opponents alone was practically impossible in reality, let alone emerging unscathed. That was beyond unbelievable. Have you seen this Huang Yaoyang again? Lin Feng asked. No. Can't seem to get in touch either. It's like he vanished into thin air. Lu Lingmei shook her head. Looks like he really is hiding, Lin Feng said slowly. Hiding? Why? Who's he hiding from? Lu Lingmei asked, puzzled. Hiding from those he fears, I suppose. But I must warn you, be extremely cautious around this man. Lin Feng avoided a direct answer. Since Zhang Haonan and his crew wouldn't dare retaliate against her, they naturally set their sights on Huang Yaoyang. And this guy knew that with Miao Zilei and the other 2 in that state, they wouldn't dare show themselves casually. But this bastard wouldn't just let Lu Lingmei's actions slide. I never trusted him to begin with. After this incident, we're not even ordinary friends anymore. I won't have any further dealings with someone like him, Lu Lingmei said coldly. The mere act of planting a spy right beside her filled her with utter contempt. If she had harbored even the slightest hope for Huang Yaoyang before, it was now completely gone. If he could plant one person near you, he could have planted countless others. That's what you should truly be wary of. Lin Feng made his point even clearer. Lu Lingmei shook her head with a smile. I consider myself fairly good at judging people.
I might make mistakes in my personal life, but never in my work.
No matter how much he might want to, he absolutely cannot get involved with my company.
Then I should get down to business. Lin Feng said no more.
Lu Lengmei's confidence must stem from confirmation.
Xiao Xiao has been in excellent form these past few days. Chapter 124, Not Fond of Her. Seated in the backseat of Leng Juinja's car, Zhuang Yanxin maintained a cold expression throughout the entire ride, not uttering a single word. Leng Juinja tried several times to strike up a conversation, but each attempt ended with him talking alone. Eventually, he gave up in frustration. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhuang Yanxin still kept her distance from Leng Juinja.
Remember this place? This is where we first met. Leng Juinja smiled as he spoke, reminiscing about the past. When is your girlfriend arriving?
Zhuang Yanxin cut him off abruptly.
She should be on her way. If she arrives, there are many things I can't say, Leng Juinja replied. There's nothing between us that needs to be hidden.
As for those things that shouldn't be said, whether your girlfriend is here or not, you shouldn't say them, Zhuang Yanxin said coldly.
I know you're still angry about how we broke up back then. I admit I was in a terrible state during that period.
I truly let you down, Leng Juinja said, his voice tinged with resignation. If you bring that up again, I'm leaving, Zhuang Yanxin said, shooting Leng Juinja a cold glance.
Fine, I won't. I just wanted to tell you I regret it. Leng Juinja said. With your girlfriend that far along, is this really appropriate?
Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly, questioning him.
I don't like her.
She just appeared when I was at rock bottom and threw herself at me.
I couldn't refuse. Leng Juinja stated bluntly. Just as despicable as everything you said back then. You haven't changed a bit.
You don't care about anyone else, you only care about yourself, Zhuang Yanxin sneered coldly. Even though I have no feelings for her, I'll take responsibility. If I had to say what I learned during our time apart, it's probably how to shoulder responsibility. Leng Juinja declared. How you are has nothing to do with me. Zhuang Yanxin certainly didn't believe it. After all, in Feng Huihui's words, Leng Juinja was still that philandering scumbag. For someone like that to claim he understands responsibility? That was nothing but a joke. I know you don't trust me. I never expected you to. This meal is simply for a proper farewell, nothing more. Life, after all, always leaves room for regrets.
Leng Juinja's face remained serene, a faint smile lingering.
Several dishes were served at the table, along with a bottle of red wine.
Care for some? Leng Juinja asked. I won't drink.
I won't eat with you until your girlfriend arrives, Zhuang Yanxin declared.
Can't we just have a simple meal?
I swear I have no ulterior motives.
Leng Juinja frowned slightly.
If you won't play by the rules, then there's really nothing more to discuss.
Zhuang Yanxin stood up abruptly. All right. I'll be honest with you. Our dining location is in a private room upstairs. I reserved half an hour, hoping to spend some time alone with you. That's all. Leng Juinja hurriedly explained. What's the point of all this?
Zhuang Yanxin's eyes flashed with disdain.
This might be our last chance to be alone.
Once she actually gives birth to the child, we'll never have another opportunity.
Consider it a favor for old time's sake, just give me this little bit of time, okay? Leng Juinja's tone carried a hint of pleading. Then you should take responsibility for your actions. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. Zhuang Yanxin sat back down. Of course I want to.
But some things are beyond my control.
Leng Juinja poured himself a glass and asked, Are you sure you don't want one? No. Zhuang Yanxin declared flatly. What are you afraid of? I can't hold my liquor as well as you. Remember back when I tried to get you drunk? I ended up nearly getting myself hospitalized.
Leng Juinja chuckled, tilting his head back to down the glass of red wine. Seeing Zhuang Yanxin remain silent, Leng Juinja poured himself another glass and gestured toward the dishes on the table.
If I remember correctly, these are all your favorites. You can eat a little first. After downing 3 glasses of red wine, Leng Juinja's face began to flush. That's enough. You're going to keep drinking forever, aren't you? Zhuang Yanxin frowned slightly. If she didn't stop him now, Leng Juinja would drink himself under the table. Have a drink with me, Leng Juinja urged. I don't care for red wine, Zhuang Yanxin shook her head. White wine, beer, whatever you want, I'll get it, Leng Juinja quickly offered. Just give me a glass of water, Zhuang Yanxin said. This? Forget it. It's pointless anyway. Leng Juinja sighed helplessly and waved to the waiter. Zhuang Yanxin took the glass of water the waiter handed her, said thank you, then looked at Leng Juinja. What's past is past. No matter what, we can't go back. We both have our own lives now. From now on, let's each live our own lives and not disturb each other. Is that man really your boyfriend? Leng Juinja asked. What else could he be? Zhuang Yanxin countered with a frown. You two don't strike me as a couple, Leng Juinja remarked. Your girlfriend knows that best. If you keep saying things like this, I see no point in continuing this conversation, Zhuang Yanxin said coldly. Fine, I won't say another word. Leng Juinja quickly agreed.
After this drink, have your girlfriend come over immediately.
Let's wrap up this dinner quickly.
I don't want this meal dragging on too long.
Zhuang Yinxin said earnestly.
As you wish.
Lang Juwenja nodded. After finishing his drink, Lang Juwenja stood up immediately.
I'll go pick up my girlfriend.
Have the waiter take you upstairs first.
I'll bring her over together.
Is that okay? That's fine. Zhuang Yinxin agreed.
Being stuck alone with Lang Juwenja in that closed-off private room was worse than waiting here.
But if she was alone and Lang Juwenja came with Feng Huihui, then it wouldn't be a problem.
Led by the waiter, Zhuang Yinxin entered the private room. The private room was enormous, easily accommodating 20 to 30 people for a meal.
Setting up 3 or 4 tables wouldn't be a problem.
She couldn't understand why they'd reserve such a large private room when there were only 4 people at most.
What a waste of money.
The waiter knocked and entered, carrying a glass of water and a beverage.
Ma'am, would you like the same water you had earlier, or our signature fresh squeezed juice? But I didn't order juice. And how did you know I like this flavor? Zhuang Yinxin asked. The waitress looked slightly embarrassed and apologetically replied, that gentleman ordered it.
He said he was afraid you might refuse it. Please don't say I told you. I'll just leave the water here.
It's fine.
Take the water away, but leave the juice.
Zhuang Yinxin said.
Compared to water that might disappear from her sight, a freshly made juice seemed less likely to cause trouble.
Chapter 125, Final Struggle.
Though in Zhuang Yinxin's mind, Lang Juwenja was unlikely to have tampered with the water, she couldn't afford to be careless. Water or drinks that had left her sight weren't absolutely safe, she'd avoid drinking them if possible. As for Lang Juwenja remembering her favorite juice flavor, it meant nothing to her. Whatever this man's true intentions were, this time, she was truly here to say goodbye. This relationship had dragged on far too long, it was time to seal it away. Sipping the juice in small mouthfuls, her thoughts drifted back to the past. If she had known then what kind of man Lang Juwenja truly was, she would have kept her distance. There was no way any feelings could have developed.
Time ticked by, minute by minute.
After about 10 minutes, half the glass of juice was gone. Just then, the door to the private room swung open.
Lang Juwenja strode in, a faintly unsettling smile playing on his lips. Why are you alone?
Zhuang Yinxin frowned slightly and asked.
Who else did you expect to see? You came here to see me.
Lang Juwenja replied with a smirk. I've already told you if you say things like that again, I'm leaving, Zhuang Yinxin said coldly.
You're drunk. I doubt you can walk out now, Lang Juwenja remarked.
I haven't touched a drop.
How could I be drunk? What are you talking about?
Zhuang Yinxin abruptly stood up. In that instant, however, she felt her feet grow weak, as if she might lose her balance.
Your tolerance really has gone downhill. Can't even handle juice now? Lang Juwenja said, closing in on her. That juice was tampered with.
Zhuang Yinxin finally grasped the situation.
Isn't it a bit late to realize that now? I gave you a choice between water and juice. You didn't choose water, who else can you blame? Alcohol gets added to that juice. Lang Juwenja stated. Bull. Even if that whole cup was alcohol, it shouldn't. Facing Lang Juwenja's advance, Zhuang Yinxin tried to step back. But her legs seemed to have lost all control. She took one step and collapsed onto the floor. Then I can't say for sure.
Lang Juwenja wore a smug grin, advancing step by step without the slightest hurry. Zhuang Yinxin was already his captive. He could take his time playing with her, after all, the night was long.
Don't come any closer.
If you take another step, I'll scream. Zhuang Yinxin forced herself to crawl up, but her body still swayed unsteadily.
Go ahead and scream. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you. On this floor, there's only us. Lang Juwenja sneered coldly. So this was all your scheme? Zhuang Yinxin demanded. That's a bit harsh. What scheme? You're still thinking about me, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you have come?
I'm just fulfilling your wish, Lang Juwenja replied.
I never imagined you capable of such things. Zhuang Yinxin declared. Ha! Are you going to say you only saw my true colors today? Lang Juwenja shot her a cold glance before halting his steps. I thought we could at least preserve each other's dignity.
Zhuang Yinxin collapsed to the ground once more.
Dizzy and lightheaded, she couldn't even stand up, let alone run away. Dignity? What use is dignity? I dated you for 2 years, only ever held your hand, never even kissed you. Looking back now, I was stupid. My biggest regret is not taking advantage of you sooner.
Lang Juwenja sneered, looking down at Zhuang Yinxin with utter contempt. Before this, he had always looked up to Zhuang Yinxin.
But what had he gotten in return?
Now he felt no obligation to spare her feelings.
He could do whatever he wanted. You have a girlfriend. And she's pregnant. Zhuang Yinxin managed to say.
She forced herself to stay clear-headed, searching for a way to respond.
She couldn't give up now.
Otherwise, she'd be playing right into certain people's hands. With her mobility severely impaired, escaping the private room was impossible. The other party would never allow it. The only option was to find a relatively enclosed space to hide temporarily and wait for rescue.
This was the only option.
And in the entire private room, there was only one place that met this requirement, the restroom.
But the bathroom was still a considerable distance away.
Under normal circumstances, she might reach it quickly, but now it would be extremely difficult. Most crucially, if Lang Juinja discovered her plan, he would surely sabotage it, blocking the door first, leaving her utterly helpless.
Shut up. That woman is nothing but a plaything to me.
The pregnancy is all her wishful thinking.
I never wanted it. With someone like her, how could I possibly waste the rest of my life on her?
Once the child is born and she's confined, I'll do whatever I want with her, Lang Juinja declared.
You really are the scum of the scum.
Zhuang Yanqing shook her head and forced herself to her feet. Both hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh, allowing her to stay lucid for a moment longer. She understood better than anyone that losing consciousness meant certain ruin.
Anyone can call me a scumbag, but not you. Because I never treated you like one. I was too good to you.
No woman has ever received the same treatment as you.
And you?
You're mercilessly trampling on my kindness.
Cold Juinja's face twisted with rage. Your kindness had an agenda. It wasn't genuine emotion, just a means to get what you wanted.
As Zhuang Yanqing spoke, she began rushing toward the door.
Lang Juinja sighed helplessly, watching her approach. He reached out and gave her a gentle push.
Zhuang Yanqing stumbled backward several paces, her footing giving way as she crashed to the floor. Fortunately, the thick carpet cushioned her fall, and no matter how many times she fell, it wasn't a big deal.
What you're saying is utter nonsense. If you were ugly, would I treat you so well? Absolutely not. And your so-called boyfriend now, does he have no ulterior motives toward you? As long as there's an ulterior motive, it's not genuine affection. That's far too narrow-minded. Lang Juinja retorted. I will never give in. Zhuang Yanqing watched Lang Juinja advance again.
Summoning every ounce of strength, she pushed herself to her feet and charged forward.
Ha! It's not up to you now.
Even if you hadn't drunk anything, I could still control you easily, it just wouldn't be quite as effortless.
Lang Juinja pushed Zhuang Yanqing back again as she charged forward.
This time, she stumbled back even farther than before.
He couldn't help but sneer, don't waste your energy. You're mine in the end. No one can take you away. I know you too well. Once it happens, you'll obey me like a dog. No more acting high and mighty. Dream on.
Zhuang Yanqing shouted furiously. Summoning every ounce of strength, she feigned a charge toward Lang Juinja but swiftly spun around and dashed toward the bathroom, now mere inches away. Open the door, step inside, shut it, lock it all in one fluid motion.
Chapter 126, Buying Time.
Zhuang Yanqing collapsed onto the floor, as if all her strength had been drained. To prevent Lang Juinja from understanding her intentions, she deliberately charged in the opposite direction, using his momentum to propel herself as close to her destination as possible.
The result was smooth.
But it was only temporary safety. The bathroom door could only hold him off for a moment, it couldn't block him forever. Therefore, she had to notify Lin Feng to rescue her as quickly as possible.
A heavy knocking sounded outside the door.
Lang Juinja never imagined that Zhuang Yanqing, already fighting for her life, could pull off such a move. Her dash toward the door had merely been a diversion. From the very beginning, Zhuang Yanqing's target had been the bathroom. She knew better than anyone that escape was utterly impossible.
Zhuang Yanqing, there's no need for this. You're useless in there. You can't stop me. Lang Juinja shouted.
Inside the bathroom, Zhuang Yanqing offered no reply. Struggling to her feet, she turned on the faucet and splashed cold water repeatedly on her face, trying to force herself to stay lucid.
Zhuang Yanqing, you know I don't like forcing people. But don't push me. Today, no matter what, I'm taking you.
No one can stop me, Lang Juinja continued. How could he possibly let go of the prize that was already within his grasp? Besides, Zhuang Yanqing was merely a spent force, she couldn't hold him off for long.
Impossible. It was impossible before, and it's impossible now.
Even if I die in here, I'll never let you defile me.
Zhuang Yanqing retorted.
Her trembling hand fumbled for her phone, dialing Lin Feng's number. The only person who could save her now was Lin Feng.
Ha! You don't get to decide what happens now. Can you even die at this point? Stop struggling.
If you open the door now, I might treat you kindly.
Otherwise. Lang Juinja threatened coldly. Bang! A thunderous crash.
Clearly, Lang Juinja had started kicking the door from outside.
The entire door shook violently. Zhuang Yanqing frowned slightly.
The number had connected, she just needed the other party to answer. Unfortunately, no one answered on the other end. Zhuang Yanqing felt a wave of despair wash over her as she watched the door take several kicks, seeming to give slightly. She immediately moved closer and braced herself against the door with her body. Though her own weight might not contribute much force, it was her last line of defense. She would hold it at all costs. She dialed Lin Feng's number again. This time, Lin Feng's voice came through the receiver. Grasping at this lifeline, she cried out hoarsely, "Save me! My mobility is severely limited, and my consciousness is fading. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off."
I'll get there as fast as I can. Until then, protect yourself.
Lin Feng spoke only briefly before hanging up immediately.
Zhuang Yanqing exhaled a long breath.
Hearing Lin Feng's words, it felt as though strength had suddenly surged within her.
He would come. All she could do now was buy time.
Of course, she didn't forget to send Lin Feng her location so he could find her faster.
Lang Juanjia kicked the door several times, discovering it was far sturdier than he'd anticipated. The back seemed even harder to kick in. He guessed Zhuang Yanqing must be leaning her body against it. This is my final warning. If you don't open the door, I'll have to call security to force entry. Lang Juanjia threatened. I don't believe it. Everyone here is in cahoots with you. Zhuang Yanqing retorted.
They'll just assume you're drunk.
They won't suspect anything else. Besides, do you really think they'd dare cross me, a VIP client? Lang Juanjia retorted. So that waiter was also bribed to play along with you? Zhuang Yanqing asked. No need. I just had someone pose as a waiter.
You thought choosing the drink was your own decision, but in reality, I made you choose it.
Everything is under my control, Lang Juanjia declared. I should never have trusted you again. Zhuang Yanqing shouted. Even if you hadn't agreed, I had other ways.
I just didn't expect you to find someone like that to play the role of your boyfriend, Lang Juanjia snorted coldly.
He is. Zhuang Yanqing declared. Stop fooling yourself. He's not worthy of you. Lang Juanjia shook his head. He's 10,000 times better than you.
My only regret is not listening to him, Zhuang Yanqing sighed helplessly. If he truly cared, he wouldn't have let you come alone.
So this is all just an act between you two, Ling Juanjia sneered. So what my girlfriend saw me kissing him was also just an act? Zhuang Yanqing retorted. Lang Juanjia fell silent.
This was the one thing he couldn't wrap his head around.
Fang Huihui wouldn't lie. If she hadn't seen it, she absolutely wouldn't make something up. If Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqing weren't in a romantic relationship, would Zhuang Yanqing have made such intimate gestures? Just for the sake of acting?
Others might, but he knew Zhuang Yanqing inside out. It was absolutely impossible.
So what if you kissed? So what if he really is your boyfriend? You're still in my hands. I can do whatever I want with you. Your body is still mine. Lang Juanjia roared.
He kicked the door hard again, then grabbed his phone to call someone to break it down by force. His patience had run completely dry.
Lu Lengmei's residence.
Lin Feng finished massaging Xiao Xiao and checked her condition. She was indeed recovering well.
Truthfully, aside from her problematic daily eating habits, the main issue was her lack of cooperation with treatment.
The pediatric massage techniques he mastered held no special secrets. They were essentially on par with those of a skilled practitioner. The only difference was his ability to control the patient. After gently tucking Xiao Xiao in with a blanket, Lu Lengmei, who had been standing by the door, followed Lin Feng out of the room. As they reached the living room, darkness suddenly engulfed her vision, and she collapsed.
Lin Feng reacted swiftly, grabbing Lu Lengmei's hand and using the momentum to support her entire body.
Her body was light and supple, like embracing an oversized feather, emitting a distinctive, subtle fragrance. Lin Feng naturally had no time to notice such things. He placed his fingers on her pulse, his brow furrowing deeply. Could it be? Slowly withdrawing his hand, he began massaging several acupoints on Lu Lengmei's body. Just then, the phone in his pocket began to ring. His hands never stopped moving. Reviving Lu Leng came first. Seconds after the ringing ceased, Lu Lengmei gradually came to, locking eyes with Lin Feng and realizing she was lying in his arms. At the same time, Xiao Xiao, who seemed to have been woken by the noise, came out and witnessed the scene.
What are you two doing? Xiao Xiao asked. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward.
Chapter 127, small in stature, but a little devil.
Lu Lengmei cleared her throat softly, signaling to Lin Feng.
Her face had flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. Lin Feng was only momentarily distracted. Snapping back to his senses, he helped Lu Lengmei to her feet.
Why did I suddenly faint? Lu Lengmei blurted out, trying to ease the awkwardness. Have you eaten anything unusual lately? Lin Feng inquired.
Lu Lengmei froze, puzzled by his meaning. Just as she was about to ask, Lin Feng's phone rang again. Seeing it was Zhuang Yanqing calling, Lin Feng answered without hesitation. Zhuang Yanqing clearly stated the current situation and their location, cutting straight to the point without a single unnecessary word.
Lin Feng knew he couldn't delay any longer. He gave a brief reply and hurriedly hung up. Getting there quickly was the priority, not talking more. What's wrong? Lu Lengmei noticed the unease on Lin Feng's face.
Zhuang Yanqing's in trouble.
I have to get there immediately. Lin Feng declared. I knew it. That guy's no good. Take my car.
It's parked in Zone A, spot 0515 of the underground garage. Lu Lengmei said, fetching the keys and tossing them to Lin Feng.
Thanks, Lin Feng nodded. The distance to where Zhuang Yanqing was dining was considerable.
No matter what vehicle he took, it wouldn't be faster than driving himself.
Be careful. Contact me anytime if anything happens.
By the time Lu Lengmei finished her instructions, Lin Feng had already stepped out the door.
Her brows furrowed involuntarily. The trouble Lin Feng mentioned probably wasn't minor. That Ling Juinja really was full of tricks. She should have warned Zhuang Yanqin sooner. But soon, she sighed helplessly. Even if she had warned her, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. If Zhuang Yanqin had been willing to listen, she never would have agreed to attend this dinner in the first place. Auntie. Xiao Xiao approached Lu Lingmei and called softly. Didn't I tell you not to call me auntie? You're to call me mom, Lu Lingmei corrected. But you said I could call you that when it's just the two of us. There's no one else here now, Xiao Xiao replied earnestly. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Lu Lingmei reached out to ruffle Xiao Xiao's hair, her voice soft. Xiao Xiao tilted her head and asked, Auntie, are you dating that Dr. Uncle from earlier? Lu Lingmei paused, then laughed helplessly. What's going on in that little head of yours? Do you even know what dating means? Of course I know. I'm not a toddler. I definitely know. Xiao Xiao declared with absolute confidence. Then tell me, what does dating mean? Lu Lingmei asked. It's when two people plan to get married and have kids. Am I right? Xiao Xiao's face lit up with a hint of pride, as if seeking praise. Not quite. How did you learn all this? Lu Lingmei pressed. A child's understanding of romance seemed purer, but if only it were truly that simple. Many people fall in love without intending to marry. I can't tell you that. First tell me, are you two dating? Xiao Xiao insisted. Of course not, Lu Lingmei shook her head. But you were hugging each other. How could you not be? Auntie, you're lying to me, aren't you? Xiao Xiao shook her head earnestly. Honestly, no. I just suddenly fainted. He was just holding me up. Lu Lingmei explained. How could you faint? Auntie, are you too tired? Xiao Xiao looked visibly concerned. I'm fine. Probably just haven't been resting well lately, Lu Lingmei said with a smile. She was actually puzzled herself, how could she have fainted so suddenly? She had occasionally felt dizzy before, but never to the point of passing out. According to Lin Feng, it seemed related to something she had eaten. What could she have eaten that would make her body react like this? It must be because you're taking care of me. I'm sorry, Auntie. Xiao Xiao said, lowering her head with a hint of sadness. Oh, it's nothing. As long as you get better, I don't mind being a little tired. But I still hope you'll cooperate with the treatment and develop good eating habits. Lu Lingmei stroked Xiao Xiao's head gently. I definitely will. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. That's wonderful, Lu Lingmei replied with a smile. Though Xiao Xiao could be mischievous at times, she was actually quite sensible. Sometimes the problem isn't necessarily with the child, but with the adults caring for them being a bit too indulgent. Auntie, if you ever want to date that Dr. Uncle, I'll make sure to tell him clearly about our relationship and then wish you both the best. Xiao Xiao declared earnestly once more. Why? Didn't you dislike him? Lu Lingmei asked, puzzled. It doesn't matter if I like him. It's enough that you like him. Besides, he's not a bad person. At least he's way better than that guy surnamed Huang before. Xiao Xiao replied. Why do you feel that way? Lu Lingmei asked. I don't know. I just really dislike that Uncle Huang. Xiao Xiao shook her head gently. Your instincts are right. That Uncle Huang really wasn't a good person. This Dr. Uncle just has a rough attitude, but he's still trying to cure you. But I'm only his ordinary friend, nothing romantic. Lu Lingmei explained. She didn't mind letting Xiao Xiao know what kind of person Huang Yaoyang was, because it was already a done deal. As for Lin Feng, she still wanted to offer some explanation. Without Lin Feng's firm stance, the entire treatment process would never have been possible. Sigh. Xiao Xiao let out a heavy sigh. Why sigh at your age? What's wrong? Are you upset I'm not dating? Lu Lingmei asked with a smile. Yeah. You're at this age already, still dragging me along like a burden. Finding someone to date is just too hard. Xiao Xiao now sounded like a little adult. My affairs are none of your concern. Even alone, I'll manage just fine, Lu Lingmei rolled her eyes. So now she was being pressured by a kid to find a partner? If there were more people around, it would be mortifying. But you'll wear yourself out. I don't want you to be so exhausted. Why not consider that Dr. Uncle? Isn't he just friends with Aunt Cindy? Xiao Xiao suggested. Mind your own business. Look after yourself instead of meddling in others' affairs. It's none of your concern to tell me what to do, Lu Lingmei snapped irritably. For some reason, Lin Feng's image began to take shape in her mind, like a deep imprint that refused to fade. Chapter 128, Racing at Top Speed. Lin Feng practically ran all the way to find Lu Lingmei's car. It was a white Panamera. He started the engine in one fluid motion and pressed the accelerator, surging forward. Just past the bend, a car came speeding toward him in the wrong lane. The oncoming car was moving fast. Though both drivers slammed on the brakes, the distance was too short, a collision seemed unavoidable. Undeniably, the other driver would bear full responsibility. But the problem was, Lin Feng couldn't afford any delay. Every second wasted now meant another moment of danger for Zhuang Yanqin. If the car were wrecked, compensation would be the least of his worries, it would indefinitely delay his arrival.
Zhuang Yanqin was already on the verge of losing consciousness.
There was no doubt what Ling Juinjia intended to do.
How could he have never imagined that bastard would actually do something so disgusting?
He could see the terrified expression on the female driver's face across the way.
Of course, she could press the brake instead of the accelerator, indicating her driving skills weren't too poor.
The problem lies in disregarding the rules. In reality, those who break the rules are usually experienced drivers, not beginners. Beginners who break the rules mostly do so because they don't know the rules. He even jerked the wheel to one side, but dared not turn it too sharply for fear of crashing into the parked car. The outcome would have been the same. The driver across from him made no steering motion, her mouth agape as if about to scream. In an instant, the scene before his eyes blurred once more. Once more, he entered the sea of consciousness. The simulated scene mirrored the garage incident in reality perfectly. The only difference was that the person sitting in the opposite car wasn't real. However, the reaction was identical to the woman's braking without any evasive steering. Although he jerked the wheel to avoid a head-on collision, the impact still occurred. The headlights of both vehicles collided head-on. The collision was loud and devastating. Due to their speed, both vehicles were rendered immobile.
Lin Feng sighed helplessly. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the collision scene vanished before his eyes, returning him to the moment just before impact. After trying several methods in succession, he managed to lessen the impact each time, but he couldn't avoid it entirely. It seemed he had exhausted every possible solution. Without the ability to rewind time, it seemed impossible to resolve the situation.
Giving up was absolutely out of the question.
Even if it took 1,000 attempts, he would find a way to minimize the impact force, at the very least, keep the car running. Rather than assigning blame, his priority was to get out of the garage immediately and resolve the trouble Zhuang Yanqin was facing. After several attempts, there was still no sign of hope. Suddenly, an idea struck him. All his methods had focused on slowing down to avoid the collision.
What if he did the opposite, accelerated to evade it? Could that yield an unexpected result? Moreover, an empty parking space on the opposite lane provided just enough room.
He would accelerate to full speed, swerve to avoid the oncoming car, then brake and make a sharp turn. Stopping within the parking space was impossible. The distance was simply too short. If he couldn't turn in time, he'd surely crash into the far wall of the parking space, likely wrecking the car.
The crux lies in the precise control required to execute the turn within the available space. If I slowed down even slightly, I'd definitely hit the car beside me.
But if you go too fast, you might not be able to avoid the oncoming vehicle hitting your rear.
The precision required is extremely high. Fortunately, he had multiple chances to try.
So the attempts began. It took about 50 attempts before he succeeded. Around 100 attempts yielded a success rate of roughly 50%. After hundreds of attempts, the success rate gradually increased.
But it still couldn't be done without fail. There was simply no way around it.
No matter how precise the simulations in the consciousness sea might be, they could never replicate reality exactly. And in the real world, he only had one chance.
Failure meant no second chances.
Only when he felt he had mastered it, when every movement became an instinctive reflex, did he exit the sea of consciousness and return to reality. His foot, poised over the brake pedal, straightened abruptly as he slammed it down. The car roared to a screeching halt. His rear end and front bumper nearly scraped past each other.
No collision.
Of course, this was only the first step. Next, he executed a sharp turn while braking. A slight scrape against the adjacent vehicle. The paint-to-paint contact made almost no sound.
Though not ideal, it's still quite good.
After all, in real life, accidents are inevitable.
If you can't drive, just donate the car.
Don't drive it around and draw attention, Lin Feng declared. Without pausing, the car sped toward the underground garage exit. The car that had nearly collided with Lin Feng came to a halt.
The female driver, still shaken from the scare, took a while to recover before cursing. Driving that fast? Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Many people are like that. When something happens, they never look for the cause within themselves. Even if they're at fault, they still shift the blame onto others. Even drivers found fully at fault in accidents argue with traffic cops, claiming, if the other party hadn't been on the road, how could the accident have happened?
Doesn't that mean they share some responsibility? You can't win an argument with people like that. Because everything they say isn't grounded in reason, it's pure nonsense. And proving their underlying logic is flawed isn't easy either. Ultimately, reason prevails only with reasonable people. When faced with unreasonable individuals, your words are futile. After exiting the residential compound, Lin Feng accelerated to near maximum speed on the road. He could perfectly simulate how to weave through traffic and overtake in the best possible way. Under normal circumstances, he would never drive like this. Even with a cheat device, the risks were still immense. No one could predict when an accident might suddenly occur. But right now, he couldn't afford to think about that. He had to go as fast as possible, as long as he kept the risks within manageable limits. A journey that normally took over 40 minutes, especially with traffic jams, would take at least an hour. But he took a shortcut and made it in just over 10 minutes. He parked right at the restaurant entrance and strode inside. Despite his speed, those 10-odd minutes felt like an eternity.
He couldn't be sure if Zhuang Yanqing could hold out that long. Just as he stepped into the restaurant lobby, he saw a woman hurrying in through another door. Even from a distance, he recognized her as Fang Huihui, Leng Juanjia's current girlfriend who had visited Zhuang Yanqing at the clinic earlier. Leng Juanjia had mentioned Fang Huihui would be at the dinner gathering, but given what he intended to do to Zhuang Yanqing, Fang Huihui would never have shown up. Her presence now clearly indicated that she, too, was aware of the situation.
Chapter 129, might as well enjoy it. Fang Huihui wasn't the harmless, innocent creature she appeared to be.
She might seem like a love-struck fool willing to sacrifice everything for a man, but in reality, she was cunning and calculating. Leng Juanjia thought he was toying with her, but the truth was she was toying with him.
This truth would become increasingly clear as certain events unfolded.
Lin Feng felt that going to the second floor to find Zhuang Yanqing in the original private room was pointless. Even if he managed to get in, he'd likely find her gone.
Leng Juanjia wasn't some pushover. After securing control over Zhuang Yanqing, he'd definitely change locations immediately. It was highly unlikely he'd leave the restaurant, as that would carry risks.
But finding someone in such a vast restaurant was like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Fang Huihui's sudden appearance was significant. She clearly wasn't here for dinner, she was most likely searching for Leng Juanjia. Following her would be far more efficient than searching on my own.
Lin Feng quickened his pace to keep up, pulling out his phone to try contacting Zhuang Yanqing's number. He didn't hold out much hope, but even if it fell into Leng Juanjia's hands, it could buy him some time.
Disappointingly, the call didn't go through.
This meant Zhuang Yanqing's phone had likely been destroyed or discarded.
Fang Huihui was blocked at the elevator entrance leading to the top floor. 2 burly security guards completely blocked the elevator entrance. "Move aside," Fang Huihui demanded coldly. "Ma'am, the top floor is currently hosting VIP guests. No one is permitted entry without authorization," one of the guards replied icily. "The VIP you're referring to is my husband," Fang Huihui declared. "Ma'am, we're not privy to that information. We're simply following orders to prevent any disturbances. Listen to me, I'm pregnant.
If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll make sure you pay with your lives," Fang Huihui said coldly. "Please don't make things difficult for us," the 2 security guards said, immediately taking a step back to keep their distance.
"The guest on the top floor is surnamed Lang. He's one of your boss Wang Laoxi's cronies. Let me make this clear, Lang is keeping a mistress up there. If you block me and let them escape, I'll make sure you pay dearly," Fang Huihui declared.
The 2 security guards exchanged glances. One of them spoke up, "You'll have to let us consult our superiors, won't you?
Ask your mother."
"What kind of glorious thing is that?"
"Get the hell out of my way," Fang Huihui cursed directly.
She strode forward, brushing aside the guards' restraining hands and thrusting her stomach forward defiantly, daring them to touch her. Seeing no one dared to move, she pressed the elevator button. The elevator doors opened. Fang Huihui stepped inside, pointing at the 2 security guards and hurling a few more curses at them. The 2 guards looked utterly helpless. One of them picked up his walkie-talkie but put it back down. She was already inside, reporting it now was pointless. It seemed better to say nothing at all. Lin Feng approached at that moment. "Please leave. This elevator is not open to the public at this time," the security guard said, frowning slightly as he gestured for Lin Feng to step aside.
"That woman is crazy.
If you let her in, you'll be in big trouble," Lin Feng said. "What do you mean?" the guard asked urgently. "Her beat-up car cut me off at a turn, then she blamed me. I overheard her on the phone saying she absolutely had to find a way to the top floor. She also mentioned that not just anyone can go up there,"
Lin Feng explained. "Are you telling the truth?"
"Of course.
I just can't stand her. If she doesn't pay me back today, I'm following her everywhere," Lin Feng declared.
"Please step back." One security guard pulled out his walkie-talkie and relayed to his colleague, "Keep a close eye on her.
I'm reporting this immediately.
We need to find someone to get her out of here first." Lin Feng shrugged slightly, took 2 steps back, and watched as the security guard holding the walkie-talkie turned his back.
He immediately lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on the other guard's jaw.
This spot, when struck with sufficient force, could knock someone unconscious. That's precisely why professional boxers protect this area during fights. His force was perfectly measured enough to incapacitate without causing serious injury, since the guard was merely following orders. The instant the guard fell, he slammed the elevator button, rushed inside, and frantically pounded the closed door button. The remaining guard turned around, noticing his fallen colleague and someone entering the elevator. He rushed over to block the doors, but it was too late. The elevator doors were already closing, leaving only a narrow gap. He cursed loudly, cutting short his report midway, and hurried over to check on his fallen colleague. Top floor. Zhuang Yanqing sat on a large cushion, her hands braced against the floor. Her consciousness was fading, but she was still fighting to stay awake. Her hands bore countless wounds where her nails had dug into her flesh. The pain kept her temporarily lucid, but not fully awake. Across from her, on a recliner, Leng Juanjia wore a disgusted smirk. "Why put yourself through this?
Staying lucid is simple, just beg me, and I'll give you the antidote. Why torture yourself? I will never beg you. Not even if it means death, Zhuang Yanqin declared. Stop threatening death at every turn. What good does dying do? Death means losing everything. Are you truly willing to leave this world? Lang Juinja asked. You're nothing but scum. Zhuang Yanqin spat venomously. Right, I am. But you're still trapped in my hands. Blame yourself for trusting others too easily. Any random person could deceive you. I'm almost embarrassed by how gullible you are. Isn't that just plain foolish? Lang Juinja chuckled. Zhuang Yanqin clenched her fists. Trapped in the bathroom, she'd expected him to resort to violence, preparing herself to fight back. But she never imagined she'd end up being tricked. A girl had quietly approached, whispering rumors about Lang Juinja and promising to rescue her. Half believing, half doubting, she opened the door only to be instantly seized. After subduing her, they dragged her straight to the rooftop. They completely ignored her furious glare. The assailant was skilled even under normal circumstances. She doubted she could have been his match. She assumed the person would spend a few minutes trying to persuade her, and given their sincere demeanor, it hardly seemed like a scam. She never imagined it was a trap. No amount of regret now could change anything. Seeing Zhuang Yanqin's silence, Lang Juinja stood up and said, How about this place? Pretty nice, huh? With all this space, we can do whatever we want. Rest assured, no one will disturb us. I still advise you not to resist. Because resistance is futile, you might as well enjoy it. You disgust me. Zhuang Yanqin snorted coldly, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Still hoping someone will rescue you? Let me tell you, it's impossible. By the time they arrive, it'll be too late. Chapter 130, Shattering All Beliefs. Zhuang Yanqin shook her head softly. Not necessarily. All her hopes now rested on Lin Feng. Only he could save her. I have to admit, he is an unpredictable factor. If he came with you, I'd have to find a way to control him. But right now, it'll take him at least half an hour to get here, maybe even longer. Even if he does arrive and finds the private room, so what? He still won't find you. Not just anyone can access the top floor. That's the most despairing part. So close, yet utterly helpless. Lang Juinja's face wore a smug smile. He intended to crush every last shred of hope within Zhuang Yanqin. He always manages to do something unexpected. Zhuang Yanqin said. Nothing was more despairing than the utter loss of hope. Even when it seemed impossible, a sliver of hope clung stubbornly to her heart. Is that so? Seems you still have faith in this man. Too bad he can't protect you. Compared to me, he's nothing but trash. A flash of ferocity crossed Lang Juinja's eyes as he spoke. He was filled with hostility toward Lin Feng. How dare someone replace him in Zhuang Yanqin's heart? Worst of all, Zhuang Yanqin had actually kissed him of her own accord. To him, this was utterly unforgivable. I've known him for a long time, but we weren't close before. To be honest, we've only really gotten to know each other in the past few days. But I feel you can't compare to him at all. I must have been blind back then. Zhuang Yanqin stated calmly. Do you realize how your words will enrage me completely? They'll make me unleash my true savagery. Lang Juinja glared at Zhuang Yanqin. Then you'd better be careful. I might just fight back. As a doctor, I know better than anyone where the human body is vulnerable. Zhuang Yanqin showed no fear. She understood clearly that fear would only excite him further, serving no purpose. Calmness, however, would sow seeds of doubt in his mind. Her sole purpose was to buy time. She wouldn't give up until the very last moment. Do you really think saying things like that still holds any threat over me? What can you possibly do now, besides barely clinging to a shred of consciousness? Lang Juinja said coldly as he approached Zhuang Yanqin. He crouched down, cupping her chin between two fingers. Seeing you so pitiful might have moved me before, he sneered triumphantly, but now it only excites me more. I won't let you off even as a ghost. Zhuang Yanqin shook her head violently. No need to rush. First, become a ghost of passion. I'll see if you're truly as conservative as you claim, or if you'll become just as wanton when pushed far enough. Lang Juinja declared. His hands were already reaching for Zhuang Yanqin's body. Is it her who's promiscuous, or you? Feng Hui's voice cut through the air. Lang Juinja's movements froze. He swiftly withdrew his hand, stood up, and looked toward the source of the voice. What are you doing here? Lang Juinja's brows furrowed involuntarily. Though he held no regard for Feng Hui, he dared not act recklessly in her presence just yet. Why shouldn't I come? Am I interrupting your fun? Feng Hui walked up to Lang Juinja and demanded. Of course not. I was just Lang Juinja tried to explain. I saw everything. What else could you possibly say? Do you think I'm some naive little thing who's easy to fool? What did you give her? Feng Hui cut him off directly. Something to temporarily incapacitate her. Since you saw it, I won't hide it. My purpose today was to take her right here. Lang Juinja declared. You think I'm invisible? Trying to do it with your ex right in front of me? Go ahead, try it.
Fang Huihui glared coldly at Ling Juinja. Honestly, even if you hadn't shown up, I would have told you. I have nothing to hide from you. I feel nothing but hatred toward her now. Ling Juinja declared. You think I believe you? You even call out her name in your sleep, Fang Huihui retorted irritably. That's the truth, whether you believe it or not. I treated her so well back then, yet she wouldn't even let me hold her hand. Not a single hug, let alone anything more intimate. Hearing you say he actually kissed another man, my rage is uncontrollable. I need revenge. I absolutely must have revenge. I wasn't planning to hide it from you, but I intended to tell you afterward, Ling Juinja said. After everything that's happened, how can things go on like normal? Are you breaking up with me? Fang Huihui demanded. Of course not. I never intended to break up with you. With her, it was purely about physical desire, nothing more. It wasn't about getting back together. Like I said earlier, I have no feelings left for him. Our bond is the strongest. And don't forget, you're carrying my child. How could I ever leave you? If you're willing, we can get married anytime. I could do nothing today. That's fine. But it will always be a hurdle I can't get over in my heart. Ling Juinja's expression was completely serious. So, once what you want happens, you'll start a new life with me, right? Fang Huihui asked. A look of delight flashed across Ling Juinja's face as he nodded vigorously. Yes. When it comes to understanding, no one compares to you. My love for you is real. With her? Like all those other women, it was just a fling. But she was your white moonlight? How could that be just a fling? Fang Huihui expressed her doubts. What white moonlight? I was just too naive back then. No matter what kind of person you look for, nothing compares to finding someone who truly understands you. That's exactly what you are to me. Ling Juinja shook his head. Are you sure you're not lying? Fang Huihui stared intently at Ling Juinja. Even if I lied to you, could I lie to him? Ling Juinja gestured toward Fang Huihui's belly. Fine. I'll believe you for now. Go do what you need to do. Afterwards, come home with me. Cut all ties with her completely. Fang Huihui declared. Are you out of your mind? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't hold back any longer. She couldn't fathom how Ling Juinja had managed to persuade Fang Huihui to agree to his despicable scheme in such a short time. It was utterly mind-boggling. She thought Fang Huihui's appearance would make it absolutely impossible for Ling Juinja to touch her again. After all, how could a current girlfriend possibly agree to her own girlfriend having that kind of encounter with her ex-boyfriend? What kind of sick mind would do that? I know you can't understand, but I'm Juinja's spiritual partner. Those physical things? They're on an entirely different level. Fang Huihui shot Zhuang Yanxin a look of contempt, as if saying, you and I are worlds apart. Chapter 131, It Really Is Him. A smug smile spread across Ling Juinja's face. He'd expected persuading Fang Huihui to be difficult, but it turned out far easier than imagined. She even pulled out that spiritual companion nonsense. If Fang Huihui and Zhuang Yanxin were placed before him to choose, he would undoubtedly pick Zhuang Yanxin without hesitation. In every respect, Zhuang Yanxin surpassed Fang Huihui by a wide margin. Most crucially, what you can't have is what you crave most. Fang Huihui was too easily obtained, and she even tolerated his involvement with other women. What was there to cherish in such a woman? He could kick her to the curb anytime. Someone like her could never grasp something so profound. Her thinking isn't just outdated, it's downright rigid. Ling Juinja naturally went along with Fang Huihui's line of reasoning. Enough. Cut the nonsense. Hurry up and finish this. I'm in a rush to get home and catch up on my shows. Fang Huihui urged. Then why don't you wait downstairs? It's a bit awkward standing here watching, don't you think? Ling Juinja suggested. What? Getting shy now? I've seen it all. Your performance only takes a few minutes. Waiting a bit won't hurt. Fang Huihui said, walking over to sit down nearby. Ling Juinja frowned. For a man, being spoken to like that in front of an outsider felt like a huge insult, but he couldn't very well argue back right now. He turned to glare at Zhuang Yanxin with icy eyes, venting all his fury onto her instead. Not even the heavens themselves can save you now. Ling Juinja reached out his claws toward Zhuang Yanxin. He hadn't expected Fang Huihui to be willing to watch the show, but it didn't matter. It made little difference to him. If anyone couldn't handle it, it would be Zhuang Yanxin. But now, she had no power to refuse. Zhuang Yanxin was utterly desperate. She wanted to fight back, but her strength was insufficient to support such an effort. Even though she tried her best to stall for time, it still wasn't enough. No matter how fast Lin Feng was, there was no way he could arrive and find her in such a short time. It was utterly impossible. If only she had heeded his advice back then, perhaps things wouldn't have spiraled into this mess. What Ling Juinja had said about making Fang Huihui back down now seemed like nothing more than an empty threat. If he truly wanted to stop Fang Huihui, it wouldn't be particularly difficult. Not necessarily, a resonant voice cut through the air. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhuang Yanxin's body couldn't help but tremble. It felt like she had been lost in boundless darkness, and now a light pierced through the gloom, bringing her back into the brightness. It was him. It really was him. He had truly arrived in time. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked toward the source of the voice, tears welling up in her eyes. Cold Juanja's hand was mere inches from Zhuang Yanqin's body. Upon hearing the voice, his expression twisted into one of utter disgust. Lin Feng strode forward, suddenly accelerating into a sprint. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them. His foot connected with Lang Juanja's stomach. Caught off guard, Lang Juanja stumbled backward several steps before barely regaining his balance. "Are you okay?" Lin Feng crouched down, asking softly. A relieved smile spread across Zhuang Yanqin's face as a single tear rolled down her cheek. "Thank goodness you came. I finally waited for you to appear." Lin Feng's arrival meant she was safe. Lang Juanja could never harm her again. "Leave the rest to me. I'll take you back." Lin Feng reached out to support Zhuang Yanqin's body. It was clear she was struggling to hold herself up. Zhuang Yanqin had indeed reached her limit. No longer needing to force herself to stand, she leaned into Lin Feng's warm embrace and slowly closed her eyes. "Go back? Ha! What kind of pipe dream are you dreaming? Do you think this is some place you can just come and go as you please?" Lang Juan just snarled. He truly hadn't expected Lin Feng to show up and ruin his plans. Seeing how close Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin were only fueled his rage further, making him want to tear Lin Feng limb from limb. "What else could I do? Can you stop me?" Lin Feng stood up slowly, still holding Zhuang Yanqin. "Who do you think you are? If you want to take her away, you'll have to get past me first. You think you're playing the hero? Well, let me tell you, being a hero comes at a price." Lang Juanja pointed his finger at Lin Feng, his voice cold as ice. "I never considered myself a hero. But certain scum rotten to the core do deserve to pay a heavy price for their actions." Lin Feng spoke as he walked over to a lounge chair and gently laid Zhuang Yanqin upon it. Fang Huihui, who had been sitting on the lounge chair, had already stood up and moved a safe distance away. "Very well. Then I'll see just what skills you possess that make Zhuang Yanqin favor you so." Lang Juanja eyed Lin Feng with contempt. He crossed his arms and flexed his wrists, vowing to return that earlier kick. He might not be a martial artist, but he certainly wasn't a pushover. When it came to fighting, he'd never feared anyone. At the very least, dealing with a doctor like Lin Feng should pose no difficulty whatsoever. "All I know is that she must be blind to fancy someone like you. That's probably the biggest flaw I see in her," Lin Feng replied. Lang Juanja snorted coldly, cursed under his breath, and charged at Lin Feng like a madman. His fists swung wildly left and right in a chaotic flurry of punches, aiming to completely stun Lin Feng. If he landed one punch, it would be followed by a flurry of follow-ups. No ordinary person could withstand that. Besides, he believed his height advantage over Lin Feng would seal the deal. Lin Feng took a few steps back to create distance, swiftly shifting to the side. With pinpoint accuracy, he delivered a kick to his opponent's midsection. Lang Juanja staggered, crashing straight to the ground. His body slammed into the ground with a dull thud. Before he could even cry out, one kick followed another, raining down on his body. His screams echoed throughout the entire space. Lang Juanja was utterly defenseless, completely overwhelmed by the one-sided assault. His only instinctive reaction was to clasp his head with both hands, trying to avoid fatal blows. The tough talk he'd spouted earlier now seemed like a laughable joke. Lin Feng was clearly enraged not only because Lang Juanja had betrayed Zhuang Yanqin's trust, but more importantly, because what he had done was utterly disgusting. He noticed the numerous nail marks on Zhuang Yanqin's hands, guessing she had clenched them so tightly to stay conscious. Blood seeped from the indentations, a sight so harrowing it wrenched the heart. "Enough already! You're not seriously going to kick someone to death, are you? Take your woman and leave." Fang Huihui couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. "You're no better yourself." Chapter 132, It Can't Be Him. Lin Feng equally despised people like Fang Huihui. She might not have done anything wrong herself, but shielding the guilty was, in a way, no different from being guilty herself. Zhuang Yanqin was a woman, just like Fang Huihui. Yet as fellow women, neither had any intention of stopping Lang Juanja. They even seemed to be enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines. It was utterly heartless. "I haven't done anything wrong. I was just helping him accomplish what he wanted to do. Honestly, I think you could be more magnanimous about it." "It's no big deal," Fang Huihui said. She dared to say such things, seemingly certain Lin Feng wouldn't dare touch her. You're trash yourself, and you expect the whole world to be trash too. To others, you're nothing but a tool. And you dare talk about spiritual companionship? Don't make me laugh." Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. "What do you know?" Fang Huihui shot Lin Feng a look of contempt. "I don't understand, and I don't want to. All I know is he can toss you aside like trash. Do you really think a child will keep him tied to you? Someone like him wouldn't care." Lin Feng retorted. "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's clearly trying to drive a wedge between us." Lang Juanja roared as he scrambled to his feet. His eyes were practically shooting fire, but he dared not charge at Lin Feng again. He knew he was no match for him. Another attempt would only earn him a worse beating.
I know. Fong Huihui nodded, her eyes fixed on the elevator entrance. I bet you're waiting for someone to come deal with me.
Too bad no one's coming, Lin Feng said slowly.
Could it be? Fong Huihui's expression shifted slightly. Seeing his unwavering certainty, panic suddenly gripped her.
Lin Feng turned to Lang Juinja, speaking deliberately.
You think you're so clever, manipulating others like puppets? But you fail to realize while you're playing them, they're playing you too. What the hell are you talking about? Lang Juinja frowned, clearly baffled. Are you certain the child in her womb is yours? Lin Feng asked. What do you mean by that? Lang Juinja's face darkened to the extreme.
He knew exactly what Lin Feng meant, that the child in Fong Huihui's womb wasn't his.
But what gave him the right to say that? Don't you know what I mean? A spiritual companion. You think you're the only one who can play around freely? That others can too? Brain dead. Lin Feng snapped. Bull. I'm the only man in her life.
There's absolutely no way another man could be involved, Lang Juinja roared.
Is that so? Then let's get a paternity test. That'll make it crystal clear.
Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Lang Juinja suddenly turned to look at Fong Huihui, his eyes filled with suspicion.
Truthfully, his confidence wasn't as solid as it seemed. You don't trust me? How could I do something like that?
You know how I feel about you, Fong Huihui hurriedly defended herself.
A paternity test. Are you willing to take it? Lang Juinja demanded. Why wouldn't I?
I guarantee it's yours 90% of the time, Fong Huihui declared.
90%? So you're implying you've been with other men? Lang Juinja demanded furiously.
Only then did Fong Huihui realize she'd let slip something she shouldn't have.
Yet she didn't seem to care, brushing it off lightly. You've been with other women too. What right do you have to accuse me? But this child is definitely yours. That's beyond doubt. I promise. What do you have to guarantee it? Tell me. How many other men have you been with? Lang Juinja shouted angrily. He was seething with rage at that moment. He had never doubted Fong Huihui, for she had no male friends, let alone any intimate relationships with men. She had always been remarkably forgiving about his private life. That was why he hadn't immediately kicked her out after learning she was pregnant. But now he realized that her tolerance toward him was because she was doing the same thing. He had no idea how many times she had cheated on him. He had been smugly satisfied, never realizing he was being played like a puppet. What's the point of talking about this? Haven't you figured it out yet? He's the one stirring things up. How could he possibly know whose child is in my belly? Fong Huihui raised her voice. She suddenly realized that continuing to argue with Lang Juinja would only mean falling into Lin Feng's trap. Exactly. How could you possibly know? Don't tell me just because you're a doctor you can tell. I absolutely refuse to believe that nonsense. Lang Juinja snapped back to his senses at her reminder. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't know. But this child could be anyone's except yours. That so-called 90% certainty is nothing but a laughable joke. Lin Feng said slowly. How dare you say that? Fong Huihui demanded. Because he can't get a woman pregnant. Lin Feng declared. Bull. I'm a perfectly normal man. You're talking nonsense. Lang Juinja grew agitated. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his body. Kidney deficiency, blood stasis, deficiency of both kidney yang and kidney yin, in Western medicine terms, that's called azoospermia. If you don't believe me, go get it checked at the hospital, Lin Feng stated. Just by looking, you can tell all that? Fong Huihui expressed her skepticism. Isn't that enough? Lin Feng countered with a smile. You're making all this up. There's absolutely no factual basis for it. Fong Huihui shouted. You know exactly what's going on inside you. But I have to admit, you two are a perfect match. Both rotten to the core, disgustingly rotten, Lin Feng said, shaking his head lightly. He didn't need to prove anything or explain further. Once these words were spoken, even if Lang Juinja refused to believe them, the seeds of doubt had already been planted in his mind. He would inevitably find a way to confirm it later. The truth would prove him right. What this pair ultimately became was none of his concern, nor did he care. After all, Fong Huihui was pregnant. He dared not harm her, but letting her off so easily was out of the question. She must pay the price she deserved. Speak. Whose bastard is in your belly? Making me the fall guy? Lang Juinja pointed at Fong Huihui, shouting accusingly. It couldn't be anyone else's. It's definitely yours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it was 90% yours. Fong Huihui retorted. Then whose is the other 10%? How could I never have known? You're such a worthless piece of trash? Lang Juinja roared. You're the scum. Who do you think you are, talking trash to me? I put up with you, but you can't tolerate me? If I'd known you were such a useless piece of trash, I would have kicked you to the curb long ago. Chapter 133, Comfort. While the two were engaged in a fierce verbal battle, Lin Feng had already carried Zhuang Yanqing to the elevator entrance. Upon reaching the first floor, several security guards appeared outside, surrounding the exit. "Who are you?" someone demanded.
Instead of worrying about that, you should go check on those two on the top floor.
"They're about to come to blows." Lin Feng replied.
"What? You'll see for yourselves. If I were you, I'd step in before things get out of hand," Lin Feng said, striding forward.
In the end, no one stopped him. After some discussion, a few security guards finally took the elevator to the top floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, a barrage of curses erupted, the most vile insults imaginable, accompanied by the sound of bodies grappling. "Lang Juinja, if you make me lose this baby, I'll kill you." Fong Huihui threatened, spewing a torrent of profanities. "You cuckolded me, and I'm supposed to be happy about it? You're lucky I didn't beat you to death."
Lang Juinja finished speaking and immediately swung two powerful slaps at her. The pent-up rage in his chest had nowhere to vent.
The operation to capture Zhuang Yanxin had been going smoothly. Despite some resistance, the outcome was favorable. But then Lin Feng had to ruin everything. And he hadn't even beaten Lin Feng in a fight. The most humiliating part was that Lin Feng's words had instantly kicked him into hell. The woman he thought he could toy with had turned the tables and made him a cuckold, and the child in her womb might not even be his. Even if Lin Feng's claims about his physical condition weren't true, Fong Huihui's infidelity was undeniable. How could he possibly tolerate this? "You bastard! How dare you hit me? If it weren't for me, would you have your connections now? Now you take every damn word people say as gospel. Do you even have a brain?" Fong Huihui refused to back down, landing several slaps in return. Lang Juinja shoved Fong Huihui hard, seething, "I knew you were a filthy. Playing innocent in front of me. You have the nerve to compare yourself to Zhuang Yanxin? Look at yourself in the mirror."
Zhuang Yanxin at least kept herself pure.
"What the hell are you?"
Fong Huihui's but slammed hard onto the ground, a sharp pain shooting through her stomach.
"Get the hell out of here and take me to the hospital. My stomach hurts like hell." Fong Huihui cried out urgently. "Screw you. Whether you live or die is none of my damn business. Go find your bastard lover." Lang Juinja roared, clearly still consumed by rage.
If it were merely his plan failing, he might feel frustrated, but he certainly wouldn't be this furious. This felt like not just killing someone, but ripping out his heart.
"I'm bleeding.
If something happens to me, you'll die a horrible death," Fong Huihui screamed hysterically.
Only then did Lang Juinja realize something was terribly wrong. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed emergency services.
Lin Feng drove Zhuang Yanxin back to the clinic, gently laid her on the bed, and began preparing the antidote. Once the medicine was ready, he spoon-fed it to Zhuang Yanxin bit by bit.
Zhuang Yanxin's condition meant she wouldn't wake up anytime soon.
Fortunately, the dosage of the poison administered was kept within a certain limit, otherwise, it would have caused severe side effects. While it was possible to counteract them, it would be quite troublesome. Only after Zhuang Yanxin's condition stabilized did he exhale a long sigh of relief and send a reassuring message to Lu Lingmei.
Without news of Zhuang Yanxin's safety, Lu Lingmei would surely be unable to sleep.
He hadn't taken Zhuang Yanxin home, unwilling to worry his master and mistress, even though the matter had been resolved. But explaining the situation was far more complicated than dealing with a drunken state. He believed Zhuang Yanxin would feel the same way if she were sober. It wasn't until dawn began to break that Zhuang Yanxin suddenly jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. The moment her gaze met Lin Feng's, her entire body slowly relaxed.
"How long was I unconscious?" Zhuang Yanxin asked softly. "I don't know.
Anyway, it's almost dawn," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head gently.
"Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have."
Zhuang Yanxin lowered her head as she expressed her gratitude. She expected Lin Feng to scold her. Had she just listened to him, she could have avoided this mess. Instead, she insisted on saying goodbye, nearly costing them both their lives.
"You're safe now, that's all that matters," Lin Feng said softly.
At that moment, nothing mattered more than her safety.
If something had truly happened, how could he possibly explain it to his master and mistress? "That's all?"
"I thought you'd definitely use this to lecture me." Zhuang Yanxin lifted her head.
"Why would I?
Words teach people, but actions teach them best.
Sometimes wasting breath is pointless."
"Still, I doubt you ever imagined things would turn out like this," Lin Feng replied. "I truly didn't expect him to turn out like that. I can never trust him again." Zhuang Yanxin clenched her fists tightly as she spoke.
"Actually, this might not be entirely bad for you.
At least you won't harbor any expectations anymore," Lin Feng said slowly.
"You're wrong.
Ever since we parted ways, I haven't harbored any expectations for him. Even though it's painful for me, I never once considered repeating the same mistake."
Zhuang Yanxin said earnestly. "Perhaps that's true. But what I meant by expectations was that this person might change for the better." Lin Feng explained.
"But the truth is, he hasn't.
Not only that, but other things have become even more."
Zhuang Yanxin trailed off, her voice suddenly catching.
"Honestly, you really don't need to feel this bad. Even though it was a bit rough, an experience that helps you see someone's true colors can be a good thing. Right?
Lin Feng offered comfortingly. He might not fully grasp the depth of Zhuang Yanqin's sorrow, but he could sense her profound despondency and her need for encouragement.
I can't even imagine what I would have gone through if you hadn't been there. Zhuang Yanqin trailed off as tears spilled over her cheeks.
Lin Feng momentarily lost his words. He stepped forward, intending to pat her head, but hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. Zhuang Yanqin suddenly threw her arms around him, burying her face in his shoulder as tears poured out like a burst dam. Lin Feng gently patted her back once, then let his hands fall back down. She was seeking comfort through her embrace. If he initiated one, it would feel like taking advantage. He felt a pang of sympathy for her, but ultimately, he wasn't her.
He could never truly empathize. All he could do was be her support. Crying wasn't a bad thing often, it was simply an emotional release.
Being able to release it was actually a good thing. The real danger lies in bottling it all up inside. That's what truly hurts. After an unknown span of time, Zhuang Yanqin's sobs gradually subsided.
Chapter 134, Important Matters.
Zhuang Yanqin slowly pulled away from Lin Feng's shoulder. Her clothes were soaked through with tears, and she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Though she'd only truly known this man for a few days, why did he always make her feel such a profound sense of security?
Seeing Zhuang Yanqin's reddened eyes and tear-streaked face, Lin Feng asked softly, "Feeling better?" Much better. Thanks for letting me lean on your shoulder." Zhuang Yanqin nodded. "No problem.
For mutual benefit, I might need to borrow your shoulder sometime too," Lin Feng said.
"What? Are you going to cry too, big guy?" Zhuang Yanqin frowned slightly. "Not exactly.
My master's wife said we're running low on rice at home.
I'll borrow your shoulders to carry a bag back."
Lin Feng replied with a serious expression.
"Ha!" Zhuang Yanqin burst out laughing at this joke that wasn't quite a joke. "There you go. Smile. It's no big deal.
In this life, aside from birth and death, everything else is trivial. Nothing is insurmountable," Lin Feng said.
"At your age, you've already seen through life?" Zhuang Yanqin asked.
She always felt that within Lin Feng's youthful body resided the soul of an old man. Truthfully, understanding life has nothing to do with age, Lin Feng replied slowly.
"Then what does it depend on?"
Zhuang Yanqin asked, puzzled.
"It's about experience. Some people live to 90 without ever truly understanding. Others grasp it all by 7 or 8.
Lin Feng said as he headed out.
"I'm going to grab something to eat." Zhuang Yanqin nodded thoughtfully, finding his words compelling.
She desperately wanted to ask what experiences in Lin Feng's life had granted him such profound understanding. Perhaps her own life had simply been too devoid of such experiences.
That past relationship should be over. She needed to say goodbye completely. Even if the farewell hadn't unfolded as she'd imagined, who cared? None of that mattered. She had to look forward. Life held even more splendid vistas awaiting her.
Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin sat at the table, just like yesterday morning, each with a bowl of congee.
"You need to take your medicine again tomorrow. Don't stay here tonight."
"Go home and rest," Lin Feng said.
"It's not that bad."
"I feel perfectly fine," Zhuang Yanqin replied. Having dumped all the clinic matters on Lin Feng, she felt awkward about it. Besides, after taking care of her last night, he surely hadn't gotten much rest. Rather than resting at home, she preferred to focus her energy on work.
"It's not as simple as you think.
You're still not quite right. It's better to recover fully before diving back in," Lin Feng advised.
"I know my own body.
It's not that fragile," Zhuang Yanqin shook her head.
"You don't know me as well as I know myself. As a patient, you should listen to your doctor. Got it?"
Lin Feng said earnestly. Just as Zhuang Yanqin was about to argue back, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She answered it without hesitation.
"Got it. I understand."
Lin Feng uttered only those words before hanging up. Turning to Zhuang Yanqin, he added, "Now you really have no choice but to rest."
"What's going on?" Zhuang Yanqin asked.
"I have something important to attend to and need to leave shortly.
It might take the whole day.
If you feel you can handle the clinic on your own, I won't force you to come," Lin Feng explained. "Then I'll pass," Zhuang Yanqin said helplessly. Ever since witnessing Lin Feng's abilities, she dared not treat patients casually, let alone handle appointments alone.
If anything went wrong, it could damage the clinic's reputation.
She'd worked so hard to build up some reputation and attract more patients.
She certainly didn't want to go back to square one. "By the way, what's this urgent matter? You're not even a clinic employee. How could you be called away with just a phone call? This won't become a regular occurrence, will it?" Zhuang Yanqin frowned. "It's possible. The thing is, I can't refuse when this person makes arrangements. Even if you fired me, I'd still have to go," Lin Feng replied. "Who is this powerful figure?" Zhuang Yanqin pressed urgently.
You don't need to know that yet," Lin Feng replied slowly.
"But playing it's so mysterious. Once or twice is fine, but 10 times? That's not going to fly," Zhuang Yanqin declared.
"Once you meet them, you won't refuse," Lin Feng said with a smile.
"I don't believe it." Zhuang Yanqin shook her head. "More importantly, there's something you absolutely must know. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. What is it?
Zhuang Yanqin realized this wasn't something trivial.
Yesterday when you called me, I didn't pick up the first time.
Lin Feng was cut off before he could finish.
I was wondering what it was about. Doesn't matter. The outcome was good, so it's fine. You showed up fast enough.
Zhuang Yanqin shrugged it off.
Let me finish. At that moment, your best friend suddenly fainted.
Lin Feng said.
Is she okay? Was it low blood sugar? Zhuang Yanqin asked urgently. Has this happened before?
Lin Feng picked up on a detail in Zhuang Yanqin's words. Since Zhuang Yanqin mentioned low blood sugar directly, it definitely wasn't the first time this had happened.
Yes, but it was usually just dizziness, never to the point of fainting.
I told her to go to the hospital, but she said it was low blood sugar and nothing serious.
Why? Is there a problem? Zhuang Yanqin asked. I'm afraid it's not that simple.
I took her pulse, and there's no sign of qi or blood deficiency. Lin Feng shook his head firmly.
Then what is it? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
Seeing Lin Feng's expression, she sensed the matter was indeed becoming complicated.
It's hard to say for sure right now. It might be related to what she eats regularly.
Since I'm not familiar with her lifestyle habits, I can't make a definitive judgment.
But you should remind her to be careful.
Lin Feng advised.
He didn't want to reveal the truth just yet, lest he alert the enemy.
It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhuang Yanqin, but rather that she placed too much faith in Lu Lengmei.
Lu Lengmei herself had no clear understanding of the danger lurking in her environment.
If he didn't intend to reveal it but ended up doing so anyway, things would get messy.
Just being careful won't be enough, will it? We need to resolve the problem completely, Zhuang Yanqin said. Absolutely. But it won't be an immediate problem. Stay vigilant for now.
If we can't handle it today, we'll resolve it completely during tomorrow's massage session, Lin Feng replied slowly.
Is there anything I can do to help? Zhuang Yanqin asked.
Just focus on taking care of yourself.
You'll get to watch the show when the time comes. Chapter 135, Taking the Fall. Since Lin Feng already had a plan, Zhuang Yanqin didn't press further. To be honest, she still hadn't fully grasped the entire situation and could only hope Lin Feng would take decisive action. Shortly after breakfast, just as Lin Feng was about to escort Zhuang Yanqin home, Shi Chaoyun walked in with a cold expression. Oh no! I forgot to tell my mom yesterday.
Only then did Zhuang Yanqin remember she hadn't informed her mother about going out with Leng Juanja.
She called asking about you.
I told her you were out to dinner with friends, Lin Feng replied. After bringing Zhuang Yanqin back, he had intended to call his master's wife to let her know, but somehow forgot about it afterward. Explain why you didn't come home again yesterday, Shi Chaoyun demanded coldly.
Actually, my friend couldn't leave because of flight issues. So we ended up having dinner again yesterday.
Zhuang Yanqin hurriedly explained.
This excuse was a bit far-fetched. Using the same excuse twice? Shi Chaoyun frowned slightly. Oh. I was telling the truth. I didn't lie yesterday, I just lied about coming back here, Zhuang Yanqin said. So, did you not come home yesterday, or did you pass out drunk and stay here? Shi Chaoyun asked. Actually, I got drunk yesterday.
She was worried something might happen to me, so she stayed to take care of me, Lin Feng interjected.
Zhuang Yanqin was slightly taken aback.
She hadn't expected Lin Feng to make up an excuse for her.
Compared to what she'd said, this seemed far more plausible. You got drunk? But you don't drink, do you? Shi Chaoyun expressed her doubts.
At that gathering yesterday, it was impossible not to drink.
I got a little carried away, Lin Feng said with a smile.
Rather than letting Shi Chaoyun probe further, he preferred to take full responsibility himself. He knew what last night's events meant to Zhuang Yanqin. Bringing it up again would only be like pouring salt on an old wound. She would eventually move past it mentally, but it would take time.
That was far harder than any words could convey. I just couldn't resist their urging. She clearly can't hold her liquor, yet she insisted on drinking. I really couldn't stop her, Zhuang Yanqin chimed in. What kind of friends do you have? Decent people don't pressure others to drink.
Shi Chaoyun seemed convinced and began scolding Zhuang Yanqin.
You're absolutely right.
When I got home yesterday, I decided I'd cut ties with friends like that.
Zhuang Yanqin nodded in agreement.
Shi Chaoyun rolled her eyes at Zhuang Yanqin and said to Lin Feng, if you're not feeling up to it, just don't open today.
Right. I have something to attend to today and need to leave town. We'll close for the day. Lin Feng replied. Sigh.
This clinic really can only rely on you now, Shi Chaoyun sighed helplessly.
Mom, the way you're talking sounds like you're picking on me. If I hadn't barely slept last night, I could handle this alone.
I may not be as skilled as him, but I'm not useless either. Zhuang Yanqin immediately spoke up, expressing her dissatisfaction.
What did you say when you took over after your father fell ill? Shi Chaoyun asked. Zhuang Yanqin gave an awkward laugh and sighed softly. Didn't I think it would be this hard? Nothing in life is easy.
Even the smallest clinic demands real skill.
You think you're up to it, but you're nowhere near ready. Shi Chaoyun stated firmly. Rest assured.
In a year or two at most, I'll be able to handle everything on my own, Zhuang Yanqing declared.
Blowing smoke won't get you anywhere. Shi Chaoyun shook her head gently. I'm not bragging. I've made huge progress. If you don't believe me, ask him.
Zhuang Yanqing pointed at Lin Feng, her eyes flashing a hint of threat, clearly signaling him to speak well of her. Actually, she's doing quite well, Lin Feng said with a smile.
Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the number and didn't answer it.
He pulled his car keys from his pocket and tossed them to Zhuang Yanqing.
Your friend's car is parked outside. He then bid Shi Chaoyun farewell and quickly exited the clinic. Shi Chaoyun followed him out the door and saw Lin Feng get into a black minivan, which sped away. Do you know where he's going? Shi Chaoyun asked casually. No idea. Acting all mysterious.
I can't be bothered to ask, Zhuang Yanqing shook her head.
Weren't you the one who got drunk last night? Shi Chaoyun suddenly spoke up. Zhuang Yanqing froze, then quickly denied it. Of course not. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe him. How could he possibly lie to you? He wouldn't lie to me.
But he'd take the fall for you.
Shi Chaoyun looked at Zhuang Yanqing. Why would he help me? It doesn't make sense.
Stop speculating, Zhuang Yanqing waved her hand dismissively. If you drove him home, the car keys should be on you, not him.
How could he drive while unconscious? Shi Chaoyun pressed.
He drove the car on the way there. We didn't use that car at all on the way back. You know my driving skills aren't great, Zhuang Yanqing hurriedly explained. If she admitted to being drunk just once, the scolding would never end.
No way was she admitting it.
Since Lin Feng had already taken the fall, let him carry it through to the end. Besides, her mother would never blame him over something like this.
I still don't believe it, Shi Chaoyun remained skeptical. Am I your biological daughter, or is he your biological son?
Zhuang Yanqing was at a loss for words. This has nothing to do with blood ties.
It's because you're always lying. Shi Chaoyun retorted. Zhuang Yanqing couldn't be bothered to argue.
She gathered her things and prepared to close up and go home. Shi Chaoyun reminded her to post a sign on the door saying it was closed for the day and to leave her phone number.
Though clinics aren't usually the first choice for emergencies, it was better to be safe.
On the way back, Shi Chaoyun bombarded her with questions again, relentlessly trying to figure out exactly how far things had gone between the two of them.
Zhuang Yanqing had no intention of answering, but she couldn't resist being asked repeatedly. Mom, it's impossible between us. He's not my type, and I'm not his type. If we forced ourselves together, we'd just end up splitting up eventually. That was all Zhuang Yanqing could say. How could that be? That boy is perfect. He's handsome, capable, and has a great personality.
Shi Chaoyun launched into a tirade of praise, as if in her mind, Lin Feng had no flaws whatsoever.
But I just don't feel anything.
Love isn't about how good someone looks or acts, it's about whether you're compatible, Zhuang Yanqing replied. As long as you don't dislike him, there's potential for something to develop. And let me tell you, even though he's at our clinic now, he's bound for greater things.
If you ever do develop feelings later, it'll be too late. Shi Chaoyun insisted. No way. I know exactly what I want and what I don't want. Chapter 136, Can't Reveal. The black SUV left the city and cruised on the highway for nearly 2 hours before exiting the toll plaza. In reality, it took only about an hour to leave Tongqing's jurisdiction and reach the provincial capital, Ancheng. Returning to Ancheng, Lin Feng felt a pang of emotion. However, judging by the route, the car wasn't heading toward the city center but rather the relatively less populated suburbs. Beyond scattered villages, Ancheng's outskirts were dominated by sprawling villa communities. The vehicle ultimately entered a resort-like mountain estate. After passing through the main gate, it took another 2 or 3 kilometers to reach the destination. The driver hadn't uttered a single word since confirming Lin Feng's identity upon boarding.
Lin Feng also remained silent, spending most of the time resting with his eyes closed. As he slowly stepped out of the car, about to ask the driver which way to go, the black minivan had already started moving away. Looking left and right, he didn't see anyone around to guide him. Just as he was wondering whether to call for directions, a vehicle resembling a scenic area shuttle approached. Seated in the back was none other than Feng Tianrui. My apologies for the delay, Feng Tianrui said with a smile as he stepped out.
Please don't say that, sir. You're putting me on the spot. Lin Feng waved his hands hurriedly. What delay? The esteemed master of traditional Chinese medicine had personally come to greet him. Wasn't that grand enough? Even if he had waited half an hour longer, it wouldn't have mattered. Get in. We'll talk on the way, Feng Tianrui said. After you.
Lin Feng gestured politely. Feng Tianrui, his face beaming with satisfaction, stepped into the car first and gestured for Lin Feng to take the seat beside him.
Honestly, you didn't need to come all this way.
Just sending the car would have sufficed, Lin Feng remarked. Setting aside the fact that Feng Tianrui was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, simply considering his age, it was perfectly reasonable for an elder not to greet a younger person. Besides, he had never been one to care about formalities or displays of status.
How could that be? Last time nearly caused a misunderstanding.
This time, no matter what, I had to come personally. Feng Tianrui shook his head hastily. A misunderstanding is just that no big deal, Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. You may not care, but if it can be avoided, I'll do my best to avoid it. Besides, I'd like to have a private chat with you, Feng Tianrui said. Why are you here this time? I thought you were on vacation, Lin Feng couldn't help teasing. Don't underestimate this place. In terms of medical equipment, it's now on par with any local hospital. Because the patient's identity is rather special. Feng Tianrui explained. No matter how special they are, it shouldn't be necessary to be here. Lin Feng felt something was off. Even if it's comparable to a hospital in every way, hospitals are still the places designed to treat critically ill patients. Many things are simply more convenient there. Well, it's their own private facility, Feng Tianrui explained. Oh, then I'll pretend I never said anything, Lin Feng shrugged. The patient's identity can't be disclosed to you at this time. Perhaps I can tell you later. Feng Tianrui added immediately. To me, a patient is a patient. Their status doesn't matter. I won't treat anyone differently based on who they are, Lin Feng said slowly. It's certainly best that you think that way. However, this situation does hold some definite advantages for you, Feng Tianrui remarked. What benefits? Lin Feng inquired. You don't need to know yet. Until it's absolutely certain, I won't tell you. Feng Tianrui declared. All right. Lin Feng nodded, choosing not to press further. If even Feng Tianrui mentioned benefits, they couldn't be insignificant. They must be advantageous to his career. Feng Tianrui was undoubtedly laying the groundwork for his future by any means necessary. How's the clinic you're working at now? Feng Tianrui inquired. You haven't been paying attention? Lin Feng countered with a smile. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Even though I'm semi-retired, I still have plenty to handle every day, Feng Tianrui rolled his eyes, his tone irritated. It seems fine for now, Lin Feng replied. You call it pretty good when you don't even see 20 patients in a day? Feng Tianrui's tone carried a hint of reproach. Didn't you say you didn't have time to pay attention? Lin Feng countered again. Mind your own business. I still have a general idea of the situation, Feng Tianrui retorted. Lin Feng gave a helpless smile and explained, for a clinic, it really is quite good. Besides, we're just getting started. Building a reputation takes time. It can't be rushed. Working with Feng Tianrui, Lin Feng had noticed that at times, the old man could be a bit childish or, to put it another way, a little tsundere. He clearly kept tabs on things privately, yet refused to admit it outright. Of course, he understood Feng Tianrui didn't want him at the clinic for his own good. Still, he believed he needed to take things step by step. The clinic couldn't function without him right now. Even if you do build up the clinic, what good would it do? Your abilities belong on a much grander stage. Feng Tianrui frowned slightly. Wherever I practice, isn't it still about healing and saving lives? Besides, what traditional Chinese medicine lacks now is foundational support. The high-level practitioners are already exceptional like you. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Cut the flattery. At my age, even if I'm capable, what good is it if there's no one to carry on? To put it bluntly, I could die at any moment. When that happens, it will be a true catastrophe for traditional Chinese medicine, Feng Tianrui said. Given your physical condition, you should have at least another 20 years. I won't need that long. Perhaps in a few years, I'll be able to shoulder some responsibilities. Lin Feng said. I still hope the process can move faster. Don't waste time on trivial matters. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, Feng Tianrui said with a serious expression. That may be true, but as we move forward, proof will still be necessary. Your word alone isn't enough, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Even though Feng Tianrui was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with considerable influence within the broader TCM system, his word alone wasn't enough to settle matters. Often, even when Feng Tianrui endorsed him, others would remain skeptical. Thus, he still needed to prove himself. You see things clearly. But I still hope you'll seriously consider my advice. Feng Tianrui insisted. Beyond the reasons I've already shared with you, there's another compelling reason I must stay. My master is ill, and the clinic cannot close. Lin Feng began to explain. After hearing Lin Feng's account, Feng Tianrui sighed deeply. When the opportunity arises, arrange for me to meet your master. Further persuasion was futile. When it came to matters of the heart, he couldn't bring himself to make Lin Feng give up. Once he recovers, I'll definitely make it happen. He'd be delighted to meet you. Chapter 137, Conservative Treatment. The shuttle finally arrived. Before them stood a 3-story Western-style villa, isolated from other buildings, standing alone in a corner. Even the path leading to the main entrance was noticeably narrower than the previous road. The moment they stepped off the shuttle, a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, dressed in a suit and tie, stood waiting at the entrance to greet them. Mr. Feng. Didn't I tell you not to wait at the entrance? Feng Tianrui frowned slightly. The other man gave an awkward smile, offering no explanation. All right, let me introduce you. This is Qi Mingxian, Director Qi, Feng Tianrui said to Lin Feng.
Director Chi, nice to meet you. Lin Feng extended his hand proactively. He wasn't particularly fond of socializing, but certain people were essential to know. Besides, since Feng Tianrui had made the introduction, it was clear they'd inevitably have to deal with each other in the future. Networking requires gradual cultivation. There was no need to force friendships with those unsuitable for companionship, but with those who could be friends, there was no reason to stand on opposing sides. He was nowhere near the point where he could afford to ignore people he didn't want to know. Perhaps one day, when he came infinitely close to Feng Tianrui's stature, he could truly afford to give no one any face. You are the rare genius Mr. Feng spoke of. Truly a young hero, impressive indeed. Qi Mingxian beamed, promptly extending his hand to shake Lin Feng's. Master Feng flatters me. I'm still learning merely a bit quicker at grasping things than most, Lin Feng replied. This world ultimately belongs to your younger generation. I look forward to seeing you young talents make your mark. Qi Mingxian said. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's go see the patient. Feng Tianrui interjected. He couldn't stand this kind of empty, meaningless chatter. Did Qi Mingxian genuinely approve of Lin Feng? Of course not. It was simply because Lin Feng was brought in by him. He had to save face. He had never called Lin Feng a genius, especially not in front of others. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't deserve it, but rather that the word genius simply couldn't capture the depth of his talent. Why is Qi Mingxuan's current praise empty talk? Because he's making empty boasts without truly understanding Lin Feng's capabilities. If a real challenge arose, Qi Mingxian would never give Lin Feng a chance. Thus, these words were nothing but meaningless drivel. Please. Qi Mingxian showed no sign of displeasure. Lin Feng had long grown accustomed to Feng Tianrui speaking his mind without restraint, so he paid it even less mind. Would you like me to brief you on the patient's condition? Qi Mingxian asked as he walked. Not necessary. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners examine patients themselves. Others' opinions are merely references. Feng Tianrui declined outright. He understood Lin Feng's capabilities. A single pulse reading would reveal the patient's condition, and any prior descriptions might cloud his judgment. Guided by Qi Mingxian, they entered a room on the second floor. The entire room had been converted to resemble a hospital's intensive care unit. The man lying on the bed was about Feng Tianrui's age, but his condition was poor. His complexion was pale, and his hair, now completely white, was thinning. His hair, now entirely white, was thinning. Numerous medical devices were attached to his body, and he was hooked up to oxygen. Lin Feng didn't ask any questions. He immediately placed his fingers on the man's pulse. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Old Feng, are you sure you don't need to say anything? Qi Mingxian asked cautiously. Feng Tianrui shot Qi Mingxian a sharp glance but said nothing. Qi Mingxian immediately fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Personally, he saw no point in Feng Tianrui inviting someone like Lin Feng. Perhaps Lin Feng was a genius, far surpassing his peers in learning ability, but what good would that do? The current patient wasn't suffering from an ordinary illness, it was a life-threatening critical condition. A team of specialists had deliberated for hours and still couldn't formulate an effective treatment plan. What could a young man like Lin Feng possibly contribute? Of course, no matter what, Lin Feng had Feng Tianrui's backing. Even if they felt otherwise, they dared not voice it. Who knows what heights this young man might reach in the future? To be recognized by Feng Tianrui, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, meant that even if he wasn't exceptional, he was undoubtedly of a very high caliber. After no more than 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Feng released his hand and gestured toward the doorway, signaling they should discuss matters outside. Feng Tianrui nodded and stepped out first. Qi Mingxian gestured for Lin Feng to go first, positioning himself to follow last. Well? Feng Tianrui inquired. The patient's condition is dire. The heart disease is extremely severe, compounded by the fact that the coronary bypass surgery performed several months ago yielded unsatisfactory results. Lin Feng stated bluntly. He even knows about the bypass surgery? Qi Mingxian expressed his surprise. He didn't believe Feng Tianrui would have informed Lin Feng of the patient's condition beforehand. And there was absolutely no need for it. Is surgery still an option? Feng Tianrui already had his answer, but asked anyway. None. Conservative treatment is the only option, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Sigh. Feng Tianrui sighed helplessly. Lin Feng's assessment matched his own. Still, he'd clung to a sliver of hope until this moment. Before he could say anything else, his phone rang. He turned to answer it, then turned back and said he had to step away for a moment. The follow-up treatment plan would be discussed later. Still don't know. What's your name? Qi Mingxian asked after Feng Tianrui left. Lin Feng. Lin is the character for forest with 2 wood radicals, and Feng is the character for peak or mountain peak, Lin Feng replied. Seems you and Dr. Feng have a good rapport, Qi Mingxian remarked with a smile. Yes, quite good, Lin Feng nodded. He understood the other man wanted to know how they had met, but he had no intention of sharing that story. If Feng Tianrui chose to share it with others, he wouldn't stop him. But he couldn't bring it up himself, it involved personal matters.
It's rare to see old Master Feng show such favor toward a young man. At least, I've never witnessed it before. It seems he's positioning himself to take you as his final disciple.
Qi Mingxian remarked.
Whether the other man genuinely missed his meaning or feigned ignorance, he wouldn't press further.
Curiosity itself wasn't wrong, but one couldn't maintain it about everything.
Sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Perhaps Master Feng simply cares deeply for the younger generation, Lin Feng suggested.
Based on your observations, what treatment plan would you recommend for this patient? Qi Mingxian inquired.
I can't really say. Old Master Feng called me here probably just to broaden my horizons, not to genuinely seek my opinion.
Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively.
He knew better than to speak out of turn, especially without knowing much about Director Qi.
You're too modest.
Just then, 4 or 5 men in white coats descended the stairs.
Chapter 138, The Radical Faction.
Lin Feng could clearly see that these lab coats differed from ordinary ones. The material seemed higher quality, and distinctive markings were printed on the cuffs and collars.
Director Qi.
The eldest-looking man among them spoke up. In reality, all these men were around 40 years old, with the oldest not exceeding 50.
What? Have you reached a consensus? Qi Mingxian asked.
The other party didn't answer directly but glanced at Lin Feng beside him.
This gentleman is also a physician participating in this consultation.
Shinsongda, if you have anything to say, feel free to speak, Qi Mingxian stated. Given Feng Tianrui's high regard for Lin Feng, even if Lin Feng wasn't needed for this particular diagnosis, there was absolutely no reason to keep the treatment plan from him. For all he knew, Feng Tianrui had summoned Lin Feng specifically to listen. Excluding him might provoke Feng Tianrui's displeasure. While he could afford to offend anyone else, Feng Tianrui was someone he truly couldn't afford to cross. Even if he held the highest official rank, Feng Tianrui's status far surpassed his own.
And not just a little higher.
All right. Truth is, we've reached a disagreement. The rest of us lean toward conservative treatment, but...
Chen Songda abruptly stopped speaking.
At that moment, a bespectacled man spoke up directly. Dr. Chen, the one with the disagreement is me. I do not agree with conservative treatment.
State your reasoning, Qi Mingxian demanded. The reason is simple.
While conservative treatment may extend the patient's life, their condition would be far from ideal. To put it bluntly, there'd be little difference between living and being dead, the bespectacled man stated bluntly, adjusting his glasses.
And what do you suggest?
Qi Mingxian frowned slightly. He clearly took offense at that last remark. The truth was undeniable, but some things weren't meant to be stated so bluntly.
Perhaps a more tactful approach was needed.
Surgery. Only surgery is the truly correct treatment plan, the bespectacled man declared without hesitation.
Have you considered the risks? Can the patient even survive the operating table? Qi Mingxian asked.
There's no such thing as a risk-free surgery.
I'll minimize the risks.
Only when the surgery succeeds and the patient regains full consciousness will they truly be alive. The bespectacled man spoke with a noticeable hint of excitement.
What if it fails? Qi Mingxian paused before asking. I, Li Yuxuan, will take responsibility. Let me tell you, you can't afford it. And neither can I.
Qi Mingxian glared at him, enunciating each word.
Director Qi, the Health Bureau has sent so many elites here not to give answers anyone could provide. What's the point of our presence then?
Li Yuxuan pushed his glasses up again.
Lin Feng remained silent, but from Li Yuxuan's words, he now understood that Qi Mingxian and these others all belonged to the same place, the Health Bureau. It was a national-level medical department, known to very few. He had only heard Feng Tianrui mention it casually before, roughly understanding that this department handled complex medical conditions for important national figures, and that every member of this department was an elite in their field. Feng Tianrui hadn't shared specifics, and Lin Feng remained unaware of the details. In short, this was no ordinary medical institution. Are you questioning me? Let me tell you what the point is. Even conservative treatment has many approaches. We must select the best one from among them. Understand? Qi Mingxian said. This kind of treatment is nothing but prolonging the patient's suffering. It's meaningless. Li Yuxuan retorted immediately. You're a doctor. Your job is to treat patients. Many things aren't your concern, Qi Mingxian stated. I want patients to live with quality. Is that wrong? I don't see any problem with my approach, Li Yuxuan refused to back down. Is that so? Then tell me, how confident are you in this? Qi Mingxian asked. 60%. Li Yuxuan answered. 60%? How dare you say that?
Qi Mingxian was naturally skeptical.
Others might not, but I can. In the field of surgery, no one surpasses me. And in cardiac surgery, I have ample experience. My age is also the peak for surgical performance. Li Yuxuan declared with confidence. Qi Mingxian glanced at Chen Songda, seeking his opinion.
He certainly has the capability, but this is far too risky.
Chen Songda shook his head. I won't play it safe with you. If it fails, I'll take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with anyone else, Li Yuxuan quickly added. This isn't about responsibility.
The final treatment plan isn't solely my decision, Qi Mingxian sighed helplessly.
My proposal is the true solution. Please inform Elder Feng.
Or let me speak to him myself.
Li Yuxuan insisted. He knew full well that the final decision on the treatment plan wouldn't rest solely with Director Qi Mingxian, it required Feng Tianrui's approval.
As long as Feng Tianrui gave his nod, even if Qi Mingxian and others opposed it, it would be futile. Then you'd better think it through and refine your surgical plan. Merely presenting it verbally like this lacks any persuasive power, Qi Mingxian said, refraining from further refusal.
Having such a radical advocate was actually quite beneficial. Success or failure wasn't the main point. What mattered was making people aware of the Health Bureau's existence. Otherwise, if they just brought people along for a tour without achieving anything, it would reflect poorly on him. My ability is persuasion. I've performed over 10,000 surgeries.
I won't claim flawless success, but I know exactly what surgery should be.
If I could find capable assistants, my confidence would only grow. Li Yuxuan declared. All right. Hold on, I'll bring it up with old Feng. Qi Mingxian nodded.
I don't think that's necessary at all, Lin Feng spoke slowly.
Oh? What's your opinion, Dr. Lin? Qi Mingxian asked eagerly. It's hardly an insight. But bringing this up with old Feng is a complete waste of time. Even if you did, it wouldn't matter, he'd never agree.
Lin Feng stated.
Qi Mingxian didn't interrupt.
Since Lin Feng had spoken up, he would give him a chance to explain.
Li Yuxuan clearly wasn't someone who would back down easily, so a debate seemed inevitable.
He also saw this as an opportunity to learn more about Lin Feng.
Who do you think you are? What do you know about surgery? If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut, Li Yuxuan snapped, glaring at Lin Feng. Chapter 139, Self-Exaggeration. Li Yuxuan already looked down on Lin Feng. Even though Qi Mingxian had introduced him as a consulting physician, Li Yuxuan assumed his skills couldn't be that impressive based on his age. After all, he was a member of the Health Bureau. What right did this guy have to dismiss him outright? Even Director Qi Mingxian had been persuaded by him. Could this guy before him possibly be more skilled than Qi Mingxian? As for whether informing Feng Tianrui was a waste of time, that was for the renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor to decide, not this random guy who'd appeared out of nowhere. Watch your tone. We can discuss anything calmly. Anyone involved in this case is no amateur. Qi Mingxian snapped. The reasoning could be debated, but Li Yuxuan's attitude was clearly problematic. He had no choice but to speak up. After all, Li Yuxuan represented more than just himself. If he's an expert in the field of surgery, then of course he can speak freely. But if he isn't, he can't just say whatever he wants. That's extremely irresponsible. Li Yuxuan retorted. Following your logic, since you're the foremost authority in surgery, does that mean no one can criticize you? Besides, old Feng isn't even in the surgical field. Does that mean he can't comment on the plan you proposed either? Lin Feng retorted. What kind of person are you to even compare yourself to old Master Feng? Li Yuxuan glared fiercely at Lin Feng. I don't know what I am, but I know you're a real piece of work. Lin Feng retorted. What did you say? Li Yuxuan was thoroughly enraged, his eyes blazing as if fire might erupt from them, ready to charge forward in fight. What do you think you're doing? If you're going to keep this attitude, get out. Qi Mingxuan's expression darkened. Though seemingly directed at Li Yuxuan, his displeasure was actually aimed at Lin Feng's words, though he dared not voice it openly. Forget everything else for now. Tell me, are you really 60% sure you can pull off this surgery? Lin Feng pressed. What else could it be? You think I'm joking? Li Yuxuan retorted immediately. You're talking utter nonsense. You don't even have a 10% chance. Lin Feng shook his head. Poof. You're questioning my expertise. With over 10,000 surgeries under my belt, you think I can't even estimate the odds? Li Yuxuan let out a cold laugh. Everyone here is a doctor. Even if not in surgery, what's the average success rate for heart surgery? 60%? The patient had a previous stent procedure. Doesn't that lower the odds? And that's not even considering the patient's current condition. Lin Feng analyzed calmly. He didn't believe no one present understood this. They simply chose not to speak up. You're talking about general cases, but my skill lies in solving problems and turning dire situations around. If I were just another run-of-the-mill surgeon, I wouldn't be standing here, Li Yuxuan countered. The simplest question, surgery requires anesthesia. Given the patient's current condition, can he tolerate it? Once on the operating table, he has at most half an hour. Are you confident you can complete the procedure within that time? Lin Feng pressed again. Li Yuxuan clearly didn't know how to respond. If you say you have 30 or 40% confidence, that could barely be considered belief in your own abilities. But anything over 50% is meaningless. Because that's pure fabrication. You're just trying to make others believe in you, Lin Feng stated. Enough of this nonsense. What's your better treatment plan? Li Yuxuan retorted. Lin Feng had hit a nerve. In truth, his assessment of this surgery didn't even reach a 30% success rate.
But he knew full well that if he presented such figures, he wouldn't even be granted the right to speak another word. The fact that the Health Bureau had mobilized so many experts meant the patient's status was undoubtedly significant. A surgery with only a 30% success rate? They wouldn't even consider it. To make himself more competitive, he had no choice but to exaggerate the success rate. In truth, he had already persuaded Qi Mingxian to a certain extent. He knew full well that Qi Mingxian didn't fully believe him and surely had his own considerations, but none of that mattered to him. What mattered was that this proposal could now be placed on the table for consideration. If selected, he would finally have the chance to demonstrate his true capabilities. He was the youngest member of the Health Bureau's current team, still 2 years shy of 40. He had expected to make his mark immediately upon joining, but nearly a year had passed with him merely tagging along. Even when his expertise was required, it was only to assess the feasibility of surgeries. To this day, he hadn't performed a single surgery as a member of the Health Bureau. He refused to wait any longer. This time, he had to stand apart from the consensus. Though the success rate was low, it didn't mean failure was inevitable. If he could pull off the surgery, he would no longer be seen as a useless youngster in everyone's eyes, and his career prospects would open up. Even if it ultimately failed, he would bear the consequences, but he would have given his all. No matter how skilled the critics, they couldn't find fault with the surgery itself. He might bear some punishment, but at least he would have taken action. To others, it seemed high risk with high reward. To him, the risk wasn't that great, but the reward was enormous. At the very least, it would free him from a life of mediocrity. Yet he never imagined that a young man, seemingly out of nowhere, would dissect his thoughts so thoroughly. He had no rebuttal. Any further argument would be pure sophistry. So you're saying that just because I don't have a good treatment plan, I can't point out flaws in yours? Lin Feng countered. Exactly. If you criticize mine as inadequate, you should at least present something better. Otherwise, how can you expect anyone to be convinced? Li Yuxuan stated. First, I wasn't accusing you, I was stating facts. Second, whether I have a better solution or not, I don't need to show it to you. Third, convincing others doesn't require presenting something superior to yours. Everyone here should know whether I'm right or not. Lin Feng said slowly. Li Yuxuan tried to speak, but Qi Mingxian silenced him with a raised finger. I think that makes perfect sense. You're just exaggerating your own abilities. Qi Mingxian declared. How could he not understand Li Yuxuan? It was all just empty talk. The gap between theory and practice was vast. Of course, Lin Feng's analysis was blunt and comprehensive, making it crystal clear that Li Yuxuan was nothing but a braggart. I exaggerate, but he doesn't? He doesn't even have a decent plan, let alone a basic direction. How does someone like that deserve to be part of this consultation? It's laughable, Li Yuxuan retorted sarcastically. To save the patient, we can only use traditional Chinese medicine methods. Lin Feng declared. TCM methods? You mean herbal medicine? Given how slow herbal treatments work, the patient will likely be dead before they take effect. As for other methods, Li Yuxuan shook his head. Do you despise traditional Chinese medicine that much? A cold voice cut through the air. Chapter 140, The Art of Acupuncture. Li Yuxuan turned toward the source of the voice. What he saw made his legs go weak. The speaker walked beside Feng Tianrui. He was about the same age as Feng Tianrui, but their clothing styles couldn't have been more different. Feng Tianrui wore traditional Chinese attire, while this man sported trendy casual wear, his hair styled with meticulous care. Anyone with even a passing familiarity knew this man was Sun Yaozhong, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner like Feng Tianrui. Since they were both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, they were naturally equals. Setting aside the fact that both held positions as committee members at the Health Bureau, even if they had no connection whatsoever to the Bureau, Li Yuxuan's remarks about traditional Chinese medicine in front of them were pure suicide. So, Li Yuxuan immediately felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. He swore to heaven and earth that he didn't look down on traditional Chinese medicine, he was only targeting Lin Feng. Had he known 2 TCM practitioners would hear him, he wouldn't have dared utter a word, even if it cost him his life. Thoughts were one thing, words were another. Behind Sun Yaozhong walked a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, tall and thin. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but he radiated vitality and energy. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a black business suit with short, ear-length hair styled in loose curls. Her baby face, however, clashed completely with her mature attire. Her eyes were large, with clear, dark pupils. Beneath a slightly high bridge of her nose sat a small, cherry-like mouth. Her skin was crystal clear and delicate, as if it could be pierced by a breath. It was a face of near flawless perfection. It was clear that not a trace of makeup graced her face. The girl blinked her eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as if anticipating a good show. I didn't mean it like that. Li Yuxuan hurriedly explained. But for a moment, he had no idea how to explain. At this very instant, it seemed any explanation would be futile. Then what did you mean? Asked the man behind Sun Yaozhong. I only said that Chinese medicine might not be the best choice for treating this patient.
I didn't mean to look down on traditional Chinese medicine. Li Yuxuan could only respond this way. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't just herbal medicine. It also includes acupuncture, massage therapy, topical applications, and even surgical procedures. Furthermore, let me clarify something: the efficacy of herbal medicine isn't slow. As long as it's prescribed correctly for the condition, herbal medicine is no slower than any other medication, the man said coldly. What else could Li Yuxuan say at this point? He couldn't keep arguing. That wouldn't be mere recklessness, it would be committing suicide. Master Sun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Qi Mingxian hurried forward to greet him. Are your people all this bold now? Sun Yaozhong asked with a smile. Don't take him seriously. He just speaks without thinking. Whether traditional Chinese medicine works or not isn't for him to decide, Qi Mingxian interjected. In truth, he wasn't a traditional practitioner either, but rather part of the wave integrating Chinese and Western medicine. Li Yuxuan's words reflected the views of most uninformed outsiders. Those who truly understood the field would never utter such remarks. If traditional Chinese medicine were truly ineffective, why would national medicine be rooted in it, and why would the Health Bureau predominantly employ practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine? He didn't believe Sun Yaozhong couldn't handle such remarks. Even he had heard it so often he was immune to it. Dr. Chang, it's been a while, Qi Mingxian greeted the man standing behind Sun Yaozhong. This man, Chang Jiaxu, appeared young but was Sun Yaozhong's youngest disciple, likely his final one. Unlike Lin Feng, who was merely favored by Feng Tianrui but not yet publicly acknowledged as a disciple. Although Chang Jiaxu hadn't joined the Health Bureau or any other medical institution yet, his future prospects were boundless. It was only a matter of time before he made his mark. Hello, Chang Jiaxu nodded. Compared to Chang Jiaxu's warmth, Qi Mingxian appeared much colder. Those unfamiliar with his disposition might assume he was displeased or even look down on others. Hello, Uncle Qi, the girl beside him greeted proactively. Lingwei is getting prettier and prettier, Qi Mingxian remarked with a smile. Uncle Qi, if you keep saying that, I'll start to feel a bit put out. I don't rely on my looks, I earn my keep with real talent, Sun Lingwei retorted. Oh dear, I've said the wrong thing. Qi Mingxian quickly retorted. Of course it was a joke. He teased her like this almost every time they met. The young lady was undeniably beautiful, no exaggeration. Her face held its own against even the hottest female celebrities today. Had she not pursued medicine, any career path would have been smooth sailing. Sun Yaozhong scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Sun Yaozhong asked. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Though he knew little about this renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, it was impossible for anyone in the TCM circle to be unaware of such a celebrated figure. I've heard old Feng mention you often lately. He says you show great promise. Sun Yaozhong remarked. What's that supposed to mean? Do you take issue with my words? Feng Tianrui immediately interjected. Of course. Even you, old Feng, might have misjudged someone once in a while. Sun Yaozhong said with a smile. Don't assume that just because you've misjudged things before, others will too. The facts prove my judgment is sound. As for you. Feng Tianrui didn't mince words, delivering his barb directly. To put it plainly, when it came to discovering talent, Sun Yaozhong simply couldn't hold a candle to him. The few apprentices he'd taken on were no match for his own, falling short by more than just a little. In this regard, Sun Yaozhong couldn't hold his head high in front of him, yet for some reason, the man always brought it up. Each time, he was left speechless by Feng's retorts. Sun Yaozhong rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Feng. Master Feng has high hopes for you. You won't disappoint him, right? I'll do my best, Lin Feng replied. In your opinion, what kind of traditional Chinese medicine treatment would be most suitable for this patient? Sun Yaozhong asked. Lin Feng didn't answer but looked toward Feng Tianrui instead. Master Sun is asking you a question. Speak your mind freely, without reservation, Feng Tianrui urged. We could try acupuncture, Lin Feng said slowly. Good. Sun Yaozhong nodded, then pressed, how skilled are you in acupuncture? Would you dare to perform it directly? Old Sun, you're putting me on the spot. When it comes to acupuncture, you're the Grand Master. Feng Tianrui said, gesturing towards Sun Lingwei and Chang Jiaxu. You've brought your 2-star pupils here. Why not let them handle it? They're willing to take it on. Are you really going to pass it off to someone else? What's the rush? I'm just asking. What? Can I even ask a question? Sun Yaozhong rolled his eyes, his tone irritated. This is a pointless question. Why ask it at all? Feng Tianrui said. Just then, Li Yuxuan suddenly spoke up. Senior Feng, Senior Sun, I believe the best treatment option is surgery. Chapter 141. You know nothing about acupuncture. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell deathly silent. All eyes turned to Li Yuxuan. In an instant, he became the center of attention. Oh? Surgery? The best treatment option? Sun Yaozhong said, looking at Feng Tianrui. Not only is it not the best, it's the worst, Feng Tianrui shook his head. I'm absolutely confident. In the field of surgery, I'm in a league of my own.
No one is more qualified than me, Li Yuxuan stated bluntly.
You're quite confident. Old Feng, I admit I don't understand this field. Care to explain? Sun Yaozhong asked.
The success rate is no more than 30%.
This approach is unfeasible.
Feng Tianrui refused.
I'd say at least 50 to 60%, Li Yuxuan countered immediately. Feng Tianrui shot Li Yuxuan a cold stare. You're talking nonsense. I consulted the most specialized surgeons. 30% is the absolute limit. No one is more professional than me, Li Yuxuan declared. He wouldn't back down easily when it came to maximizing his interests. This was entirely separate from the earlier accusation that traditional Chinese medicine had been caught out.
Neither Feng Tianrui nor Sun Yaozhong held grudges over academic disputes. The person I consulted is named Deng Hanyang, Feng Tianrui stated.
Li Yuxuan's eyes widened. While other names might not register, Deng Hanyang was someone he couldn't afford to ignore.
While Li Yuxian was prominent domestically, Deng Hanyang commanded significant international renown. In terms of individual capability, Deng truly outclassed him. From the very beginning, he hadn't factored this man into his calculations at all.
Don't think you're the only one who's the best. There are many people in this world who are more capable than you.
It seems Dr. Lin was right earlier that 50-60% chance was pure nonsense, Qi Mingxian hurriedly added.
He wanted to kick Li Yuxuan right then and there. This fool actually thought others were idiots. Did he really think the connections of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners weren't as formidable as his own?
Actually, bringing up the surgery now was inappropriate. And even if it had to be said, it should have been him who did it, someone who could gauge the situation.
But Li Yuxuan, that guy, didn't think about anything at all. Someone like him simply wasn't cut out for this kind of situation. He wouldn't even pass the anesthesia test, Feng Tianrui sighed, shaking his head helplessly.
I heard they developed a traditional Chinese medicine anesthetic before that worked remarkably well.
Is that true? Sun Yaozhong inquired.
Of course it's true.
But? Feng Tianrui turned to Lin Feng and asked, this probably won't work, right?
No, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Sun Yaozhong raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why Feng Tianrui would ask Lin Feng.
Wasn't this traditional Chinese medicine anesthetic developed by Feng Tianrui himself? Why was it now in the hands of this young man? Are you kidding me?
Rumor had it this was the legendary Mafeisan, the world's first anesthetic, created by the founding father of surgery. If this stuff could be brought back into the world, it would absolutely fill a huge gap for traditional Chinese medicine.
After all, traditional Chinese anesthetics merely offer fewer side effects, something chemical anesthetics simply cannot match. But under these circumstances, he couldn't very well ask. Though he and Feng Tianrui bickered relentlessly without regard for occasion, both understood their limits. They would never cross a certain line, nor would they publicly humiliate each other. Certain things were better discussed in private. Qi Mingxian was equally stunned.
His thoughts mirrored Feng Tianrui's, though he immediately dismissed the notion. Perhaps Lin Feng had asked casually simply because his pulse diagnosis gave him clearer insight into the patient's condition. The anesthetic powder undoubtedly originated from Feng Tianrui. Lin Feng could only be considered an inheritor at most.
That was the only logical explanation. If surgery fails, other methods are unlikely to succeed either. Saving a patient means keeping them conscious and alive, not leaving them in a vegetative state.
Sorry if that sounds harsh,
Li Yuxuan interjected. You vastly underestimate the power of acupuncture. Or rather, you know nothing about it. Chang Jiaxu replied in an icy tone. Are you saying acupuncture could fully restore consciousness? Li Yuxuan asked.
Of course,
Chang Jiaxu replied. I don't believe it. Even the most advanced acupuncture can't defy science. Given the patient's current physical state, there's no way they could wake up. Li Yuxuan shook his head.
It only proves your understanding of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine remains superficial, Chang Jiaxu stated.
Words are useless. Only results carry weight,
Sun Yaozhong stated calmly.
Understood. Chang Jiaxu nodded firmly. This truly exceeds my understanding. May I request to observe? Li Yuxuan inquired. Don't ask me. Ask your supervisor.
Sun Yaozhong declined to answer, striding toward the patient's room.
Chang Jiaxu followed closely behind. As they walked, Sun Lingwei turned to Feng Tianrui and said, Grandpa Feng, we're leaving now.
All right. Feng Tianrui nodded, simultaneously motioning for Lin Feng to accompany him.
Qi Mingxian felt a bit conflicted.
Logically, he should only bring one person inside, otherwise, the room would be too crowded. Honestly, he didn't want to bring Li Yuxuan. The guy would blurt out anything, making it too risky. But leaving him outside was equally dangerous. He could cause trouble in any number of ways.
Though Chen Songda and the others remained silent, their eyes all turned to him expectantly.
Clearly, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. After all, witnessing two great physicians like Sun Yaozhong and Feng Tianrui in action, coupled with Chang Jiaxu's acupuncture techniques, was certainly not something one could see every day. To call it a world-class spectacle was no exaggeration. However, everyone understood that only a limited number could enter, perhaps just one or two.
Director Chi, let me accompany you inside. Master's son didn't refuse me earlier. Not refusing is, in a sense, consent.
Li Yuxuan spoke up.
Once inside, keep your mouth shut.
If we get kicked out, don't blame me, Qi Mingxian warned.
When silence is required, I won't utter a word, Li Yuxuan replied, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his face. Meanwhile, the others couldn't hide their disappointment, though none dared voice it.
Upon entering the room, Cheng Jiashu stepped forward, briefly took the patient's pulse, then retrieved a silver needle case from his backpack and slowly unfolded it.
Oh, old Sunday. You gave him this too? You're willing to part with it?
Feng Tianrui's eyebrows arched slightly at the sight of the familiar silver needle case. In his memory, this silver needle case had been with Sun Yaozhong for quite some time. Its origins were unknown to him, but he knew it held great significance for Sun Yaozhong.
What's there to be reluctant about? It's just a tool. Sun Yaozhong waved his hand dismissively. As Qi Mingxian escorted Li Yuxuan into the room last, Cheng Jiashu finished his final preparations before the acupuncture session. Alright, let's begin. Sun Yaozhong declared. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Chapter 142, A Friendly Reminder. The speaker was none other than Lin Feng. What do you want to say?
Cheng Jiashu frowned and asked. His impression of Lin Feng wasn't exactly bad, but it certainly wasn't good either. The reason was simple: Lin Feng's abilities largely failed to live up to Feng Tianrui's praise. Perhaps Lin Feng did possess some innate talent in traditional Chinese medicine, but in this field, mere natural ability was insufficient. It required constant learning and accumulation to reach the requisite level. Lin Feng hadn't undergone that necessary accumulation process before being discovered by Feng Tianrui.
In a way, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Moreover, the answer he should have provided was preempted when Sun Yaozhong spoke up first.
The words were spoken by another, yet the work fell to him, a situation bound to leave him feeling resentful.
While he didn't blame his master, he undoubtedly directed his frustration toward Lin Feng.
Especially now, interrupting him abruptly was extremely rude. It would be best if he truly had something important to say, otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't be able to hold back from losing his temper.
Due to the patient's physical condition, the acupoints may shift slightly during the needling process.
Lin Feng explained slowly.
The acupoints on the human body are not entirely fixed.
With age or certain physical factors, they can shift by a very small margin.
Moreover, even among people of the same age, acupoint locations are not identical.
Acupuncture naturally requires pinpointing the correct acupoints. This is the absolute foundation.
While human acupoints may deviate, the practitioner must not.
Otherwise, even the slightest misalignment can have significant consequences. At best, the treatment proves ineffective. At worst, it may harm the patient. Therefore, any practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine would never dare to administer needles carelessly without absolute confidence in their accuracy.
He certainly didn't think the other person was ignorant of even basic acupoints.
After all, as the most valued disciple of the national physician, he must possess considerable skill to be entrusted with such responsibility. He only spoke up to remind him because he saw the other man hadn't thoroughly examined the patient.
Unfortunately, before he could finish, Cheng Jiashu cut him off abruptly. So you're lecturing me?
Cheng Jiashu demanded, his voice tinged with anger. His current acupuncture skills, while not unmatched in the world, were certainly among the top tier in all of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet now he was being accused of not even being able to locate the correct acupoints.
You know there's a discrepancy, don't you think I know?
You're practically slapping me in the face with this accusation.
If you're really that capable, then come on.
Let everyone see what you're really capable of. It's better than you telling others how to do it. No, Lin Feng hadn't expected such a strong reaction and shrugged helplessly.
Enough. No need to explain. You shouldn't have said that. Do you know what level Master Sun's acupuncture skills are at? Unmatched. How could his disciple be any less? Whatever you can think of, he can think of too. You shouldn't have opened your mouth. Feng Tianrui declared. Truthfully, he understood Lin Feng in professional matters, one speaks their mind. Of course, that understanding came from knowing Lin Feng well. But others might not understand, mistaking it for mockery or insult, which was understandable. That's why he pointed out Lin Feng's mistake directly. What was acceptable to him might be seen as inappropriate by others. He used such words to help Lin Feng off the hook, or if things escalated, it wouldn't look good. He was confident Lin Feng wouldn't hold any grudges over this. Even if Lin Feng was completely in the right, publicly criticizing him a few times wouldn't be a problem. He could explain it afterward. If Lin Feng lacked even that much magnanimity, then he truly had misjudged him. My apologies, it was my fault. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn.
Lin Feng bowed slightly, following Feng Tianrui's lead. He was certain Feng Tianrui was on his side most of the time. Even if he still considered it a well-intentioned reminder, playing along was definitely the right move.
Let me tell you, why get so worked up?
I don't see anything wrong with offering a friendly reminder. Sun Yaozhong waved his hand dismissively.
He didn't see anything wrong with Lin Feng's approach. Regardless of whether it was friendly or not, the advice itself was sound. This was absolutely not an insult. No matter how skilled you are at acupuncture, you truly must be cautious. When it comes to healing and saving lives, one must tread as if walking on thin ice. A single lapse in vigilance could lead to terrible consequences. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of inner strength. When one truly reaches a certain level of strength, they would never perceive such reminders as unfriendly. Take the simplest example: you've been walking for decades, and someone warns you of a large pit ahead. A normal person wouldn't see this as an insult but as a kind gesture. But if you insist, "I've walked this path for decades, how could I not see a hole ahead? I'd never fall into it," that comes across as rude. This has always been one flaw Chang Jiashu perceives in his character. It wasn't a major flaw, but sometimes it really could cause big problems. Chang Jiashu remains silent, his face still cold. With Feng Tianrui speaking up and his own master weighing in, he seemed to abandon any further pursuit of Lin Feng. Yet he felt deeply unsettled. The root of his irritation was that he felt Lin Feng was unworthy. "Who the hell do you think you are, giving me advice? What? Still intent on pursuing this?" Sun Yaozhong frowned slightly. Feng Tianrui stepped in to smooth things over, and Lin Feng immediately followed suit. Yet when Chang Jiashu spoke, he didn't seem to agree. Not only was it no big deal to begin with, but even if an argument had erupted, both elders had spoken up, the other party had apologized. What more could be expected? Did they really need to trade insults or come to blows? How old are they, getting this worked up? Once again, my sincere apologies. "Please don't let me waste everyone's time," Lin Feng said at Feng Tianrui's prompting. He understood Feng Tianrui's implication: don't let this leave a bad impression on Sun Yaozhong. As for Chang Jiashu, he had a pretty good idea of what kind of person he was. Arrogant and condescending toward others, that's all. Best to keep interactions to a minimum. Let's begin. Sun Yaozhong sighed helplessly, unable to bring himself to criticize further. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. His beloved young apprentice had been so easily outshone by Lin Feng. Human nature matters greatly, especially at a certain stage. It ultimately determines how high one can rise. Now, he could only hope his disciple would redeem himself in the realm of true expertise. Chang Jiashu drew a deep breath, swiftly pulling a silver needle from his pouch and moving with lightning speed. "Your worries are completely unnecessary," a soft voice murmured in Lin Feng's ear. Chapter 143, Flashy and Fancy. Though faint, the voice was melodious and pleasing, like a lark's song. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that Sun Lingwei had appeared beside him at some point. Judging solely by her appearance, the girl looked no more than 17 or 18, though her actual age was likely much older. No wonder she had a baby face. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's. "My senior brother is incredibly skilled in acupuncture. He's always practicing with such dedication. I've never seen anyone more diligent than him. There's absolutely no way he'll mess up," Sun Lingwei said with a smile. She was quite curious about Lin Feng. Over the years, she had never heard Feng Tianrui praise anyone so highly. After all, to reach the level of a national master of traditional Chinese medicine, what kind of genius hadn't he seen? Even though grandfather was quite satisfied with Chang Jiashu, he rarely offered praise. A simple "not bad" was already the highest compliment. Feng Tianrui's unreserved praise could only mean Lin Feng was truly exceptional. It was just a pity that this time, it was her senior brother performing the acupuncture to save the patient, so she wouldn't get to see Lin Feng practice his medical skills. Let's hope so, Lin Feng shrugged slightly. When it came to acupuncture skills, he was indeed at a beginner level and hadn't had the chance to practice. He knew full well that for certain ailments, acupuncture could achieve results far beyond what other treatments could ever hope to reach. It could even yield immediate results. Chang Jiashu swiftly drew the second needle as the first one was placed, then swiftly inserted the second, followed immediately by the third. The entire sequence flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, without a single moment of hesitation. Upon closer observation, one could see that he flicked the needles from his hand before they even reached the acupoints. This was the art of flying needles. This technique demands extreme precision and force. Without years of training, one would never dare attempt such a feat lightly. After all, this was about saving lives, not playing some game. He was clearly showing off his skills on purpose. He wanted to display every ounce of his ability. So what if he's arrogant? He had every right to be arrogant. Perhaps his acupuncture technique still fell far short of his master, Sun Yaozhong. But if he were the same age as his master, his technique would certainly fall short. This was simply a matter of quantity accumulating to a certain point, resulting in a qualitative leap. Even during a process demanding intense concentration, he found moments to glance at Lin Feng, hoping to catch a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. To his disappointment, the other's eyes seemed to hold nothing but calm. Keep pretending. He refused to believe Lin Feng had ever witnessed such masterful acupuncture techniques. This apparent calm was nothing but a deliberate act. What annoyed him even more was that Sun Lingwei had also moved closer to Lin Feng. Technically, based on seniority, he should be considered Sun Lingwei's senior master.
But since they were close in age and Sun Lingwei's father wasn't in the same profession, she had always studied medicine under Sun Yaozhong. Therefore, she addressed not only him but also Sun Yaozhong's other disciples as brothers and sisters. Sun Lingwei was naturally pleased with this arrangement, as it meant she was considered a generation younger.
The only potential sour note was that Sun Lingwei's father's generation was completely sidelined. But as long as Sun Yaozhong didn't mind, others might feel resentful but wouldn't dare voice their discontent.
He had always harbored a special affection for this junior sister. Much of his relentless practice stemmed from a desire to impress her. Yet he was equally aware that Sun Lingwei saw him only as a senior classmate. He certainly wouldn't dare speak up. As for the elders, without any notable achievements, neither his master nor his family would ever consent. He dared not even broach the subject. He understood that Sun Lingwei was deeply curious about Lin Feng, and her heightened sensitivity toward him played a significant role in this. If it had been anyone else, they might have been angry, but not to the extent he had just shown. To put it bluntly, he hadn't even spared his master's face just now. Even though Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei hadn't had any substantial contact yet, a woman developing such intense curiosity about a man was inherently a bad sign. At least, it was for him. Unbelievable. I never imagined acupuncture could reach such heights. It's like witnessing an artistic feast.
Qi Mingxuan's eyes widened as he stared intently.
He'd always known Chang Jiashu's acupuncture skills were formidable, but he'd never witnessed their true extent firsthand. This was his first time witnessing it firsthand, and calling it a performance was no exaggeration. As someone who had spent most of his life in the medical field, he was no stranger to impressive acupuncture techniques. He had seen many practitioners master the art of speed, stability, and precision to perfection. Yet compared to the acupuncture before his eyes, they all fell short. He couldn't help but wonder how terrifyingly formidable Sun Yaozhong's skills as an acupuncture master must be. That's truly impressive. But can he really pinpoint the exact location? Li Yuxuan voiced his doubts. He kept his voice low, of course. If overheard, he might very well be kicked out. Qi Mingxian shot Li Yuxuan a withering look and retorted impatiently, who would dare play around like this without absolute certainty? Anyone bold enough to do this wouldn't have any issues. Li Yuxuan pursed his lips, saying nothing. Even if this acupuncture technique was highly advanced, and even if Chang Jiashu wielded it with consummate skill, he still harbored deep skepticism that a few silver needles could save a critically ill patient. In his understanding, it was impossible. The idea that a few needles could revive a patient only happened in TV shows and movies. How could it possibly happen in reality? But these thoughts remained unspoken. He dared not voice them aloud. Such needlework already carries the aura of a master. It seems the field of traditional Chinese medicine will soon welcome another acupuncture master. Feng Tianrui nodded slightly, offering his praise. Too many flashy embellishments. They hold little significance to acupuncture itself. If they could be eliminated, perhaps he could reach even greater heights. Sun Yaozhong shook his head. Could his own needle manipulation skills truly surpass what Chang Jiashu had demonstrated? Of course not. What he pursued no longer lay in those superficial trappings. As an acupuncture master, he now pursued the very essence of acupuncture. Pinpointing acupoints with precision, applying the right amount of force to stimulate them, that was the key to restoring the body to its optimal state. That is what truly matters. As long as this is achieved, it doesn't matter if the needle insertion is a bit slower or the movements more unadorned. Medicine is not a performance, nor does it require one. All that flashy nonsense is nothing but chasing the superficial while neglecting the fundamental. He had discussed this with Chang Jiashu before, but it seemed to have little effect. Young people pursuing superficial things is understandable. Once they reach a certain age, they'll grasp the true essence. Feng Tianrui remarked. Chapter 144, Differing Opinions. Feng Tianrui considered it perfectly normal young people seeking to stand out was nothing wrong. After all, who hadn't been young? Of course you'd say that he's not your disciple. Sun Yaozhong rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As a master, he naturally hoped his chosen disciple would mature faster, especially shedding some of that youthful naivety. Besides, he didn't consider Chang Jiashu to be a youngster at his age. There was no need to fuss over all those flashy, superficial things. This has nothing to do with whose disciple he is. Many things he needs to figure out for himself. No amount of advice from others will help. Forcing growth like pulling up seedlings to make them grow taller will likely backfire, Feng Tianrui said with a smile. You have a point. But when will he ever get it? Sun Yaozhong sighed helplessly. After what just happened, he's bound to be seething inside, desperate to prove himself. Naturally, he'll go all out with flashy moves. And... Feng Tianrui trailed off. And what? Sun Yaozhong pressed. Didn't you notice he was deliberately trying to impress someone? Feng Tianrui paused briefly before speaking. Sun Yaozhong froze for a moment before replying. You mean? Wei Wei? You just figured that out? Sweetie. Even I could see it. Feng Tianrui said. Even if I see it, what can I do? It depends on Wei Wei's feelings. I certainly can't interfere in something like this. Sun Yaozhong said with a hint of resignation. It's not that you shouldn't get involved, it's that you can't. Young people's affairs should be left to run their course. The more we old folks try to help, the more we might actually hinder things, Feng Tianrui said. Sun Yaozhong nodded in agreement, finding Feng Tianrui's perspective quite reasonable. Just one acupuncture session probably won't be enough, right? Feng Tianrui asked. 2 sessions are needed. First to restore consciousness, then a second acupuncture treatment, Sun Yaozhong confirmed with a nod. Can he handle it? Or will you do it yourself? Feng Tianrui pressed. It's best if I don't do it. But we'll see how things go, Sun Yaozhong replied. Deep down, he truly hoped to give Cheng Jiashu the chance. Cheng Jiashu's skills were no longer a major concern. He hadn't performed acupuncture in a long time. With age, the steadiness of his hands had diminished. The quality of his work wouldn't be compromised. But if he could avoid doing it himself, he'd try to avoid it. Though no one could match his skill, it was still essential to cultivate successors. As he grew older, he truly could no longer perform acupuncture himself. It should be fine, Feng Tianrui remarked. Seeing Cheng Jiashu only halfway through the acupuncture process, Lin Feng shook his head and sighed softly in resignation. Is something wrong? Sun Lingwei blinked her large eyes in inquiry. Even if I said there was, you wouldn't believe me, would you? After all, you trust your senior brother so much, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Not necessarily. If what you say makes sense, I'll definitely believe you, Sun Lingwei replied. Well, I just noticed something odd. Your generational hierarchy seems a bit strange. Master Sun is your grandfather? He's Master Sun's disciple, so how can you two be senior and junior siblings? Lin Feng asked. We're just used to calling each other that, Sun Lingwei replied with a smile. Her childlike face lit up with a smile, like a beautiful flower blooming with vibrant colors. Does your father have no objections? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. According to this lineage, Sun Lingwei would also be Sun Yaozhong's disciple, making her the same generation as her father? He did have some reservations, but my grandfather told him not to meddle, so he dared not say much, Sun Lingwei explained. All right. Lin Feng shrugged slightly, finding it quite enlightening. Oh, you still haven't told me what the problem is? Sun Lingwei suddenly realized she'd been sidetracked and had forgotten the original question. The question itself isn't important. What matters is that the outcome might not meet expectations. Lin Feng said slowly. But the acupuncture isn't even finished yet. How can you make such a judgment? Sun Lingwei was puzzled. Just saying. Lin Feng replied. You seem troubled. Is it because of what happened earlier? Sun Lingwei asked. Maybe. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. Cheng Jiashu finished the latter half of the acupuncture session. After inserting the final needle and withdrawing the needles, he exhaled a long breath. It's done, Cheng Jiashu announced. How long before the patient wakes up? Li Yuxuan asked. Normally, 5 to 10 minutes, Cheng Jiashu replied casually. He was still waiting for Sun Yaozhong's praise. Even a casual not bad would be a form of affirmation for him. Dr. Cheng's acupuncture is truly one of a kind. If only we'd known you were coming, we wouldn't have agonized over this decision, Qi Mingxian praised. You flatter me, Cheng Jiashu responded coolly. Master Sun has chosen well in taking you as his final disciple. Given time, you'll undoubtedly make significant contributions to the field of acupuncture. I hope you'll nurture more talent in this area. Feng Tianrui remarked. Sun Yaozhong remained silent. Apologies, but he has a different opinion on this matter. Sun Lingwei stated, pointing at Lin Feng. Cheng Jiashu's face darkened instantly. Sun Yaozhong remained silent, but his lack of direct denial amounted to tacit agreement. Both traditional Chinese medicine doctors said there was no issue, yet you, Lin Feng, are stirring up trouble again? Not only did he stay silent, but he also made Sun Lingwei speak up utterly outrageous. Hey, do I have some grudge against you or something? Lin Feng was speechless, turning to lower his voice to Sun Lingwei. If you have an opinion, isn't it perfectly normal to voice it? Sun Lingwei replied with an air of self-righteousness. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't tell if she genuinely didn't understand or was just pretending. Even if she did have something to say, this wasn't the way to put it. Once the actual results came out, it would be plenty of time to discuss it then. Bringing it up now was clearly just inviting resentment. It didn't matter if Cheng Jiashu was annoyed, but provoking Sun Yaozhong's resentment would truly betray Feng Tianrui's good intentions. He could see clearly now that his presence at this consultation was largely unnecessary. It was most likely intended to introduce him to Sun Yaozhong. After all, they would likely cross paths in the future, and getting acquainted sooner rather than later couldn't hurt. Offending a national treasure of traditional Chinese medicine would be nothing short of trouble. While methods might be overlooked at other times, they couldn't be ignored now. If you have something to say, put it on the table. Discussing things behind closed doors is simply underhanded, Cheng Jiashu said coldly. Seeing Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei whispering together only fueled his anger further. These two had clearly just met for the first time, and the total time they'd spent together wasn't even that long. How could they be like this? He simply couldn't fathom it. And Sun Lingwei seemed poised to speak up for Lin Feng. This made absolutely no sense. What gives? Chapter 145, Humiliation. Senior brother, that's not the right way to speak. I merely have an opinion, it's not about criticizing you. Using words like despicable is really going too far. Sun Lingwei frowned and couldn't help but retort. She felt Cheng Jiaxu had become rather strange. He was usually such a gentle and refined person, so why had he suddenly become so unreasonable since arriving here? Take Lin Feng's earlier reminder, it was offered in good faith. Even if he didn't accept it, why resort to such harsh words? And now, his tone was bordering on hysterical. Lin Feng merely had opinions differing from the others, how did that make him despicable? Seeing Sun Lingwei actually defending Lin Feng, Cheng Jiaxu felt like his teeth were grinding to dust. He was itching to take Lin Feng down right then and there. After all this time with Sun Lingwei, he'd never received such unwavering support from her. Lin Feng, some nobody who appeared out of nowhere, what gave him this treatment? Sure, he was favored by Feng Tianrui, and he himself was taken under Sun Yaozhong's wing as a disciple. But what exactly was he lacking? Is it permissible to express differing opinions? Sun Lingwei challenged. Or does that mean any view contrary to yours is automatically nonsense? Of course not. Speak freely. I'm all ears. Cheng Jiaxu couldn't refuse. With things having gone this far, refusing would only make him look petty. The favorable impression he'd made on Sun Lingwei would crumble in an instant. Trust is hard to build, but it can crumble in an instant. Now you can speak. Sun Lingwei turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt genuinely helpless. He truly had no idea what this girl was thinking. Cheng Jiaxu's face was already darker than coal. He wasn't listening willingly. He had no choice but to listen. If not for the innocent look in Sun Lingwei's eyes, he genuinely suspect she was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between him and Cheng Jiaxu to make Sun Yaozhong grow tired of him. But to say it was intentional seemed a bit off too. Could her innocence be an act? If that were the case, it would be an Oscar-worthy performance. What do you want me to say? Lin Feng retorted helplessly. Explain why you keep shaking your head and sighing, saying things won't turn out as expected. You must have your reasons. Sun Lingwei insisted. I only said it might happen. Lin Feng corrected. That's beside the point. You've definitely spotted the problem. Now's your chance to speak up. Sun Lingwei insisted. Spotting problems is a good thing. Go ahead and speak plainly. No need to hold back. Sun Yaozhong chimed in. He was eager to hear what Lin Feng would actually say. Lin Feng glanced at Feng Tianrui. No need to look at old Feng. When it comes to academic matters, regardless of status, we only consider whose reasoning holds more merit, Sun Yaozhong said with a serious expression. From his perspective, he didn't believe Cheng Jiaxu had committed any major errors. But since the topic had been raised by Sun Lingwei, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Preventing Lin Feng from speaking would only create an atmosphere of imposing authority through status. In truth, at his age, such behavior was unthinkable. Since Professor Sun has spoken, there's no need to hold back. Follow your line of reasoning and speak freely. Feng Tianrui urged. He didn't want Lin Feng to become a timid person. Certain situations did require a degree of restraint, and Lin Feng had handled himself well enough. But one of the qualities he had valued most in Lin Feng from the start was his willingness to express his true thoughts in academic matters, even when they clashed with established authorities. The entire acupuncture technique was overly flashy and showy, neglecting the precision of needle placement. If it were just 1 or 2 needles, the impact might not be significant, but in the first half alone, half of the silver needles were off target. Given the patient's severely compromised condition, achieving the desired therapeutic effect is highly unlikely. Therefore, I don't believe the patient could regain consciousness within 5 to 10 minutes. Even doubling that time frame wouldn't suffice. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Oof. My accuracy is questionable? I can accept any criticism except that one. I absolutely refuse to accept it. When it comes to precision, I dare say I'm second to none. Cheng Jiaxu retorted, his tone thick with resentment. Honestly, no matter what issues I point out, you probably won't accept them, right? Because you think I'm inferior to you. So everything I say is bull to you, you just dismiss it. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. After a brief pause, Lin Feng continued, arguing about this is pointless. Let's just wait 10 minutes and see the results. What if the patient wakes up? Cheng Jiaxu demanded. I'll apologize to you, Lin Feng replied. Just an apology? Isn't that a bit too pathetic? Cheng Jiaxu glared coldly at Lin Feng. He hadn't held the previous incident against him, but now the other guy was spouting this nonsense? Did he think he was made of clay? Saying you messed up and then just apologizing makes it all okay? Nothing in this world was that simple. You slap someone in the face, then brush it off with a casual apology? Then what do you want? Lin Feng demanded. Kneel and apologize, Cheng Jiaxu spat out coldly. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. It felt as though a pin dropping could be heard clearly.
That's outrageous. It's humiliating.
Sun Lingwei immediately protested.
Kneeling to apologize? That's utterly juvenile. Moreover, this insulted the other party's very character. Only someone without integrity would propose such a bet.
He humiliated me from the very start.
I'm merely returning the favor. Besides, I'm practically a generation older than you. Hardly an outrageous insult, right? Of course, if you're too scared, you can leave now. Chang Jiashu retorted. What utter nonsense are you spouting? So if someone disagrees with you, that's insulting you? What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Sun Yaozhong snapped back.
If he were a professional, he'd have the right to critique.
But he's not.
Casually pointing out non-existent flaws is just as insulting, Chang Jiashu retorted, his voice softening but his stance unyielding.
He's a TCM practitioner recognized by me, Feng Tianrui. Since when did he become the amateur you claim him to be? Feng Tianrui couldn't help but voice his displeasure.
In that case, he must take responsibility for his words.
If he's so certain, what's he afraid to agree to? After all, he can't lose. Chang Jiashu retorted. Fine. I accept. Lin Feng agreed, and asked, what if what I say is correct? If that happens, I'll leave the field of traditional Chinese medicine and never touch anything related to it for the rest of my life. Chang Jiashu declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 146, It's all the same.
At those words, Sun Yaozhong's face instantly turned ashen.
How could he treat such a matter so lightly?
No matter how confident you are, Chang Jiashu, such a statement is irresponsible.
I'm merely asking you to kneel and apologize, yet you're staking your entire professional future on this? Are you absolutely certain you've thought this through?
Lin Feng inquired with a smile.
Absolutely. Because I won't lose, Chang Jiashu declared with unwavering certainty. What if something goes wrong? Lin Feng asked.
There's no such thing as just in case.
I'm 100% certain. Sun Yaozhong declared. So traditional Chinese medicine means this little to you?
Lin Feng shook his head.
What nonsense are you talking about? Traditional Chinese medicine is as vital to me as life itself. Chang Jiashu immediately denied. So you're willing to gamble with your life at the drop of a hat?
I don't know how you think, but if it were me, no matter how confident I was, I wouldn't treat it like a game. That would be disrespectful to those who nurtured you.
Lin Feng said.
It was essentially a mutual predicament. Even if his words were hard to hear, he was merely stating a possibility. Even if they were to bet, it would only require mutual apologies. They were civilized people, not savages.
Using anything else as a wager would be inappropriate.
But he never expected the other guy to demand a kneeling apology right off the bat.
That was pure humiliation.
His earlier words carried no insulting intent. If Chang Jiashu perceived them as such, that stemmed from his own emotional issues. But now the other party was outright insulting him. Given that, why should he hold back any courtesy? He'd never been one to swallow his pride.
Before, he'd only held back to honor Feng Tianrui's goodwill.
But now that things had escalated to this point, there was no need to consider harmony anymore. On the surface, the other party seemed supremely confident in staking his career on this bet, but in reality, it didn't hold up to scrutiny.
A simple analysis would expose Chang Jiashu as a complete scoundrel.
He had betrayed not only himself but Sun Yaozhong as well.
What sane person would stake their most precious possession on a gamble? Was it merely an emotional gesture?
That implies something as vital as life itself isn't truly that important.
I didn't mean it like that. Chang Jiashu suddenly realized his mistake.
At the same time, he saw the look on Sun Yaozhong's face and felt an urge to slap himself. After all, he'd never seen such a grim expression on Sun Yaozhong's face in his entire life. He hadn't thought it through at all, just blurted it out. Losing was simply not an option. Since defeat was absolutely impossible, even staking his life as a wager wouldn't matter. But in reality, to Sun Yaozhong, those words carried a completely different meaning. He wanted to explain, but any explanation now felt utterly futile.
What you mean, I'm not really interested in understanding. But to be honest, this thing isn't that important to me anyway, Lin Feng said slowly. What did you say? Chang Jiashu's expression darkened as he demanded. Isn't that right?
Whether you practice traditional Chinese medicine for the rest of your life has no bearing on me.
It's not like your death means my survival. We're worlds apart. Lin Feng retorted. Then what do you want? Chang Jiashu demanded.
He didn't know if Sun Yaozhong would feel even a little better without this as the stake. On the surface, this seemed like a contest between him and Lin Feng, but in reality, it was a clash between two masters of traditional Chinese medicine. If he won, no matter how many past grievances existed, surpassing Feng Tianrui would bring his master joy. Though they were friends, they secretly competed. And every time Feng Tianrui brought it up, he hit Sun Yaozhong's sore spot that the talent he valued was just a notch above his own. Lin Feng had been praised to the skies, yet ultimately proved to be nothing but a joke in his presence. That would only make Feng Tianrui look even more ridiculous. Originally, they had no chance to face off, but now that opportunity had arrived. Victory was the only way he could repay his master. Once the results were in, all his words and actions would be forgiven.
Then let's all be equal, Lin Feng declared.
Just don't regret it later, Chang Jiaxu said coldly. That's exactly what I was going to say, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
What era are we in? Kneeling? A bow will do.
That's the modern way to apologize, Feng Tianrui couldn't help but interject. From his perspective, he was certainly willing to believe Lin Feng. But Chang Jiaxu was no pushover. While it wasn't impossible that his acupuncture had issues, it was highly improbable that it wouldn't achieve the desired results. He felt Lin Feng really didn't need to be so stubborn. To protect Lin Feng, he decided to lower the stakes for both of them.
It was better for both sides. Agreed. It's just a token addition. Besides, this isn't some thug's bet. If you disagree, then go ahead and wager your lives.
Sun Yaozheng nodded in agreement. Despite Lin Feng's confident tone, he still trusted his disciple implicitly. If even this matter went wrong, all their previous efforts would be reduced to nothing as fragile as a bubble. He could clearly see that the conflict between the two sides had been instigated by his own granddaughter. Regardless, he had to give Feng Tianrui face. After all, this wasn't Feng Tianrui's area of expertise. Losing was only natural. If one day they found themselves in his territory, the outcome would likely be the same. I have no objections, Lin Feng said slowly. Chang Jiaxu rolled his eyes, his mind filled with contempt.
You're the loser from kneeling to bowing, what say could you possibly have? He'd probably welcome it. But deep down, he must be seething with resentment. Bowing was nothing to Lin Feng, a mere formality. Now that both national physicians had spoken, even if Feng Tianrui could be ignored, he couldn't oppose Sun Yaozheng's opinion. Even though he could ultimately bring honor to his master, he dared not be too defiant. All right, so be it, Chang Jiaxu said. How much time has passed? Feng Tianrui inquired. About 3 to 5 minutes, Shi Mingxian replied, unable to give an exact time. With the gods fighting, he dared not offend either side. We can start timing from now, Lin Feng said indifferently. No need. Even if 5 minutes have passed, we still have 5 minutes left. Chang Jiaxu immediately interjected. It wouldn't make a single second's difference.
There was no need for a full 10 minutes. You seem a bit excited, Lin Feng remarked, turning to look at Sun Lingwei beside him.
Sun Lingwei could barely suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Was she doing this on purpose? Of course she was. If she didn't get to see Lin Feng demonstrate his abilities, this trip would be a complete waste. Lin Feng's words provided the perfect opportunity to escalate the tension. Really? I don't think so. I wasn't giving you a chance to speak. Who knew my senior brother would be like this? Sigh.
Sun Lingwei said with feigned concern.
Chapter 147, if you think you can, go ahead. As Sun Lingwei spoke, she dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze. Her confidence was clearly shaky. Lin Feng was no fool, he wasn't some naive kid. How could he not see through her scheme?
But she hadn't anticipated Chang Jiaxu proposing such an outrageous wager and kneeling apology. She immediately voiced her displeasure. But it seemed to have little effect. If Feng Tianrui hadn't intervened, she truly would have felt guilty toward Lin Feng. Her original goal had merely been to gauge Lin Feng's capabilities. To drag him into such humiliation was undoubtedly excessive. She knew Chang Jiaxu well enough, but she had to admit that the man before her today bore no resemblance to the senior classmate she remembered. Do you think I'm bound to lose? Lin Feng asked. Hard to say. But your chances of winning aren't great. I told you from the start my senior brother is exceptionally skilled in acupuncture, Sun Lingwei replied, choosing her words carefully. In truth, the odds of winning were slim, which was practically the same as saying he was doomed to lose. You know what they say, it's the swimmers who drown, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. You seem quite confident. But I fear you'll be disappointed in the end, Sun Lingwei remarked. Lin Feng said nothing more. All explanations seemed futile before the outcome was decided. Since Chang Jiaxu was Sun Yaozheng's disciple, not only Sun Lingwei, but even Feng Tianrui probably didn't believe he had a chance of winning. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing no sign of the patient waking, Shi Mingxuan's heart began to race. He was certain Chang Jiaxu would prevail not only because he was the disciple of acupuncture master Sun Yaozheng, but also because his earlier performance had been nothing short of astonishing. How could he possibly fail under these circumstances? Lin Feng might be quite skilled, but to say he could spot problems with Chang Jiaxu's acupuncture is a bit of an exaggeration. It should be about time, Feng Tianrui remarked slowly. As it turned out, Lin Feng was right. If even he didn't believe in Lin Feng, it was safe to assume no one present did. Yet in the end, Chang Jiaxu's flashy acupuncture routine had utterly failed. He appeared to have lowered the stakes for both sides to protect Lin Feng, but in reality, he ended up protecting Chang Jiaxu. How is this possible? Chang Jiaxu's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to accept what had just unfolded before him. Actually, waiting a bit longer wouldn't have hurt, Lin Feng remarked casually. Sun Yaozhong stepped forward, placed his fingers on the pulse, and quickly shook his head.
He won't wake up. Impossible.
Every needle was placed precisely.
How could it have no effect? Chang Jiaxu was utterly panicked.
If anyone else had said it, he might have doubted them.
But Sun Yaozhong had personally examined the patient. What was left to question?
Besides, it had already been longer than the estimated time. If there were any real signs of awakening, the body would show some response. But there was nothing. Ignoring Chang Jiaxu, Sun Yaozhong turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Earlier you mentioned issues with the accuracy of the acupuncture points. You said half of them were off during the first half of the treatment.
Could you elaborate?" He wanted to know just how much Lin Feng truly knew.
Up until this point, there was only one thing he fully agreed with Lin Feng about: Chang Jiaxu's acupuncture technique was all flash and no substance.
He was showing off his skills at every turn. "Are you sure you want me to speak?"
Lin Feng countered with a smile.
"Speak. Tell us everything you know. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter."
Sun Yaozhong nodded emphatically, then raised his voice slightly. "If anyone dares interrupt while he's speaking, don't blame me for losing my temper."
Chang Jiaxu's face darkened.
He could tell this was deliberately aimed at him.
The first needle at Tianqi Point, no issues with accuracy. Starting from the second needle at Chihu Point, it deviated by roughly an inch from the actual acupoint.
Lin Feng began calmly. Sun Yaozhong hurried to inspect the silver needle's positions, astonished that Lin Feng could not only detect the deviation but also estimate its approximate distance.
Without an exceptionally clear understanding of the patient's body, how could one possibly discern this by visual estimation alone? As Lin Feng continued his explanation, he meticulously examined each acupoint. The result? Not a single issue.
Truthfully, he had expected Lin Feng to identify errors in perhaps one-third of the points. That alone would have been impressive.
Yet in reality, every single error had been pinpointed.
Could he have detected these errors?
Of course he could.
As an acupuncture master, if he had taken the patient's pulse and examined their body beforehand, Chang Jiaxu could have identified the issues with a single glance during the needling process. He could have explained them to Lin Feng in just as much detail. But the problem was that he trusted Chang Jiaxu too much. He entrusted everything to this disciple, even failing to observe each needle placement during the procedure. He merely thought the technique seemed a bit flashy.
Of course, for an ordinary person, Chang Jiaxu's needle placement would have been perfectly accurate.
But as Lin Feng had warned from the start, the patient's physical condition had caused the acupoints to shift. Ignoring these deviations led to the obvious result: the treatment failed to achieve the desired effect.
"You're absolutely right. Such keen observation is truly rare," Sun Yaozhong praised.
His words felt like a death sentence for Chang Jiaxu. Chang Jiaxu's head seemed poised to touch his feet. He had intended to bring honor to his master, yet the outcome was this. Each acupuncture error pointed out felt like a stinging slap across his face. His master hadn't even spoken up to correct them. How could he dare? And with the warning already given, he certainly didn't think it was a joke. Sun Lingwei was utterly astonished. She had assumed Lin Feng had only given a general overview, never expecting him to truly grasp so many intricate details. Most astonishingly, even grandfather nodded in approval of these details. Was this the true extent of this guy's abilities? Everyone thought he had no chance of winning, yet in the end, he was the victor. In a sense, he'd even outdone two national masters of traditional Chinese medicine. How terrifying was that? "His abilities are beyond reproach," Lin Feng said slowly. But his arrogant attitude amplified minor errors, leading to this outcome. He had seen Chang Jiaxu attempt acupuncture after merely taking the patient's pulse, prompting his warning. Yet his friendly warning was taken as an insult. If Chang Jiaxu could truly execute flawlessly and achieve the expected results, that would naturally prove his worth. The problem was, Lin Feng's concerns weren't unfounded. If you're so capable, then you do it. What good is it to only point out others' mistakes? Chang Jiaxu couldn't help but retort. He believed Lin Feng was nothing but a talker who never put his words into action. Chapter 148, Beginner Level. Chang Jiaxu was deeply resentful. Whether it was Feng Tianrui or Sun Yaozhong, when they claimed they weren't up to the task, at least their skills were undeniable. "But what do you have, Lin Feng?" "Fine, I admit I lost." "Then let you try. Can you do it? If you can't even master basic acupuncture, what gives you the right to call me arrogant?" Remember, arrogance is built on formidable ability. You want to be arrogant? Go ahead and be arrogant if you've got the guts. You really think pointing out others' mistakes makes you some kind of master? I think he's perfectly justified in pointing out the errors. It sounds like you have a different opinion? If you believe you have a valid point, speak up now. I'm giving you permission to speak. Sun Yaozhong said coldly. At this critical moment, Chang Jiaxu still dared to speak such words utterly disrespectful. He hadn't acknowledged his own mistakes at all. Lin Feng was absolutely right. Chang Jiaxu had the skills, but his attitude was severely flawed. To resort to underhanded tricks over acupuncture? It was utterly unforgivable. I've never been so disappointed in Chang Jiaxu. Cheng Jiaxu was at a loss for words, sensing Sun Yaozhong's intense anger.
Right now, it was best to say nothing at all. I must admit, I'm not particularly skilled in acupuncture.
Lin Feng said slowly.
That's perfectly normal. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and vast. No one can claim to master every skill.
It seems we'll need to call upon Elder Sun himself now. Feng Tianrui interjected to smooth things over. Not being skilled in acupuncture wasn't something to be ashamed of. Even if one truly excelled at it, few would have the courage to demonstrate their skills before this master of acupuncture. Still, I can demonstrate a little, Lin Feng continued.
Are you certain you can?
Feng Tianrui froze, taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected words. In all the time he'd known Lin Feng, he'd never once heard him mention acupuncture. Earlier, pointing out Cheng Jiaxu's mistake had, to some extent, relied on his understanding of acupoints and the patient's physical condition.
I can do it.
It's just that I'm not sure if Master Sun would feel comfortable letting me proceed, Lin Feng said calmly. Sun Yaozhong paused briefly before replying, you may proceed. But I must warn you in advance, if I detect any issues, I will call for you to stop immediately.
And you must comply. Agreed.
Lin Feng accepted without hesitation. Though his acupuncture skills were still at a beginner's level, he could rehearse every needle placement countless times in his mind.
Practice makes perfect.
Moreover, since someone had already performed the procedure once, he understood the potential pitfalls and errors, minimizing the risk of major mistakes.
Most crucially, performing before Sun Yaozhong, a master of acupuncture, and receiving his corrections was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
As for Cheng Jiaxu's words, he paid them no mind whatsoever. Those were merely excuses made by a loser to justify himself.
It held no meaning whatsoever.
Cheng Jiaxu's brow furrowed deeply upon seeing Sun Yaozhong actually agree to let Lin Feng perform the acupuncture. This meant that, to some extent, Sun Yaozhong trusted Lin Feng.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed.
As for whether Lin Feng would fail, it held little significance to him. Because he should never have failed in the first place. Instead, his failure came first, making Lin Feng's own failure seem almost justified. After all, failure was forgivable for someone unskilled in acupuncture.
Come, remove the needles first, Sun Yaozhong instructed.
Lin Feng nodded, stepped forward, and began removing the needles. This required no particular skill. Aside from certain specialized acupuncture techniques that demanded a specific order for needle removal, the key was simply to work swiftly and avoid hesitation. Having already failed, there was naturally no need for any specific order. His movements appeared swift, but anyone with discerning eyes could tell they carried a hint of clumsiness. This was definitely not someone who frequently performed acupuncture. Maybe we should just call it quits. Let my grandfather handle it, Sun Lingwei couldn't help but interject. She had assumed that even if Lin Feng wasn't exceptionally skilled, he should at least be competent otherwise, who would dare show off in front of an acupuncture master. But this clearly looked like the work of a beginner. To put it bluntly, she had been better than this when she was just a teenager.
Yes, no need to force it.
Feng Tianrui nodded in agreement. He felt that if Lin Feng was just trying to prove a point by forcing himself to do something he wasn't good at, it really wasn't worth it.
Traditional Chinese medicine encompasses many fields.
Lin Feng excelled more in diagnosis and pharmacology. His weaker acupuncture skills weren't a big deal if he couldn't perform them.
Just as he, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, rarely practiced acupuncture himself.
Knowing his own skills in that area weren't particularly high, he left it to the specialists.
No one could excel at everything. How can you tell the skill level from this? Is it really that bad? Li Yuxuan asked in a hushed voice. It's definitely not good. Qi Mingxian shook his head. If this level of skill were acceptable, he could confidently showcase his own acupuncture abilities, which were certainly no worse. See, everyone advised you not to perform it yourself. Are you going to insist or reconsider? Sun Yaozhong asked with a smile.
Having Lin Feng perform the needle removal was partly to gauge his skill level.
If you had to pinpoint a major issue, well, there wasn't one. Removing needles isn't inherently difficult. Even someone with zero experience could do it. It's just a matter of skill. But if you're clumsy removing needles, it shows your acupuncture skills aren't up to par.
Even if you know the acupoint locations perfectly, without considerable skill, achieving precise needle insertion is difficult. Simply put, your mind might be clear, but your hands can't keep up.
You can call out to stop anytime, right? If it's too much, just say the word. I won't be stubborn about it.
Lin Feng said.
Cheng Jiaxu's facial muscles twitched.
He sensed that Lin Feng's mention of not backing down carried hidden meaning. He had failed, yet he hadn't honored the wager. But since the other party hadn't spoken up, why should he take the initiative to fulfill it? As for Lin Feng's current acupuncture attempt, it was nothing short of a complete farce. This guy was just trying to show off in front of an acupuncture master, but in reality, he'd only be looked down upon. In the eyes of his master, Sun Yaozhong, talk of commendable courage was utter nonsense.
Medical skill was about healing and saving lives. It never required courage, only true ability. With skill comes confidence. Without it, forcing yourself to proceed is pure suicide.
Thus, Lin Feng earned no praise whatsoever. He might even have completely erased any goodwill he'd previously gained.
At least regarding pointing out the earlier acupuncture error, Sun Yaozhong held Lin Feng in considerable regard. But someone else was completely clueless, waving around a half-empty bottle of skill to make a complete fool of himself. Fine, just get started already.
Sun Yaozhong sighed helplessly.
Chapter 149, Playing the Fool to Catch the Tiger.
Actually, Chang Jiaxu hadn't misjudged this point at all.
Sun Yaozhong told Lin Feng to start the acupuncture, but inwardly he was deeply disappointed.
This was clearly forcing someone into a situation they weren't ready for. Barring any surprises, the moment the first needle went in, the entire acupuncture session would be halted. Saying and doing were two entirely different things. He had finally begun to think highly of this young man, only to have his hopes dashed instantly. Lacking clear self-awareness of his abilities and attempting to prove himself beyond his capabilities, this was a major problem.
In a way, it's even more problematic than Cheng Jiaxu's issues. He resolved that after this incident, he would advise Feng Tianrui to exercise caution in cultivating Lin Feng. In other fields, courage and drive are virtues, but in traditional Chinese medicine, everything must be grounded in capability. Even as a nationally recognized TCM practitioner, he would never attempt something beyond his capabilities.
The embarrassment and shame were secondary concerns. The most critical issue was that such actions were profoundly irresponsible toward the patient.
Sigh.
Qi Mingxian heaved another deep sigh. He understood the principle that haste makes waste, but unfortunately, Lin Feng did not.
Lin Feng needed to earn Sun Yaozhong's favor step by step. How could he expect to achieve everything overnight?
This move might even provoke Feng Tianrui's displeasure. That would truly be a case of losing more than you gain. Li Yuxuan, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately held his tongue. Feng Tianrui wouldn't necessarily be displeased with Lin Feng, but he felt Lin Feng didn't need to rush things like this. He wanted Lin Feng to build more connections, but many things simply couldn't be hurried. Still, as a young man, occasionally hitting a brick wall was a valuable lesson. Nothing wrong with that.
Making mistakes was normal. As long as one could recognize their errors afterward, that was more valuable than anything.
Sun Lingwei shared that same disappointment.
Truth be told, wasn't Lin Feng's stubborn insistence on performing acupuncture a form of arrogance?
To dare to practice when he hadn't reached a sufficient level was to overestimate himself and underestimate the art of acupuncture. She had been exposed to acupuncture since childhood, yet even now she wouldn't dare claim she could treat the person before her. How could Lin Feng possibly think he could? If this was the genius Feng Tianrui spoke of, it was truly disheartening. Even if he had shown promise earlier, one couldn't judge a person by a single moment. Performance over time was what truly mattered. In her view, Lin Feng's current actions completely nullified his earlier impressive performance. Lin Feng held the silver needles in his hand, utterly indifferent to the attitudes of those around him. The scene shifted back to the sea of consciousness.
The first needle, the Tianqi acupoint. Repeated practice. Position, force, angle, comprehensive practice. Ensuring precision and consistency in the end. The movements need not be exceptionally swift, but they must never be sluggish. This is crucial during the needling process. If you can't get it right on the first try, it will cause many problems, may not achieve the desired effect, and most importantly, you will be stopped by Sun Yaozhong. Because that is extremely unprofessional.
Back in reality, Lin Feng had honed his needle placement to perfection. He placed the first needle with effortless precision.
Unlike Chang Jiaxu's flying needles, his technique showed no flaws in precision.
Sun Yaozhong's previously somber expression shifted subtly, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
Such precision. Moreover, the force and angle were flawless. How could this be? Compared to the technique used to withdraw the needle earlier, it was completely unlike the work of the same person. To put it bluntly, even if he had performed it himself, it wouldn't have been much more skillful. Under these circumstances, how could I possibly call it off? Next, the second needle into the Qihu acupoint. Correcting the deviation, the silver needle pierced the acupoint with steady precision.
No flashy movements, only plain, unremarkable precision.
The third needle, the fourth needle.
Everyone present assumed Sun Yaozhong would call a halt soon.
Compared to Cheng Jiaxu's technique, Lin Feng's movements seemed utterly ordinary, as if devoid of any technical skill whatsoever.
Even the acupoints Lin Feng appeared to be targeting seemed perfectly valid. But the acupuncture master was the true expert. What he demanded was bound to be different from everyone else's expectations. With Cheng Jiaxu's failed case as a precedent, they would undoubtedly become increasingly cautious afterward. Not a word came from Sun Yaozhong until Lin Feng delivered the final stitch and let out a long sigh of relief, let alone calling a halt.
This kid's playing dumb to catch the tiger.
Qi Mingxian realized, muttering under his breath. Though his voice was low, it still carried clearly in the otherwise silent space. Realizing this, he offered an awkward chuckle.
Unbelievable. Your acupuncture technique has reached the level of returning to simplicity. Rare, truly rare.
Sun Yaozhong praised.
Cheng Jiaxu's issue was one shared by most practitioners of his age. Once they grew older, changing such habits became far more difficult.
While he hoped Cheng Jiaxu would change, he knew full well that at his own age, he'd probably indulged in even more frivolities. Yet Lin Feng, barely in his 20s, had already completely abandoned all those flashy, superficial techniques. Given time, his potential was limitless.
Lin Feng, aren't you being too modest? Old Sun rarely praises others, especially professionally.
To receive such high praise from him is truly rare. Feng Tianrui said with a broad smile. He had underestimated Lin Feng after all. This kid always managed to surprise him. Without exaggeration, even Chang Jiaxu, the most favored disciple, had never received such high praise from Sun Yaozhong.
Master Sun, you flatter me.
I'm merely doing my best. Far from the realm you describe, Lin Feng hastened to reply. What appeared to Sun Yaozhong as a return to simplicity was, in reality, a level of acupuncture mastery that hadn't yet reached the point of effortless playfulness. It was only because he had simulated each needle countless times in his mind that he could consistently achieve top-tier results with every insertion. Without those countless simulations, his skill would remain at the most rudimentary level.
No need for modesty.
I never misjudge talent.
Even if your technique is slightly lacking, that can be honed through practice. But true mastery isn't achieved by sheer diligence alone. You possess remarkable innate talent in acupuncture. Sun Yaozhong declared earnestly.
While Lin Feng's earlier description of Cheng Jiaxu's mistakes had surprised him, Lin Feng's current performance in acupuncture was truly eye-opening. He immediately recognized Lin Feng as a promising talent.
Ha ha.
My eye for talent is still pretty sharp, Feng Tianrui said with a smug grin.
Cheng Jiaxu's gaze toward Lin Feng was filled with hatred.
He couldn't understand why Lin Feng, during acupuncture, could perform at a level completely beyond his own skill with needle removal. His sole wish now was that the patient never regained consciousness. Even if that might imply something was wrong with Sun Yaozhong. But he refused to lose so utterly.
Chapter 150, A Bold Idea.
Unfortunately, what Cheng Jiaxu hoped for did not come to pass. After the acupuncture was completed, roughly 5 or 6 minutes later, the patient slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Though still unable to speak, this alone signaled that the acupuncture had taken effect.
He's really awake?
Li Yuxuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a goose egg.
What else did you expect?
You've never witnessed the wonders of traditional Chinese acupuncture before, Qi Mingxian remarked.
Actually, this was for the best.
Exposing this guy to the real world would save him from spouting nonsense about traditional Chinese medicine in the future.
When will the second acupuncture session be? Feng Tianrui asked. Not so soon. Let's remove the needles first. Actually, I suddenly had a bold idea. Sun Yaozhong declared. What is it? Feng Tianrui pressed urgently. Let me think.
Sun Yaozhong turned and walked toward the door.
Seeing Sun Yaozhong's solemn expression, Feng Tianrui knew whatever he was contemplating wasn't trivial.
Before the other man was ready to speak, there was no need to press him. Sun Lingwei watched again as Lin Feng removed the needles with a touch of unfamiliarity, feeling an urge to step in and assist. His earlier acupuncture technique had indeed seemed possessed. But receiving such praise from her grandfather, she felt it was inappropriate to say anything more. Besides, the results were undeniably superior to Cheng Jiaxu's flashy, showy technique.
What was the most crucial aspect of acupuncture? Of course, its therapeutic efficacy. Once efficacy is assured, adding flashy flourishes is merely icing on the cake. May I ask, who taught you this acupuncture technique?
Sun Lingwei approached as Lin Feng finished removing the needles and inquired.
If I told you I'm self-taught, would you believe me? Lin Feng replied. I do. Sun Lingwei nodded.
Truth be told, claiming self-taught acupuncture was actually easier to justify. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly, momentarily at a loss for words.
I think I know what my grandfather is thinking. Do you want to know? Sun Lingwei asked.
What I'm meant to know, I'll know. What I'm not meant to know, I don't want to know, Lin Feng replied indifferently.
Not even a little curious?
Sun Lingwei hadn't expected such a response from Lin Feng.
Too much curiosity isn't a good thing. Curiosity killed the cat. Lin Feng declared.
Cheng Jiaxu trembled with rage, especially when he saw Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei whispering to each other. He had endured such an ordeal, yet not a single word of comfort came from Sun Lingwei. All her attention was focused on Lin Feng.
After trying so hard to capture Sun Lingwei's attention for so long, he couldn't hold a candle to a man she'd known for less than an hour? How could he possibly feel at ease? But what could he do?
Now, in everyone's eyes, he was nothing but a failure. Even his master, Sun Yaozhong, refused to exchange another word with him.
Sun Yaozhong finally returned from outside. His eyes fixed on Lin Feng as he declared, I intend to give you the second acupuncture opportunity as well. Do you dare accept it?
Before Lin Feng could answer, Cheng Jiaxu spoke up first to stop him.
Master, you said even I don't have complete confidence in this second acupuncture session. How can you entrust it to him? No. Absolutely not. Sun Yaozhong's gaze swept over Cheng Jiaxu as he replied coldly, I wanted to entrust it to you too. But you've disappointed me. I can do it. I won't make the same mistake again. Let me handle it, Chang Jiashu declared. He had to seize this chance. Fight for another chance. If he didn't fight, the opportunity would be lost forever. Perhaps after this, Sun Yaozhong would no longer value him. From the most favored apprentice to a dispensable outsider. You couldn't even handle the first acupuncture session properly. And now you expect a second chance? Do you really think that's possible? Sun Yaozhong retorted. He wouldn't completely dismiss Chang Jiashu. After all, one failure didn't prove anything. If it could help him learn and grow, that was a good thing. But for now, there was absolutely no way he would let him perform acupuncture again. Beyond serving his punishment, he also needed to account for his actions to those involved. Chang Jiashu was speechless. You should be thinking about where exactly your problems lie. Sun Yaozhong said coldly. It could have been anyone but him. Chang Jiashu retorted. Are you telling me how to do my job? Sun Yaozhong demanded. Chang Jiashu hastily waved his hands, explaining, my acupuncture skills surpass his. If even I can't handle it, he certainly can't. Where do you get the confidence to claim you're better than him? Sun Yaozhong couldn't help but scoff, his cold gaze fixed on Chang Jiashu. His movements weren't nearly as skilled. Chang Jiashu rattled off a long list of reasons. There was absolutely no way he could allow Lin Feng to replace him for this second acupuncture session. Thankfully he's not as skilled as you. Otherwise, he'd be showing off. All this talk, what part of it holds water? Sun Yaozhong retorted. But? No buts about it. I know what needs to be done. If you have any objections, you can leave right now. Sun Yaozhong pointed toward the door. I have no objections, Chang Jiashu hurriedly replied. From this moment on, keep your mouth shut. Just watch with your eyes. Say another word, and I'll throw you out. Sun Yaozhong said sternly. Chang Jiashu could only nod. His right to speak had been revoked. Speaking up wouldn't stop Sun Yaozhong anyway, and he'd just get kicked out. That would be truly embarrassing. Sun Yaozhong turned to Lin Feng and asked, what are your thoughts? Since elder son has asked me to take it, I have nothing to say, I'll definitely take it. Lin Feng replied. Just like before, if I notice any issues during the acupuncture process, I'll stop and take over. I won't explain it to you right then, you can ask me after we finish. Do you agree? Sun Yaozhong said. Agreed. Lin Feng nodded. Then let's prepare to begin. Sun Yaozhong was pleased with Lin Feng's attitude. His prompt agreement, without any hesitation, signaled a certain level of confidence in his own acupuncture skills. He was taking a calculated risk with this procedure, but he was confident he could minimize the potential complications. Even if Lin Feng truly couldn't handle it, he could take over completely and promptly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He needed to focus even more intently from this point onward. Despite the mental simulation, he must proceed with utmost caution. Success would mean a huge leap in his acupuncture skills. Plus, gaining Sun Yaozhong's approval would make further acupuncture training a breeze. I'll call out the acupoint names and approximate pressure levels. First, get a feel for what 10% force feels like. Sun Yaozhong gestured for Lin Feng to extend his hand, his instructions flowing without pause as he continued, between acupoints, you'll have only 2 or 3 seconds to complete the needle insertion. Go too slow, and I'll call it off. Chapter 151, Destined for Greatness. Lin Feng nodded. He understood that Sun Yaozhong must have wrestled with this decision before offering such an opportunity. After all, the patient's condition left no room for error. The complications that had arisen with Chang Jiashu earlier must have placed immense pressure on Sun Yaozhong. It wasn't about failing to account to others, it was about failing to account to himself. Of course, the reason he was given this chance was entirely because Sun Yaozhong was thoroughly satisfied with his acupuncture technique just now. Especially what Sun Yaozhong had mentioned about a different level of mastery. Yet certain things remained inexplicable. The concept of the consciousness sea was already difficult to articulate, let alone the fact that each acupuncture point had been simulated hundreds of times. Even if he were willing to explain, others likely wouldn't believe him. First needle, Tianding acupoint, 9/10 force, left side of the neck, Sun Yaozhong instructed. Lin Feng hesitated not at all, his silver needle piercing the acupoint with precision. He immediately grasped the second needle. Second needle, Xuanji point, 6/10 force, upper right chest, Sun Yaozhong continued. He was thoroughly satisfied with the first needle, both the force and accuracy were nearly flawless. The next few needles followed in succession, and he still found no issues whatsoever. Moreover, he realized that announcing the acupoint locations was entirely unnecessary. His original intention had been to provide prompts in case Lin Feng couldn't locate the points immediately. Though he'd said he'd call a halt if things slowed down, since he intended to entrust the task to Lin Feng, he naturally hoped Lin Feng could complete the entire process. To stop just for the sake of stopping would defeat the purpose. But in reality, the moment he named the point, Lin Feng's hand had already moved to its vicinity. He only needed to hear the force required for insertion before acting. Lin Feng didn't even hear that final prompt. Thus, in the subsequent narration, his words grew increasingly concise. Tai, force 7. Shinkei, Force 9.
Despite the minimal instructions, Lin Feng's movements remained exceptionally precise and swift. Between naming each acupoint, there was only the briefest pause.
Bai Hui, Force 7, done. Sun Yao announced.
Lin Feng placed the final needle and exhaled a long breath of relief. Without the cheating in his consciousness see, keeping up with Sun Yaozhong's pace would have been nearly impossible. Even with perfect knowledge of the acupoints, his skill level simply wasn't there. Upon hearing the instructions, he first had to mentally locate the acupoint, then roughly gauge the required force before inserting the needle.
How could he possibly manage that in time?
But after simulating the process hundreds of times in his mind, his brain no longer needed to think. It was purely instinctive, allowing him to move with natural speed.
Throughout the acupuncture process, no one dared make a sound, fearful of disrupting the flow.
To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng completed the entire procedure. This signified a form of recognition from Sun Yaozhong. To be acknowledged by an acupuncture master was an immense honor, even for the most accomplished acupuncturists. At that moment, Cheng Jiashu felt utterly despairing. He had to admit that even he himself didn't have 100% confidence in reaching Lin Feng's level. Other matters might be unimportant, but the master had been narrating the entire process from start to finish and at an increasingly rapid pace.
What immense trust this represented!
If the previous acupuncture session had merely been a demonstration of his mistakes, this time was the real deal, a genuine acupuncture performance.
No flashy movements, only unadorned precision.
In Sun Yaozhong's estimation, Lin Feng now far surpassed him.
Excellent. Absolutely brilliant.
I truly never imagined your potential could be this high. You've completely lived up to my expectations. Sun Yaozhong beamed with praise. He had taken a huge risk letting Lin Feng perform the treatment. While outwardly calm, his heart was still filled with anxiety. A young man in his 20s, even with exceptional acupuncture skills and having reached a state of returning to simplicity, might not achieve perfect execution.
Yet reality proved his worries entirely unnecessary. The coordination between the two was even smoother than he'd imagined.
Even if he had performed the procedure himself, he might not have achieved a significantly better outcome than Lin Feng.
You flatter me.
My acupuncture skills still have a long way to go, Lin Feng shook his head. This wasn't mere modesty, he genuinely believed his acupuncture skills still had enormous room for improvement. Both acupuncture sessions had been performed with explicit point guidance. He didn't understand the methodology itself, making him incapable of treating patients independently. While acupuncture proficiency could be honed, the real challenge lay in determining the appropriate technique for each specific patient. That was precisely what he needed to master. It was like this: no matter how many times someone told you how to treat a patient, it was far less valuable than understanding how to analyze the disease mechanism yourself and then apply the treatment. When it comes to prescribing medicine, he can use his consciousness see to simulate several formulas to see which one is suitable.
But with acupuncture methods, he can't possibly try simulating countless acupoint combinations to finally select one, can he?
With so many acupoints on the human body, even knowing their specific functions, the combinations are infinite, impossible to simulate. Therefore, mastering fundamental techniques is equally crucial. In this regard, no one could teach him more systematically than Sun Yaozhong.
Shi Ningxuan's facial muscles twitched.
His words were infuriating.
Your skill level earned praise from the acupuncture master, yet you claim it's still far from adequate? If this is what you call falling far short, then does that mean others don't even know how to do acupuncture at all? Excessive modesty is just another form of arrogance. I understand your point.
The methods for locating acupoints corresponding to specific ailments can be learned step by step. With such a solid foundation, you just need time.
Given enough time, you will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in acupuncture. Sun Yaozhong's eyes held an unusual expression.
He'd seen many young people, but those with such ability who remained so humble were truly rare. Truthfully, there's nothing wrong with a 20-something being a bit cocky provided they have the skills to back it up.
But by Cheng Jiashu's age, one should have settled down.
Unfortunately, he couldn't manage it, unlike Lin Feng, who had.
How could he not admire him? Old son, isn't it a bit awkward to praise someone like that in front of your own apprentice? Feng Tianrui teased. What's wrong with that? I'm just telling the truth. If you don't like it, you can leave, I won't stop you.
Sun Yaozhong retorted.
Cheng Jiashu dared say nothing now. It was clearly his own fault. The opportunity had been given to him, yet he failed to seize it. To turn around and blame Sun Yaozhong seemed utterly inappropriate. Why don't you come study acupuncture with me? With your aptitude, you'll be a master in 3 to 5 years at most.
Sun Yaozhong looked at Lin Feng as if he were a precious treasure.
Old son, that's not very fair. Chapter 152, Some Thoughts. Feng Tianrui immediately voiced his displeasure. Poaching talent right in front of me, isn't that a bit much? Is he your disciple? Sun Yaozhong inquired. Not exactly, but...
Feng Tianrui was cut off before he could finish.
But what? If he's not your disciple, how is this poaching?
You should know how desperately we traditional Chinese medicine practitioners need acupuncture masters.
We can't let the torch go out.
Sun Yaozhong hurriedly retorted. Though he didn't state it explicitly, he believed that based on his current understanding of Lin Feng, the young man had every chance to reach the level of an acupuncture master. A talent like this couldn't be let go so easily. You can't do this. Snatching up talent whenever you see it. Just because we lack acupuncturists doesn't mean we're short on diagnosticians or pharmacologists? Feng Tianrui retorted sharply. No, there are so many promising candidates up there, it doesn't matter if we lose this one. But in acupuncture, there really aren't any good prospects. It's rare to come across someone like this. Sun Yaozhong said. How can you say that? If you knew his skills in pharmacology, you wouldn't talk like that, Feng Tianrui retorted immediately. Then let's ask the person himself. Which field does he actually want to pursue? Sun Yaozhong looked at Lin Feng with eager anticipation, practically ready to pull him over. That's pushing it. Asking the kid that outright is just inappropriate. Who are you trying to offend, me or him? Feng Tianrui rolled his eyes. What's this about offending? Regardless, he's one of us in traditional Chinese medicine, Sun Yaozhong insisted. Master Sun, I truly wish to study acupuncture, but I also don't want to give up the others. Is that too greedy? Lin Feng spoke slowly. No, not greedy at all. Feng Tianrui and Sun Yaozhong nearly answered in unison. The reason was simple. If Lin Feng were already in his 30s or 40s, even if he achieved some success in various fields, it would only mean he had decent talent. To excel comprehensively across all fields would likely be impossible. The right approach is to choose one and dedicate oneself to it. Attempting multiple fields would likely result in mastering none to the fullest. But Lin Feng is different. He's only in his 20s and has already earned their recognition. Pursuing development across multiple fields is naturally an excellent path for him. Perhaps he will eventually choose one field to specialize in, but his proficiency across multiple domains will undoubtedly be exceptional. As genuine advocates for traditional Chinese medicine, they undoubtedly hope to see more versatile talents emerge to inherit and advance its legacy. As fellow practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, they share the same vision for its continuous evolution and advancement. Therefore, when Lin Feng expressed his desire to develop across multiple fields, some of them were naturally delighted. Just keep moving forward at your own pace. Whatever you need, both I and Master Sun will lend you a helping hand. Feng Tianrui added immediately. Exactly. Don't let others' words sway you. Stay true to your vision, Sun Yaozhong nodded in agreement. Earlier, they had thought Feng Tianrui's praise of Lin Feng was somewhat exaggerated, but now they realized Lin Feng's true talent far exceeded expectations. All right. Thank you both. Lin Feng stood up straight and bowed solemnly. Gaining the recognition of these two masters of traditional Chinese medicine filled him with joy. No matter what lay ahead, he could now stride forward with confidence and boldness. Li Yuxuan looked on with pure envy. He had argued with Lin Feng before, never imagining they were on entirely different levels. Regardless of Lin Feng's current standing, having earned the favor of two national physicians meant his future prospects were limitless. Even if he only reached the lowest tier, it might be beyond his lifetime's reach. As for the upper limit? That was truly anyone's guess. Honestly, he felt an immediate urge to go and curry favor with him. Though there was no irreconcilable conflict between them, it seemed unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. He could only wait for another opportunity. The patient on the hospital bed could barely utter a sound. After notifying the family to come, and to avoid crowding the room, everyone left. With Feng Tianrui and Sun Yaozhong handling the subsequent treatment, Lin Feng could offer little assistance. He therefore took his leave. I'll have someone drive you back, Feng Tianrui offered. Grandpa Feng, that won't be necessary. I happen to have business in Tongcheng and can give him a ride, Sun Lingwei interjected. What business do you have in Tongcheng? Sun Yaozhong inquired. I have a friend in Tongcheng I haven't seen in ages. They invited me over for a visit, Sun Lingwei explained. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Sun Yaozhong frowned slightly. It seemed like such a minor thing, I thought I'd mention it after everything was settled. I might stay a few extra days, then head back to the capital on my own, Sun Lingwei replied. Video call me when you get there. I want to see your friend, Sun Yaozhong said sternly. Sure, no problem, Sun Lingwei agreed readily. As Sun Lingwei and Lin Feng left, Zhang Jiashu's face turned green with anger. Under normal circumstances, he could have demanded to accompany Sun Lingwei, but now he dared not. Forget speaking, he wished he could turn invisible right then. In Sun Yaozhong's eyes, he was utterly worthless compared to Lin Feng, probably destined only to be scolded. Of course, there was something even worse than being scolded: being ignored. In a way, being ignored meant abandonment. Wei, seems like you've got some ideas? Feng Tianrui spoke up. What thoughts? If only she had any. All she cares about these days is having fun, Sun Yaozhong shook his head helplessly. If his granddaughter could spark something with Lin Feng, he'd naturally be delighted to see it. Lin Feng was undoubtedly destined to become a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Exactly how far he would go, no one could say. But one thing was certain, among the younger generation, he was undoubtedly an exceptional talent. And he knew his precious granddaughter had extremely high standards ordinary people simply wouldn't catch her eye. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone all these years without even a boyfriend. Her marriage prospects had always been a source of considerable worry for him. Truth be told, even though she was his own flesh and blood, achieving great things in traditional Chinese medicine seemed unlikely. At best, she might become a competent practitioner, nothing more. Her looks were undeniably striking, but finding a man of truly high caliber would be difficult. Once she reached a certain age, lowering her standards would likely become unavoidable. At present, he was quite satisfied with Lin Feng. If things could develop favorably, that would be ideal. The way young people think is beyond us old folks. We can only let things take their natural course, Feng Tianrui remarked. Exactly. What else can we do? But this Lin Feng really caught my attention. Do you have any thoughts? Sun Yaozhong inquired. Let's find a place to discuss this further. Feng Tianrui replied with a smile. Chapter 153, Recommendation. Qi Mingxian, ever observant, arranged a private lounge. He was genuinely curious about what the two traditional Chinese medicine masters needed to discuss, but without permission, he dared not linger to listen. As for the others, they certainly had no right to enter. Director Qi, please stay and listen, Feng Tianrui said. All right. Qi Mingxuan's face lit up. Being asked to stay meant the matter was likely related to the health bureau. I want to bring Lin Feng into the health bureau, Feng Tianrui stated bluntly. Have you asked him personally? Sun Yaozhong inquired. Not yet. But I'm not suggesting a formal position, just an unofficial role, Feng Tianrui clarified. Mr. Feng, isn't that a bit inappropriate? With his abilities, he should have no trouble becoming a full member, Qi Mingxian quickly interjected. With just Feng Tianrui and Sun Yaozhong's recommendations, Lin Feng becoming a full member of the health bureau would pose absolutely no problem. You've completely misunderstood Old Feng's intent. If he truly wanted to join a medical organization like the health bureau, do you think Old Feng lacks the influence? The reason he insists on an unofficial position is likely to respect the individual's own wishes, Sun Yaozhong interjected. This young man has little interest in joining any particular organization. An external position allows him to enjoy certain benefits while retaining flexibility. It couldn't be more suitable. Feng Tianrui nodded in agreement. It's entirely up to you two, Qi Mingxian finally understood. It wasn't that he lacked the ability, he simply didn't want to be bound by the health bureau. It was somewhat like the situation with Sun Yaozhong and Feng Tianrui, the two national physicians. On the surface, they were committee members of the health bureau, appearing to be affiliated, but in reality, there was no actual subordinate relationship, it was merely a title. They required no special perks, yet when genuine issues arose, they would step in to resolve them. This arrangement was naturally a tremendous benefit to the health bureau. Incidentally, these two traditional Chinese medicine practitioners held similar honorary positions at other medical institutions, specifically to tackle particularly challenging cases. To put it bluntly, these institutions need them, while they have no need for the institutions themselves. I didn't tell him because I couldn't make this decision alone. Now that even old Sun has a favorable impression of him, there's no need for further discussion. Let's start with an advisory position or something similar. Feng Tianrui stated. Advisor? That might not be sufficient. Why not grant him the same position as us, a committee member, suggested Sun Yaozhong. He's still new. Getting him a committee member position right away might be tough. Let's take it step by step. Anyway, he'll definitely end up as a committee member eventually. Feng Tianrui replied. With both of us recommending him, plus the fact he resolved this entire situation, it might just be possible. Let's submit the recommendation first and see how it plays out, Sun Yaozhong continued. Seeing both traditional Chinese medicine experts speak this way, Qi Mingxian could say nothing more and simply agreed. Though he was the director, appointments whether for full members or non-staff members required upward approval. He couldn't make the final call alone. Of course, 90% of the candidates he recommended were approved. As for the actual appointment of committee members and such, that was entirely out of his hands. He didn't even have the authority to recommend candidates. Typically, such appointments came from higher-ups. After all, the health bureau's only two committee members were the two traditional Chinese medicine practitioners sitting before him. What authority did he have to make recommendations? Where is this Lin Feng working now? Qi Mingxian asked. The People's Hospital, of course. It's the only top-tier public hospital in Tongcheng, replied Sun Yaozhong. He's not there. At least not now, Feng Tianrui shook his head. If not there, then where? Could it be some private hospital? Public hospitals can't even retain people like this? Sun Yaozhong frowned slightly. At a clinic, Feng Tianrui replied, sounding somewhat resigned. A clinic? Are you kidding me? Someone like that running a clinic on their own? Sun Yaozhong found it unbelievable. In his view, it was nothing short of a waste of talent. Would you believe me if I said he's working as a clinic doctor? Feng Tianrui asked. What is he thinking? What are you thinking? Sun Yaozhong's eyes widened, filled with nothing but astonishment.
Opening a clinic alone was already hard to justify, but now he was going to be a clinic doctor? Why such a compromise? It made no sense whatsoever. I can't do anything about it. It's his choice. He even wants to turn this clinic into the best one in the entire city. Feng Tianrui spread his hands helplessly. Why don't you hand him over to me? Leaving him completely to his own devices is definitely not going to work. Freedom needs boundaries. Sun Yaozhong insisted. Didn't you just say to let him stick to his own ideas? Why are you backtracking now? Feng Tianrui countered. But this is such a waste. He shouldn't be stuck in that kind of environment, Sun Yaozhong frowned. He gave me a reason I couldn't refuse. The clinic belongs to his master, who's now ill. He has no choice but to take it over, Feng Tianrui explained. After hearing this, Sun Yaozhong raised an eyebrow, his eyes brightening. Still a good kid who values loyalty. Hard to find these days. Since the young man has made his decision, I can't force him. Fortunately, his original plan was to gain experience at the grassroots level. The traditional Chinese medicine department at the People's Hospital probably isn't much different, Feng Tianrui said. Then what exactly was the People's Hospital management thinking? Sun Yaozhong couldn't help but ask. There was a misunderstanding back then. You know about that surgery on Old Way, right? Feng Tianrui said. Of course I do. They used that long-lost Mafeisan anesthetic. I never got a chance to ask how did you discover it? Sun Yaozhong nodded, then pressed immediately. Not me, it was him. Nowadays, he's the only one who masters the Mafeisan formula, Feng Tianrui said with a smile. What? Sun Yaozhong was utterly shocked. After all, since Mafeisan was lost to history, countless traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had tried every possible method to recover it, but all had failed. To dare use it in actual surgery required immense confidence. Now you understand the magnitude of his achievements in pharmacology? Just with the anesthetic powder alone, he stands unmatched throughout history, Feng Tianrui remarked. What do you mean he alone possesses it? Isn't Mafeisan just a formula? Sun Yaozhong asked. It's a variable formula. Not only do the dosages change, but the types of herbs used can vary too. Nowadays, only he can discern the patterns and strike a balance between efficacy and variability. It becomes less precise, but it can be widely applied, Feng Tianrui explained. Unbelievable. The mere existence of this substance means his contribution to traditional Chinese medicine will be written into its history books. Sun Yaozhong declared. Chapter 154, Wait and See. Upon hearing this, Qi Mingxian couldn't help but gasp. That Feng Tianrui and Sun Yaozhong, two national masters of Chinese medicine, would be written into the history books was beyond doubt. But Lin Feng? A young man in his 20s? Could he truly achieve that too? Was Sun Yaozhong exaggerating? Not in the slightest. Mafeisan held an irreplaceable position in long-lost traditional Chinese surgical techniques. If traditional Chinese surgical techniques were ever to be revived, it would be utterly impossible without anesthetics like Mafeisan. If chemical anesthetics were still used, it would mean being assimilated by Western surgical practices. That wouldn't be authentic traditional Chinese surgery. He dared not speak, as if he had heard something astonishing. He had only suspected it before, but never imagined it would turn out to be true. Based on this alone, Lin Feng joining the Health Bureau as a committee member would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Even replacing him as the director would be no problem. However, judging by Feng Tianrui's tone, he didn't intend to announce this publicly just yet. After all, it wasn't fully finalized. You must understand, this is merely his starting point. I believe he will accomplish even more in the future. Seeing him, I feel reassured that there is a worthy successor. Feng Tianrui's face was beaming with a smile. I never believed in supernatural manifestations or such ethereal matters before. But now I feel this is the ancestral master manifesting his presence. With such individuals in traditional Chinese medicine, how could its revival not be assured? Sun Yaozhong was equally excited. As pioneers of traditional Chinese medicine, they were truly feeling the strain. Nothing was more painful than the absence of successors. If traditional Chinese medicine truly collapsed in their generation, that would be a tremendous failure. Now, hope seemed to have been reignited all at once. Too bad the higher-ups at the People's Hospital don't seem to share that view. I assigned him to the operating room. Feng Tianrui still felt resentful when he brought this up. Lin Feng had done nothing wrong, he'd even earned merit, yet he'd been disciplined for no reason. Even though the punishment was later revoked, anyone in his shoes would likely still feel resentful. Privately, he had no idea what the hospital leadership had done behind the scenes. But losing a physician like Lin Feng was a tremendous loss. Bunch of fools. What kind of time is this to be worrying about saving face? If I were him, I wouldn't go back no matter who invited me. Sun Yaozhong cursed outright. I could tell he genuinely had no intention of returning, so I didn't push it. But honestly, I have no idea what they're thinking over there. Sigh. Feng Tianrui sighed.
Some people's stupidity is beyond redemption. Sun Yaozhong shook his head helplessly, pausing briefly before adding, even so, we can't afford to waste too much time on that clinic, can we? I told him no more than 6 months, Feng Tianrui replied.
That sounds more reasonable.
I'm actually curious to see what he can accomplish with a clinic in less than half a year. Sun Yaozhong breathed a sigh of relief. Then we'll just have to wait and see, Feng Tianrui said with a smile. If we get the chance, let's sit down and have a proper chat, Sun Yaozhong suggested.
I'm afraid you won't have the time.
I'm not nearly as busy as you are, Feng Tianrui teased.
How could I not have time? I definitely will.
I'd even cancel plans to make it happen. Just give me a heads up beforehand, Sun Yaozhong quickly assured him.
Shi Mingxian excused himself and left.
Stepping out of the lounge, he immediately dialed a number on his phone.
Well, Brother Qi, you're a rare sight.
Calling me out of the blue, got some important orders to give, came the teasing voice from the receiver.
Liang Qixuan, has being Dean turned you into a fool?
Shi Mingxian snapped without preamble.
What's wrong?
The other end clearly sensed Shi Mingxuan's displeasure and immediately adopted a serious tone. The two had a good relationship. Scolding someone wasn't just for the sake of it, but because they genuinely cared and were worried about them.
That Lin Feng. You expelled him. No plans to reinstate him?
Shi Mingxian cut straight to the chase.
You mean him? He wasn't expelled, just given a disciplinary warning, which was later revoked.
I sent people to invite him back, but he refused.
There's nothing I can do. Liang Qixuan explained. You can't get him back, so you just give up? Shi Mingxian demanded. What's the problem?
Just say it plainly, Liang Qixuan hurriedly replied.
Do you know that Lin Feng has old Master Feng backing him?
You're doing a fine job as dean, not even giving old Master Feng any face.
Shi Mingxian stated. It's true someone used old Master Feng's name to pressure me.
But after that, nothing happened. Plus, I learned this young man didn't seem to get along well with others in the department, so I didn't pursue it further. Liang Qixuan said. Well, let me tell you now, behind Lin Feng stands not only old Master Feng, but another renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Before long, he'll be joining our health bureau.
Shi Mingxian declared, enunciating each word deliberately. What? Someone that young joining your bureau? Liang Qixuan was utterly astonished. You let someone like this slip through your fingers? Are you stupid? Shi Mingxian snapped. Yes. I'll find a way immediately. I'll do whatever it takes to get him back. Even if I have to go myself. Liang Qixuan dared not argue at this point. There's no such thing as someone you can't bring back. It's all about whether you're willing to make it happen. Shi Mingxian declared. My staff mentioned this young man is indeed a handful. But since you insist. Liang Qixuan was cut off mid-sentence. Just give him an expert appointment slot, separate from the traditional Chinese medicine department. Problem solved. Shi Mingxian declared. An expert appointment? My people from the health bureau aren't worth a specialist appointment? Besides, what you need is to establish connections, do you understand? Yes, I understand what to do now. Senior Brother Qi, thank you so much. Sigh. Shi Mingxian sighed and hung up the phone. This guy had every reason to be stuck in the same rut all these years. He couldn't be bothered to comment any further. If even this much explanation couldn't save him, then he truly was beyond redemption. Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei rode the shuttle bus to the parking lot together. Sun Lingwei walked straight to a sedan fitted with a modified rear spoiler, opened the driver's door, and climbed in. She gestured to Lin Feng outside to take the passenger seat. Honestly, Lin Feng didn't want much interaction with this girl. Despite her baby face, she was quite scheming. Stirring up trouble between two men required no effort at all. Even if she claimed she only wanted to witness his abilities. It didn't fly with him. Take me to the long-distance bus station, Lin Feng said slowly from the passenger seat. What? Am I that scary? Sun Lingwei started the car and flashed Lin Feng a mischievous grin. You're not really going to Tongcheng, are you? Of course not. I really am going. You don't think I'm just giving you a ride, do you? Chapter 155, The Wrong Path. Lin Feng believed Sun Lingwei had acted on a sudden impulse, but since she denied it, he found it hard to press the matter further. He slowly closed his eyes, beginning to rest. Even on the mountain estate road, Sun Lingwei drove at breakneck speed. The roar of the engine created a powerful force pushing against the seats. She had expected this to frighten Lin Feng, but to her surprise, he didn't even open his eyes, seemingly completely unfazed. After leaving the mountain villa, the car did slow down slightly. I'm not very familiar with the road to Tongcheng. Don't fall asleep, give me directions, Sun Lingwei said. Just follow the signs. Get on the highway, and you'll be fine, Lin Feng replied. Sun Lingwei pursed her lips. Truthfully, she'd just been looking for something to talk about, but clearly he had no interest in small talk. Just then, a yellow sports car cut diagonally across the oncoming lane and pulled in front of them. Fortunately, Sun Lingwei reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes to create distance. Otherwise, a collision between the two vehicles would have been highly likely. At that speed, a collision wouldn't be minor. The worst case scenario would be total destruction and loss of life. Are you out of your mind?
Sun Lingwei cursed under her breath, her expression darkening. After overtaking, the yellow sports car tapped its brakes a few times, as if taunting them. Then it floored the accelerator, quickly pulling away. If you know they're crazy, there's no point getting worked up over them, Lin Feng said slowly.
If it wasn't intentional, we could let it go. But when it's clearly deliberate, we have no choice but to confront them, Sun Lingwei retorted coldly. The car revved its engine and sped forward. They caught up to the yellow sports car in no time. Why don't you drop me off by the roadside?
Lin Feng suggested.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Sun Lingwei said as the car accelerated again, overtaking the yellow sports car on the parallel lane.
The yellow sports car refused to be outdone and quickly closed the gap.
The two cars raced side by side in adjacent lanes, neither able to shake the other.
If anyone looked foolish, it was definitely the sports car. There's a big curve up ahead.
Playing like this could get us into trouble, Lin Feng warned. He didn't enjoy street racing, it held no real meaning for him. If you really wanted to race, you'd go to a track where speed wasn't an issue. Driving on public roads had only one purpose, to arrive safely at your destination. Even if you drive super fast, unless it's a really long distance, you won't get there much earlier.
Is that so? Perfect. Let me show you, Mr. Sports Car Driver, what real driving is all about. A hint of excitement flickered across Sun Lingwei's face.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He didn't bother trying to persuade her. No matter how much he said, this young lady probably wouldn't listen to a single word.
As the car approached the curve, the yellow sports car visibly slowed down.
Sun Lingwei, however, maintained her previous speed without any intention of slowing down.
Only as she entered the curve did she begin to brake. The steering wheel snapped hard to the left, tires screeching against the asphalt. The car scraped along the very edge of the curve before suddenly darting toward the innermost point. After clearing the curve, the sports car was left trailing far behind. Although it had gained some ground on the straightaway, the gap widened again when they hit the next curve. After several consecutive bends, the yellow sports car vanished completely from sight. Heh? That's the best you've got? Trying to cut someone off like that?
What a disgrace, Sun Lingwei sneered coldly.
She then glanced at Lin Feng and added, so? Not bad driving skills, huh?
She was confident few drivers could match her skill through those corners.
Have you ever considered that the most important thing in driving isn't speed, but taking the correct path? Lin Feng remarked. What do you mean?
Sun Lingwei asked, puzzled.
It means that on the wrong road, the faster you drive, the farther you get from your destination. Lin Feng explained. It was just a little playful driving. How is that the wrong road? Sun Lingwei thought Lin Feng was being overly rigid. She was absolutely sure she was playing it safe before daring to do that. It wasn't reckless driving. Don't you know how to read road signs?
That sign just now pointed left, Lin Feng said with a hint of exasperation.
What? Why didn't you warn me sooner? Sun Lingwei slammed on the brakes.
With your driving skills, I assumed you'd be paying attention to road signs, Lin Feng shrugged.
Of course I do. I just didn't notice this time. What do we do now? Turn back? Sun Lingwei defended herself. After overtaking that yellow sports car, she'd been so elated she'd completely ignored the sign. What else could we do? Lin Feng asked.
Sun Lingwei immediately executed a 180-degree spin on the spot, almost showing off, but she saw no flicker of emotion on Lin Feng's face.
Aren't you heading downtown? Isn't your place in Ansheng? Sun Lingwei asked. How did you know?
Lin Feng countered.
Is it that strange? Grandpa Feng praised you so highly. Doing a little research on you is only natural, right? Sun Lingwei replied. What was the purpose? Lin Feng pressed. No particular purpose. Just curious what kind of person could earn such favor from the national master of traditional Chinese medicine? Sun Lingwei replied. Are you a little disappointed? Lin Feng asked. Not at all. To outshine my senior brother and earn my grandfather's praise, that's quite impressive. You don't know how rarely my grandfather compliments anyone, especially regarding medical skill. Growing up, he praised my looks most often, but never acknowledged my medical abilities. Sun Lingwei explained.
Old Master Sun knows what's what, Lin Feng said with a smile.
Hey, what do you mean by that? You haven't even seen my medical skills, how can you say I'm not good enough?
Sun Lingwei rolled her eyes. If you were truly competent, I would have let you perform acupuncture earlier, Lin Feng replied. He'd expected her to lose her temper at that remark, but her reaction surprised him.
Sun Lingwei sighed helplessly. You do have a point. Perhaps I shouldn't have chosen this profession in the first place.
There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Once you've made a choice, don't casually regret it.
Because if you'd chosen something else back then, you'd only regret that even more. Lin Feng said. Maybe, Sun Lingwei conceded. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Lin Feng said. It's not an offense. You're just telling the truth. I'm not so thin-skinned that I can't handle the truth. Besides, compared to you, I really am no good at this, Sun Lingwei said. How about you pull over and let me drive?
Lin Feng suddenly suggested. Why should I? I may be less skilled than you in medicine, but that doesn't mean I'm worse at driving.
Haven't you noticed we're already driving back?
Keep going much longer, and we'll end up back at the villa.
Chapter 156, I really don't know.
Sun Lingwei pulled the car over again, realizing they'd passed the sign. She'd only remembered to turn right, but to get back on the correct route, they actually needed to turn left. At this rate, we'll probably still be here next year, Lin Feng remarked. I told you, I'm not very familiar with the roads.
It's not my fault.
Sun Lingwei sighed helplessly, then added, give me one more chance. If I make another mistake, I'll let you drive.
Just then, Sun Lingwei's phone rang. You take the passenger seat and answer it.
I know the roads better, Lin Feng said.
Fine. Sun Lingwei relented in the end.
Lin Feng made a U-turn on the spot and drove steadily, not particularly fast. Sun Lingwei, however, launched into a lengthy phone conversation, later switching to a video call. From the conversation, it seemed her friend was indeed in Tongcheng, but had no idea she was coming. They only knew she was in Ancheng and had been inviting her all along.
As they queued at the highway entrance, Sun Lingwei dropped her phone onto the center console.
He casually picked it up and handed it back to her. His eyes briefly flicked over the girl on the screen, causing him to frown slightly, though he said nothing.
After driving on the highway for about 10 minutes, Sun Lingwei finally ended the video call. She let out a long sigh of relief. Finally over. She really can talk. How long have you known her?
Lin Feng asked casually. A very long time, at least 10 years, Sun Lingwei replied.
How long has it been since you last met?
Lin Feng pressed further.
About 5 or 6 years now. Sun Lingwei suddenly sensed something was off and asked, What? Are you interested in this friend of mine?
Not really, Lin Feng shook his head.
Then why all the questions? It's fine if you want to meet her, I can introduce you.
I didn't explicitly agree to her request earlier, but we can still arrange a meeting.
Sun Lingwei said. I don't want to meet her.
And I advise you to stay away from her, Lin Feng said.
Why?
Sun Lingwei froze, then hurriedly asked.
I can't say for sure. It's just my hunch. Take my words as a friendly warning. Of course, you should make your own judgment.
Lin Feng said slowly.
You have to explain yourself. Dropping such cryptic remarks out of nowhere, I really. Sun Lingwei protested.
She might have gotten involved with some illegal stuff.
That's all I'm saying. Lin Feng replied. Illegal activities? Sun Lingwei frowned.
She instinctively wanted to argue but ultimately held back. Though she had no idea how Lin Feng had reached this conclusion, he must have some basis for saying so. As for what exactly these illegal things might be, that was far too broad a question to even begin guessing.
Why don't I take the wheel?
I can't afford to take a wrong turn on the highway, Sun Lingwei offered.
If we miss the exit, we'll end up driving miles out of our way.
I'm not as tired as you, or you should rest, Lin Feng teased.
You're really underestimating me. Sun Lingwei sighed. Don't you want to go home?
Logically speaking, after coming all the way to Ancheng, it makes no sense not to go back and visit. Lin Feng remained silent.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up old wounds.
I was just curious, Sun Lingwei realized she'd overstepped and quickly added.
It's not really a wound. I just don't want to talk about it.
Your curiosity is a bit too strong, Lin Feng replied calmly.
Overwhelming? I think it's just normal.
I'm not this curious about everyone, Sun Lingwei countered.
Should I consider myself honored, then? Lin Feng asked.
Oh, I know you dislike me because I stirred up trouble between you and my senior brother.
But I genuinely just wanted to see what you were capable of. I never expected his reaction to be so extreme. He's not usually like that.
Sun Lingwei understood why Lin Feng had been cold toward her.
Do you know why he overreacted like that?
Lin Feng countered. Maybe he encountered someone stronger than himself.
He got nervous and scared? Sun Lingwei speculated. No.
It's because he likes you, Lin Feng stated.
That's no joke. Strictly speaking, he's practically my uncle in seniority. Plus, he's way older than me. There's no way that could happen.
Sun Lingwei froze, shaking her head repeatedly in denial.
Are you genuinely unaware, or just pretending?
Lin Feng pressed directly.
There's absolutely nothing going on. What's there to know?
Your idea is downright dangerous, Sun Lingwei shook her head.
Think back carefully. Wasn't all his behavior before driven by affection? Lin Feng pressed.
Sun Lingwei furrowed her brow tightly, recalling past incidents.
It did seem like affection.
She had always believed Cheng Jiaxu saw her as a younger sister, never once considering romantic feelings.
Think again. Does today's incident only make sense if he likes you?
Lin Feng pressed on.
But
Sun Lingwei was momentarily at a loss for words. If she had acted toward Lin Feng the way Cheng Jiaxu did, he might have gotten angry as a senior brother, but he definitely wouldn't have reacted this strongly, even losing his composure in front of their master, Sun Yaozhong.
You mean he never said it? But you never even considered that possibility. How could he dare to say it?
Lin Feng paused briefly before speaking slowly. If I'm not mistaken, he must have been waiting to achieve something before bringing it up.
But I never had those feelings toward you. Sun Lingwei protested. But he doesn't know that.
We've only met once, and you're already defending me and speaking up for me.
Any normal person would be furious. Lin Feng said. Sun Lingwei rolled her eyes, snapping back. So you're actually feeling sorry for him? Sympathy? Not really.
He looks down on me, and I look down on him.
We'll likely never cross paths again. There's simply no need.
Lin Feng shook his head in denial.
You're honest, at least. Sun Lingwei could tell Lin Feng was speaking his mind.
If he'd spotted some cliché about heroes respecting heroes, she'd have found it utterly phony. Or if he'd thrown in a few insincere compliments, she'd have found that phony too.
If you dislike someone, you dislike them. If you're annoyed, you're annoyed. Not cursing them behind their back already makes you a gentleman. Why bother with pleasantries? That would make life so exhausting. Now that you know, do you find it troublesome? Lin Feng asked. Troublesome? What's so troublesome about it? He likes me, but I don't like him.
He should just say it plainly. It was my fault for stirring things up between you two, but I only feel a little bad towards you.
As for him, I don't think I did anything wrong. The outcome speaks for itself.
It just made the conflict worse. As they spoke, a yellow sports car pulled up alongside them.
Chapter 157, Truly Difficult.
Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Sun Lingwei to be so uncomplicated about this issue, let alone so clear-headed in her approach.
What? Am I wrong? Sun Lingwei countered. Being so blunt, won't that affect our future interactions? Didn't you consider that at all? Lin Feng asked.
Of course it will affect things.
But there's no other way. I don't like him, I can't force myself to say I do. That would be unreasonable.
Besides, being direct and not giving him any false hope is also a form of respect, Sun Lingwei explained. Accepting Cheng Jiashu's feelings for her was difficult, but deciding how to handle the situation posed no challenge at all.
By now, she couldn't even recall how many suitors she'd rejected.
Each time, she'd been blunt and direct, without a shred of hesitation. Unless the other party fully accepted it, there was no possibility of friendship. Of course, in the vast majority of cases, it meant never seeing each other again.
That was the only way to completely extinguish any unrealistic hopes.
With Cheng Jiashu, it was impossible to sever ties completely, but keeping her distance and avoiding him as much as possible was definitely achievable.
That's actually a good approach.
Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Sun Lingwei's words completely changed his perception of this girl. In a way, she was someone who enjoyed having fun, but she wasn't someone with deep, hidden motives. On the contrary, she tended to be straightforward in her actions. A girl with her looks surely had no shortage of admirers. Maintaining an attitude of neither rejecting nor accepting, keeping a few options open wasn't entirely unreasonable.
But outright rejection was indeed a sign of respect.
Keeping someone hanging was downright disgusting.
What kind of person do you think I am? The type who keeps backup options around, craving the spotlight? I despise people like that the most. Sun Lingwei declared. Lin Feng's expression suddenly grew grave. What's wrong? Sun Lingwei asked urgently.
That car is following us again. Lin Feng glanced at the left rearview mirror.
It's like a ghost that won't go away. Pull over. I'll drive. Sun Lingwei's expression darkened too. This is a freeway. You can't just pull over anywhere.
Besides, there's no curve ahead, you won't be able to shake them off, Lin Feng replied. Pulling over on the highway was dangerous enough under normal circumstances, but with a car behind them clearly intent on retaliation, stopping would only add to the peril.
They were in a sports car. Even with Sun Lingwei's skilled driving, she was limited by her vehicle and couldn't outrun them. Then what should we do? We can't just do nothing. Sun Lingwei had to admit Lin Feng had a point.
If both were sports cars, she'd have a 100% chance of shaking them off, but now it was anyone's guess.
Count on another curve like the one earlier appearing on the highway? That was nothing short of wishful thinking. Let's see.
Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, bracing for action.
Under normal circumstances, no sane person would engage in reckless driving on the highway. But in this world, not everyone is sane. Certain mentally unstable individuals are capable of anything.
The yellow sports car roared toward them, overtaking from the adjacent lane before abruptly cutting in front and repeatedly slamming on its brakes to slow down.
Its brake lights flashed on and off.
Lin Feng swiftly changed lanes to the adjacent road.
Without hesitation, the yellow sports car followed suit. Who the hell is this guy? Got some nerve, trying to race me on the curves. Pulling this crap on a straight highway stretch? It's disgusting. Sun Lingwei fumed. He's deliberately trying to piss you off. Lin Feng said. I despise people like that. Such terrible driving skills, yet they love to show off? What a waste of a sports car. Embarrassing. Sun Lingwei declared. Don't bother. Even if he could hear you now, he probably wouldn't listen. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. So what do we do now? We can't just let him keep tailgating us like this, Sun Lingwei said.
I fear his intentions go far beyond just slowing us down," Lin Feng declared, swiftly changing lanes as he spoke. The other driver kept slowing down, seemingly trying to force them to stop or even cause a collision. "This is my fault. I shouldn't have let pride get the better of me earlier." Sun Lingwei felt a pang of regret. Even at top speed on that road, it was nowhere near highway-level performance. Besides, putting all the pressure on Lin Feng now means she can't really help at all. A bit aggressive, but technically sound, Lin Feng remarked. Although Sun Lingwei chose to confront the issue head-on, the methods she employed were relatively safe. At the very least, they remained within technical control and posed no threat to others. He didn't agree with her approach, but that didn't mean it was entirely wrong. In truth, when faced with such a situation, whether you choose to retreat by showing weakness or confront head-on to overtake, neither approach is fundamentally flawed provided you can execute it. But for the other party to resort to such dangerous actions just because they were overtaken? That was downright idiotic. "Listen to me now. Call the police. Clearly explain what happened in your approximate location. Leave the rest to me," Lin Feng said with complete seriousness. "What do you want to do?" Sun Lingwei asked. "If they want to play games, let's play along," Lin Feng replied slowly. Sun Lingwei pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency number. Lin Feng had already changed lanes several times, yet the yellow sports car refused to back down. At one point, the gap between them narrowed to just a meter or two. At such high speeds, this proximity was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake from either driver could lead to a collision in an instant. Seizing the moment, he changed lanes again and rapidly slowed down to create distance. The yellow sports car attempted to slow down but found another vehicle behind it. Trying to change lanes, it was met with a sonic attack from the other car's horn, forcing it to accelerate temporarily instead. Under these circumstances, the gap between the two cars widened considerably. What a pain! Sun Lingwei exhaled deeply after witnessing this scene following her emergency call. The gap between them had widened to 200 or 300 meters. As long as they didn't drive too fast, further entanglement was virtually impossible. The multiple instances of the other driver cutting them off could still be reported to the police, though there was no need to handle anything at the scene. "You think this is over?" Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He had already maintained the minimum speed required on the highway. But the yellow sports car pulled off an even more outrageous maneuver. It came to a complete stop in the far right lane. It didn't just slow down, it came to a complete stop. What kind of grudge is this? Who dares to just park on the highway and wait? Sun Lingwei exclaimed as she opened her phone camera and recorded the scene ahead. Looks like today won't end without some drama. Chapter 158, No Collision. How about we pull over to the emergency lane instead? Sun Lingwei suggested. She absolutely didn't want Lin Feng to risk it. Because the other party wasn't normal at all, to put it bluntly, they weren't even human. What he might do was utterly unpredictable. Racing wasn't something just anyone could afford to play at. It was about skill, not about deliberately trying to kill others. "You dare stop and see if he doesn't drive straight at us in reverse?" Lin Feng retorted. A road rage driver is capable of anything. If they dared to stop, what's driving the wrong way? "I caused this mess, I'll handle it. Pull over, get out, and let me drive," Sun Lingwei declared. "This isn't just your problem now," Lin Feng said as he passed the yellow sports car. At this critical moment, Sun Lingwei didn't shirk responsibility or make excuses for herself. Naturally, he couldn't let her confront the other driver head-on. At least he could still rely on his consciousness to cheat in critical moments, while Sun Lingwei could only depend on pure skill. Though her driving skills were impressive enough to shatter any preconceptions about female drivers, road rage knew no bounds. Sigh. Sun Lingwei sighed. The yellow sports car quickly closed the gap. Lin Feng began weaving between lanes, his speed already exceeding the highway's maximum limit. He wouldn't give the other driver a chance to overtake. In terms of horsepower, he certainly couldn't match the sports car. But his speed wasn't constant. He'd force the other driver to slow down by changing lanes, then swiftly switch lanes again to accelerate and widen the gap. He didn't even give the other driver a chance to rear-end him. After several consecutive rounds, the yellow sports car hadn't gained the slightest advantage. All it could do was rev its engine in a futile roar. But it proved utterly useless, only highlighting its own incompetence. "I never expected your driving skills to be this good," Sun Lingwei remarked, clearly surprised. Seeing how cautious Lin Feng had been earlier, she'd assumed his driving was nothing special. But now it seemed he was no worse than her. "We just need to hold out until the next exit," Lin Feng said. "Right. It's not far now." Sun Lingwei nodded, muttering under her breath, "Please, no accidents." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Feng frowned, spotting several fist-sized rocks ahead. The rocks were positioned right in the middle of the two lanes, partially blocking one side. He had intended to switch lanes and slow down the car behind, but now he had to abandon that plan. Instead, he had to swerve to the other side. But the yellow sports car hadn't spotted the rocks at all. Having finally found an opportunity to overtake, how could it pass it up? The furious engine roared to life.
like a beast awakened from slumber.
In the instant of overtaking, the yellow sports car hesitated not a moment, veering directly toward the front of Lin Feng's vehicle.
Only after tilting sideways did it spot the boulder ahead. It swiftly turned the wheel, but the body had already begun violently twisting.
Not only did it fail to avoid the boulder, but its tires collided directly with it. Though the sports car boasted excellent stability, in such circumstances, it was nearly completely out of control. The driver was utterly unable to regain control. This situation posed a tremendous threat to the car Lin Feng was driving.
Sun Lingwei couldn't help but cry out upon witnessing this scene.
Braking was definitely too late. No matter how hard he hit the brakes, the collision between the two vehicles was unavoidable. Even if the car came to a complete stop. The completely out of control sports car now charged forward like a raging beast, its overwhelming force bearing down.
At such speed, the impact force on the vehicle would be immense.
Worst of all, the occupants inside would likely suffer severe injuries.
They might even lose their lives outright. She was kicking herself now.
If only she hadn't acted on a moment's impulse, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Had she known the driver opposite was such scum, she'd never have done anything unnecessary. The car tilted sharply outward, nearly at a 90-degree angle to the road.
Crash!
The yellow sports car slammed head-on into the guardrail in the middle of the road. The two vehicles nearly brushed past each other. Not a single point of contact occurred. At the same moment, Lin Feng slammed the accelerator to the floor.
The engine roared like a beast.
As the front wheels touched the emergency lane, he executed another sharp turn, sending the car hurtling in the opposite direction. The yellow sports car spun a full 360 degrees on the spot, narrowly avoiding contact. To the naked eye, it would have appeared as though the two vehicles had collided, but in reality, they had not. Otherwise, the sheer rotational force of the sports car would have certainly caused Lin Feng's vehicle to swerve off course. Even such an impact would be manageable at worst, a repair job.
Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei inside the car would remain unharmed. Boom! 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 The sound of the sports car repeatedly slamming into the guardrail echoed through the air. Finally, the vehicle came to a halt upside down.
The yellow sports car was now nothing more than a heap of scrap metal.
He actually dodged it? Sun Lingwei was still reeling from the shock.
By the time she regained her senses, the car had come to a complete stop right in the emergency lane. For a split second, she had truly believed she was done for. In the event of a collision, the front passenger seat is the most dangerous.
Because the driver instinctively protects themselves first.
Only those with specialized training can overcome this instinct.
I have to admit, you really do have a way with words, Lin Feng teased. That wasn't my intention. It's more like bad luck, right?
Sun Lingwei rolled her eyes. She genuinely hoped no accidents would occur, but who knew one would happen right after she said it.
Never mind. Just glad nothing happened.
Lin Feng waved dismissively, opened the door, and stepped out. This was the optimal solution he'd refined after simulating it thousands of times in his consciousness sea. With both their lives on the line, he had to be cautious. He knew there was a chance of failure, just like in the garage earlier, but he gave it his all anyway.
Phew! This time seemed to be a complete success. The car didn't even have a scratch. Sun Lingwei also stepped out of the car, glanced in the direction of the yellow sports car, and asked, "Should we go rescue them?" "Let's see first," Lin Feng replied. The sports car's glass lay shattered across the ground. The main body structure, however, didn't appear to be severely deformed. A young man crawled out through the cracked window. Dressed in a suit, he looked utterly disheveled, with numerous bloody scratches on his face, arms, and body. He struggled to his feet, only to slump back down in defeat. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei. His eyes seemed to burst into flames. Summoning strength from somewhere, he leapt to his feet and charged toward them at breakneck speed. He looked as if he intended to kill someone.
"Just him?"
Sun Lingwei asked softly.
"I don't know," Lin Feng shook his head.
Neither of them was intimidated by the man charging toward them with such fury. Chapter 159, Impure Motives.
"Are you bastards looking to die?" the young man screamed hysterically.
"You're the one courting death.
You were the one swerving the whole time,"
Sun Lingwei retorted. "When did I cut you off? Don't spout nonsense. Back up your claims with evidence." The young man's tone betrayed a noticeable lack of confidence.
"I have dashcam footage," Sun Lingwei stated.
"So what if you do? Do you know how much my car is worth? Now look at it. Can you afford to pay for this?" the young man roared again. "You wrecked it yourself. What does that have to do with us?" Sun Lingwei couldn't help but retort. "How is it none of us business?"
"If your car hadn't blocked me, mine would never have lost control," the young man shouted.
"What about you blocking us all along?" Sun Lingwei retorted again. "I wasn't. I was just driving normally," the young man naturally denied. "Well, we were driving normally too. You couldn't overtake us. Whose fault is that?" Sun Lingwei retorted. "I don't care. An accident happened. Your car's fine, but mine's wrecked. You have to pay. Otherwise, this isn't over." The young man was completely unreasonable.
Sun Lingwei sneered coldly. Accident liability isn't determined by who got hurt. You brought this upon yourself. Shut your mouth. Think I won't slap you, silly? The young man pointed at Sun Lingwei, his voice thick with threat. I don't believe it. If you dare lay a finger on her, I guarantee you'll be the one lying on the ground. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Oh? Is that so? Trying to bully me? You think I'm scared of you? Who do you think you are? The young man fired off a barrage of insults, yet dared not follow through with any real action. Then go ahead and try. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. The young man's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he fumed. Pay me 500,000. Then we'll call it even. I won't pursue this any further. Dream on. I won't give you a single penny. And you'll pay the price for your illegal actions. Sun Lingwei refused without hesitation. For her, 50,000 wasn't about whether she could afford it, it was money that shouldn't be paid. Not a single penny. Don't push me. I'll stop at nothing. With this car, a few calls and I'll make your lives hell. The young man continued his threats. The sound of police sirens filled the air. You called the cops? The young man panicked. The police will sort out whose fault this is. If you're so sure you're in the right, you shouldn't be afraid of them. Right? Sun Lingwei retorted. In truth, even without the call, police would have arrived immediately upon such an incident. You. The young man was too furious to speak. He wasn't exactly a straight shooter to begin with, and the incident had indeed started because of him. The subsequent collision was entirely his fault. He'd insisted on overtaking without paying attention, hitting a rock on the ground and causing the car to lose balance. It wouldn't be difficult for the police to investigate and determine the cause. After the police car arrived, it pulled over onto the emergency lane, and the officers immediately went to check on the situation inside the vehicle. Only then did the young man slap his forehead and stride over. Soon, another girl was pulled from the yellow sports car, her injuries appearing quite severe. Ignoring the people in the car and rushing straight over to extort money, what kind of man is this? Sun Lingwei frowned. If he'd been driving alone, getting overtaken probably wouldn't have bothered him. But with others in the car, he didn't want to lose face. That's why he acted this way. Come on, let's go check on the situation. Lin Feng said. As the police transferred the injured to the patrol car, one officer shouted angrily. What's your name? Do you have a driver's license? Instead of calling the police or helping the victims right after the accident, where the hell did you go? I went to argue with them, the young man hurriedly explained. What argument? Human life is more important than anything else. Show me your license. I suspect you don't even have one. Of course I do. My name is Lu Haoqiang. Here's my license. At that moment, Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei also approached the police car. I'm a doctor. Let me examine the injured person. Lin Feng spoke up. They're the ones who hit my car. Their motives must be suspicious. Lu Haoqiang insisted loudly. Shut up. You don't even care about the injured, yet you have the nerve to accuse others, the officer interrupted. Lin Feng assessed the girl's condition. Her injuries were significant but not life-threatening. She didn't require immediate emergency care. Timely transport to the hospital should suffice. Upon hearing the assessment, 2 officers drove the injured woman away while the other 2 remained to handle the accident. Before the officers could ask any questions, Lu Haoqiang launched into his complaint, his account completely twisting the facts. In his version, he was the victim mysteriously obstructed, provoked into a road rage incident, which ultimately caused the crash. He emphasized that after the crash, neither Lin Feng nor Sun Lingwei had attempted to provide any assistance. In short, the only thing he admitted to that was unfavorable to himself was retaliating to some extent after being provoked. Everything else was entirely Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei's fault. You get into an accident and don't even try to help the victims first? You think you're in the clear, the officer retorted. How were others supposed to know there were other people in your car if you didn't stop? This is completely unreasonable. I was so enraged I lost my mind. I never imagined anyone would drive so dangerously. Besides, my sports car cost millions. Now it's just a pile of scrap metal. Lu Haoqiang began playing the victim. I inspected the other vehicle, there was no collision damage whatsoever. And judging by the evidence at the scene, you crashed into the guardrail, another officer interjected. Without them blocking my path, how could I have hit the guardrail? This is a no-collision accident. They must take full responsibility. Compensate me for my financial losses. Lu Haoqiang deliberately raised his voice at this point. The officers turned to Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei. What do you have to say? Officer, this is my car's dashcam footage capturing the entire incident. My phone also recorded some video. Sun Lingwei explained. While Lu Haoqiang was recounting the incident, she had already retrieved the dashcam footage from the mobile app. These videos are definitely edited to suit their side. Lu Haoqiang shouted. This is the complete recording. How could it be edited? You weren't interrupted while speaking. Now that others are making their statements, please remain silent. If you have video evidence, please present it, the officer interjected. Lu Haoxiang naturally wouldn't produce it. Doing so would only harm his own case.
Chapter 160, Playing Pretend.
The two officers understood the situation immediately after reviewing the dashcam footage.
Plus, Sun Lingwei had called the police.
The truth was definitely not as Lu Haoxiang claimed. As for the final collision, it was clearly caused by Lu Haoxiang deliberately cutting off the other vehicle, resulting in loss of control. Fortunately, Lin Feng's car had swerved to avoid the danger.
Otherwise, the severity of the accident would have been unimaginable.
It was nothing short of a miracle that Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei emerged unscathed.
"You drive pretty well," one of the officers remarked to Lin Feng after reviewing the footage.
In the video, Sun Lingwei's screams could be heard, but the evasive maneuver was so extreme that it was undoubtedly Lin Feng behind the wheel. Furthermore, Lin Feng immediately assessed the injured as a doctor, which certainly earned him a lot of goodwill. "Not bad," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You bear full responsibility for this accident. We will penalize you for illegal actions like stopping on the highway and making reckless lane changes," the officer told Lu Haoxiang.
"He also obstructed my vehicle during the incident," Lu Haoxiang quickly retorted. "Provide evidence. Just saying it won't cut it."
Lu Haoxiang frowned slightly. The sports car didn't have a dashcam at all, so there was no way he could produce any video evidence. Although the girl in the passenger seat had recorded some footage, most of it showed them overtaking Lin Feng extremely unfavorable for him. Besides, whether that phone could even be found was another matter entirely. "Officer, I believe his actions constitute dangerous driving. And there's suspicion of provoking trouble," Sun Lingwei interjected. "What nonsense are you spouting? By that logic, weren't you guys also driving dangerously on the national highway?" Lu Haoxiang retorted immediately. "We were merely overtaking normally. We didn't force your car to stop. Your intent was crystal clear. I refuse to settle this privately. He must be punished according to the law," Sun Lingwei declared. The two officers exchanged a glance, neither uttering a word. Once charges like dangerous driving or provoking trouble were involved, this wasn't a routine traffic accident anymore. The case would need to be transferred to the local police station or municipal bureau. No one could predict the final outcome of the case. "I know your Chief Gao." Lu Haoxiang lowered his voice, approaching one of the officers and speaking softly. "That won't help anyone. You've committed a serious violation. The evidence is clear. If the other party refuses to settle, you will be detained. There's no room for discussion." Hearing this, Lu Haoxiang suddenly felt uneasy. Only then did he grasp the gravity of the situation. "Honestly, my personal advice is this: your losses aren't severe, and he's already paid a heavy price. It'd be best if both sides could settle this through negotiation. As for his traffic violations, we'll definitely penalize him according to the law," another officer interjected. "I won't accept your suggestion. I said it before, I won't settle," Sun Lingwei declared firmly. If the other party hadn't repeatedly provoked her, ultimately even threatening her life, she wouldn't have wanted to escalate the situation. But now, she was determined to make him pay dearly for his actions. Losing a sports car? That was nothing. Money, after all, wouldn't make certain people feel the pain. Seeing this, Lu Haoxiang had no choice but to soften his stance. He stood up straight and bowed. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have driven like that. I sincerely apologize to you both. Let's talk this out properly. There's no need to take it that far. Apologizing doesn't mean you admit fault. It means you're scared. Where'd all your bravado go?" Sun Lingwei sneered coldly. Lu Haoxiang's eyes nearly popped out of his head, but he suppressed his anger and said, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me, how much do you want? How much will settle this?" The two police officers frowned simultaneously, clearly taken aback by Lu Haoxiang's bluntness. They stepped aside to give the parties space to negotiate, but demanding a settlement amount outright felt somewhat disrespectful to them. They could discuss it privately. But neither felt inclined to intervene at that moment. Settlement was preferable, of course. If they proceeded strictly by the book, things would get messy. "Are you insulting the police, or insulting me? Do you really think money can solve everything?" Sun Lingwei snapped. "I do believe it can. Everyone has a price. Name yours," Lu Haoxiang retorted. "Then today I'll show you that your money isn't omnipotent," Sun Lingwei said, turning to the two officers beside her. "If you two refuse to accept my complaint, I'll have no choice but to seek other avenues." "You dare threaten the police? You must be out of your mind," Lu Haoxiang bellowed. Sun Lingwei offered no explanation. Her words merely stated her position, carrying no threat. Lu Haoxiang's words were nothing but provocation, but he had seriously underestimated the officers. How could they not see through such petty tricks? Even if they were genuinely displeased, they certainly wouldn't show it. "If we can't reach a settlement, we'll refer this to the relevant authorities." "Bro, why don't we settle this privately? Women just love to make a big deal out of nothing. This isn't worth the hassle. You agree?" Lu Haoxiang shifted his focus to Lin Feng. Since Sun Lingwei was proving difficult to reason with, he turned to Lin Feng instead, hoping to strike a deal. As for how Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei resolved things between themselves, that was none of his business.
First, I'm not your brother. Don't go calling me that. Second, what you think is no big deal might be a big deal to others. Third, this has nothing to do with women or nitpicking. What just happened threatens someone's life. Your life might be cheap, but that doesn't mean everyone else's is. Lin Feng retorted. So you're saying there's absolutely nothing to discuss? Lu Haoqiang frowned and asked. There was never any room for negotiation. It was your own delusion that made you think there was, Lin Feng replied. In that case, you'll be coming with us to handle this. The police car will be here shortly. You're coming with us, the officer stated. Let me make a call. Sun Lingwei pulled out her phone and walked aside. Lu Haoqiang scoffed. Does this woman really think a phone call will get her out of this? Things aren't that simple. Once we hand her over to the police station, they'll definitely take statements. Who knows how long that'll drag on. You sure know your way around here. Guess you're a regular, Lin Feng sneered. The outcome will disappoint you. The law doesn't bend to your whims, Lu Haoqiang declared. Well, it won't be what you imagine either. Making you pay the price you deserve, isn't that just fine? Lin Feng countered. Ha, just going through the motions with that phone call. This call of hers might actually be useful. Chapter 161, purely technical. Of those present, only Lin Feng likely understood the true significance of Sun Lingwei's call. Without an ideal approach to handling matters, relying solely on connections would be difficult, but merely difficult, not entirely impossible. Especially when they held the moral high ground at this very moment. While it was uncertain how severe Lu Haoqiang's punishment would be, it was certain he wouldn't get off lightly. The call itself didn't last long, just a minute or two before he returned. Oh my, she must have found some big shot. I'm so scared. What should I do? Am I going to get shot? Lu Haoqiang sneered. Sun Lingwei ignored him, not uttering a single word. Soon, the police car arrived. The officers motioned for Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei to get in the car and follow them. Made a phone call, and it was practically like not making one at all. What's the point of all this pretense? Lu Haoqiang sneered again. One of the officers' phones rang. After a brief conversation. Hand over the video evidence to us and you're free to go. I'll leave you my number. If you need any further assistance, feel free to call me anytime, Sun Lingwei nodded. Lu Haoqiang's expression froze instantly, as if he'd been slapped across the face. The police's abrupt shift in attitude suggested Sun Lingwei's background was far from ordinary. That meant his case would undoubtedly be handled with the utmost severity. The connections he thought he had wouldn't be able to help him. The realization sent panic coursing through him. Yet after handing over the dashcam memory card to the police, Sun Lingwei simply got into the car with Lin Feng and drove away. His attempts to inquire about her identity yielded nothing, and his eyes filled with despair. Sun Lingwei returned to the driver's seat. The car sped away at breakneck speed. I really want to know, how did you manage to dodge that car in the end? Sun Lingwei couldn't help but ask. If I said it was a coincidence, would you believe me? Lin Feng replied. I don't, Sun Lingwei replied without hesitation. Then it was pure skill, Lin Feng could only say. So you're another driver whose talent was wasted on medicine. Sun Lingwei remarked. You might be misunderstanding. I have no particular interest in driving, especially speeding. That kind of thing? Purely out of necessity, Lin Feng explained. That's infuriating. Some people race their entire lives and never reach that level. And you're wasting such incredible talent, Sun Lingwei shook her head helplessly. I don't have any special talent, Lin Feng said. Without the thousands of simulations in my mind's eye, even the greatest talent couldn't achieve that level. I enjoy driving, but I've never been very good at it. If you have the chance, could you teach me? Sun Lingwei asked. There's nothing I can teach you. Your skills are already quite good. Besides, you saw it yourself, this thing carries immense risk. You won't always be this lucky. Lin Feng replied slowly. All risks stem from ignorant fools. Without him, none of that would have happened, Sun Lingwei retorted immediately. The problem is, how do you know your opponent isn't that kind of person? Lin Feng countered. True. Honestly, I rarely play this dangerously. For a split second just now, I genuinely thought I was done for. Sun Lingwei still felt a chill run down her spine at the memory. Yeah, you nearly burst my eardrums screaming like that, Lin Feng said with a smile. That scream had been a true testament to Sun Lingwei's sheer terror. Of course, this is understandable. Facing death, anyone would feel fear. Especially when it comes as such an unexpected accident. Well, does that mean we've both experienced death together? Sun Lingwei didn't want to dwell on her own scream, lest it make her seem overly timid. I suppose so, Lin Feng replied. Unbelievable. We've only known each other for a few hours, and already we've been through something like this. Sun Lingwei's expression held a hint of excitement. This kind of thing is best avoided. It's not exactly a pleasant experience, Lin Feng sighed. Even though things turned out okay in the end, it's best to avoid it if possible. The feeling that your life could be snuffed out at any moment was truly awful. Ha ha.
All the way to Tonchang, Sun Lingwei drove smoothly, keeping the speed just below the highway's maximum limit. Once they entered the city streets, they switched drivers again.
First, giving directions was cumbersome, and second, Sun Lingwei was genuinely unfamiliar with the area.
Driving himself, Lin Feng could certainly navigate more smoothly.
The car finally pulled over near the clinic. Renxin Grass Hall? Is this your family's clinic? Sun Lingwei asked.
No. It's where I work, Lin Feng replied, opening the door and stepping out.
You're joking, right? You work at a clinic?
Sun Lingwei followed him out, her face full of surprise.
Didn't you look into me? How come you didn't know where I work?
Lin Feng asked with a smile.
My investigation said you work at the city hospital. Sun Lingwei retorted.
That's ancient history, Lin Feng replied.
Why? Isn't the city hospital better than this place?
Sun Lingwei asked, puzzled. Even if Lin Feng didn't want to stay at the city hospital, with Feng Tianrui's endorsement, transferring to any other hospital or medical institution would be no problem at all. It wasn't that the clinic's doctors were inadequate, but Lin Feng's abilities were truly being underutilized here. In certain aspects, it truly can't compare. I'm perfectly content here, Lin Feng explained.
Does old Feng know? Sun Lingwei asked.
He knows, Lin Feng nodded.
Unbelievable. How could he possibly agree to that?
Sun Lingwei shook her head.
Lin Feng didn't answer. Won't you invite me in for a look? Sun Lingwei asked with a smile. It's no different from any ordinary clinic. And it's not open today anyway. Shouldn't you be heading off to meet your friend? Lin Feng replied. All right. Since you're giving me the hint, I'll be going then.
Sun Lingwei felt a bit curious, but she didn't want to force her way in. After spending time together on the road, one thing was certain, Lin Feng no longer disliked her as much. Since grandfather Sun Yaozhong had taken a liking to Lin Feng, they were bound to cross paths again in the future. There was no need to rush into becoming friends just yet.
Oh, right. If you don't mind, could you give me your contact info? If you don't, I'll just ask my grandfather for it.
Sun Lingwei had already started to turn away when she suddenly remembered she didn't have Lin Feng's contact details. Lin Feng was speechless. From the sound of it, whether he gave it or not, she'd find a way to get his contact info anyway. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for Sun Yaozhong to get his contact information.
Just then, a figure approached the clinic entrance and unlocked the door with a key. Chapter 162, Unfriendly.
This person was none other than Zhuang Yanxin.
Is this your colleague?
Sun Lingwei asked as she jotted down Lin Feng's number on her phone, noticing Zhuang Yanxin opening the door. Not a colleague, the boss, Lin Feng shook his head.
The boss? The boss is so young? Sun Lingwei was somewhat surprised.
Hearing the voices, Zhuang Yanxin turned her head and spotted Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei. Her brows furrowed slightly.
Would it be rude if I just walked out like this? Sun Lingwei asked.
We don't know each other, so there's no question of politeness, Lin Feng replied.
I should still go say hello.
Sun Lingwei understood Lin Feng's meaning perfectly well, but there was no way she was going to listen. She quickened her pace toward Zhuang Yanxin. The closer she got, the more she realized how stunning the other woman's appearance truly was. From a distance, she'd only noticed the woman's excellent figure and physique, never expecting her face to be so strikingly beautiful as well. Even though she was quite confident in her own looks, she wouldn't dare claim to surpass hers.
Hello, Sun Lingwei greeted proactively. Zhuang Yanxin nodded and replied, hello. And you are? My name is Sun Lingwei. I'm a friend of Lin Feng's. Sun Lingwei paused, glancing back at Lin Feng and asking, is that okay?
No problem, Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and since he'd gotten along well with Sun Lingwei, calling her a friend posed no problem. Even if it weren't true, he wouldn't deny it. That would just make things awkward.
He left early this morning just to meet you? Zhuang Yanxin forced a faint smile. Probably not. Just a coincidence. May I tour your clinic? Sun Lingwei asked politely. It's not really a tour. Feel free to come in. Zhuang Yanxin agreed immediately.
Though she didn't know the other's intentions, such a simple request was impossible to refuse.
Thank you, Sun Lingwei said sweetly. Following behind Sun Lingwei, Zhuang Yanxin shot Lin Feng a fierce, icy glare, though she said nothing. It's a small place. Aside from all the Chinese herbs, there's nothing much to see. Zhuang Yanxin remarked as she stepped inside the clinic. It's much better than I imagined.
There are so many varieties of herbs, Sun Lingwei remarked as she walked around observing. The scent of herbs was familiar to her. She'd grown up surrounded by it.
Most herbs could be identified by scent alone. Of course, the mixed scents couldn't be too overwhelming, or mistakes were likely to happen. It's amazing that someone so young like you can run a clinic like this. Sun Lingwei praised. It's my father's.
I only took it over recently, Zhuang Yanxin replied.
That's still quite impressive. Running it solo isn't easy either. Sun Lingwei remarked. You flatter me.
I couldn't have done it without finding such a capable employee, Zhuang Yanxin said, gesturing toward Lin Feng.
Well, finding him is impressive too. Sun Lingwei could only agree.
He probably didn't stay because of me, Zhuang Yanqing shrugged. It was clear the other person genuinely wanted to offer some praise to bridge the gap between them. Unfortunately, her own contribution to the clinic was practically zero. If not for Lin Feng, the clinic would likely have no patients left. His dad is my mentor. Back when I was in school, I worked part-time here to earn money, Lin Feng explained, breaking the slightly awkward silence.
I see, Sun Lingwei nodded. Now she understood why Lin Feng was willing to stay at such a clinic even when Feng Tianruwei couldn't persuade him otherwise. Would you like something to drink?
Though it seems we only have water here, Zhuang Yanqing asked.
No, thank you. I'm just browsing.
I have things to attend to, so I'll be heading out now. Sun Lingwei waved her hand dismissively. She sensed Zhuang Yanqing wasn't particularly friendly toward her, maintaining only the bare minimum of politeness. Besides, she'd only come to get a sense of what the clinic was like. Having achieved her goal, there was no reason to linger. No need to rush off, Zhuang Yanqing remarked.
We can talk another time. Goodbye. Sun Lingwei said as she walked toward the exit. Watching Sun Lingwei's figure disappear through the doorway, Zhuang Yanqing's expression instantly hardened. She snapped at Lin Feng, aren't you going to see your friend out?
No need, Lin Feng shook his head and sat down directly in the chair.
Oof.
Zhuang Yanqing snorted coldly, walking over to the medicine cabinet to begin preparing a formula, her expression sour.
I don't think I've done anything to offend you, have I?
Lin Feng asked slowly.
So the important matter you mentioned was just accompanying some beauty on a pointless stroll? Wow, that's truly crucial.
You brought her along, why did you have to parade her right in front of me?
Was that deliberate showboating?
Zhuang Yanqing bombarded him with questions.
I don't know where you're getting all this resentment from. First, I wasn't accompanying her on a pointless outing. She happened to be in Tongcheng and gave me a ride.
Second, I didn't deliberately parade her in front of you, we just ran into each other.
She was curious about the clinic and wanted to take a look. Third, I wasn't trying to show off anything. We're just friends. And we only met today.
Lin Feng explained calmly.
Then what's the important matter? Zhuang Yanqing pressed. Of course I'm going to see a patient. What else could it be? Lin Feng said. Then how could you meet her? Do you think that makes sense?
Zhuang Yanqing remained skeptical. Her grandfather is a renowned doctor and she's studying medicine herself.
What's unreasonable about that?
Lin Feng countered, sounding somewhat exasperated.
If you just met, why is she so concerned about you? Zhuang Yanqing pressed. How should I know? Besides, aren't you being a bit nosy?
You may be my boss, but you're not my girlfriend.
I don't need to explain my personal affairs to you, do I? Lin Feng paused abruptly, lowering his voice. You wouldn't happen to like me, would you? Oof. Don't be so full of yourself, okay? I just dislike things that aren't part of my plans.
And you can't take time off work because of some girl.
Otherwise, I'll be really annoyed.
Zhuang Yanqing rolled her eyes and let out a cold laugh.
So I have to work like a beast of burden and can't have any personal feelings?
Lin Feng countered.
I never said that, but you can't take time off on a whim. Got it? Zhuang Yanqing stated. I don't want to say anything else. As long as you don't like it, that's fine. How do you feel after resting? Lin Feng exhaled a long breath. I'm just destined for exhaustion. Can't get any proper rest. If my medical skills were any better, I'd have opened the clinic already. Chapter 163, A Nightmare. Zhuang Yanqing finished preparing the medicine and fled without so much as a goodbye.
Looking back, she couldn't understand why seeing Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei together had made her so furious. Though outwardly her attitude toward Sun Lingwei remained normal, an inexplicable rage burned within her. When Lin Feng asked if she liked him, she actually hesitated. A few days ago, she wouldn't have bothered answering such a trivial question, giving him a look that spoke volumes.
Could it be that she had truly developed feelings for this man? No way. Absolutely not.
It was simply gratitude for rescuing her from Lin Juinja's grasp.
Yes, that must be it.
Back home, she handed the medicine to her mother, locked herself in her room, and forced herself to lie down and rest. But the moment she closed her eyes, Lin Feng's face would appear in her mind.
Unshakable. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make his image disappear.
Before this, the man who appeared most often in her mind was Lin Juinja. She'd even dream about him occasionally. But now, Lin Feng had completely taken over. Truthfully, they hadn't known each other for very long, yet they'd already shared the kind of intimate moments reserved for lovers.
In a way, Lin Juinja's resentment was understandable.
The sense of security she'd felt with her boyfriend of 2 or 3 years couldn't hold a candle to what Lin Feng gave her. Especially when, at her most desperate moment, Lin Feng appeared like a guardian angel, making her realize she was saved.
What happened afterward was irrelevant. To her now, Lin Juinja wasn't even a stranger, he was someone she despised, an enemy.
Only now did she realize this man had absolutely no limits to his actions. She must have been blind to have maintained a relationship with someone like him for 2 or 3 years. Looking back now, it was nothing short of a complete farce. Had she met Lin Feng sooner, she would never have given a man like Lang Juanjia a second glance.
In that instant, Zhuang Yanqin suddenly felt this line of thinking was completely wrong.
She shook her head vigorously, trying to clear the chaotic thoughts from her mind. She kept telling herself that her relationship with Lin Feng could only be that of boss and employee, or at worst, ordinary friends. Even though Lin Feng could make her feel secure, there was absolutely no possibility of developing romantic feelings between them. The reason was simple: Lin Feng couldn't stay at the clinic forever. With his medical skills, the clinic was merely a temporary refuge. After a while, he would surely seek a larger platform to practice his craft. As for her own medical abilities, simply holding down the clinic was already quite an accomplishment. When they were eventually separated by distance, even the closest bond would gradually fade and lead to separation.
Knowing this outcome, why insist on flying into the flames?
Most crucially, Lin Feng didn't feel the same way about her. No matter how she rationalized it, this was nothing but unrequited love. Love required two people. A one-sided affair could never bear fruit. Truthfully, after experiencing a relationship with someone like Lang Juanjia, she no longer yearned for romantic entanglements. Instead, she felt a deep aversion, even a hint of fear.
The person who once swore eternal devotion before you could transform overnight into someone you barely recognize. You think you know them, but in reality, what you understand is merely the tip of the iceberg. Truth be told, the person more suited for Lin Feng was probably Sun Lingwei, whom we just met. She was no less beautiful than Lin Feng, and as the daughter of a renowned physician, she could undoubtedly offer him significant professional support. Even though they hadn't known each other long, that girl clearly had feelings for Lin Feng. Why else would she go out of her way to give him a ride and express such interest in his work environment? A girl as beautiful as Sun Lingwei surely has no shortage of admirers. Under normal circumstances, she would maintain her distance from men. If she wanted to get closer to a guy and felt curious about him, it meant she at least had some interest. Based on their interactions so far, Lin Feng had almost no major flaws. He's genuinely a great person, so it's only natural he attracts female attention. As for a girl like Sun Lingwei, Lin Feng doesn't know her well yet, but once he gets to know her, he definitely won't turn her down. Zhuang Yanqin's mind was swirling with more and more jumbled thoughts. And she couldn't stop them. For her, this was undoubtedly painful. She could only keep telling herself to sleep. Once asleep, she probably wouldn't think so much. She didn't know how long it took, but she finally drifted off to sleep as she'd hoped. But her dream turned out to be a nightmare. She was being chased relentlessly by some unknown entity, running desperately forward. Though exhausted to the point of gasping for breath, she couldn't stop. When she finally collapsed from exhaustion, a church materialized before her eyes, hosting a grand wedding ceremony. The groom was none other than Lin Feng. Dressed in a sharp suit with his hair perfectly styled, he approached her with a radiant smile, welcoming her to his wedding. Just as she felt utterly bewildered, the bride appeared. Dressed in a crimson gown, her face radiant like a fairy descended from heaven, she glided toward her, gazing down at her from above. Her heart felt as though it had been sliced into countless pieces by 1,000 blades, the agony unbearable. She even forgot to get up from the ground. The bride's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Lingwei. Could it really be her? Sun Lingwei left the clinic, got into her car, and opened the navigation app. Her destination was a residential complex near the city outskirts. Only upon reaching the community entrance did she pick up her phone to make a call. Within minutes, a girl in a light green dress appeared not far ahead of the car. Her jet-black, lustrous hair cascaded down to her waist, gathered into a high ponytail with a pink ribbon. Airy bangs framed her face, covering most of her forehead. Her exquisite oval face bore a certain resemblance to Sun Lingwei's doll-like features, yet the differences were equally striking. Her eyes weren't exceptionally large, but they were dark and bright, enhanced by false eyelashes that added depth and dimension. Her face was made up, and not lightly either. Her lipstick was a soft pink shade. The overall impression was one of pure, charming innocence. "Why didn't you call me until you got here?" she asked, opening the door and sliding into the passenger seat with a pout. "Are you dressed like this for a date?" Sun Lingwei asked. "Of course not. I'm live streaming." "You called me, so I didn't have time to change." The girl rolled her eyes. "I'm hungry. Let's grab something to eat," Sun Lingwei said. "Can I change clothes? I look like this. There are clothes of mine in the trunk. If you don't mind, you can just change into mine." "Sure thing." Chapter 164, You Are What You Eat. The next day, Zhuang Yanqin appeared with dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly exhausted. "What's wrong? Didn't get much rest last night?" Lin Feng asked. "I told you, I'm just destined for exhaustion. Going to bed early and waking up early only makes me feel more tired." Zhuang Yanqin shook her head helplessly. She had a whole bunch of jumbled dreams. In almost every one, Lin Feng appeared. All sorts of scenarios. By 4 or 5 in the morning, she'd jolt awake and couldn't fall back asleep. If she'd known this would happen, she might as well not have gone to bed so early. "If you're tired, go back and rest for a bit. I can handle things on my own," Lin Feng said.
It wasn't that he was worried about Zhuang Yanxin, but rather that after taking that medicine, her body would inevitably experience some abnormalities and would need time to recover.
No way. What if you mess things up without me here? You're the one treating patients anyway, I'm just a hands-off manager. It's not like I'm working myself to death. Zhuang Yanxin waved her hands in refusal. Leaving the clinic to Lin Feng while she went home to sleep would be utterly unacceptable. Lin Feng would be juggling consultations and dispensing medicine he might not manage at all. Even if he compared himself to a workhorse, she couldn't truly treat him like one. She would still do what she could within her capabilities. By late morning, aside from returning patients for follow-ups, they had barely seen any new cases. Both of them were in a state of relative leisure. It wasn't until close to lunchtime that an elderly woman, around 50, finally arrived. Accompanying her was her daughter, around 30, severely overweight, her entire body puffed up like a sponge. Before the elderly woman even sat down, she pulled down both pant legs. The skin around both ankles had turned purplish black, resembling pig's trotters. "Doctor, this condition has persisted for a very long time," the elderly woman began. "My daughter has taken me to numerous hospitals and tried many medications, but nothing has worked." "Ma'am, may I take your pulse first?" Zhuang Yanxin asked. The old woman nodded and placed her wrist on the pulse pillow. Damp heat descending, Zhuang Yanxin concluded swiftly. Lin Feng then took the pulse. "Which one of you is actually the doctor? Why is each of you taking her pulse? Are you using my mother's illness as a teaching exercise?" The elderly woman's daughter immediately protested. "Doesn't it just matter that she gets better in the end?" Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. "You really think you can cure her? I don't buy it. So many doctors before said they could cure her. But we've seen specialists at big hospitals, taken piles of medicine, nothing worked. You two are so young, there's even less hope." The old woman's daughter shook her head. "That's not necessarily true. At least I now understand what caused your mother's illness," Lin Feng replied slowly. "What caused it?" the old woman's daughter asked. "Does your mother enjoy eating pig's trotters?" Lin Feng countered. "What does that have to do with pig's feet?" The old woman's daughter frowned, clearly confused. "This illness was triggered by eating pig's feet," Lin Feng stated. "You're joking, right? How could that be possible? Eating pig's feet could cause illness? I love eating pig's feet too, but I haven't gotten sick. This is complete nonsense." The old woman's daughter rolled her eyes and tried to pull her mother away. The elderly woman herself, however, refused to leave, shaking off her daughter's hand. "Everyone's constitution is different. Eating the same thing can trigger different reactions. But you're not entirely problem-free either, haven't you gained a lot of weight?" Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand from her pulse. "Being overweight isn't an illness. I'm perfectly healthy," the daughter couldn't help raising her voice. "How are you healthy? Dare you go to the hospital and check your blood lipids and blood sugar?" "It'd be strange if they weren't high," the old woman retorted. "I just had a physical, nothing wrong at all," the daughter hurriedly retorted. "No problems now doesn't mean no problems later. Being overweight might not be an illness, but being as fat as you are definitely has issues. No more pig's trotters from now on," the old woman scolded angrily. "Fine, I won't eat them." "Like I even care about eating them anyway," the daughter retorted, turning her head away with a pout. "Doctor, is my condition really caused by eating pig's trotters? They say you get what you eat. How could eating pig's trotters make me like one?" The old woman expressed her utter confusion. "Well, when you cook pig's feet, don't you use spices like Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, and star anise?" Lin Feng asked slowly. "Of course. Without those spices, the trotters wouldn't be flavorful." "Could it be I'm using them wrong?" the old woman asked anxiously. She thought to herself, "I've been cooking pig's feet for most of my life, and no one has ever said my cooking method was wrong. Of course not. I'm not a chef, nor am I teaching cooking methods. What I mean is, these spices are pungent, warming, and aromatic. They cause damp heat to descend, which is precisely what's causing your current condition," Lin Feng explained. Zhuang Yanxin looked at him in disbelief. This was the first time she'd encountered such an intriguing case. Who would have thought that eating too many pig's feet could make one's feet resemble pig's feet? And it was also the first time she'd heard a patient ask a doctor, "Did I prepare my pig's trotters wrong? So does that mean I can't use these seasonings when eating pig's trotters from now on? But that would make them so unappetizing," the elderly woman frowned. "Not just less tasty? It'd be downright awful. Without seasonings, it'd be like gnawing on plain pig's feet." "The thought alone kills my appetite," her daughter immediately chimed in. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. He desperately wanted to ask, what's so special about these pig's feet that they absolutely must be eaten? That they absolutely must eat it without any seasonings at all? "Auntie, what I mean is that you shouldn't eat pig's feet anymore," Zhuang Yanxin quickly interjected. "Ha? But I like eating them," the old woman seemed troubled. "If you can accept your legs turning out like this, then go ahead and keep eating them. No problem," Lin Feng said. "Then I'd rather not. It's just too unsightly. Sometimes it still hurts." The old woman shook her head helplessly.
It seemed that for her, giving up pig's feet meant losing something profoundly important in her life.
So you're saying if I just stop eating them, my legs will heal on their own?
After a pause, the old woman asked.
Absolutely not. You'll need medicine. Lin Feng replied. How long will I have to take them?
Chinese medicine tastes awful, the old woman said, her eyes clearly filled with distaste. It should ease within 3 to 5 days. For a complete cure, it'll take half a month, maybe even a full month. During that time, you absolutely must not eat pig's feet again, Lin Feng replied.
All right. Doctor, prescribe the medicine for me.
The old woman paused briefly before speaking. Lin Feng wrote out the prescription and handed it to Zhuang Yanqing, who quickly prepared the medicine. After the old woman paid and was about to leave with the medicine, she suddenly stopped and asked sternly, Doctor, does this mean I can never eat pig's trotters again for the rest of my life?
Chapter 165, Impossible to Accept.
The old woman's expression was utterly earnest, as if she were asking about a matter of life and death.
Not necessarily. Once you're fully recovered, eating them in moderation should be fine. Of course, quitting entirely would be best. Lin Feng replied. I might not be able to quit. But I will definitely control myself, the old woman declared.
That's acceptable too, Lin Feng nodded. After the old woman and her daughter left,
Zhuang Yanqing couldn't help but ask, why not just tell her to quit? Leaving that little opening makes it so much harder to control.
Quitting cold turkey is tough at first, but once you do it, it's definitely easier than controlling how much you eat. Controlling oneself, especially regarding food, by limiting the quantity of a certain item is truly difficult. One bite leads to another, and after 2 bites, countless more follow. Even for those with the strongest willpower, it's a form of torment.
I didn't realize she truly loved eating so much. Isn't life often about savoring these moments?
Indulging a little isn't such a terrible sin, Lin Feng said with a smile. He knew that telling her she could never eat pig's trotters again would feel like the sky falling for the old woman. There was no need to be overly harsh.
Honestly, it wasn't a serious illness. But it's already affecting her health. Shouldn't she cut it out completely? Zhuang Yanqing still couldn't quite grasp the reasoning. In life, everything except death is trivial. Health? Well, who can claim absolute health?
For humans, happiness is truly the best medicine, Lin Feng said slowly.
But is it really okay to make your body endure things it shouldn't just for happiness? Zhuang Yanqing frowned slightly. That depends on the individual. If they can handle it, then so be it. It's no big deal. Lin Feng replied. It just feels wrong for a doctor to think that way.
Sorry, I don't mean to offend, I'm just speaking my mind, Zhuang Yanqing shook her head gently. Actually, many ancient medical texts emphasize the importance of emotional well-being. Sacrificing joy for recovery from certain illnesses is putting the cart before the horse. Because no matter how long one lives, living with quality is what truly matters. For ordinary people, if I want to eat something that might not be good for me, I'll just eat less of it. Cutting it out entirely is a bit of a torment. Besides, it doesn't affect life and death issues. And it's not an all-or-nothing choice between the two. There's a middle ground. As a doctor, I shouldn't dictate a patient's decisions. We provide the facts, and as long as they're adults, they'll make choices that benefit themselves. Lin Feng said calmly. I still can't agree, Zhuang Yanqing countered.
That's perfectly normal. Everyone has their own perspective. I won't force my views on you.
I'm simply explaining my reasoning, Lin Feng replied with a smile.
Perhaps I haven't reached your level of understanding. Or maybe I'll never reach it. Zhuang Yanqing said. Let's discuss this prescription.
Share your thoughts, Lin Feng said, changing the subject. The formula contains Artemisia argi powder, pungent, purgative, bitter, warming, and moving without being harsh. It opens the 9 orifices, unblocks the meridians, nourishes blood and qi, and breaks up stagnant blood.
Alisma oriental, mildly diuretic, draining dampness and heat. Plantago seed, sweet and cold, promoting diuresis. It clears the waterways and separates clear from turbid fluids.
Zhuang Yanqing began her analysis.
What else?
Lin Feng saw Zhuang Yanqing shake her head and added, honeysuckle vine excels at unblocking meridians. Peony bark, pungent and bitter, promotes blood circulation and removes stasis. Pangolin scales are adept at penetrating and dispersing, promoting blood circulation and removing stasis while harmonizing meridians. Earthworms enter the liver meridian's blood aspect, breaking up blood stasis and expelling stagnation. Zhuang Yanqing continued, purple flower dandelion should clear heat and detoxify. Talc, with its slippery nature, opens orifices. Rhubarb activates blood circulation, expels stasis, and unblocks meridians. Its purgative effect is reduced after processing. Licorice harmonizes all the herbs.
Correct, Lin Feng nodded. I've never encountered a case like this before.
It's truly broadened my horizons, Zhuang Yanqing remarked.
Once you see more patients, you'll realize every kind of illness exists.
And TCM practitioners encounter these difficult and complex conditions even more often. Because when other treatments fail, people turn to TCM for diagnosis and treatment, Lin Feng said with a hint of resignation.
To put it bluntly, TCM is often the last resort. Patients come with little hope, essentially accepting their own diagnosis of incurability. Sigh.
I thought the number of patients might improve, but it's back to how it was before, Zhuang Yanqing sighed heavily.
When other businesses are struggling, you can still find ways to adapt. But when no one comes to the clinic, what can you do? You can't exactly go out and drag people in, can you?
Lin Feng shrugged helplessly.
Even if we were willing to recruit them, they'd have to be willing to come.
This business relies purely on word of mouth, Zhuang Yanqing said. She had witnessed firsthand how her father had built that reputation, bit by bit.
No amount of rushing would help.
This wasn't something that could be rushed.
Fortunately, Lin Feng's medical skills still enjoyed a solid reputation.
If it had been her, she might have ruined all the goodwill she'd built up in an instant.
Lunch was still brought back by Lin Feng.
But after the meal was set on the table, Zhuang Yanqing's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen placed on the table.
Let's eat. Stop staring at that. Lin Feng reminded her. I can eat and watch at the same time.
It won't interfere, Zhuang Yanqing replied as she picked up her chopsticks.
Is this a live stream?
Lin Feng glanced at the screen. On the screen, a girl in a light green dress was dancing.
It was a very light-hearted dance. No provocative moves, just pure, fluid body movement. Last night's live stream footage. I honestly didn't expect her to stream last night too.
Normally, if she streams during the day, she wouldn't stream at night.
Apparently, she went offline unexpectedly yesterday. Zhuang Yanqing explained.
Normally, she'd browse the live streaming site at night, but last night was the exception. As for daytime streams, she rarely watched them. First, she had more important things to do.
Second, daytime streams just weren't as interesting as the nighttime ones.
I didn't know you liked dance streamers, Lin Feng shook his head.
She's not a dance streamer. She's a singing streamer.
Dancing is just a side gig, Zhuang Yanqing corrected.
Oh, really?
Lin Feng didn't seem particularly interested.
Her singing is absolutely amazing. Better than most singers out there today.
Seriously, I'm not kidding. And best of all, she writes her own songs, Zhuang Yanqing said excitedly.
Wow, that's impressive.
Lin Feng was clearly being dismissive. After her dance, she'll sing. Just listen and you'll see I'm not exaggerating at all, Zhuang Yanqing insisted. Honestly, Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested, but he didn't want to say so outright. To make sure he heard it, Zhuang Yanqing deliberately turned up the volume.
A pure, infectious voice filled the air. Chapter 166, She's Crazy. Zhuang Yanqing listened, utterly captivated.
Her only regret now was not watching the livestream last night, thus missing the song's premiere. Watching the video now might seem no different to others, but for her, the difference was significant.
Subsequent excerpts might not capture the full experience. The song ended. Zhuang Yanqing turned to ask Lin Feng, so? Was I bragging?
Lin Feng didn't say a word, his eyes glued to the screen, even leaning his head closer toward it.
Hey, why don't you just crawl into the screen?
Zhuang Yanqing frowned and teased him. I just spotted a problem, Lin Feng replied slowly.
Stop making excuses for yourself.
Her live stream is full of perverts.
They're not listening to the music at all, just ogling her. Everyone knows what's on their minds. Zhuang Yanqing scoffed. Can you get in touch with her? Lin Feng asked. Zhuang Yanqing shot Lin Feng a withering look and retorted irritably, what do you think?
She has over 10 million fans across all platforms.
I'm just 1 in 10 million. Do you really think I can reach her? Forget it then.
Lin Feng shrugged helplessly, looked away, and went back to eating.
Forget what? What exactly did you want to say? Zhuang Yanqing frowned slightly.
It's pointless to say, Lin Feng shook his head. If you think she's beautiful, just say she's beautiful. She's not only beautiful, but also captivating. There's nothing shameful about looking at her a few more times.
Any normal man would do the same. But insisting on finding an excuse for yourself, well, that's a bit. Zhuang Yanqing shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance.
She assumed he was merely justifying his earlier fascination.
Truthfully, there really wasn't one. Among the streamer's fans, 70 to 80% were men. After all, she embodies men's most perfect fantasies.
If she were merely pretty, she wouldn't have this many fans. The key is that she can sing, dance, and even create her own content.
That's incredibly impressive.
She does watch live streams often, but the only streamer she's genuinely liked from the very beginning until now is this one.
Alright, you're right. Lin Feng didn't argue.
If you have something to say, just say it, Zhuang Yanqing urged. She's crazy, Lin Feng said.
You're the one who's sick. How dare you insult me? Zhuang Yanqing shot back immediately. I'm just telling the truth. That's not cursing.
If you can get in touch with her, tell her to go get checked out at the hospital, Lin Feng said calmly.
What kind of illness? Zhuang Yanqing asked urgently. Heart-related. Hard to say exactly. Lin Feng replied. Is that your guess, or can you be certain? Zhuang Yanqing pressed.
I'm certain she has an issue, but the severity is hard to gauge. After all, we're separated by a screen, and with her makeup on, it's difficult to determine. But with illnesses, early detection and treatment are key.
It won't develop into something serious.
Lin Feng said earnestly.
How did you figure that out?
Zhuang Yanqin was filled with curiosity.
More importantly, how should we notify her?
Lin Feng smiled faintly. Zhuang Yanqin gave a wry smile and shook her head. The only ways I can think of to contact her are through private messages on the platform or email.
But she probably gets thousands of those a day.
There's no way she'd see them all.
Don't look to me, I'm helpless.
I don't even stream, so I know nothing about this stuff. Since she's your favorite streamer, you'll have to figure it out yourself, Lin Feng said. If nothing else works, I guess I'll have to wait until she's streaming and shower her with gifts to catch her attention.
But,
Zhuang Yanqin sighed helplessly.
Can't bring yourself to spend the money? Honestly, I didn't want to bring this up. Now I feel like I've burdened you.
Lin Feng said with a helpless smile.
Who's stingy? Rockets, planes, I can send them all. The problem is how to bring it up. If I just blurt it out, people will think I'm crazy.
Forget whether she'd believe me, the whole chat room would tear me apart. Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes. Just imagining it, after sending gifts in the livestream, then leaving a comment suggesting the recipient had health issues and should go to the hospital for a checkup, it would definitely spark a mob attack.
And asking for the streamer's contact info through gifts? Forget it.
People did that almost daily, but that wasn't what the streamer lacked. If you wanted to send gifts, go ahead. If you didn't, someone else would. Unless you could actually secure a spot on the top spenders list, maybe then it might be possible. But the problem was, she didn't have that kind of money. Even the top 20 or 30 spots likely start at 10,000 yuan.
Then there's no way.
We can only hope she discovers it on her own later, Lin Feng said.
That's not acceptable. What if it develops into a serious illness? The consequences would be dire.
Whether it works or not, I'll try every possible method.
Zhuang Yanqin made up her mind instantly.
She didn't know if she would succeed, but she knew that if she did nothing, she would surely regret it. If she could just get the other person to pay the slightest bit of attention, then everything she did wouldn't be in vain.
Aren't you afraid people will think you're crazy? Lin Feng asked. Crazy? So be it. Not only do I care deeply for her and don't want anything bad to happen, but even if she were a stranger, I'd still do everything in my power to warn her. If I know something, I'll act on it.
Zhuang Yanqin shrugged it off.
Actually, you're right. Just do what you can. As for the outcome, that's up to fate. After all, no one can predict the future.
Lin Feng nodded in agreement.
Zhuang Yanqin said nothing more.
She stopped eating and immediately started working on her computer, preparing to send reminders via private messages and emails first.
Midway through, she turned to ask Lin Feng, "What do you think? If I pretended to be from some company and said it was business related, would that make it more likely to get seen? I think it'd just make it seem more fake." Lin Feng replied. True. The problem is, I wouldn't even know how to draft a business proposal.
I'll just send out more messages that should increase my chances. She mentioned before that she reads every fan's private message, but she simply can't reply to them all. Zhuang Yanqin sighed softly. Lin Feng couldn't fathom what it meant to have millions of fans, but if it was truly as Zhuang Yanqin described, receiving thousands of private messages daily, how could she possibly read every single one? In such circumstances, whether it's 5, 10, or even 100, the difference isn't significant. After completing everything, Zhuang Yanqin still felt a lingering sense of reluctance, as if she were still pondering what else she could do.
Let's eat. She really is an exceptional person. I have to let her know.
She absolutely must not come to harm, Zhuang Yanqin murmured to herself. Truthfully, when it comes to top performers in any field, there's no need to view them through rose-colored glasses. What you see might be vastly different from who they truly are.
Chapter 167, Not Strangers.
Lin Feng wasn't speaking off the cuff. This stuff was backed by facts. In the public eye, those who achieve success in any field must be exceptional in every way, their character and conduct equally commendable.
But that's not necessarily true. Success may be related to character, but there is absolutely no inherent connection.
Some who reach the pinnacle of their industries might be utterly despicable in private, even resorting to backstabbing behind the scenes. The hypocritical, self-righteous achievers who appear in TV shows and movies are always cast as villains.
But in reality, there are no villains to be defeated. To truly understand someone, there is no other way than to spend time with them. Without that interaction, even if they do a great deal of good, they may not necessarily be a good person. Doing good deeds in public is often merely a means to gain benefits. Doing good isn't wrong, but some people's motives are flawed. I believe she's simply being her authentic self. There's no difference, Zhuang Yanqin declared with righteous conviction. Do you believe anyone is without flaws? Does such a flawless person exist? Lin Feng inquired. Of course not. Every human being has flaws, Zhuang Yanqin replied without hesitation. Would you choose to display your flaws in front of so many people? Or would you hide them? Lin Feng pressed further. That may be true, but she's definitely not a bad person, Zhuang Yanqin paused briefly before adding. I never said she was bad. I'm just saying don't view her through rose-colored glasses. Good or bad is based on understanding something you can't grasp through a screen, Lin Feng explained. She's already so successful. That proves she must have decent character, Zhuang Yanqin countered. There's actually no causal relationship between the two.
In every field, you find successful people whose private lives aren't exactly exemplary. Of course, what constitutes character depends on how you judge it.
Take the simplest example. Does someone who writes great works necessarily lead a spotless life in reality? Not necessarily.
Lin Feng said slowly.
What? Do you know some inside scoop?
Zhuang Yanqin asked, looking at Lin Feng.
It's not exactly insider knowledge.
Anyone with a bit of awareness could figure it out, Lin Feng replied.
Then tell me, who exactly has poor character? Zhuang Yanqin pressed. A man who cheated on his wife during their marriage, pressured her to abort their child, and then disappeared while she was pregnant. Would you call that person of good character?
Lin Feng asked.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Zhuang Yanqin replied without hesitation.
But this man wrote, "Gently I depart."
Lin Feng said.
Him? Zhuang Yanqin was taken aback.
Yes.
And he's just one example. Why do people overlook such wrongdoings?
Because we often view others through rose-colored glasses, Lin Feng said with a faint smile.
Among modern writers, why did only Lu Sun dare to openly criticize most of them? Because many of them weren't exactly paragons of virtue in their personal lives.
I think I understand what you mean,
Zhuang Yanqin nodded slightly. Do your best in everything. The final outcome is often beyond your control. If you truly can't achieve it, then there's nothing to be done.
Perhaps it's just fate, Lin Feng said.
At your age, you already believe in fate?
Zhuang Yanqin looked at Lin Feng with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It has nothing to do with age, Lin Feng replied calmly. After lunch, the afternoon remained completely free. Not a single patient came in.
About an hour before closing, someone finally arrived. They wore a black coat. While people dress differently depending on the season, it still seemed odd.
Not only that, but the person wore a mask covering most of their face and a hat pulled low over their eyes.
Are you here for a consultation?
Zhuang Yanqin could only see the person's eyes, making it difficult to gauge their age.
She asked cautiously.
While some might value privacy when visiting a hospital, patients at a clinic generally didn't have such concerns, at least not to this extent.
I'm here to inquire on behalf of a friend, the person replied.
Judging by the voice, the person was likely at least middle-aged, deep yet resonant.
If possible, it would be best to bring your friend in. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation.
Without seeing the patient's specific condition, it's difficult to make a diagnosis, Zhuang Yanqin advised.
Remote consultations were certainly not feasible, unless it was a follow-up for a previously seen patient who genuinely couldn't come in.
But under normal circumstances, treatment must be tailored to the actual condition.
I'll just ask for now, is that okay?
The person on the other end inquired, looking at Lin Feng.
Go ahead,
Lin Feng nodded slightly. Though the other person's face remained hidden, he sensed they weren't a complete stranger.
Nor was he someone familiar. If they were truly familiar, he would recognize them even without seeing their face. My friend is a doctor at a county hospital.
Every year during a certain season, he experiences extreme fatigue, sometimes accompanied by rashes.
Over the past 3 months, scattered pinpoint hemorrhages have appeared on his skin.
They started out few in number but have gradually increased. Blood tests revealed low white blood cell and platelet counts. The voice detailed the symptoms.
You're a doctor too, right? Lin Feng asked.
He reached this conclusion because the other person's description of the symptoms was remarkably professional and well organized. While ordinary people might explain their symptoms clearly, they would rarely do so with such precision. In truth, for doctors, consultations can often be a bit painful. Not everyone knows how to answer your questions.
Back when he worked in the traditional Chinese medicine department, he witnessed patients who couldn't answer a single question posed by the attending physician correctly. Take the simplest question, how long have you had this symptom? The answer should be a specific time frame like days, months, or years, but some people would respond with something like, I noticed I felt unwell once before, and then it developed into something else. That was actually the better case. Others would talk incessantly, yet their words contained no substance whatsoever. After witnessing these experiences, he finally understood why Zhuang Ziyuan insisted on taking the pulse first, then asking about symptoms, and only then allowing the patient to elaborate.
Only then could one truly pinpoint the right direction. He adopted this approach himself. If everyone were like the person before him, one could make a preliminary analysis of the condition. Of course, further assessment would still depend on the individual's specific circumstances. After all, personally assessing the patient's condition remains crucial for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners.
Yes.
The other person paused briefly before nodding in acknowledgement.
Are you afraid of revealing your identity? Zhuang Yanqin asked. Chapter 168, A True Test.
Faced with Zhuang Yanqin's question, the man hesitated noticeably before nodding.
Yes.
I lack the skill to help myself, so I want to seek help from others.
But I can't bring myself to ask. There's nothing wrong with that. Learning is endless. When it comes to medical matters, who can claim to know everything? Zhuang Yanqin replied. Well said. But I definitely can't come today.
I still want to hear what your doctors here think about this condition, the man said. So you're here to test me? Lin Feng said slowly. Not at all, the man waved his hand dismissively, continuing, what I mean is, you should be able to make a preliminary assessment. Due to the distance, my friend doesn't want to make the trip back and forth. If I weren't capable, I wouldn't have come. Lin Feng understood the implication. The man gave a dry chuckle, offering no denial. Which department does your friend work in at the hospital? The X-ray department? Lin Feng asked. Yes. How, did you know? The man confirmed, his tone thick with confusion. X-rays have certain effects on the human body. Long-term exposure can lead to various consequences. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, X-ray radiation is classified as an external pathogen. It doesn't fall within the 6 excesses nor is it categorized as an epidemic toxin. Its nature can directly penetrate the body, damaging the 5 organs and impairing qi and blood. It might also be related to the relatively outdated protective equipment in grassroots hospitals. Lin Feng added. That's possible. The man nodded repeatedly. The patient is thin, pale, weak, short of breath, has poor appetite, feels dizzy, and has weak legs. Lin Feng continued. Yes. Scattered petechiae of varying sizes on the trunk and limbs, more prevalent on the lower extremities. Sometimes bleeding occurs even while brushing teeth. Pale tongue with white coating. The man interjected. Insufficient spleen and kidney function leads to deficiency of both qi and blood. The subcutaneous bleeding stems from the spleen's failure to retain fluids, Lin Feng explained. Then what medication should be prescribed? The man asked urgently. For medication, I need to see the patient in person and take their pulse before prescribing, Lin Feng replied. His pulse is slow and weak, the man described. If you're also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, you must know the difference between knowing a pulse pattern and actually taking the pulse yourself. Your friend absolutely must come in for this visit, Lin Feng stated firmly. Without seeing the patient, one may make a preliminary diagnosis or even engage in pattern differentiation, but when it comes to treatment, an in-person consultation is essential. This is not merely because obtaining the patient's precise physical condition facilitates simulation within the sea of consciousness. It is because traditional Chinese medicine demands it. Prescriptions can only be issued after seeing the patient. Even the most detailed descriptions inevitably contain omissions. The same illness manifests differently in different individuals, and the prescription of certain herbs must be tailored to the specific circumstances of the patient. Which herbs to use, the dosage of each, and how they interact, all of this is based on understanding the patient's physical condition. Remote prescribing is fundamentally unacceptable. Insisting on it will yield only 2 outcomes, at best, no effect or extremely slow results, at worst, it may worsen the condition. Either way, the costs far outweigh the benefits. So you're saying it's useless for anyone to talk to you? The man asked. Actually, we do this to ensure we prescribe the right treatment for the right condition, Zhuang Yanqin attempted to lighten the mood. Yes, Lin Feng cut in immediately. On this matter, there was truly nothing to discuss. To treat an illness, an in-person diagnosis is essential. It's not something you can just decide on a whim. Even if the patient is a doctor who can describe their symptoms, prescribing medication is something that absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Even if the person across from him were a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he wouldn't compromise. Not even me? Lin Feng. The man spoke as he removed his mask and cap, revealing a slightly aged face and a head of white hair. Director Liang? Lin Feng finally recognized him as Liang Qixuan, the director of the People's Hospital. You still recognize me? I'd be a bit embarrassed if you didn't, Liang Qixuan quipped self-deprecatingly. I was wondering why you looked familiar. Hello? Lin Feng replied with a smile. He had never crossed paths with this director personally, but as a former doctor at the People's Hospital, how could he not recognize the director? And Liang Qixuan was a genuine example of someone who had climbed the ranks step by step from the lowest level doctor. His professional skills were still quite formidable. It was just that, due to his age and his primary focus on administration, he rarely handled professional matters anymore. Though they hadn't interacted much, his reputation was solid, far superior to that of some vice presidents. So it really was a test, Zhuang Yanqin murmured, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Young lady, this isn't some test. It's the real situation of a friend of mine. After seeking treatment everywhere to no avail, I never imagined it would be resolved here at your hospital, Liang Qixuan hurriedly explained. Director Liang, I can't prescribe medication without seeing the patient. Tailoring treatment to the condition is key to a swift recovery. Lin Feng stated. Yes, I understand. Your principle is excellent. No one should receive special treatment. I'll have my friend come see you later. You've solved a major problem for me. Liang Qixuan nodded. He had deliberately phrased it that way earlier. As a doctor who had started at the grassroots level, how could he not understand? Traditional Chinese medicine is all about personalized treatment. Cases where the same disease receives different treatments, or different diseases receive the same treatment, are far too common. Insisting on seeing the patient before prescribing is the height of responsibility toward them. How could there be any problem with that? He came here hoping to discuss returning to the hospital with Lin Feng. To ease the awkwardness, he used his friend's example to test Lin Feng. He had expected Lin Feng to offer some insights at best, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng pinpointed the crux of the matter and accurately addressed many key points. He was confident that once he saw the patient in person, he could prescribe an effective treatment. This was an absolute pleasant surprise for him. It's simply my duty as a physician. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Young people like you, capable and humble, are becoming increasingly rare, Liang Qixuan praised. You didn't summon me just for this matter, did you? Lin Feng inquired. Liang Qixuan understood that without the patient present, he couldn't prescribe medicine. If this visit was truly to seek treatment for a friend, he would have brought the friend directly. The fact that he hadn't done so likely meant he was using this as a conversation starter. As expected, it was about asking him to return to the hospital. Even though he had made his position clear, with the director himself stepping in, some back and forth was probably unavoidable. Yes. You're a smart man, you know why I'm here. I did arrive a bit late, but it was actually to give you some space to think. Seeing that Lin Feng had already spoken plainly, Liang Qixuan saw no need to beat around the bush. Chapter 169, Generous Terms. Since everything was out in the open, there was no point in beating around the bush. Even without Qi Mingxuan's input, judging solely by his own assessment of Lin Feng, he was thoroughly satisfied. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the entire traditional Chinese medicine department had worked together, they might not have solved this problem. Yet Lin Feng had resolved it with ease. This signaled that Lin Feng's capabilities were on an entirely different level from those of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Under these circumstances, facing exclusion was only natural. Director Meng Shanghui wasn't entirely without merit, but his strengths were limited. Moreover, he possessed certain character flaws. Previously, these hadn't seemed like major issues, but now they appeared far from minor. Of course, he understood that even if they managed to bring Lin Feng back this time, the People's Hospital would never be his final destination. At best, it would serve as a stopover, barely even a stepping stone. According to Qi Mingxian, Lin Feng was now part of the Health Bureau, and his future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. He was someone who could truly make a mark in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. After all, the Health Bureau gathered the cream of the crop from every field. Joining its ranks in one's 30s was exceptionally young. And Lin Feng was only in his 20s. He couldn't even begin to imagine what heights Lin Feng might reach in the future. But that's not all. Lin Feng has the backing of the National Traditional Chinese Medicine Authority. Yet someone like this was actually expelled from the People's Hospital and given disciplinary action. They clearly didn't use their brains at all. Truthfully, he now fully understood that sending either Meng Shanghui or Li Fugui had been a mistake. He should have come personally from the start, perhaps then things would have worked out. Even though he was here now, and had offered a seemingly plausible excuse, it was ultimately futile. And this excuse wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. After much deliberation, only Qi Mingxuan's suggestion seemed reasonable. Director Liang, I've already said everything I needed to say. I have no intention of going back. The atmosphere in the traditional Chinese medicine department, I just don't think I could adapt to it. It's fine here. Lin Feng spoke up. This place is certainly good. But someone with your talents belongs somewhere where you can make a bigger impact. What do you think? Liang Qixuan replied. To be honest, in terms of the patients I see, it's not much different from the traditional Chinese medicine department, Lin Feng replied. I know. Traditional Chinese medicine is declining, it's the broader environment. No single person can change that. But I believe this is only temporary. Traditional Chinese medicine won't stay like this forever. If you stay at the hospital, you'll have more opportunities. Liang Qixuan paused, then turned to look at Zhuang Yanqin. Young lady, don't you agree? Lin Feng had originally been a doctor at the People's Hospital. Now he was inviting someone back quite different from poaching talent, so there was nothing wrong with speaking this way. I'm not really sure, Zhuang Yanqin shook her head. She held no resentment. What he said made perfect sense. If she were to set aside the fact that the clinic belonged to her family and choose from Lin Feng's perspective, she probably wouldn't choose the clinic either. But now the clinic needed Lin Feng, and it wasn't possible to truly speak such words fairly. Of course, if Lin Feng chose to leave, she could understand that too. I believe you still have feelings for the hospital. If it weren't for all those repeated disappointments, you wouldn't feel this way. But change always takes time. Liang Qixuan began playing the emotional card again. Actually, this clinic belongs to my mentor. Due to health reasons, he's temporarily unable to see patients, so I need to fill in for him. I'm truly sorry about that. Lin Feng explained. How about this? I'll set up a specialist clinic for you, separate from the TCM department. You manage your own schedule. No one will oversee you, complete autonomy. What do you say? Seeing the situation, Liang Qixuan laid out the terms directly. Me, a specialist clinic? Lin Feng was taken aback. Even though he had just successfully solved the difficult problem Liang Qixuan had presented, it wasn't enough to warrant such a significant concession from the other party. It was well known that the hospital had strict regulations for specialist clinics. Without exceptional qualifications, it was simply out of the question. Typically, only doctors with significant achievements in a specific field or retired experts rehired by the hospital could enjoy such treatment.
Until now, he had been just an ordinary doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department. What qualifications did he have? Could it be that the two countries' medical authorities had pressured Liang Qixuan? He quickly dismissed that notion. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, it was simply unnecessary. Feng Tianrui already knew he didn't want to return.
Even if Sun Yaozhong didn't know, Feng Tianrui would have told him.
Besides, if they could place him elsewhere, why choose the People's Hospital? Yes. You'll receive full specialist-level treatment at the hospital. Additionally, feel free to make any requests. Within my capabilities, I won't refuse anything. Liang Qixuan nodded emphatically. Any specific requirements regarding consultation hours? Lin Feng inquired. None at all. Each person's situation is different. The length and frequency of clinic hours vary. Even if something comes up unexpectedly, adjustments can be made, Liang Qixuan replied. Then I'd like to ask, would once a week be acceptable for the clinic appointments? Lin Feng tentatively inquired. Absolutely. That frequency is actually quite high for specialist appointments, Liang Qixuan readily agreed. This wasn't particularly exaggerated. For specialist clinics, twice a week was already pushing the limit. Any more than that, even if the specialist could handle it, the hospital would definitely advise reducing the frequency. The logic was simple, specialists existed to tackle complex issues, not routine ones. If the frequency became too high, routine issues would likely all be referred to specialists, leaving doctors below them with nothing to do. That would create chaos. And once specialist doctors can no longer hold clinics, the chaos will only worsen. Some members of the public harbor doubts about non-specialist physicians. Therefore, specialists should not shoulder excessive burdens, they should only address critical challenges. This is the only truly rational approach. Sounds promising, Lin Feng mused, intrigued. If you agree, I'll make the arrangements immediately, Liang Qixuan said. Let me think it over. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't commit immediately, leaving himself some breathing room. All right. Take your time. Liang Qixuan knew better than to press too hard. Compared to the previous proposal, this one seemed more acceptable to Lin Feng. Because he wouldn't have to give up the clinic. If this specialist clinic could be maintained long-term, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the hospital. I'll take my leave then. Liang Qixuan rose to depart. Let me walk you out. No need. Liang Qixuan put on his mask and hat, striding out. Chapter 170, Not Suitable for Minors. After Liang Qixuan departed, Zhuang Yanqing couldn't help but ask, what else is there to think about? With such generous terms, there's absolutely no reason to refuse. Do you believe in free lunches? Lin Feng countered. Aren't you being overly cautious? Maybe they saw how you handled things earlier and that's why they're offering these terms, Zhuang Yanqing suggested. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. And let me tell you, he'll face resistance pushing this through. He's the dean, but he doesn't call all the shots. Lin Feng explained. So you doubt he can actually pull it off? Zhuang Yanqing asked. Not exactly. That's not my concern. That's his problem to solve. My concern is why he'd go to such lengths, Lin Feng replied slowly. Despite the difficulty, Liang Qixuan dared to voice it because he must have some confidence in making it happen, or at the very least, he possesses special means. The person or event that prompted him to think this way should be the real focus of his attention. After Li Fugui's visit, he'd expected Liang Qixuan, as the dean, to make an appearance. But in reality, the man hadn't contacted him at all. Now he'd abruptly changed his mind and offered terms Lin Feng couldn't refuse. Without getting to the bottom of this, he couldn't just agree lightly. If all else failed, he'd have to consult Feng Tianrui to uncover the hidden tricks at play. Do you really need to overthink it? Zhuang Yanqing scoffed. When you get something for nothing, you have to wonder why they're offering you such benefits and what you can possibly bring them in return, Lin Feng countered. What I'm more concerned about is whether you, as an expert, can bring some benefits to the clinic, Zhuang Yanqing said with a smile. Lin Feng only had one outpatient day per week at the hospital, the rest of his time was spent at the clinic. Could patients who couldn't be fully treated at the hospital be referred to the clinic? That would be a form of patient referral. Even if the volume wasn't huge, it was better than nothing. We'll see. I can probably bring in some patients. But when it comes to medicinal herbs, their pharmacy is still better. Lin Feng immediately understood Zhuang Yanqing's meaning. He wouldn't deliberately send patients over, but given his limited hospital hours, some patients needing follow-ups might naturally come to the clinic. Liang Qixuan couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Daring to say it directly like that meant he simply didn't care. It doesn't matter. Let the patients choose. I have no preference either way, Zhuang Yanqing said. That's a good attitude, Lin Feng nodded. Zhuang Yanqing had this quality going for her. She wasn't greedy. Then do you not need to consider it? Zhuang Yanqing asked. Of course not. I still need to think it over, Lin Feng replied. What? Trying to elevate your status this way?
Zhuang Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Feng.
Is that even necessary? Lin Feng retorted. Who knows? Zhuang Yanqing retorted irritably. Lin Feng didn't bother responding.
He simply picked up a pen, swiftly wrote a prescription on a piece of paper, and handed it to Zhuang Yanqing.
What is this? Zhuang Yanqing asked. You don't even recognize a prescription? Lin Feng asked. Of course. I'm asking what kind of prescription this is? You may be an employee, but dispensing medicine costs money. And there's no employee discount. Just letting you know up front. After all, we have costs too. Besides, these medicines aren't cheap. Zhuang Yanqing stated. If it's about money, talk to Manager Lu.
After all, this is solving her problem, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Cold plum? Solving the problem tonight? Great. I was wondering how to bring it up with you. Zhuang Yanqing's expression brightened.
I never forget my promises, Lin Feng stated.
What can I do to help? Zhuang Yanqing asked eagerly.
This medicine can cure her symptoms.
She can take it today.
Whether you prepare it for her or let her do it herself, that's up to you, Lin Feng said.
I wasn't referring to the medicine. I meant other matters, Zhuang Yanqing clarified. For now, this is the only thing you can do. The rest is about cooperation. Just don't go against me.
Lin Feng said calmly.
I certainly won't.
I can't promise about other times, but from now until tonight when everything is resolved, I'll cooperate with everything you say.
I swear it. Zhuang Yanqing said earnestly.
Though Lin Feng hadn't mentioned it, she knew Lu Lengmei must have encountered something terrible.
She and Lu Lengmei had discussed it, but they couldn't figure it out. After hours of debate, they still had no answers. Faced with such complete uncertainty, following Lin Feng's lead was the obvious choice.
Judging by his demeanor these past days, Lin Feng proved remarkably dependable. Such confidence surely stemmed from concrete plans.
Cooperating? What was so difficult about that? The most important thing was to keep Lu Lengmei completely out of danger. Forget all that.
Just remember what you said, Lin Feng instructed.
Then I'll go prepare the medicine. Once it's brewed, can we head out? Zhuang Yanqing asked. Yeah, pretty much.
Lin Feng nodded, then added, also, I'll need to use your computer.
Go ahead, Zhuang Yanqing agreed readily.
After gathering all the herbs listed on the prescription, he took out the medicinal pot to boil the herbs. Soon, the air was filled with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. In truth, decocting herbs was extremely rare in the clinic. Usually, they only dispensed the herbs, but the equipment for boiling them was still fully stocked. That was something his father had insisted on back then. If a patient's home was truly unsuitable for boiling herbs, the clinic would provide the equipment to do it free of charge. During the boiling process, she asked Lin Feng several times if there was anything special to watch out for. He consistently replied that it was the same as normal decoction. Throughout this process, Lin Feng kept his eyes glued to the computer screen, occasionally bringing his phone over to the computer. She found this somewhat puzzling. Since arriving, Lin Feng had barely touched her computer, occasionally glancing at it but showing little interest most of the time. As far as she could tell, his leisure time consisted solely of reading. Suddenly, he was playing with the computer, and so intently at that, it made her wonder what on earth he was doing. But she hadn't gone over to look. After the medicine was boiled and poured into a thermos, she hurried over. From a distance, she caught a glimpse of the screen. It was something unsuitable for minors. A man and a woman were doing that kind of thing. What was even worse was that Lin Feng's phone was placed right next to the computer's speaker. It was recording the audio. What the hell are you doing? Zhuang Yanqing suddenly yelled, stopping in her tracks, too scared to take another step forward. Lin Feng jumped in fright, turning to glance at Zhuang Yanqing with a look of utter helplessness on his face.
You're shameless. Watching this? Oh, this? I have a use for it. Chapter 171, What are you doing? Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhuang Yanqing's anger flared even more.
She'd seen shameless before, but never this shameless.
Caught red-handed, he had the nerve to claim this thing was useful? What possible use could it have? Even if you really want to look, couldn't you do it privately and sneakily? Watching it in front of a girl and recording it on your phone? What the hell is that about?
It really is useful, just not in the way you imagine, Lin Feng said. If you really like watching this stuff, please use your own phone. Don't use my computer, Zhuang Yanqing rolled her eyes.
But won't my phone get viruses?
Lin Feng countered.
So whether my computer gets infected is completely irrelevant? Zhuang Yanqing glared at Lin Feng accusingly. Not exactly. Computers have less personal information, and it's easier to scan for viruses.
Besides, I can't record audio anyway, Lin Feng shrugged. Zhuang Yanqing felt her teeth itch with anger. Before, she'd only suspected it, but now he'd openly admitted to recording her. She felt an immediate urge to slap him, but deep down, she knew she couldn't possibly win. I recorded it for legitimate purposes. I can't explain yet, Lin Feng said slowly.
You take something shady and call it legitimate? Do you seriously expect me to believe you? Zhuang Yanqing snapped.
I'm watching this openly right here, Lin Feng countered.
That proves I have nothing to hide, right? Who knows? Maybe you're just thick-skinned. Give me back my computer. And don't touch my computer again.
Zhuang Yanxin said coldly.
No matter what excuse Lin Feng had, she couldn't accept it. What if I said it was for something later?
Lin Feng countered.
Are you trying to fool me? I seriously doubt you can handle this. Zhuang Yanxin snorted, clearly unconvinced. Then do your earlier words still stand? Lin Feng pressed. I don't know.
We'll see when the time comes.
With that, Zhuang Yanxin snatched the laptop back.
She closed all the messy, useless web pages and started scanning with antivirus software. If it weren't such a hassle, she'd have formatted the whole thing. Lin Feng merely smiled, offering no further explanation.
On the way to Lu Lengmei's house, Zhuang Yanxin kept a cold expression throughout the entire journey. Not only did she refuse to speak, but she even maintained a physical distance from Lin Feng.
It wasn't an exaggeration to say that any good impression Lin Feng had previously made had vanished completely. It wasn't quite that she was completely disgusted with him, but she certainly didn't think he was a good person. It wasn't that what he did was abnormal, but that doing such things in that environment was abnormal. Moreover, from another perspective, Lin Feng's previously steady demeanor might have been an act much like Lang Juanjia, striving to portray someone entirely different from his true self. Such people were terrifying to her. By the time they arrived at Lu Lengmei's house, Xiao Xiao had already finished eating and was playing in the living room. Compared to before, she wasn't as afraid of Lin Feng anymore.
At least she wasn't hiding anymore. Here. Drink it.
Zhuang Yanxin handed the prepared medicine to Lu Lengmei.
What is this? Lu Lengmei asked as she took it. It's medicine someone prepared for you. It should be beneficial.
As she spoke, Zhuang Yanxin shot Lin Feng a glance.
Oh.
Lu Lengmei found a bowl, poured the liquid into it, and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, the bitter taste filled her entire mouth, making her involuntarily wrinkle her brow.
She hadn't had much experience with Chinese medicine, though she'd always heard it was bitter.
Only now, tasting it herself, did she realize the flavor was truly beyond description.
Of course, bitter medicine is good for you. What exactly is my problem? Lu Lengmei turned to ask Lin Feng.
We'll discuss that later. For now, I need your cooperation, Lin Feng replied calmly.
Lu Lengmei nodded.
Lin Feng led Xiao Xiao into the bedroom for a massage.
Xiao Xiao wasn't overly afraid, but she dared not resist too much.
Besides, she understood that whatever Lin Feng was doing was for her own good.
She didn't fully understand the illness, but she noticed Lu Lengmei wasn't as worried as before. What exactly is he doing? Lu Lengmei whispered to Zhuang Yanxin.
The two girls remained standing at the doorway. I asked him, but he wouldn't say. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head helplessly.
How can I cooperate if I know nothing? Should I just accept whatever he says? Lu Lengmei retorted. Absolutely not.
We have to stick to our boundaries, Zhuang Yanxin insisted immediately.
Huh? What do you mean, boundaries? He probably won't do anything too extreme, right? Lu Lengmei paused, slightly taken aback. You never know. You can't judge a book by its cover. Zhuang Yanxin replied. Huh? Why such a drastic change in your attitude toward him? Lu Lengmei seemed somewhat perplexed. I was too one-sided before.
People can have many sides, Zhuang Yanxin shook her head.
He just saved your life. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak like this? Lu Lengmei asked. Regardless, we absolutely cannot let our guard down around him.
Zhuang Yanxin said with a serious expression.
Lu Lengmei merely smiled and said nothing more.
She sensed that something must have happened between Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanxin, which was why Zhuang Yanxin was speaking this way. After spending these days together, she had a pretty good grasp of what kind of person Lin Feng was. At the very least, he wasn't a bad person. Lin Feng's massage session ended quickly, taking about a third less time than before.
The recovery is quite good. This should be the final pediatric massage session.
Maintain a healthy diet and continue gradual conditioning afterward, and you'll fully return to normal, Lin Feng stated.
Thank you. Lu Lengmei responded gratefully.
I need to discuss something with you, Lin Feng said, turning to look at Zhuang Yanxin.
Would you mind taking the child to the other bedroom? Can I refuse?
Zhuang Yanxin looked at Lin Feng. Of course. Then please take the child outside for a walk. We'll call you once we've finished discussing matters, Lin Feng replied. As he spoke, the little one lying on the bed had already woken up.
All right. Zhuang Yanxin finally nodded.
Though she had no idea what Lin Feng intended to do, whatever it was, Xiao Xiao definitely couldn't hear it. Getting a child to leave wasn't exactly difficult, but it wasn't exactly easy either. But since Zhuang Yanxin was quite familiar with Xiao Xiao and also wanted to distance herself slightly from Lin Feng, she agreed immediately.
Should we talk in the living room? Lu Lengmei suggested. A man and a woman alone in the bedroom seemed a bit inappropriate. Hearing the front door shut, Lin Feng strode toward Lu Lengmei, smiling as he said, Isn't this the perfect spot? You, what are you doing? Lu Lengmei's voice betrayed a hint of panic. What a man should do. Chapter 172, Unbearable.
As Lin Feng continued to advance, fear filled Lu Lingmei's eyes.
She knew Lin Feng's combat prowess.
Even if Zhuang Yanqin had exaggerated, it was undeniable that he had faced several burly men alone and emerged unscathed. Though she had years of taekwondo training under her belt, in terms of raw strength, she was no match for a normal man.
To defeat a man, she could only rely on ambush. The odds of winning in a direct confrontation were slim.
And besides, he wasn't just an ordinary man. But she couldn't understand why he would suddenly do such a thing.
Had he sent Zhuang Yanqin and Xiao Xiao away just for this? Recalling what Zhuang Yanqin had said earlier, could it be that this moment had been planned from the very beginning? You, don't forget. I'm no weakling. I'll fight back. Lu Lingmei glared furiously at Lin Feng. No matter how uncertain she felt inside, she absolutely couldn't show weakness on the surface. Show weakness once, and the other party would become even more reckless. It's useless. Our power levels aren't even in the same league.
Besides, making a huge scene and bringing your best friend and child back here, it's not like I'm the one who'll be humiliated.
I've been more than generous with you. Get them out of here. Otherwise, I'll use them to blackmail you, and you won't even have a chance to resist. Lin Feng declared. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Lu Lingmei demanded. If you were a man, with such a beautiful woman right in front of you, what reason would you need?
Lin Feng said with a smile.
You're utterly shameless. Everything you said earlier, including the potion I just drank, it was all part of your scheme?
Lu Lingmei said coldly.
Indeed.
I never imagined you'd be so easily deceived, Lin Feng replied.
Even if I take my own life, I will never let you succeed, Lu Lingmei declared. And it myself? Ha! Are you sure? You don't care about the child?
We barely made it through this ordeal.
You're just giving up? I don't think you would. Besides, you're quite fond of me, aren't you? Am I not better than that Huang Yaoyang? Lin Feng said. Don't touch me. You only make me feel sick. Lu Lingmei's voice was filled with rage. Oh, come on. Stop pretending to be some chaste maiden. I know exactly what's going on with your body. Truth is, your needs are still quite. Lin Feng began. Meanwhile, in a small rented room in an urban village several kilometers away from Lu Lingmei's residential complex, Huang Yaoyang wore headphones. The headphones transmitted the conversation between Lin Feng and Lu Lingmei in the bedroom. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He never imagined Lin Feng would dare to try something like this with Lu Lingmei. He wasn't entirely sure if Lu Lingmei harbored any feelings for Lin Feng, but he was certain she didn't despise him as much as she despised himself. That's why he had gone after Lin Feng only to fail. Now he was forced to hide in this place. If Zhang Hanan found him, it wouldn't just be about paying compensation, he'd pay a terrible price. He could have fled elsewhere, even abroad, but he refused to abandon Lu Lingmei like this. After all, he'd invested so much effort before and gained nothing in return. How could that be acceptable? Even if he couldn't fully possess Lu Lingmei, he had to at least accomplish something. His original plan was to wait until Lin Feng finished Xiao Zhao's pediatric massage treatment before making his move on Zhuang Yanqin. But he never imagined Lin Feng would beat him to it. The thought of the pure and pristine Lu Lingmei falling into someone else's hands, especially those of a man he despised, made him want to tear Lin Feng limb from limb. What disappointed him was that Lu Lingmei's resistance remained almost entirely verbal. She was clearly capable of fighting back, yet she hadn't laid a finger on him. What good were verbal protests? Did he really think a few words would make the other person stop what he was doing? Absolutely not. In fact, he suspected Lu Lingmei was playing hard to get a symbolic refusal meant to tease, not a genuine rejection. If that were the case, it would mean Lu Lingmei genuinely harbored strong feelings for Lin Feng. What gives her the right? In terms of what she'd done, she hadn't done any less than Lin Feng. He had contacted countless doctors to treat Xiao Zhao's illness, never giving up even when treatments proved ineffective. Why did Lin Feng end up reaping the rewards? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming wave of regret. Had he been too passive all along? If he had been strong enough, if he had applied enough pressure to Lu Lingmei, could he have succeeded too? The sound of Lu Lingmei screaming no came through the receiver, confirming that physical contact had already occurred between them. Huang Yaoyang could no longer sit still. Grabbing the equipment from the table, he rushed out while shouting for his men in the adjacent building. After Zhang Hanan's group failed, he'd paid for another batch of security guards from a protection company. While their skills were undoubtedly inferior to Zhang Hanan's crew, they could still serve a purpose in critical moments. Of course, he had no intention of going head-to-head with Zhang Hanan. His purpose in hiring them was simply to have them escort him away after he finished what he needed to do. But at this moment, he could no longer endure it. No matter what, Lin Feng would pay the price and he'd accomplish what he needed to do along the way. Ideally, he'd arrive before Lin Feng and Lu Lingmei consummated their relationship. In that state, Lin Feng would be utterly defenseless. Earlier, Zhang Hanan's group had lost to Lin Feng not because of ability, but because they were too eager to fight one-on-one. They could have overwhelmed him by swarming him as a group, yet they insisted on being picked off one by one. This time, we won't give him any chance. He must die. The black van was soon fully prepared and ready to go. Huang Yaoyang wasted no words, urging the driver to reach their destination swiftly. In his earpiece, Lu Lingmei's refusal was fading into a faint whisper. Her next move would be surrender. He wished the car could fly. But alas, it was all too late. Even as the van raced down the road at breakneck speed, it couldn't change anything. Huang Yaoyang's face darkened to the extreme. He could now hear the two of them panting, along with sounds unsuitable for minors. It meant that even if they took off now, it would be too late. His fists clenched tighter, his fingernails digging into his flesh. His entire body shook violently. He had been too slow after all. He should have left immediately, without overthinking it. And now she was seen as his woman, yet she was doing that kind of thing with someone else. Even if he could achieve what he desired later, the pure and untouched woman in his heart was now secondhand. If this bastard didn't die, he'd spend the rest of his life consumed by bitterness. He must die. Chapter 173, Playing Along. In the bedroom. Lin Feng and Lu Lingmei stood half a bedroom apart. The bed held the dismantled listening device. Lin Feng's phone lay some distance away, playing back the previously recorded audio. Lu Lingmei blushed fiercely as she listened. Though she hadn't experienced it firsthand, she wasn't entirely unfamiliar with such things. The entire space held only her and Lin Feng. Listening to this was utterly humiliating. Even knowing Lin Feng would never actually do anything to her. When Lin Feng had spoken those words earlier, she had genuinely been frightened. At the time, she hadn't realized he'd said those things deliberately. His expression hadn't seemed fake either. She had genuinely pondered whether she could escape if it came to blows. She knew she couldn't win in a fight. There was no question about that. But delaying him might just give her a chance to escape. It wasn't until the other person found the listening device in a hidden spot that she realized they'd been putting on a show all along. And she naturally played along with the charade. The performance was certainly different from reality. True to her nature, even if escape proved impossible, forcing her to submit would be no easy feat. Especially if he tried to defile her purity, he'd pay a heavy price for that. When that moment came, she wouldn't be intimidated by any threats. She would fight back with everything she had. Or feign submission, only to deliver a fatal blow at the crucial moment. It's no exaggeration to say that in her heart, her purity was as important as her life. Should she lose it, there would be no point in living. Under such circumstances, what would she possibly hold back from doing? As events proved, her judgment had been spot on. Lin Feng simply wasn't that kind of man. Her actions served only one purpose, to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. Who that person was, she could figure out with just a moment's thought. Only the previous nanny could have installed this device in the bedroom at home, and that nanny was connected to Huang Yaoyang. Without the nanny relaying messages, he'd resorted to using this thing to spy on me. Huang Yaoyang vanished for days, as if he'd disappeared off the face of the earth. But now it seems he was merely biding his time. The audio playing on the phone finally stopped. Lin Feng picked up the phone and gestured toward the living room outside. Lu Lingmei nodded, softening her footsteps as she led the way out of the bedroom. Could there be one outside too? Lu Lingmei asked in a hushed voice. I don't know. You can try looking later, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head slightly. I won't. We probably won't be staying here much longer anyway. The thought of being eavesdropped on by hidden listening devices sent a chill down Lu Lingmei's spine. If she stayed here, she'd surely have nightmares. Better to move out immediately. Actually, that's fine too. Lin Feng agreed with the idea. Will he really show up? Lu Lingmei asked. He probably will. If he can tolerate this, then he's far more dangerous than we imagined. That would make things very complicated. Actually, the recording could have been longer, but... Lin Feng sighed. Lu Lingmei glanced at Lin Feng, a peculiar smile playing on her lips. Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't trying to show off how strong I am just to give him more of a taste of his own medicine. Lin Feng hurriedly explained. I didn't say anything, Lu Lingmei replied. I never look at this stuff either. I only seek it out when I need it, Lin Feng explained. If you don't watch it, how did you even find it? Lu Lingmei countered. That's not something I can discuss, Lin Feng replied, realizing the more he explained, the worse it sounded. He shook his head. Good thing Cindy isn't here. Lu Lingmei teased. She already knows. The reason it's so short is because I recorded it using her computer and she caught me, Lin Feng explained. What? You recorded it on her computer? And she didn't even hit you? Lu Lingmei was somewhat surprised. It seemed she understood why Zhuang Yanqin's attitude toward Lin Feng had changed so drastically. So that was the root cause. If Zhuang Yanqin knew the whole truth, it wouldn't really matter. But the problem was, she knew nothing at all. Discovering something like this would surely make her furious? If it weren't for giving Xiao Xiao a massage and needing to handle her affairs, Zhuang Yanqin would probably have blown up on the spot. Truthfully, she understood completely. If she were Zhuang Yanqin, she'd react the same way. Even if you really had to do it, you should have handled it privately. Doing it so openly and brazenly was just too much. No, she hasn't. But she hasn't spoken to me at all on the way here.
There's no way I could have explained this beforehand, Lin Feng said helplessly.
It's fine. She'll understand later.
I'm sorry for putting you through this because of my situation, Lu Lingmei said.
Actually, this matter doesn't just involve you.
It involves others too, Lin Feng said slowly.
Oh? Who else? Lu Lingmei inquired. Don't worry about it.
You'll find out later, Lin Feng replied without elaborating.
Then what exactly is wrong with my body? Lu Lingmei couldn't help but ask. It's poisoning. A slow-acting poison.
Lin Feng stated. Fearing surveillance cameras in the living room, the two spoke in hushed tones, leaning so close together that while face-to-face might be an exaggeration, it was practically the case. Had she not seen the camera, Lu Lingmei would never have gotten this close to Lin Feng.
How could I not have felt anything at all?
Lu Lingmei asked, puzzled.
This toxin gradually accumulates in your body.
It only takes effect once it reaches a certain concentration.
Before that, it's hard to detect.
Plus, the symptoms resemble those of qi and blood deficiency, Lin Feng explained.
So it's something I ate? Lu Lingmei pressed.
It could also be dissolved in liquids.
Like tea or coffee you drink.
Lin Feng suggested.
I don't drink tea. But I drink a lot of coffee.
When I'm busy, 3 or 4 cups a day is normal, Lu Lingmei stated. Drinking that much coffee must be taking a toll on your body. Even without poison, problems could arise, Lin Feng shook his head gently.
What choice do I have? To stay alert, I have to rely on coffee. Lu Lingmei sighed helplessly. If she had a choice, she wouldn't willingly drink so much coffee.
Lately, she'd been spending more time at home caring for Xiao Xiao. Previously, drinking too much coffee often disrupted her sleep.
There's only one way to stay energetic, rest.
Using coffee or other stimulants is just draining your body, Lin Feng said.
Who in their right mind would do that? Lu Lingmei didn't want to continue this topic.
Lin Feng's point was undeniably valid, but she simply couldn't bring herself to follow it.
If there's no surprise, it's bound to be connected to Huang Yaoyang. Chapter 174, No Choice in the Matter. Lu Lingmei's expression darkened instantly. Are you suggesting he bribed someone close to me to poison me? Lu Lingmei demanded. It's merely one possibility. As a businesswoman, you've likely offended many.
The person he bribed might be another pawn in someone else's game, or perhaps there's more than one such individual in your inner circle.
The truth? I can't be certain. You'll have to investigate yourself. But if we can apprehend Huang Yaoyang today, we might uncover some useful information.
Lin Feng replied slowly. What I fear most now is that he won't show up. I don't mind myself, but she's still so young. I truly don't want her to be dragged into this for no reason.
Lu Lingmei sighed.
She had to admit, Lin Feng had considered every possible scenario. Even if she had all the facts and handled it herself, she might not have done any better.
If this lead doesn't pan out, we'll approach it from the opposite angle.
It's unlikely he can hide indefinitely, Lin Feng stated.
How do we reverse it? Lu Lingmei asked. Target the person by your side.
Use that person to track down Huang Yaoyang, Lin Feng explained.
That's certainly one approach, Lu Lingmei nodded in agreement.
Having said that, she couldn't help feeling a bit useless, as if she relied on Lin Feng for everything. She wasn't the type to be brainless, yet in this particular matter, she seemed to have contributed nothing. Was he just too clever? Just then, the sound of a lock being picked echoed from the doorway. Then, the door was violently pushed open. Huang Yaoyang strode in, his face twisted with anger, followed by 5 or 6 young men. The man at the rear immediately slammed the door shut. Huang Yaoyang's gaze locked onto Lin Feng and Lu Lingmei, who were practically pressed cheek to cheek, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Looking at Lu Lingmei, where was there even a hint of reluctance? Did she submit to everything once they'd become intimate? I had the locks changed. Lu Lingmei frowned slightly. She wasn't completely oblivious to safety concerns. Yet even with the lock changed, he could enter freely, as if no one was home. This was truly terrifying. Not surprising. He must still have some tricks up his sleeve, Lin Feng remarked. You two are a pair of bastards. Huang Yaoyang gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, shouting the curse. Jealous? Lin Feng glanced sideways at Huang Yaoyang with a smirk. Envious? I'll kill you. Huang Yaoyang roared, then turned to Lu Lingmei. I never imagined you'd be this kind of woman. So easily taken to bed. What business is it of yours? Only then did Lu Lingmei realize she was standing a bit too close to Lin Feng and quickly stepped back a little. Since Huang Yaoyang was already here, there was no risk of eavesdropping. I just don't get it, what's so great about him. When I was chasing you, you acted like some chaste saint, not letting me even touch you. But in front of him, you're as loose as a prostitute. What the hell are you playing at? Huang Yaoyang nearly roared. Nothing happened between us, Lu Lingmei replied. Ha! Do you think I'm some little toy? Is it because this guy just couldn't satisfy you? After all, it ended so quickly. Huang Yaoyang sneered coldly. I just like him. What are you gonna do about it? Men like you only make me feel sick. You're the kind who'd even resort to eavesdropping.
Lu Lengmei retorted. So what if I eavesdropped? Now I only regret not doing it sooner.
I should have just installed cameras.
What courtesy is there for a woman like you? You're nothing but a cheap. Huang Yaoyang continued his tirade.
But no matter how much he cursed, he couldn't vent the rage burning inside him.
This despicable side is the real you.
I still haven't seen through what kind of person you truly are. Lu Lingmei shook her head.
Today I'll show you exactly what kind of man I am.
Once I've finished him off, I'll make you suffer 10,000 times over.
I'll make you wish you were dead. Then we'll see what you have to say. Huang Yaoyang snarled viciously.
The thought that Lin Feng had already claimed Lu Lingmei first felt like countless insects gnawing at his heart, tearing him apart with unbearable agony.
You're dreaming. There's absolutely no chance between us.
There never was before this, and after what happened, there won't be the slightest possibility.
Lu Lingmei declared. That's not entirely up to you.
Right now, only I hold the power here, Huang Yaoyang said coldly.
Ha! That sounds familiar.
Like I've heard it somewhere before, Lin Feng remarked with a smile.
Huang Yaoyang glared at Lin Feng, fury boiling. I know you're no ordinary man. One-on-one, my men wouldn't stand a chance against you. But unfortunately, no one will face you alone. I won't give you that opportunity. You don't think I came here unprepared, do you?
Lin Feng said calmly.
Prepared? What could you possibly be prepared for? Did you know I was coming? Huang Yaoyang pointed at Lu Lengmei and shouted. Do you really believe everything you've done is flawless, that no one noticed? Lu Lengmei retorted. What else could it be? If you knew earlier, you wouldn't have waited until now to deal with me. You can't possibly expect him alone to handle all the people I brought, can you? He might have been able to before, but that doesn't mean he can today. Huang Yaoyang declared with brimming confidence.
Your listening device has been discovered. Lu Lengmei shook her head helplessly. Poor Huang Yaoyang, still convinced he was in control of the situation, completely unaware of the predicament he'd landed himself in.
Are you even listening to yourself? Are you saying you called out earlier on purpose so I could hear? Huang Yaoyang retorted. If I hadn't let you hear it, how would you have come? Lin Feng replied. What a ridiculous joke. I came here to punish you.
Huang Yaoyang sneered, his eyes darting toward Lu Lengmei. Soon, I'll show you that he's nothing but a nobody in front of me.
And you?
You'd better start thinking about what kind of kneeling position will earn you forgiveness.
Keep dreaming. Lu Lengmei shook her head. Excellent. If you really crawl before me like a dog, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. Keep up that defiant attitude, I'll enjoy conquering you bit by bit. Huang Yaoyang snarled. You know what your biggest flaw is? You talk way too much. Haven't you heard the saying, villains die by talking too much?
Lin Feng said slowly. All of you, attack together. Take him down as fast as possible.
Hold nothing back. Huang Yaoyang turned to order the men behind him. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Chapter 175, Reversing the Heavenly Gangs. Huang Yaoyang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng.
Any communication with the outside world meant the risk of information leaking out.
No need to be so tense.
Lin Feng pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen, and hung up immediately.
It seems you hold me in no regard at all,
Huang Yaoyang said coldly. He felt no joy whatsoever, only a deep sense of humiliation. The humiliation he'd already endured from Lu Lengmei now felt like his face was being ground into the dirt and rubbed back and forth. Surrendering now isn't too late, Lin Feng said slowly.
Surrender? That word doesn't even exist in my dictionary. Huang Yaoyang hadn't finished speaking when the situation shifted dramatically.
The door behind him swung open, and a group of people streamed in. His men hadn't even grasped what was happening before they were pinned to the floor.
They offered no resistance. Huang Yaoyang's expression froze on his face, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't comprehend how so many people had appeared out of nowhere. Had the other side truly planned this all along? Mr. Huan, long time no see.
A voice cut through the air, causing Huang Yaoyang's body to tremble violently.
The next second, Zhang Haonan strode in.
Standing face to face with Huang Yaoyang, Zhang Haonan reached out and patted Huang Yaoyang's cheek, a playful smile on his face.
You're really hard to find. Disappearing when trouble hits, isn't that a bit underhanded? Brother Nan, I swear I wasn't hiding. I've just been swamped lately. Huang Yaoyang defended himself. Zhang Haonan showing up with this many people was relatively reasonable. But his timing couldn't have been worse.
If Zhang Haonan controlled his men, Lin Feng would gain the upper hand.
Wasn't that just letting that bastard get lucky? The priority now was to temporarily smooth things over with Zhang Haonan and deal with Lin Feng first. Busy enough to vanish?
That has some serious busyness.
You think I'm some little cutie? Like ID by that bull? If you're gonna spin a tale, at least make it convincing. Zhang Haonan eyed Huang Yaoyang skeptically.
Brother Nan, rest assured I won't shirk any responsibility that falls on me.
Huang Yaoyang pointed at Lin Feng. That bastard caused all the trouble last time. Now, if we team up, we'll solve my problem and avenge your brother. It's killing two birds with one stone.
If he could sit back and watch them fight it out, that would be ideal. With his previous experience in Zhang Haonan bringing so many people this time, they definitely wouldn't lose to Lin Feng. Who knows? This might even resolve his conflict with Zhang Haonan.
You think you can use me as your pawn?
Zhang Haonan spat, his hands already moving. He punched Huang Yaoyang square in the chest. This guy was completely out of his mind. How could he even think of teaming up with someone like that? Regardless of how formidable Lin Feng truly was, if he treated him and his brothers afterward, he'd never dare harbor any hostile thoughts toward him again. Most importantly, if not for Huang Yaoyang, there would never have been any conflict between them and Lin Feng.
No. Absolutely not. I swear. If you don't want to do it, let my men handle it. Huang Yaoyang hurriedly explained.
That punch had made his stomach churn so violently he nearly vomited, yet he dared not show the slightest hint of resentment. After all, the situation was entirely in the other man's hands. Whatever he wanted, he got. Nangu, you might want to consider what he said, Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile. Huang Yaoyang looked at Lin Feng with surprise, unsure why he would say such a thing. Logically speaking, Lin Feng and Zhang Haonan were sworn enemies. Lin Feng had beaten Zhang Haonan's brother, inflicting such severe injuries. Under these circumstances, Lin Feng's words were clearly a provocation. He already had one troublesome enemy on his hands. Why would he want to create a second one for no reason? Was he that confident in himself? Mr. Lin, please don't say such things. I know exactly what he's made of. Besides, how could I possibly dare to fight you? Zhang Haonan quickly offered a forced smile. Huang Yaoyang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He couldn't fathom why Zhang Haonan would say such things, and judging by his expression, he seemed to be currying favor with Lin Feng. Given their previous history, Zhang Haonan should be locked in a bitter feud with Lin Feng. Why this sudden change in attitude? Drag them out. Drag them out. Zhang Haonan waved his hand, signaling his men to remove the men. The already cramped space felt unbearably crowded with so many people. Brother Nan, he was the one who attacked your men last time. Huang Yaoyang interjected. He couldn't understand why Zhang Haonan seemed to have lost his mind, actually helping someone who should be his enemy. Wasn't this turning the world upside down? Shut your damn mouth. If it weren't for you, you bastard, would I have gotten into a fight with Mr. Lin? When things got messy, you vanished like a coward. If it weren't for Mr. Lin today, I'd never have found you. Zhang Haonan pointed at Huang Yaoyang. You're with him? Huang Yaoyang finally grasped the situation. So Zhang Haonan hadn't appeared out of nowhere. Lin Feng had arranged it. The reason he'd remained completely unfazed despite facing so many of them wasn't due to any confidence in himself, but solely because Zhang Haonan was there to lead the rescue. You're just figuring it out now? You're as dumb as a pig, Zhang Haonan snapped. Zhang Haonan's men led Huang Yaoyang's group away. Only then did Zhuang Yanqin, who had been waiting outside, walk in holding Xiao Xiao. Uncle, you shouldn't say that. Piggy isn't stupid. Piggy is very smart, Xiao Xiao piped up. Zhang Haonan turned to look at Xiao Xiao, his entire expression changing as if he were a different person. He murmured softly, Uncle was wrong. Indeed, comparing him to a pig is an insult to pigs. Nan, what the hell are you afraid of? If we team up, this place is ours. We can each have one of these women, Huang Yaoyang said, utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom why Zhang Haonan was acting so submissive. Not only was he trying to curry favor with Lin Feng, but he was even trying to win over Lu Lingmei. It was completely unnecessary. Go play inside for a bit. Uncle will deal with the bad guys. Zhang Haonan continued speaking softly to Xiao Xiao. Is he the bad guy? Xiao Xiao pointed at Huang Yaoyang. Yes. The kind with sores on his head and pus oozing from his feet. Huang Yaoyang nodded in agreement. Somehow, this description hit a funny bone, and Xiao Xiao burst into uncontrollable giggles, giggling gak until Zhuang Yanqin pulled her into the bedroom. As soon as Xiao Xiao disappeared into the bedroom, Zhang Haonan didn't hesitate. He delivered several swift slaps to Huang Yaoyang's face. The sharp smacks echoed through the air. Chapter 176, No Threat. Huang Yaoyang was stunned by the blows. He wanted to fight back, but deep down he knew he was no match for his opponent. Look at yourself, what kind of person are you? How dare you even think about Mr. Lin's woman? Zhang Haonan snapped. He was a married man, after all, how could he possibly go looking for another woman? Neither Zhuang Yanqin nor Lu Lingmei were the type to be easily swayed. Only someone like Lin Feng could capture their interest. What kind of creature was Huang Yaoyang, daring to harbor such delusions of grandeur? I always thought you were tough, but to see you willing to be a dog, how pathetic. Huang Yaoyang sneered. Zhang Haonan wasn't one to back down. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. He respected Lin Feng not only because of his genuine abilities, but also because he was willing to treat his brother's injuries. Moreover, Lin Feng was currently treating Zhang Haonan's own embarrassing ailment. Whatever Lin Feng wanted to do, he would help without hesitation. Not to mention, this situation actually worked in his favor after all, he'd never be able to track Huang Yaoyang down. Even if he did end up being someone's lackey, it wouldn't be up to you, Huang Yaoyang, to stand here and spout nonsense.
Who the hell do you think you are, Huang Yaoyang? Enough.
I still have questions for him. If you want to deal with him, drag him back later and do as you please. Lin Feng spoke slowly.
In the end, Huang Yaoyang would inevitably be handed over to Zhang Haonan. When it came to dealing with scum like this, Zhang Haonan had far more experience.
He knew how to eliminate the threat once and for all. He certainly didn't want Huang Yaoyang to have any further opportunities to target Lu Lingmei. This guy's tough as nails, you won't break him. Zhang Haonan paused his actions and remarked. He'd certainly know how to control his strength. He wouldn't let Huang Yaoyang be finished off so easily. If that happened, who would compensate the brothers? Years of experience taught him how to strike painfully without leaving marks.
After the beating, Huang Yaoyang had visibly become much more docile.
He kept his head down, not daring to breathe loudly, let alone utter a word. He could feel it in the force Zhang Haonan's hatred for him. Now that he was in someone else's hands, a few venting words would suffice. If he continued to insult the other man, he'd likely get beaten even more mercilessly. It simply wasn't worth it. He still wanted to keep himself alive. At this moment, whether he accepted it or not, the reality was clear. Zhang Haonan was completely obeying Lin Feng. The reasons behind it all seemed to matter little now.
Who else have you planted around me? Lu Lingmei demanded.
The entire situation had unfolded in a way that surprised her greatly.
From the sound of it, Zhang Haonan was part of the group Huang Yaoyang had previously assembled to target Lin Feng. Yet now, Zhang Haonan was helping to take down Huang Yaoyang. What exactly had transpired? Not only was she curious, but Huang Yaoyang was likely just as puzzled. For him, this seemed utterly unacceptable. She knew Lin Feng had undoubtedly prepared for this, but the extent of his preparation still caught her off guard. To put it bluntly, Huang Yaoyang had essentially walked straight into a trap. Listen, Huang Yaoyang sneered coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. Do you believe my people are everywhere in your company? You don't have that kind of power yet. Right now, you have no choice but to answer my questions, Lu Lingmei said. I won't say a word. What can you do about it? I may fear anyone, but I fear no one but you. Huang Yaoyang's aura showed no sign of weakening. Give me 5 minutes.
I'll drag him outside and beat the crap out of him.
I guarantee he'll spill everything afterward. He's definitely not some tough nut to crack. Zhang Haonan hurriedly interjected. Lu Lingmei, I have dirt on you. If I release this recording, you know exactly what your fate will be. Huang Yaoyang shouted threateningly at Lu Lingmei. What recording?
Lin Feng asked with a smile.
You two know exactly what you've done. You might be fine, but she won't be. Huang Yaoyang declared. If you have a recording, hand it over. Save yourself the pain. Zhang Haonan grabbed Huang Yaoyang by the hair. I won't hand it over. And even if I did, it wouldn't matter. This recording's already uploaded to the cloud. As long as I'm alive, it's my weapon. Huang Yaoyang gritted his teeth, his face twisted with menace. This was his ticket to redemption. Since Zhang Haonan answered to Lin Feng and Lin Feng answered to Lu Lingmei, as long as he held Lu Lingmei's weakness, he had a chance to escape. He absolutely couldn't hand it over until he had a completely safe way out.
This doesn't threaten me, Lu Lingmei shook her head.
Is that so? Then perhaps you should listen again. Make your judgment after hearing it. Huang Yaoyang pulled his phone from his pocket. The air filled with the voices of a man and a woman. Zhang Haonan glanced at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng gave the nod, he would immediately subdue Huang Yaoyang. If he couldn't even force this guy to hand over the thing, then he really had no place in this business. Pretty thrilling, huh? Never dreamed your dirty deeds would get recorded, did you? Still got that smug grin on your face?
Huang Yaoyang said smugly.
Now listen to this. Does yours sound the same as mine? Lin Feng pulled out his phone and played a recording. Huang Yaoyang's expression darkened instantly. He glared at Lin Feng with a vicious look. You actually. He already recorded this through the listening device, but Lin Feng had managed to capture it live too? Did this guy not care at all? Lu Lingmei turned and went back into the bedroom.
She returned quickly, tossing the bug Lin Feng had found onto the floor.
That wasn't my voice at all.
It was just meant to make you think it was mine, Lu Lingmei stated.
What are you talking about? Huang Yaoyang looked utterly confused.
The bug was discovered long ago.
What you recorded was something I pre-recorded and deliberately played for you.
Lin Feng said slowly.
Bull. How could that be? Huang Yaoyang shook his head vigorously, refusing to believe it. If I hadn't provoked you like this, why would you have shown up?
Lin Feng smiled.
Mr. Lin contacted me yesterday. He said he could catch you, you little ghost. Everything today was planned. Otherwise, why do you think I appeared so timely? I've been waiting down there for ages.
Mr. Lin gave me the signal and I came to take you down.
Zhang Haonan added. Huang Yaoyang's body seemed to lose all strength at once. He plopped down onto the ground, his entire face a mask of utter defeat. He had been completely outmaneuvered. Everything had been planned. And he hadn't known a thing about it.
What was even more terrifying was that the listening device he had planted on others had now been turned against him. The irony was that just moments ago, he'd believed he held the upper hand over Lu Lingmei. Turns out it was all just an act between the two of them.
Chapter 177, Not Worth Much. The moment this thought struck Huang Yaoyang, everything suddenly made sense.
If Lin Feng and Lu Lingmei had truly been involved, even if Lu Lingmei had the slightest reluctance, she certainly wouldn't have treated Lin Feng this way. Then there was Zhang Haonan. His appearance was indeed remarkably coincidental. If it had been prearranged as a rescue operation, it would make perfect sense. In truth, listening to the recording now, the voice was far from Lu Lingmei's, only a slight resemblance existed. But in his irrational state at the time, he'd been utterly incapable of discerning it.
Moreover, after the voice ended, there was no further conversation between the two.
The listening device never picked up another sound. Had he been able to calm down and think for a moment, he would have noticed the inconsistencies.
Unfortunately, he was completely blinded by rage.
He had plunged headlong into a trap that had been meticulously laid out long ago. Only now did he grasp the truth.
Can you answer my question now? Lu Lingmei demanded. What's in it for me to answer your questions? If there's no benefit, why should I bother? Huang Yaoyang retorted. Before he could finish, Zhang Haonan delivered a heavy blow to his head. The benefit is less suffering.
No need to worry about ending up with a head full of lumps, Zhang Haonan said coldly.
Why don't you take him back for a thorough interrogation? I only want the answer to this question. The rest is up to you.
Lin Feng said slowly.
Of course, no problem. I'm tired of beating him myself. It's time to give my brothers a turn. Zhang Haonan stepped forward, grabbed Huang Yaoyang by the collar, and dragged him out. I'll talk. Huang Yaoyang blurted out. Hurry up. My patience is wearing thin. Zhang Haonan finally loosened his grip. It was your secretary. Huang Yaoyang blurted out. Xiao Min? You planted her?
Lu Lingmei frowned slightly.
Not exactly. I just paid her off. She was monitoring you and sending me some intel. Huang Yaoyang explained. Did you also have her poison me?
Lu Lingmei pressed on.
Poison? What poison? Me poisoning you? Impossible. I'd never want the woman I pursued to end up dead. Huang Yaoyang shook his head in denial. Lu Lingmei fell silent for a moment before speaking again.
Provide me with your communication records with her.
It's not that I don't want to give them to you. But they're useless to you anyway, Huang Yaoyang replied. What do you mean? Lu Lingmei pressed. She's extremely cautious.
She never calls, only texts, using a fake identity on a secondary number.
You can't possibly use that to incriminate her, Huang Yaoyang replied. What I use them for is my business. None of yours. Lu Lingmei retorted coldly. Handing them over isn't impossible, but can we make a deal? I can't just give them away freely, Huang Yaoyang attempted to negotiate. Forget it. It's not worth much to me anyway, Lu Lingmei refused. I haven't even stated the terms yet. You can refuse after I do. Or perhaps it's nothing to you at all, Huang Yaoyang said. I won't make any more deals with someone like you.
Lu Lingmei shook her head lightly. You can take him now, Lin Feng waved dismissively.
Got it. Zhang Haonan nodded, reaching out to drag Huang Yaoyang toward the exit.
Huang Yaoyang struggled violently, still trying to bargain with Lin Feng and Lu Lingmei, but received no response whatsoever.
Like a dead dog, he was dragged out.
Zhuan Yanqin stood at the bedroom doorway, roughly understanding the plan Lin Feng had devised. In other words, that recording Lin Feng had made was genuinely useful. Without exaggeration, the recording played a crucial role and was irreplaceable. She had truly misunderstood him before. Come to think of it, no matter how desperate Lin Feng might be, he wouldn't dare do something like that openly.
You don't seem surprised by the person he mentioned. Did you suspect it all along but couldn't confirm it? Lin Feng asked. If anyone had the opportunity to poison him, it could only be her. But she's the last person I'd ever suspect. Lu Lingmei sighed helplessly. As the secretary who had worked with her the longest, she trusted Xiaomin implicitly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the most trusted person in the entire company. Almost every cup of coffee she drank was prepared by Xiaomin. When she didn't have time to eat, she'd even send Xiaomin to buy her meals. Naturally, she rewarded this secretary generously. Beyond salary and bonuses, she always paid extra for any purchases made on her behalf. And now she discovered Xiaomin had been bribed by Huang Yaoyang. The poisoning wasn't Huang Yaoyang's doing, but it was carried out by someone who had bribed Xiaomin. This meant the person she had trusted completely had betrayed her not just once, but multiple times. To her, any betrayal was unforgivable. While poisoning might seem more severe than passing messages to her, there was little difference. Sometimes, seeing through a person isn't as easy as it seems, Lin Feng said slowly. Regardless, I'm truly grateful to you this time. If not for you, I have no idea what fate would have befallen me. Lu Lingmei bowed deeply. No need to be so formal. As I mentioned before, it wasn't entirely for your sake.
Given his attitude toward me just now, I'm not entirely blameless either, Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Huang Yaoyang would undoubtedly seek revenge on him, there was no doubt about that.
It was just that, for him, dealing with Lu Lingmei was more important. But I'm the one who caused it, Lu Lingmei said with a helpless smile.
His issues aren't your issues. Huang Yaoyang was led to the car by Zhang Haonan.
Upon learning those men had been hired by Huang Yaoyang, he didn't press charges and release them outright. The condition was that they had to return the advance payment Huang Yaoyang had made. Under duress, they handed it over without hesitation.
All the way there, Huang Yaoyang begged for mercy.
But Zhang Haonan paid him no mind. If his whining got too loud, he'd have the guards slap him a few times. Their final destination was a courtyard in a village outside the city. Everyone Huang Yaoyang had originally recruited to target Lin Feng was present, including Miao Zilei.
Huang Yaoyang saw the murderous glare in each pair of eyes and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Oh my! It's been quite a challenge to track down Mr. Huang.
I've gone to great lengths yet still struggled to find you, Miao Zilei said, narrowing his eyes. I swear I wasn't hiding. I swear it.
Huang Yaoyang hurriedly protested.
It was Miao Zilei who had connected him with these men in the first place. But now, the person who likely hated him most was right in front of him. Well, you can hide from now on, Miao Zilei said. Above the tranquil village, piercing screams like those of a slaughtered pig echoed intermittently.
Chapter 178, Delivering Goods. After declining Lu Lingmei's dinner invitation, Zhuang Yanqin hurried back at breakneck speed.
Lin Feng knew she was rushing back to watch the live stream, eager to alert the streamer about her health issues. The two walked one in front, one behind, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 meters. As they neared her home, Zhuang Yanqin stopped abruptly and turned to say, I misunderstood you before.
It was my fault. Wait, don't go tattling on me. Are you genuinely sorry, or just afraid of getting reported?
Lin Feng countered. Hey! Don't push your luck, Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes.
I'm just asking. Is that not allowed? I wasn't planning to make a big deal out of it.
I won't interfere with this kind of thing again in the future, Lin Feng said.
Fine, don't bother. Who needs all this messy trouble anyway? Zhuang Yanqin dismissed it.
Huang Yaoyang had already been dealt with, and Lu Lingmei could handle the follow-up matters on her own.
Most likely, Lin Feng wouldn't be needed.
Though it might seem like cutting off the branch she was sitting on, she genuinely didn't think she'd done anything particularly wrong.
If he'd explained things clearly earlier, she certainly wouldn't have misunderstood.
She hadn't been uncooperative throughout the entire process, and now that she'd admitted her mistake, she felt she'd done her part.
Surely Lin Feng wouldn't seize this chance to lecture her? Sure, Qiao Yun had prepared a meal for the two of them.
After eating, Lin Feng checked on his master, Zhuang Ziyuan. His mental state had improved significantly. His left arm had regained flexibility, and he felt some strength returning to his lower limbs. With support, he could now walk slowly. His speech showed slight improvement, though dizziness, bitter taste in the mouth, poor appetite, and loose stools persisted. His tongue coating remained thick, blackish yellow, and greasy, indicating persistent dampness and turbidity. The original prescription would continue unchanged.
Sure, Qiaoyun expressed satisfaction with Zhuang Ziyuan's recovery.
Regardless of other factors, the mere ability to walk slowly represented tremendous progress for a stroke patient.
After all, how many stroke victims become bedridden and never rise again?
While this condition wasn't life-threatening in the short term, being confined to bed was truly a form of torment. Lin Feng remained convinced that Zhuang Ziyuan had the potential for full recovery of mobility. Though the treatment course was insufficient, this was not something that could be accomplished in a short time.
Sure, Qiaoyun was naturally overjoyed upon hearing this.
She hadn't fully trusted Lin Feng before, merely hoping he could improve her husband's current condition. But now, she felt confident about her husband's future. The only thing that bothered her was that Lin Feng and Zhuang Yanqin didn't seem to be making any progress.
Honestly, she was anxious.
The problem was, the two people involved weren't in any hurry at all.
Her impatience was useless.
Lin Feng chatted with Zhuang Ziyuan for a while. He didn't mention the matter of returning to the hospital to see specialist patients. It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything, but rather he wanted to wait until things were settled before saying anything. After that, he headed back to the clinic to sleep. Early the next morning, halfway through washing up after getting out of bed, he heard someone knocking outside. He quickly finished rinsing his mouth and opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a white shirt and blue pants, wearing glasses.
We're not open yet at this hour.
If you don't mind, please take a seat over there and wait. Though judging by your complexion, it seems you're not in any trouble, Lin Feng said slowly.
I'm not here for medical treatment.
I'm delivering something, the middle-aged man replied with a smile, his voice gentle and refined, gesturing toward the cardboard box beside him.
A delivery?
I don't recall ordering anything, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the box.
The man didn't look like a delivery person either.
Besides, no delivery person would be making deliveries this early.
It's from Mr. Sun Yaozhong.
He asked me to deliver it to you, the middle-aged man said with a smile.
Oh, I see. Thank you for bringing it.
Lin Feng said. Since it was from Sun Yaozhong, whatever it was, he had to accept it.
These things are extremely important. You must keep them safe, the middle-aged man instructed.
Of course, Lin Feng agreed immediately. Even if the other party hadn't said anything, he certainly wouldn't take it lightly.
Items specially delivered by Sun Yaozhong were undoubtedly important.
The middle-aged man turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped.
May I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Lin Feng nodded, having just started to move forward to pick up the cardboard box. What's your outlook on the future of traditional Chinese medicine? The middle-aged man inquired. Lin Feng paused slightly, then looked at the man with unwavering certainty.
It will undoubtedly return to its peak.
What is the most crucial element for traditional Chinese medicine? The middle-aged man pressed on. That's already the second question, Lin Feng remarked.
I'm eager to hear what you'll say,
the middle-aged man replied, his face full of anticipation.
Changing people's perceptions,
Lin Feng declared slowly.
Impressive. You've already grasped this level of insight. No wonder my master speaks so highly of you.
The middle-aged man nodded slightly, giving him a thumbs up.
Your master's son's disciple?
Lin Feng finally guessed the man's identity.
Consider me master's son's least accomplished disciple. My name is Hao Qingfeng.
The middle-aged man extended his hand for a handshake. Lin Feng naturally accepted, replying as they shook hands, Master's son has no unworthy disciples. Everyone he takes under his wing is bound to become a pillar of traditional Chinese medicine.
You flatter me.
Unfortunately, none of us live up to our master's expectations. Hao Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. After a brief pause, Hao Qingfeng continued, but you seem to hold great promise.
I've never heard my master praise anyone so highly.
Though I don't know you well, you've made a favorable impression on me at first meeting. I'm not that good, at least not yet, Lin Feng replied.
Don't be so hard on yourself. After a period of evaluation, you might just become his true final disciple. Then, you and I would be brothers in the art.
Hao Qingfeng said.
I heard master's son already has a final disciple?
Lin Feng was referring, of course, to Chang Jiaxu.
Although Chang Jiaxu's recent performance had disappointed Sun Yaozhong, would he really go so far as to strip him of his disciple status?
After all these years of training, making a few mistakes was only natural.
Well, how should I put this? Maybe my master's door is just harder to pass through. It's possible he might take on another disciple. Hao Qingfeng quipped. So casual?
Lin Feng was somewhat speechless.
He's always been quite easygoing. How could he pass up a promising talent when one finally comes along?
Hao Qingfeng replied. I wonder if old Master Feng would agree, Lin Feng muttered under his breath.
What did you say? Hao Qingfeng asked. Nothing. It's still up in the air. Isn't it a bit early to talk about this? Lin Feng replied. It is a bit premature.
Study these materials diligently.
I'll be going now. If you ever visit Anqing, feel free to contact me.
Hao Qingfeng handed him a business card, waved, and departed.
Chapter 179, Do Your Best.
Lin Feng picked up the cardboard box and found it surprisingly heavy, feeling solid and substantial. Setting it on the table and opening it, he discovered it contained stacks of materials all about acupuncture.
Some were printed, others handwritten and photocopied.
The content covered numerous techniques for silver needles, along with a vast collection of case studies. He skimmed through it roughly. The analyses beside the case studies were detailed and easy to understand. Only then did he understand why Hao Qingfeng had urged him to study diligently. It turned out all this material had been compiled by Sun Yaozhong. This stuff was more valuable than anything else. Of course, for someone without a solid foundation, this material would be as useless as scrap paper. Regardless of whether Sun Yaozhong intended to take him as a disciple, he had truly poured his heart into teaching acupuncture. For 2 nights after beginning acupuncture practice, he entered the consciousness space while sleeping to perform needling on the simulation robot. This practice was to ensure that in future acupuncture sessions, he wouldn't need to train hundreds of times for each needle placement.
The goal was to truly master acupuncture.
The consciousness sea could be simulated now, but that didn't mean it would exist forever. He hoped that one day, as his medical skills truly advanced, his reliance on the consciousness sea would diminish. However, due to the limited cases he had encountered, he couldn't simulate other ailments for practice, making comprehensive improvements seem difficult. He was troubled by this very issue when, unexpectedly, Sun Yaozhong delivered these theoretical materials. These case studies alone would be sufficient for him to simulate similar cases within the sea of consciousness and practice targeted techniques.
Moreover, time within the sea of consciousness was virtually limitless. Spending just a few evenings there could yield tremendous improvement in his acupuncture skills.
Once he reached a certain level, he would be able to perform acupuncture without relying on the sea of consciousness. Simulation would only be used in specific situations.
Acupuncture and medication were fundamentally different. For the same patient, different approaches to medication could yield vastly different outcomes. Moreover, there is never just one single method.
The reason for simulating each treatment in the sea of consciousness is to find the optimal solution.
For acupuncture, as long as one understands its principles and can effectively apply the technique, the acupoints used are generally consistent. Therefore, excessive simulation is unnecessary. What truly matters is mastering the skill and continuously refining it.
Lin Feng placed the box at his feet and began reading the first book in the labeled sequence. He soon became completely engrossed.
He didn't even notice when Zhuang Yanqin arrived.
Zhuang Yanqin didn't find it unusual that Lin Feng was reading books so early in the morning.
After all, whenever he had free time, this was pretty much his usual routine. She sat down and let out a heavy sigh. What? Things aren't looking good?
Lin Feng asked without lifting his eyes from the book.
My first time sending a gift and I got called a lunatic. The entire livestream audience is berating me. Zhuang Yanqin said. What about the person involved?
It depends on her attitude, Lin Feng replied.
She said she's fine and told everyone not to attack me.
Clearly, she didn't take my advice at all. Zhuang Yanqin shook her head helplessly. I told you before, just do your best, Lin Feng said slowly. I tried to contact her admin afterward, but I found out I'd been blocked.
And it seems like my email got blocked too, Zhuang Yanqin said. Seems like there's nothing else we can do? Lin Feng remarked.
I'll try to find her personal contact info. If we can talk face to face, there might be a chance. Zhuang Yanqin refused to give up.
Calm down. First off, we don't even know if the contact info you got is real. And even if it is, I don't think you could convince her.
To put it bluntly, you're just one of her millions of fans.
Your current actions will only be seen as.
Lin Feng stopped mid-sentence, not continuing.
A fanatic fan? Zhuang Yanqin instantly guessed what Lin Feng was implying. If you were her, encountering a fan like this, would you want to get closer or stay away? Lin Feng asked. Probably stay away. Because I wouldn't know what they might do. Zhuang Yanqin thought for a moment before answering.
After another pause, Zhuang Yanqin continued, but I still want to do something. If everything I do turns out to be useless, at least I tried my best. Lin Feng merely shook his head, saying nothing more.
The logic was clear. Zhuang Yanqin understood it perfectly well. When someone chooses to act despite understanding the consequences, there's truly no stopping them. There was nothing left to do but let her be. By the end of the day, not a single patient had come to the clinic, even worse than yesterday, when at least some had returned for follow-ups. For Lin Feng, however, it wasn't such a bad thing. He devoted all his time to the materials Sun Yaozhong had provided. Having finished the foundational and intermediate materials, he was now tackling the advanced level. Perhaps recognizing Lin Feng's skill level, the foundational materials consisted of only 1 or 2 volumes, yet they were far from suitable for someone just beginning to learn acupuncture. They still required someone with considerable skill. The intermediate level comprised roughly 7 or 8 volumes, with case studies making up half of them. Once case studies came into play, his reading speed skyrocketed. His consciousness absorbed this information automatically. Even if he couldn't memorize it all, he would later practice it over and over. Thus, there was no need to worry about practical application. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yanqin, with nothing else to do, remained glued to her computer, making a few phone calls in between. Lin Feng didn't ask, but he guessed Zhuang Yanqin must have obtained the contact information from somewhere else. Truthfully, anyone who thought about it carefully would realize this was definitely fake. If it were truly that easy to obtain the contact details of that major streamer, they'd likely be swamped with requests by now. Millions of fans aren't something to joke about. Unless most of them are fake followers. But faking this kind of thing seems pretty difficult. You can fake hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers, but how do you fake tens of millions? Zhuang Yanqin sat slumped in her chair, utterly defeated after a day of fruitless effort, her expression blank and lost. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. An unknown number. Guess who this is? Came a slightly husky female voice from the receiver. Get to the point or hang up, Lin Feng replied bluntly, having no time for games. You really know who I am? Wait, I disguised myself like this, and you still recognized me? The voice returned to normal, none other than Sun Lingwei. I didn't know. But I do now. What's up? Lin Feng replied. I'll send you my location. Can you come meet me? Sun Lingwei asked. If it's not serious business, I'm not coming. Saving lives and treating illnesses, wouldn't you call that serious business? Chapter 180, Make Your Own Arrangements. To be honest, Lin Feng really didn't want to go out right now. He wanted to finish reading everything Sun Yaozhong had given him as soon as possible. One read-through definitely wouldn't be enough. Besides the case studies, the theoretical material absolutely required multiple readings. To others, practice might seem paramount, but for him, theory held greater importance. Practical skills could be simulated anytime he was willing. But now that Sun Lingwei had spoken up, and it involved saving lives, he felt he couldn't refuse. Even if it was for Sun Yaozhong's sake, this favor had to be granted. What? Your little sweetheart called again? Zhuang Yanqin waited until Lin Feng finished his call before delivering her sarcastic remark. What sweetheart? Don't talk nonsense, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. My choice of words was poor. How about admirer? How does that sound? Zhuang Yanxin suggested. She's just a friend.
No need to overanalyze it, Lin Feng replied, sounding somewhat exasperated. He couldn't figure out why Zhuang Yanxin seemed so hostile towards Sun Lingwei, especially since there didn't appear to be any conflict between them.
Is that so? And you don't feel guilty saying that? Zhuang Yanxin countered. Why would I feel guilty? I'm just telling the truth.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Humph. So you're heading out? Zhuang Yanxin gave a cold laugh. Yeah, she might have a tricky patient to deal with. Lin Feng nodded. Then did you not hear a single word I said to you at lunch?
Zhuang Yanxin narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng.
What did I say?
Lin Feng was a bit confused.
Forget it. Pretend I never said anything.
Zhuang Yanxin turned her head away abruptly.
Hurry up and go. Don't keep them waiting.
Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, trying to recall. He'd been buried in that pile of documents all day and hadn't paid much attention to anything else.
What exactly is it?
Lin Feng still couldn't recall.
It doesn't matter anymore. Zhuang Yanxin shook her head. Your time after work is your own. Even as your boss, I can't interfere.
Just then, Zhuang Yanxin received a call from Lu Lengmei. They exchanged a few words before hanging up.
Why haven't you left yet? Zhuang Yanxin asked. You mean about Ms. Lu moving? I told you I could send some people to help. I won't be going myself. Didn't you hear me? Lin Feng replied. Are you sure you said that? I didn't hear you mention it.
Zhuang Yanxin glanced at Lin Feng. Maybe you were too focused on your computer screen, Lin Feng said with a hint of resignation. Never mind, Zhuang Yanxin waved her hand dismissively. I had Zhang Haonan take a few people over. They can lend a hand and also provide some security, Lin Feng added.
Zhuang Yanxin said nothing, as if she hadn't heard a word. Also, the hospital visit is settled. I'll go tomorrow. Any objections? Lin Feng asked. Oh? That soon? Zhuang Yanxin was taken aback.
She had assumed such matters would take at least 10 days to a fortnight.
There aren't many people around these days. It's a good opportunity to get things done.
It'll take about 1 day a week, and we can adjust the schedule anytime, Lin Feng explained. You decide how to arrange it, Zhuang Yanxin nodded.
After much consideration, she realized no outcome could be better than the current one.
Lin Feng returned to the hospital but didn't leave the clinic, spending even more time there. If he could leverage his skills to convert some hospital patients to the clinic, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the practice.
When seeking traditional Chinese medicine, patients largely rely on the doctor's reputation.
As long as Lin Feng could build a solid reputation, he shouldn't lack for patients in the future. It was just difficult at this stage.
Hospital specialist appointments naturally allowed for faster reputation building. I still need to tell you this. Also, you should put more effort into honing your medical skills. Otherwise, when will you ever be able to stand on your own?
Lin Feng said slowly.
Got it. You're so naggy. Zhuang Yanxin sighed.
Seeing how diligently Lin Feng worked and how he treated patients, she felt a sense of inadequacy as if no matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up to him. This sense of defeat made it hard for her to focus. Yet reason told her she must learn more, master more skills, lest she appear utterly useless.
Are you coming with me, or going on your own? Lin Feng asked. Just go already.
Zhuang Yanxin waved him off. Call me anytime if you need anything, Lin Feng said before standing up and striding away.
Watching his retreating figure, Zhuang Yanxin sighed heavily once more. She didn't know what exactly she was sulking about. Wasn't it perfectly normal for Lin Feng to go treat patients?
Lu Lingmei moving or inviting them to dinner neither seemed particularly important.
Why was she upset? Was it just because of that girl? Even if they weren't actually dating, at least that's the impression Lin Feng gave, and even if they were, what business was it of hers? What right did she have to stop him?
She had been sitting there for quite some time without realizing it.
Until Lu Lengmei appeared and called out to her.
Only then did she snap out of her reverie.
Lu Lengmei wore a beige business suit, the pants tailored to accentuate her elegant figure. What are you pondering? Lu Lengmei asked with a smile. Nothing. Let's go. Zhuang Yanxin stood up. Just you?
Lu Lengmei asked, scanning the area.
No need to look.
They had business to attend to and left. If you'd come a bit earlier, you might have seen them, Zhuang Yanxin replied.
Oh. Lu Lengmei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. What do you mean? So today was all about inviting him, not me at all? Zhuang Yanxin couldn't help but frown slightly. Of course not. It's just a bit of a shame. Lu Lingmei's smile seemed forced. Even if he had time, he probably wouldn't have come. Forget about it.
He's got someone chasing after him now, Zhuang Yanxin said.
Lu Lingmei froze for a moment before quickly retorting, what does that have to do with me? I just wanted to thank him. You don't like him? Zhuang Yanxin asked with a smile. No. Don't say that.
We've only known each other for a short time.
We barely know each other. Like him? That's not even a possibility. We're probably not even friends yet. Lu Lengmei shook her head in denial. Oh, come on. Do you think I can't see it?
If it were any other guy who dared to play that recording in front of you, he'd probably be dead 1,000 times over by now.
Zhuang Yinxin said. It was just a tactical move.
You're overthinking it, Lu Lengmei insisted.
Anyway, I'm telling you this. If you like him, don't miss your chance. Otherwise, he'll end up with someone else. Zhuang Yinxin insisted. You wouldn't be talking to yourself, would you? Lu Lengmei winked and smiled. No way.
Why so flustered?
Did I hit the nail on the head? Chapter 181, is it just my imagination?
Sun Lingwei pulled the car over to the side of the road near the entrance of the residential complex called Maple Forest Green City.
Xiaoxi, there's no need to worry so much. The person I'm introducing is quite capable.
Even my grandfather praised him. Sun Lingwei turned to the girl beside her and spoke softly. This girl was the very first person Sun Lingwei had approached earlier. The two had been close friends for years.
Of course I trust you. But Grandma's condition seems to be getting worse. I wonder if there's still any hope.
The girl sighed helplessly.
There's definitely hope.
Just because I can't treat it doesn't mean others can't, Sun Lingwei quickly replied.
Let's hope so. If all else fails, I'll beg my grandfather to come, Sun Lingwei declared. Wei, thank you, the girl said earnestly. We don't need to talk about that between us. But you really should have told me about this sooner. We've wasted too much time.
Sun Lingwei waved her hand dismissively.
Actually, we haven't wasted any time on treatment.
We've sought out all kinds of doctors, but nothing seemed to work. If you hadn't come, I was actually planning to go to the capital to find you, the girl said with a hint of resignation.
You should have gone long ago. Sun Lingwei declared. After chatting for a while, a taxi pulled up beside them.
Lin Feng stepped out slowly. Spotting him, Sun Lingwei rolled down her window, waved, and called out, "Over here.
Over here. Are you leaving, or just getting back?"
Lin Feng approached and asked.
Get in. We're driving straight into the compound, Sun Lingwei instructed.
Lin Feng opened the back door and climbed in. The car started up and drove into the community's underground garage.
He noticed the girl in the passenger seat.
She looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he'd seen her before. This is my friend, Zhang Luoxi.
Luoxi, this is Lin Feng.
After parking, Sun Lingwei got out and introduced them to each other.
Hello,
Zhang Luoxi nodded at Lin Feng. In truth, the moment she saw Lin Feng, she had felt out. He bore no resemblance to the image of a healer she had imagined. She had expected at least a middle-aged man, but never imagined someone so young he appeared even younger than herself and Sun Lingwei.
Could such a doctor possibly cure her grandmother's illness? A huge question mark formed in her mind. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Is it just my imagination? Lin Feng remarked.
Now face to face, he felt even more certain that he had seen Zhang Luoxi recently. She wore a pure white, loose-fitting dress. The hem fell with subtle ripples, cinched at the waist by a thin white cord that dangled loosely. Her feet were shod in beige shoes, her hair loosely half-tied with a pearl hairpin glimpsed beside her ear. No other accessories adorned her.
Her entire presence radiated a serene beauty.
Without exaggeration, she resembled a fairy descended from heaven.
Our Xiaoxi is a celebrity.
She has millions of fans. Sun Lingwei said with a smile. Lin Feng knew Zhang Luoxi, and she didn't find it strange at all.
Who among the entire online community who followed livestreams didn't know her? Even though Lin Feng was a highly skilled physician, watching livestreams didn't seem to conflict with his profession.
Oh, come on. I'm not famous enough for everyone to recognize me, Zhang Luoxi said with a laugh, waving her hand dismissively. You really shouldn't be so modest about that, Sun Lingwei countered.
Are you the streamer known as Luoxia? Lin Feng asked. Sun Lingwei's reminder instantly jogged his memory.
He recalled who she was and understood why she felt vaguely familiar.
This was the streamer Zhuang Yinxin followed.
Her face had been staring back at him from the computer screen for the past 2 days. How could he not recognize her? The reason he hadn't recognized her immediately was that her current attire was completely different from her streaming outfit. If you had to compare them side by side, it was like the difference between a maiden at rest and a hare in motion. The Zhang Luoxi in her streams radiated brilliance at every moment, while the woman before him now had completely toned it down. Her makeup was also vastly different. At this moment, she likely wore no makeup at all.
The art of makeup is one of the 4 great dark arts, no joke. You recognize me? Who'd have thought I'd run into a fan?
If I'd known, I wouldn't have gotten involved, Sun Lingwei teased. Actually, I'm not, Lin Feng shook his head.
What? Too shy to admit it? No need for that.
Our Xiaoxi is a proper streamer, Sun Lingwei said.
My friend likes her.
I hardly ever watch live streams myself, Lin Feng explained.
Oh, you're such a tease. What's the big deal in admitting it? Like I'd embarrass you?
Sun Lingwei rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Just telling the truth, Lin Feng said.
Please thank your friend for liking my content, Zhang Luoxi said with a smile. She didn't think Lin Feng was unwilling to admit it.
Even with countless fans, it was perfectly normal for some people not to recognize her. And she'd met plenty through her friends. If you encounter anything unusual during your streams lately, it's most likely my friend, Lin Feng said. He didn't know how Zhuang Yanxin would feel if she found out he'd come specifically to meet Zhang Luoxi this time. After all, since last night, Zhuang Yanxin had been frantically trying to contact Zhang Luoxi.
She'd even risked being scammed to buy Zhang Luoxi's contact info online.
If she knew she could meet her so easily, she'd probably go mad. Whether she'd be furious or overjoyed, that was anyone's guess.
What do you mean? Does your friend like doing weird stuff? Sun Lingwei asked, a bit surprised.
She probably has her own reasons, Lin Feng replied evasively. Sun Lingwei looked at Zhang Luoxi, who shook her head.
Nothing unusual. Since I started streaming, I've seen all kinds of things. Nothing phases me anymore. That's too bad. My friend thought she might catch your attention.
Lin Feng shook his head.
Just as he'd expected, Zhuang Yanxin's actions hadn't made much of a splash. Zhuang Yanxin was simply dismissed as an overzealous fan.
Naturally, no one took her words seriously.
Truthfully, I'm just an ordinary person. Streaming is simply my job. I'm both flattered and grateful that so many people enjoy it.
But I don't want it to interfere with my personal life, Zhang Luoxi said earnestly. We'll give you 2 signed photos at most.
Nothing else, okay? Too much enthusiasm, and even our little Luo she can't handle it, Sun Lingwei added. If it were Lin Feng, taking photos wouldn't be an issue.
But the friend Lin Feng mentioned didn't seem so level-headed, so he'd avoid having Lin Feng request a meeting with Zhang Luoxi.
Separate matters. Chapter 182, Taking Responsibility.
If there's a chance to meet, that'd be nice, Zhang Luoxi said, keeping her words open-ended.
Directly agreeing to meet was out of the question.
It had nothing to do with being fanatical or not, she simply disliked this kind of private meeting. To her, it was different from bumping into someone privately. Though she didn't think Lin Feng was particularly formidable, since Sun Lingwei had invited him, she was essentially seeking his favor.
Being too blunt would be inappropriate. She only hoped he wasn't the unreasonable type. You're a professional healer. You wouldn't be looking for some kind of quid pro quo, would you?
Sun Lingwei asked, turning to Lin Feng.
Of course not.
I'm only making this trip out of respect for elder Sun, Lin Feng replied.
You're doing this for my grandfather's sake?
Sun Lingwei frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure visible. She thought she and Lin Feng got along well. After all, they'd been through life and death situations together. They were definitely friends, and friends helping each other out was perfectly normal.
Yeah.
If there's a next time, just pay the consultation fee directly.
Lin Feng nodded. So you're saying my grandfather's favor is a one-time thing? Sun Lingwei glared at Lin Feng. You can't keep using it. You pay me to treat you, and we're even. Isn't that better?
Lin Feng replied slowly. I'll pay you the consultation fee, Zhang Luoxi hurriedly interjected. She preferred paying the fee over owing someone a favor, even if it was higher than market price. She wasn't exceptionally wealthy, but she wasn't short on money either. Any problem money could solve wasn't really a problem. She and Sun Lingwei were close friends, owing each other favors was no big deal. She didn't want Sun Lingwei to owe her one because of her.
No need this time.
We'll discuss it next time, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively.
Is that some kind of curse? What? Besides being a doctor, you also curse people?
Sun Lingwei immediately felt uncomfortable upon hearing Lin Feng's words and retorted.
I really don't know how to do that, Lin Feng shook his head. Everyone gets headaches or feels under the weather sometimes.
Knowing another doctor can't hurt, Zhang Luoxi interjected, trying to smooth things over. Truthfully, Sun Lingwei had only been joking. She knew Lin Feng wouldn't take offense.
You don't believe me at all, do you?
Lin Feng looked at Zhang Luoxi and said with a smile.
Absolutely not, Zhang Luoxi hastily denied. The way I am now must be a huge contrast to what you imagined.
But since my best friend invited me over, I didn't want to say much.
Right? Lin Feng said. Which of her words implied that? Sun Lingwei countered. Sometimes words aren't necessary.
A single expression, even a glance, can convey meaning, Lin Feng replied.
I swear I didn't.
I don't know you well, but I trust Weiwei, Zhang Luoxi insisted. Actually, not expecting too much is wise.
I won't take up much of your time. Whether it can be cured or not, I'll tell you straight up. Please lead the way.
Lin Feng said calmly. He trusted his instincts wouldn't fail him. It wasn't that Zhang Luoxi looked down on him, but at the very least, she didn't trust him that much. All her trust was placed in Sun Lingwei. Zhang Luoxi felt awkward and turned to look at Sun Lingwei. Heaven knows, she genuinely doubted Lin Feng's abilities, but she certainly hadn't let it show. If pressed to pinpoint a moment, it would be that first instant she saw Lin Feng. She couldn't believe he could sense it so keenly. Preconceived notions are like mountains in people's hearts.
No amount of explanation will change them. Let's go. Sun Lingwei sighed helplessly.
Zhang Luoxi and Sun Lingwei walked ahead, with Lin Feng following behind. They took the elevator to the 15th floor. Zhang Luoxi entered the code to unlock the door, then stepped aside to let Lin Feng enter. Lin Feng gestured for her to go first. As soon as they stepped into the living room, a middle-aged couple emerged from the bedroom, both around their 40s or 50s.
Second uncle, second aunt, Zhang Luoxi greeted them.
Xiaoxi is here, the middle-aged man said, his dark face straining into a broad smile.
How is grandma doing?
Zhang Luoxi asked. She woke up once around noon but hasn't regained consciousness since, the man sighed. I told you, you shouldn't take those Chinese herbs carelessly.
You just wouldn't listen.
She used to faint a few times a day, but now look, she only wakes up once a day.
The middle-aged woman beside him couldn't help but interject.
Her words were pointedly directed at Sun Lingwei. After all, it was after taking Sun Lingwei's medicine that things turned out this way.
Enough.
The middle-aged man gently touched the woman's arm.
Can't I even speak my mind?
Xiaoxi, I know you wanted to cure grandma's illness, but not just any doctor can treat her.
If something goes wrong, we'll be held responsible, the woman persisted. Yang Qiuhong, will you shut up?
The man beside her was clearly annoyed.
Am I not right? You're afraid of Zhang Weifeng, but I'm not. Yes, you paid for it, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. I refuse to be branded as unfilial. Yang Qiuhong showed no sign of stopping. My apologies. This is my fault, Sun Lingwei interjected. What good is an apology? Will it bring the old lady back to how she was?
I told you before, don't take on a job you can't handle.
Yang Qiuhong snorted coldly. I hired these people. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. If you don't want to care for grandma, then you can leave. I can hire a nanny and a caregiver.
Zhang Luoxi said slowly, her face cold.
So what if you have money? You paid, but we put in the effort. Don't forget, you're the granddaughter, we're the sons.
The decision-making power lies with us, Yang Qiuhong insisted relentlessly.
In that case, from now on, grandma's medical expenses will be split evenly between us. Caregiving duties will also be divided equally. Is that acceptable? Or do you think you can manage without me?
Zhang Luoxi said coldly.
Zhang Weifeng hastily waved his hands, trying to smooth things over. Xiaoxi, don't be angry. That's not what we meant.
Of course we'll take care of grandma together.
How could we possibly trust anyone else with her? Your second aunt just got a little anxious seeing grandma's condition. It's not about you.
I already made it clear to you both, I'll make all decisions regarding grandma's ongoing treatment.
Whatever happens, I'll take full responsibility. You won't be implicated.
Zhang Luoxi's tone softened noticeably.
Yes. She was actually in pretty good spirits yesterday.
We don't know what happened today, Zhang Weifeng nodded. Zhang Luoxi said no more, turning to Lin Feng instead.
Grandma's inside. Come with me. Who is this person? Don't tell me you brought in another doctor? Do you want grandma to live, or do you want her to die? Yang Qiuhong demanded. Chapter 183, Other Factors at Play.
As soon as Yang Qiuhong finished speaking, Zhang Luoxi's expression changed. She stopped in her tracks and faced her, saying, So you're saying I should learn from you and do nothing?
Who said we've done nothing? This illness is clearly no simple matter. Ordinary doctors are useless, we need a major hospital. If provincial ones can't handle it, we'll go to the capital. But only if her condition improves. In her current state, she can't go anywhere. Yang Qiuhong retorted. Grandma's condition is getting worse by the day. You expect to nurse her back to health? Do you really think that's possible? If recovery were feasible, why wait until now? Zhang Luoxi retorted. And you think some random doctor you found out of nowhere will fix her? Don't be ridiculous, Yang Qiuhong retorted. My friend is from the capital. Her grandfather was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Her medical skills are exceptional.
She's not some mysterious doctor like you claim.
Zhang Luoxi couldn't hold back any longer and directly revealed Sun Lingwei's identity.
Usually, when Yang Qiuhong nagged, Zhang Luoxi would occasionally retort, but she rarely engaged. It felt pointless. This time, however, Yang Qiuhong's relentless attacks on Sun Lingwei were getting under her skin. She firmly believed grandma's sudden deterioration had nothing to do with Sun Lingwei.
Sun Lingwei wouldn't dare treat her without absolute certainty.
If she couldn't even trust her that much, then all those years they'd spent together would have been for nothing.
What? How could that be? Yang Qiuhong was taken aback. She had never imagined Sun Lingwei's background was so formidable. The granddaughter of a renowned traditional Chinese physician, that was no joke. Even at her young age, she must have absorbed considerable medical knowledge from childhood. Do I need to prove anything to you? If you don't understand, keep quiet. Grandma is my only blood relative in this world. Everything I do is for her sake. Zhang Luoxi declared, enunciating each word. Her confidence was unwavering, for every action she took was driven by a desire to save. Over the years, she had spent a fortune, but to her, no amount of money could compare to easing her grandmother's suffering. Rather than conservative treatments, she preferred to explore therapies that offered a complete cure.
She believed that enduring immense suffering was worse than taking a huge risk for a complete cure or simply leaving this world altogether. Losing a loved one brings immense pain to those left behind, but for Grandma, it was a form of liberation.
We feel the same way. We just approach it differently, Yang Qiuhong retorted hastily. I don't want to discuss this with you. It's completely unnecessary. Please don't interfere. I don't need your permission for anything I do. Zhang Luoxi fixed her gaze on Yang Qiuhong and said coldly. She had repeated these words countless times and no longer wished to say them again. Yang Qiuhong tried to speak again, but Zhang Weifeng pulled her aside, silencing her. They entered the bedroom. The elderly woman lying on the bed appeared to be around 70, her complexion pale and unremarkable, her lips a faint, lifeless white. Tears welled up in Zhang Luoxi's eyes. Every time she saw her grandmother lying there like this, she couldn't hold back her tears. She couldn't bear to imagine what it would be like if her grandmother passed away before she could see her one last time. Even so, she still didn't want her grandmother to live on in such a state, enduring such agonizing suffering. Lin Feng placed his hand on her pulse and slowly closed his eyes. Sun Lingwei felt a surge of anxiety. She had believed she could improve the elderly woman's condition, but in reality, she had only made matters worse. If even Lin Feng, whom she had recommended, couldn't resolve the situation, that would be a real problem. Her long-standing relationship with Zhang Luoxi wouldn't be affected by this, but Zhang Luoxi would surely face criticism from her family. She refused to let that happen. Zhang Luoxi held her breath, hoping Lin Feng might have an effective solution, though deep down, she doubted he could help. Frequent, unexplained dizziness? Difficulty standing upright. Headaches, lightheadedness. Lin Feng released his grip and spoke slowly. Yes, Zhang Luoxi nodded. These dizziness symptoms have persisted for about half a year. You've had cervical spondylosis for some time, accompanied by tinnitus, fatigue, and palpitations likely for 3 or 4 years now, Lin Feng continued. You're absolutely right, Zhang Luoxi replied, her eyes glinting with a flicker of hope. She had seen countless doctors, but this was the first one who could identify so many symptoms and even roughly predict when they began simply by taking her pulse. This proved Lin Feng possessed considerable skill. What's your diagnosis? Lin Feng turned to ask Sun Lingwei. Sun Lingwei paused, then replied, Xiaoxi mentioned Grandma was hospitalized twice for insufficient cerebral blood supply. The hospital ran extensive tests, but the final diagnosis remained inconclusive. They treated her for cerebral blood supply issues anyway, but it didn't help much. How does that relate to your diagnosis? Lin Feng couldn't help but interrupt. Sun Lingwei felt slightly awkward. Her intention had been to provide context, as these details served as reference points for the final assessment. Pale tongue with a slightly thick coating, deep and slippery pulse with knots. It should be a mixed pattern of deficiency in excess qi and blood deficiency with phlegm stasis disturbing the upper burner. Vertigo never occurs without underlying deficiency. Sun Lingwei stated cautiously. She wasn't afraid of being corrected or making mistakes, but being publicly exposed for an error was deeply humiliating. Especially since Zhang Luoxi had already introduced her as the granddaughter of a renowned traditional Chinese physician. This embarrassment would reflect poorly on her grandfather too. Of course, beyond embarrassment, she was also eager to know, if she was wrong, what exactly would the correct differential diagnosis be? Correct. The diagnosis is sound, Lin Feng nodded. If it's correct, then why did the patient's condition worsen? Yang Qiuhong murmured softly, her voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Can you just shut up? Zhang Weifeng glared fiercely at Yang Qiuhong. What? Am I not right? This is exactly what happens when someone pretends to know what they don't. Yang Qiuhong retorted. Lin Feng ignored her and continued questioning Sun Lingwei. How do you treat it? What formula did you prescribe? First, I'll use acupuncture on the Fengqi point, then apply the Xuanfu Hua technique. Sun Lingwei detailed her treatment method. She detailed every acupuncture point, the formula used, the specific herbs within it, and their exact dosages. In fact, several hours after the acupuncture, the old man's condition had visibly improved. She had been quite pleased with the initial results, but never expected his condition to worsen the next day, forcing her to seek Lin Feng's help. In my assessment, your acupuncture technique and medication choices were entirely appropriate, Lin Feng affirmed after listening, nodding in agreement. Then why did Grandma's condition deteriorate? Sun Lingwei asked, her relief giving way to confusion. The answer is simple, other factors are at play, Lin Feng replied calmly. Chapter 184, Deception Unveiled. The atmosphere froze upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Yang Qiuhong snapped, taking offense. Lin Feng turned to look at Yang Qiuhong, speaking deliberately, I haven't even said anything yet. Already jumping in to refute me? We've been the only ones caring for the elderly patient. If it's not the doctor's fault, then what other factors could it be? What else could it be? Yang Qiuhong demanded. You're absolutely right, Lin Feng replied slowly. What did you say? Yang Qiuhong froze, unable to process it. If the old lady ended up like this without anyone else caring for her, then it's your fault. Lin Feng emphasized. Nonsense. Speak with evidence, not just whatever comes to mind. Yang Qiuhong couldn't help raising her voice. I've said it.
If you don't like it, call the cops, Lin Feng retorted. You? Yang Qiuhong was so furious her nose seemed crooked, speechless for a long moment.
Hold on, I need to explain. We've always cared for my mother the same way we always have. I'm her biological son, there's no way I'd be unfilial. I swear to heaven on that. Zhang Weifeng hurriedly interjected. Is that so? I'll just ask one thing, while taking the Chinese medicine she prescribed, did you take any other medications? Lin Feng inquired. Zhang Weifeng froze, then shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not.
I told them before when taking Chinese medicine, they must stop all other medications, Sun Lingwei interjected. But they didn't listen, Lin Feng sighed softly.
Zhang Luoshi, what kind of person did you bring here? Spouting nonsense. Saying whatever comes to mind. Would we ever let the old lady take random medications? If that were the case, how could she have lived this long?
Yang Qiuhong pointed her finger directly at Zhang Luoshi.
No need to raise your voice. Reason doesn't depend on volume. If your memory's failing, let me remind you.
The Western medicine prescribed by the hospital for the old lady's Meniere's disease, she never stopped taking it. Lin Feng stated.
Uncle Air, is that true?
Zhang Luoshi turned to ask Zhang Weifeng. Since Lin Feng had explained it in such detail, he must have some certainty this wasn't baseless speculation.
You believe an outsider over us? He just took her pulse and knows what medicine Grandma took? Does that sound reasonable? This is pure fabrication. Yang Qiuhong retorted loudly. Traditional Chinese medicine can discern much through pulse diagnosis. Knowing what medication someone took is nothing special, it can even reveal what they ate.
You just aren't aware of it, Sun Lingwei countered. She was quite skilled at pulse diagnosis herself, though nowhere near Lin Feng's level. Still, it made sense that Feng Tianrui held her in such high regard. She clearly possessed some genuine skill.
Listen to yourself, does that even sound plausible? Once I've eaten something, it's digested and passed. How could he possibly know? Is he some kind of precision instrument that can detect residual substances in the body?
Yang Qiuhong remained unconvinced.
Actually, this can be checked. Medical equipment can detect what type of medication you've taken.
And since we already know roughly what kind of drug it is, it's even easier to investigate, Lin Feng said slowly.
Yang Qiuhong and Zhang Weifeng's expressions darkened dramatically.
I'll ask one more time, did you give Grandma her previous medication? Admitting it now is different from having it discovered at the hospital. If you conceal anything, I will absolutely never let you care for Grandma again.
Zhang Luoshi demanded coldly.
She didn't need to look at Yang Qiuhong.
Just observing Zhang Weifeng's shifting expression told her everything. Yes, we did. But we forgot and only gave it once.
Zhang Weifeng admitted.
More than once, right? Lin Feng pressed. We followed the original dosage schedule. What's the problem? We asked the doctor, these two medications don't interact at all.
The problem lies with the Chinese herbs she prescribed.
Don't shift all the blame onto other drugs. She took them for so long before without any issues, didn't she? Yang Qiuhong retorted dismissively. Can you really tell after just a few doses? Sun Lingwei couldn't help asking Lin Feng. Of course not. I'm not a god. Just saying. Naturally, someone admitted it.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
So you made up that hospital test result too? Sun Lingwei pressed. Exactly. Didn't you know?
Lin Feng countered. I thought it might be some new technology one wasn't familiar with, Sun Lingwei said, shaking her head gently.
So it was all a scam.
Yang Qiuhong finally realized she and her husband had been deceived.
Whether it's a scam or not doesn't matter.
What matters is your despicable behavior behind my back. I explicitly told you to stop taking other medications.
You promised, yet you didn't do it.
Then you turn around and blame my prescription, Sun Lingwei retorted.
She wanted to vent the anger boiling inside her.
Seeing the elderly man's condition deteriorate, she felt deeply guilty, betraying Zhang Luoshi's trust. But now she realized it had never been her fault at all. You're just making excuses for yourself. If you were truly that miraculous, the patient would have recovered regardless of any other medication, Yang Qiuhong retorted.
Doctors aren't gods. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't a magic cure-all.
Different drugs can cause varying degrees of adverse reactions, especially when combined with Western medicine. Many of these reactions are impossible to predict, let alone resolve. Most importantly, I had no idea this would happen, Sun Lingwei said helplessly. For doctors, the most frustrating thing is these overbearing family members who take matters into their own hands. They think their actions are harmless, but the consequences they cause far exceed their imagination. Thankfully, they'd brought in Lin Feng to clear her name. Otherwise, who knows what kind of false accusations she might have faced.
I think it's the medication you prescribed. Stop shifting the blame.
Yang Qiuhong still refused to acknowledge any fault on her part.
You think? Then why don't you treat Grandma's illness yourself, huh?
Zhang Luoshi retorted sharply.
I'm not a doctor?
Yang Qiuhong clearly avoided meeting Zhang Luoshi's gaze. She knew deep down that once Zhang Luoxi uncovered this, it wouldn't be easily swept under the rug.
You know you're not a doctor? Then how dare you ignore medical advice and act on your own? Who do you think you are? Just because you say there won't be any consequences doesn't mean there won't be.
Zhang Luoxi shouted angrily.
I didn't say that. I only dared to do it after consulting a doctor. Yang Qiuhong retorted. Which doctor is treating grandma? Did you ask another doctor? Another doctor? If something goes wrong, will they be the ones held responsible?
Zhang Luoxi cut her off abruptly, firing off a barrage of questions.
It wasn't my decision alone. Our original intention was for the old lady's own good. Chapter 185, No Choice But to Eat. Zhang Weifeng knew evasion was futile and quickly interjected, It was my mistake.
I was too presumptuous. I assumed it wouldn't make much difference.
Had I known, I never would have done it.
At this moment, stubborn resistance was futile. When it came to matters involving their mother, Zhang Luoxi was always relentless. If they truly angered her, it wasn't impossible she'd cut them off entirely. Neither he nor his wife had steady jobs. Their carefree lifestyle depended almost entirely on the allowance Zhang Luoxi provided. If Zhang Luoxi truly turned her back on them, not only would they lose their income, but even this apartment would likely be repossessed. The couple would end up living on the streets.
Grandma has been ill for so long, yet you can't even follow the doctor's orders?
You've truly disappointed me, Zhang Luoxi said, shaking her head helplessly.
Xiaoxi, we're so sorry.
We truly didn't understand, Zhang Weifeng said, tugging at Yang Qiuhong beside him, signaling her to apologize alongside him. Yang Qiuhong seemed reluctant, but a fierce glare from Zhang Weifeng forced her to reluctantly add, She's been taking this medicine for so long. We suddenly stopped it, and the old lady might not adjust well.
We really didn't think it through. But it was definitely not intentional. I don't want anything like this to happen again. This is the first and last time. Zhang Luoxi declared.
Though inwardly furious, she couldn't truly blame her uncle and aunt. They had made mistakes, but it was precisely their lack of understanding that led to this situation. The only one truly wronged in this matter was Sun Lingwei. Any other doctor would have likely lost their temper long ago, but because of their close relationship with her, she could only say those few words. But she had to make her uncle and aunt understand the gravity of their mistake.
Wrong.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
Zhang Luoxi froze, turning to ask Lin Feng, Is there a problem with how I handled this?
Let me tell you, this isn't the first time, and it absolutely won't be the last.
Lin Feng declared. What do you mean by that?
What's your motive?
We've acknowledged the mistake and recognized the problem. How could we possibly repeat such an error? Zhang Weifeng frowned, questioning Lin Feng.
Because old habits die hard, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. If you say another word like that, don't blame me for losing my temper.
This is our family business. What right do you have, an outsider, to meddle in it?
Zhang Weifeng glared at Lin Feng, his tone laced with threat.
Second uncle, he's the doctor I invited. He came to treat grandma. And the facts prove he's genuinely skilled.
Please show him basic respect. Zhang Luoxi naturally stepped in to defend Lin Feng.
If not for Lin Feng, she'd still be kept in the dark. She'd have remained completely unaware of how grandma's condition had deteriorated. He needs to respect us first. If he doesn't respect us, why should we respect him? Since he's paid for, we don't owe him anything. Yang Qiuhong immediately interjected. He's my friend. He came to help out of respect for me. He's not some hired hand. Sun Lingwei couldn't help but correct her.
Though she fiercely defended Lin Feng, she also felt his words were inappropriate.
It was indeed an internal conflict. You could expose it, but how they handled it was their business. Outsiders really shouldn't interfere. Oh, my apologies.
Zhang Weifeng changed his expression.
I never meant to meddle in your family affairs. Just a friendly reminder.
Whether you heed it or not is entirely up to you. Ignoring Zhang Weifeng, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Zhang Luoxi.
I understand. Thank you, Zhang Luoxi nodded. Are you sure you truly understand? Ah, never mind. I can't be bothered to explain further.
Lin Feng sighed deeply.
Enough idle chatter. Since you figured it out, you must have a cure. Let's get grandma back to normal.
Sun Lingwei steered the conversation back on track. Rather than beating around the bush, it was better to just lay out the effective treatment. If the patient was truly cured, the credibility of their words would skyrocket. In the current situation, at best Zhang Luoxi would acknowledge Lin Feng had some skill, while Zhang Weifeng and his wife would still look down on him.
After all, nothing slaps someone in the face like ironclad proof.
I'm afraid I can't help, Lin Feng shook his head.
Ha, all that talk. I thought you had some real skills. But now it's clear you're just helpless. What's the point of saying anything? Yang Qiuhong sneered. She naturally harbored resentment toward Lin Feng. By exposing their actions, Zhang Luoxi would surely trust them less than before and might punish them financially. If you had a solution, fine. But now it's clear you're just hurting others without benefiting yourself. It's not just me.
No one could have done anything, Lin Feng said slowly.
What if I brought my grandfather? Sun Lingwei asked. It won't work.
Even if you brought every skilled healer under the sun, it would be futile. Lin Feng answered without hesitation.
Is it that serious? Sun Lingwei frowned deeply. It's not that serious. Your previous prescription would still work if taken consistently. It just takes longer. The problem is failing to follow medical advice.
Even the most skilled doctor is useless in that case, Lin Feng explained.
That won't happen. I'll personally oversee the entire medication process.
There's absolutely no chance of a similar situation occurring again, Zhang Luoxi assured him.
Unless you can completely isolate them from the patient. Can you do that? Lin Feng asked.
Zhang Luoxi frowned slightly, unsure of Lin Feng's meaning. After all, Zhang Weifeng was her son.
Completely cutting off his visits with his mother was clearly unreasonable.
Besides, ensuring no other medications were used didn't warrant such extreme measures.
Isn't that a bit much? Sun Lingwei also thought Lin Feng was exaggerating. Is that so? Lin Feng gave a helpless smile, pausing briefly before continuing. Actually, you don't find this a bit unreasonable? Since he's already taking Chinese medicine, why bother feeding him the previous Western medicine? Is this merely a matter of habit? Then what else could it be?
Sun Lingwei asked, puzzled.
Could it be that this particular medicine is absolutely essential?
Lin Feng suggested.
That medicine doesn't have much effect.
It's not to the point where it absolutely must be taken, Zhang Luoxi shook her head.
That's precisely the biggest issue. If it's not absolutely necessary, why insist on taking it? From another perspective, doesn't it just add to the workload?
Unless, this approach benefits them somehow.
Lin Feng continued. What exactly are you getting at?
Zhang Luoxi grew increasingly confused. When it comes to caring for your grandmother, you provide the money while they do the work.
Can I interpret this as them relying on your money to survive?
Lin Feng asked calmly.
What does that prove?
Zhang Luoxi still didn't understand. The longer she lives, the greater their gains.
Chapter 186, Hands Off.
Sun Lingwei suddenly seemed to grasp what Lin Feng was implying.
Exactly. That's the logic. Lin Feng nodded. If that's the case, then shouldn't they avoid other medications? If traditional Chinese medicine can cure them, wouldn't that be better for them? Zhang Luoxi asked. Do you think they trust her?
Lin Feng countered.
Even if they don't. Wouldn't this backfire? Zhang Luoxi pressed. How could she not understand that uncle and auntie would never trust Sun Lingwei? They don't know. You need to assume their perspective that traditional Chinese medicine is completely ineffective. Lin Feng explained. The medicine they're using could prolong grandma's life? That doesn't make sense either. In that case, why not just take credit for it directly? Sun Lingwei shook her head, seemingly finding this line of reasoning flawed. What she wants is a healthier state, not merely longevity, Lin Feng added. Sun Lingwei's eyes darted around as she pondered. So they used some medicine that sacrificed grandma's health to buy her more time? Smart.
Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up.
That makes sense now. They distrusted traditional Chinese medicine, believing it ineffective, so they kept using the previous drugs. But they never anticipated the two medications would interact.
They pinned the blame on me.
That's why you said using that drug was necessary. Sun Lingwei nodded in agreement. That's utter nonsense. How could we possibly decide what medications the hospital prescribes? Yang Qiuhong sneered.
The medication my mother took was prescribed by a legitimate hospital.
Xiao Shi knows this too.
What you're saying now is pure nonsense, Zhang Weifeng interjected. If I'm not mistaken, it was likely a sedative or sleeping pill. Each time she took it, it was mixed with her other medications.
Lin Feng stated. Do you have any proof? Without evidence, this is slander. I can sue you. Yang Qiuhong demanded loudly. You can call the police right now.
Once they get involved, it shouldn't be hard to investigate, Lin Feng retorted directly, then turned to Zhang Luoxi.
Have you noticed that over the past 6 months or so, your grandmother's mental state hasn't been great? She's been sleeping more and more.
It seems so, Zhang Luoxi recalled and nodded. She'd been battling cervical spondylosis for 3 or 4 years, persistently undergoing treatment. Though it hadn't yielded results, her grandmother's mental state had always been stable. Of course, she wasn't quite like a normal person, but she didn't seem like a seriously ill patient. But since developing this dizziness symptom over half a year ago, her mental state had deteriorated. At first, she just lay down more and moved around less. Later, she could barely stand or walk at all, spending most of each day lying down. Now, she was completely out of it. While the disease may be progressing, she has never given up on treatment.
How could her condition deteriorate so rapidly in just half a year? The problem is that the hospitals can't pinpoint an exact diagnosis.
Those sedatives and sleeping pills have a significant impact on the body, Lin Feng remarked. He only needed Zhang Luoxi to believe that concrete evidence was indeed lacking, since what was detected in her pulse couldn't be displayed.
As for Yang Qiuhong and Zhang Weifeng, they would never admit to anything. This was different from the earlier incident.
If confirmed, Zhang Luoxi would turn on them immediately and they would lose everything they had gained. Even if evidence were shoved in their faces, they'd deny it outright, let alone when there was none to begin with.
Nonsense. That's my own mother. Could I possibly do something so despicable? Absolutely not. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Zhang Weifeng shouted. Then let's find a similar medication. That should clear things up, Sun Lingwei said. We do have that medicine at home. But it's for me.
I've had terrible sleep these past few months and needed to fall asleep, Yang Qiuhong quickly interjected.
What a coincidence.
Sun Lingwei narrowed her eyes slightly.
Not coincidental at all. Medications like this aren't easily accessible, Lin Feng stated.
You're such a strange person.
What good would framing us do you?
The things you're accusing us of, we wouldn't even dare to think about them.
Yang Qiuhong glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Whether it's framing or not, you know the truth. I'm just stating what I know.
Lin Feng said slowly.
So you have no concrete evidence?
Zhang Luoxi asked. If I had it, why waste words? Lin Feng knew Zhang Luoxi's stance would decide everything.
There was no need for further concealment now. Zhang Luoxi fell silent for a few seconds before turning her gaze to Yang Qiuhong and Zhang Weifeng. Second uncle, second aunt.
I don't want to doubt you, but if you truly did such a thing, this is your last chance. Tell the truth, and I'll forgive you for the past.
If I uncover it later, it won't be a simple financial penalty.
I'll hire lawyers and spare no expense to ensure you're sent to jail. By then, no amount of begging will help.
Think carefully before you speak. She now understood what Lin Feng meant. What he had discerned couldn't be demonstrated, much less serve as concrete evidence.
But this wasn't pure conjecture either, it was definitely based on some foundation. Lin Feng had no grudge against Uncle Air and his wife.
Today was their first meeting, he wouldn't betray them. The truth was highly probable. Because it made perfect sense. Absolutely not. You have to trust Uncle Air's character. Even if I'm a complete jerk, I'd never do something like that to my own mother, Zhang Weifeng declared firmly. But I wonder if denying it now even matters.
Since she asked that question, she must already suspect us.
She'll believe anything outsiders say.
Whatever we say is pointless, Yang Qiuhong interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm.
No way.
I believe she still trusts us.
After all, we're family.
Zhang Weifeng insisted.
You treat her like family, but when did she ever treat you like family?
I told you before, focus on making money, stop always working your ass off.
See now? The ones with the cash are the real deal. Yang Qiuhong continued her mockery, playing the victim. Don't talk like that. Am I not right? Zhang Luoxi offered no explanation, let alone any defense. She looked at Zhang Weifeng and declared, from this moment on, I will find someone to take care of all grandma's needs. Neither of you is to interfere. On what grounds? We're your elders, after all. How can you just do as you please?
Yang Qiuhong immediately voiced her displeasure.
Because you didn't follow the doctor's orders. You made grandma's condition worse. Whether intentional or not, my request is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Chapter 187, Not Impossible.
At Zhang Luoxi's words, both Yang Qiuhong and Zhang Weifeng were rendered speechless.
Failing to follow medical advice that was undeniable. They had admitted it and couldn't deny it.
The matter was significant yet trivial from any angle, they held no moral high ground.
If you feel this is unreasonable and insist on emphasizing your son's status, then it's simple. From now on, I won't pay a single penny.
Everything grandma owns will be entirely your responsibility, Zhang Luoxi continued immediately.
I am her biological son after all.
I can't just do nothing, Zhang Weifeng said, sounding somewhat embarrassed.
I'll hire professional caregivers.
Once grandma recovers, we'll respect her wishes and see if she needs your care, Zhang Luoxi replied.
We quit our jobs to care for her. Now you expect us to do nothing? We won't survive like that, Yang Qiuhong blurted out. That's not my problem.
You take care of grandma, I pay you, that's fair.
But expecting me to pay when you do nothing? That's unreasonable. Besides, you have sons. They're so accomplished, supporting you shouldn't be an issue.
Zhang Luoxi countered. She understood the implication in her words, they simply wanted money. Under normal circumstances, that would be perfectly acceptable. But Lin Feng's words snapped her back to reality.
Certain bad habits absolutely couldn't be indulged anymore. No matter how hard things get, we can support ourselves. I agree to everything you've said. But surely you won't forbid me from seeing grandma? Zhang Weifeng countered. Of course not. But until grandma recovers sufficiently, visits will be strictly limited.
And you must notify me in advance. Zhang Luoxi stated her conditions.
Isn't this a bit too bossy? Just because you're paying, does that mean you can do whatever you want?
Yang Qiuhong immediately voiced her displeasure.
Exactly. Or should you be the one footing the bill? Then you could call the shots too, Zhang Luoxi nodded in agreement. You? Yang Qiuhong nearly choked on her words. I address you as second aunt solely out of respect for my second uncle. I know exactly what kind of person he is.
Without you pressuring him, he wouldn't have disregarded medical advice.
But some things I'd rather not spell out so bluntly.
Zhang Luoxi stared coldly at Yang Qiuhong.
Yang Qiuhong tried to retort, but Zhang Weifeng pulled her back.
He spoke up, before the people you called arrive, staying here shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhang Luoxi said nothing, gesturing for Lin Feng and Sun Lingwei to leave the bedroom together.
Dr. Lin, can you prescribe medication for my grandmother now?
Zhang Luoxi asked.
Certainly.
Lin Feng nodded. Though Zhang Luoxi hadn't completely severed ties with Zhang Weifeng and his wife, her actions had, to some extent, acknowledged his judgment.
Only by excluding Zhang Weifeng and his wife could the prescribed medicine achieve its intended effect.
Thank you for your help, Zhang Luoxi said, fetching paper and pen. Lin Feng took them and swiftly wrote out a prescription. Astragalus 60g, Angelica 20g, Herba Eupatorium 70g. Salvia 30g, Leonuris 20g, Nidium 20g. Sun Lingwei took the prescription first, scanned it, and remarked, Astragalus and Angelica sinensis replenish qi and blood to treat deficiency.
Swirling floating flower, white stiff silkworm, and white mustard seed should be for resolving phlegm. No phlegm, no dizziness. Swirling floating flower not only resolves phlegm but also stops vomiting.
Immortal crane grass excels at treating vertigo while simultaneously tonifying qi, strengthening the heart, and regulating the pulse.
Kudzu root ascends the clear essence, guiding the pure qi upward. Lin Feng added.
When she rises and descends in orderly fashion, the clear ascends and the turbid descends, the orifices become clear, thus stopping the dizziness. Sun Lingwei nodded repeatedly in agreement. This formula was 100 times superior to the one she had prescribed earlier. No wonder Lin Feng had criticized her formula for being slow-acting. It was indeed slow and not just a little. This was pure mastery. Skill worthy of recognition by a national master of traditional Chinese medicine.
Your analysis is spot on. 1 dose daily.
Symptoms should significantly subside within 3 days. We'll reassess then and adjust the formula, Lin Feng said slowly.
That fast?
Zhang Luoxi found it hard to believe. Provided you stop taking sedatives or sleeping pills, Lin Feng added.
I promise.
Absolutely none, Zhang Luoxi hurriedly assured him. Lin Feng merely smiled without comment. I sincerely apologize for my doubts. If not for you, I wouldn't have known how to resolve my grandmother's condition. Zhang Luoxi bowed deeply, speaking with solemn earnestness.
Those things never mattered much to me, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal, Sun Lingwei quickly offered.
No need, Lin Feng shook his head. Oh, and if your friend wishes to meet, we can arrange it later, Zhang Luoxi suddenly called out to Lin Feng's retreating figure. He had already made it clear that money was out of the question. After much thought, this seemed the only way to express her gratitude. Lin Feng halted but didn't turn around.
Some things that seem utterly abnormal might simply lie beyond your realm of understanding. You think you know your own situation, but that's not necessarily true. I've said all I need to say. I hope you understand. With that, Lin Feng didn't linger and quickly departed. What does that mean? This isn't your first meeting with him, is it? Why do I get the feeling he knows something about you? Sun Lingwei frowned slightly. I don't know, Zhang Luoxi shook her head, looking utterly bewildered. Earlier, he mentioned his friend doing something abnormal. Does that ring a bell? Sun Lingwei asked. Zhang Luoxi furrowed her brow, struggling to recall before replying. Someone randomly sent gifts claiming my body was in grave danger. Lots of people were cursing him out, but he kept going. He even contacted my admin, but I still can't believe someone could detect that through a screen. Let me see. Sun Lingwei grabbed Zhang Luoxi's hand and placed her fingers on her pulse. He might not be referring to this specific incident. There have been many other unusual occurrences in my livestream. Zhang Luoxi said. Don't speak, Sun Lingwei instructed. As time passed, Sun Lingwei's expression grew increasingly grave. What? Is there really a problem? Zhang Luoxi asked urgently. Yes. And it's no minor issue. I can only roughly determine it's a heart problem. You'll need to get checked at the hospital for specifics, Sun Lingwei said solemnly. Don't scare me. Someone can actually diagnose a physical problem through a screen? Zhang Luoxi looked utterly incredulous. For anyone else, it might be unlikely. But for him? It's not impossible. Sun Lingwei murmured to herself. Chapter 188, back to the traditional Chinese medicine department. The next day, Lin Feng headed to the hospital. He bought breakfast at the entrance, but the taste was indescribable. After getting used to his master's wife's cooking these past days, his palate seemed to have grown increasingly picky. It wasn't that all street vendors were bad. This industry thrives on survival of the fittest. It's just that near the hospital, with the heavy foot traffic, some vendors can get by. Entering the traditional Chinese medicine department, there sat Xiao Jinhua alone at his desk, sighing deeply. He seemed utterly disinterested in the breakfast spread before him. What are you sighing about? Lin Feng approached and asked. Nothing much, Xiao Jinhua replied casually.
His eyes lit up with surprise when he recognized Lin Feng.
Dr. Lin, you're back? Did headquarters approve your return to traditional Chinese medicine?
I didn't want to come back, Lin Feng shook his head.
Xiao Jinhua instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant.
He sighed helplessly, I suppose so.
With your talent, there's no need to come back. You'll shine brightly wherever you go. Unlike me. Ah. No need to be so down, Lin Feng said with a smile. If I had half your talent, I wouldn't be so worried.
I could stand up to them, Xiao Jinhua replied.
What? They're pushing you around again? Lin Feng asked. Of course. If you don't align with them, this is bound to happen.
If you were here, we'd have each other.
But now.
Xiao Jinhua shook his head helplessly.
What are your plans from here? Lin Feng pressed. I doubt I can hold out much longer.
If it comes down to it, I'll just have to go back and inherit the family business, Xiao Jinhua said.
You have a family business to inherit? How big is it?
Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly.
He hadn't actually looked into the other person's family background before. Nothing huge.
A few billion, I suppose.
Xiao Jinhua replied. Billions? Does your family own a mine?
Lin Feng was stunned again. Forget billions, even tens of millions would be a massive fortune. With that kind of money, even if you just lazed around waiting to die, you'd never spend it all.
Because once money reached a certain threshold, it truly could multiply endlessly. Yeah. Xiao Jinhua nodded, actually admitting it. You really are loaded. Then why insist on being a doctor? Lin Feng couldn't quite wrap his head around it. People should always have something to strive for. I'd never want to be some coal baron, it just doesn't feel classy enough. Even if you had $1 billion or $2 billion, what good would it do? Xiao Jinhua remarked.
Saying that, you'd probably drive most people crazy. Before Lin Feng could finish, a sharp voice cut in from behind.
Hey, who are you? This is the traditional Chinese medicine department, not just anyone can walk in here. The voice belonged to none other than Huang Ziyang, the attending physician of traditional Chinese medicine and Lin Feng's sworn rival.
Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Huang Ziyang. He knew the other man recognized him, but he deliberately spoken that way. So it's you, Lin Feng. Even though you used to be part of the traditional Chinese medicine department, you're not anymore.
This is an office area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter, Huang Ziyang said in a sarcastic tone. No need to be so cold-hearted.
Dr. Lin must have returned for a reason, Xiao Jinhua interjected, defending Lin Feng. He knew Lin Feng's character well.
Unless it was absolutely necessary, someone who had left would never come back.
Whether he has business or not is his problem.
What does it have to do with us in traditional Chinese medicine? Get out of here. Don't make things awkward for yourself.
Zhang Tongyu chimed in from the side, sounding like a sycophant.
No matter how embarrassing it gets, it won't be as embarrassing as you, Xiao Jinhua shot back. He thought these two were going way too far.
After all, they had once been colleagues.
Regardless of past conflicts, they should at least maintain a semblance of decorum. To start by chasing someone away showed a complete lack of basic manners. Xiao Jinhua, don't forget you're part of traditional Chinese medicine.
He's an outsider now, Huang Ziyang said coldly.
So what if he's an outsider?
Hanging around this bunch, I'll be an outsider sooner or later too.
He's my friend, here to see me.
If you keep talking trash, don't blame me for turning my back on you, Xiao Jinhua retorted.
You don't even have the slightest sense of tact.
No wonder you can't get along here, Zhang Tongyu remarked.
I refuse to be anyone's lackey. Just because you enjoy that doesn't mean everyone shares your taste, Xiao Jinhua retorted sarcastically.
Zhang Tongyu's face darkened, his expression fierce enough to devour someone.
At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up, would you like to come with me? Ha! Xiao Jinhua hadn't expected Lin Feng to ask that out of the blue. You came to the hospital poaching people, don't you think you're showing a lack of respect? Huang Ziyang demanded. What? Got a problem with that? Then deal with it. Lin Feng finished, turning to look at Xiao Jinhua, waiting for his answer.
Xiao Jinhua pondered for a moment before replying, I really can't stand this hellhole anymore. Since you put it that way, I'll go with you.
Anywhere would be better than here.
Actually, we won't be going far, still within the hospital grounds, Lin Feng clarified.
Really? Then there's no problem at all. Xiao Jinua's face lit up with delight.
If leaving the hospital had caused him hesitation, leaving the traditional Chinese medicine department required none whatsoever.
Then pack your things and come with me, Lin Feng said. All right. Xiao Jinhua suddenly seemed energized, as if injected with adrenaline. Lin Feng, I'm warning you. You can't just take people from my traditional Chinese medicine department. Who do you think you are? Huang Ziyang retorted. He couldn't believe Lin Feng had actually returned to the hospital and now he was trying to poach staff. Even though he despised Xiao Jinhua, this wasn't how things worked. Allowing someone to be taken away so easily would be a blow to his pride. Exactly. Do you even respect Director Meng?
Zhang Tongyu chimed in with a pointed question.
At that moment, Meng Shenghui strode in. Then you can ask Director Meng whether I take whoever I want to take.
Lin Feng replied with a faint smile.
This was the request he'd made to Liang Qixuan.
Since the latter had agreed, he must have already relayed it to Meng Shanghui.
It was only natural that those below didn't know. Director Meng.
Huang Ziyang and Zhang Tongyu both turned to look at Meng Shanghui.
You may take the person away.
Meng Shanghui trembled with rage, but he could only say that. It was an order from above, and he had no authority to interfere. Huang Ziyang and Zhang Tongyu looked as though they'd been slapped hard across the face, their expressions darkening to the extreme.
Xiao Jinhua quickly gathered his things.
He'd wanted to leave this place for a long time, and now he could finally do it.
If you have time. Care to step into my office for a chat? Meng Shanghui asked Lin Feng. No thanks. I've got a mountain of work waiting for me. Lin Feng waved him off and strode away. Director Meng, what's going on here? Huang Ziyang protested, utterly baffled. Meng Shanghui felt utterly embarrassed. He glared fiercely at Huang Ziyang and shouted, just do your job. Chapter 189, not quite appropriate.
Lin Feng led Xiao Jinhua to the newly established specialist clinic.
Adjacent to the clinic, not far away, was the rest and office area. Its size was roughly the same as the entire traditional Chinese medicine department's doctor's office had been before. The treatment was worlds apart from before. Xiao Jinhua knew Lin Feng possessed such capability, but she hadn't expected him to gain the hospital's recognition so quickly. No wonder Lin Feng had no interest in returning to the TCM department. These were two entirely different tiers. As it was a new specialist clinic, the number of patients registering was still low. The very first patient he saw was none other than Zhang Luoxi. I thought it might be someone else with the same name, but it really is you. Zhang Luoxi blurted out. Have you had the tests done? Lin Feng asked. Seeing Zhang Luoxi here meant she had already noticed something unusual with her body. Truthfully, if Sun Lingwei had been more observant and willing to take her pulse, how could she have failed to notice? Yes, the diagnosis is myocarditis. Zhang Luoxi nodded. Then why not treat it with Western medicine? Lin Feng pressed. They prescribed a lot of medication, and I picked it up. But I also wanted to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Perhaps there's a better approach. Zhang Luoxi explained. The best approach is actually acupuncture combined with Chinese herbs. For the acupuncture, you should know who to seek out. Lin Feng said slowly. What about the Chinese herbs? Zhang Luoxi asked. After several acupuncture sessions, then take the herbs. There's no rush at this stage. Lin Feng replied. The choice ultimately depended on which treatment approach Zhang Luoxi preferred. If she chose Western medicine, the herbal medicine wouldn't come into play at all. Which is truly better, Western or Chinese medicine? Zhang Luoxi couldn't help but ask again. Asking a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner that question, what do you think his answer would be? Lin Feng countered. Right. I guess that's not the right question to ask. But earlier, did you really diagnose my condition yourself before having your friend do that? Zhang Luoxi was genuinely curious. As Sun Lingwei had put it, with two national-level TCM masters endorsing him, nothing Lin Feng did would be surprising, though making judgments through a screen felt somewhat exaggerated. Truly skilled individuals could pinpoint the crux of the matter. You misunderstood. I didn't ask my friend to do it, she wanted to. I just told her about your condition. She did it because she cares deeply for you. Lin Feng explained. Oh, could I meet this friend of yours sometime? Zhang Luoxi finally understood that the seemingly eccentric person had actually been acting out of concern for her. Lin Feng had likely been influenced by this person to speak up, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have said anything. She'd be thrilled to hear that. Lin Feng said. I think we could become really good friends. Zhang Luoxi said earnestly. Zhang Luoxi didn't linger. After speaking, she stood up and left. After that, Lin Feng entered a somewhat leisurely work period. Throughout the day, he saw about 10 patients, all with complicated and difficult-to-treat conditions. Yet for him, they weren't particularly challenging. Xiao Jinhua, however, had a productive day. Even when Lin Feng informed him that he would only have one outpatient day per week going forward, Xiao Jinhua accepted it. After all, in the traditional Chinese medicine department, he rarely encountered patients. Even if he did get the chance, the treatment methods were incomparable to Lin Feng's. He firmly believed that only by following Lin Feng could he achieve significant improvement. Lin Feng was pleased with Xiao Jinhua's attitude and even suggested that if he was willing, he could come to the clinic. After all, teaching one person was the same effort as teaching two. After bidding farewell to Xiao Jinhua, he returned to the clinic around 7 o'clock. He discovered the clinic door was open. Under normal circumstances, since he was at the hospital, Zhuang Yanxin wouldn't be able to open the clinic to see patients. Truthfully, there weren't many patients to begin with. Upon entering the clinic, he found not only Zhuang Yanxin but also Sun Lingwei and Zhang Luoxi. Ah, you're finally back. Sun Lingwei spotted Lin Feng first. Were you waiting for me? Lin Feng asked. Yeah, Xiao Shi told me. Who knew you'd managed to get an expert appointment?
Sun Lingwei said with a smile.
What? Not worthy?
Lin Feng countered. I wouldn't dare say that.
You're the one who mentioned it.
Sun Lingwei waved her hand dismissively.
You're being so unfair. Since you ran into Luo Xia, why didn't you tell me?
Zhuang Yanqin rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and began to confront him.
She was already surprised to receive Sun Lingwei's call,
never expecting to actually meet Zhang Luoxi in person.
After comparing notes, they realized Lin Feng, the intermediary, hadn't mentioned it. Otherwise, they would have known each other long ago. When would I have had time? I came back last night and didn't see you, then went to the hospital today. Lin Feng explained.
There's this thing called a cell phone.
Don't you have one? Zhuang Yanqin retorted irritably. Well, I got to see you in the end. Isn't that what matters?
Lin Feng countered.
How could that be acceptable? What should have been simple got so complicated? Zhuang Yanqin retorted. He had to say something, or you'd have called the cops.
Sun Lingwei interjected immediately. You didn't come here just to shoot your mouth off,
did you? Get to the point,
Lin Feng said. I'm not entirely confident about performing acupuncture on Xiaoxi,
so I need your help.
Sun Lingwei said earnestly.
You're not confident in your own skills?
You're the one who claimed to have been exposed to acupuncture since childhood.
This stuff shouldn't be that complicated. If it really doesn't work out, you could always call in reinforcements. There's no need to come looking for me.
Lin Feng frowned slightly.
You're right. I have my own reasons. Sun Lingwei nodded. You just don't want to do the first acupuncture session. Will you handle it afterward?
Lin Feng roughly understood Sun Lingwei's meaning.
Feeling exposed. Sun Lingwei retorted irritably. Everyone knows that. Why ask?
If you need any funds or resources,
just ask. I won't hesitate to help. Zhang Luoxi quickly offered. It's not about money. Having your closest friend do it is definitely best.
Having an outsider come feels a bit inappropriate, Lin Feng said slowly.
What do you mean? Zhang Luoxi asked, puzzled. During the acupuncture session, you'll be left wearing only your underwear. Are you comfortable with that? Lin Feng asked.
Ha? Zhang Luoxi was visibly startled.
I hadn't considered that. The acupuncture points are indeed spread across the upper body. Clothing would definitely interfere. Even underwear can't cover too much. Sun Lingwei added. You're both women, so even if it's possible,
while there's no gender distinction before a doctor,
this isn't something everyone can accept. Is that clear enough?
Lin Feng said. But I feel no one matches your precision with needles.
At his peak, perhaps my grandfather could rival you. Chapter 190, Until we meet again.
Zhang Luoxi gasped simultaneously. No one could have anticipated Sun Lingwei's remarkably high regard for Lin Feng.
After all, Sun Lingwei's grandfather was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Once you perform it, I'll know exactly how to proceed afterward, Sun Lingwei declared. I told you, I'm fine.
Lin Feng shrugged slightly.
Xiaoxi, with a few acupuncture sessions followed by herbal medicine, you should be back to normal within a month. Western medicine might take months, and its effectiveness isn't guaranteed. I still recommend acupuncture. Of course, the decision is yours.
Sun Lingwei turned to Zhang Luoxi.
Zhang Luoxi thought for a moment before nodding. I'll take your advice. Good. Then let's not wait.
We'll start right here,
Sun Lingwei declared. Lin Feng didn't mind at all. Since the patient was okay with it,
he had no reason to object. Sun Lingwei had already inspected Zhang Luoxi's clothing and double-checked the acupuncture points with Lin Feng. Clearly, the undergarments were still a bit too conservative.
She'd considered buying something new,
but Zhuang Yanqin suggested a set of her own clothes seemed quite suitable.
After fetching it from home, she found it worked perfectly. The clinic door was locked from the inside. Absolutely no one could come in and disturb them. Only after Zhang Luoxi was ready and Zhuang Yanqin called out did Lin Feng approach. Despite mentally preparing himself beforehand,
the sight of Zhang Luoxi at that moment still delivered a profound shock.
Her skin was as white as snow, translucent and flawless, even though she was wearing undergarments. Any man witnessing this scene would feel like his nose was about to bleed.
Zhang Luoxi tried to appear natural, but it was nearly impossible.
After all,
dressed like this, even if it was for medical treatment, her heart raced wildly, and her face flushed as red as an apple.
Ahem.
Zhuang Yanqin cleared her throat softly,
signaling Lin Feng. As a doctor, please act professionally. Every extra glance is taking advantage. Sun Lingwei couldn't help but interject. Understood.
Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
When he opened them again, a gleam shone in his eyes.
Taking the silver needle pouch Sun Lingwei had prepared beforehand,
he walked forward slowly, pinching a needle between his fingers.
He closed his eyes once more.
After about half a minute, he suddenly opened them. The silver needles in his hands pierced precisely into the acupoints. One needle, then another.
There was not a single pause, not a hint of hesitation in his movements.
Sun Lingwei watched every one of Lin Feng's movements intently. She had to admit, this was textbook technique. Even if she tried her hardest to imitate it, she could only replicate 7 or 8 out of 10. The first acupuncture session was especially crucial, and entrusting it to Lin Feng was the most logical decision. Zhang Luoxi could distinctly feel the silver needles entering her body. Though his hands never touched her, she sensed his proximity. His hands were dangerously close. Her face was burning hot. It felt as though it might burst into flames. She understood perfectly well that if he truly wanted to take advantage during the process, he could do so effortlessly. Physical contact during acupuncture was perfectly normal. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't really say anything, yet she noticed he hadn't done so at all. He was a true gentleman. Halfway through the acupuncture session, she suddenly felt a strange change happening inside her body. This sensation made her feel like she couldn't help but cry out. Despite desperately trying to hold back, even biting her lip, she ultimately couldn't contain it. The sound, appearing in such a scene, naturally added a touch of awkwardness, but she swore it was truly beyond her control. There's no need to force yourself to hold back. That's your body's natural reaction, Lin Feng remarked, noticing Zhang Luoxi's struggle to endure. His hands never paused from their movements as he spoke. It's fine. There's no one else here. Zhuang Yanqin interjected. Zhang Luoxi didn't respond. If it were just Zhuang Yanqin and Sun Lingwei, she wouldn't have so many reservations. Even though she'd only met Zhuang Yanqin today, with Lin Feng present, it was definitely different. Even fully clothed, making such sounds was problematic, let alone in her current state. It was utterly humiliating. Fortunately, the acupuncture session didn't last long. After Lin Feng stopped inserting needles, the changes within her body remained within tolerable limits. Zhang Luoxi was drenched in sweat, her entire body covered in it. After inserting the final needle, Lin Feng immediately turned away, leaving the task of removing them to Sun Lingwei. Only after everything was done and Zhang Luoxi had dressed herself did Lin Feng turn back. How do you feel? Zhuang Yanqin asked urgently. Hard to describe, but my body feels much more comfortable than before, like a heavy burden has been lifted. Zhang Luoxi replied after a moment's thought. Any further questions? Lin Feng asked Sun Lingwei. Not for now. Next time, I might still need you to remind me, but I'm confident I can handle it on my own. Sun Lingwei nodded. Lin Feng merely shook his head without comment, thinking Sun Lingwei was being overly cautious. Shall we grab something to eat? Zhang Luoxi suggested. You should go rest. There'll be plenty of chances to eat later. Zhuang Yanqin remained concerned about Zhang Luoxi's condition. I'm not that fragile. A meal won't hurt, Zhang Luoxi insisted. After some back and forth, Zhuang Yanqin settled on a place close to Zhang Luoxi's residence, conveniently not far from Lu Lingmei's new home either. Lin Feng had no intention of joining, but Zhuang Yanqin eventually dragged him along in the car. Shortly after arriving at the restaurant, Lu Lingmei also showed up. Lin Feng, accompanied by 4 stunningly beautiful women, instantly became the center of attention. Even seated in a corner, they couldn't escape being disturbed. Fed up with the constant interruptions, they decided to move to a highly discreet private dining spot. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Feng received a call. Sorry, I have to leave. Enjoy your meal. Lin Feng hung up and bid everyone farewell. Where are you going? So late at night? Zhuang Yanqin asked. I'm not entirely sure, but the first stop is the airport, so it won't be too close. You guys head back early. Lin Feng waved goodbye, his figure gradually fading from view. The 4 girls watched as Lin Feng's figure slowly faded from view, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Somehow, I just feel like this parting might be the last time we see him, Zhuang Yanqin said. Every story has an ending. It's just that no one likes this particular one. Lu Lingmei shook her head. There are people who do. Sun Lingwei countered. Just not many. I truly hope one day we can complete this story. It feels like it's only just begun. Zhang Luoxi sighed deeply. Until we meet again. The 4 women exchanged glances, gazed into the distance, and spoke in unison.